You are a little fresh meat who has been blackened by the entire internet due to extreme social anxiety. You simply said on the plane, "How much does it cost to operate this flight?" Which immediately frightened everyone on the plane. However, you didn't care at all. Instead, as soon as you got off the plane, you took Reba to crash a stranger's banquet, shocking 8 billion netizens. But you felt it wasn't enough. After finally getting to participate in a variety show, you could finally let loose. You decided to redefine social anxiety as something that makes society anxious. "Hello, sir," a sweet and gentle voice rang in your ear. Turning your head, you saw a flight attendant in uniform looking at you with a professional smile. "Hello, sir, the seat you are in is an emergency exit row. Normally, please do not touch the red handle on our door." Hearing the flight attendant's words, a joke from your past life suddenly echoed in your mind. The people in your live stream saw the flight attendant talking to you and immediately felt sympathy for her. This flight attendant is really unlucky. She will probably be treated coldly by you again. Seeing your expressionless face, the flight attendant might be thinking, "This person is either deaf or stupid." "Don't worry, flight attendant. He definitely won't touch that thing. He hasn't installed that program. The truth is upstairs, he's just like a robot, with only a few commands. No extra movements or words." After the flight attendant finished speaking, she looked at you with a smile, waiting for your response. The cameraman beside felt the silence in the air and was about to help you speak up for the flight attendant, when he heard you slowly say, "I know more about this thing than you do. I pulled it once before and lost 91,000. How much does it cost to pull this plane once?" As soon as these words were spoken, the flight attendant was stunned, and the cameraman was also taken aback. Who was just speaking? How could he say so many words in one go? He said he had pulled it before. What does 91,000 mean? It means he lost 91,000. And he even asked the flight attendant how much it costs to pull this plane once. What exactly are you trying to do? The barrage is also confused at this moment. Was he just joking with the flight attendant? He actually can joke. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen him say such a long sentence. I used to think he was stuttering. Has he changed his personality? Trying to create a new persona? Isn't he supposed to be socially anxious? How can someone with social anxiety say something like this? If it were me, I would only dare to think about it, not say it out loud. The flight attendant was also taken aback by his words. Trained as she is, she momentarily didn't know how to respond, standing there awkwardly. But you just smiled slightly and said, "Just kidding, don't worry, I won't pull it easily. After all, 91,000 is not cheap." The flight attendant was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, sir." After saying that, she hurriedly left, as if escaping, fearing that you would say something shocking again that she couldn't handle. I'm dying of laughter. Su Chen is right. 91,000 is not cheap. This thing can't be casually pulled. Has this guy been possessed by someone? How did he go from being socially anxious to making such a big change? I guess he knows that the socially anxious persona is not appealing anymore and wants to transition. But he's not sure and wants to observe for a bit. With these two sentences, many viewers rushed into your live stream to watch the excitement. In the director's room of the program team, your live stream's popularity suddenly surged, while other live streams dropped. The situation is a bit strange. It is estimated that their company has hired a water army. It doesn't matter. It's just the beginning anyway. Let them make a fuss. We'll intervene later. The director didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just your agency trying to create some momentum for you. He initially agreed to let you join the show just to make you a scapegoat. After all, the other few people have too large a fan base, so it's not good to offend anyone. However, for the sake of the show's appeal, there needs to be a character like a scapegoat. So when your management company approached, you readily agreed. The plane took off smoothly, and there was no conversation along the way. You had a good sleep to recharge. Soon, the plane landed, and they still needed to take a bus for a while to reach the recording location of the show, Pingshui Village. This village is not small. It can be considered the size of a town, and it is quite well built, looking clean and much better than you imagined. Next, they had to walk into the village themselves. The female celebrities each carried 2 or 3 large suitcases, making it quite laborious to walk. What does it taste like? It smells so good. At this moment, the one in front, Reba, exclaimed and looked eagerly in the direction from which the fragrance was coming. Reba is a foodie. After a long journey, she hasn't eaten anything except for a bite of airplane food on the plane, and now she's extremely hungry. This flavor has a deadly attraction for her. Everyone was looking in the direction from which the aroma was coming. In a large courtyard on the right, there were dozens of men and women, and the sounds of laughter could be heard. In the courtyard, several large pots were prominently displayed, with chimneys emitting smoke. The delicious smell was coming from there. Cohen said in a very cool accent, "It looks like they're having a party." Hearing this, you couldn't help but roll your eyes. In the countryside, This is called hosting a banquet, not a party. You deliberately imitated Koen's cool accent in your second sentence, and the sarcasm and mockery in your words were quite obvious. The other stars couldn't help but laugh a little when they heard it, but in front of Koen, they felt embarrassed to laugh too obviously, so they could only lower their heads, their shoulders shaking continuously, trying to control it, but not completely. Koen's expression immediately turned unpleasant, and after a pause, he said, "You know a lot about the countryside. I've never been to the countryside, so I'm not very clear about the style here. I'm sorry to make everyone laugh. If you don't understand, say less and observe more. If there's something you don't understand, you can come ask me. I know everything." As you said this, you patted Koen's shoulder and continued walking forward. This Koen is killing me with laughter. Still partying? He really talks like a pain in the ass. This guy is too funny. How did he suddenly change to this style? The difference is too big. I'm still a bit unaccustomed. Just learned Koen's tone. Really sounds quite similar. Look at how it makes others laugh. Wanting to laugh but not daring to. It's really hard to hold it in. Koen was immediately scolded by you. Feeling unhappy but unable to vent, he could only sulkily follow behind. Meanwhile, you glanced several times at the lively courtyard. It seems that tonight, your dinner is settled. Smelling this aroma, the food should be quite good. Although the fragrance is tempting, it is someone else's joy. Even though Reba and the others are drooling with desire, they can only continue to move forward. After walking a short distance, they arrived in front of a farmhouse courtyard. The staff of the program pointed to the courtyard and said, "This is where you will be living for the next 7 days. From now on, you will have to take care of all your daily needs by yourselves. There are vegetables in the garden, and there are chickens here. You can also catch fish in the pond in front, but the pond is contracted by the villagers, so you will need to exchange money or goods for fish. As for other things, you will need to explore and figure them out on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask the neighbors or go to the village head at the end of the village." After saying this, the staff left without looking back. Only these 7 stars and the 7 cameramen following them are left on site. That is to say, they not only have to be self-sufficient and support themselves during these 7 days, but also support the 7 photographers. "I'm so hungry. Let's see if there's anything to eat in the room," Reba said, touching her growling stomach. Everyone was also thinking that the production team would have prepared some snacks, cookies, or bread in the room. They searched the room inside and out but found nothing to eat. It seemed the production team was not joking. They really had to be self-sufficient, and if they wanted to eat, they had to do it themselves. However, at that moment, everyone noticed that 2 people seemed to be missing from the group. Where were the socially anxious one and Reba? Why haven't those 2 been seen since just now? On the small road in the countryside, you are currently walking leisurely with your hands behind your back, while Reba is happily following behind you. Your destination, of course, is the place where the banquet is being held? How did this guy bring Reba out here? Where is he taking her? Everyone else is busy cooking, and he's taking Reba to avoid work. How shameless. The details reveal one's character. This Su Chen seems to know a lot about rural life, but when it comes time to cook, he sneaks away. Reba is following closely behind you, asking somewhat uncertainly, "Can you really take me to eat something delicious? But we have no money. What can we eat after running out?" You confidently nodded and said, "Don't worry. Follow me, and I'll make sure you eat well and drink well. Watch my expression and act accordingly." Seeing how confident Su Chen looked, Hataru was thoroughly convinced. As long as she could get good food, she would do whatever Su Chen told her to do. It's over. It's over. Why do I feel like Hataru is going to be cheated by Su Chen? Hot but don't believe him. Afraid not to sell you for food. Sounds like something Su Chen could do to me. By this time, they had walked near the courtyard where the reunion was held, and the familiar scent, once again, came out. Wow, isn't this the courtyard where you said, just now, to hold the big banquet? It smells so good. At the moment, Hotba's mouth was almost watering, not at all reserved as an actress should be, but in a cute way, only to see a few cauldrons inside the courtyard, all bubbling away. The aroma was even more intense here. At this moment, the camera brothers seemed to understand something. Su Chen, you're not going to take us to this place to rub food in, are you? Su Chen nodded. That's right. You know people? The camera elder brother and Hotba both looked at Su Chen in surprise. Don't recognize. Su Chen shook his head. Then how are you going to rub it in? The camera elder brother was completely defeated by Su Chen's unreliability. Chapter 4, you call this social terrorism? That's right, Su Chen. We'll definitely be kicked out if we go in like this. Right, Hotba said nervously. Hotba may have a craving, but asking her to go straight to a group of people she didn't know to rub it in was something she could never do. Don't people all go from not knowing to knowing? Su Chen still had a calm face. I've just observed. The people in this courtyard all look about the same age. All around 27 or 18. So, Big Brother camera still didn't get it. So that means they're hosting a class reunion at this point. And I, soon, will be part of their class. After saying this, without waiting for the camera Big Brother and Hataru to react, Suchen had already yelled out at the inside, "Old Lee," as the words fell, only to see that inside that courtyard, 2 or 3 people had actually turned their heads back. With a puzzled look, he looked at Suchen. Suchen, on the other hand, was nonchalant and directly pushed the door in. A warm smile spread across his face as he headed toward one of the flat men with glasses. "Old Lee, I've missed you so much. It's been so many years since I've seen you." When he finished, he went straight up for a solid hug. Big Brother camera and Hotba's eyes went straight when they saw the scene outside. That's okay? Is this something a human being could do? The pop-ups were all stupid now. What is Suchen doing? Is that how he attempted to blend into someone's class reunion? It's not like people are cuties. How can you believe that? Sit back and wait to see Suchen hit his face. I'm just waiting to see how Suchen gets blown out by people. Inside the courtyard, Suchen's arrival instantly attracted the attention of everyone. Everyone was looking at him with a measuring look. Especially the old Lee who was hugged was at a loss. May I ask who you are? Old Lee, me you don't even remember? Back then, sitting in the last row of the class by the window, Suchen you always borrowed my homework to copy at that time. Have you forgotten? Suchen's face was not red and his heart was not jumping as he made up the blind story. It's as if all of these things really happened. Big Brother camera was standing outside at the moment and wanted to just turn around and walk away. It was so embarrassing that he stood outside watching, all awkwardly buckling his toes to the ground. It's all about to gouge out a rural compound soon. Hotba was also dumbfounded. This way of playing with Suchen was really unheard of for her to even think about. How embarrassing would this be if it was broken up? Inside the courtyard, the air froze for a few minutes. Old Lee looked at Suchen's face and seemed to be reminiscing. A moment later, he slapped his head and made a sudden realization. I remember. It's been such a long time. How have you been lately? While saying this, he also warmly shook Suchen's hand. Suchen also shook back warmly. Quite good. Just missed the big guy. You say this from graduation to now. How many years have not seen? Yeah, after high school graduation. This must be about 10 years. That Old Lee exclaimed. Hearing this, Suchen secretly smiled in his heart. Sure enough, that came out in one easy set. Now he grasped that it was a high school reunion. When you make it up yourself later, you'll know what direction to go in. At this moment, the others hadn't reacted yet. All of them were looking at Suchen with a confused face, trying to search in their memory whether there was this person in the class or not. Seeing this, that Old Lee immediately pulled Suchen and rushed the crowd. This, Suchen, don't you all remember? My best buddy from school. Oh, why don't you remember? I haven't seen you in so many years. You're getting more and more handsome. Yes, after many years of not seeing each other, we are all getting old. Just this Suchen is getting younger and younger. We can't even recognize him. The other students hastily followed in agreement. That's it. I see. It's just that we all haven't seen each other for too long. In the future, this kind of activity should be organized more often. Suchen said smoothly. Right. Suchen is right. From now on, our group of classmates, we should get together more often. In just a few short minutes, Suchen had already smoothly penetrated the interior of the reunion. At the moment, it's being surrounded by everyone, and the conversation is very lively. The camera brother and Hotba at the door were both petrified by now. They glanced at each other with shock and doubt in their eyes. Is that okay? Suchen really blended in like that? How the hell did he do that? Countless question marks drifted over both of their heads repeatedly. I'll go. Do these people really not know Suchen? This can't be originally Suchen's classmates. How is it possible? These people are all 27 or 18 years old. It's been 10 years since they graduated from high school. Suchen is only how old? Suchen this is. Has that social awesome disorder? Right? Who was it that said before that Suchen was a social terrorist to come? You and I said it's called social terrorism? I'm the one who looks like a sociopath compared to him. Suchen's social fear. That means to make society afraid. Right. The pop-ups were in a frenzy of discussion. In Suchen's mind, the tone of the shock value increasing sounded non-stop. He was still very satisfied with the result. At that moment, he turned his head and waved at the camera brother and Hotba. Guys, after the two of them came in, Suchen raised his volume and raised his hands, made a show of looking like a leader was going to speak. The crowd, who were still talking individually, instantly quieted down and looked at Suchen. This calling ability, even if Suchen was really a classmate of these people, He didn't see that he could do it. What's more, he's a fake. Gentlemen, I was very pleased to learn the other day that we were all going to meet. So I had the idea that I must document this important day we are having. So, I hired thought videographer to come and document our precious classmate bond with each other. In these words, Su-chen spoke in a staccato manner, full of emotion. These people present were moved when they heard it. It's still Su-chen who has a heart. That's a great idea. It's been over a decade since we've gotten together. We really should document it. Su-chen has been doing well all these years. He can afford a cameraman. If you have any good opportunities, you should think of these old classmates. The arrival of Big Brother camera had instantly raised Su-chen's status among these classmates. Everyone has pretty much made him the center of attention at normal parties. Su-chen, who is this little beauty next to you? At this time, someone in the crowd raised a question. Everyone looked to Hataru, and a prompt smile appeared on their faces. And Su-chen had no problem taking Hataru by the shoulders. This is my girlfriend. You guys can just call her Hotba. Girlfriend? Hearing Su-chen's words, Hotba was shocked and ashamed, and her face instantly turned red. Chapter 5, Hotspur becomes your girlfriend, whispered in Su-chen's ear. Su-chen, what are you talking nonsense about? Do you want to rub the big seat or not? If you want to, then do everything at my command. Su-chen also whispered, smelling the occasional burst of aroma. Hotba's stomach was the first to give in, so she nodded. Okay, girlfriend is girlfriend. Can eat the big seat. The viewers in the live broadcast room were at a loss as to what to say when they saw this scene. Hotba is now Su-chen's girlfriend? The male guest of honor at home is still hard at work cooking and behaving. And Su-chen just nailed Hotba? Hotba is too easy to fool. One kneel and you've got it. Let go of that Hotba, let me do it. Ha ha ha. Things are going in an unexpected direction. Brother Camera was forced to become Su-chen's accomplice, begging for the psychological shadow of the camera Big Brother at this moment. Kao-ah. Su-chen's hand is really Kao-ah. Even if I were to borrow 100 guts, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. A few moments later, someone had already taken the initiative to come over and talk to Su-chen to get close. Su-chen, remember me? A bald man with a somewhat blonde figure walked over and said, you, how can I not remember it? You are the one. Speaking here, Su-chen deliberately stretched his tone. That's right. I'm Wang Fu. You all called me fatty back then. Right, little fatty. After so many years, your figure hasn't changed much. Su-chen looked at the other party's stomach and teased. The other man hemmed and hawed. Turning her head, she looked aside at Hotba, envy in her eyes. If you ask me, it's still your kid who's doing well, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. When will I drink your wedding wine? Soon. I'll let you know when it's time. Su-chen's arm rested very naturally on Hataru's shoulder, but somehow, Hotba didn't find it offensive. Instead, his heart was thumping extremely fast and he was getting a little nervous. After a few sets of people had come and gone and caught up, there was finally an opening. Brother Camera couldn't help but ask, Su-chen, how in the world did you do that? These people really can't realize that you're not their classmate? Yeah, Su-chen, when they just came over to talk, I was so nervous that I was afraid I'd be discovered and then kicked out. That would be a shame, Hotba asked, following suit. Looking at the two of them with that nervous look, Su-chen smiled faintly. When you think back, whenever you go to a class reunion, aren't there a few classmates whose names you can't even pronounce? In the face of Su-chen's question, Hotba and the cameraman's big brother had a somewhat bewildered expression, so Su-chen guided more specifically. So let me ask you, what's the name of the student in your class who gets middle-of-the-road grades, has no special skills, and is usually an introvert? Hotba and Big Brother Camera looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Isn't that right? Middle school, high school, and such age-old relationships have long been nothing but situations. As long as I don't come forward and confess, no one will see through my identity. As if to corroborate Su-chen's words, a tall and thin male student walked over at this moment. Jang Xin, you kid has grown a little taller after so many years. Just now, Su-chen heard someone call his name, and this moment he used it directly. Su-chen, I remember when I went to school I borrowed money from you and never paid it back. After so many years, I'm really sorry. Take this money. I'll buy you a drink someday. Receiving the $100 bill that the other party stuffed over, Su-chen directly put it into his pocket. Okay. Who are we? When Jang Xin left, Su-chen turned around and winked at Hataru. Hotba's entire body was outright dumbfounded. Seeing all of Su-chen's maneuvers today, she felt like she had lived the previous 20 years in vain. Ha ha ha, Hotba's expression is me at this moment. It's incredible. Su-chen said there is also a reason. Think back carefully. A lot of my high school classmates' names cannot be called up. Everyone knows the truth of what Su-chen said, but he's the first one who really dares to do it. Sutton really does have that social awesome disorder. Su Chen, social hummer. Who the hell said he was socially terrified before? Su Chen social terrorism? I'm afraid that's the funniest joke of the century. The shock value in his mind kept increasing as Su Chen listened to the tinkling beeps. Basically, you can already guess what the pop-up is going to be like. Soon, the table opened. Chicken stew with mushrooms, handheld lamb, beef and sauce, pig-killing vegetables. A hard dish was served. Hotba's mouth was on the verge of watering down to the soles of her feet. Come on, let's raise our glasses together to celebrate our 10 years of high school friendship. Su Chen clamored and took the initiative to mention the wine. That's right, to our friendship. The crowd responded enthusiastically, clinking their glasses together and drinking. Come on, eat. Reba couldn't wait any longer and picked up her chopsticks. Just take a big piece of chicken and stuff it in your mouth. Fragrant. It smells so good. It simply tasted better than all the chicken she'd ever had before. Is it good? Su Chen asked from the side. Hotarika couldn't say anything but nod furiously. Then look at the other side, where the camera brother is also flinging himself around and eating, completely forgetting how he felt Su Chen was unreliable before. On the wine table, everyone was also frequently raising their glasses, and there were even several people who got up and walked to Su Chen's side to make a toast. Su Chen also came to the table. No matter who came, he was able to pull people in for a warm chat. Old Lua, when I was in school, I often helped you cheat and take cheat sheets during exams. Once caught by the teacher, but also brought my parents home. My father gave me a good beating. Su Chen said with great solemnity. The man on the other side didn't have the slightest doubt when he heard it. Patting Su Chen's shoulder, he was moved. Good brother for life. I'll remember all the good you've done for me, and if there's anything you need me for in the future, you talk. After Su Chen had coped with a round of sitting down, the camera big brother raised his head in his busy schedule and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Bull, you say it like it's true. I'm going to believe it. That's right. Although this classmate is fake, our feelings are real. When he finished speaking, he turned his head and saw Hataru's eyes glancing toward the saucy beef across the room. Got it instantly. This Hotba was craving soy beef, but was too embarrassed to get up and chuck it herself. Want to eat? Su Chen asked. Hataru nodded, looking resigned with a pout. Good point, watch me. After saying that, he picked up a plate of patted cucumbers directly in front of him and got up. Xiao Gao, eat less meat. Look how bad your fatty liver is. Chapter 6, Bring your own rhythm. Here, change that beef and sauce in front of you. You eat more cucumber. It's good for your health. When Xiao Gao heard this, he was moved to tears. Su Chen, you remembered me about my fatty liver. You're so good to me. Successfully exchanging the patted cucumber for the beef and sauce, Southern headed to the front of the hot bar. Eat openly. If it's not enough, I'll have them cut some more. At this moment, Hoder's eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's image was instantly taller in his heart, and it was as if light was still bubbling behind him. But how do you know that Ko has a fatty liver? Hataru questioned. It's a fat man who has a fatty liver, and that figure is instantly recognizable, with a 100% confirmation rate. So that's how it is. Hotba feels like she's learned another trick. Su Chen, you're awesome. The pop-up screen was also shocked by Su Chen's series of operations at this moment. Cow is just one word. I'm going to say it 10,000 times to Su Chen. Really, if I were there, I'd have to be crippled by Su Chen. He's acting too damn real. Learn to scrap. I'll do the same next time. Wake up upstairs. Without Su Chen's 2 strokes, you're vulnerable to being knocked out. Meanwhile, in the farmhouse, Yang Mi and the others started cooking for themselves. Why isn't Reba back yet? It's so unfamiliar here. Nothing will happen, right? Yang Mi was a little worried, so he took out his phone and called Hotba. Hotba had just swallowed a mouthful of soy beef and slurred when the phone picked up. Honey, Samo matter. Where are you, Hotba? The food is about to be ready. Hurry back and eat. Sister honey, I've already eaten. I'm having a big dinner with Su Chen. A banquet? They just came to the village. They don't know anyone. Where can they go? And just now Hotba said that she's with Su Chen? How did these two get together? Yang Mi had a stomach full of questions she wanted to ask. Sister honey, I'm not talking to you. The roasted leg of lamb is coming up. Without waiting for her to say anything else, the phone on the other side had hung up. Sister honey, the rice will be ready soon. When will Reba be back? Qin Xiao Xian asked. He had a crush on Hotba at first, and this time he had his heart set on Hotba, too. She's not coming back to eat. Saying that she's, and Su Chen to eat the big seed again. Yang Mi replied. Several people all froze at these words. The same question as Yang Mi was going through his mind. Where are we going for the big dinner? Why is Reba with Southern? Between the seats. Several rounds of wine had passed and everyone was getting a little tipsy. And while Suchen didn't look like he'd had much to drink, his head was still very clear. He still had his mission in mind. The first half of the process has now been completed, breaking into the inner circle of the reunion and getting people to recognize who they are. Next, it's time to complete the second half, becoming the new classmate group leader. Thinking of this, Suchen directly got up and said in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, I am especially happy to be back together with you all today. I think we should have more events like this and get together more often in the future." Right. Suchen is right. The crowd agreed. So, to make it easier for everyone to get in touch, I propose a new classmate group. Good. That's a good offer. Yes, we should have built a group a long time ago, so that it is convenient for all of us to get in touch with each other. Then someone should be elected to be the leader of the group. Yeah, who would be a good choice? Just as everyone was discussing, Suchen had already unconsciously walked to the opposite side of the room. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, he covered his mouth with his hand and lowered his voice. Suchen! When he finished, he took 2 more steps to the side and changed his voice tone. Suchen! Everyone else was too drunk, and with the darkness of the night, they didn't notice anything wrong. The only people who witnessed the whole thing were Hotbutt and the camera brother. They had thought that the shock that Suchen had just given was enough, and yet, he didn't expect to be able to refresh his perspective once again. That's a poor way to go about it, isn't it? That's not going to be broken up at a glance. However, reality has taught them another hard lesson. Right. Suchen is most suitable to be the group leader, Oldly said as he slapped his thigh. As soon as he said this, the others followed suit. Right. Suchen is suitable to be the group leader. Where is Suchen? Suchen, who had successfully brought a wave of rhythm, walked out from the darkness at this moment, and said with a difficult expression on his face, "Thank you all for pushing me, but it's not right for me to be it. I think it's better to let the class president do it." In fact, he just sidestepped the fact that the class president hadn't been in today. Let in absent. How is it possible for a person to be a group leader? This is a deliberate attempt by him to back down and refuse. Suchen, don't push your luck. All of us unanimously feel that you are the most suitable person. That's right. Suchen's appeal is so strong. Only if you are the group leader will you be able to convince the people. I agree. We all agree. In the face of everyone's esteem, Suchen clasped his hands together. Then I, Suchen, will be indebted to everyone's misplaced love and become this group leader for the time being. Don't worry, everyone. After I become the group leader, I will actively work for the welfare of my family. With Suchen's inaugural speech, the atmosphere of the normal party instantly climaxed. Oh my god, laughing so hard I have tears in my eyes. Suchen is so talented. Bringing his own rhythm can be okay. Suchen has done the work of a marketing number with his own strength. Not only did he get mixed up in a strange reunion, but he became the leader of a group of classmates. It's outrageous. This plot would make me think the writers are sick in the head even if it was a TV show. And I can't believe I'm seeing it on a reality show. Because the whole thing was so gripping. Someone edited down a few of the high-energy moments, posted above the bib and teaser. The airplay broke 1 million in an instant and it's still rising rapidly. Soon, the top few names on the hot search were dominated by Suchen. Hashtag Southern Social Awkwardness Hashtag Socialization Tough Guy Southern Hashtag Social Terror? The elements that make society afraid. Hashtag Those who don't follow the show are confused when they see these hits. Suchen isn't that facepalm fresh meat who supposedly snubbed his fans because of social terrorism. Is this a reverse hot take? How come it's all about him saying socializing is awesome? And as they clicked into the middle of the video, everything became clear. That's okay? This is outrageous, isn't it? That he really got mixed up in it? Ha ha ha. A group of classmates who chose someone who isn't a member of the class to be the group leader. That's too much of a catch. Is this still the Suchen I know? Chapter 7. Intelligence Gathering Centers. Is this still the Suchen I know? This character of his is too catchy. Suchen is completely letting himself go. But don't say it's quite interesting to watch. Why do I feel that Hataru's eyes looking at Suchen are a bit off? It can't be that her heart has moved. Meanwhile, Suchen's agent, Sister Chin, had just finished her work. It just occurred to me that Suchen was still on the show. This kid is usually sullen and nonverbal, and it's really dangerous to participate in this kind of reality show. If it wasn't for the fact that his popularity had recently declined and he didn't have any resources, Sister Chin wouldn't have dared to stuff him into this kind of program by any stretch of the imagination. Thinking about this, Sister Chin worriedly opened her cell phone. As a result, several tweets popped up on my phone, all of which were popular on the bib and teaser. Suchen is on the hot search? And several of them at once? couldn't have offended any more stars. Shin's heart had fallen to the bottom. In his mind, he began to calculate what method to use to whitewash Su Chen. The excuse of social terrorism has been used so many times, I wonder if people still buy it. However, she was instantly dumbfounded when she clicked into the hot search to see exactly what was going on. Southern is actually on the hot seat for social awesome disorder? Sociopath, an element that strikes fear into society. Is that even how the word can be understood? And in seeing the video, how Su Chen had penetrated the inside of the strange reunion step by step, after winning everyone's recognition and admiration, as well as becoming the group leader of their classmate contact group, Shin's eyes widened. This set of operations can be described as flowing and high energy throughout. She had been Su Chen's agent for so long and had never seen this side of him before. At the party, everyone was drunk by now. Su Chen proceeded to get out with the excuse of going to the restroom. He's going to find a place where no one is around and collect his system rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Is it claimed? Pick up. Divine singing and perfect vocals have been distributed. New mission, tell the Intelligence Gathering Center personnel about the rampage plot. Mission reward, divine pig killing technique. Hearing the system's new mission, all of Su Chen's slight drunkenness completely dissipated. A divine pig killing technique? What do I need this for? I can't be allowed to stay in the countryside and become a pig killer. And what the hell is this Intelligence Gathering Center? Ding! The Intelligence Collection Center is under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village. And the members of the center are the village Amazons. So that's what happened. Su Chen instantly realized. Auntie is just auntie. The entrance to the village is just the entrance to the village. And the whole Intelligence Gathering Center. But when you think about it, it's true. The best thing the older woman at the entrance to the village can do is grab a handful of melons. The east and the west. If something happens in the village, it doesn't take half a day for the word to spread through the ant's mouth. But it's an Intelligence Gathering Center. Without much thought, Su Chen directly accepted the mission. This pig-killing technique may not seem useful now, but the skill will come in handy sooner or later. Su Chen! Where's Su Chen? Come back and drink. Old Lee was outside yelling at the top of his lungs. Coming. The party broke up after drinking until about 10 o'clock at night. When Su Chen and the others left, these people still looked as if they were reluctant to part with their lives and could not get enough. He urged Su Chen, the group leader, to organize more activities and contact each other. Su Chen naturally agreed with his mouth full. On the way back, Hotba gave a thumbs up as she burped. Su Chen, you're really amazing. Well, have fun eating? Su Chen asked. Hotba nodded vigorously. It was so much fun. I've never had such good food. If only I could eat it every day. Don't worry, although this big seat can't be had every day. But follow me around and make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink spicy food every day is all. Su Chen patted his chest and assured. Really? Su Chen nodded. He had it all figured out. Tomorrow he would go to the village entrance and tell the story of Rampage to the Amazons. As long as you hang out with Big Mama, what's the worry about good food? Rub up against whoever's food is good. Great. Then I'll take you for today's heartthrob. In the future, if there's something delicious, you have to bring me along all the time. You can't leave me behind, Hoder said as she excitedly pulled Su Chen's arm. After saying that, he realized that he had been a bit too forthcoming. Hurriedly, she withdrew her hand, her nervous little face reddening, and Su Chen treated it as if it was nothing, saving face for Hotba. Back to the rural compound. Yang Mi, Qin Shaoxian and the others were sitting in the courtyard to cool off. Seeing Su Chen and the others walk in, Yang Mi immediately greeted them. Hotba, where have you been? You had me worried sick. Honey, hiccup, I'm fine. Hiccup, went to a big dinner with Su Chen. Hiccup, it's so delicious. Hotba burped as she spoke, looking at Yang Mi and the others confused and envious at the same time. You know, a few nights ago, they ate rice with boiled greens and water. It's not tasty. It's not full at all. You little ninny, running out to eat alone by yourself isn't it? Yang Mi snapped. He. Sister honey, don't worry. Su Chen is thinking of you all. Nah, here's the groceries packed back for you guys. Hotba raised the plastic bag in her hand. As soon as the bag was opened, the aroma of meat wafted out. Several stars smelled the smell and came up, not caring about any reserve or image. This is a roasted leg of lamb, isn't it? It smells so good. Lu Tianxian said. This beef and sauce, it's made really authentic eh? Xin Shaoxian said. Take your time to eat, don't worry. It's all clean from what I had them set aside in advance. I'm too full to eat, so I'm going back to bed. Hiccup. Su Chen waved his hand and entered the room as he spoke, waiting until they were inside. Yang Mi asked Hoder. Su Chen he has relatives in this village? Hotba shook her head. Then with all this eating and taking, can people agree? Xin Shaoxian was puzzled. Ataru smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you in a sentence or two. You guys might as well search on the bib. You'll know by then how awesome Su-chin is. After that, Hotba went to her room as well. The remaining 5 hastily pulled out their cell phones and opened their bibs. Su-chan is on the hot search, and he's still bagging the top spots. Yang Mi was surprised and clicked on the video. Old Lee, you've missed me. A series of Su-chan's social humongous operations were reproduced in front of the crowd. They were all dumbfounded at once, and Shin Xiaoxian was even so shocked that the soy sauce beef fell out of his mouth. This Su-chin, it's also too social cow. Young Mimi, is this something a human being could do? Koan, I can't do this kind of thing. Roasted leg of lamb smells so good. Chapter 8, 3 women competing for 1 man. Ha ha, Yang Mi's expression simply plays me. Shin Xiaoxian even dropped the soy sauce beef. Even eat and take. I'm convinced by Su-chen's hand. Looking at it this way, Su-chen is a really nice guy. He didn't forget about the other guests and packed their bags. Su-chen packing that part 1 watched. Strength interpretation of what is called as long as I am not embarrassed is someone else. Soon, it was time for the first day, when the female guests chose their heartthrobs. According to the rules of the program, after the female guests are selected, if the other party agrees, they can form a team. The next day's time is spent being alone and dating. Inside their respective rooms, the 3 female guests looked at the heartfelt cards in front of them. Hotba was the first to fill in her choice. With little hesitation, it has to be Su-chen. He said he's going to take me out for a nice meal tomorrow. Yang Mi recalled the aroma of the leg of lamb that had just been roasted, hesitated, and wrote Su-chen's name on the card. Su-chen's socialization skills are just too strong. In this unfamiliar place, following him will surely provide enough food and drink. Lu Tianxian had wanted to choose Hua Chengyu. She liked boys who sang well, and during the day today, Hua Chengyu helped her with her luggage, leaving her with a good impression. But on second thought, their biggest problem at the moment was eating. Reba followed Su-chen to the big banquet today, which made her envious. Although they did pack some back, the video shows a lot more delicious food. Looking at Lu Tianxian silently drooled. Who should I really choose? Day 2. The 7 guests assembled inside the courtyard. The director's team came to them with heartfelt cards. Now, it's time to announce the results of last night's choices for several actresses. Upon hearing this, all the male guests except Su-chen became nervous. Hua Chengyu looked towards Lu Tianxian's direction with confidence. I've been behaving in front of Tianxian yesterday, and I feel like she's feeling pretty good about me, so she's definitely going to pick me, right? Ayu looked at Yang Mi, and his heart was very much in the right place. Yesterday he had a great conversation with Yang Mi. She should pick me. And Hotba. It felt like she had just snuck a few glances at herself. What should I choose if both of them pick me? Ayu was in a tangle. Shin Xiaoxian, on the other hand, was more humble, and he had a bad feeling in his heart as he looked at Su-chen on the side, only to see the latter's absent-minded face, seemingly unconcerned about the result. First place, Hotba. Her choice is Su-chen. The staff began to read out the results. When these words came out, the 5 pairs of eyes other than Su-chen's looked at Hataru in unison. Especially Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian. Their faces looked very complicated. Second place, Yang Mi. Her choice is Su-chen. As the second person's choice was announced, Hana Sungwoo and Ayu were not calm. 3 female guests in total, and both of them chose Su-chen? This kid obviously disappeared as soon as he arrived at the place yesterday, without saying a word. Ayu, sister honey, say you like singing and dancing big boys. The last one, Lu Tianxian. Her choice is. It's time for the last female guest. And both Hana Sungwoo and Ayu are a little nervous. Hana Sungwoo, Heavenly Fairy must choose me. I don't want to be left alone. Ayu, 2 male guests are destined to be left alone today. Hopefully not me. Shin Xiaoxian, I knew it would be like this. There's nothing wrong with being on your own. Lu Tianxian's choice remains Su-chen. As the staff announced the last person's choice, an awkward silence fell over the scene. All 3 female guests are a little shy at this point. The other male guests wanted to look up to the sky and wonder why on earth. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks for the favor from a few of you. Only Su-chen, with an open face, clasped his fists at the female guests in thanks. Su-chen, now it's time for you to counterpick. 3 female guests. Who do you want to choose as your date today? The staff asked. Hataru, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian were all nervous at the moment. As national goddesses, it's the first time they faced the fact that they're going to be chosen yet. How humiliating it would have been if I hadn't been chosen. 3 women competing for 1 man? Su-chen is too happy. I'll go. This is the day I've dreamed of. All 3 female guests have chosen Su-chen as their heartthrob? I thought Su-chen was the one who would be left before, but it's reversed? Honestly, if I were me I'd pick Su-chen too. After all, with his social skills, he's surely not going to starve in this rural area. So now the question arises, what choice will Su Chen make? Let's go with Hotba. After all, we all got hitched yesterday. It's better to be a big honey. It's not bad for Lu Tianxian to be immortal. The pop-ups were wildly speculating about Su Chen's choice. I'm not sure what you're talking about. At the scene, everyone's gazes were all focused on Su Chen as well. At this moment, only Su Chen smiled faintly and opened his mouth. You can only choose one? That's too unreasonable. Can I have all three? Everyone on site, live viewers, and in the face of the surprised looks cast by others, Su Chen spread his hands. Is there a problem with what I said? Kids make the choices. I want all the adults. There's no rule in your program that the male guest can only choose one. Faced with Su Chen's sophistry, the staff member was momentarily speechless. Words, but that's not very nice. The main reason is that our program never expected this situation to arise, so we didn't set up this kind of rule. It is indeed true that any guest who comes on a dating show like this would not make the choice of 3 female guests at once. This hand of Su Chen's caught the program directly off guard. Then no, the lack of regulations is your problem, not mine. Saying that, Su Chen turned his head to look at the 3 female guests. What do you 3 think? Hotba, Lu Tianxian, and Big Mimi? As soon as the words left her mouth, Yang Mi's face turned red. Su Chen, what are you talking nonsense about? She pouted. Ha ha ha, Su Chen is so bad, directly calling Yang Mi de Mi. This nickname is clear in everyone's mind, but it will never be called out in person. Except for Su Chen, others can't do such a thing. Su Chen is too good to pick 3 at a time. He's done what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Su Chen is right. It's not like your program has a rule that you can't choose more than one. This is really a dry drought and a flooding death. The 3 female guests looked at each other in the face of Su Chen's words, then nodded in unison. I do too. Chapter 9, the first in the choice of a consort for the love complex. Hotba and young Mimi were the first to make a statement. Only Lu Tianxian remains. She had been a little hesitant. After all, how does it feel to have 3 female guests picking a man at the same time? Like a harem choosing a concubine. Will it be detrimental? When the netizens saw it, they thought she was going to fall back on Su Chen. But, I can't believe that both Hotbar and Young Mi agreed to this? Lu Tianxian's heart engaged in a fierce struggle, and in the end, it was the food that prevailed. Other than that, there's meat to eat if you follow Su Chen. Better than being here with 3 other male guests, wide-eyed and munching on vegetable leaves. I agree. Good lord. The staff's faces turned green at this statement. This situation was something he had never expected, so he had never planned for it before. For a moment there was no telling what to do. See, I'm the people's favorite. The 3 female guests have all agreed. What else do you have to say? Su Chen had a wild look on his face. After that, a wave of the hand. Go, follow my lord, and I'll take you to find Emil Rutt. Then with a big grin, he headed for the door. The 3 female guests didn't hesitate when they saw this and directly followed. It was only after they had gone some distance to the door that the staff member reacted. You're just going to leave. We haven't agreed yet. The 3 male guests were also looking at each other at this moment. What happened to the promised relationship variety show? There's no female guest of honor. So we're 3 grown men on a date? Ha ha ha. Things are going in a direction I never imagined. Not only did Su Chen dare to say it, but he also dared to do it. And actually took all 3 female guests away? Looks like Su Chen has mastered the hard currency of living in the countryside and has become the biggest winner. Right now I don't obey anyone but Su Chen. Su Chen, truly a model for our generation, calls on the majority of male compatriots to learn like Comrade Su Chen. I'm curious now, how Su Chen is going to find Emil Rutt today with 3 female guests. It's not like this rural area hosts a big banquet every day. Meanwhile, because the story was so gripping, it quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. Hashtag Su Chen 3 women for 1 man hashtag. Hashtag Su Chen love is the first to choose a princess hashtag. Hashtag Southern is a model for our generation hashtag. Many viewers saw Su Chen's humongous performance at the reunion yesterday. I haven't even had a chance to click into the live stream yet today and I see all these hot takes? Su Chen's living the whole life again? Hurry up and take a look. Choosing a concubine? 3 women competing for a man? It sounds so powerful. It's already been shared to the co-worker group. The whole company is now groping for fish to see Su Chen. For a moment, the heat in Su Chen's live broadcast room climbed. Not only did the show's original audience flock to his live room, there are also quite a few who have seen the buzz and come here in admiration. After all, the other 3 male guests on the air aren't much to look at these days. Who wants to watch 3 grown men munching on greens at home? After Su Chen and the others left, the staff urgently contacted the program director. Director, what should we do about this? Are we counting this as a live broadcast accident? At the moment, the director was sitting in the studio. watching the heat of the program continue to break records. The number of people in the live room grew exponentially, laughing all the way to the bank. Accidents? Have you ever seen an accident that brings millions of traffic to a live broadcast? I can't wait for more accidents like this. Staff member, so, Su Chen's side. It doesn't matter? Whatever. He's right. We really don't have a rule that actresses can't all pick one. What's not to like if you love me? Right. On Su Chen's side. Send a few more cameramen and staff. Make sure to do all-around filming and service. The director was worthy of being a director. Keenly smelling the business opportunity in Su Chen. What a surprise that this guest, who was brought in as cannon fodder, has become the biggest attraction of the show. What a surprise. Country roads. Su Chen walked ahead with his hands behind his back, and behind him, 3 actresses with very different styles, but all with great flavor, followed suit. If Su Chen were to put on a yellow robe at this moment, he would look like a proper countryside emperor. Brother Su Chen, where are we going to rub the big seat today? Reba asked. After yesterday's stop, Hotpa's address had changed from Su Chen to Su Chen's brother. This one brother, called extremely sweet, called to Su Chen's heart. We're not going to rub the big seat today. I'm going to bring you guys a new trick, Su Chen said with a mysterious face. New play? How do I play? Hotpa was instantly excited. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian also looked at Su Chen with an expectant face. Seeing this, Su Chen said in a mysterious manner, today, I'm going to take you to one of the most mysterious organizations here. It has an awesome name. Speaking of which, Su Chen beckoned for them to come closer. The curiosity of several female guests had already been piqued by Su Chen. Undoubtedly, they all put their heads together. This place is the Center for Intelligence Gathering, or CBD for short. Several of the female guests were at a loss when this statement was made. This looks like your average little village. Brother Su Chen. Such a small place would still have an intelligence gathering center. I see. The more normal looking the place, the safer it is. Yang Mi analyzed. Such a powerful place. Can we just go in? Lu Tianxian was both nervous and somewhat expectant. Normally I wouldn't be able to, but with me, it's no problem. Take you guys inside in minutes. Su Chen said triumphantly. Besides, I've got the most important props ready. After saying that, Su Chen took out a handful of melon seeds from inside his own pocket. Melon? The 3 actresses wondered in unison. Yeah, this thing is a perfect prop for getting inside the intelligence center. Look over there if you don't believe me. Saying that, Su Chen reached out and pointed to the entrance of the village. There was just a big acacia tree with a couple of older women sitting underneath it. At the moment, something was being exchanged. From time to time, a look of either surprise or disgust appeared on his face. See, at the entrance of every rural village, there is such a mysterious organization. They are on the front line every day, collecting and disseminating information about the village, big and small, and nothing escapes their notice from the beginning to the end of the village. It is possible to make a man's reputation in a few minutes. And, of course, one can make a man successful in minutes. Yang Mi and the 3 of them were all confused by now. Ante at the end of the village? Intelligence gathering center? It sounds weird, but somehow harmonious. Although none of the 3 of them had ever lived in a rural area. But usually, when you brush the short video, you have more or less understood the power of the big rural moms. Being described by Su Chen like this, it seemed like it was really that way. Let's go. Don't just stand there. I'll show you guys around, Su Chen said, walking straight towards the big moms. Chapter 10, Telling Rampage to Big Mama as Gossip. Ha ha ha. What Su Chen said is so right. The name Intelligence Collection Center is really too damn graphic. I went back to my village during New Year's Eve and fell at the entrance to the village. And by the time word got to the end of the village, it was already me who had jumped to my death. Intelligence Center, CBD. How the hell did Su Chen come up with that? Su Chen is a warrior. How dare he go and take the initiative to deal with the Amma? I usually go around back to the village. Really, the ant at the entrance of the village is my nightmare. Every time I go back I can't wait to enter the village invisibly. What kind of sparks will be created when a social humper meets a village matron? Looking forward to it. Su Chen turned his head at this moment, only to see 5 or 6 cameramen following behind him. There are several other staff members. He identified his big brother, who had followed him yesterday, and said, Big brother, change to a smaller device in a while. Just follow by yourself. Go over there in such a big formation. The Amazons should be shocked. The director's side had already said that he wanted to give Su Chen the most freedom. So when the crowd heard that, they backed off, leaving brother camera alone. He followed them over. As they kept getting closer, they had caught the Amazons' minds. Their eyes swept back and forth over several people, and they exchanged words from time to time. Seeing this stance, Hotpa was a bit abashed. Brother Su Chen, I'm a bit scared. I'm also a bit nervous. Why don't we just not go? Lu Tianxian followed suit. Don't worry. What are you afraid of? I'm here. You guys will just follow behind me in a while. You don't have to say anything, Su Chen said. With these words, these three female guests immediately felt a sense of security. Striding toward the big acacia tree, the Amazons saw them coming and stopped their exchanges. There was a lot of pretending to look down and do their own thing. Good morning, Amazons, Su Chen greeted warmly. Those Amazons seemed to be not expecting that there were young people who took the initiative to send them up, and they were all a bit surprised. Young man, here to visit your relatives? An older woman with white hair in the middle of the room opened her mouth and asked. Through the position she sat in and the tone of her voice, Su Chen instantly judged it. She must be the head of this intelligence gathering center. No, came over to hang out. Hearing this, that big mom looked towards Hataru and the girls behind Su Chen. There was disdain in the measuring eyes. The expression was like saying again, a young man with 3 such beautiful girl dolls is certainly not a good person. Now this young man, he's a mess. However, Su Chen didn't care in the slightest. Looking at an empty space beside the big woman, he sat his butt over. Auntie, move over there, make room for me. The big mom next to her seemed to not expect Su Chen to be able to do this. First surprised, then reluctantly moved her butt. Thank you. Saying that, Su Chen pulled out his important weapon from his pocket, melon seeds. Auntie, would you like some? The older woman shook her head dismissively. Gotta. The social Hummer has suffered a tragic Waterloo. Su Chen is going to hit the wall, ha. Su Chen, trust me. You can't grasp the big moms. This is still a matter for the big man. Why am I so happy to see Su Chen suffer defeat? Ha ha ha. Just now, Su Chen still swore to guarantee with Hotba and the girls. What's the matter? It's a slap in the face. You're no good with this melon. The Amazons aren't buying it. The pop-up screen was full of mockery at the moment, but so at the same time, the shock value in Su Chen's mind was constantly stacking up, and in the face of the indifferent attitude of the Amazons, Su Chen didn't care and said to himself, 2 days ago on New Year's, just on New Year's Day, a friend of mine went to jail. This statement came out like a thunderbolt and attracted the attention of the Amazons. What the hell? What did your friend do? Big Mom pursued. No big deal. Locked up for a couple days and released again, because he gave someone a gift of a particularly expensive TV. Su Chen continued. A few short sentences had instantly captured the attention of the Amazons. They all put down the work they were doing and moved a little closer towards Su Chen. How can you go to jail for delivering a TV? Because people don't appreciate it? They smashed the TV. So they fought, which led to the police station. Su Chen continued to speak. Since the system lets tell the storyline of the rampage, naturally it had to be in the way that Big Mama's favorites are. This kind of gossip, which they love to hear, is guaranteed to capture their hearts in minutes. Make yourself the focal point of the intelligence center. Get the Amazons done. Still worried about food? These Amazons home a family to eat a meal. Can eat until the end of this episode. Hotba and Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, who had been nervous, backed straight up. All of them are already up to running away at any moment. However, he did not expect that Su Chen would instantly turn the situation around with a few words. Oldest. The moms were noticeably friendlier and warmer to him at the moment. Most importantly, several of them were also attracted by Su Chen's story. Both wanted to hear what happened to him as a friend afterward. What a sin. Such an expensive TV. Smashing it just like that. An older mom said with a face full of pity. That's just it. I don't blame any of your friends for wanting to fight. Anyone would be angry about that. Boy. So what happened then? Did the TV smasher go in? The Amazons asked in a chorus. Su Chen unhurriedly knocked down 2 melons before continuing. No, because my friend started it, so he's the only one who got caught. But it's okay. He says it's nice to have a policeman who understands his anger about his TV being smashed and thinks it's not easy for him. This friend of mine, is selling fish in the market. Making money is very hard. You say such an expensive TV was smashed. He was heartbroken or not? That must hurt. It hurts me to hear it. Auntie nodded furiously. But he was kind of blessed by the situation. Became friends with that cop and took care of him everywhere back there. He was in there for 3 days and was released on the 3rd day of the year. Auntie 1, who can have a good year if this happens in the middle of the year? Big Auntie 2, that's right. It's not good for this parent's heart. Su Chen, that's fine. His parents are long gone. He's the one living with his younger siblings. So is it hard? But you guys don't know, that cop who helped him is not an ordinary person. It's the godson of their deputy. Bureau. Under the big acacia tree, more and more people gathered. The villagers have finished their meals and come out for a walk at this moment. Seeing the buzz over here, they all came over to join in the fun. So he listened to Su Chen tell the story, and the more he listened, the more fascinated he became. What's going on back there, lad? You're a tough friend. Isn't this bullying? It's too much. Chapter 11, Catching the Thief. Later, this friend of mine is also very powerful. With the police line, and the people who bullied him before, they all turned into friends. Under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, Suchen knocked on melon seeds while telling a story in a glowing manner. There were already 3 layers of people surrounding them, but most of them are older. After all, the young people see this formation, and do not dare to move to the side, afraid that if he was not careful, he would become the object of study of this intelligence center. Strip yourself to the bottom. The surrounding villagers, each and every one of them looked at Suchen with unblinking eyes, listening to his story with extreme fascination. The white-haired older woman in the lead, while listening, also kept stuffing food into Suchen's hands. Stuff an orange 1 minute, a peanut the next. It was as if he had been treated as one of his own. You know, this is a great honor for the village. After all, no young man, yet, has been able to secure a place in the village head CBD. Not only the village grandparents, but even Yang Mi, Reba and Lu Tianxian, the 3 of them, were listening intently. They didn't realize that Su Chen's life was so rich, and friends with such legendary experiences. They were just as curious about what happened behind this friend. Su Chen has a bit of something, to have won the hearts of the Amazons? Where are those great prophets that just snapped? I have to say, this Su Chen story about his friend is indeed a bit interesting. It's just that why do I always feel a bit familiar? All stop arguing and listen to Su Chen at ease. I'm especially curious to know what happened to that friend of his. Meanwhile, above the scarf, Su Chen had a new hot search. Hashtag Southern I have a friend hashtag. Hashtag who the hell are Southern's friends? Hashtag the strange experience of Southern's fish selling friends hashtag. Inside the live broadcast room, the heat was also skyrocketing, and the highest number of people online had already surpassed that of yesterday, and it's still going up. The director's mouth was grinning as he watched the result. Everyone seems to forget at this point that this is a romance show. Totally watched it as a Su Chen storytelling session. Later, those 2 bullies called out to him to help clean up one of them, saying they'd pay tens of thousands of dollars. He didn't want to go, but his brother needed money for his business, so he went along. And guess what? Speaking here, Su Chen deliberately paused and looked at the crowd. Everyone fired off their brains and guessed. Was it by the other side? Is it true that the money was not paid after the job was done? In the face of the flurry of speculation, Su Chen shook his head. A few of them went to look for the man with a stick, only to find that the man was already dead. Dead? How did you die? So all this is indefinable. What happened to that friend of yours? Speak up. In the face of everyone's urging, Su Chen stretched out unhurriedly, looked up at his watch. Ugh, this is so focused on storytelling. I lost track of time. Grandpa and Mom, that's all for this story today. We have to go back and cook. Su Chen said deliberately. Don't go away, lad. Finish the story. That's right. It's the most critical time. I can't eat until you finish your speech. Su Chen arched his hand and said, Grandpa and Mom, I've been speaking here for a little while all morning, and my stomach is growling. I still have to cook for myself when I get back, so you guys are being considerate, haha. Young man, don't cook. Go to Auntie's house to eat. Auntie will kill a chicken for you. The big white-haired woman in the lead said. No, why should I go to your house? Go to my home, lad. We have a pig-killing dish. Tell Auntie more about that friend of yours while you eat later, haha. Go to my house. Go to my house. The Moncler jacket saleswomen scrambled to invite Su Chen to their home for dinner. They even swarmed up and surrounded Su Chen. Hakba, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian were all squeezed out. The 3 men glanced at each other and cast adoring glances at Su Chen. Su Chen is also too powerful. Lu Tianxian sighed. Yeah, I didn't think he'd actually do it. Yang Mi followed suit. I told you, Tatsu is awesome. Hataru raised her little face in pride. At this moment, all 3 of them were incomparably glad that they had just chosen to follow Su Chen. Looks like lunch and dinner are off the table today. All that needs to be considered at the moment is which one to eat it exactly. The chicken is good, and the killing vegetables are flavorful. It's sad. Well, thank you all for your enthusiasm. Su Chen stood in the center and waved his hand to quiet everyone down. Then, he pointed at the big white-haired woman in the lead and said, in that case, today I'll go to this aunt's house for dinner first, and we'll be staying in the village for several more days. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Try to get to all of them. Absolutely no favoritism. Okay, Su Chen, so the reason is also very simple. Catch the thief first, catch the king. This big mom is the head of the intelligence station. After taking care of her, then after Su Chen in the village, it is still not prosperous. The other villagers who weren't chosen were a bit disappointed, but that big mom was the oldest and most prestigious after all. The others were too embarrassed to actually follow the fight. What's more, Didn't the other Suchen say that every family has a chance? Suchen lad, that's a deal. You can't tell this story in private. Yes, you came right after dinner this afternoon, and you're still telling the guys. Don't worry, everyone go back and eat first. Suchen patted his chest and assured. That's when everyone dispersed with great interest, obviously going to someone else's house to dine, but as a result of Suchen doing this, it became someone else begging him to dine. Hi, it's really high. Ha ha, Suchen is still making it look like he's in a difficult and fair situation. It's killing me with laughter. Suchen, truly a social wizard of our generation, strongly requesting Suchen to open a trip to the class to talk about how he became a social hummer. I know why Suchen didn't say anything before. I guess he was afraid of stirring up the showbiz world. Ha ha, it makes sense. There are just too many melons in the entertainment industry. If Suchen opens up about it, then what the heck? I wonder what's on the menu today at this grandma's house. When everyone else had left, the white-haired older woman enthusiastically said, Go lad, come home with me for dinner. That auntie, I still have 3 friends here. Look, Suchen pointed to Hotba, Yangni and Lu Tianxian. Come on, let's go together. We are hospitable here in the Northeast. It's just me and your uncle in our house. We're usually lonely, so you all go. It's lively. So the 4 of them trooped off and followed Big Mama home. Chapter 12 No comparison. No harm. Auntie Wang, this little courtyard of yours is so cleaned up. On the way back, Suchen learned that the older woman's name was Wang Suzhen. At the moment, they were standing in the middle of the small yard of Big Mom's house. What's so clean about it? We're not like the city in the countryside. Come on children, eat the melon. The meal will be ready soon. Auntie Wang came over with a basin of watermelon. That watermelon is red and sandy and sweet to look at. Hotba the snacker picked up a piece and bit right into it. The red juice hung at the corners of her pale mouth, looking very enticing. It's so sweet. Honey, Tian Xian's sister. You guys taste it. Hotba said excitedly. SSHHHH. Gluttony. Upstairs. Make it clear. Is it a watermelon craving or a man craving? How about I say watermelon gluttony? I just came out from the other male guest side. And when you compare them, it's really miserable over there. Really? I'm going to go over there and have a melon. Just as Suchen brought a few female guests with him. They were eating melons and waiting for the meal to start at Auntie Wang's home. The 3 of them, Kuan Koan, Hua Chengyu, and Qin Shaoxian, sat miserably and coldly in the farmhouse compound, wide-eyed. It was as if fallen leaves were falling and crows were rattling through the scene. Inside the entire courtyard, the silence was so quiet that a pin could be heard on the ground. However, in the midst of this eerie silence, a stomach growl sounded. It's Hannah Sungwoo's. The 3 of them hadn't eaten since morning. Now that there is not a single female guest, they have no incentive to cook. Just sat there withered until now. Come on, don't be bummed out. Get something to eat? Qin Shaoxian suggested. It was also true that they were hungry, so the 3 of them went to the kitchen. Look at the pots and pans and giggle. The 3 of them don't know how to cook at all. That simple meal yesterday was all done by Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so tragic, but I can't help but kind of laugh at what's going on. Ha ha ha. On Suchen's side, he is surrounded by beautiful women and melons and wine. So compared to this, these 3 are really miserable. When has our brother ever suffered like this? It hurts so much. Oh. Our Hua Hua is so talented. Why don't we go to the village and sing for food? Who do you think everyone is? Suchen. Flower sure can't pull her face down. The main thing is, Flora's style of song. Do you think the village grandparents will accept it? I can't. This side is too bleak. I'd better go next door and watch Suchen eat a big meal. It's true that there's no comparison. Meanwhile, Suchen's side had already started eating. Auntie Wang and her old man were hospitable people and made them a table full of delicious food. Stewed sloppy joe chicken, braised pork ribs, marinated pig's feet, pickled blood sausage. It's basically a home-cooked dish from the Northeast, but it's exceptionally good. Hotba couldn't help but already take the lead, picking up a piece of chicken and stuffing it into her mouth, her eyes too fragrant to open. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian were still a bit embarrassed, but seeing how flavorful Hot Bar was eating, they couldn't help but gorge themselves as well. The 2 of them hadn't had enough to eat last night, and now that they were eating such a flavorful meal, their eyes were tearing up. It's still a promising future to follow Suchen. What a heartthrob guest. How can you move your heart if you don't eat? After lunch was finished, Suchen had just put down his bowl when Auntie Wang urged, Boy, let's go? It's can't wait to get on with the story to go. Yes Tatsu, this is also full. Let's hurry back and continue the lecture. Hataru followed suit and urged. Suchen was a bit helpless. This big mom rushed even so. Why are you following along? But it's just as well. I'll finish the rampage story this afternoon, and that reward will be in hand. So the party resumed their journey under the great acacia tree. As a result, as soon as I arrived here, I realized that there were already dozens of villagers waiting here. Boy, you're finally here. We've been waiting for half a day. Hurry up and get started. Su-chen took a look at this. Good lord. There were quite a few people who were actually carrying rice bowls. I brought my meal here straight away, as if I was afraid I'd miss something if I was late. Thus, Su-chen walked to the center in style amidst the crowd's expectant gazes. This, at one time, was the center of the entire intelligence station. Here, originally, only the most gossipy and oldest people in the village were eligible to sit. And now, Su-chen was thrust into this position, and it's still a crowd favorite. No one has a problem with it. At this moment, a number of young people who had gone home to eat at noon passed by the big acacia tree and were stunned to see this scene. What the hell? This place they fear and avoid the most. Why is there a handsome young man? Is he crazy? Or has he lived long enough? How dare you go into these big moms? Right in the middle of these either surprised or expectant eyes. The second half of Su-chen's story began. After the guy they were looking for died, I guess, this friend of mine got kinda scared because the guy who died his dad was a big shot on the road. So it started investigating my friend, wanting to get him killed. Saying that, Su-chen gestured a neck-wiping motion with his hand on his neck. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air at this moment. But that friend of mine is no slouch, and just kept circling them. Later, he met a pretty rich widow with a son, and the widow just saw my friend as a nice guy. Just have a little crush on him. A widow? That's not good. Didn't that friend of yours say he's never been married and is still a young man? Auntie Wang commented. That's right. It's okay if you bring a little girl. Son, it's not like you can't raise your own. What do you know? The young man said. Is a rich widow. Take her will not have to sell fish in the vegetable market. At this moment a grandpa said. Next to him was his elderly companion, who was on fire when she heard this. Well, you old thing. Are you also thinking of meeting such a widow and giving someone to go as a stepfather? I would like to. This old bones no one look at me That Moncler outlet store is not afraid to die said. Fine. I'll beat you to death you shameless old thing. That big mom went up to fight. That's right. Go home and fight. The old couple paused and stopped moving. Listen to the story first, and then I'll clean you up when we get home. Su-chen really didn't expect that he would be able to talk about a wild ride and incidentally regulate family conflicts. Then my friend fetched this widow and recognized a very powerful godfather, and has been on the road to success ever since. Chapter 13, Exhorting Technicians to Graduate School. It was getting dark. Some homes already have rising smoke. Southern's story is also nearing its end. And then, that friend of mine got better and better with his godfather's influence. They say he's so powerful. A dime would have to fall out of the sky for his family. That's a lot of power. An older woman next to her said. What's the use of being powerful? He's harmed so many people. He must not end up well. A grandpa was a bit righteously indignant. That's right. He has already tasted the evil consequences for his behavior. Just a while ago he was arrested, and it is estimated that he will be sentenced soon. Su-chen nodded and said. The Moncler outlet store parents are still immersed in the aftertaste of the story at this moment. All of them have a sigh of relief. Sister Honey, this friend of Su-chen's has such a legendary experience, that he went from a fish seller to a big brother. Reba exclaimed. It's mainly because brother Su-chen speaks well too. Hatba had a fangirl face. Yangni gave her a disgusted blank look when she saw this unproductive look. The story is really good, but why do I always feel that there is something very familiar about it? Meanwhile, the pop-ups are speculating. This story of Su-chen feels like I've heard it somewhere too. Big Brother's experiences? They're all pretty much the same. It's normal. It stands to reason that this kind of big shot should be well known. No guesses as to the name of this person? The story was also finished and it was almost dark. Su-chen stood up, patted the dirt on his fearful pants, and said, What older woman, who was number 2 in line at noon, is going to buy me dinner? The villagers hadn't expected Su-chen to be so proactive. Shouldn't people normally be too embarrassed to come forward? Even when people invite you, you have to pretend to excuse yourself. How about he just name names? It's me. Come on lad. Come home with me for dinner. A chubby older woman stepped forward and said. This person Su-chen had noticed before, and was considered the number 2 leader of the intelligence center. Shang, Auntie Li, you're going to your house for dinner tonight. Go! Su-chen waved his big hand and walked towards the front with his back. It was as if he was the host of the dinner invitation. Such behavior, however, did not strike the villagers as offensive. Instead, I found the young man to be genuine, unseemly and nice. When Yang Mi and the few of them saw this doings of Su-chen, they were also impressed in their hearts. As a star more or less some idle baggage, plus the original character of the reserved, It's impossible to mingle with folks in a short period of time. And what Su Chen did was so natural. Looking at Su Chen who was walking on the side, Yang Mi finally couldn't hold back and asked, Su Chen, what's the name of that friend in your story? Do we recognize him? Since they are all in the same circle, this friend's experience is so legendary. Maybe they have some not-so-distant connection to this guy, too. Mainly because the story sounded too familiar. Yang Mi's curiosity just couldn't be suppressed. Facing her question, Su Chen smiled faintly. This person, I think you should all recognize him, or at least have heard of him. This, after all, was quite a sensation some time ago. Upon hearing this, several people started brainstorming. Quite a sensation lately. Who the hell is it? This man's name is Gao Qiqiang. After saying this, Su Chen smiled and continued walking towards the front, leaving Yang Mi, Hoder and Lu Tianxian to stare at each other in place. Gao Qiqiang, hoping you're talking about a wild right here. Yang Mi, who had reacted, said breathlessly, Gao Qiqiang, how dare you Su Chen. The pop-up screen also frantically started trolling at this moment. I said how this story sounds more and more familiar. After all, it's Gao Qiqiang's story. Su Chen can be really good, telling the villagers the story of berserkers as gossip. I told you, why is this story so appealing? After all the fuss it's strong story. Good one. I have a friend, and we're actually all fooled by Su Chen. I've watched Berserk 3 times now, and I can't believe I didn't hear that Su Chen was telling a story about Kung. And Su Chen, who personally planned all of this, strides like a boss walking a bird, deep in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining the reward Divine Pig Killing Skill. A new system mission has been released. Mission, go to Foot Washing City and persuade the technician to take the exam. Quest reward, Divine Folk Rap Skill. Hearing the mission completion beep, Su Chen was first bursting with joy, but after hearing about this new mission and reward again, he was indeed speechless. Going to Foot Wash to persuade a mechanic to take a test? This system is really getting out of hand. Pulling the good family down and persuading that what to go over to the good side. Both of these things are the most criticized, and as a result, the system just gave such a task. Also put, when have I, Su Chen, ever been afraid? That's a little bit of a problem, and it's hard to beat. But what the hell is this rewarding folk rap again? Rap is rap, and the whole folk. But after thinking about it, Su Chen also understood that it wasn't just grounding rap. When you have this skill, you may be able to drag the whole village to say rap with you, especially the village intelligence station. Later on, gossip, all said in raps. How foreign, how different. Maybe starting from this Pingshui village, it can slowly radiate to the neighboring villages and finally carry out in all the rural areas. Then he himself has changed the intelligence work of the whole countryside by his own power. Thinking about this, Su Chen felt gorgeous. It was another beautiful meal at the home of the great god Li. The 4 men returned to the farmhouse with bulging bellies. Just before they came back, the other 3 male guests were still discussing it. I feel like my stomach is deflated after eating tasteless meals for a day now. Watching you said with a sad face. Yeah, Su Chen and the others haven't come back for a day. I don't know what kind of delicious food they ate outside. Koen said. Yesterday's roasted leg of lamb smelled so good. If I had known this was the case today, I would have saved some yesterday. Xin Xiaoxian recalled the flavor of yesterday's roasted leg of lamb with some chagrin. What do you guys say? Can Su Chen and the others pack some food and come back today? Watching you sat up straight in excitement, his eyes becoming brighter. The other 2 looked at each other with a look of anticipation. Maybe, even if Su Chen doesn't pack, Yang Mi, Lu Tianxian and the others will always think of us. That's right. The 2 of them cooked together yesterday. They know how well the 3 of us can cook, so they'll definitely be able to bring us back something. The thought of this rekindled hope for life in the eyes of the 3 men. Eyeing the doorway, he waited for Su Chen and the others to return. Chapter 14, the rules have been changed. Not long after, the sound of Su Chen and the others joking and laughing resounded outside. A few people were immediately energized, but on the surface one has to pretend to be reserved. Until they walked in on them, all 3 had their eyes straight towards their hands. Soon, however, they were disappointed. The men's hands were empty, holding nothing. You're cooling off, Hotba greeted them. You guys night. Hiccup, what did you eat? Yang Mi said as she burped. The 3 men looked at each other and didn't have the heart to say anything else but a vague response. Then you guys take your time to sit down. I'm going back to rest. I ate too much today. Go back to my room and exercise. Yang Mi waved her hand and said, yeah, it feels like I've gained weight in the past 2 days. I can't eat like this tomorrow. Lu Tianxian followed suit. Hearing their rather Versailles words, the other 3 male guests looked at each other. In the end, the trio had to go to sleep with deflated stomachs. Isn't this program too much? This is a love variety and not a wilderness survival. Is it hard to make the guests eat? Yeah, a love variety program. Let Su Chen run alone with 3 female guests, leaving 3 male guests. This is really good? To be honest, people Su Chen also fought for the 3 female guests with their own strength. This is their ability. There's nothing to say. Oh, my brother is so poor. He has to starve to participate in a program. It hurts so much. Sisters, get together and leave a message under the show's bib and punch them. In an instant, the show's official bib flooded in with a large number of fans calling out for their idol. The program's operations team immediately reached out to the director to give him feedback on the situation. Looking at the screen full of bad reviews, the director thought for a moment. This is really going to be a problem at this rate. Although Su Chen is very watchable these days, the other male guests have quite a fan base. I'm afraid it will be difficult to quell the anger of the fans if this continues. Tomorrow's rules. It looks like they need to be changed. Cluck cluck cluck. Early in the morning, the big rooster made his first crow inside the yard. The smoke pipes of the homes, billowing out gouts of white smoke. Walking out of the room and welcoming the early morning sunlight, Su Chen stretched a comfortable waist, then started thinking about whose house I was going to dine at today. Just then, one of the program's staff members handed him a card. After opening it, Su Chen read it out as he looked at it. The show's mission: 7 guests are asked to collaborate on a meal and must each contribute at least 1 dish. Looking at the tasks on this, Su Chen smiled. What's the matter? This mission is tailor-made for you, isn't it? I guess the show is trying to pull their hair out of their asses, trying to limit themselves. That's true indeed. The program team had an impromptu meeting yesterday and discussed it until midnight before coming up with such an idea. It's all about balancing out the fans of the other 3 male guests. However, in the face of such a task, Su Chen wasn't the least bit flustered. What's the big deal if you don't just cook your own food? It feels like this mission is completely targeting Su Chen. Ha ha, Su Chen forcing the program to change all the rules by himself. Ruthless indeed. This is great. I can't even utilize the mass base I built yesterday. I want to see what new tricks Su Chen has in store. Ha ha, yesterday's game was too hard. These programmers can't do without a little restriction. This social awesome disorder of Su Chen is indeed too unfriendly to the other 3 male guests. Ha ha. The other guests came out at this point. Su Chen, what new rules did the program send out? Yang Mi asked. Yeah, it won't make us do any work again, Hua Qingyu said with a worried face. After all, they hadn't eaten much all day yesterday, and their stomachs were empty at the moment. If they were asked to do any more manual labor, these guys would not be able to handle it. No, it's a heavenly good for you guys, Su Chen said, handing over the card. All 6 men gathered around to check it out now. After watching it, a couple of the actresses didn't feel much of anything. They had also felt that they had eaten too much in the past 2 days following Su Chen. Consider today a diet, and the other 3 male guests can be kind of happy. Finally, I don't have to be alone in a room by myself, eating boiled greens and dry rice. Since we're going to cook for ourselves, don't we have to get ready? Yang Mi suggested. That's right, a few of our handiwork. We start preparing at this time, and it might be afternoon by the time we eat. Lu Tianxian also said. Then let's all discuss what we'll each cook first, Qin Shaoxian asked. I can make a dish of shredded pork in Beijing sauce, Yang Mi said. She's from the Imperial City, and this is a famous Imperial City dish, which she's better at. I see there's fish in the refrigerator. I'll make a fish, Lu Tianxian said. Hotba thought for a moment. I could make a hand-me-down lamb, but what if I don't have any lamb? You can trade things with the program for ingredients, Qin Shaoxian reminded. So the dish was sort of set for these 3 female guests. Qin Shaoxian scratched his head. I don't know how to cook either. How about a snowy mountain red plum? Snowy mountain red plum? The name sounds quite literal, and I've never had it before, right? Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Qin Shaoxian was embarrassed. Hey, it's tomatoes with sugar. When these words came out, the crowd immediately laughed. Even the pop-ups were laughing. Old Qin laughs me to death. Cooking is not good, but people with a high level of culture. What a snow mountain red plum. When the name came out, I thought it was some kind of big dish. What a mess. It's tomatoes with sugar. Learn it, and next time I'll go out and act tough with that name. After laughing for half a day, Su Chen patted Qin Shaoxian's shoulder. Old Qin, this dish of yours is quite complicated. Divided into a total of 3 steps. Step 1. Wash the tomatoes. Step 2. Cut up the tomatoes. Step 3. Put sugar in it. Ha 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 ha. The laughter that had already subsided erupted again with these words from Su Chen. It wasn't until everyone's stomach hurt from laughing that they managed to stop. The kunai thought for a moment. I don't know how to cook anything either, so I'll just simmer rice for everyone. The crowd was speechless again at this statement. Yang Mi waved her hand. Please don't make me laugh. My stomach is just hurting too much. Rice is rice, and the show didn't say rice wouldn't work. Su Chen, What are you going to do? Chapter 15, Special Cooking Techniques. Hearing Yang Mi's question, Su Chen scratched his head. What are you doing? You don't know how to cook yourself. It was outrageous, snatching away his snowy mountain red plums before he could. Why don't I shoot a cucumber? Coo coo coo. Boom popcorn, $1 a pot. At this moment, the sound of chickens crowing in the yard and the yelling of the Boom Popcorn Moncler outlet store yells outside are intertwined. An idea flashed in Su Chen's head. Then I'll have 3 cups of. It was only when he said the last word that Su Chen realized that there was something wrong. However, his mouth was faster than his head, and the words had already been exported, and lengthened the tail for hesitation. The ambiguity in the words is even more pronounced. Yang Mi and the others turned their heads in some embarrassment. Cough cough. You can ask Su Chen. You can also cook chicken. Qin Shaoxian picked up the conversation in order to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, the atmosphere became even more awkward after those words. The pop-ups are laughing their asses off at this point. Ha 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 ha. Say chicken or not. Civilize you and me. It was already a misunderstanding. Let Qin Shaoxian so find a remedy. Even more funny, ha ha ha. Qin Shaoxian really didn't do it on purpose? I guess if he wasn't recording a program, Su Chen would have to go up and punch him twice. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect to be able to see such funny images inside a romance variety one day. It's not much funnier than a comedy show. Qin Shaoxian also realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly tried to find a remedy. No southern. I didn't mean that. Come on. You mustn't be explaining, or else I won't become anything in a while. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. That's when the story kind of turned over. It is also thanks to Su Chen, a social power disorder. If it is replaced by watching you, Qin Shaoxian can be considered to be offended by people. 6 of the 7 people had finalized their dishes, leaving only Hua Changyu. He was going to follow Qin Shaoxian's example and muddle through the dishes. He didn't expect a Su Chen to come out halfway, and this winning spirit of his came up at once. You, Su Chen, want to be a chicken, right? Then I'll be a duck. I'll give everyone a roast duck. Hua Changyu volunteered. Wow, roast duck. I love it. Hatba excited too when she heard it. Yang Mi also gave him a surprised look. You still know how to make roast duck? I haven't had it in ages and I'm still craving it. In the midst of such a loud praise from the female guests, Hua Changyu gradually lost himself. So he forgot the most important one, he can't cook duck at all. But it doesn't matter. It's just roast duck. The internet is so advanced now. Just go online and do a random search for tutorials. So, a few people rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Those who catch fish. Those who change meat. And those who dig vegetables. Su Chen, on the other hand, went straight to the chicken nest and prepared to catch chickens. It's the first time he's done this, but probably thanks to that divine pig-killing skill, he had a feeling of being in control. The steps to kill a chicken automatically came to mind. How to kill, how to bleed, how to pull out hair, etc. Killing a pig is about as varied as killing a chicken. Su Chen, can you catch? Yang Mi, who had a curious face, came over at this moment. Can you get rid of that? Word, and I'll show you one today. What it means to be a master chicken killer. After saying that, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves and went straight into the chicken coop. The appearance of the behemoth scared the chickens into fleeing in all directions. However, Su Chen wasn't the least bit flustered. He looked at a fat chicken, steadily and very towards it, and pressed down on the chicken's neck. The whole process was only 3 or 2 minutes, and Yang Mi was even a bit unresponsive. Su Chen, you're too good. How come you know everything? Boss Yang, who usually had a strong aura, showed a rare gesture of adoration from a little girl. Immediately after that, the chickens are killed and plucked. Yang Mi watched from the sidelines the entire time, watching Su Chen's skillful maneuvers. Yang Mi even wondered if Su Chen had killed chickens in the vegetable market for 10 years before he made his debut. An hour later, the large rooster that had just been alive and kicking had been transformed into chopped and clean chicken pieces inside the plate. Now, it comes to the most crucial step. Su Chen looked at Yang Mi at the side and said with a solemn expression, "It needs your help to be accomplished." Su Chen's expression grew more and more serious. Even Yang Mi's attitude was solemn. What do you want me to do? Su Chen pointed at the plate of chicken. Massage it. Put. Laughing my ass off. Su Chen, you're here to be funny. I thought it was something so important. And after all the fuss it's about giving it a massage? Su Chen, are you sure you're not deliberately teasing Boss Yang? Yang Mi's face instantly became not so good. Su Chen, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't get excited. I'm telling the truth. Su Chen said in a serious manner. Look at this chicken. Meat that needs to be completely infested with spices to be flavorful. That's why massage is a crucial step in my exclusive recipe. Well, won't you just do it yourself? Yang Mi was somewhat convinced by Su Chen, but she still asked about the doubts in her heart. You're just being amateurish again. You have to let a girl press it. It's called yin and yang harmonization. This sounded a bit implausible, but with Su Chen's serious expression, it seemed to make some sense. That's fine. Yang Mi compromised. So under Su Chen's command and supervision, he began to give each piece of chicken an important step before putting it in the pot. Yes. The force should be even and the technique gentle. 2 more over here. The viewers of the live stream, hearing this, all started to think about it. It feels like Boss Yang has been crippled by Su Chen. This mouth of Su Chen's is really too capable of fooling. Boss Yang is no match at all. If you don't see the footage, it feels like it's a segment that can't be broadcast. A few moments later, Yang Mi moved her wrist. It's okay now. No problem. Trust me. This pot of chicken is going to be extra delicious. After saying that, carrying this plate of chicken, Su Chen headed outside. Su Chen, what are you going for? Not cooking? Yang Mi was puzzled at the back. Don't worry. I have special cooking techniques. Su Chen threw down these words without looking back. He's good at killing chickens, but not doing it. His mind had long been set on a plan. Boom popcorn, $1 a pot. A few moments later, Su Chen carried the chicken and came to the door. Just an older man with a boom popcorn stand, yelling and working. Young man, boom popcorn ah? After seeing Su Chen, the grandfather asked enthusiastically, Grandpa, can this chicken go boom? Su Chen asked. Chapter 16, Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. The viewers in the live broadcast room were still wondering what Su Chen was going to do when he took the chicken out. Now that they heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What does Su Chen mean by this? To use the boom popcorn machine to make 3 cups of chicken? I'm really convinced by Su Chen's imagination. Will this work? You don't say. It really opened up a new idea for me. Southern, a culinary ghostwriter. That Moncler outlet online looked at the chicken in Su Chen's hand and said painfully, No problem lad. I can boom anything here. Just tell me, deflate or rattle. The classic thing about the old boom popcorn machine is the loud bang when it comes out of the pan. Southern remembers that once, when he was a kid in his previous life, he was booming popcorn on the street. It came out of the pan just as a big brother came across the street on his bike. As a result of the bang sound, the big brother, directly scared even with the car, fell to the ground. That image, he still wants to laugh when he thinks about it. Play it loud. That must be played. If you don't play it loud, there's no soul. Su Chen simply said, Come on lad. You leave the chicken then. I'll give you a boom when I'm done with this pot. He said, handing the chicken to the grandpa. Su Chen leisurely paced back. For him, the dish was essentially complete. Just waiting for Moncler outlet store the final step of cooking to be completed and it's ready to eat. He guaranteed that he was definitely the fastest and best at making this dish. Back in the small courtyard, the fish catchers and meat changers had all returned. Everyone has been busy. Su Chen was the only one who leaned back on the recliner inside the courtyard, a leisurely sunbathing. Brother Su Chen, where's your 3 cups of chicken? Hotba was surprised. It's already in production. It's just about to take the final step. So stay tuned, Su Chen said confidently. When Hua Qingyu, who was struggling to clean up the ducks on the side, heard this, he felt some disdain in his heart. He saw that this Su Chen would not do it at all, and was playing a trick here. When this duck of his own is done, it will absolutely kill his existence in seconds. After half an hour, Su Chen felt that it was about time, so paced off again to the grandmasters. How's my chicken doing, Grandpa? It's put in, and it'll be out in a minute, Moncler outlet store said, pointing to the machine. So Su Chen squatted to the side and waited for the 3 cups of chicken to come out. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very expectant at the moment, soon to witness what 3 cups of chicken booming out of a popcorn machine looks like. If it really works, I'll go back and try it too. I guess there's no problem. Seeing as Su Chen knows this machine quite well, if he doesn't have a clue in his heart, he can't do this. Just then, Moncler outlet online. He got up and got the stove up. Young man, stand over there. I'm going to start a pot here. Su Chen obediently stood farther away. Everyone picks up the rolling stove and puts the opening inside the bag. It's going to ring. Moncler outlet store gave a warning. Only heard a bang. The pressure is so great. Directly Moncler outlet store in the hands of the pots and booms away. The stools on the floor were boomed to the ground by the force of the impulse. A puff of white smoke billowed up, enveloping both the popcorn bag and Moncler outlet store it, as if it were heaven on earth. That boom was a little too big. The pot went boom for me, Moncler outlet store said to himself. When the smoke receded a bit, Su Chen looked at the bag and felt something was wrong. He hurried over to the bag and looked toward it. Grandpa, where's my chicken? Where did you give me chicken boom? Moncler outlet store he pointed. Boom bag in. The camera is given to the inside of the bag. only to see that it's a mess. The original chicken meat was in pieces, and it was impossible to pick it up. The camera brother couldn't help but laugh into vibration mode when he saw this scene. Even the camera shook with it. The camera brother is professionally trained and usually doesn't laugh unless he can't help it. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Where's the chicken? Accident. A serious accident. How did it come to this? Totally a plot direction I didn't expect. Su-chen looked at the miserable state of the chicken inside the bag, and then looked Moncler outlet store again. Not Moncler. You this. Social cattle such as Su-chen. At this moment is also a little speechless, and Moncler outlet store he looked puzzled. The expression seemed to say this is not the chicken you want. Not satisfied? Aren't you going to ring? Moncler outlet store asked. There's nothing left. I'm a full chicken regiment. Su-chen cried without tears. You want to eat? Moncler outlet store asked a question that made Su-chen cry and laugh. Then you think I boom play at grandpa? I this 3 cups of chicken. You give me the whole 3 no chicken. I've got a big yard full of people waiting for this dish. As he spoke, Su-chen still looked inside that bag from time to time, his heart pitying his chicken that he had worked on all morning. I've got this nice chicken. Put in. Nothing. 2 chicken claws one can't see. Moncler outlet store on the sidelines, still with that nonchalant look, calmly said, it's no use for a few of you. This thing is like that Taishan Laojuan's alchemy furnace. The bone dregs are all gone for you. While saying that, Moncler outlet store he shook the bag, as if he was trying to prove it to Su-chen. Look. It's not even pouring. I'll say what that means. If you play it loud, it breaks easily. You're going to deflate it, right? And it'll cook and it'll be ready to eat. Looking at the Moncler outlet online serious, slow and easy explanation, Su-chen felt like he had one head in too big. Did you ask me, Moncler? Don't I tell you? Let it go loud or gas. You say let it go loud. The Moncler outlet store also looked innocent. I thought you deliberately wanted to play it loud. Su-chen, Grandpa. I've spent the morning chasing chickens, killing them, cleaning them up, and I've even gotten someone to give them a special massage, hoping I'm just going to hear a ring? Hearing this, the camera brother couldn't hold back even more. That lens shakes even more. The pop-ups are also swiping like crazy at this moment. Camera brother stop shaking. I'm going to puke from watching it. Ha 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 ha. My stomach hurts from laughing. This grandpa brings his own sense of comedy. The first Waterloo of Su-chen's program is laid in the hands of a grandpa. The masters are in the people. This grandpa is definitely not simple. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Looking at the empty plate in his hand and then at the crumbs of debris in the bag, Su-chen sighed. I have a house full of people waiting to eat. You say how can I explain this? What are we going to eat? Moncler outlet store a tilt of the head. Then you. Slaughter another A****. I'll boom you a pot for free later. Grandpa. Su-chen couldn't help but clasp his fists. You're really my own grandpa. I've got a nice chicken here. And boom. There's not even any feathers left. After saying that, Su-chen's eyes rolled and he had another idea. Chapter 17, not treating the director's crew like human beings. So he crouched down and rushed Moncler outlet online. Grandpa, do you think you are also responsible for this incident? Moncler outlet online. It looks like he has been through the world and has seen the world. By now it was calm enough to start cleaning up the pots and pans. Hearing Su-chen's words, he nodded. Yes, I'm responsible. It's all my fault. Then don't let it all be yours. Let's split it in half between the two of us. Su-chen said with a wave of his hand. These two are still being polite here. Then, Moncler, you say I'm booming out of chickens. I can't go back and explain. You have to help me with this. Su-chen continued to bait Moncler outlet store. When he heard this, the movements in his hands stopped. Somewhat alertly, he looked at Su-chen. What? Make me pay you for keeping the chicken? Moncler outlet store. A pot of popcorn is only $1. And that's only 20 or 30 tops a day. If he really compensated Su-chen for a chicken, it would be a wasted day. Su-chen naturally cannot bear to do so. That does not become blackmail. No need for you to compensate the grandpa. Just do me a favor. Moncler outlet store. Once he heard that he didn't have to pay for the chicken, his heart dropped. Okay, so tell me how I can help you. So, Su-chen leaned over and whispered in the Moncler outlet online ear. I just saw the Moncler outlet store. Constant nodding of the head. No problem. So, young man, watch the stall for me here. Success. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Grandmaster. Su-chen nodded. Moncler outlet store trembling away. Su-chen sat on top of the Moncler outlet store bench and waited. What did Su-chen and the grandpa say just now? What is there that we VIP can't hear? You don't say. Su-chen is quite conscientious. He didn't even let the grandpa pay for the chicken. One look at that expression on Su-chen's face just now. He might have come up with some bad idea again. After waiting for a while, They only saw Hataru and Yang Mi walking arm in arm. Su-chen, what are you doing sitting here? Yang Mi asked. Su-chen calmly pointed to the furnace in front of him. Boom, 3 cups of chicken. Boom, 3 cups of chicken? So the special technique you were talking about is done with this machine. Hotba was surprised. Will this work? Yang Mi questioned a bit. It has to work. Just wait. It's just about the last process. It'll be ready in a while. Su-chen said with conviction. Both Yang Mi and Hotba were very new to this production technique. At the same time, there was a lot of anticipation for the flavor of this 3-cup chicken. The two looked around the place curiously for a while before leaving together. I'll take Su-chen's word for it. He doesn't even blink when he tells a lie. Ha ha, Hotba and Yang Mi still don't know that 3 cups of chicken has made a heroic death. Since Su-chen is so confident, he must have found a solution. Just wait for the grandpa to come back. Not long after, only to see a bag in the hands of the grandfather. Slowly and leisurely returned. It was only when he got closer that the audience could read the writing on the bag. Wang Qi roast chicken. Ha ha ha, so Su-chen's solution is to get the grandpa to buy a chicken back for him? That's against the rules of the program, isn't it? Is Su-chen preparing to beaver away? We, the audience, saw the whole thing. Moncler outlet store walked next to Su-chen and opened the bag. A burst of aroma. Young man, I got you back the Wang Ji roast chicken at the head of the village. Let's forget about this matter. Receiving the roasted chicken and smelling the burst of aroma radiating from inside, Su-chen's mouth was watering. Well na Moncler, thank you Lu. It's also strange that you, a young man who just came here a few days ago, are still getting acquainted with the old Wang family who sells roasted chickens at the entrance of the village. As soon as I said this roast chicken was what you wanted, he immediately gave it to me and said he didn't even want the money. Moncler outlet store said with a puzzled face. Su-chen smiled faintly. That wasn't the credit of his own storytelling? What's a roast chicken? Even if he, Su-chen, asked them for a pig at this moment, they could still give it. The program, the director's room, the director and a few of the staff, who were laughing so hard that their stomachs were hurting at this point. That interaction between Su-chen and the grandpa just now was simply divine. To say it wasn't scripted is a bit of a stretch for them to believe it themselves. But honestly, the effect is definitely something that the script doesn't even present. Because it's so natural. Everything's just right. Director, this grandpa really has some comedic talent. After such a short while, the number of people in our live room has directly risen by 30%. The staff member said happily. Northeastern people all bring their own sense of humor, which is why I put the location of the first episode here, the director said smugly. I really didn't expect it. This Su-chen is a person with such a laugh. By the way, did we only sign him for one installment? The staff nodded. That's right. At first you felt that Su-chen's reputation wasn't very good, and you were worried that he would influence the ratings for our show. So we said we'd sign up for one issue first to test the waters. Immediately go contact Su-chen's agent and sign all the contracts for the later installments. The director made an immediate decision. Also, nowadays, with Su-chen's hotness, the previous price definitely won't work. His agent just has to not ask for anything outrageous, and we've all agreed to it immediately. Once the staff had caught the spirit, they nodded and went out to implement it. At this moment, they had to finalize Su-chen's contract as fast as possible. It was foreseeable that as long as this first installment ended, Su-chen's value would follow suit. It is expected that there will be countless advertisers and countless variety shows, movies and TV shows coming to us. If they don't move fast, they won't even have soup by then. Nowadays, in the eyes of the directors, Su-chen was their god of fortune. This god of fortune, however, is up to no good at the moment. The director looked up and saw a scene in the live room. Su-chen was sitting in front of the Boon popcorn stand, dismembering the roasted chicken that he had just Moncler outlet store brought back. This leg was just about this big. The chicken breast piece is cut on the diagonal. While recalling the appearance of the chicken just now, Su-chen did his best to restore it. After all, Big Nini massaged a whole chicken. In case she saw that the front and back were not one, Su-chen would not be able to explain. Seeing this scene, the cunning director burst out laughing. You finally caught up with me this time, haven't you? Let's have you drill into the rules of our program before. After saying that, the director picked up the phone and contacted the executive director of the scene. Just as Su-chen was dismembering the roasted chicken without joy, a dark shadow stood in his way. Su-chen, what are you doing? The executive director was a tall fat man, also from the northeast. Su-chen didn't raise his head. Splitting chickens? Ha, isn't it obvious enough? The executive director hemmed and hawed. You're still justified. You really don't treat our directing team as people. Chapter 18, The Willing Hooker. According to the rules of the program, you're out of order for doing this. This chicken, I have to confiscate it. the executive director said with a wicked grin on his face. There was a certain thrill of mischievous triumph. Expect to see panic on Southern's face. After all, before Su Chen's famous 3 I want to their director team is also tossed enough. Now, this is a chance to find revenge. However, he did not see the look he was expecting from Su Chen's face, only to see Su Chen incomparably calmly raise his head, look at him, and ask, "Where am I out of line?" The executive director pointed to Su Chen's hand, the half-broken chicken. "Our rule is that each person cooks one dish, and you didn't cook this chicken yourself, so naturally you don't meet the rules." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. "So is that chicken just now considered my doing?" He pointed to the scraps inside the bag. "That counts, but that one's been done bad," the executive director said. "Yeah, that one's done bad. So what's the problem if the grandpa pays me for a chicken?" The executive director was confused. "Look, I made a chicken. Right, that chicken was Moncler Outlet Online boomed, and Moncler Outlet Store he felt guilty, so he offered to pay me back for a chicken. So by the same token, this roasted chicken I'm holding right now is the same as the one I just had, which is the same as if I had made this chicken myself." "You're right." Su Chen's logic directly ed the executive director silly. How he said it seemed to make a bit of sense. "No, it's not right." The executive director scratched his head. "Unsure? Then tell me what's wrong. I'll give this chicken to your director's team to eat if you tell me." Su Chen spread his hands. The older man on the sidelines helped out at this point. "Moncler Jackets Outlet. He's right. I paid him for this chicken." In the director's room, the chief director, who was originally full of confidence and wanted to watch Su Chen suffer defeat as a way to increase the effect of the program, at this moment, he was also confused by Su Chen's logic. He slapped his thigh in chagrin. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that before? Still not rigorous enough. Pop-ups. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is truly a logical ghost." The executive director was completely defeated by Su Chen. With some output from Su Chen, he directly KO'd the entire audience. People are indeed right. Ah, this chicken is Moncler Outlet UK compensated, equal to Su Chen's own doing. Support Su Chen. The program group has gone a bit overboard this time. The program team was trying to pin down Su Chen, but it turned out to be directly counterpinned by Su Chen. Interesting. The executive director was choked by Su Chen and couldn't say anything, but fortunately the phone rang in time. It was the general director calling. He picked it up and said a few words before grimacing. By now, the roasted chicken had been dismembered as well. Su Chen got up and said goodbye to the grandpa. "Master, thank you for this today, but I'll trouble you with one more thing. And that's that when the people in that yard of mine come in a little while, no matter who asks you, you mustn't say anything. This chicken, it just boomed out of this pot, okay?" Moncler Outlet Online nodding. "Don't worry, young man, the master has the tightest mouth." Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Hua Chengyu looked at the ducks he had worked for hours to clean up and frowned. He got to the last step before he realized a big bug. Roast duck needs an oven. He didn't. You can't just build one now, let alone if he knows how to. Time permitting. By the time he builds the stove, I guess the episode is over. What a big mistake. I hadn't even considered the equipment before. Wow, what a flavor. It smells so good. Hataru's little craving was instantly aroused by the smell. The door to the small courtyard was pushed open, and Su Chen walked in with a plate of roasted chicken. So that aroma became more intense. "I miss it so much, Brother Southern. Is this the 3 cups of chicken you boomed out of the popcorn machine?" Hotba excitedly greeted her. Hearing the commotion, the others all gathered around at this moment. "That's right, this is my 3 cups of chicken," Su Chen blurted out. He thought he was right, too. Never mind if it was the same chicken in the first place. The process doesn't matter. The result is most important. It smells so good. Hotba swallowed. "Brother Southern, you are really great. How did you think of using a popcorn machine to boom it? And it also booms so well." Hotba didn't mince words of praise. "This chicken has my share of credit. I was the one who massaged it in the beginning," Yang Mi said with a hint of smugness. Hua Chengyu, who was on the side, heard their conversation, and his tightly locked brows spread out. "Yeah, since Southern can boom 3 cups of chicken with a popcorn maker, well, you can do the same thing yourself. Roasted duck. I can be a real genius," Hua Chengyu thought excitedly. So, when no one noticed him, he took the duck and stole sneaking out the door, all the way to the Moncler Outlet Store. "Grandpa, can this duck go boom?" Hua Chengyu asked. Moncler Outlet Store. He looked at the duck and was still wondering in his mind. What kind of day is this? Ducks 1 minute, chickens the next. If you can boom, you can boom. Do you want to rattle or gas it? As soon as he heard the familiar question, the pop-up instantly went crazy with laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. I just came over from Su Chen's livestream, and I have a bad feeling after hearing that. What's wrong? What's wrong with this? The fans in Hua Changyu's live broadcast room didn't know what had just happened at the moment. Ha ha, you'll find out in a moment. I'm already looking forward to it. Flow first or laugh first? Ha 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 ha. This hand of Suchan's is called Zhang Taigong's fishing for those who wish to take the bait. Hana Sungwoo is not too familiar with the whole boom popcorn thing. He doesn't understand what it means to put a ring in it and what it means to put gas in it. Grandpa, that young man who just boomed a chicken from you, how did he get it? Hua Chengyu asked. He's letting it ring. Then let it ring, Hua Chengyu said firmly. Anyway, regardless of whether he understood it or not, following Su Chen would be the right thing to do. He has verified it with practice. Sure, put the ringer on? Moncler Outlet Store confirmed. Hua Chengyu nodded firmly. Sure, don't worry about getting it. Moncler, ha ha ha, the worst time Hua Chengyu has ever been punked. I'm not going to lie. I spewed out the rice I was eating when he asked if Moncler Outlet Store Su Chen was deflating or rattling. I wonder what Hannah's face will look like when she sees the duck coming out of the pot later. This show is so much fun. The laughs just keep coming. 10 minutes later. Bang! There was a loud bang. Hua Chengyu looked through the layers of white mist at the duck that had become crumbs inside the bag, asked the most painful question of his life. Grandpa, where's my duck? Chapter 19, Hotspur has the whitest legs. Ha 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 ha. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Originally I thought Su Chen's chicken was already at its peak, but I didn't realize that there was Hua Changyu's duck behind it. To be honest, when Su Chen's popcorn 3 cups of chicken failed, I thought he was going to be defeated, but I didn't expect him to save the day by virtue of his own strength. Not to mention that he also pitched a wave of Hana Sungyu in the process. Speak with rigor. How can this be Su Chen punking him? It's clearly him eavesdropping and then coming on his own. In front of the popcorn stand, Hana Sungwoo was in tears. Moncler Outlet Store innocent face. For this duck, Hana Sungwoo worked all morning, caught ducks and got a nasty bite. Results. Young man, this is the one you want to play loud. But I checked with you before, Moncler Outlet Store said. Hua Chengyu reacted at this moment and asked, what's the difference between rattling and deflating? Moncler? The pop-up heard the question and has been the first to give an answer. I'll answer this question, let it rattle and break easily. Let it gas and cook and eat. Ha 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 ha. Oh, what a painful realization. Ha ha ha. As if remembering when Su Chen asked this, I laughed my ass off. I didn't realize there was an upgraded version. On the spot, Moncler Outlet Store he replied to Hana Sungwoo with the same words. Why didn't you say so earlier? Grandpa, Hua Chengyu wailed. Didn't I tell you? Asked you to deflate or rattle. And you said rattle. I combined you just want to hear a ring for fun. Moncler Outlet Store still have that innocent face, but go full of comedy. Hua Chengyu was not Su Chen and did not have so many ghost ideas. Look at the big man in front of you, and the camera in front of you. Hana Sungwoo knows that this moment is difficult for the big Moncler Outlet Store, or else he will definitely be sprayed. Had to swallow it myself. So he got up lost in thought and walked back, only to take 2 steps, remember something violently and turn back. No Moncler, did a young man just boom a chicken at your place? Moncler Outlet Store yeah. Did he let off a rattle or a gas? Moncler Outlet Store play loud. Then how did he make his chicken? Moncler Outlet Online. I can't tell you. I promised the lad I'd keep it a secret. Confidentiality? Hua Changyu's eyes flickered with brilliance. There was indeed a problem. The southern one certainly didn't do it on its own. Thinking of this, Hua Chengyu hurriedly ran back to the small courtyard. I only saw that at this moment. Inside the courtyard, the table had already been set up. The other 6 guests had their dishes ready and set on top. Flower, you're finally back. Just waiting for you to start dinner, Koen said. Hotba looked to the empty plate in his hand. Flora, where's your roast duck? Hua Chengyu didn't reply, but walked over to Su Chen and asked. Su Chen, you didn't boom this chicken from where the grandpa at the door is, did you? His original intention was to pull Su Chen as a cushion. Since he didn't have his own duck anymore, Su Chen must have gotten this chicken from somewhere else. That would be out of line with the program. Doesn't that equate to neither of them making a dish? It's better to have someone with you than to be alone and humiliated. As for what to do if Su Chen didn't admit it, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Yeah, no. What he hadn't expected was that Su Chen had admitted it very painfully. Looking at the expressions of the other people on the scene, they didn't seem the least bit surprised by the result. Hua, this thing just Su Chen all told us. Especially amusing. That Moncler Outlet. Qin Shaoxian described the process in graphic detail. Everyone else had already heard it, but they were still laughing their asses off. Su Chen really laughed at me. I wish I had been there. Hotba said. Yeah, we both shouldn't have left so early and missed a good show. Yang Ni picked up. Right, thanks to Su Chen's resourcefulness. Coming up with such a good way to have a chicken without violating the rules. Lu Tianxian followed suit. Hearing all of their words in this sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Hua Qingyu's heart. He ran towards the outside without looking back. Flora, it's time to eat. What are you doing? A few people saw his disoriented appearance and worried that something had happened to him. They chased after him, only to see Hua Qingyu ran to the place where Moncler Outlet Store. The stall was already empty. Moncler Outlet Store closed. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Hua Qingyu looked up to the sky and wailed. A meal that the other 6 people ate, almost suffocating their internal injuries. Wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Only Hannah Songwoo, crying, had that empty plate in front of him. A moment of silence for his departed ducks. After dinner, the crew released a new assignment. Male and female guests choose each other's heartthrobs. After a successful match, you can date alone for a day. Where and what you go on a date is up to you. Of course, if the option doesn't work out, you'll have to stay with the farmhouse. Inside the small room, guests come in one at a time to vote. Su Chen happened to be first in line. Picking up the small card given by the program team, Su Chen rushed to the executive director and asked, "Can you pick 3? No, you can only choose one," the executive director said righteously. "Alright, 1 for 1. Su Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, is the program team worried about Su Chen messing up? So they let him be the first to pick. It feels like the program has changed the rules for Su Chen. Su Chen, stop. Leave some life for the other male guests. Don't you guys realize that Su Chen can only choose one? But it's still possible for all 3 female guests to choose Su Chen? Doesn't that mean that the person he chooses becomes the ultimate lucky one, and that's the only way to get out on a date?" As the audience in the live broadcast room speculated and anticipated, Su Chen looked at the card in his hand and became entangled. Who would be a good choice? He said to himself. Big Mimi's body is more voluptuous. Lu Tianxian's temperament is good, and Hatba has a good and cute personality, so it's really hard to choose. At this moment, Su Chen was like an emperor who was ready to flip his cards at night. After a moment's hesitation, he finally wrote a name on the card, Hatba, handing the card to the executive director. The other asked as per the process, "Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose Hatba?" "There's not much of a reason. The main thing is that, bar none, Hatba has the whitest legs," Su Chen said very naturally. Executive director, what are you talking about? Is this on the air? No, this is a ING live broadcast. Has been broadcast. Hey. The pop-ups were also silent for a full minute at this moment. Only then did it erupt like a mountain of noise. Goddamn, Hatba has the whitest legs. Su Chen is really daring to say that. Is that something that can be broadcast? This show is dangerous. Chapter 20, Taking Reba to wash her feet. Although I strongly agree with this, but absolutely dare not say it in public. This is not sprayed to death? Su Chen, what do you mean? Are you saying that Big Mimi and Lu Tianxian's legs are black? I'm going to cut this off and send it to Young Mi and Lu Tianxian's neckerchiefs. You kid, wait for the 2 of them to find you and settle the score. If Young Mi and Lu Tianxian knew about this, Su Chen would be in deep trouble. Women care about this the most. Regarding the pop-up screen, the discussion about Su Chen, he naturally didn't know and didn't care. Is he just being honest? The executive director was afraid that Su Chen would say something amazing again and hurriedly let him out. After a few other guests have been chosen in turn, the results are announced. Unsurprisingly, all 3 female guests still chose Su Chen. At this moment, they nervously waited for the result of Su Chen's choice. Although they usually called each other sisters, when it came to times like this, everyone didn't want to lose. Although the 3 female guests look lighthearted on the surface, their stiff limbs reveal their inner nervousness. Who exactly will Su Chen choose? Yangmi, if Su Chen doesn't pick me, he's dead. Lu Tianxian, I didn't even have much chance to interact with Su Chen today. Will he pick me or not? Reba, I wish Brother Southern would pick me. There's always a lot of good food after him. The executive director announces the results. Southern's choice is Hatba. At these words, Hatba jumped up and down with excitement. Yay! Great! Brother Su Chen, what kind of delicious food are we going to eat later? While Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian's faces instantly fell. TSK, 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 it's really a hell of a place on earth. I love this kind of fixer-upper. Big Mimi and Lu Tianxian have forgotten about expression management. They wouldn't be furious if they knew the reason why Su Chen chose Hoder. Ha ha, it's already on the hot seat. It's just a matter of time before the 2 of them know. At the moment, the scarf hot search above. Hashtag Hotbarb has the whitest legs. Hashtag. The phrase, high on the list. The following are respectively. Hashtag Inside Entertainment actresses who have the whitest legs. Hashtag. Hashtag Pawnee says Young Mimi's legs are black. Hashtag. The first couple of entries are all about this. It could be said that with his own strength, Su Chen had directly brought about a distorted atmosphere in the inner entertainment. You know, before this, There was no male star who dared to criticize female stars so boldly in public. When this kind of talk comes out, don't say you'll be sprayed to death by the general public. The fans of those actresses alone have clocked them right away on the hot seat. However, Su Chen's effect this time seemed to be a bit different. More and more. I like Su Chen's character that dares to speak the truth. No thanks to social cow Su Chen. Really daring to speak the truth. Saying that our Yang Mi legs aren't white? Attach a picture to prove it. Our Lu Tianxian isn't so bad. Okay? Attached. For a while, on the scarf hot search, it turned into a fighting field between Yang Mi, Lu Tianxian and Hotba. A picture of the competition was sent out by all the major station sisters. There are a lot of them that have never been released before. It can be said that Su Chen, with one sentence, let the majority of netizens. A great feast. Never mind the willingness. The rules of the program are what they are. Only Su Chen and Hotba succeeded in electing each other. And the other stars, all of them, could only continue to stay in the small courtyard. Su Chen brought Hotba to the door and took the car keys from the executive director's hand. At this moment, an SUV was parked in front of the small courtyard. It's the transportation for Southern and Hotba's date today. And to create an ambiguous atmosphere for the two, cameras were installed in the car. The camera brother will follow them in the car behind and film them when they get out of the car. Get in the car and buckle up. Hotba asked excitedly. Brother Su Chen, where are we going on a date? I heard there's a really good northeastern food in this side of town. Or, a fondue roast would be fine. The thought of all this being okay made Hotba's brow dance and her mouth water. I'm fine with whatever you decide to eat. But we can't just eat on our date. Su Chen followed the temptation. What are we going to do after dinner? Hotba's eyes rolled. How about going to the movies? There are no good movies. So go to the park? No fun. How about the playground? Too tacky. Several of Hataru's proposals were rejected by Su Chen. Hotba propped her little head up in some distress. So what's the point of going? I've never been in a relationship. I don't know where couples go on dates. And on Su Chen's face, a bad smile surged. I do have a good idea. What? Hotba was instantly intrigued. I'll take you to Foot Wash for a massage. Hot bar. What did I just hear? Southern is dating Hotba and is taking her to Foot Wash for a massage? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen. What a ing love ghost. Taking your girlfriend to Foot Wash City for a massage. How dare you? I just have to ask. Is this Foot Wash it decent? Love this piece. I now obey no one but Su Chen. I want to worship him as my teacher. Wake up upstairs. Su Chen's hand is okay for him to use. But other people use it to be single until they die. Inside the car, Hotba was also a little unresponsive. Foot Wash City? Massage? I don't think this place is too decent by any stretch of the imagination. Seeing Hataru's expression, Su Chen hurriedly explained. No, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about a regular massage. I didn't see that you've been in the countryside for the past few days and are quite tired, so I wanted to take you for a massage to relax. Hearing this, Hataru instantly dropped all her guard and moved. Thank you, brother Su Chen. You're so nice to me. After taking care of the hot bar, Su Chen was in a good mood and set off with a foot on the gas. Originally, he had thought that if he wanted to complete this system quest, he would have to wait until the end of this installment and go back to the city. But I didn't expect the show to be so cooperative and give myself the opportunity to go out on a date out of town. So you're going to put it to good use? It is not just to persuade the technician to go to graduate school. I Su Chen a mouth. Give them a Foot Wash City massage are persuaded into 985. 211. Isn't Hotba too good to be fooled like that? Not only did she agree, but she was quite touched. Now I finally know why Su Chen chose Reba. Whether her legs are white or not is secondary. The main thing is that Reba is good at cheating. That's right. If it were Boss Young, I guess he would have hooted up with a slap. Poor Hotba. I guess I have to help Su Chen count his money if he buys it. Just as Southern hummed a little tune and drove his car, taking Hotba to the town. A roar erupted from the small courtyard. Su Chen Yu. How is the old lady's leg not white? Chapter 21. The child is awarded to the ex-husband. Not long after Su Chen left with Hotba, Yang Mi was left alone and bored. So I turned on my phone and prepared to brush up on my bib and see what people had been saying about the show over the past few days. And then I saw the topic on the hot search, high up in the first place. After clicking in, it was Su Chen's underhanded face that rushed the camera. Chose Hotspur because she has the whitest legs. In an instant, Yang Mi's blood rushed up and fire attacked her heart, and so cried out the words, how the old lady's legs aren't white, completely forgetting that this moment is still on air and the cameraman is still filming with his machine. So the entire audience saw Young Mi's uncaring image in hysteria. Ha ha ha, Honey's focus is a bit strange. Sister Honey, be careful. Were you pooed by Su Chen? Is it so important for Su Chen to say that your legs are white or not? Sister Honey wouldn't really like Su Chen. Though the first day of the show saw 3 women vying for 1 man, but the viewers also know in their hearts that the reason why the 3 female guests chose to do so was entirely to be able to rub Su Chen's nose in the delicious food. But now that I saw Yang Mi's reaction, it seems like she's moving for real. In the middle of the room, the other guests heard Yang Mi's roar. KK, what did me just say? White legs? Is that sure it's something I can hear? Hannah Sungwoo, are all female celebrities so bold nowadays? Openly discussing such issues on the program? Qin Xiaoxian, Demimi seems to be very angry. Should Seven go over and take a look? Forget it, it's hard to go at this time and take advantage of the situation. Thus, among the 4, only Lu Tianxian heard the commotion and went over. Honey, what happened? Look, this guy Su Chen. He even said in front of the camera that the 2 of us don't have white enough legs. Lu Tianxian. Indeed it's too much. When Hataru comes back, we must compare. Lu Tianxian said seriously. The audience had thought that Lu Tianxian could be a little calmer than Yang Mi. As a result, she did not expect to say such a sentence after half a day of silence. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tianxian is laughing me to death. Her expression is so serious. It feels like Su Chen's words directly provoked the female guest's desire to win. When's the competition? I can't wait. Thanks to Southern for benefiting his fellow countrymen in general. Whether I see the legs or not is secondary. I mainly enjoy watching them play. Upstairs, I believe the hell out of you. The fishy storm in the small courtyard didn't blow over to Su Chen's side at all. He's already eating his meal with a hot bar at this point. The food was fondue. A steaming hot pot with freshly sliced lamb slices put into it and rolled, covered in sesame sauce and stuffed in your mouth. It was full of flavor and in a word, beautiful. Fragrant hot bar head without lifting his eyes, only focusing on low dry rice. So did Su Chen. These 2 are eating so much. They're making me look hungry. These 2 aren't here for a date. They're here too. I had thought that a solo date. Su Chen shows some charm. The result is that this brother's eyes are full of meat. This moment of effort are spinning 3 plates. Hotba is so beautiful. She can still keep her face when she eats like a wolf. Is this a beautiful woman? Finally, the 2 were fed and watered. Su Chen beckoned for the waiter to settle the bill. Sir, that's $380. Do you want to scan the code or swipe your card? Su Chen thought about it. Can I scrub the dishes? The little brother froze, not responding. Hataru immediately felt a little embarrassed and couldn't wait to immediately flee the scene, pretending that she didn't know Su Chen. Seeing little brother's dismay and Hataru's embarrassment, Su Chen had a smooth feeling of getting away with his mischief. So with a slight smile, he pulled out the payment code. Sweep the code. The little brother let out a long breath, feeling like he had met the biggest challenge of his career ever. Coming out of the restaurant, Su Chen couldn't wait to go to Foot Wash. Opening the review app, he searched for the closest one in the location and pulled Hotba right over there. As a result, he had just taken 2 steps out, only to see an older sister walking towards him, with a bunch of flyers in his hand and a determined gaze. He came at the 2 of them. Gentlemen, are you interested in holding an interest class for your child? Piano, dance, taekwondo, everything. The older sister was very enthusiastic. It's rather like they won't let them both go without enrolling in a class. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene and instantly recalled the horrible memories they had. I'll be damned. I'm most afraid of this kind of sales pitch, pulling you one way or the other. Yeah, last time I was dragged by an older sister for half an hour to talk, and I ended up shelling out money before I left. This is not a sales pitch. This is simply forceful buying and selling. But unfortunately, social terrorists like us are too embarrassed to refuse. I have experience. That is, when you meet this kind of person, never meet her eyes. 10 meters away. Go around. Never let her catch you. Experienced upstairs. Learned. Is this big sister's eyes bad? Su Chen and Reba are both so young. Do they look like they have children? At the moment, Hotba was a little nervous about facing her big sister who was pushing her sales pitch. And that big sister seemed to be able to see that Hataru was better than Su Chen and focused her fire on Hataru. Hotba helplessly cast a pleading look at Su Chen. As for Su Chen at this moment, he was very calm and spoke leisurely. Sister, I'm sorry. Her child was awarded to her ex-husband. At these words, big sister froze, and so did Hataru. The child was awarded to the ex-husband. How dare you say that? Hataru blushed sheepishly, and that big sister had very strong sales skills and immediately redirected her strategy. Turning his head, he asked Su Chen, so you wouldn't consider enrolling your child in one? A villainous smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I'm his stepdad. Do you think I'd pay for him to enroll in classes? Even if big sister's business skills were strong, she was somewhat overwhelmed by these 2 successive blows from Su Chen. Sorry to interrupt. Throwing that down, he fell away. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being Su Chen. Worthy of being a social humper. I'm convinced. The first time I've seen someone who can talk a sales pitch big sister into running away. Su Chen bull. This is called awesome Now look at the previous that is not right is to go around or what The real warrior is to face the sales pitch big sister. Ha ha ha, goddamn child awarded to ex-husband. What's in Su Chen's head? So funny this part. Next time I'm going to say the same thing. It's so good to think about. Don't tell me. Just now. Su Chen's evil smile. The villain's feeling scratched up. It feels like he should be pretty good at acting as well. The know-it-all director has already handed over the book. Expect Su Chen to play the villain. Chapter 22 Persuade the technician to take the exam. You are still a person. After her big sister left, Hotaru was just getting over the shock of what she had just been through. Su Chen, how can you say that I have kids and an ex-husband? Hotba stomped her foot angrily. If I don't say that, can big sister leave? Su Chen reasoned. Okay, let's go. Take you to foot wash for a massage. After saying that, Su Chen didn't care if Hotaru was angry or not, and hurriedly walked towards the car. Hotba wasn't really angry, mostly because saying that in front of the camera made her a little shy. I'm guessing this segment will be used by a number of marketing numbers for malicious editing. By then, the dark information that you are divorced with a baby is going to be all over the place. But putting that aside, Hotaru thought it was quite interesting to recall what Su Chen had just looked like. Forget it, I stand up straight in my own line. Let the hacks talk if they want to. At the thought, Hotba followed with light footsteps. After getting into the car, it was obvious that Su Chen had a look of excitement on his face. I just want to ask, Su Chen, this foot washing city, he really decent? Ha ha, proper or improper? Won't we know in a while? I think with Su Chen's character, he definitely can't go to a proper foot washing town. I hope he won't let me down. A few moments later, Su Chen's car stopped in front of a foot washing town. Just see that the place is lavishly decorated, and at first glance it's very proper. There was a loud cry of disappointment from the audience. No way. Su Chen really came to a proper foot washing town? This doesn't fit my perception of Su Chen. Maybe Su Chen just wants a massage to relax. We're the ones thinking too much. What's the point of a proper massage? I'm going next door to see Big Mimi. I heard she knows about Southern's comment about Hot Barb's legs being white. Yeah, take me one. Instantly, quite a few people in Su Chen's live room ran to the other guests' live rooms. After all, they all thought that Su Chen and Hotba were just here for a massage. It's certainly a nice thing to press yourself, but watching someone else do it is so much less fun. Su Chen's side walked in with Hot Bar, and immediately a waiter greeted him. Find 2 technicians, the ones with the highest education. Su Chen rushed at the waiter. Okay, brother. The waiter agreed painfully, and only halfway through his sentence did he react to the fact that something was wrong. People come to massage for the best technique. Did this brother just say that? Is looking for the most educated? Is this massage still tied to education? But the customer is God, and since people have this kind of request, they should try their best to fulfill it. Brother, the highest education is college. Do you think it's possible? No problem. Su Chen nodded and followed the waiter to the private room. Ha ha ha, it's really Su Chen. Looking for a mechanic, this requirement is different from others. What? Su Chen still have education discrimination? I graduated from elementary school to press bad feet? Are all mechanics so rolled up these days? They all require a degree now? Feeling humiliated about graduating from middle school, Su Chen and Hotba changed their clothes and returned to their private room. Waiting for the mechanic to arrive, Hotba asked quietly, Su Chen, why are you looking for a high education? You'll know in a moment. Su Chen mysteriously sold a secret. It made Hotba even more curious. Not long after, the mechanic came in. It was 2 small, weak-looking girls. As soon as she saw Su Chen, the girl said, Brother, I have a college degree, graduated from XX Vocational and Technical School. I don't have my diploma with me today. You see? Su Chen waved his hand. It's okay, you don't need a diploma. People still need to trust each other. Then good brother, our service today will begin. The technique said and began to press Su Chen's feet. Ha ha ha, this mechanic is also very uptight. And he doesn't have his diploma with him. This is a really good service. I'm going to experience it afterward. I'd like to see the difference in this highly educated skill. The technical skills were good, and Su Chen pressed very comfortably, but he still hadn't forgotten his original purpose. Been having a conversation with Tech about some parental stuff. When the time was almost right, Su Chen cleared his throat and spoke. Sis, that's a nice maneuver. Have you ever thought about getting a graduate degree? As the words fell, the girl obviously did not expect the second half of Su Chen's sentence, and exerted a force under her hand. Su Chen sat up straight in pain. Sister, gently, you're so close to sending me away. Oh, I'm sorry brother. What did you just say? Let me go to graduate school? The girl confirmed. Su-chen laid back down again and said in a serious manner. Yeah, look at you maneuvering so well and so young. Should have taken the time to learn more. A famous person once said that life isn't worth living without a test. Dialect, younger sister. Bewildered by Su-chan's uplifted look, she even wondered if she had lived the first 20 years of her life wrong. The technician who was giving Hotba a foot massage overheard their conversation and couldn't hold back a giggle. But in the way of professionalism, he could only keep his head down and force himself to hold back. It was just a shame that the shaking shoulders had given her away. Hotba was feeling one thing at the moment, and that was very embarrassed. In other places, Su-chen's social cow behavior was just fine. Now there were only the four of them in this cramped booth. And it's still a while before the service is over. So how can she stay? Su-chen. Stop it, Hotba whispered. Su-chen, on the other hand, was all but oblivious, and turned his cannon fire on the technician of the hot bar. Sis, don't just laugh. It's not just her. I think you should take one too. That girl's face reddened with laughter, and only half a day later did she raise her head and reluctantly say, Brother, I'm a mechanic. What's the point of going to graduate school? How is it not useful? Of course it's useful, Su-chen retorted. Just think, when you come back from grad school, you'll be the most educated mechanic in the whole store. By virtue of one man's ability to pull up the educational level of the entire mechanic profession. You say it works. These two technicians, at this moment, looked at each other, as if they were somewhat moved by Su-chen's words. A moment later, they asked, is it hard for Big Brother to study for the exam? The pop-ups are laughing like crazy at this point. I knew that it wouldn't be so simple for Su-chen to come to a proper massage parlor, and he even advised the technician to go to graduate school. Is this something a human being can do? I'm really a small knife pulling skinned eyes today, opening my eyes, laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. These two technicians can't really be talked down to by Su-chen. Persuading a mechanic to go to a good family, pulling a good family down. Su-chen, you're doing all the virtuous things. Upstairs, pulling the good family down. He hasn't done it yet. Why am I kind of looking forward to it, ha ha ha. Chapter 23 Boss, I want to go to graduate school. Southern is still continuing to utilize his social humongous attributes, rushing the two mechanics with a flurry of output. The benefits that come with studying for the exams are put into perspective. The two mechanics were also listening in awe. Look at that, completely convinced. Until the service time was over, the two technicians got up reluctantly. That, brother, can I add you a wiener? Send me that exam study material you were talking about before. One of the technicians said. Yes, brother, I also want to add one. I'll have to trouble you with any problems later. The other one also hurriedly followed. No problem. Su-chen very painfully picked up his cell phone and added the prestige of the two technicians. Hotba, who was on the sidelines, saw this and was a bit taken aback. She waited until the mechanic was gone. Brother Su-chen, people don't even have your prestige, and it's clearly stipulated in their store that you can't add a technician privately. Hearing Hataru's words, Su-chen smiled faintly. It's not like I took the initiative to add them, and besides, we're adding wizards here to help them learn. Come on, it's just as well we both added to it. As soon as Hotba heard the second half of the sentence, she forgot how upset she had just been and joyfully pulled out her cell phone. I go. Su-chen can Not only did he really talk the technician into his heart, but he also managed to get people to take the initiative to add his prestige. Those two technicians won't really be fooled by Su-chen into going to graduate school. Will go to graduate school is not certain, but Su-chen's purpose can be achieved. Want to add technician prestige is not an easy thing. That's just it. The last time I asked for a raise, I couldn't get one after grinding. Hotba even took the initiative to add Su-chen's prestige. I admit I'm sour. Changing clothes, the two men went to the bar to settle the bill. He was about to scan the code when he heard a familiar voice from the office behind the bar. Manager, we both want to take a vacation. What's the vacation for? Go to buy a book. Buy a book? Oh, don't you want to buy some books on acupressure points, massage, or something like that to study? No, we both want to go to graduate school. The camera brother was holding a miniature device right now, recording around Southern and Hotba. This conversation was perfectly recorded on the air. The audience was surprised and amused to hear it. I go. No, these two sisters were really fooled by Su-chen? Sis, wake up. Graduate students don't always make as much as you guys these days. Su-chen, you've done a lot of harm. You can't say that. People might be better off when they get in. It's always right to learn more. Su-chen, this is not considered a piece of merit. But how can it not be considered harmful? Don't care how you say it. Su-chen is pulling out all the stops with this wave of program effects. At this moment, the director's room. The chief director was also frequently holding his forehead when he saw this scene. Su Chen really managed to bring the entire wind direction of the program askew by his own strength. It's okay to let you go on a date alone when you go to foot wash, and you're advising a technician to go to graduate school? If people's bosses knew about it, they'd come after the show. The assistant director on the side saw the scene and said helplessly, "Director, I told you, I should have stopped him just now when he was about to go to foot wash." The director had an innocent look on his face. "I wasn't thinking that the audience would love it. It's more of a show. To say that the program's effect is indeed not bad," the assistant director said, pointing to the data on that big screen, only to see the Su Chen's live broadcast room. The number of people had already exceeded 10 million. The overall numbers are well ahead of a large chunk of all live variety shows. In other words, broken records. At the same time, Su Chen looked like he had a monthly subscription on the Bib hotspot. The top spots these days are all hot content related to him. At the moment, the top 2 hot searches are #persuasive technician exam #, Southern show's effect is full #, Su Chen's company, C Entertainment Brokerage, the big boss, Gao Ming, has just returned from abroad. At this moment, in the conference room, all the agents were sitting together, giving their bosses a report on their work during this period. "Boss, Weiwei's new drama is airing well. The ratings have already broken too, and it's still on the rise. Boss, Yi's concert has been held twice now, and once the tickets were opened, they were sold out, and the scalped tickets have been speculated to 6 figures. Boss." Listening to the happy news of one of his company's artists, Gao Ming's face was gradually colored with a smile, but when he looked at Su Chen's agent, Sister Qin, his smile instantly disappeared. His company's artists each have strong businesses and good reputations. Only this Su Chen, who had a drooping face all day long, couldn't even say 2 words. On the contrary, this Sister Qin was still bent on thinking that he had potential and had put a lot of effort into him. Company and Su Tatsu's contract is due to expire at the end of the year. Gomez had already made up his mind not to renew his contract after it expired. Hurry up and get rid of this hot potato of Su Chen. Xiao Qin na. Didn't Su Chen recently go to a love variety show? How was the effect? It's still okay. Anyway, the hot searches are not less. Sister Qin replied. On the hot seat? Gao Ming's face instantly turned ugly. I knew it. This kid's character is going to be scolded to death when he's on Love Song. Just hurry up and let him come back at the end of this period. And just arrange some insignificant announcements for him before he terminates his contract. Gao Ming slapped the table and said. However, Sister Qin stood up and walked over to Gao Ming with her computer. Boss, don't be in a hurry. It's better to look at what Su Chen made hot. On the computer screen was a video made by Qin. It recorded all the hot content from Su Chen's first day on the program to today. The first hashtag Southern Social Humans. This was followed by Su Chen's performance as a social cow at the reunion, and a waterfall of favorable comments from the audience. Article 2 hashtag Su Chen penetrated the first person of the village head intelligence station hashtag. The video is of Su Chen telling the grandpa and grandma about Rampage at the entrance of the village. Unsurprisingly, another waterfall of positive reviews. Hashtag Where's Southern's Chicken? Hashtag Su Chen persuaded the technician to take the exam hashtag. Waiting for the hot searches one by one presented in front of Gomez's eyes. The content of the ensuing video also made Gao Ming's eyes widen. This kid, is he still the social terrorist Su Chen who always had a stern face and never spoke more than 3 sentences? This was a bit of a gap from the Su Chen he knew. Watching the video, Su Chen's various social bull actions, Gao Ming's frown gradually stretched, and the curve of his mouth grew wider and wider. It's so much fun. How does this kid come up with these ideas? Sister Qin on the side observed Gao Ming's reaction and already had a bottom in her heart. Boss, not only that, Su Chen's scarf followers have risen by several million in the past few days. There are also quite a few advertisers looking for Su Chen to endorse. Chapter 24, Do you want to be ashamed to take the locksmith to the secret room? There are also a couple of movie scripts that also name Su Chen as the male lead. But, when she said this, Sister Qin deliberately paused for a moment. Gao Ming hurriedly looked up and asked, But what? But Su Chen's contract is about to expire. You also said before that it will not be renewed. Are we not taking on any of these resources? Hearing this, Gao Ming slapped the table. Not taking it? Why don't you take such a good resource? Who said the contract was up for renewal? Did I? An artist with such potential and strength as Su Chen is exactly what we need at High Entertainment. Prepare the contract now, and renew Su Chen's contract when he finishes this episode. Sister Qin couldn't hide the smile on her face. She cleared her throat, trying to look less excited. Then this price. The price is good. Double. No. Triple the original. If Su Chen doesn't think it's enough, we can talk again. Xiao Qin I'll leave this matter to you. You must keep Su Chen for me. I'll give you a bonus when the time comes. Alright, all of you withdraw. This computer stays. I'll take a good look at. A good study of Su Chen's performance in the past few days. The agents retreated, and Gao Ming held his computer, grinning, and began to watch the replay of Su Chen's live broadcast. Sister Qin, who walked out of the conference room, looked back through the glass, only to see Gao Ming laughing and applauding at the same time. Sure enough, no one could escape Southern's social awesome disorder. Su Chen was completely unaware of the battle of wits between Sister Qin and her boss. Having accomplished his mission, he was in a beautiful state of mind at the moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining the reward, Divine Folk Rap Skill. New mission released, take the locksmith to an escape room. Quest reward, Divine Oboe Technique. Nice guy. Not bad for a social hummer system. The quests posted here are simply more perverted than one another. However, after the experience of the first few missions, Su Chen had gradually adapted to this rhythm. Take the oboe master to play escape room. That is not a simple thing. Su Chen, I'm so hungry. Can we eat something before we go back? Just as Su Chen's attention was focused on the system's new quest, Hotba spoke up from behind. Good lord, it's only 2 or 3 hours after lunch, and the two of them just pressed a foot. And Hot Barb is hungry? The foodie attributes live up to their name. You're hungry too fast. It's only been more than 2 hours since you ate. Su Chen spat out. However, just as these words were said, a grumble could be heard as someone's stomach growled. Hotba looked puzzled. Not mine. The cameraman sweeps the camera over the faces of the two men, using the language of the camera to bring about a suspenseful effect. Whose stomach is growling again? However, this atmosphere of suspense didn't last long, because the person in question confessed straight away. It's mine, Su Chen said loudly. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. I was just spitting on Hot Barb and then my own stomach growled. Su Chen's stomach is quite good at cooperating. Ha ha, I declare this belly the MVP. Su Chen is the god of variety possessed, right? How can he have a stunt in everything he does? Su Chen, who had been spat on 1 second and then slapped in the face the next, was not the least bit flustered at the moment. Indeed, it's been over 2 hours. It's time to get hungry. What shall we eat? Unsurprisingly, the pop-ups were now cursing Su Chen for double standard. As soon as Hotba turned her head, she saw a Western restaurant next to her. Through the large floor-to-ceiling glass, you could see that the inside was elegant, and near the bed sat a chubby older brother with a very sumptuous table. Steaks, salads, and wine are all available. I think his looks good. I just don't know if it's good, Hotba said as she pointed. That's fine, Su Chen said painfully, then took out his cell phone and put his head down in a flurry of action. Got it. Su Chen is searching review sites, as is my habit, to see if a place is good or not. Search for it on a review site first. Actually, review sites aren't allowed nowadays. So many of them are brushed with positive reviews. I stepped on it last time. However, the netizens are still too naive. Only a few moments later, Su Chen took his cell phone and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling glass of that restaurant, stopped in front of Big Brother Chubby and knocked on the window. Big Brother froze. With that, Su Chen raised his own cell phone and pressed it against the glass. Just see what it says. Brother, is this store good? The elder brother glanced at it and was instantly enlightened, taking out his own cell phone and typing 2 words, holding it up for Su Chen to see. General. Su Chen nodded and waved his hand inside. Thank you Big Brother, then gushed at Hotba. Big Brother says it's average. Let's change the house. At this moment, Hotba and the camera elder brother have been stumped. They hadn't even reacted yet. And this set of Su Chen's maneuvering line was already over? Want to know if a restaurant is good or not, but also like this? Su Chen's social humbug attribute really refreshed their knowledge again and again. We're still too naive. Reviewing software? That wouldn't be Su Chen's character. Learned? Learning to scrap. Really admire Su Chen's courage. Really, if it were me, I wouldn't have dared to say anything about going straight over and tapping on the glass to ask, just for fear of being rejected. Strongly requesting Su Chen to open a training course to teach him the attributes of a social humbug. Got it, this store is not good. Make a note not to go there in the future. It feels like the show is dangerous. This store won't come to them for reputation fees after seeing it. After Su Chen's efforts, and after inquiring about 5 or 6 more stores, he finally found a restaurant that had good customer reviews. Sure enough, the dishes were very stunning when they came up. Even Hotba, who has eaten all the food, exclaimed that it was delicious. When the two had eaten and drank their fill, Hotba rubbed her bulging belly. Su Chen, your move is really good. This restaurant is really good. I'm going to have to use your method when I'm looking for a restaurant from now on. However, after saying that, Hotba thought about it. She falls into the category of having learned with her eyes but not her mouth. Without Su Chen's attribute of this social cow, she couldn't open her mouth to ask not to mention asking 5 or 6 in a row. It wasn't until it was dark that Su-chan returned to the small courtyard with hot bar. Su-chan hummed a song and was having fun when he saw the inside of the courtyard. The two people, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, stood there like two door gods. I don't know if it's my own illusion. How do I feel that inside the eyes of the two of them, there's a hint of a murderous aura? Sister honey, Sister Tianxian, I'm back. Hataru ran over happily. Chapter 25, Look at the black silk. Hotba, you go back to the house first. This is a personal grudge that Su-chan and I only see to settle. Yang Mi said with an angry face. Once Hotba took a look at the situation, it really wasn't something she could get involved in. Turning back to Su-chan, he said with the shape of his mouth, good luck. Then he turned and slipped into his room. Seeing this scene, Su-chan spat in his heart. This Hotba is too inconsiderate to just leave herself out? Not afraid of being silenced by her honey sister? But, why is the big honey angry? Su-chan couldn't figure it out. Hey, Big Mimi, what's up? Is it because today's meal at home isn't good and you're hungry? Su-chan said with a smile. Without speaking, Yang Mi stomped to the door of her room and opened it. Come in and talk. When she finished, she turned her head to look at Tenzin. Tianxian, I'll settle the grudge with first. You wait for me to finish before you clean him up. Lu Tianxian's temper wasn't as short-tempered as Boss Yang's. Seeing Yang Mi so aggressive, and not daring to say more, he nodded and went to his room. Su-chan looked towards Yang Mi's room. Big Mimi, it's not good for you and me to be alone, is it? His mouth said it was bad, but his face was a look of great anticipation and eagerness to try. Ha ha ha, Su-chan, what are you thinking again? No matter what Su-chan is thinking, I'm already thinking the wrong way anyway. To be treated so well? Being asked by Boss Yang on his own initiative to enter the house? Then next time I'll also say that Boss Yang's legs aren't white. Ha ha ha. Yang Mi seemed to be really angry, and was unmoved by Su-chan's playfulness in the face. Su-chan rubbed his hands together. Alright, since you took the initiative to invite me so much, Boss Yang, wouldn't you be disgraced if I refused? Then I'll go in reluctantly. As Su-chan walked into the room, Yang Mi closed the door with a bang, leaving the other fellow cameraman all the way out. It didn't matter though. Each of them had cameras installed inside their rooms, except for the bathroom. It can be said to be 360 degrees. After the door to the room was closed, inside this room, Su-chan and Yang Mi were the only two people left. Yang Mi approached towards Su-chan's direction, step by step. Big Mimi, are you in such a hurry? There can be cameras inside this room. We'll be live in front of a national audience like this. Su-chan joked. Don't be so playful with me. Tell me how my legs aren't white anymore. Yang Mi questioned. So it was because of this. Su-chan suddenly realized. Let me explain, Big Mimi. I'm not saying your legs are dark. I'm saying you're just not that white compared to Hot Barb. Yang Mi had thought that Su-chan would say something nice to coax her. She wasn't so angry about it. So, you're still saying my legs aren't white enough? You, Su-chan, why are you so annoying? Yang Mi was on the verge of crying with anger. Don't, Boss Yang. Does this everyone have different merits? Although your legs are not white enough. But you're saying that. Su-chan looked towards Yang Mi's fruit, and the meaning was already obvious. Yang Mi was instantly shy and hurriedly blocked her hands in front of her. Where are you looking? Rascal! I'm not trying to praise your merits for fear of your inferiority complex. Su-chan spread his hands with an innocent face. The pop-ups are laughing like crazy at this point. Ha ha ha. Su-chan is simply bouncing madly on Boss Yang's minefield. People were already angry. You don't talk about legs in 3 sentences. You're afraid that you want to be angry with Boss Yang before you're satisfied. But Su-chan is indeed right. Boss Yang's body is still very capable of fighting. Each has its own merits. Moments later, Su-chan was pushed out of the room by Yang Mi. Watching the door to the room slam shut in front of him, Su-chan shrugged. Can't even tell the truth these days? It's really a woman's heart. After saying that, he turned around in style and prepared to go back to his room. However, there was still a difficult hurdle to cross before him. As he passed by Lu Tianxian's room, the door to her closed room creaked open. Su-chan, can you come in for a moment? Lu Tianxian's attitude was a lot milder than Yang Mi's. After she said that, she turned around and went in first. Southern was in the doorway, rushing to the camera. Tell me what kind of day it is today. Big Mimi and Lu Tianxian have taken the initiative to invite me into the house. It's impossible not to go. Hey, men, sometimes it's a sin to be too good. As he said this, he stroked his hair in a fussing manner. Be as dejected as you want. Ha 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 ha. We just admire Su-chan for this mentality. Obviously being raised as an accusation, living to be made into an ambiguous invitation by him. If this kind of thing had been left to others, it would have become an emergency public relations incident, but as a result, it was brought to life by Su-chan for comedic effect. Just kidding, that's Su. Social humor. Tatsu, you think this is a joke? Very much looking forward to what sparks Su Chen and Lu Tianxian will collide. Approaching Lu Tianxian's room, there was an aroma that hit his nose. It's mind-blowing. Worthy of being a heavenly fairy, this room is similar to a fairy daughter's boudoir. Although Su Chen talked dejectedly outside, Lu Tianxian's character was more introverted. Unlike Yang Mi, who looks angry but can actually afford to joke around. Plus, Su Chen had a divine sister filter on Lu Tianxian, so he converged quite a bit. Seeing that Su Chen didn't say anything, Lu Tianxian didn't know why, but she actually became a little nervous as well. The words of questioning that he had prepared earlier could not be uttered at this moment. After the two looked at each other speechlessly for a moment, Lu Tianxian could not bear to speak first. You don't have to be so formal. Just treat me like you would anyone else. Hearing this, Su Chen cleared his throat, and even his limbs relaxed as he confirmed. Is it really just as good as treating anyone else? Lu Tianxian nodded. So, can we see the black silk? Saying that, Su Chen's eyes glanced towards Lu Tianxian's legs. What are you saying? Lu Tianxian was ashamed and anxious. Her face instantly turned red. Wasn't it you who said for me to treat you as I would anyone else? And I just say what I want to say to anyone else. Look at the black silk is what I want to say the most right now. Su Chen's expression was extremely innocent. It even gave Lu Tianxian the illusion for a moment that she was the one who was wrong. I thought you said my legs weren't as white as Hotpa's. So why did you ask me to look at black silk? Being furious with Su Chen, Lu Tianxian didn't think past his head and blurted out such a sentence. It's because the legs are not white that we have to look at the black silk. If the legs are white, directly look at the legs not on the line, Su Chen said with a straight face. As for Lu Tianxian at this moment, he was already about to explode with anger. Chapter 26, Literary and Cultural Performances. Chapter 26, Arts and Culture Show. Bang! With a loud slam of the door, Su Chen was once again driven out of the room. Only this time it was driven by Lu Tianxian. Women! What a contradiction! Can't read. You say yes or no, big brother? After Su Chen shook his head in evaluation, he also turned back to solicit the approval of his camera elder brother. Big brother camera, I don't know how. I can't get in outside. Ha 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 ha. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Su Chen. It's like a fighting force in a straight man of steel. On how to say one sentence that pisses off Boss Yang and Lu Tianxian. Goddamn, look at the black silk. Su Chen, this brain in the end are thinking what? Who doesn't want to see Lu Tianxian's black silk? Only Su Chen is the only one who dares to say this out loud. At night, the whole village was quiet. Even the big rooster in the yard is asleep. Yang Mi finished her shower and stood in front of the mirror, violently ringing Su Chen's words. So he couldn't help but look toward the mirror and be proud of himself. This kid doesn't seem to be wrong. I do have a pretty good body. Next, in Lu Tianxian's room, before she went to bed, all the shots were covered up with a towel. At that point, she ghosted over to her suitcase and rummaged through her black silk. While it's true that my legs aren't as white as Hataru's, I definitely don't lose when I wear black silk. In the next second, she hastily threw the black silk in her hand. What are you thinking about? Sleep. Meanwhile, in an office building in the imperial capital, in the Hongqing Entertainment Company, Lu Tianxian's mother and manager, her face was grim at the moment. Ever since Lu Tianxian joined the program, Lu Xiaoli has been guarding the live broadcast room the entire time, fearing that his daughter would do something inappropriate on the show or rumor with other male celebrities. Just now, when she saw the scene where Su Chen wanted to look at the black silk, she was so angry that her face turned blue. How could one's own precious daughter be molested like that? No! I must go to Su Chen's agency tomorrow and get a good argument. You can't let Su Chen affect your daughter's popularity. Cackling. With the crowing of a rooster, another morning dawns in the small village. Su Chen yawned and walked out of the room, thinking to myself, I wonder what the show is going to come up with today to toss the big guy. Walking out into the small courtyard, he found that both Hataru and Yang Mi were already up. It's sunning itself in the yard right now. Good morning, brother Southern. Reba greeted enthusiastically. Good morning, Hotba. Morning, Big Mimi. Humph. Yang Mi snorted coldly, ignoring Su Chen. And Su Chen didn't care at all. Found a chair and sat down, following the sun. At that moment, Lu Tianxian walked out of the room. After Su Chen swept a glance, he instantly sat up straight, because today, Lu Tianxian wore a small skirt, and underneath with it, was black silk. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, Lu Tianxian seemed a little uncomfortable. Pretend to fan the ducks with your hands. It's a bit hot today. It's cooler to wear a dress. Hotba is straight talking. It's not hot. I think it's still a bit cool in the morning. Be careful you don't freeze. Tianxian's sister. Cough cough. Hotba, why are you so unintelligent? when someone else's heavenly fairy says it's hot. It's hot. Su Chen rushed at Reba and criticized, then turned his head to Lu Tianxian's black silk. Wearing a skirt is a good choice. It does cool off. With one sentence, Lu Tianxian's face turned red again. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, are you sure you're talking about the skirt? Thank you, Su Chen, for filling the brother's eyes. The little black silk. No, the little dress is so pretty. To have benefits when you open your eyes early in the morning. Su Chen is truly a model for our generation. Strongly requesting Su Chen to open a class and teach the stance. With several of the guests all up, the executive director came out into the courtyard. There was also a mission card in his hand. Yo, the director is here? How are you going to toss us guys around today? Su Chen asked. The executive director smiled awkwardly. Why do you always tell the truth? It's not called tossing. It's obviously to spice up your lives. He. Then I thank you on behalf of the big guys. Su Chen arched his hand and joked. The rest of them all gathered around when they heard a mission being announced. Today's task is for the 7 guests to combine their efforts to put on a cultural show in the village. All villagers who come to watch can rate, and the guest with the highest rating will be rewarded with ingredients from the program. When I heard about the cultural show, everyone was disinterested. Like this. And, as soon as they heard that there was an ingredient reward, the crowd immediately came into the spirit. Especially Hotba, a foodie, but rather happy. Ingredient rewards? I have to be in first place then. Hua Changyu and Koan were also very much looking forward to this moment. The two of them, one a singer and the other singing and dancing raps, were worried about finding a chance to show off their specialties. Well, here's the opportunity. The Su Chen of the past few days could be said to have made a splash. And this time, it was finally their turn to be on their home turf. Hua Changyu, once I sing this song, won't these female guests all be mesmerized? Kunai, when I do this little dance, that whole thing is just glamorous. As for Su Chen, they had all seen his stage before. Singing off-key and dancing smoothly with abductions, so to speak, can't hold a candle to them at all. The executive director left after announcing the rules. A few people started talking about their programs. I can do a folk dance. The multi-talented Hotba quickly settled on the talent she wanted to perform. And Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian fretted. Neither of them had any special talents and their singing was average. Sister Honey, Sister Tianxian, why don't you two dance with me as well? Didn't the director say that we can form a team? Hotba invited. But we both don't know how to dance either. Lu Tianxian fretted. It's okay, it's easy. I'll teach you a few moves later and you'll be up and running in no time. Hotba said. Alright then, let's give it a try. Yang Mi decided to. Hana Sung-woo went back to his room to prepare the song on his own. The kunai is also picking out which song is appropriate to sing and dance with. Qin Shaoxian walked over to Su Chen at this moment and asked, Su Chen, what program are you going to put out? Do you want to do a comedy with me? In the face of Qin Shaoxian's invitation, Su Chen refused without hesitation. He has his own plans. After all, his own system reward of 100 country gold songs hadn't been put to use so far. Looking at Hua Changyu and Koan's hesitant and determined look, Su Chen felt that they were still too young. In the countryside, they can't eat that way. Chapter 27, the director's team asks for help. Chapter 27, the director's team asks for help. While the others were nervously preparing for the program, Su Chen was the only one leisurely sunbathing in the courtyard. Qin Shaoxian couldn't find a suitable partner, so he had to prepare a monologue. He was still very confident in this talent of his. After all, the rural Moncler Jackets outlet do not like to listen to a comedy songs and so on. That said, the monologue was a little less effective than the duo, but it would be easy to beat the other guests. Thinking of this, Qin Shaoxian looked through the window at Su Chen, who was looking out at the mountain sun, and shook her head helplessly. This Su Chen, let him and I together to say comedy and still not happy. Originally brother can take him to fly. On the program side, they are also starting to prepare for the evening's cultural performance. The place they chose was under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, the location of the intelligence center. After all, this place is the centerpiece of the entire village and the grounds are spacious. While Su Chen was basking in the sun and was about to fall asleep in a daze, the chubby executive director hurried in from outside. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen ghostly opened his eyes. What? The Goosewood War broke out? Ha? The executive director stared at his question and scratched his head. Yeah, I didn't watch the news this morning. Puff. Yang Mi, who was passing by, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Chen was insinuating that you were on fire. Not really exploding. Look at this cleverness of Boss Yang. How did you become a director? Did you graduate from elementary school? When Su Chen complimented Yang Mi, he spat at the executive director in passing. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off at how nerdy and dorky this executive director is. The first time I saw a guest teasing and spitting on the crew like this on the show. It's probably only Soo-chan who can do it. Soo-chan is also too humorous. Ha ha, goddamn Goosedock war broke out? It feels like the executive director is pretty funny to take it seriously. 2. Soo-chan even complimented Big Nini. But Big Nini seems to have forgotten about being angry with Soo-chan yesterday. Soo-chan looked at the executive director. Somewhat helpless. It was as if he'd gotten so sidetracked by himself that he'd forgotten to get to the point. Looking for me for what? Soo-chan took the initiative to ask. Oh, right. The executive director tapped his head. Would like to ask you to come over and do me a favor. Help? What favor can I do? Soo-chan said this on his lips. The sitting position gradually became arrogant. Legs forked and stretched out as far as they would go. The whole person spread out against the chair. Quite a grandpa. The executive director had a request to make and could only say in a gentle manner. I thought we were going to set up a stage at the entrance to the village. But the Amazons there said no. Now the work can't go on. So it was this. Soo-chan smiled in his heart. Are you kidding me? That's the village information center. Such an important place, and you're just going to take it over? Auntie Wang, Auntie Lee, and Lu Guifan that definitely can't agree. Young. Still too young. This thing Soo-chan stretched his tone. It's not easy. Pretending to be difficult. He shook his head. The executive director wasn't considered stupid enough to react immediately. Surely we can't let Chen help for nothing. Why don't we add 2 good dishes for everyone tonight? Soo-chan was silent. Then, give you a prop card to make any request you want to the show. There's only so much I can do within my purview. Brother Tatsu. The executive director was very sincere in his attitude. Looking at the prop card he handed over, Soo-chan knew that this stuff was going to be in the later installments of the show. It's only available through the various tasks of the program. Although he couldn't use it for the time being, there would definitely be a time later when it would be useful. So he yanked the card as soon as he could and slipped it into his pocket. It doesn't matter if it's stuck or not. I'm mostly trying to help the show out. Hurry up and get out of the way. After saying that, he walked towards the front with his hands behind his back. Ha ha ha, watching a variety show feels like I've learned a workplace survival manual. Soo-chan is too amusing. The main reason is to help the program group out. How can you say that? It feels like this executive director is powerless in front of Soo-chan. It kind of hurts him. The executive director is like me in the workplace. If only I had Soo-chan's thick skin. Upstairs, how can you talk? Our brother Chen that's called social skills. How can you call it thick skin? Wandered all the way to the big acacia tree at the information station at the entrance of the village. They only saw that they were arguing with the staff of the program, led by Auntie Wang and Auntie Lee. No, I should say it's a one-sided output from the big moms. These staff members of the program are young people. Faced with the strong output of these Amazons, they were said to be powerless and could not even interject. Sprayed gray and wilted. Heartache. The crew for a second. These Amazons are so strong. When Soo-chan told them stories before, I felt that the Amazons were all kind. Why are they looking so scary now? Ha ha, that means it's still Soo-chan who has a way of conquering the Amazons. I thought it was okay before, but when I compare it like this, I feel that Soo-chan does have a bull's nose, and can get such difficult Amazons to be obedient. Looking forward to how Soo-chan will take care of the Amazons next. At the scene, the Amazons were on fire, each one arguing with a red face and a loud voice. The others who had rushed to the scene at the sound of the noise gradually joined the fray, and the scene was somewhat out of control. Just then, Soo-chan clapped his hands. Ahem, Auntie Wang and Auntie Lee. As soon as his words fell, the fire from the Amazons stopped, and they all turned their heads to look at Soo-chan. In an instant, as if they had changed their faces, their expressions instantly changed from anger to heaps of smiles. Soo-chan lad, you're finally here. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a couple of days. Forgetting about the Amazons. Soo-chan lad, that was a great story you told. I'd been reminiscing about it for the past few nights when I couldn't sleep. Do you have any other friends left? The older women and aunts instantly surrounded Soo-chan, one with a smile on his face and a warm greeting attitude. Such a stark contrast made the program staff wonder a bit. Same people, how come the difference is so big? Big Mother treated them like enemies and was as happy to see Soo-chan as if she saw her grandson. This Soo-chan, it really is extraordinary. Soo-chan smiled and chatted with the Amazons for a few moments. Then the conversation turned and said, the older woman just asked a good question about why I haven't come to tell you stories these days. Honestly, I miss the big guy too. Soo-chan babbled in a serious manner. Chapter 28, the show begins. Chapter 28, the show begins. Why don't you come and see it if you want us to? That's right, we'll always have a place for you under this big acacia tree. It's mainly because I've been rehearsing the program at home for the past few days. Soo-chan smoothly got to the point. I was thinking of enriching the folks' spare time by performing a party for you. It's just a shame. The big guys don't seem to be very welcoming, so it looks like I'm being redundant. Then what? That whoever's house that little who? Move everything back. Su Chen waved his hand and made a gesture to leave. Don't go. Look. This big water washed away the Dragon King temple. The family does not recognize the family is not it. This party is your to do. You said earlier that's right Su Chen. If I knew it was you who did it, then it's incumbent upon me, old Mrs. Wang, to support it for sure. It's really hard for this child to think of us old bones. Come on sisters, let's all give a hand and do what we can. The older women and men rolled up their sleeves and got to work. The staff of the program was outright dumbfounded. That's it? They had gone through the trouble of talking most of the morning and were rewarded with a barrage of abuse from the Amazons. As a result, Su Chen came here and with a few words, the Amazons not only agreed, but also took the initiative to help with the work. While one should be happy that the problem has been solved, how does it feel that they have been severely humiliated, or the kind that gets rubbed against the ground? But anyway, the problem is finally solved. Brother Chen, thanks a lot this time. If it wasn't for you this party might not really have been able to start. The executive director clasped his fists and said, small point. Su Chen patted the executive director's shoulder, then took out the prop card and waved it and said, call me back next time you need help. And I'm not doing it for the card. I just want to give you a hand. Hey. I understand Brother Chen. I understand. The executive director's attitude today was nothing short of respectful. He was a few years older than Su Chen, but in their line of work, it wasn't about age, it was about skill. So this brother he called, and it was very smooth. Although the other staff members felt that they had been humiliated, the other Su Chen had actually solved their problems. They also came over to thank Su Chen. There's no harm without comparison. This big mom's attitude shift is so obvious. Su Chen, you're my brother. My only brother. Ha ha ha. It feels like if this goes on, won't the entire program team be taken in by Su Chen? The executive director has been taken. The next step is the assistant director general director. Just as Su Chen was about to go back, Auntie Wang called out to him. Su Chen lad, don't go away. Go up to Auntie's house for dinner later. Your grandpa is cooking something delicious at home today. I was just about to invite Xiao Su home for dinner. How come you beat me to it again? Auntie Li said unhappily. Yes old Mrs. Wang, every time it's you who steals the show. You have too much heart. The other Amazons were also dissatisfied. Auntie Wang hemmed and hawed. That can't be helped. Who let you guys start late? Xiao Su but just one. Let me grab it first. Su Chen sniffed and gave a thumbs up to Big Mama Wang. Auntie Wang, you are worthy of being the head of the intelligence station. Awesome. Being praised so much. The folds on that Auntie Wang's face flattened with smiles. What do you mean by intelligence station? Auntie Wang questioned. It's an information station. Su Chen and Auntie Wang walked towards their home while giving her a brief introduction. After hearing this, Wang Dema slapped her thigh. That's a good name. I like it. I didn't expect my old Mrs. Wang to mix with an official when she got old. Thank you Su. Looking at the backs of Auntie Wang and Su Chen, the staff of the program was filled with envy. I'm impressed to be able to blend in like a fish in water inside the big moms. Su Chen does have a bit of something. I'll pay my respects and learn the art some other day. You can't learn. This social awesomeness is basically born with it. And if it's not born with it, then it's not. Soon it was getting dark. Families have finished dinner by now. The program staff walked the streets to notify the party. Plus the intelligence station Amazons help publicize it. Under the stage of the big acacia tree at the entrance of this village, hundreds of villagers have already come. It's just that the young people in this village have basically all gone out to work. All the people who came were older men and women. At the backstage preparation, looking at the black crowd below, Lu Tianxian instantly became nervous. What to do? I'm so nervous. It's only a few hundred people, but it's more nervous than if I were performing in front of tens of thousands of people. Yang Mi was still remembering the dance steps that Hot Bar had taught her in the afternoon. I'm nervous too, so don't go looking at them, just memorize our moves. Honey, you, hurry up and look at the back of this dress I can't button up, Hotba said hurriedly. Compared to the soldiering on the girls' side, the male guests looked much more calm. Mainly they perform shows that are in their areas of expertise, so they are incredibly confident. Koen was familiarizing himself with the dance steps while Hana Sungwoo was babbling and opening his voice. As for Qin Xiaoxian, she had already changed into her lab coat at this moment and was going over her lines inside her head, and Su Chen was sitting on the side, closing his eyes and resting his mind. When the others saw him like this, they thought that he was ready to break. What program is Su Chen going to perform? Didn't see him prepare at all. Yang Mi looked towards Su Chen's side from time to time. Although she was still angry with Su Chen, she couldn't help but want to pay attention to him. I don't know. I feel as if brother Su Chen doesn't know any talents. It's okay, let's dance well. If we win first place, let brother Su Chen share the ingredients with us, Reba said in a cute manner. Humph, we worked hard to win this. Why should we share it with him? Yang Mi said with a stiff upper lip. Mimi, since you don't want to share, why are you so concerned about Su Chen? Lu Tianxian said with a look of urgency. How did I pay attention to him? Yang Mi's little face turned red when she was torn apart. Let's see if I don't clean up your little hoof. With that, the two scuffled. The nervousness that had been there before dissipated with it. The first program was a dance by 3 female guests. Regardless of how well the dance was done, 3 big beauties up there was eye candy enough. Plus the 3 of them, before, were taken by Su Chen to tell stories at the intelligence station. So Auntie Wang and the girls were all familiar with it. As soon as they saw them on stage, Auntie Wang and Auntie Li actively helped to canvass for votes. We know these little girls. They're friends of Xiao Su's. Everyone vote for them. Chapter 29, Waiting for You for So Long. Chapter 29, Waiting for You for So Long. Auntie Wang and her girls' appeal is no joke, and everyone has been giving face. The end of the dance was greeted with a round of applause. Hot Butt and the girls were so happy. This was followed by a monologue by Qin Shaoxian, which also worked well. These two shows directly mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. The villagers had originally come over to have a good time, but at this moment, they were full of anticipation for the next performance. Soon after, Kun came on stage. He was seen changing into an elaborate stage costume, and it was obvious that he was still taking this performance very seriously. However, when he opened his mouth, he sang and danced on stage. The villagers below all froze. What's this? I don't understand. By the time he finished dancing a song, hundreds of pairs of eyes underneath were looking straight at him, expressionless. It was the first time Koen had encountered such a situation, so he was a bit flustered and hurried off the stage. There's nothing wrong with what I just performed. It doesn't feel like the live response was very good, the kitsune wondered as he walked along. There are 2 guests left to perform, and the next one is Hana Sungwoo. Su Chen, on the other hand, was the last to make his grand finale appearance. Before Hua Changyu went on stage, the executive director stopped him and explained. FA. The villagers didn't quite buy Koen's performance just now. You have to find a way to warm up the scene back later. Hannah was confident. Don't worry, when that high note of mine comes out, the scene will blow up. After that, he went to the stage with confidence. Next up, I give you one of my original tracks, Cancer. After that, an eerie sound of music started. Auntie Wang didn't hear the name clearly and turned her head to ask Auntie Li who was beside her. Li, what did he say the song was called? Auntie Li said with some uncertainty. Called Hey? Why is the song still ugh? It's not festive at all. That's right. This tune sounds and feels weirdly oozy. It's a bit scary at night. Just then, Hana Sungwoo's singing began. Aha! A soprano chirp that froze the Moncler Jackets Outlet UK stage straight away. What the hell is this? It's scary too. Aw boy. But don't hey. Hurry up and start singing, the villagers said. However, Hana Sungwoo was still on stage. I froze until I was halfway through this tune and didn't hear a single lyric. No, Big Sister Wang. This heart of mine can't take it anymore, Auntie Li said, covering her chest. Yeah, this tune is a little uncomfortable for me to listen to. I always feel a cold chill on my back. The other villagers were also fidgeting at this moment. Some even couldn't take it and just got up and left. Seeing this, the executive director became anxious. If all these people leave, they'll fail this program. Sound teacher, hurry up and stop the accompaniment, the executive director said. Hana Sungwoo was singing along, only for the accompaniment to come to an abrupt end. What's going on? The sound is malfunctioning? Hana Sungwoo looked backstage. The executive director rushed up and pulled him down. Flower, stop singing. If you sing any more people will leave, the executive director said with an ugly face. It was only then that Hannah noticed that the seat below was already mostly empty. The faces of the remaining villagers were also very ugly. He was instantly a little upset. It's so unappreciative. My song clearly has a deep moral. At this moment, Su Chen walked over, and he was going to be on the next program. The executive director saw him like a savior. Brother Tatsu, you must be able to save the day. All our hopes are on you. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. When he finished speaking, he even looked back at Hua Qingyu with a smirking expression on his face. Su Chen walked onto the stage with faith, cleared his throat and picked up the microphone and said, Hey. The audience who just left their seats to go to the convenience can come back now. My show is about to begin, and I regret missing this one for the rest of my life. When he shouted this, some of the villagers immediately turned their heads back, and there were some who were not quite convinced, fearing that Su Chen's program was the same as Hua Changyu's, give them a netherworld experience. However, Su Chen didn't care that the villagers hadn't gone far. Together with the sound of this stereo, it could almost cover half of the village. By the time you start singing yourself, these guys will be running their asses back here. Little Su, go for it. Big Auntie is looking out for you. Big Auntie Wang led the chants from below. Come on Su, why don't you just tell us a story? Ha ha, that's right, we all love it when you tell stories. We'll vote for you all the time. Several members of the intelligence station, at this moment, directly transformed into Su Chen's #1 fanbase, began to crazy for his call. Su Chen waved his hand in a very talkative manner. What about the story? I'll tell it later. Today I'll start with a song for you, also my own original. It's called Waiting So Long For You. This tune was carefully selected by Su Chen from inside the Country Gold 100, because the style of the song is more popular and popular. At first glance, it is the type of song that grandparents will like, and he'd searched the internet before, and in this world, the song didn't appear, so there's no problem at all with counting it as your own original. Yes, Su sure sings well. Even before the performance began, the atmosphere of the scene was once again driven by Su Chen, and the villagers who had left earlier had also returned. Some, even, stopped in their tracks to leave as well. Standing a short distance away, he watched the situation. The executive director's heart dropped for the most part when he saw this scene. It still has to be Su Chen. How can this show spin without him? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was also full of anticipation for Su Chen's performance. It's finally time for Su Chen. So excited. I envy these grandparents. I wish I could have been there. An original song by Su Chen? He even has the ability to compose lyrics and songs. It seems I underestimated him before. I don't know if this song will be any good. Looking forward to it. That Cancer of Hannah's song just now almost gave me away. Don't know the music and don't judge. But this tune really isn't very appropriate for this occasion. I waited half a day thinking there was a word afterward, but it was the whole time. You don't say. Listening to this song in the middle of the night does have a cooling effect. Looking forward to Su Chen's Waiting For You for so long. Listening to the situation, it should be a love song. Su Chen snapped his fingers towards the accompanying teacher on the side. Instantly, a soft, but earthy intro kicked in. I've waited so long for you. Blossoms and blossoms don't see you turn around. Chapter 30, What Does It Mean to Be Noble? Chapter 30, What Does It Mean to Be Noble? As Su Chen's singing began, the eyes of the audience below instantly widened. Nothing else, but the song is so good. It's simply too much for their liking. That's what I call a song. What was that one just now? Those villagers who had stayed in place to watch, now trotted all the way back, fearful that he had missed Su Chen's song. And those who were already on the verge of walking to their doorstep stopped in their tracks when they heard it. What is this song? Why is it so good? Go, 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 hurry back and listen. I should have known I wouldn't have left just now. Missing such a nice tune. Su Chen sang while observing the situation below. Only the audience was growing. While they were all concentrating and staring intently at the stage, the expressions all look very enjoyable. He had long been prepared for this outcome. After all, this song was a hit in the previous life. It was a hit in big and small villages and towns. Almost every street, every store's doorway stereo, houses this song. It's a bit rustic, but it caters to the villagers' appetites. The most important thing about performing is to make the audience happy, and nothing else matters. In this regard, Su Chen didn't have the slightest bit of idle baggage, and the viewers in the live broadcast rooms were a bit dumbfounded at the moment. This song? Never mind, I'm not going to rate it. Let's have a big one. And I'm not judging. Next. Ha ha ha. Why is this song so corny? If I don't look at the face, I really can't imagine it's sung by Su Chen. But you guys see how enjoyable Su Chen is singing. He's a fresh meat. Doesn't he want to lose face at all? But it looks like the villagers love it. That's right. This is the kind of tune that older elders will love. Just now my grandmother knocked on the door and asked me what is this song that is so good. Although I can't appreciate this tune, I think Su Chen won. That's right. To be able to put down his stature to sing this kind of song for the grandparents, it's deserved that Su Chen can win. Say, could it be that Su Chen's creations have always been in this style? But he didn't dare to send them out before. Upstairs, I think you've got the truth. From today, Su Chen has another name, Earthy Singer. Meanwhile, Su Chen's agent, Sister Qin, and her boss, Gao Ming, were sitting together, watching Su Chen's live broadcast. After all, this party today was quite important to Su Chen as well, so they're both concerned. Until the song Waiting For You for so long appeared, the smile on Qin's face gradually disappeared, and Gao Ming's face turned ugly. Xiao Qin, Explain to me what's going on. That, Mr. Gao, I don't know. I never knew that Su Chen had written this kind of song, and his previous style wasn't this style either. Sister Qin could not cry. Gao Ming slammed the table in anger. Just built up fans and fame in the past 2 days, and this song ruined it all. This doesn't fit Su Chen's persona positioning at all. Sister Qin lowered her head and muttered in a low voice. Anyway, Su Chen's persona collapsed a long time ago. You forget. He was a social terrorist before. Alright, hurry up and think of a way for me to recoup my losses, Gao Ming said angrily. Also, it's okay for this song to be sung on this stage, but no other flat is allowed to be spread. As soon as it is discovered, contact the officials to take it down. Sister Qin nodded helplessly. Okay, I'm on it. But, Mr. Gao, I think this song is a little bit earthy. Right, but it's still kind of catchy. After saying that, without waiting for Gao Ming to explode again, Sister Qin simply slipped away, and Gomez looked to the computer at that moment. It seems like, does sound a bit good and earthy and uptight, said the man, turning up the computer volume. At the same time, Su Chen's singing of earthy love songs instantly hit the hot search on the bib. Although Sister Qin went to coordinate the lowering of the heat in the first place, there were still many people who heard this song by Su Chen, under the big acacia tree. No matter how long the road ahead, I'd rather wait for you like this, rather watch for you like this. As Su Chen's last syllable fell, he only saw that some of the villagers below were already in tears. Following that, there was the warm applause that lasted forever. Good to hear. It's so good. This is better than any tune I've ever heard in my life. Little Su, we really weren't wrong about you. You sing really well. As for Su Chen, he stood on the stage and waved his hand very calmly in the face of this crowd's lavish praise. Thank you for all the love. Quite the superstar now. Under the stage, Yang Mi and the others also looked at each other. Su Chen singing what nowadays. Young people, who would sing and listen to this kind of songs, but in terms of the effect of the scene, there is no doubt that Su Chen's is the best. After everyone had performed, the other guests came on stage one by one to canvass for themselves, but they all knew in their hearts that Su Chen had definitely won. It was evident amongst the audience's reactions alone. Qin Shaoxian stood next to Su Chen and whispered, "You kid is good, so you're holding back a big move. No wonder you won't cooperate with me. Hey, your comedy is not bad," Su Chen said, "but it does come close to my song." He immediately followed with a line. Qin Shaoxian was still trying to take a small pride in the first half of the sentence. As a result, Su Chen's second half of this sentence almost flashed his old waist. Qin Shaoxian, is that how you all compliment people in your neck of the woods? On the side, Hannah was a bit unconvinced. Su Chen, you're also a bit too unorthodox to use this kind of tune to curry favor with the villagers. Which kind of tune is this kind of tune? Su Chen asked rhetorically. It's just not on the table. Hua Chengyu thought about it and still said what was in his heart. And to the side, Kuan nodded along. I also think that it's too embarrassing to sing this kind of tune. I'd rather lose the competition than sing this kind of tune. Hearing the two of them, Su Chen smiled. Unpromising? Disgraceful? What can be on the table and what does it mean to not be ashamed? That singing and dancing rap of yours? Or that cancer of yours that doesn't have a single lyric? Su Chen asked rhetorically. The two of us are just expressing our opinions. You don't have to get angry. Kuan said. I'm not mad at you all for thinking my song is cheesy. Those of you who are classy are. Okay, then I'll explain what elegance and vulgarity mean today. After saying that, Su Chen looked at the villagers under the stage and said, Grandpas and grandmas, how about I teach you a rap? Chapter 31 The Water Festival. Chapter 31, The Water Festival? As soon as these words came out, Hua Chengyu and Kuan immediately looked at Su Chen with incredulous eyes. Are you kidding me? Teaching grandparents to rap? What do you take rap for? Even the two of them, professional musicians, didn't dare to say how well they could speak rap. Besides, do you know how to do it yourself? And you're teaching others? Su Chen, don't tease. This is being live streamed. It'll be hard to watch if you play it off. Hua Chengyu reminded. Yes, Su Chen. Rap you think so simple. Moncler outlet store, not to mention the basics. Even if you have never heard of it, how to learn it? Kuan followed suit. Both were well-intentioned reminders though, but the tone was all full of disdain. The netizens in the live broadcast room, hearing Su Chen's words, also instantly exploded. What did Su Chen just say? He wants to teach grandparents how to rap? Su Chen is joking. I've never heard that he can rap. Honestly, what's so hard about this rap thing? It doesn't just rhyme. I'm optimistic about Su Chen. Agree with what the upstairs said. This rap will or won't all depend on whether it dares to open its mouth to say. As far as Su Chen's character of this social cow is concerned, surely there's no problem. At the scene, The villagers listened to Su Chen's words and then heard the discussion between Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan. Still at a loss. Little Li, what did little Su just say he was going to teach us? Auntie Wang asked. What splash, what the hell? Is it going to be a water festival like other ethnic minorities? Auntie Li guessed. Splashing water, this is not neutral. That clothes wet should be sick. Auntie Wang shook her head. Auntie Wang and Auntie Li were all sitting in the front row, and the stage was quiet again at this moment. So this conversation was heard by everyone on stage. Koan Koan and Hannah Sumwoo didn't hold back their giggles. Rap. Water splashing festival. It's just not even close, okay? They were all certain in their hearts that Su Chen had already failed before this teaching had even begun. Hataru walked over to Su Chen with some concern at this moment. Brother Su Chen, are you serious? It seems to me that is a bit difficult. Don't worry, I can teach when I say I can. You guys can also follow along. All inclusive. Su Chen had a confident look on his face, then rushed down to explain. Grandparents, let me explain to you. This rap, is a form of singing. It's just kind of like some of the ditties in northeastern Duorenju, where you have to press on the rhyme at the end of every word. The villagers may not understand when they say rap, but when it comes to the two-man show, everyone understands instantly. In the Northeast, there is a saying that it is better to give up a meal than to give up a meal. And, let's just say that inside this village, probably 8 out of 10 people can sing that little bit. A two-man show. Then we understand. Think of the time when Auntie Wang sang the best ditties, Auntie Li said. Auntie Wang smiled coyly, but her body straightened up with a proud look. That's fine, Auntie Wang. Why don't you just come up and learn from me? Su Chen said from the stage. Yes. Big sister Wang is smart and will learn as soon as she can. Hurry up and get up there. The surrounding villagers followed suit. Auntie Wang also came up half-heartedly. Seeing this scene, Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan looked at each other in the same way. They thought Su Chen was just talking, but it turned out he was for real. This older woman has a head of gray hair and is so old that she shouldn't have heard more than a few pop songs. Can she learn to rap? The pop-ups were thinking the same thing at this point. I thought Su Chen how to find a younger one. That's less difficult. But it turns out he found Wang Dema, looking down on Auntie Wang. Are you? She's the head of the intelligence center. I'll put my words here. If Su Chen can teach Auntie Wang, I'll wash my head upside down. Upstairs, your bed is too small. If Su Chen can teach, I'll eat upside down. The two upstairs. I've memorized your IDs. Don't try to cheat when the time comes. On the scene, Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan were already hugging their shoulders at this moment, waiting to see Su Chen's joke. Qin Shaoxian felt that Su Chen was a bit of an interesting person, and at this moment, he was also figuring out whether he could succeed or not. But looking at how confident he was, it seemed like he had a good idea. The 3 female guests, on the other hand, were all sweating for Su Chen. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, at this moment, even forgot that they were still messing with Su Chen last night. At this moment, he was bent on hoping that Su Chen would succeed, otherwise it would be a shame to pull this stunt and go out live in front of so many viewers. But on second thought, this worry of theirs seemed unnecessary. Already, to the extent of Su Chen's social humbug, when had he ever been afraid of losing face? On the stage, Auntie Wang has come up. Su Chen said, Auntie Wang, let me teach you a few moves first. What moves? The moves of a two-man show? Auntie Wang asked. It's not a duo, but it's close. Su Chen replied. Hearing this, Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You say rap is similar to a duo? That's just about the funniest joke ever. However, Su Chen's next maneuver left them dumbfounded. Look, Mrs. Wang, you only need to remember 4 actions. Reverse, wheelie, chop and scrub. While saying that, Su Chen also made corresponding movements to demonstrate. Auntie Wang took one look and understood. Ha, laugh me to death. You don't say. What Su Chen said is quite reasonable. Yeah, now that I think back to those rappers, those are indeed the moves. Ha. Su Chen is so damn talented. Being told that by him, I instantly feel like I can be a rapper too. This opening move is so bombastic. I'm starting to look forward to the back. Where are the 2 dudes who just had to wash their hair upside down and upside down? You guys can get ready to get up. Oh, it's too soon to say that. What can you tell with a few moves? It's whether you can sing or not that counts. After taking Auntie Wang to practice these few movements, Su Chen began to move on to the next step. Auntie, now that the movements are there, I'll teach you the mnemonic for the chant. Auntie Wang listened extremely attentively, saying that nothing could disgrace her as the head of the intelligence station. You listen. It's extraordinarily simple. The first sentence goes up, the second goes down. Add SKR to the third sentence and hold it at the end. Dame Wang understood the first 2 sentences, but when it came to the English in the next two sentences, she was confused. Xiao Sua, what do you mean by this 4 hiccups and monkey crotch? Auntie Wang asked. The other guests burst out laughing on stage at this comment. Especially Koan Koan and Hua Changyu, the two of them laughed the most. It felt like this scene verified both of their guesses that Su Chen's move wouldn't work. Chapter 32, even a tongue twister can say rap. Chapter 32, even a tongue twister can say rap. Ha ha ha, 4 hiccups and a monkey's crotch. Auntie Wang is fit for comedy. That's right. I strongly suggest that Auntie Wang and Su Chen make a duo appearance on the spot to speak comedy. They can definitely beat De Yun Shi. Ha ha ha, I feel like Su Chen is in danger now. This is an impossible task. The guests on stage were laughing so hard that even the staff of the program couldn't help but snicker. The program, we are trained not to laugh. Generally, unless we can't help it. In the face of such an awkward situation, Su Chen remained calm, not being affected by the rhythm in the slightest. Auntie, you don't need to know what these two words mean. You just need to memorize the pronunciation. Now, let's practice with a paragraph. You know the tongue twister 800 standard bearers running north slope, don't you? Su Chen asked. Auntie Wang nodded her head, and then her mouth stripes were very sharp. 800 standard bearers run north slope, artillery side by side north. I have to say, Northeasterners are still very talented at tongue twisters. Su Chen was very satisfied. That's easy. Now let's combine this rap command with the one I just taught you. Hua Chengyu frowned. Using a tongue twister to say rap? Su Chen was playing more and more fancy. The kunai shook his head. Raps where it's really easy. It definitely won't work. Come on, sound teacher, drop the beat. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Instantly, a dynamic musical beat was played, and Su Chen's body danced to the music. Of course, the moves are still the same 4. Backing up, scrubbing, wheeling and chopping. Auntie Wang, come with me. Auntie Wang was quite relaxed and danced with Su Chen on the stage. Auntie Wang, read to me. Being a rapper is actually quite simple. 800 standard bearers run to the north slope. Artillery running north side by side, descending tone. The artillery is afraid to skrill the standard bearer. The standard bearer is afraid to touch the artillery Holden. Holden. In 4 short sentences, the crowd was all incredibly familiar with the tongue twisters. Once they were added to Su Chen's set of tongue twisters, it's instantly different and the whole thing feels dynamic. It's amazing how a common tongue twister says a few advanced things. It does have a nice touch of rap to it. The point is that Auntie Wang, who was on the sidelines, actually followed the whole thing. If you don't go to the face and look at her gray hair, it might feel like a young rapper. But of course, it's the kind that's just getting started. The disdainful smiles on Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan's faces at this moment gradually faded away. They felt at this moment that Su Chen seemed to be something. It's only the most rudimentary of raps, but it's a great way to reap this kind of effect in such a short period of time. It's simply something they can't even think about. You know, Koan Koan has put in a lot of effort to learn to rap. It's just a shame that it never worked out quite as well as it should have. Thinking of the previous spend money to invite a lot of teachers to turn in. Now look, it seems to be not as effective as Su Chen turned in a few minutes to Wang Dama. At this moment, Koan Koan had the feeling of wanting to directly worship Su Chen as his master. Auntie Wang, how do you feel? Su Chen asked. Auntie Wang had a look of confidence on her face. Geez, what did I expect? This is too easy for you guys. This duo ditty still needs a tune. You guys just read it out here. I've learned it all. All learned? Then let's do another section? Su Chen said. Auntie Wang waved her small hand. No problem. The villagers below were also very excited at this moment. Old Mrs. Wang is great. That's right. The tune sounds quite melodious. And old Mrs. Wang sings it well. One more. No, this can start straight away? Auntie Wang can. You don't say. That bit just now about the 800 standard bearers running up the north slope did have a bit of that going for it. Ha ha, I'm already talking about it at home. Now am I a rapper too? Alright, I've grasped all of Su Chen's true teachings. I'm going to go out now. It feels like there are going to be a lot more rapper contestants in the future when Su Chen gets like this. Ha ha, to be honest, the real rap is much more complicated than this. But as entertainment goes, this Su Chen set is excellent. Then it's time to zoom in next. Su Chen said mysteriously. Use a 2-person ditty with this set of my catchphrases and give them a bombastic performance. Su Chen said confidently. The words came out, but the people at the scene were a little less convinced. Especially Hua Chengyu and Koan Koan. The two of them admitted though that the tongue twister Su Chen had just done was a bit interesting, but the duo they were in the village these days, and they had heard some. I can't say it's bad, but it's a completely different style than rap. If you compare the two to musical instruments, one is a piano and the other is an arrow. That's not even the same thing. How do you put it together? And the villagers at the scene were thinking the same thing at the moment. The villagers had felt the tune just now when they said 800 standard bearers. The style is nothing like the duo. They couldn't imagine how to combine the two together. It feels like Su-chen is going to roll over this time. I know all about duos. I just can't figure out how the two styles can be combined. Don't forget everyone, this is Su-chen. What can't he do? I'm looking forward to it anyway. Regardless of what others were saying, Su-chen already had an idea anyway. After he whispered a few words in Auntie Wang's ear, the two of them started. The choice was the familiar two-man ditty of Wang Damab Man's Fate is Doomed. Yo 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 as the music played. Su-chen swung his body and followed the rhythm of yo yo up. It's raining from the sky and flowing on the ground, ascending tone. The seasons never end, in a descending key. Beyond the mountains, beyond the mountains, beyond the buildings skr. Merit and fame he does not force holden. As soon as these 4 sentences came out, those present were, once again, petrified on the spot. It seems like, is really kind of interesting. Wow, brother Su-chen is really awesome. Hotba looked at Su-chen with a face of adoration and said, and a smirk floated up on Yang Mi's face. The eyes that looked at Su-chen also became even hotter. Though that being said, she was still a bit angry when she remembered Su-chen's straight man behavior yesterday. But with a man this good, a straight man is a straight man, and she's perfectly fine with that. Lu Tianxian's eyes were also glued to Su-chen at this moment, unable to move at all. The kunai was even more wide-eyed at this moment. If he hadn't just heard the duo ditty in the past 2 days, he would have simply thought it was originally rap lyrics. At the moment, he had completely forgotten what kind of song it had originally been. Chapter 33, I say hip-hop, you say yo. Chapter 33, I say hip-hop, you say yo. And at this moment, the atmosphere of the scene became even more enthusiastic. Hearing your familiar duo ditties sung in a whole new way, the villagers found it rare and new. Auntie Wan was a bit unable to keep up with Su-chen's pace at first, but after humming along for a few lines, he gradually found the feeling and sang more and more boldly. Below, some of the villagers, who were bold enough to do so, stood up and hummed along. Seeing this, Su-chen waved his hands. Everybody come with me. Yo, yo, yo. Men want to be tall and women want to be thin. It's hard to read people's minds. Descending. Ask a man how much sorrow he can have. Singing this line, Su-chen rushed the microphone to the audience below. The villagers said skr in unison. No money, no car, he has no building. Holden. The villagers were completely mobilized. Some even had a freestyle on. The atmosphere was pushed to unprecedented heights. The villagers work hard during the week, and some of the elderly are very lonely. Today, Su-chen uses this new way to combine duo and rap. It completely ignited the villagers' pent-up enthusiasm. In normal times they would not have been able to let go of singing and dancing in front of so many people. But now, there was Su-chen, a social cow, singing and dancing so joyfully on stage. All these people don't care anymore either. The crew of the program watched from the stage and were ignited by this enthusiasm. The body twisted slightly as it followed. The atmosphere of this party was completely beyond their expectations. The staff thought that the party was actively going to be screwed up, because of all of Su-chen's previous social cattle behavior. This show is currently on fire out of the ring. The number of people watching has also reached tens of millions. If they really screwed up, their program would be the laughingstock of the industry. Couldn't hold my head up for a while. However, it did not occur to me that Su-chen first saved the day with a song about waiting for you for so long. Now, teaching the villagers to speak rap again and reaping such good results. This way, people will only remember the novelty and hilarity of the Southern show. The unpleasantness of the first 2 shows was also completely washed away. At the same time, the matter of Su-chen teaching grandparents to rap also instantly rushed to the first place of the hot search. Teaching rural grandparents to rap? Just kidding. I'll be damned. I just clicked in thinking it was some kind of Thunderdome show, but it turns out to be a bit on the nose. Ha ha ha, I've got it down. The first line goes up, the second line goes down. I'm a rapper too. Learned. Deleted quickly. I'm ready to sign up for the next installment of I'm a Rapper. Wasn't this Su-chen on the hot search for social cows a while ago? He even knows how to rap? Dare to teach the grandparents to rap. This thing itself is enough social cattle. In addition to Su-chen, no one can do this thing. The agent, Sister Chin, was busily contacting her connections within the circle in an effort to minimize the negative impact of Su-chen's performance this time around. Hello? Xiao Zhang. It's like this. Our Su-chen, that hot search. Sister Chin. Your Su-chen is just too good. I saw the hot search. The effect is especially good. Alright. If you don't have anything else, I'll hang up first. I still have to go see Su-chen rap. That side hung up the phone without waiting for Sister Chin to finish. Sister Chin, on the other hand, was confused. It works especially well? Has everyone's taste changed now? Are they all starting to like these earthy songs? With doubts opened the scarf hot search. Sister Chin clicked in to take a look, only to instantly understand. Hoping that he hadn't noticed for such a short while, this Su Chen kid had made such a big deal again? But you don't say, he's not a bad rap. Even Sister Chin couldn't help but dance along. A few minutes later, the boss, Gao Ming's office. Sister Chin knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, I see Su Chen. As a result, as soon as she pushed open the door, Sister Chin heard a burst of dynamic music coming from inside. It's none other than Southern's rap. The owner, Gao Ming, was full of excited smiles at the moment, with a few yoo-hoo-hoo-hoos from time to time. The look was rather comical looking. Little Chin, you're here? Come and join me in yo-yo-yo. I say hip-hop. You say yo, hip-hop. After Gao Ming finished speaking, he looked at Sister Chin. Yo? Chin was a little embarrassed, and hesitantly said as her boss looked on. That boss? I'm here to talk about Su Chen. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on public opinion? It seems to me that the wind is blowing okay now. Sister Chin abided by her duty as a laborer. Takamine waved his hand. That's not necessary. We have to allow artists to have their own space to play. And I'm not that kind of catty of a boss. Sister Chin, you're noble. You're great. Under the big acacia tree, Su Chen's performance continued. There were quite a few villagers who had been pulled up to the stage by him at this point. Even the program's crew was hardly spared and was pulled up by Su Chen. Driven by Su Chen, everyone completely let themselves go. The whole scene looked like a group of demons messing with me and being incredibly high. Honey, I can't stand it anymore. Let's go dance along. Hotba said, pulling Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian to join in. On the side, Hua Changyu and Kuan Kuan, who had originally been very disgusted by this, were also somewhat unable to hold back. Out of respect, they tried to restrain themselves, but in the end, they didn't. Joined in together. Blossom, aren't we being too devoid of idle baggage like this? Koan Koan was still a bit worried while dancing. Couldn't care less. Su Chen sings so joyfully. Besides, if we're talking about idle baggage, Su Chen is the one with the least, right? And as a result, he's the most popular. Jump up, Blossom said as she tossed her head. The fun continued until after 10 o'clock, when everyone's enthusiasm died down a bit. In the past, the villagers would have gone to sleep by now. And today was beyond exciting. Little Sua, this thing you taught is so good. I feel like I'm years younger, Auntie Wang said. Starting tomorrow, everyone in our village head intelligence center will start practicing rap. Auntie Wang, you are worthy of a handful of chairs, knowing that if you want to do good intelligence work, you have to get inside the enemy first. Su Chen gave a thumbs up and said. Auntie Wang was very flattered by the compliment. That's, how do you mingle with young people without understanding the young world? Xiao Su, don't worry. I'll always have a place for you in this village intelligence station. I'll be the boss and you'll be the second. Auntie Wang beat her chest very loudly, as if showing the sincerity and determination of her words. Chapter 34, You can't learn from this. Chapter 34, You can't learn from this. Ha ha ha. I don't think Su Chen is suitable to be the second. He's most suitable to be the sixth. Laughing my ass off. Su Chen has gained a position at the village head intelligence station by virtue of his powerful social cattle skills. I don't obey anyone right now. I just obey Su Chen. It's so awesome, haha. It's said that this rural ama is the hardest to handle, but in front of Su Chen, it seems like everything is easier. Upstairs I advise you not to learn. Su Chen gives the illusion that you're okay, but just try it and you'll know. It's easy to get knocked out by a big mom. Don't ask me how I know. Upstairs, tell your story. I can't. It's the middle of the night and I'm still excited. All I can think about is third set plus SKR. Final Holden. +1. There were no surprises. And Su Chen naturally won the championship of this party. The program provides a lot of ingredients. All kinds of chicken, duck, fish and meat. Enough for a few of them to eat until the end of the episode. Wow. We don't want to worry about food for the next few days. Yang Ni said happily. This is thanks to brother Su Chen. If it wasn't for his rap song that brought the program to a frenzy as well, he wouldn't have given us so many ingredients. Thank you brother Su Chen. Hataru smiled sweetly at Su Chen. This scene, watching the other three male guests were very jealous and envious, but there was no way. People Su Chen that was real strength. With regards to the things Su Chen did, even if they were to follow and learn it all over again, they would definitely not be able to learn it. It's a small thing. This executive director is also Go. Just now even came to me to say that he was impulsive and wanted to ask for the extra ingredients back. Su Chen waved his hand and said. At these words, Hataru immediately tensed up and shielded those ingredients with both hands. Like an old mother hen shielding her cubs. No, if it's given to us it's ours, we can't give it back to them. Hotba beamed and said in a strong tone, this Hotspur is usually a goody two-shoes. even talking softly now. It's only when you're protecting your food child that you act so tough. Su-chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, how could I let them take it back? I disliked it on the spot. How do you dislike it? The kunai on the side vainly asked for advice. He asked himself, if this matter had been put to him, he would have been too embarrassed to say that he would not return it. So very much want to learn the tricks from Su-chen. The others did the same, looking at Su-chen with curious eyes, anticipating his answer. That wasn't easy. I just asked the director a question. Can you sit back down after you take a dump? Su-chen uttered these words in a loud and unabashed manner. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and a few of the other guests' faces went a shade of red and white. For a moment I was surprised that I didn't know how to take that. The executive director was sitting in front of the monitor at the moment, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitching. He had just already been stormed by Su-chen's words, and now he was going to hay the public and be publicly executed. It's simply secondary victimization and inhumane. But after this experience, the executive director realized one thing. That is, don't mess with anyone but Su-chen, or he can make your life worse than death with a laugh. I guess he's going to have to take another in his mind after that. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard I'm spraying water all over my computer screen. I'm damned if I'm eating. Now I can't eat at all. Su-chen, you compensate me. Ha ha ha. Don't watch this program while eating again. You'll either be amused and spit out your food or you'll be so disgusted by Su-chen that you'll throw up your food. Su-chen is really a ing genius. How did he say such words? Does he not care about his idol image at all? Now that's what I call grounded. Much better than those twisted pretenders. Koen just asked so vainly for advice. Koen, give up. You can't learn from Su-chen's craft. Begging for the director's heart. Scene. After a minute-long silence, Hotba spoke first. Ahem. That, anyway, as long as the ingredient is preserved. Koen and Hua Changyu looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Tried hard, but we really can't learn. Alright, tired. I'm going back to bed. See you in the morning. Su-chen yawned and went back to his room. Looking at those ingredients, Xin Shaoxian scratched his head. Why is it that the more I smack it around, the more I think it's a little off again? I think so too. I just didn't realize where exactly. Yang Mi followed suit. Asterisk. Sit back. While repeating, Xin Shaoxian's eyes were fixed on the ingredients. In an instant, everyone reacted. I'm going to Su-chen. You're comparing these ingredients to, aren't you? How can this be eaten? Now, it wasn't just the executive director who had a shadow in his heart, but several of the other guests. Every time they ate, it's all going to sound like Su-chen. The phrase, ha ha ha. It's hard not to wonder if Su-chen did it on purpose so that he could have the ingredients all to himself. Upstairs, I feel like something Su-chen could do. Ha ha ha. No one from the program or guests survived inside this incident. Ha ha ha. Yeah. At first the guests wanted to see the show's jokes, but then they realized they were part of the joke. Ha ha ha. Do you think it's easy for us viewers? Now not only do you ask for the director's heart area, but you also have to beg for the guests. It's just too much for the kids for me who failed math. Because of the wonderful performance of Su-chen at this party, it has given the entire program a significant boost in the village. Villagers have been coming in from time to time over the past few days to deliver some eggs, vegetables and fruits. The originally cold and clear small courtyard also became lively, because the grandparents are willing to come here to chat with Su-chen. If this program continues, I guess the location of this intelligence station will have to be shifted from under the big acacia tree to the small courtyard. Soon, though, the final day of the first installment arrived. To celebrate the first installment of the show, and the fire that exceeded expectations. In the evening, the program will be hosting a dinner at the little house. After a day's time, the entire small courtyard was decorated with a new look. A long table with a white tablecloth was placed in the center of the yard. It was topped with a delicate dinner plate. The trees in the yard were also covered with colored lights and balloons. A farmhouse compound, at the moment, transformed into a worldly manor feeling. Over the course of the last few days, the stars seemed to have adapted to the environment. Each of them had also long since taken a break from heavy makeup and cumbersome clothes, and were dressed more comfortably and casually. But today was different. Everyone had changed into their grandest clothes. Dress up for this dinner. Chapter 35, Slipper War God. Chapter 35, Slipper War God. The party began with guests appearing one by one. First up, the three female guests. Only Yang Mi chose to wear a deep V gown today, reflecting her body advantage to the fullest. For her part, Hotba wore a backless dress, swaying and flirting between her walks. Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, was a bit more conservative, and her mother and manager had called specifically to warn her before the banquet began. She was told not to show too much, and Lu Tianxian listened better to her mom. So wear a modest dress. As soon as the three female guests came on the stage, they caused a burst of gasps from the audience in the live broadcast. I'll be damned. Big Mimi is too beautiful. This body, it lives up to its name. Hot Barb Baby is so beautiful. She's just glowing white. It's a blessing today to see these three great beauties competing for attention like this. Lu Tianxian is also beautiful, just dressed a little conservatively. This is what makes a fairy feel like a fairy. After all, it's a fairy sister, and her temperament is just out of this world. Immediately after that, the three male guests came out. The camera sweeps over them one by one. One by one. They also changed into proper suits, though not as bright as the female guests, but it oozes a deeper aura. Konzumi is so handsome. Hana looks pretty good in a suit too. Old Chin is a bit too skinny, but still handsome. Where's Su Chen? Why isn't Su Chen out yet? Just as the viewers of the live broadcast were searching for Su Chen amongst the cameras, the camera panned out, and only then did Su Chen come out from inside the room. He was seen wearing a dark blue suit, making his already superior appearance even more handsome. I'll go. Su Chen looks so handsome in a suit. Just now I thought Koen was the most handsome, and now when Su Chen appears, it's simply seconds. Oh my god. His whole body seems to be glowing. Su Chen's social cow behavior these days has made me forget that he's still a handsome guy. Su Chen's appearance caused the audience in the live broadcast room to cry out in amazement. Even those who usually hacked him couldn't find any angle to start a hack at this moment. You can't even help but want to follow someone else's compliments. However, after the camera gradually pulled away and framed Su Chen's entire body in, the audience, however, was dumbfounded, because underneath Su Chen's exquisite suit, he was actually wearing a pair of slippers. Ha ha ha, did I read it right? Su Chen came out in too much of a hurry so he forgot to change his shoes? Put. A suit with slippers. Su Chen is still the first person who is trying a very new way of dressing. Ha ha ha, just now that image is also stunning, then now this full body view is stunned old iron. Stunned iron. What kind of show is this? Laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Ha ha, it's really a pity that Su Chen doesn't go to be a harmonic star. The executive director also realized something was wrong at this moment and hurriedly asked the cameraman to turn the camera away. Then he ran next to Su Chen and whispered, Tatsu, shoes, you've got the wrong shoes. Su Chen bowed his head once. Wearing the wrong thing? It's not. This is my drag child. Su Chen replied. No Tatsu. You're wearing a suit with slippers? Do you think this is appropriate? The executive director said breathlessly. You're still doing this on purpose. Appropriate? What's not appropriate? Su Chen had a face that took it for granted. The camera brother felt that the two of them were having an interesting conversation, and by now had turned the camera back again. So the audience saw this candid look on Su Chen's face. Looking at the executive director's expression that looked like constipation, Su Chen continued. I'm telling you, it's just too uncomfortable to wear this suit, and if you guys hadn't asked me to, I definitely wouldn't be wearing it, but you guys only asked for clothes, not shoes. There's nothing wrong with me wearing slippers. The executive director was in tears. Come on, it's the fault of our directing team again. He is seeing that with Su Chen on this show, they have to get a lawyer for the designated rules. It's the only way to ensure that there is nothing wrong and no loopholes. Otherwise, as long as Su Chen found an opening, he would definitely have to drill it a bit before he could do so. Alright Tatsu, as long as you're happy. The executive director said this and walked away in a cloud of gray. Ha ha ha, Su Chen can be too talented. Stipulating clothes without stipulating shoes. What a talent. I want to learn from Su Chen. Every time the leadership asks me to do something I don't love, I can't open my mouth to refuse. Su Chen is really awesome. Su Chen is right Anyway, we just look above the feet on the line, and then the face is handsome on the line. Ha ha ha, but also drag the child. This how to still have an accent. Drag the child war god this is. In the small courtyard, several female guests at this time, their gazes were unconsciously looking towards Su Chen's slippers. Even a few of the male guests couldn't help but sweep over from time to time. A period of time. Between them, he became the center of attention of the entire small courtyard again. We've dressed up so carefully for so long, but the result is not as noticeable as a slipper from Su Chen. Hua Chengyu shook his head helplessly. In this program, their limelight was completely stolen by Su Chen. It's all become his backdrop. Qin Shaoxian walked over to Su Chen's side at this moment and said enviously, Su Chen, you're amazing. Actually I don't want to wear this leather shoes. Cramped feet. Then you change too. It's cozy. Su Chen cozily said. Qin Shaoxian shook his head. He still can't let go of his face. He can't go out of his way. Envy is envy. Really let him learn. He really can't learn. The party began with a flurry of drinking. At this time, Su Chen had an idea and got up. Ladies and gentlemen, In honor of the fact that we've come to a successful conclusion to this edition of the show, I'm going to show you all a thing or two. Show me your hand? What kind of work are you up to again? Qin Shaoxian responded. As for Hataru, Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, they all looked at Su Chun with anticipation. Time is rushed, I'll make it simple. Prepare a dish for you guys and specialize a glass of wine. How about it? Su Chun said. Yes. Hotba perked up as soon as she heard about the food. Okay, really good. This red wine is not interesting for me to drink. I didn't realize you can still mix wine. Qin Shaoxian said. That's right. I've got this dish and wine that you guys certainly haven't seen before. Voila! After saying that, Su Chen walked to the kitchen to get ready, and the whole process is secretive. No one is allowed to see it. Even the camera brother was turned away from him. Outside the kitchen, guests were craning their necks in anticipation, and the audience is very curious at this point. Su Chen doesn't talk about martial virtues. Even not letting Big Brother camera enter. What is there that we VIP members can't see? Is it because I'm too low-leveled? Why can't I see the crafting process? Chapter 36, Northeastern Western Food. Chapter 36, Northeastern Western Cuisine. I'm looking forward to it, wondering what surprises Su Chen will bring this time. From what I know about Su Chen, he definitely won't be regular about cooking and bartending. It was with such great anticipation that the kitchen door finally opened. Su Chen, on the other hand, was pushing a small cart. On top of that cart, there were 2 plates, both covered with silver lids only found in Western restaurants. It looks forced. Wow. I'm looking forward to it. Hataru's mouth was watering, looking at the rack. It should be Western food. Yang Ni analyzed. Is it hard to believe that it's a steak? Lu Tianxian also guessed. Can't be, with Su Chen's character. Isn't it too common to cook a steak? Old Qin analyzed with great understanding, pushing the cart and walking to the center of the dining table. Su Chen stood upright, and then said with quite a bit of bravado, Ladies and gentlemen, let me now present the first course of tonight's special, taco. Wow, taco is my favorite, Hotba exclaimed. Su Chen. So a moment of work, but also tossed out taco too? This is also no ready-made ingredients. Qin Shaoxian was surprised. Why not? It's guaranteed that the ingredients are all local and the freshest, Su Chen said confidently. When he said that, the crowd became even more expectant. Local, the freshest? There are taco ingredients in this rural Northeast? The pop-ups are going crazy at this point too. Looking at this confident look of Su Chen, why do I have a bad feeling? It doesn't feel like it's that simple. Hurry up and reveal the mystery. Let me see how well Su Chen did with this taco. Don't look at people with old eyes. I think this time Su Chen might simply want to cook a dish for everyone. At this moment, Su Chen placed his hand on top of the first lid, and the moment to reveal the mystery was coming. Whether it was the guests on the scene, or the viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them were staring at that cover without blinking at this moment. Thump, thump, thump. Serve, Northeast version of taco, please taste it, Su Chen said triumphantly. Hotba got up and looked closer. Incredulous. Su Chen, isn't this dried tofu rolled with scallions? Yang Ni also came over. Yeah, we had this dish at Auntie Wang's house the other day. Well, it's just not the same shape. Lu Tianxian followed suit. You call this a taco? Qin Shaoxian was, at the moment, a little skeptical. And Su Chen said as a matter of course. That's right. A taco is just a small pretzel with a little sauce and a little filling. For this northeastern version of my taco, I purposely chose dried tofu as the crust and handmade secret farmhouse soybean sauce as the sauce, especially with this filling inside. What's so great about it? It's just a big onion, Old Qin said bluntly. That's not true. Su Chen waved his hand. This is a large onion grown by the Intelligence Center's Auntie Wang herself, using all-natural farmyard fertilizer. And by me, I personally changed the knife cut into sections, in the cooking method, but also to retain the original flavor of the food. This paragraph of Su Chen's words, spoken in a decent manner, was quite bluffing. If I hadn't seen the dish, I would have inevitably thought it was a very impressive dish just by listening to his presentation. But the dish is in front of the crowd at the moment. It's just a dried tofu rolled with onions. Ha 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 ha. I can't even straighten up from laughing. Su Chen really didn't let me down. I knew it. Honestly, cooking, that's not Su Chen's character at all. Goddamn dried tofu rolled with scallions and taco. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't I be eating Western food at home every day? Su Chen is really great. Isn't this set of words that those gourmets always say? Taking ordinary things and making them sound like flowers. Ha ha ha. Su Chen's words do have that flavor to them. Making dried tofu rolled with scallions in the shape of a taco. What on earth is going on in Su Chen's head? Ha 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 ha. Is this what they say? That high-end ingredients only need to be cooked in the simplest way? Come on. Let's all try it. there's enough to go around. Su Chen greeted warmly. Reba, Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian didn't eat this dish at Wang De Ma that day. I was not used to the flavor of the onions and I was worried that I would have bad breath if I ate them. Actresses have to take care of their image management everywhere. But at this moment, Su Chen was so enthusiastic, making it somewhat difficult for them to refuse. Well, I'll try first, Hotba said stiffly. One bite and Hotba burst into tears from the spicy onions. How about that? Yummy! You guys look at Hotba, it's so delicious you're going to cry. Su Chen looked happy and said. Hotaru was too busy drinking water at the moment to refute Su Chen's words. The other guests were wondering, is it really that good? Although Hotba is a foodie, it's not like she's going to cry over a mouthful of dried tofu rolled with scallions. I'll take one, Old Chin said facetiously. Then, let's try it too. Hua Chengyu followed. The kunai frowned, a little embarrassed. Aren't these scallions always made into scallions? Can I eat it raw? This you don't understand. In the Northeast are eaten raw. Onions dipped in soy sauce. That's a ton of food. Su Chen said. Well, then, I'll have one. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian saw that everyone had eaten, so they also picked up a piece and ate it. The sweet taste of the onions exploded in the middle of their mouths, and several people burst into tears. So spicy. Water. Give me water. Cough. 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 Spicy. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Hotaru was crying. It's not the good food that makes you cry. It's the hot food that makes you cry. Su Chen, you've done a lot of harm. Ha 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 ha. These guests are so miserable. Su Chen is here to purposely mess with them. Right. Look at Big Nini's hot. Her little face is red. It hurts. Su Chen's conscience is greatly broken. I do see. These few stars tied together can't play with Su Chen. Su Chen, stop. In a moment the guests are going to go crazy from your torture. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of chaos at the scene, some calm was finally restored. A few of the stars are still making sshhhh noises to ease the spice in their mouths. And in the face of his masterpiece, Su Chen seemed satisfied. Well, it looks like our first course worked out well for a few of you. Others, where do you see it? Now then, I'm going to start performing the main event of the evening, bartending. Saying that, Su Chen opened the other lid. Inside the tray were some of the drinks and beverages to be used for bartending. Chapter 37, Little Bee Juice. Chapter 37, Little Bee Juice. Su Chen, you're mixing this wine for children, aren't you? With juice and milk. Old Chin is kind of a nightclub prince. And when it comes to the bartending part, it's literally in his comfort zone. Seeing the flowery alcoholic beverages placed inside Su Chen's plate felt a bit underwhelming. The audience was also a little disappointed to see these things at this point. I thought Su Chen could pull off something big this time. Something like not going home tonight. Upstairs, that's a dangerous idea you've got there. If we really want to come to this, won't something happen tonight? Why do I see there's a wanted milk in the middle of those drinks? Looks like Su Chen can't hold his liquor. He can only sit at the kids' table. There's not a single bottle of foreign wine here. Is Su Chen challenging the northeastern foreign wine again this time? In the small courtyard, Hotba looked at the plate and wondered. Ha, brother Su Chen. What kind of drink can you make with this Jiang Xiaobai? Sprite. Want milk and orange juice. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. That's what you don't understand. Who says you have to use foreign liquor for bartending? Just these few things. You can buy them at the village kiosk, and you can make a nice glass of wine as usual. Hearing Su Chen say this, several of the guests found it a bit interesting. There was a flurry of anticipation. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen began to operate, getting to a little bit of the jungle first, and then some Sprite. Su Chen operated it while also explaining himself. Place each of these in a shaker, and some wanted milk, and finally orange juice. After putting the entire thing in, Su Chen picked it up and shook it vigorously. Wow! Su Chen's movement of shaking the cup is really handsome. We don't know if the wine is good or not, but the action is indeed a bit professional. Love it, love it. If Su Chen were to work as a bartender, I guess I'd have to go and drink until I vomited blood. A few moments later, Su Chen poured the mixed wine, one by one, into the cups in front of the several guests. Taste it. The crowd picked up their cups and took a small sip at first with some uncertainty. The results have been eye-opening. Su Chen, you can mix this wine. These few look out of place. Put together surprisingly so good. Old Chin was surprised. I've kind of learned this trick, so when I go to the club afterward, I'll show them a hand too. Hey, by the way Su Chen, what's the name of this wine? Old Chin asked. Hearing this question, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. That's what he was waiting for. It doesn't matter so much how the drink tastes. The name is the essence of it. This wine is called Little Bee Boy Juice. Su Chen replied. When these words came out, Old Chin's smile froze on his face, almost didn't choke on his drink. The others also looked at Su-chen with some surprise. Why are you cursing properly? This is a live broadcast. I'll go. Did Su-chen just scold Old Chin? For sure. Old Chin's face has changed. It feels like Su-chen and Old Chin have gotten along quite well these past few days. Why are they suddenly cursing? It's over. It's over. These Su-chen are going to collapse the room. As a public figure, he even scolded other guests on the program. It's enough to seal the deal. However, just as everyone was awkwardly at a loss for words, Su-chen pointed at that Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's little, pointing to Sprite again. Sprite's bay. Wonky milk's wonky. Orange juice for juice. That's why the drink is called Little B-Boy Juice. By his explanation, the crowd suddenly came to a realization. It turned out to be such a little bitty. Oh no. Little bitty juice ah. Ha ha ha. Brother Su-chen. You're too funny. This name is so interesting. Hoda reacted and laughed her head off. Old Chin's face that had been taut also instantly relaxed. It startled him, and he thought Su-chen was scolding him. It's this little bikini juice that's been going on for a while now. The viewers of the live stream were laughing at this point. Ha 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 ha. Little bijou juice is too interesting. What exactly is inside Su-chen's head? Learn it and show it to my goddess tomorrow. Upstairs. Let us know the results after the show. So excited. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. You're obviously not having a good time. Brothers, although this wine is good, you can't try it easily. I just made a cup for my dad and my face still hurts at this moment. What's a sore face? I'm in the hospital in a cast. Su-chen really never disappoints. I said he couldn't possibly mix a cup of ordinary wine. So this mystery is in the name. Just inside the courtyard, several guests were amused by Su-chen's glass of wine. Time. A man walked in the doorway. It's none other than their chief director for this program. Director Yen. Looks like everyone's having a good time. Director Yen said with a smile. The crowd heard voices and realized he was here. Egu. Director Yen is here. Director Yen. You've been tossing us around for the past few days. You're not here to give us another problem right now. Xin Shaoxian said. Ha ha. I've come here today to thank you all. The first installment of the program was a great success and couldn't have been done without everyone's efforts. Director Yen said with a smile. However, while he was talking about everyone inside his mouth, his eyes were always on Su-chen's body. The crowd understood that the success of the show basically had nothing to do with them. It was all due to Su-chen alone. Director Yen came at the right time. Su-chen just mixed a cup of special bull's wine. Come over and try it. Xin Shaoxian said with a bad smile. Director Yen had just been on the road and hadn't had time to watch the live broadcast. Naturally, he didn't know the deeper meaning in Su-chen's wine. Really? Su-chen even knows how to mix drinks. Then I have to try it. What's the name of this wine? The other guests had been unable to stop themselves from laughing when this was asked. The two of them, Hotba and young Mimi, kept their heads down and covered their faces, trying not to laugh out loud. It was only the constant shaking of their shoulders that revealed how hard they were laughing. Koan and Hua Changyu's faces were contorted from enduring this moment. Old Chin, on the other hand, had a bad smile on his face. I thought to myself, I've just been screwed over by Su-chen, and now it's Director Yan's turn, not giving us food and letting us suffer so much. This time, let's take this as Su-chen's revenge for everyone. Looking at Director Yan's expectant expression, Su-chen slowly spat out 4 words. Little B-boy juice. Ha 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 ha. Laughing so hard my stomach hurts. My abs are laughing out loud. I thought I had just famous scenes already, but it turned out that Director Yan's appearance was the best part. I thought Su-chen might be a bit more restrained in front of the director, but it turns out he really doesn't give any face at all. Chapter 38 Angry at Youngmi. Chapter 38 Angry at Youngmi. You guys still don't understand Su-chen. Su-chen isn't the kind of person who has habitual problems. Seek the psychological shadow area of Director Yen at this moment. The first person in inner entertainment who dares to dislike the director. Early the next morning, 7 cars were parked in front of the small compound, specifically to pick up each of the guests. The first installment is over. The next installment will begin in 3 days. The 7 guests gathered their things and walked out from inside the room. Bye everyone, then we'll see you in 3 days. Lu Tianxian waved his hand. After saying that, she unconsciously turned her head to look at Su-chen's room. Just then, Su-chen pushed the door and walked out. Lu Tianxian hastily averted her eyes. Then I'll leave first. After saying that, she left with a somewhat flustered back. Hotba looked at Su-chen at this moment and said with some aggression, Brother Su-chen, we won't be able to see each other for several days. I'll miss you. And in the face of Hataru's obviously petulant words, Su-chen was unappreciative. It's only 3 days. It's not that long. So you'll miss me? Hotba asked, undeterred. I may not have the time. Su-chen thought about it and said very seriously, look, it's been 7 days in this place, and when I get back the games will have to be played. the wine will have to be drunk, and I'll have to get a massage, and, you're leaving already. Before Su Chen finished speaking, Hotba had already turned around and walked away dragging her suitcase. The backs all have 4 big words written on them. I'm pissed off. Su Chen shook his head. Rude. I'm not done talking. Yang Mi, who witnessed this, shook her head helplessly. Learning from Hotba's previous experience, she was prepared to not talk to Su Chen and leave directly. After all, she didn't want to be pissed off. However, when she passed by Su Chen said with a bad smile on his face, "Bye-bye, big honeys." His big words were specially drawn out and his eyes were still sweeping towards Yang Mi's fruitfulness. Yang Mi, who had felt that she was already impervious to swords and spears, had her anger instantly ignited. You, Su Chen, you stinking rascal. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and stomped away. I even accidentally tripped halfway there and almost fell on my ass. Su Chen, on the other hand, showed no mercy and delivered a huge laugh. Hearing Su Chen's laughter behind her, Yang Mi felt like she was going to gnash her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still on the air at the moment, she would have had to go back and break things up with Su Chen. Ha ha ha, Su Chen is really a fighter among straight men. Isn't Su Chen a bit too much? Yang Mi is a girl. He doesn't know how to take care of it? It's just a joke. I don't think it's a big deal. That's right. Su Chen has always been this kind of character. I do think it's quite good. Who says boys have to be lickspittles? That's right. I used to be a lickspittle. And I'll tell you from personal experience that lickspittles don't get to die. 1 by 2 of this female guests were infuriated by Su Chen. Only the coy Lu Tianxian was spared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Has Su Chen forgotten that he's participating in a romance variety show? At this rate, there might not even be a female guest to choose him for the next program. Imperial Capital. After Su Chen got off the plane, he was directly picked up by the company car. In the car, Agent Sheen was very excited. Su Chen, you're so awesome. You know, these days of participating in the program, all of your social platform accounts, your fans have gone up by more than 10 million combined. I've already had quite a few endorsements and movie scripts come my way. You've hit the ground running this time. To say that you were an unattended idle fish before, you are now a sought-after golden bottle. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. This Sister Chin was really good at describing things. However, thinking about what she said is also right. If he did not cross over, then this original owner is not a salted fish. Listening to Sister Chin shattering in her ear, Su Chen was still a little uncomfortable. After all, it was the first time for him to meet with an agent. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Sister Chin thought for a moment and said, Su Chen, sis actually understands you. This social terrorism of yours is either a persona or real. It looks like you've put in a lot of work for this program. It's really hard for you. Hearing this, Su Chen somewhat wanted to laugh. Difficult? I'm so happy for myself. Okay? By the way, that company has a live event scheduled for you. Tomorrow morning. You do know that now that you're hot, take advantage of a few opportunities to maximize the show's fan base. So taking advantage of a gap in the program to broadcast it live is the best way to do it. You? No problem? Sister Chin asked. No problem. Su Chen replied very painfully. It's really not. Question. You were so resistant to live broadcasting before, Sister Chin said with some disbelief. After all, this kind of solo live broadcast has to be directly in front of the audience and interactive. It was still different from being on the program, so Sister Chin was a little worried that Su Chen wouldn't be able to accept it. Su Chen shrugged. What's so resistant about it? Isn't live broadcasting just chatting? Chatting. At this moment, Sister Chin didn't know why, but she felt that the Su Chen in front of her was somewhat different. But then she thought, what the hell if it's the same or not? As long as it's on fire. Returning to his familiar and unfamiliar home, Su Chen lay on the large, comfortable bed, incredibly blessed. It's been a week since I crossed over, all nestled in the village. Now, finally, you can experience the star treatment. It's just cool. However, after lying down for a while, Su Chen opened his eyes and opened the system page, tapped on the tasks section. New mission, take the locksmith to an escape room. This task has not been completed by himself, mainly because of the rural he also sister has a secret room escape. Looks like I'll have to take the locksmith on a playdate while I'm off for a few days to get this quest done. Thinking about it, Su Chen fell into dreamland. Mom, I'm home, Lu Tianxian shouted after entering the house. Not long after, Lu Xiaoli walked out from inside. Only her face was a bit not so good. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Lu Tianxian said with concern. I am uncomfortable in my heart. Lu Xiaoli said. Tell me, do you like that Su Chen? As soon as I entered the house, I was greeted by my own current head-on, asking such sharp questions. Lu Tianxian froze. Lu Xiaoli knows her daughter very well. Seeing the look on her face, she already knew the answer. She sighed helplessly. I've been in charge of you for over 20 years. Watched you for over 20 years. And you end up going on a show and liking it so. Such a person? Lu Xiaoli said incredulously. Chapter 39, Have You Drifted? Chapter 39, Have You Drifted? Lu Xiaoli has a strong character and has always been a man of her word. And Lu Tianxian has always been obedient, rarely contradicting and disobeying her mother. But this time, hearing Lu Xiaoli dislike Suchen so much, Lu Tianxian suddenly became angry. Mom, you can't say that about Suchen. You haven't even touched him. You don't even know him at all. And to think so poorly of him is just too arbitrary. After that, he threw his luggage and stomped off to his room by himself. Looking at the door of the room that closed with a bang, Lu Xiaoli was a bit bewildered. Your own good daughter actually lost her temper with yourself? It was still for Suchen. This kid, he really is a bit of a trickster. To have charmed his own daughter to death. It's not even close to what's going on, and it puts them at odds with mother and daughter. No way. She had to find a way to stop the two of them from falling deeper and deeper into their relationship. Yang Mi's home. Reba is also staying at her house tonight in a borrowed room. The two were good sisters and it was common for them to stay in each other's homes. The two sisters took a comfortable shower and lay down on the couch to put on their face masks. These days in the countryside, I can't even take a shower. It's still comfortable at home. Yang Mi exclaimed. It's true that the house is comfortable, but I think that little rural home is pretty nice, too. Honestly, this just left and I kinda miss it, Hataru said, and couldn't help but recall images from her time in the small courtyard. Yet it was discovered that all that he could think of was related to Suchen. At this time, Yang Mi came over with a promising face. I don't think you're thinking about the little yard. You're thinking about the people in it. Hatba blushed instantly. Honey, don't be ridiculous. I'm not thinking about him. Yo 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 yo. I didn't say who it was. Why is your face red? You stinky girl. A teenage girl is pregnant, isn't she? Yang Mi laughed. Che, don't talk about me. You dare to say that you don't have any special concern for Suchen? Talking to him is different than anyone else. Hatba, in return, demolished young Mimi's little mind. Where did I? That's because Suchen is so infuriating. Okay. Yang Mi swept away the calmness she had just displayed when she had been poking fun at Hataru. Somewhat flustered, he ran to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yang Mi realized that her face was as red as a ripe apple. It was the first time she had ever been so flustered. Thinking back to Hataru's words, Suchen's face came to mind. This Suchen person talks so exasperatingly, but how come I seem to? Can't hate him, and kind of looking forward to the next installment of the program to come soon, as if, especially want to see him earlier. Yang Mi said to herself, Honey, what are you muttering in the bathroom by yourself? I heard it all. Hatba's voice came from outside. Yang Mi was startled and hurriedly turned the faucet on. You damned girl, what are you doing eavesdropping outside when people go to the bathroom? Early the next morning, Suchen came to the company. The boss, Gao Ming, was already waiting in the office early. Before coming, Suchen recalled this boss in his mind, found very little to remember about him, because the former owner wasn't very popular. He wasn't famous enough and didn't have enough work. Feel free to have this boss treat him poorly. A small entertainer like him at the bottom of the company. Naturally, there's little chance of meeting the boss in person. Sister Qin led him and pushed the door in. Boss, Suchen is here. Gao Ming stood up from his chair with a prancing smile and walked over. Aya Suchen. Finally you're back. It's been hard on you these past few days. Looking at the boss's exaggerated smiling face, Suchen thought to himself, am I familiar with you? The heart isn't bitter. The life is, Suchen said casually. When these words came out, both Gao Ming and Sister Qin were stunned, and the scene was awkward. However, Suchen himself had a bashful look on his face. Oh, boss, just kidding, don't mind. Broker Sister Qin saw this and hurriedly agreed. Right, boss, didn't you watch the live broadcast? Suchen is now going for the social cow style. Get used to it. Ha, it's fine. Am I that careful of a boss? I called you here today for two good things. Mainly, Gao Ming guided them to sit down on the sofa and had his secretary make a pot of the best tea over. First, your contract is about to expire. Sister Qin and I have discussed. This new contract price tripled. After saying this, he stared at Suchen's face to see his reaction. As a result, Suchen was expressionless, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. Good tea. Tell me about the second one. The fact that he was so calm and self-assured caused Gao Ming to instantly feel a bit of uncertainty in his heart. One must know that among the company, even the hottest artists were respectful when they saw him as their boss. This Suchen in his own. It is surprising that the attitude is so arrogant in front of the He looked at Sister Chin, only to see her blink furiously at him. Gao Ming knew in his heart that Su-chun was extremely hot right now. Really hot. If they get signed by another company, they'll be doing someone else a favor. It's become a proper grievance. There's no choice but to endure. Okay, then let's put this matter aside and let's talk about the second matter. While saying that, Gao Ming took out a bunch of contracts. Look, these are all the scripts that have come to you lately. All big directors and big productions. Take your pick. Hearing that there was a script, Su-chan became interested. After all, participating in this romance variety show is a momentary thing. If you want to stand firm in the showbiz industry, you still need to have works. However, when he quickly flipped through the scripts, he was instantly disappointed. What's all this? How can you call this a comedy? To say they forcefully tickle the armpits of the audience would be an understatement. It seems that the level of civility in this world is much lower than the world before traveling. Su-chan, how's it going? Any favorites? Take a look at this. It's the transformational masterpiece of renowned director Lao Feng. This is not bad. This director has had a few comedy works. Sister Chin was selling it from the side, while Su-chan's mind was flooded with countless classic comedies from his previous life. Charlotte's Trouble, Tomato Richest, King of Comedy, and more. It's just a shame that the plots themselves, while remembered, are nowhere near being able to replicate the script. Nonetheless, he couldn't look at these in his hands. Placing those scripts on the table, Su-chan said, "These scripts are so trashy, I'm going to shoot for the best." Takamine's face changed. He thought that Su-chan had completely drifted at this moment. Right. Our Su-chan has just caught fire. We have to be careful in choosing scripts. We have to cherish our feathers. Sister Chin hurriedly rounded off the scene. Chapter 40, The Way a Licking Dog Opens. Chapter 40, The Way to Open a Licking Dog. By the way, I see the live time is almost up. Su-chan, hurry up and get the makeup artist to clean up your hair and prepare for the live broadcast. Sister Chin said. Su-chan nodded and got up to go. I'll just leave the rest to Sister Chin, and just do my own thing. After Su-chan left, Gao Ming got angry. Look at you. It's only been on fire for a few days, and it's drifting like this. Boss. Su-chan, he's not like that. He probably doesn't like these scripts. Wait for me to do his job again. Sister Chin persuaded. This is the top director. This script can't see what other script he can see. I don't believe there can be a better script than this. In the corridor of the company, the employees were all surprised after seeing Su-chan. Good morning, Tatsu. Brother Tatsu came to the company. Brother Tatsu, you're so awesome. When are you going to start a class to teach? Looking at this one person who greeted him warmly, Su-chan recalled that the original owner had never had this kind of treatment in the company. Because of his sociopathic attributes, he has always minimized his presence. In the company is like a transparent existence, even if others see him, but also pretend not to see. Today it's a completely different story. Soon the time for the live broadcast was approaching. In a separate room, the equipment and lights are all ready. There are also several staff members present to provide service and support at all times. The broadcast, which was teased yesterday, was posted. As of now, the number of reservations alone has broken 10 million. 3 minutes before the start time, hundreds of people had already flooded into the live broadcast room. Coming. Great. Su-chan is going live. So much anticipation. It feels like it's only been a day since I've seen Su-chan, and this heart is empty. Su-chan is really spoiling his fans, knowing that we won't see that we'll miss him, and arranging a live broadcast so quickly. It's all the company's arrangement. Okay, I don't care. Su-chan just spoils us. Get out of the way, don't crowd. Why hasn't Su-chan shown up yet? Can't wait. I go. If it is not live, I forgot to give Su-chan point attention. Attention to go a wave. Su-chan must be more live after that. When the show isn't on the air, watching Su-chan live is the only thing I think about. Mr. Su-chan. The live broadcast will start in 10 seconds. The staff said. Countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the staff countdown ended, Su-chan's figure suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Hello, everyone. Su-chan greeted. When he finished, he looked at himself on the screen and couldn't help but stink to high heaven. I feel like I've gotten a little bit more handsome today. Wow, see, fresh southern. So handsome. Hubby. Good day, brother Su-chan. I miss seeing you for a day. What kind of work is Su-chan going to give us today? Puffing. Worthy of being Su-chan. So narcissistic. It's okay to give yourself handsome. What is Su-chan did to taking us to play today? Can Su-chan did teach us what to do about social cows? Su-chan da. I'm a licking dog. Can you scold me to wake up? Please. Ha ha. The licking dog upstairs shall not die. Won't you just stop licking? I can't control myself. Su-chan finally finished stinking. and only then did he look at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. A quick glance at the comments about dog licking instantly came to mind. What are we going to play today? Let's play something new and interesting then, Suchin said. The live feeds got excited. Well, I like fun. It feels like Suchin is going to live whole again. So expectant and excited. What's funny? I just feel like licking the goddess is the most fun. But unfortunately, the goddess dangerously doesn't even answer me back. Me too. I've just been scolded by the goddess. So at this moment I can only come to watch Suchin's great live broadcast to ease some of my emotions. The staff was monitoring the backstage at the moment, only to see the number of people rising at a very frightening rate. The number of people on the air soared to 5 million live as soon as it started. 6 million, 8 million, broken 10 million, the staff excitedly said. The company's other artists often have live events as well, but even for the hottest artists, the peak number of people on the air is only 60 or 70 white million. And Suchin surprisingly broke 10 million straight away as soon as he started broadcasting. And that number is growing by leaps and bounds. Quick, hurry up and write a mention board for Brother Chen so he can hurry up and answer the audience's questions to stabilize this heat. The staff member held a large reminder board and waved it in front of Suchin's eyes. However, Suchin swept. After a glance, it's out of sight. Just kidding, it's his live room. Of course it's his call. He wasn't the type to be led around by the nose. It's over. Is Tatsu nervous about seeing so many people? It's simply going the way we said it would, the staff member said anxiously. However, right at this moment, Suchin looked at the question on the pop-up screen and came to inspiration. I saw that a brother just said that he sent a wiki to the goddess and the other didn't reply. Right, that's good. I'll teach you a way. That old iron was instantly excited. I'll be damned. Tatsu actually saw me. I'm so excited. Congratulations to the lucky viewer. I want to be seen by Tatsu too. What can I do to get his attention? Suchin cleared his throat and said, it's really simple. You just change the other person's wiki note to the other person is in the process of typing. Doesn't this day just get better and better? The audience in the live broadcast room boiled over when they heard this. I'll be damned. Tatsu has a point. Worthy of being Brother Tatsu. Another way out of the ordinary. Learned it. I'll go change the note for the goddess now. Where's that old iron guy who just learned to scrap? It's me. But even so, she's still treating me like I'm air, and I still feel bad about it. Suchin's eyes were also good, and he accurately captured the man in the midst of the rapid pop-ups. Think of it this way, how important is air? Who can live without it? That means she can't stay away from you. Suchin replied. The live broadcast room was quiet for a few seconds before the pop-ups instantly erupted. Ha, Brother Tatsu is mighty. This matter can even be understood in this way. I have realized. It's so ruthless. This way of thinking. It's really different from the norm. Suchin has solved my mental internal conflict. Fellow compatriots, Master Suchin is here. Greet all your questions. Chapter 41, Such a Licking Dog. Chapter 41, Such a Dog Licker. With the first dog licking problem hitting the bottom, the pop-ups were hilarious. It can be said to have blown up a crowd of lickers who were hoping to get Suchin's answers to their questions. Of course, some of these are real dog lickers, and some are just purely hilarious. Master Suchin. What about my goddess telling me to get lost? Suchin da. What should I do if my goddess circle of friends blocks me? Suchin da. What if my goddess deleted my prestige? Suchin da. I sent 10 small essays to the goddess, and she just sent me a period back. What should I do? Look at the way the wind is blowing in this live stream. The staff was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Why has this live stream turned into a dog licking quiz? This wind direction is not right. Sister Chin said that this live broadcast is for Suchin to solidify his fans. How is this direction getting more and more skewed? No, hurry up and write a cue board for Tatsu to pull back in a hurry. However, where did Suchin pay any attention to their tips? Looking at the barrage of pop-ups, in his mind he felt a little amused and a little out of touch. It really didn't occur to me that there are so many lickspittles in this world. When will the S stand up? But he knows a thing or two about respecting the fate of others and letting go of the helping hand complex. It is useless to persuade these people. Nothing like enlightening them in their own unique way. For no other reason than the shock value that was increasing wildly at the moment. Yes, right after he answered the first dog-licking question, the shock value went ding, 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 ding and on. Seems like everyone is enjoying this path, so it's good to see him through to the end. So he straightened his shirt, looked at the dog-licking questions that kept scrolling on that pop-up screen, and started answering them. This brother with the ID the 100th day of licking the goddess asks, what if my goddess tells me to get lost? Dude, she told you to roll. That's a sign of love. Think about it. Roll is next to 3 dots of water. That means that her love for you is like a torrent of continuous water. Su-chan replied. The live broadcast was silent for a few seconds before the crowd marveled. Asterisk 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 can still be understood that way? I'm willing to call Su-chan a top comprehension master. Hear the applause. That's awesome, and it does make me feel better when I think about it that way. Come on. This is just lying to yourself. Typical self-hypnosis. Seeing this pop up, Su-chan retorted. You're wrong about this, brother. What's the essence of being a lickspittle? And that's having the initiative in your own hands. You can lick whoever you want, more if you're happy today, and not if you're not happy tomorrow. When you think about it like that, you're a winner in life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That makes sense. Master Su-chan. I've realized again. So the dog licker is the one with the highest realm. I've learned. At this moment, Sister Chin came to the live broadcast room to check on Su-chan's live broadcast. The staff saw her like she was a savior. Sister Chin, what should we do? Brother Chen is not following the process we designed at all. Sister Chin seemed to have anticipated this situation and asked calmly. How are the numbers now? The data is not bad. The live stream is now over 15 million people. Sister Chin, Brother Chen is on the hot search. Another staff member ran over and said, #Southern is such a lickin' dog hashtag. The word is at the top of the hot search list and is followed by the word explosion in big red. This kind of treatment is usually reserved for when a star has a major scandal. There aren't many positive news stumps. After many people saw it, they thought Su-chan had collapsed the room, and they clicked in to check it out. Inside the result was Su-chan's answer to netizens. 2 about licking dogs. Ha ha ha, dog licking can be understood in this way. It opens up new ideas. Isn't this the one that was so hot on Love Variety a few days ago? Social awesome disease Su-chan. That's quite an interesting angle. Goddamn, treating you as air is inseparable from you. What the hell role is the thought of you is like a monstrous river that goes on and on. Laugh me to death. Honestly, I think Su-chan's thinking is very correct. Is licking a dog to lick a goddess to get her? Of course not. That's to get a kick out of yourself. Click on Su-chan's livestream to check it out now. I hope this session continues. I still want to learn more. Looking at the hilarity below that hot search, Sister Chin smiled slightly. Isn't this quite good? This hot search is so hot, but we can't even buy it with money. Let Su-chan follow his own ideas. After the verification of the previous period of time, Sister Chin understood that Su-chan was able to be so hot today. It's inseparable from his straightforward character, and the attributes of a social cow. So, not restricting him is the only way to allow his attributes to be utilized. The most thorough. Of course, that's just scratching the surface of what's really going on. She couldn't restrict it if she wanted to. Yangmi is going to an event today for an endorsed brand. Wake up early in the morning and start applying makeup and styling. At the moment, she was sitting in a car traveling to the event. Sister honey, the activity sounds tiring in a while. Why don't you take a nap now? The assistant said. On a normal day, Yangmi would have grabbed the time on the road to catch up on her sleep. Today, however, she had no sleep, because just now she saw the hot search headline. Su-chan he actually went live. Ahem. I'm not tired today, so I'll just brush up on my phone, Yangmi said while her finger unconsciously clicked into Su-chan's live broadcast. At this moment, Su-chan was still answering the questions from the dog lickers. This being a goddess's little puppy brother asks, what if the goddess's circle of friends has blocked me? Brother, congratulations. Su-chan clenched his fists at the camera, his expression looking very serious. Think about it. What kind of people do people generally block in their circle of friends? Family. Your goddess is treating you like family. Put. Yangmi didn't hold back her laughter. It's so interesting. It's worthy of being Su-chan. This way of thinking about things is just different. Looking at Su-chan in that screen, Yangmi felt as if he had become more handsome. Already a superior-looking man. He never primped himself on the show before. Other guests, male or female, have to get up early in the morning to get their makeup and hair done. And Su-chan just washed his face and went out. But compared to the other 3 male celebrities, it is not only no less but even more handsome. Honey, what are you looking at smiling like that? Live streaming. Didn't you never like watching live before? The assistant asked. Yangmi's face suddenly turned red. No, it's pretty interesting to brush up on. So I'll just take a look. Chapter 42 Forgot to cut the trumpet. Chapter 42 Forgot to cut the trumpet. As she spoke, Yangmi put on her headphones and sidled away, seriously watching Su-chan's live broadcast. The assistant thought to herself as she saw the inexplicable smile on Yangmi's face. This honey sister is afraid that she is not really in love. This kind of sweet gesture of a little girl has never appeared on the honey sister before. Lu Tianxian was in trouble with her mother because of yesterday. Stayed in his room all day without going out. Since she came back yesterday, she had been restraining herself from following Su-chan's movements. Naturally, he had already known about Su Chen's live broadcast. So early in the morning, he stood guard in the live broadcast room, waiting for Su Chen to broadcast live. After seeing that familiar face appear in the screen, Lu Tianxian instantly felt his heart thumping. While hearing all the dog-licking questions answered by Su Chen, Lu Tianxian burst out laughing uncontrollably. Currently Lu Xiaoli hovered at her door a few times, hearing giggles coming from inside. There is some doubt in my heart. This child has never been in this situation. Laughing so happily. It is not chatting with that Su Chen. As soon as she thought of this, she became incomparably angry and directly pushed open the door to Lu Tianxian's room, walked straight to her, and snatched the cell phone with one hand. Are you? It turned out that only the top of the phone, surprisingly, was playing a comedy movie. So you're watching a movie. It's really good to have nothing to do but study and learn more about other people's acting skills. But this style of comedy doesn't suit you. You should still watch more serious dramas. It's more in line with your temperament. Although Lu Xiaoli felt a little embarrassed for misunderstanding her daughter, her first reaction was still to lecture. Without a word, Lu Tianxian snatched her cell phone and turned her back. Lu Xiaoli confirmed that her daughter was not chatting with Su Chen, so she let go and turned around to go out. And after she went out, Lu Tianxian immediately switched the screen back to Su Chen's live broadcast. Phew, good thing I'm resourceful and prepared first thing in the morning. Now I can finally watch Su Chen in peace. At this moment, Su Chen answered another dog-licking question, amusing Lu Tianxian to no end. She subconsciously opened the gift interface, picked the most expensive one, and directly clicked on gift. Su Chen live. This brother with the ID buying breakfast for a goddess and her boyfriend asks, what if the goddess deletes my wiki? Bro, you now open the prestige and open the chat page between you and the goddess. Su Chen commanded. Not just him, all the brothers in the live broadcast room, if they are troubled in the same way, open the chat interface with the goddess. Come on, tell me, what do you see? The pop-ups below replied, I see my own deep love. It's all just me talking to myself. The goddess didn't get any of it. I see a bunch of red exclamation points. Right, the red exclamation mark. Su Chen caught the pop-up. Think about what the color red represents. What does it mean? It means festive. It means she wants to marry you. As if that wasn't enough. You guys think that every single time you send her a message, she doesn't answer it in seconds. When your message is sent, a pop-up immediately appears. The other party has turned on friend verification. This is not love. This is something. Su Chen was, at the moment, passionately outputting. The pop-ups instantly exploded. I'll go. Bull. My goddess even wants to marry me? I just want to be a dog licker. But she wants to be my wife. No way. I want to lick another goddess. Goddesses are so devoid of depth. What kind of goddesses are they when they reply to me in seconds every time? Head down. Wonderful. Absolutely marvelous. Su Chen has simply opened up a new world of dog licking. Sure enough, all the problems of this world are no longer problems when viewed from a different angle. Just then, a gorgeous animation was seen flashing up on the live feed. Someone has given a gift. And it's the most expensive gift of all. Wazi. Thank you for the carnival sent by Lu Tianxian. Su Chen subconsciously read out the name of the gift giver. Since the start of the live broadcast, this gift hasn't stopped, and Carnival has collected more than he can count. So thanking for the gift had become Su Chen's subconscious behavior. However, after pronouncing the name, he realized the problem. The person who just delivered Huazi is called Lu Tianxian? Is it true that Lu Tianxian is here, or has someone changed his name? Su Chen said. The viewers of the live broadcast room also realized this at the moment. Lu Tianxian has come to deliver a gift? I'll go. I just clicked into the account to check it out. It's indeed Lu Tianxian himself. Wow. It's actually true that it's Lu Tianxian. Tianxian is actually watching Su Chen's live broadcast as well? Why do I get the feeling that Lu Tianxian is that female licking dog? Lu Tianxian has always been very low-key in the circle and has never had a deep relationship with anyone. To think that she would give a gift to Su Chen. This relationship is not ordinary. I could tell in the program that Lu Tianxian was willing to, must be interested in Su Chen. Is there any need for you to feel this? No matter if it's Lu Tianxian. I think Big Mimi and Hataru are also interested in Su Chen. At this moment, Lu Tianxian was in her room. Her small face red, shy and wanting to find a crack in the ground. I can't believe she forgot to cut the trumpet. The gift was supposed to be a subtle way of expressing the feelings in her heart that she wanted to express. As the saying goes, when you like someone, you can't help but want to spend money on them. Lu Tianxian is in this situation at the moment. Originally, she had wanted to use the smaller Su Chen to send the gift so that no one would find out anything. However, looking at Su Chen's handsome face, and his answers that were out of the ordinary, in a moment of excitement, Lu Tianxian had forgotten that she was looking at it with a large size. It's over. It's over. It's so embarrassing. Lu Tianxian covered her head with the quilt and tried to escape from all of this with an ostrich. However, this matter of her sending gifts in Su Chan's live stream soon hit the hot search. There was a lively discussion. I'm going to go. Knock knock knock. Lu Tianxian's behavior is very bold. Holy, that's kind of not a public display of affection. You guys are overthinking it too. People are probably just giving a gift out of courtesy. That's right, don't read too much into it. They're all on the same show anyway, so maybe they're just coming over to support it. Then why don't the other guests come over to support? Only Lu Tianxian alone. I think there's still a problem. The discussion intensified, and almost had the tendency to squeeze out the first place in the hot search at the moment. Hashtag Su Chen is such a dog licker. As for Su Chen, who was at the center of the incident, he looked as if he was watching the fun. Thank you Lu Tianxian for the huazi, but I'm not the kind of person who can be bought with gifts, so just remember one thing. Money it can't buy love. Chapter 43, A Handmade Closed Door Soup. Chapter 43, A Handmade Shut In. Originally, the audience said those words that Lu Tianxian rewarded because she was interested in Su Chen, mostly in jest. These people also had nothing better to do than watch the fun. As a result, it didn't occur to him that Su Chen was directly admitting it. Money can't buy love? In an instant, the crowd brainstormed a big play. What Lu Tianxian likes Su Chen and chases him hard but can't. In the guise of a female licking dog, she came to the live broadcast to give Su Chen a reward. As a result, he was ruthlessly rejected by Su Chen. For a moment, the live stream blew up. I'm going. Am I witnessing a big show? Su Chen is so direct. So not giving Lu Tianxian face? My mom. This Lu Tianxian was rejected in front of so many people in front of him. So embarrassing. Really? That's a bit too much. It's still Su Chen who's being polite. He doesn't go behind our audience's backs when there's something going on. Moving a small bench to sit and wait for the show. Lu Tianxian disguised as a female licking dog, chasing after Su Chen bitterly? Seeing how Su Chen's understanding of dog licking was so in place, I thought he was also a dog licker. Now I'm wrong about opening up. Su Chen is the one being licked. At the same time, this video of Lu Tianxian rewarding and Su Chen responding was also edited down by netizens. It was placed on top of the major social media platforms. It instantly ignited the entire inner recreation. The first place on the hot list on platforms such as Scarf, Tees, Certain Hands and so on, are all about this matter. Hashtag Lu Tianxian suspected of chasing after Su Chen but couldn't. Hashtag Su Chen live in public to reject Lu Tianxian. Hashtag fairy sisters wooing in public. Hashtag. As these topics festered, more and more people saw the video. What? Really? In my impression, Lu Tianxian has always been quite high and cold. Yeah. I didn't think she'd be such a bold person to publicly court. The fairy sister came down to earth just because she fell in love with a man. I'll go for my single bet. I just saw this video. Who is Su Chen that he can make Lu Tianxian move her mortal heart? I can't believe you don't even know about Su Chen, but he's the hottest social cow idol lately. I go. This Su Chen I remember he was not a social terrorist before. When did he get a social awesome disorder? Upstairs. You're too behind in your news. It's sociopathic now, make society fear Su Chen. Lu Xiaoli was preparing fruits for her baby girl when she heard her cell phone dinging. After picking it up and listening to it, his face immediately became extremely ugly. After hanging up, she hurriedly opened her cell phone. And so it was that video, and what Su Chen said, and the comments below, which were even worse for her. His own daughter is a little princess, and she is being called a female lickspittle by these people. That's just insulting. Just now she felt something was wrong. Her own daughter never liked comedy. This time even looked at the smile so happy. Together this is behind her back in watching Su Chen's live broadcast. Thinking about it, Lu Xiaoli felt that it would not work to start from her own daughter. So he changed his clothes and hurried out the door. The destination, naturally, was Su Chen's economic company. At this moment, Lu Tianxian, who was at the center of the storm, couldn't wait to find a place to drill into. Oops, how could I forget to cut the trumpet? It's so embarrassing. Lu Tianxian wailed under the covers. What will he think of me? Su Chen. Will he think I'm too shallow? Too light? What to do? What am I going to do? At this moment, what Lu Tianxian was thinking about was not how the netizens would evaluate herself. It's not whether this incident will have any effect on your image or career. Rather, it's what Southern thinks of himself. Su Chen's line, money can't buy love. She heard it too. What the hell does Su Chen's words mean? Is he rejecting me? And while Lu Tianxian was chagrined, Yang Mi was dumbfounded in the car. Lu Tianxian actually rewarded you? Is she asserting her sovereignty? No, Chen Kuan has not yet been determined. Su Chen is not necessarily anyone's. Naturally, my big Mimi couldn't be left behind. so the thought of it instantly went to young Honey's head. And not caring about the repercussions, just use your own account. In a row, he swiped 10 Huazi for Su-Chen. In Su-Chen's live broadcasting room, there was a heated discussion about this matter of Lu Tianxian at this moment. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being my brother Chen. Even to Lu Tianxian. He's so merciless. Brother Tatsu is truly a role model for our generation. Tatsu, answer some more dog-licking topics. And looking at those comments on the live broadcast, Su-Chen did not take it to heart. I think it is not just a Huazi. This Lu Tianxian even sent their own that it does a little bit of program effect is not wrong. Right. This brain tremor. The shock value is a ding 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 ding. So he looked for another problem. To answer the "I'm really not a dog licker" question, what if I always get turned down for asking my goddess to dinner and a movie? Let me ask first, I'm not a dog licking brother. What did your goddess say when she rejected you? The pop-ups brushed quickly. And once again, Su-Chen caught his reply with his amazing eyesight. Tatsu, she said to save my ass. Look, is that right? Do you guys know why? Su-Chen asked. The pop-ups began to race up. I see. The goddess is heartbroken and wants him to save his money. Right. Su-Chen snapped his fingers. Looks like my teaching is paying off. You all know how to snatch an answer already. But the question can be stretched a little further. Your goddess made you a dessert by hand while she was letting you save money. Know what it is? The pop-ups. For once. Couldn't guess. Brother Tatsu. This question is a bit over the top. Brother Tatsu. Don't come up here and make a whole third grade. If you can, come up with a second grade. Lithology is boundless and profound. Please explain to Brother Chen. Looking at everyone who couldn't guess, Su-Chen was very pleased. He said with an exaggerated straightening of his clothes, revealing the answer. Your goddess is personally shutting you down. I'll be damned. Brother Tatsu is mighty. The closers won. Put. Is the closed door okay? I said I can't eat for the past few days. And after all the fuss, it's the closed door that's full of food. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being my brother Tatsu? This answer is so out of my expectation. Beg Brother Tatsu to make this course a separate class. I'll buy it for any amount of money. However, just when everyone was in a frenzy over a closed door, only to see the live broadcast, instantly flashing was a wazoo. It's a gorgeous animation one after the other, giving the broadcast room a near jam. And when the crowd noticed the name of that gift giver, they were even more dumbfounded. Chapter 44, you can't just sell it if you want to buy it. Chapter 44, you can't just buy it and sell it. Only the screen of that live broadcast showed. Yang Mi gives away 10 carnivals. No. Is this young Honey the boss young I think she is? No way. Sister Honey is here too. What kind of a fixer-upper is this? Sure, I love it. Ha ha ha. It's so much fun. It's hilarious. It's really Yang Mi. It's Yang Mi herself. I thought it was a prank on purpose. Oh my god. It's really Big Nini. I can't believe it. Is this where Big Nini comes in and swears her sovereignty? No way. Usually it's us who lick the goddesses. How come when it comes to Su-Chen the goddesses one by two come to lick him? My Big Nini has become a lickspittle too? I can't believe it. Big Nini is so rigid. If Lu Tianxian was slippery or forgot to cut the trumpet, then this must be intentional on Big Nini's part. Su-Chen looked at the 10 carnivals sent out by this Yang Mi and smiled very calmly. Come on. These 1 and 2. They're all here to give me material, right? Well, then I'll be damned. Thank you Boss Yang for the 10 carnivals. But I still say, I know I'm good. But love is not something that can be measured in money. As the saying goes, love is not something you want to buy. It can be sold if it wants to. The song, Love for Sale, is also among the top 100 country favorites. It's full of songs that were the hottest in the previous world, but haven't appeared in this world yet. So, it's kind of Su-Chen's original. Just now Su-Chen suddenly remembered the lyrics. Talking about it, came the inspiration to sing. Ha ha ha, what a love is not something you can sell if you want to buy it. Brother Chen is too talented. Why are you talking and singing? And if you're singing, why don't you finish? Just sang these 2 lines. I think, sounds a little corny, but a little high, and a little on top of it. How? What's the name of this song? It can't be Su-Chen humming it off the top of his head. I just went and searched for the lyrics. Nothing came up. It looks like Tatsu improvised it on the fly. I'll be damned. Brother Chen is so awesome that he can hum such an awesome tune off the top of his head. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Su-Chen felt that he could find some time to record the song. You could even take these country gold songs and get an album out of them. While these songs are earthy, they're good in the sense that they're particularly brainwashing, and the cuts are extremely catchy. In a previous life, it was the big breakout song. Judging by the reaction of these viewers, it's also very popular here. Sprinting business car. Yang Mi was alone, wearing headphones, nestled in her seat watching the live broadcast. Bored. The young assistant took out her cell phone and swiped at it. After seeing that message from Lu Tianxian, she hurriedly shook Yang Mi to eat melon together. Sister honey. Lu Tianxian actually rewarded Su Chen in his livestream. Right now it's on the first place of the hot search. And the comments underneath are all saying that she's a female licking dog, chasing Su Chen hard and not being able to. The mouths of these netizens are too damaging. Talking about an actress like that, how much it affects the image. But you say this Lu Tianxian too. Did she forget to cut her trumpet? So the impact can be too bad. After saying that, the little assistant was surprised to see that Yang Mi had little interest. Sister honey, aren't you usually the favorite melon eater? Why are you so calm at this moment? Yang Mi waved her hand. Well, I saw it just now. The young assistant sighed and shook her head. This is definitely considered a scandal for Lu Tianxian. Her mom must be going crazy at this moment. You two are on a show now. And thankfully this has nothing to do with you. However, the words had just fallen, and when she looked down at her scarf again, she realized that the #1 hot search had changed. Hashtag female dog licker #2 Yang Mi PK Lu Tianxian on Suchen Live hashtag. The young assistant rubbed her eyes incredulously and looked again. That's right. Above that first place on the hot search is the name of his boss. Honey, what's going on here? You haven't been sitting next to me all this time. How is it that without a word you've done such a great job? The little assistant was surprised and in tears. Just a second ago, she was spitting on Lu Tianxian, thinking about her team. They must all be burnt out at this point trying to deal with the negative press. As a result, the next second, eating melon to their own home? And Yang Mi was not the least bit bothered by it. She was different from Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian was a good girl and listened to her mother in every way. She, on the other hand, went solo in the entertainment industry at a very young age and is now her own boss. So it's more of a thunder and lightning thing to do and say. She thought about the consequences and the public opinion that would be generated before she gave the gift. It's just that she doesn't care. What's wrong with what people say? I want to be big. A generous oath of sovereignty. It's fine. It doesn't happen to be during our participation in the program, so let's just rub it in. Yang Mi waved her hand indifferently. How does rubbing the wrong way work? Why do I feel that all this heat has been given to Su Chen, and it has nothing to do with us? The little assistant said with a crying face. Su Chen live. What about that song just now? It was really an improvisation on my part. If people like it, I'll go back and perfect it and give you a single, or an album. Afterward, Su Chen took the opportunity to lay it on the line. Love it so much. Ask for the album. I'll buy a few hundred copies of the album when it comes out. Not for any other reason than to support my brother Tatsu. Great. And waiting for you for so long. All out together too. And Tatsu's rap, that's also a masterpiece. It has to be in the album. At the moment, it's almost time to go live. And the results far exceeded the crowd's expectations. Though it's true that the way this effect was produced, and the direction of public opinion, was different from what the company wanted at the beginning. But as long as the result is good. So Su Chen said to the audience. And that's it for our live broadcast today. But before the broadcast ends, I have a few words for all you lickspittles out there. Just remember the true meaning of being a lickspittle. Lick whoever you want, and call your own shots. Licking 1 is called licking a dog. Licking 10 is called Tibetan Mastiff. Licking 100 that's called Sea King. This recap, straight away, pushed the atmosphere in the live room to a high point. I'll go. Tatsu's right. This will be the goal of my advancement on the road to dog licking. I'm still a licking dog. Next I'm going to try to be a Tibetan Mastiff. And in 3 months I'll be king of the sea. Tatsu is absolutely right. Be a lickspittle and take your fate into your own hands. Thank you Tatsu for answering questions and solving problems today. This licking dog has gained a lot. Chapter 45, New Top Stream. Chapter 45, New Top Stream. Tatsu's live stream today has so much information that it's dry burning my CPU. The whole thing is recorded on the screen. Go back and review it. Even if I'm a licking dog, I'm going to be the one who licks and does more than one. Brothers upstairs, please send me a copy. Good people will be safe. +1. The live broadcast is over. Yet the netizens are not done yet. All of Su Chan's answers about licking dogs today were like a martial arts secret for them. Soon, someone edited the highlights of the live broadcast into a video and put it online. The video has just been uploaded and has already surpassed 1 million views. The conversation continues to fester at a terrifying rate. Walking out of the room where the live broadcast was taking place, he only saw Sister Chin waiting at the door with a smile on her face. Su Chen, today's live broadcast was so good. It exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. Have you been preparing this content for days? Sister Chin asked. No, it's not like I knew what they would ask in the live broadcast. It was just improvised. Su Chen said easily. Chin couldn't help but be shocked again. Playing on the fly? Then this is playing too well. For those few anticlimactic answers, even if they were asked to prepare, it would probably be hard for them to prepare so perfectly, so explosively. You brat, when did you become so powerful? Before you were still playing deep cover with me, weren't you? Sister Chin laughed. Sister Chin, there's nothing more for me to do next, right? Then I can leave first. Okay, you go back and have a good rest. The next installment of the program is about to start. Get your spirit up and perform well, Sister Chin said. Su Chin prepared to leave the company while Sister Chin went to Gao Ming's office to report. Pushing open the door of the office, he only saw that Gao Ming's face still didn't look good. I think it was because Su Chen had just rejected the script. Mr. Gao, I've come to give you the good news, Sister Chin said with a smile. What joy! Take a look. This is Su Chen's live broadcast data. Sister Chin handed over the report in her hand. Gao Ming took a look and his eyes widened. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has actually reached over 30 million? The average stay time is 1 hour? How long has Su Chen been live? Gao Ming asked. It's just a little over an hour. Mr. Gao. This can mean that those viewers who entered the live broadcast room basically never went out. And just this live broadcast, Su Chen's major social platforms have risen by tens of millions of fans. This live broadcast can be said to be too successful, Sister Chin said, unable to help but feel smug. Who could have imagined that this is the same fresh meat who has been a salted fish for several years after his debut and was almost dropped by the company? What about the fact that now, overnight, it has jumped to the top stream? And with this momentum developing, Su Chen's potential that was unlimited. More than that, because our live broadcast this time was particularly successful, many advertisers have already approached us wanting to cooperate. The live offer for a single game is already starting at 7 figures. Hearing this, Gao Ming was overjoyed. As the owner of an entertainment company, he naturally knew what this meant. Su Chen would become their company's biggest star, the biggest pillar. It's also the most valuable cash cow. In an instant, Gao Ming swept away the previous unpleasantness. After all, who would mess with a cash cow? Great, tell you what, since he didn't like those scripts before, the company won't force it. His wishes come first in all things. Also, you need to hurry up with the contract renewal, and let Su Chen dictate the terms, Gao Ming said. Alright boss, Sister Chin happily agreed. In the midst of the entertainment industry, fame is everything. It's the word. This is a truth that she naturally understands only too well. Now, through Su Chen's light, she walked around the company with her head held high and her aura fully opened. At the other end, Su Chen, who was preparing to leave the company, was waiting for the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and from inside came out a woman who was elegantly dressed, but with an angry face. After casually sweeping a glance, Su Chen only felt that this person looked a little familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Without thinking too much about it, he went straight to the elevator. The woman, on the other hand, turned back to take a closer look after Su Chen walked past, until the elevator doors closed. As the elevator went down, Su Chen finally remembered why he looked at that middle-aged woman looking familiar. Looks a bit like Lu Tianxian. Yes, this middle-aged woman is none other than Lu Xiaoli. She recognized Su Chen just after he walked into the elevator. After looking back a few times, he only felt that Su Chen himself was more handsome and had more of an aura than he looked in the live broadcast. At this moment, she seemed to understand why her daughter had moved. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Chen in the program, those exaggerated performance, Lu Xiaoli thought it was still a good candidate for a son-in-law. In Sister Chin's office, looking at Lu Xiaoli sitting across from her, Sister Chin had already roughly guessed her intentions. The severity of her treatment of Lu Tianxian, treating her daughter like a baby, is something everyone in the circle knows. Therefore, the moment Lu Tianxian offered a reward, Sister Chin knew that sooner or later there would be such a meeting. I just didn't expect that this Lu Xiaoli would come so quickly. Little Chin, I won't beat around the bush with you. I don't want to see my daughter have anything to do with Su Chen. You should understand that. Lu Xiaoli spoke forcefully. Sister Lu, you're looking for the wrong person. I remember that no matter if it's on the program or in private, our Su Chen has never taken the initiative. Sister Chin's aura wasn't lost in the slightest. If it was said that before, when Sister Chin met Lu Xiaoli, she would definitely be respectful. After all, she was the senior. At that time, Lu Tianxian's curiosity was also far above Su Chen's. But today is different. Su Chen's resources can be said to be the top in the circle. Nowadays, Sister Chin was hardened no matter who she talked to. Lu Xiaoli was choked by Sister Chin, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond, and her face became ugly. In fact, she knows in her heart, this matter is her own daughter is happy. Get it wrong or shaved head. She really doesn't have the upper hand. Actually, I also think that both of them are in the upswing of their careers and shouldn't be held back by these peachy news. Lu Xiaoli's tone eased up quite a bit. That's right what Sister Lu said. Look at me. I've had a busy few days. Look at these scripts. They are all big productions of director Feng and director Zhang. All of them want to find Su Chen to star in them. And I'm having a hard time here. While saying that, Sister Qin deliberately revealed the names of those scripts. Lu Xiaoli took a look and her eyes widened. Wasn't this the script he had tried so desperately to get some time ago? Chapter 46, a tragedy caused by a slip of the hand. Chapter 46, a fiasco caused by a slip of the hand. These are the scripts that Lu Xiaoli knows. It's all new work that's going to be shot by a couple of big directors lately. She went to a lot of trouble for this, trying to help her daughter get a role out of it. After all, today's Lu Tianxian has not yet ventured into the realm of movies. Although she has film and television productions, if she could star in the movies of these few big directors, then for Lu Tianxian, it would undoubtedly be a solid promotion to the first class. It's just a shame that she went to great lengths to secure a supporting role. Mainly, these directors are so famous that countless actors are eyeing those limited roles. But now, this Xiaoqin said that they all took the initiative to look for Su Chen to perform, and at the same time, the decision of which one to play or not to play was still in Su Chen's hands. For a moment, Lu Xiaoli only felt that this showbiz was really realistic, and just as realistic, there was herself. Because of this moment, she instantly had a better impression of Su Chen. It felt as if it would be a good thing if his daughter really got together with Su Chen. For this 180-degree turn in her heart, Lu Xiaoli herself was feeling a bit uncomfortable. Came here in a huff, and it's just a dud? Looking at Lu Xiaoli's expression, Sister Qin, the human savant, instantly understood what she had in mind. So the steps were given. Sister Lu, I heard that you were also trying to get a role for Lu Tianxian some time ago. Let's put it this way, whether we take these books or not, I will help recommend Lu Tianxian more in front of the director. It's a way to make it up to you guys. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoli was instantly happy. Then thank you so much Xiaoqin. Then you're busy. I won't bother you much. After saying that, Lu Xiaoli left in a hurry. After sending Lu Xiaoli away, Sister Qin leaned back in her seat. It's just good that the artists in this band are red. They talk a lot harder. Reba has a commercial to shoot today. It's been in the studio since first thing in the morning and hasn't wrapped up until this very moment. I'm exhausted, Hotba said with a little pout. Slumped in her chair, Hotba pulled out her cell phone and swiped. The result was a shocked ejection after seeing the scarf hot search. What? Brother Su Chen actually went live? Sister Honey swiped 10 carnivals for Brother Su Chen? And she's still said to be a female dog licker? What? It was Sister Tianxian who swiped first, and it's suspected to be a slip of the hand? Look at that one word on the hot search. Hoder just felt as if the sky had turned upside down out there in just half a day. It's just one commercial by itself, but it's like I'm missing out on the whole world. No, Sister Honey and Sister Tianxian are enough to swipe gifts for Brother Su Chen. I'm determined not to be left behind either. Honey swiped 10. I'll swipe 100. Instantly, Hotba gasped with an inexplicable desire to win. With bravado, he clicked on Su Chen's live broadcast. Instead, Hotba realized the broadcast had ended. It's over? How can it be over just like that? Woo-hoo-hoo. I haven't even swiped a gift for Brother Su Chen yet, so won't this be a complete loss to Sister Honey and Sister Tianxian? Hotba cried. Su Chen had just opened the door to his home when he heard his cell phone was ding-dong ding-ding-dong, and several incoming messages came in. He opened his cell phone to take a look. Reba transfers $10,000 to you. Reba transfers $10,000 to you. Reba transfers $10,000 to you. Transferring messages for 3 days in a row. Su Chen counted the zeros behind him for half a day. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, $300,000? What kind of madness is this Hotspur having? Transferring so much money to herself all at once. I'm sorry Ms. Hotba, I currently have no intention of accepting a package. Su Chen replied, followed by another one back. If so, I will contact you as the first alternative. On the other end, Hotba's stomach hurt from laughing as she looked at the 2 messages Su Chen had replied to. Ha ha ha, Brother Su Chen is really good at humor. Laughing my ass off. After laughing enough, she picked up her cell phone and replied, Brother Su Chen, this is the money I made up for the gift. Nini and Tian Xin both gave you gifts. I missed the live broadcast, aggrieved. Please take it. Looking at Hotbar's message, Su Chen smiled helplessly. What's up with that? You 3 female guests are comparing, aren't you? It's simply a fiasco caused by Lu Tianxian's hand slipping, but you guys fight it out. I end up profiting anyway, and it seems to be working out just fine. Thank you. After replying to the message, Su Chen received those 300,000 transfers. one by one. In fact, to them, the $300,000 was nothing at all. And nowadays, Su Chen was not even worse off than this $300,000. The reason why I took it was really just to give Hotba a face. Otherwise this girl, for sure, is going to have a hard time in her heart again. Watching Su Chen take his money, Hataru was instantly happy. Great, even though I missed the live stream. It's a good thing I was smart enough to think of this idea of transferring money. It's just that both Sister Honey and Sister Tianxian gave their gifts in the live broadcast, and the netizens don't know about this private transfer I'm doing. Hotba's eyes lit up. There, just post a scarf. Say it and do it. Hotba clicked and cut the picture of the transfer and chat records that she had given to Su Chen, edited a scarf and sent it out. Hashtag I'm sorry I missed Su Chen's live broadcast, but the gift has been made up. Su Chen brother is still as humorous as ever. Pictures, hashtag. Hotba's bib has tens of millions of followers too. As soon as this one went out, it drew a crowd. I'll go. What the hell? Hotba transferred $300,000 to Su Chen? The point is, Su Chen even really collected it? It's not good to accept a girl's money. For other celebrities, $300,000 is like $30. What's wrong with that? That's right. Besides, didn't Reba say it's a filler? Wouldn't Su Chen let down Reba's good intentions if he didn't accept it? Ha ha ha. Su Chen's speech is too amusing. There's no idea of accepting the package. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being Su Chen. Chatting in private are so sociable. Why do I get the feeling that this is a battle between female lickspittles? And so far, Hotba seems to be getting the better of it. Big news. It feels like I've witnessed something extraordinary. When I saw all three female guests pick Su Chen in the program before, I thought it was for the sake of program effect, but now it seems like it's true. It seems like these three female guests have all made a move on Su Chen. Is this the big show of three women vying for their husbands about to take place? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I want a front row seat. Welcome everyone to tune in every night at 8 p.m. Sharp, Su Chen's love-hate relationship with three female celebrities. Chapter 47, the second program begins. Chapter 47, the second installment begins. Tianxiao Duansha Theater. Qin Shaoxian has just finished today's performance. Now that he's ventured into acting, he's got a tight schedule of announcements. But according to the master's rules, whenever there is free time, he has to come to the theater to perform. It's called not forgetting your roots. No, for the 3 days he had free in between programs, he performed every day and every night on the runway. Just as he walked backstage, he saw De Lin Zi walking towards him with a gossipy face. Brother, you guys are on the program together. That's Su Chen. On the hot search again, you know. Qin Shaoxian was not amused. Isn't it normal for him to be on the hot search? He hasn't come off the hot search in the past few days of the program's live broadcast. This time is different. You know what happened. The three female guests of your program round and round to him live reward. Especially this Hotba, who missed the live stream and also transferred money directly from Wilson. You say this is all men. How to be a man of the gap is so big. Usually it is I give Miss Sister reward. People are still not willing to pay attention to me. Oyashiko said the slag with an envious look on her face. Brother, when will you ask this Su Chen out, so I can ask him for a couple of lessons? After speaking for half a day, he only saw that Qin Shaoxian didn't say anything. Hey, why are you ignoring me? As a result, when he looked up, he saw Qin Shaoxian looking behind him and making glances at him from time to time. Oyashiro had a bad feeling at once. Slowly turning his head back, he only saw that his father, Guo De Gang, and his master, Yu Qian, were looking at him in unison behind him. Dad, Master, De Lindsay greeted with a shiver. What moves do you want to learn? Your master can't teach you? Guo De Gang said seriously. No, I was just joking, De Lindsay hurriedly explained. Shaoxian na, that's Su Chen he just mentioned. Make an appointment sometime. Let's meet. Guo De Gang ignored De Lindsay and directly rushed at Qin Shaoxian. Dad, why are you seeing Su Chen? You can't apologize to my mom. Sideways, am I that clueless? Your father. I'm looking at it. This Su Chen is a talent. If he's a comedian he's definitely a good one. Come on Dad, they're top stream now. How can they come to you for comedy? De Lin Zi said disdainfully. Can't be, but it's always okay to make a friend. I just think he's a bit of an interesting guy, and I want to make a forgotten friend. I think you just want to learn how to pick up girls with him. De Lin Zi was straight talking. However, as the words fell, he only saw Guo Dazhuang already raise his hand to greet himself. With a skillful turn, he ran. You little brat, dare to joke about your old man. Guo Dazhuang's voice was far behind him. Hua Chunyu had just finished recording a song and came out of the studio. The agent was waiting for him inside the car. Sis, isn't there going to be a live broadcast later? Shall we rush over now? Hua Chunyu asked. The broadcast is cancelled, the agent said. Cancelled? Why? Hana Sung-woo was puzzled. This broadcast was previewed days ago. How can it be cancelled just like that? Look at this. The agent handed his cell phone over. On there was the hot search phrase of the scarf. And the other day it was all about Su Chen's live broadcast and Lu Tianxian's reward for them. Are they crazy? How dare they do such a thing? This is simply a major public opinion accident. Hua Changyu was surprised. Surprised? He had a hint of jealousy. Also participating in a program? Su Chen's starting point was even quite a bit lower than all of them. As a result, 7 days down the line, he jumped to top stream, not to mention. How does it balance out the fact that each of these female guests is rushing to be nice to him? No. What does this have to do with my live broadcast being cancelled? Hua Chengyu said in disbelief. Do you think you can have Su Chen's effect if you go live now? The broker asked rhetorically. Hana Sung-woo didn't say anything. Not even saying it's the same as him, it's half as effective as him surely. When the time comes, there will definitely be comparisons made, which will be unfavorable to your public opinion wins. Cancelling the broadcast is the best thing to do, the agent said helplessly. Hua Changyu was a bit dumbfounded, but he also knew that the agent was telling the truth. If he started a live stream at this point, let alone the numbers and the heat, let's just say that none of the female guests will probably show up for the show. When the time comes, he'll simply be handing black fans the knife himself. Odds are that this broadcast will be forever set on a pillar of shame, to be flogged over and over again at a later date. When you're not popular, you have to dish it out. That's the reality of showbiz. If you feel uncomfortable, perform well in the next program and try to overpower Su Chen's popularity, the agent said. Hana Sung-woo fell into deep thought after hearing that. That's right. I don't want to be subjected to this kind of aggravation in the future, so I'll be sure to do well in the next episode. Su Chen couldn't be left alone to steal the limelight anymore. The day the second installment begins, the showrunners never announced the location of the second installment of the show in order to leave it in suspense. Everything, until an impromptu announcement is made on the spot. 9 a.m. In front of the Manhwa Broadcasting Center, a business car drove by and the guests stepped off of it in turn. It's finally starting. I've been waiting so hard. It's been 3 days, and do you know how I've spent the last 3 days? For the first time, it feels like time passes so slowly, and 3 days seems like 3 years. I can see Su Chen again. I'm so looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of job Su Chen will fix this time. That said, the program is already in its second installment, so Su Chen's whole job must be upgraded a bit. Do you all remember that this is a love variety program? How come it feels like it's not even about kowtowing to CP? It's about watching Su Chen's whole job? Ha ha ha, knocking CP, which is not as interesting as a whole job. But the love-hate relationship between Su Chen and the 3 female guests is also very nice to watch. After the last Su Chen live streaming reward fight, I wonder how the 3 female guests will compete this time. This program has become a daily thought for me, and I'm as excited now as I was to watch the Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve. 6 commercial vehicles drove by, and all 6 guests had arrived except Su Chen was waiting in the middle of the recording hall for the program to officially begin. But the show went live from the first guest's entrance in order to increase the audience's sense of immersion. After experiencing the live stream bounty thing, the 3 of them, Lu Tianxian, Yang Ni and Hotba, met again. It always feels a little awkward, although they are usually good sisters, and Hotspur and Yang Mi are good girlfriends, as good as each other. But naturally, no one will budge when it comes to such sentimental matters. So although on the surface it looks like a harmonious, but inside the real dark current. Chapter 48, New Guests. Chapter 48, New Guests. Everyone is silently competing. You can tell by the way you dress that a lot of thought has gone into it all. It's a lot grander than the first issue. The 3 male guests, on the other hand, were silently enjoying such a beautiful sight. It feels like we're finding a program that's getting more and more nurturing. Kunko said. That's not for us to see. So what's the point? Hua Chengyu was a bit sour. What does that have to do with anything? It's nice to have something to look at. Qin Shaoxian was the most spontaneous among the 3. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned by the 3 female guests at this moment. It feels like all 3 ladies put some thought into their looks today. This is as grand as a red carpet. It's just a pity. How come the male lead of these 3 women competing for a husband hasn't arrived yet? That's right. Why hasn't Su Chen come yet? Without him this program is tasteless. Not only the audience. At this moment the 3 female guests were also waiting very anxiously. From time to time, he looked toward the entrance. Why hasn't brother Su Chen arrived yet? Hotba couldn't help but say. What? It's like 3 years since you've seen me? Missing someone else? Yang Ni teased. Sister honey, you're still talking about me. Usually when you're not attending an event, you don't like to wear dresses. Who are you trying to seduce by dressing up so nicely today? Hatba also laughed and joked. The two best sisters were fighting at once. After the two had fooled around for a while, they looked at Lu Tianxian, who was silent on the side. Sister Tianxian, what were you thinking that day? Giving Su Chen a reward? Hatba asked with a straight face. Lu Tianxian's little face instantly turned red. Just a slip of the hand. She covered up. Slip of the hand. What about you, honey? You can't be slipping if you gave his one away. Hatba continued to ask. Yang Mi was a bit of a wimp at the moment, hesitantly before saying, I saw that Tianxian had rewarded them, thinking that they were all from the same program. So I gave them face. Hataru's eyes blinked. One of you two is slippery and the other out of politeness. Then I'm different. I just love brother Su Chen and I'm happy to spend money on him. When these words came out, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian immediately admired Hataru. You're so young. You're hitting straight balls at everything. The two of them are so timid compared to Hatba. Just then, a business car pulled up to the door. Su Chen stepped out of the car. Compared to the others, he was dressed extremely casually. Sweatpants with a t-shirt, but it looks incredibly handsome. Su Chen finally appeared. So handsome. It's only been a day since I've seen you. Why do I feel that Su Chen has become quite handsome again? Finally waiting for you. I've waited so hard. Su Chen, my husband is so handsome. Upstairs, are you trying to steal a husband from Hatba, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian? As Su Chen walked into the video hall, the eyes of the three female guests were fixed on him in unison. Yang Mi, it's really strange. Why didn't I realize Su Chen was so handsome before? Hot Barb, wow. Su Chen brother a few days do not see. Feel and handsome This installment of the program I must take the initiative to do some. Lu Tianxian, how to do? Heart beating so fast. Su Chen he will not ask me live reward thing. If asked what should I say And compared to the tension of these three people, Su Chen was much more relaxed. Hello, Avery Barty, he greeted enthusiastically. Haven't seen you for a few days or even missed you. Come on. A hug? Su Chen rushed at a few female guests and unfolded his arms. The three men were instantly nervous and at the same time a little expectant. If Su Chen really hugged over, a few of them wouldn't have refused, and pretended to half-heartedly hug them as well. However, after Su Chen walked in front of them, he abruptly reversed his direction. He went straight over in the direction of Qin Shaoxian and the others and gave old Qin a big hug. At this moment, all three female guests had their hands slightly extended. The body language reveals itself very clearly. However, he was hung out to dry by Su Chen, and the scene was very awkward for a while. Ha. Su Chen is so bad. How to set up a female guest. It's so embarrassing. I feel embarrassed for them through the screen. Su Chen, the straight man. I'd have to be pissed off if I were a female guest, but the effect of the program is indeed there. With Su Chen's appearance, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose rapidly. Director Yen looked at the data in the background at this moment and couldn't help but sigh. Su Chen deserves to be the ratings code for us to find a program. This number of people has more than doubled after he appeared. Tilt all the resources for this episode toward Su Chen's side. Give him as many shots as you can. Director Yen explained this because this episode was done as a team. There will also be a new, added mystery guest. At this moment, in the middle of the recording hall, the executive director had already announced the news with the guests. There's going to be a new person joining? A man or a woman? Qin Shaoxian asked. I guess it's a girl. After all, we're now 4 boys and 3 girls, and we're missing a girl. Koen analyzed. Is it a vegetarian or a star? Hannah Sung-woo asked. At the same time, he secretly thought in his mind that if it were a girl, he would have to take advantage of the opportunity. After all, the hearts of these 3 female guests had all been stolen by Su Chen. Then the new ones, they all have equal opportunity. You must fight your way through it yourself. And now, let's welcome this new guest to the stage. As the executive director's words fell, a silhouette appeared at the doorway. Against the light, it came this way. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, she could tell that her body was exquisite and her movements were still a bit lively and cute. It wasn't until she walked in front of the crowd that everyone recognized that this new guest was actually Zhao Jinmai. My, it's you, Yang Mi said in surprise. She had been on the show with Zhao Jinmai before, so she was more familiar with it. Hello honey. Hello everyone. I'm the new guest for this one. Joe Kimmy. The crowd applauded at once. The other 3 male guests, in particular, applauded the most. Having a new female guest is certainly good news for them. Moreover, it's still the sister of the innocent jade girl Zhao Jinmai, so it's simply not too good to be true. Oh my god. It's even Kimmy's sister The program's secrecy is also too good. There was no news at all before. Kimmy's sister is so beautiful. Love. The program group is simply the welfare of our face dog? This face value one is higher than another. What a surprise. With the addition of Zhao Jinmai, all the guests for the second installment arrived. The director begins to announce the rules for this installment. We've adopted a new way of playing this episode, where the guests are divided into two groups to complete the show's mission. Chapter 49 Drawing of Lots. Chapter 49 Drawing of Lots. Grouping? As soon as he heard this news, Hua Chengyu was instantly happy. He had originally made up his mind to compete with Su Chen in this episode. Now that the grouping format is used, it's even more favorable for him. He must find a way to earn this position as captain. Director, how will the groupings be divided then? Hannah Sung-woo anxiously asked the topic he was most concerned about. For this episode, we'll start by choosing the male guests as captains. Based on the support of the 4 male guests in the last program, the top 2 serve as the captains for this time. For the rest of the guests, they will draw lots to decide which team they will join, the executive director said. So it is. The directing team set up the rules of such a game to actually increase the interaction between the stars, makes the show more watchable. Also, naturally, it creates some opportunities for other male guests. Otherwise, this program was going to become Su Chen's solo show. Although it's not much of a loss for the director's team, the fans of the other male guests and the company don't agree. No problem. Then who were the top 2 in the last installment? Hurry up and announce it, Hua Chengyu urged. He thought about how there had to be a place for him in this. The first was Su Chen's, which he had no idea about. But a fight for second place is not out of the question. That way captain to captain. It's a fair fight. There was no suspense in this one, and the executive director didn't dawdle and just announced the results. The first place, I think we all guessed it without having to say. That's Su Chen. As the words fell, there was a burst of applause. Su Chen, on the other hand, took a very conscious step forward and said without any modesty, well deserved, thanks for the love. Seeing his dejected look, a few female guests were not only not disgusted, but also amused. The audience in the live broadcast room was also a bit speechless at the moment. Ha ha, as expected of Su Chen, he is not modest at all. Is that something you say to yourself when you're deserving of it? It feels as if all my years of language learning have been in vain. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen is so awesome. I just love this confident look of his. Not me. I like it when Su Chen is awesome and cajoling. Su Chen sure can shock my whole family every time. Next, it's time to announce second place. Hannah Sung-woo instantly tensed up and perked up his ears as he waited for the director to announce the results. But on the surface, he still acted calmly. Second place goes to Kunjin. Once again there was applause. This result, in fact, was expected. After all, Kunsite's fan base is still huge. If it wasn't for the fact that this time Su Chen went off the beaten path and flamed out of the circle with an incomparable social bull character, then the kunai is recognized as one of the hottest of the guests. Hearing this result, Hua Chengyu was a bit disappointed. At this moment, he could only pray that he would be able to draw a group with Koen later. If he was unfortunate enough to become a group with Su Chen, he wouldn't be able to play well. The drawing of lots begins, with the male guest drawing first. Hua Chengyu and Qin Shaoxian each drew a lot. Qin Shaoxian was quick and opened it first, and a smile appeared on his face. Su Chen, I'm in your group A. To be honest, he had a good impression of Su Chen, and in his heart at first, he also hoped that he could draw a group with Su Chen. Besides, his own master was very fond of Su Chen. Before he came this time, his master had also specially explained that he should get on good terms with Su Chen. He also gave him a task, which was to help his master matchmaking and befriending Su Chen. This makes it much easier for them to be inside a group. After Qin Shaoxian's result came out, there was no suspense on Hua Changyu's side. He also joined the kunai. As expected, this wave, so to speak, is a happy one for all. Immediately, it was time for the female guests to draw lots. This time, the competition will be even more intense, because they, all of them, wanted to join Su Chen's group. Lu Tianxian, Yang Mi and Hotba didn't need to be mentioned, and it could be said that the previous bounty had been a clear sign. The newest addition, Jo Kim Mai, has a little mind of her own. To be honest, a big reason she agreed to come to this program was for Su Chen. Just before the first installment began, she was a little hesitant to come. After all, she's still young, and it's a bit too early for her to be participating in a romance series at this time. But after watching the first installment, several times I was amused by Southern's social cow behavior. It felt like the man was just too interesting. Immediately, he replied to the show's side and agreed to join. And that live broadcast by Su Chen 2 days ago had made her look forward to this time. When I came here today and saw Su Chen himself, I was also feeling a light in front of me. Su Chen himself looked a lot more handsome than what he had seen in the live broadcast. Therefore, she had been praying in her heart that she must draw a group with Su Chen. The 4 female guests, each drew their own sign. Hotbar was the first to open. Yay! I drew brother Su Chen. Great! Reba jumped up excitedly when she saw her sign. She had drawn Su Chen, so there was only one spot left. All three female guests couldn't help but get nervous. Sister Jinmai, you're the later. You read it first, Yang Mi said at this moment. Yes Jinmai. Don't worry, sisters will take care of you. If the sign you drew isn't satisfactory, we can change it. Oh. Lu Tianxian followed suit. Zhao Jinmai nodded and opened the signed paper in his hand. After seeing the words on it, the curve of her mouth slowly grew larger. The one I drew was brother Su Chen then. Zhao Jinmai said sweetly. Lu Tianxian and Yang Mi were instantly disappointed, which meant that the two of them had no chance. At the moment, they breathlessly threw back the sign in their hands, not even willing to open it. Sister Jinmai, if you're not satisfied, we can switch. Oh? Lu Tianxian seduced. After all, she felt that Zhao Jinmai was not familiar enough with Su Chen for her first time. Plus, Koan is also a fresh meat, and all little girls like them must like fresh meat. As a result, Zhao Jinmai shook his head very firmly. No need, Sister Tianxian. I think this is fine. So much for the dust settling. A group of Su Chen, Qin Xiaoxian, Jiba, and Zhao Jinmai. A group of Koan, Hua Changyu, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian. However, the atmosphere was very different on both sides. On Su Chen's side, several people were in a joyful state. On the other hand, on the Koan side, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian's faces were a bit less pleasant. Loss was written all over his face. From time to time, they also looked over towards Su Chen and the others with incomparably envious eyes. Chapter 50, The Drawbridge Effect. Chapter 50, The Drawbridge Effect. Honey, Sky Fairy, if you two get kidnapped, wink wink. Ha ha ha. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian's thoughts of not wanting to be grouped with Koan and the others are showing too much. This is not to be concealed at all. Not to be given any face at all. Ha ha ha. Forgive them. I don't think they did it on purpose. They just wanted to group with Su Chen too much. What? Are we Kunjin so disliked by you? If I'm lucky enough to be in a group with Koan, I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. Support Koan and Hua. Your group will definitely win. It feels like Zhao Jinmai's eyes looking at Su Chen is also not normal. No way. It won't be a love variety program where all four female guests like Su Chen. I thought Zhao Jinmai's joining was to save the other three male guests, but I didn't realize that it was to cause secondary damage to them. Ha ha. The other three male guests are really miserable. Director, this group is all divided up. What are we playing this time? Su Chen asked at this moment. What about the tasks this time? They're all very simple, the executive director said with a wry smile on his face. Oh, director, you're talking about antonyms. Su Chen led the dislike. The other stars chimed in. The executive director instantly laughed even harder. He had the thrill of a great revenge. After all, he had been tossed around by Su Chen in the last program. These few items set up this time around felt like enough for these guests. The original intention of this program set up is to want to let the male and female guests to each other, to get more heartfelt feelings. In psychology, there's a term called the drawbridge effect. It means that a person's heart will beat faster in a tense and exciting environment, which will lead to love for the opposite sex next to them. So we set up programs such as bungee jumping, haunted house adventures, and escape rooms. Each group of guests only needs to choose two of these to complete. The group that finishes first will receive a reward from the program, while those who finish later will have a penalty. As the executive director finished his announcement, the crowd finally realized what the smile on his face was for. It's obvious that all these programs are out to screw them. None of it is well done. I'll be damned. These three programs are set up to be exciting. I like it. I know this one about the suspension bridge effect. I fell in love with my boyfriend while bungee jumping. Let's go to the haunted house. I want to see what it's like for Su Chen to be scared. Ha ha ha. I kinda want to see Su Chen play escape room. I want to see how the social cow himself decrypts the pass. I think bungee jumping is good. It's a pure test of guts. Alright, the two groups of guests can start choosing the project they'll be the first to complete from the middle of these three, the executive director said at this moment. Meanwhile, Su Chen's heart had already had an idea, and he was excited, because it's almost as if the program is tailor-made for you. He was fretting before, how to complete the system task, taking the locksmith to an escape room. Now, this program is just feeding the opportunity straight to the mouth? I'll go with escape room. Su Chen directly made his choice, didn't even ask a single question of his group, but the other three didn't have a problem with that either. Su Chen is the leader of the group, so just listen to him. However, after they made their choice, Hua Changyu immediately said, we'll take the escape room too. After he finished speaking, the kunai turned his head at once to look at him. The look seemed to say, brother, you've forgotten who the leader of the group is. I haven't even said a word yet. Why did you pick it? Hannah hurriedly pulled Koan and whispered, haunted houses and bungee jumping are too scary. Let's pick an easier one first. Or we can rub it in with honey and the girls. Koan nodded, feeling that what Hua Changyu said was somewhat reasonable. But this escape room isn't easy. I've never even played it before. Koan worried. Don't worry. I'm the best at escape rooms. I always play. Besides, you don't know, do you? But Honey is also a master of the secret room. Our group will definitely clear the level faster than Su-chan and his group. Flower was confident. Hearing this, Koan was completely convinced. Director, let's pick the secret room too. The director nodded. That's just as well. You two groups will go to the chamber together. In each of these two envelopes, there is $1,000 in cash for your expenses today. The director each gave them an envelope with money in it. The location of the secret room has been chosen, and the address is in the envelope, so you can go there on your own. The first program is a secret room. Nice. Looking forward to it. Our Flower is very good at playing secret rooms, and I heard that Yangmi also plays a lot. So isn't this game a sure win? It feels as if the configuration of Su-chan's group isn't quite right. A few people don't even look too smart. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, watch out for Tatsu to expel you from the powder. Honestly, this sentence I also think Su-chan and their group is not working. I bet 10 Koan's group wins. I'm with 20. After the explanation, the director was about to leave when he was stopped by Su-chan. Director, I still have questions. This universal card of mine, it can be used, right? Su-chan took out a card from his arms and said with a smile, this card, or the first installment of the show. The show asked Su-chan to step in and coordinate with Auntie Wang and the girls. Let them give up their places under the big acacia tree, and set up a stage to perform the program that Su-chan is going to come to. Now, finally, it will come in handy. The executive director now felt a headache when he saw Su-chan's bad smile. I wonder what he's up to again. But this card was indeed issued by them correctly, and no matter what Su-chan requested, they could only harden their heads and agree. As for Hua Qingyu and the others, they were also nervous at this moment. Originally, they were winning, but if Su-chan made any excessive demands, they would be in danger. Thinking of this, Hua Qingyu couldn't help but clench his fists. Yes, it works. What do you want to trade this card for? The director asked at this moment. Simple. This time for the escape room. I want to hire an outside help. Su-chan said. Just this? The executive director was a little disbelieving how simple Su-chan's request would be. This is it. Su-chan nodded. Yes, no problem. The director agreed painfully. Hannah Sung-woo, on the other hand, relaxed. Blossom, they're going to bring in foreign aid. It won't threaten us, will it? Kuan asked. It's fine. One foreign aid can change nothing. Besides, he won't be able to find anyone powerful in such a short period of time. Doesn't this just show that they don't have a clue in their own hearts? Hua Changyu analyzed. Chapter 51, Making Big Mimi an Undercover Agent. Chapter 51, Letting Big Mimi be an Undercover. Once Koan heard that, Hua Changyu's analysis was somewhat reasonable, so nodded vigorously, feeling like they were winning this time. So, the crowd set off for the escape room location designated by the show. Before departing, Yangmi secretly came to Su-chan's side and asked, do you know how to play escape room? Su-chan shook his head. Never played. Yangmi instantly showed for a worried expression. Then your group should be careful. Where's Hotba? She's the one who never uses her brain. I've taken her to lie down and win before when we've gone to play secret rooms. Mai is timid, and I'm afraid that when you go to a place like the Chamber of Secrets, you won't be able to think about anything. There's just one old Chin left that I don't know much about. Saying this, the two looked over together in old Chin's direction. I only saw that he was currently baring his big teeth, not knowing what joke he had heard and laughing. Look at old Chin. He doesn't look like he's too smart either. Su-chan came to a conclusion. Yangmi nodded. So yeah, you're going to lose. Prepare your heart. Hearing this, Su-chan looked at Yangmi in a good-natured manner, his eyes full of urgency. Yangmi flustered a little at the look in his eyes and said in a flustered voice, What are you looking at me like that for? I notice you're concerned about our group. Can't stand to see me lose. Su-chan said, fiercely approaching Yangmi. Yangmi's little face instantly turned red with shame, and she couldn't even speak properly. I was just being kind and reminding. Oh, is that so? Then since you're so worried about me losing, how about, when you guys go to the secret room in a while, you be an undercover agent to slow down the tempo, and deliberately make your group lose for good? Su-chan said. No way. I'm not this kind of person. What are you thinking, Su-chan? Yangmi was slightly fuming, although it was true that in her heart, she did not want to see Su-chan and the others lose, but she wouldn't intentionally let her side lose. So what does that make her? definitely taking the blame for being a traitor. Alright, I'm just joking with you. Look at how nervous you are. Suchin said indifferently as he saw Yangmi getting angry and waved his hand. Don't worry, and you, make sure you give it your best shot later. But the victory, after all, belongs to our group. After saying that, Suchen gave Yangmi a confident smile and walked towards the front with large strides. Looking at Suchen's back, Yangmi didn't hold back a smile. What arrogance! With this configuration you still think you can win? Although this conversation between Yangmi and Suchen, avoiding the other guests, thought it was very secretive. Can Camera Big Brother is still very dedicated, have been following them behind it. So the entirety of this conversation was streamed out live. Knock on wood. It feels like Sister Honey has moved her heart towards Suchen. Ha ha ha. Suchen is really interesting. To want to make Sister Honey an undercover agent. Is this the so-called beautiful man's plan? Why do I feel that Honey's last tirade didn't feel like a tirade, but rather like a pout? It feels like Sister Honey's entire body has become delicate when she's with Suchen. No, after listening to the analysis of the two of them, I think Suchen's group is bound to lose. Ha ha ha, you guys are talking about Old Sheen. Does Old Sheen know? Old Sheen, how come the whole world knows I'm not smart? Don't worry, isn't Suchen still able to hire a foreign aide? Oh, with this configuration of their group, what's the use of a foreigner? Suchen, didn't you say you were going to hire outside help? Where is everyone? Qin Shaoxian asked. Don't be in a hurry, by the time we get to the place, he should almost be there. Suchen replied. Brother Suchen, what kind of foreign aide did you hire? Can you take us to win? Hotba asked. It has to be able to. Suchen said confidently. He's a closet master? Zhao Jinmai asked. Suchen shook his head. No, the other three members of the group said in unison. However, Suchen turned his head at this moment and saw a public restroom ahead. So what? You guys go ahead. I'm going to the bathroom, haha. With that, he scurried over. When Hua and Kuan saw Suchen's actions, they glanced at each other and revealed smug smiles. At this moment, they could already see victory beckoning towards them again. Big brother, wait for me here for a while, huh? I'll be quick. Suchen finished rushing at the camera Big Brother and hurriedly ran into the toilet. Then he opened his cell phone, found a locksmith's number online, and called it. Hey master, I have a job for you here. Do you want to take it? Let me ask you, can you open the lock of the secret room? Oh, as long as it's a lock there's nothing you can't open, is there? Okay, so what's the charge? 80? That's fine. Fine, then I'll give you an address and you'll meet me here, haha. Hanging up the phone, Suchen was very satisfied. With a twinkle in his eye, another plan came to mind. Soon, the crowd arrived at the location of the escape room. From a distance, Suchen saw a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes, standing in the doorway with a large bag on his back and a ducktail hat. It should be the locksmith. Suchen, is this the foreign aide you found? Qin Shaoxian pointed at the master and said. That's right, how about that? It looks pretty solid. Suchen said smugly. No, we're playing an escape room, and this uncle doesn't look like he knows how to play an escape room. Qin Shaoxian felt speechless. Originally, he had thought that the outside help Suchen was looking for would be a killer. But I didn't expect that Suchen was so unreliable and didn't know where to find an uncle. Gee, don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Uncle, let's go in. Suchen greeted. Arriving at the front desk of the chamber, the owner had been waiting for a long time. Today, in anticipation of the taping of their program, the entire arena is no longer hosting other players. Boss, let me ask. This secret room of yours, what is the fastest time to pass? Suchen asked as soon as he entered. Hello sir, what about the secret room you are going to play this time? The difficulty is considered medium. The fastest pain time is 90 minutes. The boss replied. 90 minutes, then, is there any reward if I break the record? Suchen then asked. As soon as these words came out, Koan and Hannah's side couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other guests, too, looked at Suchen with a helpless look. All that's on your mind is, you're lucky to pass out, and you're still thinking about breaking records? The owner smiled slightly at this moment. Sir, we charge 398 for our secret room. If say you can break the record and get out in an hour and a half, then I can give it to you for free. Chapter 52, The Locksmith. Chapter 52, The Locksmith. Hearing this, Suchen was instantly happy. He began to do the math in his mind. The locksmith charges 80. Broke the record will be able to free that here outside. He is a net profit of 318. It's a deal that's too good to be true. Everyone saw that Suchen had a wry smile on his face. It's just that at the moment, no one is seeing what it means. With everything ready, the crowd entered the chamber. The locksmith, carrying his own large bag, had been silently following them. Old Sheen looked back at him from time to time, always trying to see something special in him, but failing, no matter how they looked at it. The uncle was flat and didn't show the slightest sign of being able to take them flying. The chamber setup is the same on both sides. Walked up to 2 doors, one to the left and one to the right, and separated them. Before entering the door, Yang Mi also gave Su Chen's side a rather worried look. As a result, he saw Su Chen with an excited face and couldn't wait to go in. Yang Mi just had to shake her head helplessly. The viewers of the live broadcast were all speculating at this moment. You guys, what exactly is this uncle's status? And why did Su Chen invite him? I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anything special. I don't know what kind of medicine Su Chen is selling in his gourd. With Su Chen's character, I feel that things are definitely not that simple. Just wait and see. Starting to look forward to it. Let's see what kind of job Su Chen is going to pull off this time. Don't judge a book by its cover. This uncle looks ordinary, but maybe he's got some great skills. With a click, the outside door locked. At this moment, Su Chen and the others were in a very small room. Across from them, there was a red door, and only by opening it would they be able to walk out. The room was dimly lit, and Jo Kimi instantly tensed and wrapped her arms around Hotaru. It's scary in here. Something won't come scurrying out later. That can't be said, oh my. Su Chen deliberately scared Zhao Jinmai and said, My. Look behind you. Su Chen looked behind Zhao Jinmai and said quietly. Zhao Jinmai instantly sweated and screamed. Ah, what's behind me? Help, I need to get out. Looking at Zhao Jinmai's frightened appearance, Su Chen laughed out loud, putting his straight nature on display. Okay, my, don't be afraid. Brother Su Chen is teasing you. There's nothing here. Hotba hurriedly comforted. By the time Zhao Jinmai looked up, his eyes were red. Ooh, when are we going to get out of here? I'm really scared. Get out? You have to solve the puzzle to find the key. Qin Shaoxian pointed to the wall on one side. Only a few math problems were written there, and they looked a little complicated. Anyway, I've read that I won't. Old Qin spread his hands, gave up the struggle, and lay down flat. Math for me is limited to adding and subtracting within 100. Once I need to use formulas, I don't work. Old Qin was very honest. Then how are we going to get out? We won't be stuck from inside this little house until the game ends. Hotaru worried at this moment. The so-called end of the game is naturally when the opposite side passes and the winner has been decided. Su Chen is too bad, isn't he? Deliberately scaring Jinmai's sister. Su Chen, you big straight man, shouldn't you be protecting and comforting girls at this time? Come on. I knew it was going to turn out this way. The first level had them stumped. Just came from across the street. They've already started solving the problem over there. I think they'll solve it in another 2 minutes. Old Qin's perception of himself is very accurate. Ha. Inside the room, Old Qin, Hotba, and Zhao Jinmai were all in despair. They didn't expect Su Chen at all at this moment, and Hotba could only harden his heart and go over to read the questions, praying for a sudden revival of all those things you learned when you were in school to come back to life in the middle of your brain. Meanwhile, there's a Zhao Jinmai hanging on his body. This is a scene that could be described as a skyhook opening. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked very relaxed at this moment, waving his hand at the uncle. Master, it's time to get to work. The older man nodded and walked straight to that door, placing his backpack on the ground. Upon opening it, it only revealed a host of tools inside, wrenches, axes, and a lot of tools that can't be named or have never been seen before. Su Chen, what are you doing? Qin Shaoxian asked suspiciously after seeing it. Hotaru and Zhao Jinmai, for the moment, also turned their heads to look over curiously. It's not Su Chen. The other store owners have said that they can't violently destroy all the equipment here, or else they'll pay for it at the price. When Old Qin saw the tools in that master's bag, his alarm bells went off, and he thought that Su Chen was going to tear the place down. The viewers of the live broadcast were thinking the same thing at the moment. No way. Trying to. Su Chen would go off the beaten path. But I didn't expect it to be so unusual. Straight up demolition? That violent? The shopkeeper is crying in the toilet. This is going to cost a lot of money to tear down. Isn't that $1,000 from the program enough? This uncle seems to be a ruthless man. I thought he was a skilled laborer, but I didn't realize he was a laborer. Just as everyone was discussing it, they saw the uncle very calmly, from among his own array of tools, take out a piece of wire. Then with nimble hands, he bent the head of that wire to a specific arc. Stick it in the keyhole. The wire turned slightly, just before a few others could react. There was a click and the lock opened. The door was opened and the corridor passage was revealed to the crowd. At this moment, Old Qin, Hotaru, and Zhao Jinmai's faces all had a clueless expression that was replicated one by one. What's this? What's this? Old Qin asked. How did this door open? Ha? Hotba said dully. What just happened? Ah, am I hallucinating? Zhao Jinmai, at this moment, had also forgotten his fear. It was only Su Chen, who had an old-fashioned look on his face. Let's go, gentlemen. The doors are open. The locksmith uncle, on the other hand, was silently carrying his own big bag at this moment, not saying a word. Deeply hidden merit and fame. I'm going. What just happened? I'm confused. That uncle just now. He used a wire to open the door of the room directly. Right. Seeing that uncle is so skillful in this maneuver, and with his bag of tools, if I'm not mistaken, uncle is a locksmith, right? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen is absolute awe. Surprisingly, everyone didn't even think that the outside help Su Chen hired was a locksmith. Admirable. I'm now convinced. How in the world did Su Chen come up with this bringing a locksmith to play with a secret room? Is this something that people do? Chapter 53, 3 views shattered. Chapter 53, 3 views shattered. Qin Shaoxian, Jiba and Zhao Jinmai, at the moment, still maintained that dumbfounded expression. Go, hurry up and start the next level. Su Chen looked at them and urged. No, Su Chen, you invited this one. It can't be a locksmith. Qin Shaoxian asked incredulously. Su Chen pointed at the door and looked at the little cutie with an expression as he looked at old Qin. Isn't it obvious? Obviously. It was indeed obvious. It was just that this matter was too shocking for old Qin to accept and believe for a moment. So the outside help you're going to hire, brother Su Chen, is a locksmith? Zhao Jinmai asked. Su Chen nodded. Yeah, since we're playing with an escape room, I think the most efficient way to do that would be to have a locksmith come in. After all, what's the point of the secret room? Unlocking the door then unlocking the door, this kind of professional thing. Naturally it's only right to find a professional to do it. After hearing Su Chen's analysis, several people immediately had a feeling of being struck by lightning and enlightened. It's a simple truth, but how come they never thought of it before? It can't be said that they hadn't thought of it, only that the whole rule-keeping thing had limited their imagination. I didn't even dare to think that way. Su Chen, this time I'm completely convinced. You're bull. Old Qin gave Su Chen a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Brother Su Chen, does that mean that we can have Master unlock all the levels after that? There will be no need to be trapped inside the small room? Zhao Jinmai asked excitedly. She was timid, and her biggest fear was that something scary would suddenly appear while she was trapped. Now that they have a locksmith all the way through, those NPCs don't have a chance even if they want to scare them. That's right, this is a slippery path. So you guys just walk unimpeded and leave everything to the locksmith. Su Chen said smugly. Brother Su Chen, you're really awesome. Reba looked at Su Chen and let out a heartfelt praise. At the same time the eyes that looked at Su Chen became even more fiery. The secret room boss, as well as the directors of the program, were all in the monitoring room at the moment, watching their two teams' every move. They were also all stunned when they saw the uncle that Su Chen had brought with him, opening the door directly with technology. No, I've been in this business for 5 or 6 years, and I've never encountered such a situation before, the secret room owner said with a bemused face. He felt like his 3 senses were going to be shattered. The director was also crying and laughing at this moment, with a helpless face. They knew that Su Chen wouldn't be honest and would definitely do the whole job, but it never occurred to him that Su Chen was able to invite a locksmith to the secret room. This thing is, anyone who looks at it is trying to be a blow-up existence. The director was looking at the backstage data of the program at the moment, only to see that the number of people in the backstage had begun to surge since the locksmith had opened the door with his technology. Other social media platforms above the word heat about the incident is growing by leaps and bounds. Anyway, the show turned out well. Boss, do you have a rule here that you can't open the door in this way? The director asked at this moment. He tried to find Su Chen's loophole in the middle, on top of his reversal. Then the ratings wouldn't just explode. However, the owner thought about it and shook his head helplessly. No, mainly because it never occurred to me that it was possible, the boss said with a resigned face. I knew this kid. He's the best at exploiting the situation. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have the rules. You can only count it as valid for them to do so, the director said with his hands spread out. For going through with Su Chen, he chose to lie flat. The main thing is that even if his martial arts skills are high, he is afraid of not following the rules. In this round, it looked like Su Chen was going to win hemp again. What a show by Su Chen. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is absolutely right. The core of the secret room is lockpicking. If you invite a lock-picking master to come, it's simply invincible. Now I finally understand why Su Chen just asked the boss what would happen if he broke the record. This can properly break the record. More than being able to break. I guess no one will be able to beat Su Chen and the others in the next 10 years. Ha ha, after Su Chen and the others go out, I guess the secret room will have to change its rules. Locksmiths are strictly forbidden to enter. I just went across the street and they're still struggling to solve the problem. Nowhere near as fast as over here. Originally, I thought Su Chen was destined to lose, but it turns out he came straight to the rescue. Awesome, awesome. I wonder what the faces of the few people on the other side will look like when they find out about this. Haha, so looking forward to it. Su Chen led Old Chin and a few others, walking out of this room with his head held high. Hotaru asked with some concern at this point. Brother Su Chen, will we violate the rules like this? If we don't count the results, isn't it a waste of time? Su Chen waved his big hand. Fear not. I've long since researched this. Among the many rules of escape rooms, there is no such thing as not being allowed to bring a locksmith. No. Mostly because no one has ever done this before you. But anyone in their right mind wouldn't have thought of this. Old Chin inwardly spat. Just as Su Chen and the others entered the second level, Hua Qingyu's side had just solved the question of the first secret room. Great. We only used less than 5 minutes. This must be much faster than the opposite side. Hua Qingyu said excitedly. Yeah, this question is thanks to Sister Honey. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to read the stem. It's too hard. Koen said. Yang Ni grudgingly smiled. Not sure why, though the topic was smoothly solved. But she did not have the slightest feeling of happiness, but a vague feeling of betraying Su Chen? I can't say where this came from, but it made Yang Ni feel uncomfortable anyway. Yet her work ethic compels her to take the game seriously. Come on, hurry up and open the door to the next level. Yang Mi said with little interest. I wonder if Su Chen and the others across the street can hear us? Hey Su Chen, let's go first. Hua shouted at the opposite side. The viewers in the live broadcast room were crying and laughing when they saw this scene. Seeing Hannah like this makes me feel inexplicably sad. People Su Chen and the others have all gone long ago, bending over backwards. Ha ha, I want to rush to them now and tell them about Su Chen's side. Hannah and the others will have great expressions on their faces by then. Poor Flower. He thought he had a sure win, but his home was stolen by someone else. Su Chen and the others had already arrived in the second secret room at this moment. Only the lock on the door to this room wasn't quite the same as before. It was a combination lock. Chapter 54, The Lock That Wouldn't Open. Chapter 54, The Lock That Wouldn't Open. Oh no master. This is a combination lock. This you did not send a tool to open it. Old Chin said. Master, say it in advance. This lock can never be violently destroyed. Otherwise the secret room boss blackmailed me. A sum of money cannot be cost effective. Su Chen admonished. The locksmith smiled weakly in the face of their concerns. Don't question me on matters of professionalism. I told you, there's no lock in this world that I can't open. Saying that master took out a small bottle of liquid from within his backpack, then a couple squirts at the combination lock. Only a few fingerprint impressions were instantly revealed on that. I'll go. This thing is bull, Old Chin said with wide-eyed surprise. It's just that it's a 6-digit cipher, and there are many possibilities for permutations and combinations. So do we have to try them one by one? Zhao Jinmai asked at this moment. The locksmith didn't say anything, but rather, chastely, pressed 6 times, drip by drip, along the fingerprint prints on that combination lock. There was a click and the door opened again. Old Chin, Zhao Jinmai, and Hotba, their eyes were glazed over at this moment. They felt like their 3 views had been washed away ever since they entered this secret room. Eyes were wider than they had been when he first came in. Master, how did you guess it? It's too accurate. It's a one-time hit? Old Chin was surprised. The master slung his backpack upwards and, without answering, opened the door straight away and walked out. Su Chen patted Old Chin's shoulder and said, Brother, you're wrong. The other master obviously relies on skill. How can you say it's a guess? Hearing this, Old Chin instantly reacted to his slip of the tongue. Hurry shouted at the locksmith's back. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, your skills are awesome. After shouting, he turned his head and rushed at Su Chen to ask in a small voice. Su Chen, how exactly do you think this master saw the password at a glance? I think it's based on the depth of the fingerprints. People use different strengths when pressing the code, from the first to the last. Although the difference is said to be subtle, professionals will be able to see it at a glance. Su Chen explained. Hearing his words, the other 3 couldn't help but cast adoring glances at him. Whoa Su Chen brother, you know too much. Hotba's 2 eyes were turning into heart shapes at the moment. Yes brother Su Chen, this kind of knowledge you even know. You're really so knowledgeable, Zhao Jinmai said. Old Chin's mood at the moment, on the other hand, was somewhat complicated. Say man, how come Su Chen looks like he knows everything? And he's even more of a cutie when he compares himself like this. It's not. In the face of their praise, Su Chen was not the least bit modest. Gee, it's nothing, just more studying in general. This knowledge, all learned and mixed. After saying that, he leisurely followed the locksmith's pace towards the next room. I'll be damned. This locksmith is too showy. Stunning. Su-chan is also very showy. To be able to see the doorway of it, if I were to think about it, I wouldn't be able to figure out how in the end. This locksmith can very professional feel really no he cannot open the door. Suddenly I feel that the profession of locksmiths is a bit scary. Wouldn't there be no place they can't go? Indeed. It feels like there's nothing that can be locked in front of them at all. People locksmiths are filed. Okay, and not just any door to open. They have professional ethics. At this moment, my expression is exactly the same as old Sheen's. Shaken silly. When I came to the third room, 5 or 6 minutes had just passed. This also includes, among other things, the time they wasted talking in between. At this rate, it was estimated that the entire chamber would be able to be cleared by them in less than 20 minutes. I'm feeling weird right now. It's not accurate if you say they don't have the skill to play this secret room, but it seems like something's wrong if you say they do. Ha, it's all technology, but it's different from what we think it is, right? Yes, this technique is all the locksmith's technique. It has nothing to do with a few of their players. Ha, the third room is a plain spring lock. This time, the locksmith didn't even open his backpack with his tools in it. Instead, he picked up a random piece of paper from the top of the table, inserted the piece of paper into the doorway and slid it up and down a few times. The lock, it just opened. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Not even a few of the others, who hadn't had a chance to look at what was in this room. And it's over. A piece of paper can even open a lock? Old Sheen was surprised. I instantly felt that the locks on the doors of our house weren't that secure anymore. Hotba said, the very thought of it still makes one feel that there is some afterthought. Feel like I need to get a more secure lock when I go back. Thinking of this, Hotba rushed over to the locksmith and asked, Master, in this world, is there a lock you can't open? Faced with Hataru's question, the master thought for a moment, then answered with a single word, yes. Hearing this answer, Hotba was instantly pleased. Just have it on the line, no matter how much it costs. She's going to buy it. Safety first. Master, what kind of lock is that? Where do they sell them? Old Sheen and Zhao Jinmai also came over at this moment, obviously interested in this topic as well. The master mused. This lock, you can't buy it. Can't buy it? Why? Is it very expensive? Or is it a limited edition? Old Sheen asked. The master shook his head again. This lock, the only lock in this world that I can't open is the lock of my sweetheart's heart. When he said this, the master's face still had an endless look of despondency on it. It seemed to ring of some sad past. After that, he sighed to himself and shook his head as he continued on his way, leaving behind another confused trio. Zhao Jinmai, heart lock? Old Sheen, this big brother's so old. Sister thought also quite literary. Hotbar, it's true that you can't buy this lock, mainly because it won't lock my front door either. As for Su Chen, who had watched all of this from the sidelines, he was now looking at his big brother's back with a pleased expression. Not bad for the locksmith I hired. There's a few of me now. After saying that, he walked towards the front with his hands behind his back. In the middle of the live room, the audience was going crazy with laughter. Ha, master is too funny. Goddamn sweetheart's heart locks. Ha. What's the relationship between this locksmith and Su Chen? The two have the same funny style. Chapter 55, High-End Locks. Chapter 55, High-End Lock. This uncle is so old, but I didn't expect him to be quite flirty. How to talk. Uncle, this is called pure love. Understand? Heart locks on a sweetheart. Ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Why is uncle so talented? On uncle this locksmith level, how also counts as a high-end talent. Which sweetheart so high vision still cannot see him. The locksmith's words made many people in the live broadcast room roll on the floor with laughter. We all know that Su-chan likes to make work, but we didn't think that the locksmith he hired also likes to make work so much. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Director Gao was also crying and laughing when he saw the scene in the live broadcast room at this moment. He had thought that Su-chan's finding a locksmith for the escape room was already the climax of the program, but it didn't occur to me that the locksmith himself had a program. He subconsciously looked at the live data, and unsurprisingly, it broke the record again. At the same time, the locksmith's words, but also in the major social media platforms above the crazy. For a moment, Su-chan took the locksmith to the secret room, and it became an explosive word again. What the hell? Bringing a locksmith to a secret room? That's a real ING talent. I've always seen this Su-chan reworking before. I didn't even go to see it. Today this really attracted me. Go and see what's going on. How come this Su-chan is so talented? Which fresh meat can be as naughty as him? Ha. Learned. I'm taking the locksmith to the secret room tomorrow too. In the middle of the chamber, as the locksmith used his stunts one after another, Su-chan and the others had a smooth journey, and at this moment, they had already arrived in the last secret room. As for Hua Qingyu and the others, they were still in the third secret room at this moment, burying their heads in solving problems. The time, too, had only just passed 10 minutes. The third door opened and Hua Qingyu looked at the time. His heart was even more pleased. It's only been 10 minutes, and we've already opened 3 doors. And the boss said earlier that there were 11 doors in total. At this rate, won't we possibly break the record? It's better not to get too happy too soon. Yang Ni warned from the sidelines. This secret room is all from easy to hard, and the more you get to the later levels, the worse the kicks get to solve. Hua Qingyu waved his hand. It's fine. If it's hard for us, isn't it even harder for Su Chen and his group? Even if we can't break the fastest record, it's still easy to beat them. The kunai nodded in agreement. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, had faint expressions and did not speak, because in both of their hearts, without exception, they both surprisingly did not want Su Chen to lose. Seeing how happy Hannah is at the moment, I can't imagine what kind of shock he's going to go through in a while. Oh flower, laugh all you want now, because soon you won't be able to. For a moment I didn't know whether to sympathize with Blossom or laugh at him. Ha ha ha, it feels like this scene of Hannah will be taken out and flogged over and over again in the future. On Su Chen's side, he had brought along the other 3 members of the group and 5 people from the locksmith, and they were all standing in front of the last door at the moment. Stare at the lock on that. It is seen to be a very uniquely shaped lock with an overall long oval shape. It was a type that Su Chen and the few of them had never seen before. Master, what kind of lock is this? Why is it so long? The lock looks impressive. Can you open it? Old Qin and Hotba were both asking questions at this point in time, only to see that locksmith. At this moment, his expression was also a bit serious, sweeping away the previous relaxed attitude. This lock is a mechanical lock. This long strip, all cylinders. The inside is extremely complex. Once the process of unlocking the door is a little bit of a mistake, the inside will be jammed and locked, and it will never be opened again. Hearing the locksmith's words, several people looked at each other. No, it's just an escape room. Is it necessary to make such a complicated lock? Old Qin sighed. This boss is also too bloodthirsty, isn't it? It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Su Chen followed suit and shook his head. The locksmith also commented at this moment. This kind of lock, which is rarely seen on the market. I didn't expect to see it in the secret room by me. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly and very self-consciously patted the boss's shoulder with a thieving smile. Big brother, although this lock looks difficult, I believe in your strength. You can definitely open it. Tell you what, if you open this lock, I'll give you a raise, plus 20 to make a hole. Su Chen looked like he was being generous. That locksmith didn't say much, lowered his head and went to study that lock cylinder. Ha ha ha, Su Chen only added 20 once he bit the bullet. Also make up a whole number. So that big brother open locks only 80. On this level of big brother, this segment, this price is really childish. I would call Su Chen a poor master, giving big brother a bluff. If this lock big brother can open it, it would really seal the deal. If I have a need in the future, I will definitely ask big brother to open it. After big brother takes on this job, after that his value will still have to rise. Su Chen is awesome. Hiring a locksmith can invite a man of God. This hand luck is 2 OU. Su Chen, this hand is simply blood money. The record broke with tears to save 398, to the locksmith 100, but also netted 298 it. Business wizards. You guys, they shouldn't have pushed it all the way, only to have the last lock fail to open. Wouldn't that be a lost cause? Ha ha ha. Those who had the same worry were Old Qin, Hotba and Zhao Jinmai. The 3 of them. Brother Su Chen. This lock master is still not sure if he can open it. Let's just prepare with both hands and try to solve the puzzle first, Reba said. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Sure, if you guys know how to do it, go ahead and solve it. I can't solve this one anyway. Hotba and the 3 of them looked at each other. Old Qin spread his hands. Don't look at me. I won't either. Zhao Jinmai gazed at the title at this moment and muttered. I definitely learned this question in school. Sister Kimmy, you can solve it? Hataru was instantly surprised. But so much time has passed, I've long forgotten about it. And it's like I never learned it back then. Zhao Jinmai continued. A few of the men hung their heads in despair. It seemed that this second one was destined to go nowhere. A few of them could be just a little bit better than illiterate in their knowledge at this time. So, all hope must still be placed on the locksmith. Thus, a hilarious scene was created in the middle of this chamber. Chapter 56, No Violence. Chapter 56, No Violence. The viewers of the live stream, at this moment, are seeing the image. The locksmith was squatting in the doorway, his face almost on top of that lock, and was studying it carefully. And behind him crouched 4 men in unison, each with their hands on their faces. like a kindergartner waiting for his teacher to hand out candy. He blinked in anticipation. Ha ha ha, the four of them are too consistent in their movement expressions. The locksmith said, "This is not a good job. A toe 4 can be okay. Baby Hotba is so cute. Jean, my sister, is also cute. These two beauties look too eye-pleasing together. Ha ha ha, you guys say if the locksmith can't open it, Su-chan and the others can just give up. That kind of scene can be very interesting." "Right, you don't say. I'm kinda looking forward to it. Am I too bad? Ha ha ha." Through the level of knowledge of a few of them, I do see that if they didn't have a locksmith in this round, they probably wouldn't be able to pass the first level. I advise these four, it's better not to play the secret room in the future. Your IQ basically that's goodbye to the secret room. Meanwhile, the owner of the secret room could not help but feel smug as he saw the scene through the surveillance at the moment. To say where the lock came from, he had put some thought into it in the first place. It was only that the previous players, whose attention was on finding the key, had never realized what was really special about this lock. At best, it's just a matter of lamenting the fact that the lock looks like it's been grown quite a bit by the others. However, this time, Su-chan brought the locksmith with him, but unexpectedly made the value of his lock manifest. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Su-chan and the others to open this lock without getting the key. That also meant that Su-chan, who had operated fiercely like a tiger in a previous pass, had ended up losing in the final pass, still unable to break the record. The thought of it gave him a thrill of revenge. Who let Su-chan be so arrogant before, drilling the loopholes in their rules? It looked like they had no technology at all left in this secret room, and it was just the locksmith showing off his skills. Seeing this scene at this moment, Director Gao was a bit curious and asked at the boss, "Boss, there's something about that lock." "That's right, I paid a lot of money for this lock," the boss said proudly. "Heavy gold?" As soon as the high director heard that word, his alarm bells went off, and the owner of the chamber seemed to realize something at this moment, and they both picked up their walkie-talkies at the same time. He then rushed over to Su-chan and their side and gabbled. However, when two people spoke at the same time, it sounded like a garbled code to Su-chan and the others, and they couldn't hear anything. Su-chan scratched his ears and said with some disgust, "No, I mean, can you guys get a better speaker for this chamber? What's all this talk about? I'm telling you guys, if I get my ears blown out, I'm going to come after you for a claim." The director and the owner of the chamber were sweating when they heard this. "What we're about to say seems to mean the same thing," the director said as he looked at the chamber boss. The chamberlain nodded. "Then it's better if you do the talking." So, this time, the high director rushed to the intercom and said, Su-chan, Su-chan." The boss said, "This lock is he spends a lot of money to buy. This locksmith no matter can not it can open. You just remember one. No violent unlocking. Got it? I repeat, no violent unlocking." I could hear that Director Gao was in a hurry over there. After all, this kind of thing Su-chan was absolutely capable of doing. The audience in the live broadcast room was boiling over at this moment. "Ha ha ha, that's Director Gao's voice, isn't it? I can see he's really in a hurry. If this is really violently damaged by Su-chan, the program will have to pay out a lot of money. Ha ha ha, this kind of thing Su-chan did. I safely understand how Director Gao feels at this moment. Su-chan, look at this. What have you done in your spare time? And what have you pushed Director Gao into? Too funny. This director has already seen Su-chan's path. Prevention is better than cure. This is." Faced with the director's repeated instructions, Su-chan had an innocent look on his face. He said, spreading his hands, "Director Gao, aren't you looking down on me too much too? Do you think I would do something so unskilled? Something like violently unlocking a door is too unoriginal." The corners of the high director's mouth twitched twice. So he was still disliked by Su-chan? What's the matter? You have to be creative in your disobedience, don't you? But you are not doing anything at all that anyone can think of. However, seeing that Su-chan had no intention of trying to violently unlock the door, he was sort of relieved. However, he was right to be concerned earlier. Although Su-chan wasn't thinking of violently unlocking the door, inside his head at the moment, he was also thinking of other ideas. He had never been one to fight unprepared battles. In case this locksmith does fail, he has to have a second plan. I just saw him, standing up from the floor. He began to look along the perimeter of this room. "Su-chan, what are you doing?" Old Sheen was puzzled when he saw his movements. "Shu, I'm thinking," Su-chan said fervently. So, these three people reversed their direction, from looking at the locksmith, to looking at Su-chan. At the same time, it was accompanied by Su-chan's footsteps, constantly moving his feet and following him in circles. Ha ha ha, are they playing rounders? These four people, they work so well together. Ha ha ha. Strongly urge the four of them to form a group and debut. It's too funny. Why is it that all people become abnormal once they get their hands on Su-chan? Ha ha ha. But what's Su Chen mulling over again? Surely it's not a good idea anyway. It feels like both Director Gao and the chamber boss must be nervous at this moment. This Su Chen's head might be playing something bad. The viewers guessed correctly that the High Director and the owner of the chamber are, indeed, tense at the moment. Both of them stared at Su Chen on the screen, afraid that he would do something crazy. The owner of the secret room was worried about his secret room being vandalized. The High Director is simple. He's afraid of losing money. This secret room of mine is still professionally made, so it shouldn't be possible for Su Chen to find any loopholes, the secret room owner said. But when he said this, he was obviously a little weak. However, right at this moment, he only saw Su Chen in the screen. His eyes lit up as if he had an idea. Old Qin, I found a way to get out. Su Chen excitedly waved his hand at Qin Shaoxian. Old Qin and Hotbutt and Zhao Jinmai hurriedly got up and came over. What way? Su Chen smiled, reaching out and pointing up. See, there's a gap in the ceiling. Chapter 57, We're all buddies. Chapter 57, We're all buddies. Several of Old Qin's people sniffed and looked toward the top, only to see that in the middle of the ceiling and the wall, there was a gap that was barely able to pass through one person. It also has to be someone who looks a little thinner, but anyone who is a little fatter will never get through. Su Chen, you don't want us to crawl out through, do you? Old Qin asked. Su Chen nodded. That's right, there's still no movement on the master's side, so we have to look for other ways out as well, don't we? Old Qin, I think you're best suited to be the one to lead the way. As he said this, Su Chen's face wore his trademark bad smile, which made Old Qin's heart grow fuzzy. Why me? Old Qin asked rhetorically. Think about it, Old Qin. This time in the secret room, what did you contribute? Su Chen snubbed the start. Hotba and Kimmy's sister are both girls and can be left alone, but it's just you and me, I guess, the two men here, except for the locksmith, and I'm the one who found the locksmith, so I get most of the credit for the secret room clearance. That you agree? Listening to Su Chen's analysis, Old Qin immediately felt a little ashamed of himself and nodded his head. Well, that's true. I really didn't contribute much to the team this time. Isn't that right? I'm giving you a chance to perform. I'm helping you, Su Chen said and patted Old Qin's chest. Old Qin thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. Thanks bro, I really didn't realize you were so considerate of me. Who's going to climb this place if I don't? And none of you are going to fight me. We're all good buddies. Why are you so polite? Su Chen winked. Ha ha ha, Old Qin for not for stupid just like that was fooled by Su Chen? Look at Old Qin limping around. Old Qin was fooled without realizing it, and even felt quite proud of himself. Other than that, just Su Chen's mouth, fooling anyone who can't be crippled. I have a hunch that Old Qin has entered Su Chen's trap. The gap up there is so narrow, even if Old Qin is skinny, but it's still easy to get stuck. While the audience was discussing, Old Qin's side was already making preparations. He removed all the extra stuff from his body, even his jacket, wearing only the clothes that fit snugly on his body. Su Chen, on the other hand, brought Hataru and Zhao Jinmai and moved all the tables and chairs inside the room. The tables and chairs were stacked on top of each other, and with Old Qin's own height, he was just able to reach the gap there. In the middle of the monitoring room, both the High Director and the secret room boss had been dumbfounded. I have never seen such unconventional people, the owner of the secret room exclaimed. Boss, your secret room isn't professional either, so how can you still leave it empty? The High Director spat. Who would have thought that someone would climb out of here? The owner of the secret room felt that his years of professional experience had all been turned upside down at this very moment, and that crack is so small that the average person going up there would get stuck. In the middle of saying that, the chamber boss and the High Director simultaneously widened their eyes. The two men reacted instantly to something. Hurry up and stop them. If they do get stuck, we'll be in trouble. The High Director picked up the walkie-talkie and was about to shout at Su Chen and the others to stop. However, it was already too late, only to see that Old Qin had already stepped on the chair and leapt upwards, and the whole person came into the gap. Old Qin, hurry down. You'll be in trouble if you get stuck. The High Director shouted at the intercom. I'm not going down there. Don't try to fool me. Director Gao, I'm going out soon, Old Qin said excitedly. Then, his body began to move slowly outward through the gap. Hataru and Zhao Jinmai held their breath as they watched him. Hataru nervously asked Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, will this move work? However, Su Chen's reply shocked her greatly. Can't. No. Can't? Reba and Zhao Jinmai stared at Su Chen with wide eyes at the same time, looking at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. If you can't, why did you let Old Qin try? Su Chen spread his hands. I just saw that gap and wondered if someone could have climbed through it. It's boring to wait anyway, so I'll let Old Qin give it a try. Hot bar. Zhao Jinmai. The two of them, one after the other, cast sympathetic glances at Old Qin, As expected, not a single word of Su Chen's words could be trusted. Thanks to the old Qin went with a proud face, rather like a generous realization of righteousness. Now it looks like it's really going for a generous death. Tack. I knew that old Qin had been fooled, but I didn't think that Su Chen would be so honest. Is it okay to admit it directly? Old Qin is so miserable, huh? The director told him to come down and he said the director lied to him. Old Qin. He's good at everything, but he's just a little stupid. It doesn't really matter if you're a bit stupid, but the main thing is that if you meet Su Chen, it'll be a disaster for Old Qin. Old Qin, having Su Chen is truly a blessing for me. Old Qin, is it my blessing or my sin? At this moment, Su Chen felt that the joke was almost over, and it would be a bit too much if he opened it again. So he shouted at Old Qin up there. Old Qin, almost down. I think this approach is a bit unworkable. As a result, Old Qin replied very stubbornly. No way. I can't do it halfway. I feel like I'm, about to get out. At this moment, Old Qin was still struggling to squirm in that crevice. Old Qin, have you ever thought of a problem? Even if you go out, there's nothing you can step on over there. How are you going to get down? Su Chen asked rhetorically. Old Qin, who was squirming, stopped at once. Right. He's just been so focused on getting his mission accomplished that it's the team that contributes. How is it that such an important issue has been overlooked? How's he gonna get down there? For that matter, he still reacted for a while before reacting to the fact that Su Chen was walking him around. Su Chen, your ass! Old Qin roared from above. You waited for me to come down. Faced with this scene, Hotba and Zhao Jinmai sympathized with Old Qin a bit, but because it was so funny, both of them burst out laughing uncontrollably. Old Qin heard it from above, angry and ashamed, and accelerated his speed to move back. Meanwhile, backstage at Derwent, De Lindsay was inside the lounge, holding his cell phone and watching the live stream. Seeing Old Qin being teased by Su Chen, De Lindsay giggled and laughed very happily. Ha ha, Old Qin, this little cutie, is always fooled by me at home. As a result, when he arrived inside the program, he was cheated by Su Chen again. His whole life is a life of being cheated. After saying that, De Lindsay looked at the bad smile on Su Chen's face, and immediately had a feeling of being a confidant at the end of the world. This Su Chen is really quite interesting. I have to get to know him when I have the chance to say something. Chapter 58 800 Minds. Chapter 58 800 Minds. Oashiko laughed and commented out loud at the same time. As a result, suddenly the door to the lounge was opened. Wu Dajan walked in from outside. What are you looking at? Smiling so happily. Why don't you go practice if you have this time? Am I father, eh? You quickly come over to take a look. This Old Qin has been fooled by Su Chen. So, a minute later, only two people, Wu Dajan and De Lindsay's father and son, were seen sitting side by side. In unison, he looked at his cell phone and giggled. Joyfully, Oyashiro felt something was wrong. Dad, Old Qin is your disciple. Being caught by Su Chen like this, don't you say a few words to help, and rejoice so much. Is it appropriate? Guo Degang waved his hand. What's so inappropriate about that? Who made himself stupid and willing to fall for it? I think he should have more contact with people like Su Chen, and be teased a few more times, so that he can grow a little bit. Oroinko nodded and gave a thumbs up from this own dad. It's okay, old man. You're so aware, so high, but when it comes to this mind's eye, I think Su Chen and Old Qin must have 800 when they call it up. De Lindsay commented. 800? Su Chen alone must account for 78 or 99. Gui Degang commented. That's where you're wrong. Su Chen alone has 1,000 all to himself. De Lindsay laughed badly. Gui Degang instantly understood the meaning of this. So you're saying that Old Qin lacks 200 hard eyes? Okay, you kid. Poisonous tongue, this strength a little, your father I mean. This baggage is okay. After saying that, Wu Dazhuang urged once more. This Su Chen is really something. You kid, be careful and let Old Qin introduce you to each other. When will I, too, have to meet this kid properly? In the middle of the secret room, the locksmith was still intently observing the lock. The noise from Su Chen's and their side didn't affect him in the slightest. Old Qin now learned that he was fooled. Shame and anger. Anxious to hurry down to find Su Chen to settle the score. However, busy as he was, he violently felt his shirt being hooked on something, and his own body was stuck in the gap, unable to move. It's not right. I was able to pass through just now. How come I can't get out at this moment? Old Qin was full of doubts, and naturally, his self-talk was heard by all the viewers in the live broadcast room. I guess it's because the body is swollen. Ha ha, you've been squirming inside this crevice for so long. Can your body not be puffy? Got to. Old Qin is really stuck. Who said it before? The prophet comes out to get stabbed. Ha ha ha. Before this I was not expecting that this could be so funny. Old Qin, comedy star of the year, isn't this funnier than the comedy he's ever told? Su Chen and Old Chin hurry up and form a group to debut. It's sure to be a hit. One to tease and one to be teased. One to be a comic and one to be a comic. I think it's okay. I'll buy tickets to support it when it comes out. Su Chen and the few of them, who were still below at this moment, looked at Old Chin. Old Chin, hurry up and come down. What's all the grumbling about? Living your life up there? Su Chen shouted at him. No, I seem to be stuck and can't move, Old Chin said in a jarred voice, though originally he didn't want to talk about it, feeling ashamed, but it couldn't be helped. The current situation seemed impossible for him to get out on his own, had to ask for help. Hearing his words, Su Chen and the rest of them realistically froze, and then they laughed out loud. Hataru and Zhao Jinmai were even laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Stop laughing, guys, can you have some conscience? Hurry up and think of a way to get me down, Old Chin said helplessly. Wait for Old Chin. I'll think of a way to go over and save you, Su Chen said, preparing to go up to the table to observe Old Chin's condition. At that moment, I heard a wonderful click. From the locksmith's side, the lock is open. Just as Su Chen was playing around, the locksmith did something great and opened the lock. Su Chen's and their attention was instantly attracted. Master, it's open? Su Chen was surprised, though he had always believed that this locksmith was skilled in his craft, and that this lock was something that could be opened sooner or later. And yet, he didn't expect it to be quite a bit faster than he expected. The locksmith got up very dashingly and removed the lock with a sharp hand. Pat the non-existent dust on your hands and go deep. Wow, master, you're really good. I saw that this lock is so complicated. I thought for sure I couldn't open it. Hotba was surprised. Yes, master. Opening it so quickly. Your level is too high. Zhao Jinmai followed suit and exclaimed. The locksmith was praised by two female big stars at the same time. Even if he was calm, he was a bit fluttery at this moment. No other, only the hand is familiar. Throwing down these words, he walked confidently towards the front. It's just that head is all a little higher up compared to before. The owner of the secret room was dumbfounded at this moment. He was so confident before that he said the lock could never be opened by any other means than the key. It's only been a few minutes that have passed and he's been slapped in the face? Boss, this lock, that doesn't work. The High Director spat. Unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. There's something wrong with this lockpick, the secret room boss said excitedly. What's the problem? The High Director asked rhetorically. The technology is too good, said the owner of the secret room somewhat sheepishly. The High Director was speechless for a moment. The owner of the chamber was on the sidelines, full of frustration. This lock he had used almost as a last-ditch killer. How could it be opened so easily? Does it mean that the lock seller lied to him? And the High Director was thinking about it at the moment. Now there are only two possibilities. The first being that the lock isn't even that bull-nosed. The second was that this locksmith that Su Chen had hired was superbly skilled. If that's the case, then is it hard to believe that this kid has been planning this for a long time? On the other side of the secret room, Su Chen and the others were all filled with leaps in joy when they saw the door lock open. Great! We did the whole thing in less than 20 minutes. Well over the record, Hotba exclaimed. This way we not only win this game, but we can also save the money for this secret room. It's really two birds with one stone, Zhao Jinmai said excitedly. It's all because brother Su Chen is so awesome that he could think of inviting a locksmith over. And this locksmith is so good. A little thing, not enough. The two people praised each other one by one, while Su Chen was symbolically modest and humble. As they chattered and collected words, they headed for the final exit, completely forgetting that Old Chin is still stuck in the cracks. Chapter 59, It's a Fool's Errand. Chapter 59 is really stupid. Old Chin was inside the crevice, his body completely unable to move. The only way to tell is by the sound. The locks have been opened and everyone has gotten out. It wasn't until their voices faded away that Old Chin reacted to his situation, so he shouted at the top of his voice. Don't go away. Me. I'm still here. Can anyone hear me? Does anyone care about me? However, Su Chen and the others would let the light to be happy and cheerful. Plus Hoder and Zhao Jinmai had been chirping and praising in Su Chen's ear. Old Chin's voice was completely drowned out. Ha 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 ha. Old Chin is really miserable. How dare they completely forget about Old Chin? These guys are too unorthodox. Ha 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 ha. It's not even if Su Chen carelessly forgot, but Hotba and Jin Mai's sister even didn't remember Old Chin either. Old Chin is really pitiful. Ha ha ha. Does this mean that Old Chin's presence among them is too low? These guys have been walking around for half a day, and they didn't notice that one was missing? Su Chen and the others walked all the way to the front desk, where the people from the director's team and the owner of the secret room had already been waiting. The owner of that secret room was, at this moment, looking at Su Chen with a very strange look on his face. Su Chen, on the other hand, was full of smugness as he caught that boss and said, Boss, How was it? It took less than 20 minutes from start to finish. It's already far beyond your records, isn't it? The corner of the owner's mouth twitched. You're tantamount to cheating. Suchen spread his hands. You didn't say that you weren't allowed to bring a locksmith either. If so, the rules take it out for me to see. The owner was completely speechless. However, Suchen did not intend to let him off the hook. Boss, we agreed that it would be free if we broke the record. You're not going to renege, are you? The owner's eyes rolled. Of course I won't renege, but you guys aren't up to snuff either. You're short of people. Hearing the boss's words, Suchen and the others were all confused. Missing? Who else is missing? Hatba, me. Right, and old Chin. Suchen slapped his head, then remembered poor old Chin. It dawned on Hataru and Shojinmei as well. Yeah, old Chin is still stuck inside the seam. Old Chin. Suchen took the lead, shouting as he ran towards the inside. Hataru and Shojinmei hurriedly followed behind. Ha ha ha, I can be too heartbroken for old Chin. If it wasn't for the boss reminder, I guess Suchen and the others won't even be able to think about it tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha, if you can't think of it, that's a whole other story. Old Chin is about to become an NPC of the secret room. I go. So think there is a little bit of horror. A long time later someone went to play the secret room. A look up to see the old Chin. In the middle of the gap, that picture. Do not dare to think. Is this a world famous painting? It's called The Man Stuck in the Cracks. Quickly see if old Chin is still breathing. Suchen ran all the way over, and as he approached, he heard old Chin's weak voice coming over intermittently. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Who can come and get me down? Cough cough. That old Chin. We've come to save you. Suchen's face was filled with sincerity and worry at the moment. It was as if he was not the one who fooled old Chin into going up there, and he was not the one who forgot old Chin here. And the one who had a good brother in mind and came back to save old Chin at a time like this was the one who was just like him. Suchen stepped on the table and went up, struggling to pull old Chin's arm, pulling him toward the outside. A few minutes later, old Chin was finally rescued. When he came, old Chin cleaned up cleanly and neatly. And at the moment, it's already gray and drooping. It's okay, brother. This incident is enough to prove that you are a man. Although it's true that you didn't do much to help us escape the chamber, you brought endless joy to the audience. Commendable. Suchen patted old Chin's shoulder and snubbed him. The audience couldn't hear it for a moment. Flub. You flub. Old Chin couldn't be any more foolish to still believe it at this time. Ha ha. Suchen's mouth. It can speak the living into the dead and the dead into the living. Old Chin, you're a comedian, so you won't fall into Suchen's trap. However, the audience still undercut the old Chin's stupidity. After hearing Suchen's words, old Chin only felt that he was incomparably honorable. Brother, it's still your awareness that's high. Anyway, it's just a matter of us being able to get through. By the way, we've broken the record, so the boss can give us a free pass, right? Suchen nodded. That's a must. You're all that's left now. Let's find not one of the teams should be left out. It's only when they're all out that it counts. When old Chin heard this, a touched expression appeared on his face. So, with a group of 4 of them, they walked towards the outside with great vigor. The audience is a bit dumbfounded at this point. No way, no way. Old Chin was fooled again? Ha ha ha. Before they all said stupid old Chin, I still don't believe. Today look old Chin, he is really stupid. Once I thought stupidity was just old Chin's persona, but now it seems I was overthinking it. It seems like we're still overestimating old Chin. It feels like Suchen didn't even exert a single amount of strength before he was crippled by old Chin's lulling. As the few people headed outside, the system's rewarding sound rang out in Suchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward Divine Oboe Technique. A new system mission has been released. Go to a haunted house to scare ghosts. Mission reward, Charlotte's Trouble Script, Divine Directing Skills, Divine Acting Skills. After the system's several previous baptisms, Suchen was already not surprised by the content of this mission. It's just to go to a haunted house to scare the ghosts. He's done it with the locksmith. What's so hard about going to a haunted house to scare the ghosts? And what surprised him was that the rewards for this mission were so rich. Isn't the script for Charlotte's Troubles what you've always wanted before? He couldn't read any of those scripts the company gave him, and had been fretting about how he was going to reproduce so many classic scripts from his previous life. As a result, the system just gave it to him as a quest reward. This system, Suchen had to give a favorable review. It also gives the appropriate supporting godly directing skills and godly acting skills. Simply sweet. Thinking of this, Suchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Suchen, what are you laughing at? Reba asked. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just happy to think that we broke the record and were able to save several $100s. Suchen replied. Pop up, no way. Why do I feel like Suchen is laughing at old Chin? Chapter 60, Carelessness. Chapter 60, Carelessness. A few people arrived at the front desk. Suchen pointed at old Chin and said, "Boss, that's okay, now we're all together." The owner nodded. "Okay, I'll count on you guys this time. Free of charge." "Oh, that's so good." Hot Butt and Joe Kimmy jumped for joy. And old Chin patted Suchen's shoulder. "Man, you and you. I'm not obeying anyone but you right now." "Really?" Suchen asked rhetorically. "Of course it's true. Lying is punishable by heaven." Old Chin swore with conviction. "What about your master, Gua de Gang? Are you also unconvinced?" Suchen asked rhetorically. Old Chin did not expect Suchen to be able to give him such a sentence directly, and froze in place. There was still a look of horror on his face. He'd be in deep if his master found out about this. And, knowing the netizens he did, he was sure to take a screenshot of the segment, send it to his master to see through all the major social media platforms. No, Old Chin stuttered in a hurry. Looking at his nervous look, Suchen smiled. "Old Chin, tell me how you, a comedian, have such a stupid mouth. You should say that your master is to you. That's reverence, respect, and has long since gone beyond the realm of obedience or disobedience." "Ah, yes, you're right." Old Chin nodded like garlic. At this time, Suchen looked in the direction of the secret room. "Hey, Flower and their group are probably still stuck in the first few levels. I don't know when they'll come out." Although it sounded like he was worrying for them again, inside that tone, it was full of smugness. "By the way, master, your craftsmanship is really strong." Suchen looked at the locksmith and complimented. "Thank you for this one. Let me settle your bill." Saying that, Suchen pulled out the envelope given by the program group from his bosom. "Yes, the total is 900, the locksmith said. 900? Hearing this number, Suchen thought he had heard it wrong, and the locksmith was all serious. "Yeah, 900. No master, didn't you say 80 at the beginning?" "The last lock was a little harder. I took the initiative to add 20 for you. It's only right that it's 100 in total." Suchen said in disbelief. "It's 80, yes, but it's a locked 80. There are a total of 11 locks in here, and with the 20 added at the end, that makes a total of 900, the master calmly explained. At this moment, Suchen finally realized what it meant to be struck by 5 thunders. "What do you mean by a splash of cold water?" It was his fault for not having the experience of hiring a locksmith and thinking it was a bite-sized 80. Turns out people are 80 a lock. Then what is the significance of these 398 provinces? 500 inside and out? Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. That's probably called being smart. All the way it was Suchen who pitted others, only to be pitted by the locksmith here? So the locksmith is the biggest boss. Suchen definitely won't be willing to admit the pit. The $900 he spent out here, he'll definitely think of other ways to double it back. That's right. When has Suchen ever been the kind of person who would suffer? It feels like the back will definitely be even more exciting. Looking forward to it. I had thought that Suchen taking the locksmith to the secret room was already the pinnacle of the whole program, but I didn't realize that there was such a powerful one behind it. Goddamn 900, ha ha ha. Save 398. Spend 900. Net loss of $500. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it. My stomach hurts from laughing. Does Suchen have a talent for being funny? Why does he do everything so well? Really, this part is so good. The kind that couldn't have been written in a script. Because of this locksmith's 900, the entire live broadcasting room's hotness once again broke the record. Countless people were drawn in by the brilliant reversal. The part where the master said 900 was even made into a ghost video by talented netizens. It went viral on the internet. The locksmith left with $900. Suchen looked at his hand, the lone $100, and had a feeling of drawing his sword and looking around. "Brother Suchen, we only have $100 left. What's next?" Reba worried. Zhao Jinmai and Old Chin also looked at Suchen with helpless faces. They were all waiting for him, the leader of the group, the backbone, to make up his mind. Suchen slipped the $100 inside his pocket. "Don't worry, it's not just money. Can we still be a few heroes and heroines?" After saying that, Suchen turned his head in the direction of Director Gao and smiled faintly at him. The High Director couldn't help but shiver when he saw his smile. Why did he feel that this Suchen smile was so oozing? If his hunch was correct, he felt that he was soon going to be pitched by Suchen. On the other side, Hua Qingyu and his group were still burying their heads in solving the problems, and half an hour had already passed. They came into the middle of the 5th room. The room was a bit of a difficult subject, and several of them were frowning and thinking hard at the moment. Just then, the radio in their room went off. "Several players, your opposing group has been the first to complete the clearance and escape the chamber. You can choose to continue, Or give up now. Hearing this voice, Hana Sungyu raised his head in some bewilderment. What did the radio just say? Am I hallucinating? I heard it too. They said that the other party had completed the pass? Cohen said in disbelief as well. And Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian glanced at each other, with nothing but doubt in their eyes, but also a hint of a small excitement. Su Chen and the others passed? It was known that Su Chen, this person, would never be willing to settle for second best. Although they didn't know what Su Chen had used to be able to pass in such a short period of time. But this was enough to show Su Chen's strength. It can't be. Is the directing team kidding us? Isn't this part of the secret room? If we choose to give it up, won't it be a lost cause? Blossom and Kunzumi analyzed it in one pass. That's right, Kunzumi. You're right. This is definitely a tactic by the directing team. And only half an hour has passed. Su Chen and the others are thinking that it's impossible to pass inside such a short period of time. Unless they pick the lock. Flower said with incomparable firmness. So we can't give up. We have to keep solving. The viewers in their live broadcast room didn't know what to say at the moment. Flower, you guessed right, Su Chen, they just picked the lock. Only people pick it more technically. I admire Flower and Kuen's brains. They thought it was a setup by the show. Chapter 61 King of Bargaining. Chapter 61 King of Bargaining? These silly kids. In a while they go out and realize that the director said it's true. How will they feel? Ha ha, Flower and Cohen. I advise you to give up before it's too late. Stopping losses in time is most important. TSK. What does this whole thing tell us? Let go when it's time to let go. Hua and Cohen decide to continue. But Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian feel that what the director said is true. There was no reason for it. It was just a kind of belief that stemmed from the ability of Su Chen. But the two of them had to go on. And they had to agree. After all, this time Flower was the captain. And the face that should be given still had to be given. But at the moment, Yang Mi's motivation to solve the problem was even stronger. Because she wanted to get out earlier. Witness how Su Chen really works miracles. Outside, after Su Chen gave the money to the locksmith, he stayed silent. Seeing him, Hataru and Shojin Mei thought he was blaming himself. Brother Su Chen, don't blame yourself. This matter can't be blamed on you. Reba comforted. Yes, brother Su Chen, no matter what, we have won this competition. If the money is gone, it's gone. However, old Chin on the side reminded, it doesn't matter if the money is gone, but we have at least one more thing to accomplish today. Whether you go to a haunted house or go bungee jumping, it's going to be 400 or 500 anyhow. We don't have any money. How can we play? This question had just been really not considered by Hataru and Zhao Jinmai. Now that he heard old Chin say it, he fretted. Yeah, people's program rules are to complete 2 projects, and they're down to $100 today. Can't play anything? Then in the end this contest is not still lost. The high director looked at Su Chen and their side at this moment, and immediately smiled badly. He wanted to see that this Su Chen kid still had a way this time, to be able to turn the tables. Let your kid usually count. Now you've counted yourself in. However, Su Chen was not chagrined when he was silent there. Chagrin, that kind of thing, are reserved for the weak. He, Su Chen, will only go to think of solutions. Just then, his eyes lit up with something. Didn't the system just reward a divine oboe technique? He was worried about how he was going to use it, but now it would come in handy. Wouldn't it? You guys wait here for me. Don't worry about the money at all. Let me take care of it. After saying that, Su Chen ran out with gusto. Hotba and old Chin and the others looked at each other in disbelief. What is brother Su Chen trying to think of? Zhao Jinmai said suspiciously. I don't know. Such a short time wanna make money is not easy. He won't be. Old Chin said. His face became secretive. No, we can't let brother Su Chen do something wrong. Let's hurry and follow over to take a look. Hoder said, taking the lead and running out. Old Chin and Zhao Jinmai also hurriedly followed behind. The audience in the live broadcast room was also speculating wildly at the moment. What is Su Chen going to do? It's not going to the streets to beg for food, is it? Ha ha, with Su Chen's character, he might actually do it. Brother Tatsu, you mustn't think about it, or I'll sponsor you guys for a bit, but you can't sell yourself out. Ha ha ha, what they said upstairs. Why does it feel like Su Chen is going to sell his body? Really? How can I sell it? I have money. I'll do it. Why do I hear a hint of excitement in your tone of voice, advising you not to be too perverted? Su Chen, you can sell your art but you must not sell your body. A song inexplicably rang in my head, One Wrong Step for Life, going down to the sea to accompany the dance for life. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, I've got it all in the picture. Hotba and the others followed Su Chen all the way outside, only to see him cross the street and enter a musical instrument store across the street. A musical instrument store? What is Su Chen up to? Go, hurry over and take a look. Old Sheen said, hurriedly walking towards the opposite side. Su-chan walked into the store, walked straight to the area specializing in oboes. Boss, how much is the cheapest suona you have here? Su-chan asked. The cheapest 102. The boss replied. $100? For sale? Su-chan very skillfully bargained. Take it. The boss waved his hand in a very painful manner. At this moment, Su-chan knew that the give was high, but it didn't matter. With this oboe, he could guarantee that the money would come back tenfold and 20-fold in a while. One hand for the money, one hand for the oboe. When Old Sheen and the others came in, this was the scene they saw. Su-chan, you spent $100 and bought a suona? Old Sheen asked incredulously. Nah, Su-chan said calmly. No, we're left with this $100. Now that the money is gone, we'll have problems eating. Old Sheen said in disbelief. Don't worry bro, I call that an investment. What can I eat for $100? When I make some money later, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying that, Su-chan walked out with great confidence. Why did Su-chan buy a suona? Does he play? Can't be. He doesn't look like he can play it. It's a difficult oboe to play. The main point is that it's easy to give away the oboe if you don't know how to play it. Ha ha ha. When Su-chan started to pay back the price, I thought he was a king, but now I see that he's a bronze. When he opened his mouth to give 100, I had one thought in my mind, give it high. This boss is also too unprofessional. How can you have to push and pull with Su-chan for a few rounds? The result is so painfully agreed. The boss is probably worried about Su-chan returning. Hurry up and drop the hammer. Ha ha ha. Taking the suona, Su-chan went straight to the door of the escape room. He looked around, trying to find a guy thing, and ended up finding a place that did too good a job of cleaning. Nothing. You can only walk to the front of the chamber. Boss, is there a rice bowl? Lend it to me. Su-chan rushed at the dumbfounded boss and asked. The boss didn't know what Su-chan was trying to do, and the high director didn't know what Su-chan was trying to do. Although they had guesses in their hearts, they felt that this matter was too outrageous for them to believe. That owner rushed to get a plastic bowl from the front desk. Is this okay? All right, thanks. After receiving the bowl, Su-chan re-entered the doorway. Placing the plastic bowl in front of him, he rushed out into the street and let loose. Folks, I, Su-chan, am in distress and penniless today. Desperately need $20 to ride home. But a man with hands and feet can't ask for money, so I'm here to sell my art. I hope that all Moncler Jackets Outlet, Big Brother and Big Sister, walking by, have the money to hold a money field, no money to hold a personal field. Chapter 62 Tears of a Dancing Girl. Chapter 62 Tears of a Dancing Girl. Su-chan's voice was so loud that it directly penetrated half the street. Quite a few people were attracted to it, and upon further inspection, it turned out to be such a handsome young man. All of them came together in curiosity. Within a short time, Su-chan's side was already surrounded by about 20 people. The high director was dumbfounded at the moment. He is never expected Su-chan actually really directly begging. No, selling art to go? This kid, he's too open-minded. However, once he thought of Su-chan's social bull character, Director Gao felt that it was somewhat reasonable. The owner of the escape room was even more shocked at this moment. What is this? Didn't you say that these guys coming today are big stars? A big star so loose? How dare she sell her art in the street? And look at what he's holding in his hand. It's a suona. Nowadays, no young person still plays the suona. They all think it's rustic. He's not, like, really blowing it, is he? Or is he just using it for show? With these questions, that boss also unconsciously walked out of the store and merged into the crowd of onlookers. Although Director Gao was moved to be shocked by Su-chan's behavior, he was also keenly aware that this was a good material and breaking point. Quickly, hurry up and arrange for a few more cameras to film Su-chan. Make sure to record it in all directions without any dead angles. Hearing this, the executive director was a little concerned. Director, I've never heard of Su-chan playing the suona. I think given his character, he's definitely messing around. And if he's blowing nothing, wouldn't that be a flip-flop? The high director shook his head. I think that the rollover is a sure thing. But is that the only way to watch it? With Su-chan's previous horse-catching personality, him flipping over would be something the audience would enjoy. And everyone would just find it funny. The executive director nodded vigorously as he listened. The general director is the general director. The depth of this look at the problem is different. So he rushed forward to make arrangements. I'm going. Su-chan is also too bullish. Actually shouting up here on the street? With all the social cow behavior Su-chan did before, this doesn't seem so strange. Before, no matter what Su-chan did, it was always on a small scale, right? This is an open area on the street. I'm completely convinced. I only knew that Su-chan was a social cow before, but I didn't think that he could be a social cow to this extent. I'm usually nervous to say anything when there are too many people, I really admire Su-chen. So here's the problem. Su-chen. He can play the Suona, right? It feels like my ears are going to suffer. With Su-chen's character, what will blow won't blow. Dry is finished. High energy ahead. Non-combatants evacuate quickly. I'm ready to cover my ears. I hope Su-chen doesn't torture my eardrums too much. The Suona is a rogue instrument. People need money to play the Suona. Su-chen has to die to play this. I've muted the sound. So Su-chen just let go and blow. On the scene, the crowd is growing. Old Qin, Hotba, and Zhao Jinmai were originally standing next to Su-chen. After hearing his shout, several people subconsciously took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Su-chen. One by one, they felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su-chen arched his hand at the surrounding onlookers. Thank you all for coming. I, Su-chen, will play a song for you all here today. When he finished, he brought the oboe to his mouth. Seeing his movements, Old Qin and the few of them subconsciously plugged their ears. None of them believed that Su-chen was really going to blow it. At the same time, it was already in his mind how to apologize to the onlookers in a while. Although it was said that they didn't dare to be so sociable like Su-chen, standing in the middle and shouting to everyone. But after all, it's for a team, so there's still some spirit of cooperation. Apologizing for something like this can only come from them. The blowing has begun. The moment the tune started, everyone froze. It's too good to be true. The smooth style and high syllables of the song can be said to embody the characteristics of the Suona to the fullest. Everyone was instantly caught up and immersed in the sound. Old Qin and the others also slowly lowered their hands that were blocking their ears at this moment. Unbelievably, he looked at Su-chen. He really knows how to play the Suona, and he's pretty good at it? Although no one knows much about Suona, they can still tell if a song is good or bad. In terms of the level of Su-chen's playing, it was simply no less than any concert they had ever heard in a professional concert hall. The high director also froze at this time. He had thought Su-chen was fooling around, just showing the audience a good time. But I didn't realize that this kid is playing for real? He was still inside the room, but now he was also attracted and took a step into the crowd. With a mesmerized face, he looked at Su-chen who was playing, and as he listened, how did he feel that the tune this? How familiar is it? He was sure it wasn't any of the oboe masterpieces, but for a moment, he couldn't be sure where the familiarity came from. It wasn't until Su-chen blew into the climax that he finally heard it. One wrong step for life. Going down to the sea for companion dancing for a living. Dancers are human too. To whom do they tell the pain in their hearts? For the sake of life's compulsion, a tear is swallowed down into the belly. This Su-chen blowing is actually a danceress tear. It's a good thing this kid thought of it. You know, it's a good song for this situation. I'll go. Su-chen's Suona playing is too good. Family, I'm muted. Why is the screen full of exclamation points? How hard is it to blow? Good to hear. It's so good. I can say that in all my life. I've never heard a Suona played so beautifully. Seriously, don't try to trick me into turning on the sound. Upstairs, you'll regret missing this for the rest of your life. So exaggerated? Then I'll go out on a limb. It's too good to be true. Su-chen has great talent. He's a little fresh meat, but he can play the Suona so well. Where can he justify this? Wait, do you guys think? This tune sounds a little familiar. I remember, One Wrong Step for Life. Dancer's Tears. Ha 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 ha. Su-chen actually did blow the song. It's awesome. Ha ha ha. Where's that prophet who just came out to get stabbed? Kao-ah. Su-chen is really Kao-ah. Even blowing this song in public. If I were there I definitely wouldn't be able to resist rewarding him. I'll space out and give Su-chen a rocket. I'm sponsoring a Porsche. On the scene, the onlookers were mesmerized. Even Old Qin and the others couldn't help but follow the tune and sway their bodies. Just then, Su-chen was seen signaling them with his eyes to come forward. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Old Qin, Hotba, and Zhao Jinmai all froze for a moment. Driven by the atmosphere of Su-chen's oboe, they danced around a couple times okay, but letting them actually go up front, they were still a little put out. However, Su-chen kept staring at them, and the Suona's tune was played more cheerfully. Not only that, but Su-chen himself danced along with the tune. Influenced by this warm atmosphere, Old Qin simply went out on a limb. What's the point of being a comedian who is usually on stage anyway? Now it's just a change of venue. Old Qin walked over to Su-chen's side and began his own retro dance routine. For a moment, it was as if the entrance to this escape room had become a discotheque. Some of the surrounding cheerful audience members also could not hold back the flood of energy in their bodies at this moment. Swinging along with Su-chen's blowing, and Old Qin's dance steps, the whole atmosphere was very warm. There were passing pedestrians around, and quite a few of them were also attracted by the hustle and bustle over here. The more people gathered, the more there were already almost 100. Hotba, my. Come on, jump up together. Old Shin had completely let go of his ego at this moment, waving furiously at Hotaru and Cho Jinmei. The two were a bit hesitant at first, but couldn't help but be egged on by Old Shin, plus the drive of this surroundings. Solely, he let himself go and joined the group. Old Shin is also playing high at this moment, feeling that just jumping is still a little bit not enjoyable. Simply just ripped into it and sang, "One wrong step for life, going down to the sea for companion dancing for a living." Old Shin's own voice was still good, plus his own basic skills in speaking comedy. These lines of the dancer's tears can be sung with great flavor. Ha ha ha, this atmosphere is so joyful too. I want to dance 2 steps along with it just watching. Old Shin's singing can be have that flavor. On this level that he has never been to see, I simply do not believe. Upstairs, beware of Old Shin suing you for rumor mongering. It's so interesting. It's still Su Chen who's great. Otherwise Old Shin would never have imagined in his life that he could sing dancer's tears on the street. Hot butt and my dance so cute, ha ha ha. Although but how do they both feel weird dancing to this song? Ha ha ha. Su Chen the Swana blowing is also too good. Too infectious. I already can't sit from the chair. Have to get up and twist twice. I just have to ask, is there anything Su Chen won't do? As more and more people were around, Su Chen blew more and more cheerfully. Not to mention the crowd of onlookers, even the director's team and the secret room boss. By now it had all blended into the dancing crowd and got high together. Meanwhile, Hua Qingyu and the others had arrived at the last room of the secret chamber. Hannah looked at the time, a little nervous and a little excited. Great. As of right now we're only a little over an hour in. It's the last room now, and if it goes well, we're hopefully going to break the record. He looked at the questions quickly, his brain darting around rapidly, wanting nothing more than to solve the puzzle quickly. Just as a few of them were all buried in their writing, there was a sound of a song from outside. Where is this sound coming from? This Swana tune sounds pretty good, Lu Tianxian said. Why is this tune so familiar? It always seems like I've heard it somewhere before, Yang Mi said. Stop listening to the tune and hurry up to solve the problem. Flower was not listening to anything outside the window at this moment, and was only interested in getting out of the secret room. Then, even though he didn't want to listen to it, he couldn't help but feel that the magic of the tune was too strong. Without realizing it, his thoughts were carried away by the tune. It is simply impossible to be still and think about the topic. The soundproofing of this secret room is too bad. How can people calm down to solve the problem? Hua Chengyu said with dissatisfaction. Sister me, this Swana is so beautifully played. I never knew that Swana could be so beautiful, Lu Tianxian exclaimed. Yes, I only felt the Swana noisy before. This is the first time to appreciate the charm of the Swana. Really want to hurry out to see in. This tune in the end is what people blow. Yang Mi looked in the direction of the door from time to time, her eyes filled with the desire to escape from the chamber. The two men's minds, too, were long gone from solving the problem. Gotta. Flower and their group received a double blitz. It's not even if they lost the match, but now they have to be affected by Su Chen's oboe. The point is, their insistence is pointless. When Hannah gets out and learns the truth, she'll probably go crazy. My heart aches for Flower for a second. Without further ado, I'm going to go listen to the Swana in Su Chen's live room. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hannah, you should have trusted the director if you knew that. Hannah is still thinking about breaking the record. It feels so pathetic, but what if I seem to laugh? Just then, all that could be heard was a knock on the door to their room here. Everyone. It was all a shock. What's the situation? This is a secret room and not a haunted house. How come it's still out to scare people? Cohen spat. Hey, players inside. Can you guys hurry up? The man outside shouted. What the hell? What's the rush? Isn't it time yet? We're already fast. Blossom shouted at the outside. No, didn't your director say that your group has already lost? There's no point in sticking around, right? I'm in a hurry to go out and listen to the oboe. It's dancing happily outside. If you don't finish, I can't leave. From the man's tone, a lot of dislike was heard. However, what shocked Hannah and Cohen was this. He said the director was telling the truth? In other words, as early as more than half an hour ago, Su Chen and the others had already escaped from the secret room? This is not a conspiracy by the director's team? It's all true. It can't be. Don't you lie to us. Hannah was still holding out. What am I lying to you guys for? Why are you so stubborn? Don't you know everything if you come out and see for yourself? Good. You open the door. I'll go out and see for myself. Hua was lit up with fighting spirit at this moment, wanting to go out immediately to verify the truth of this matter. He didn't want to continue to endure this torture. The staffer slipped a key in through the doorway below. Here's the key. Open it yourselves. I'll go out and listen to the oboe first. When he finished speaking, the man's footsteps came from outside the door, sounding distraught. What kind of secret room is this? And the staff is so unprofessional. Leaving your guests behind and running off on your own? Hannah grabbed the key and went to open the door in a hurry while the kunai sputtered. Chapter 64, The Liar is Too Cunning. Chapter 64, The Liar is Too Cunning. When they opened the door, they noticed something special about this last lock. However, he didn't have the heart to study more, and was only thinking of hurrying out to check the truth. The door lock opened and Hua Hua took the brunt of running out, with Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian hurrying behind her. Along the way, only to see that there was not a single staff member in the entire escape room, until they ran to the door and saw such a spectacular sight. Hundreds of people are gathered around and are currently doing a retro dance, and it was from their midst that the magic sound of the oboe came. Only at the moment, the man was surrounded by the group and his face could not be seen. After Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian ran over as well, they were surprised. Among that crowd of onlookers, there was even the general director, and the rest of the program staff? What the hell? Is this an orgy? This swana sounds good when you listen to it inside the room, but it turns out to be even more shocking when you get closer. Lu Tianxian exclaimed. What do? I kind of want to dance when I hear this oboe sound, the kunai said. Just then, Su Chen finished his song and the sound of the swana stopped, and the crowd around them was clearly a bit underwhelmed. Boy, you blow too good. Come on lad. One more song. Totally missed the point. One more song. One more song. While facing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Chen smiled faintly. Grandparents, big brothers and sisters, another song is no problem. But I said at the beginning, I'm playing the oboe but to get the money for the journey home. Look at this. Saying that, Su Chen picked up the plastic bowl on the ground and handed it to the crowd. Ah, yes, 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 yes. You should be paid for blowing so well. Must give. Ah yo so good young man how will mixed a penniless is not letting people to cheat the crowd exclaimed as they pulled out their money. Isn't that right? The crooks nowadays are too cunning to defend against, Su Chen said smoothly. Anyway, it's not a lie for him to say so. He was originally cheated by the locksmith. A lock 81 to begin with does not make it clear that this is completely misleading to consumers. Su Chen's principle as a human being was that he would never reflect on himself when he encountered a problem, and it was right to blame others. Seeing the red and green tickets, one by one, filling up the plastic bowl, Su Chen estimated that there were thousands of dollars in it anyhow, so he turned back and smiled smugly at Old Chin and Hotpa. Old Chin and the others secretly gave him a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Su Chen is really open-mouthed. Goddamn getting together the traveling expenses to go home. It feels like Su Chen is very suitable for a profession, master of marketing brainwashing. Ha ha ha, upstairs you are so right. If Su Chen really goes into this business, I guess no one can escape his brainwashing. Thank you Su Chen for not cheating. That's a lot of money for a bowl, isn't it? Su Chen has gotten rich this time. Just said Su Chen just that swana blowing. Go to the concert hall to collect tickets will be crazy. These people give some money is really earned. Why do I seem to see Flower and Young Mi and the others? They came out of the secret room so quickly? I just came from their live stream and the staff was in a hurry to get out to hear the oboe and kick them out. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, is it so outrageous? It's only because Su Chen's swana is so attractive. At the same time, the moment Su Chen opened his mouth to speak, it didn't matter if it was Hua Hua or Koen Koen, or Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, all of them stared in surprise. That voice, it was Su Chen's. In other words, that oboe just now was actually played by Su Chen? What the hell are they doing here? Su Chen and the others, they actually came out? Hua Hua was shocked. The person who just played the swana couldn't be Su Chen. This is a bit too outrageous, Koen Koen said incredulously. Mimi, what Su Chen would still play the swana? How come we didn't know? Lu Tianxian looked in Su Chen's direction, her eyes filled with adoration and love. I told you, who played such nice music? It was actually Su Chen. He really does always bring surprises, Yang Mi commented. The onlookers were all scrambling to give money. After all, Su Chen's swana was so good, they felt it was well worth the money. And Su Chen finished walking around with the bowl, and now came in front of the chief director. Director Yen, so many cameras are recording this. We're live. If you're too petty, I'm afraid the general netizens won't agree. Su Chen whispered in Director Yan's ear. At this moment, Director Yen finally realized why he had an unsettling premonition when he had just been stared at by Su Chen. Hopefully, it's here waiting for him. It's just a good thing. Seeing as Su Chen's oboe is so good, it was worth the money spent. Director Yen pulled out a couple of sheets from his pocket. Grandpa Mao, twist one out of it. He was about to give it, only to see Su Chen violently put the bowl back and cough twice. Director Yen smiled helplessly and took out another one. Su Chen no longer handed the bowl over. This time, Director Yen gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll be generous this time. Straight away, he took out 5 red tickets. This time Su Chen was finally satisfied, handed the bowl over and said with a smile, "It's still you, Director Yen, who was generous. Thank you for sponsoring us." However, he had no intention of stopping there. Instead, he turned to the executive director. "Me, I have to give too." The executive director was surprised. "Look at that. I didn't see you cover your ears when I was playing the tune just now. And you're dancing more cheerfully than anyone else. You still want to whore yourself out for nothing is what?" Su Chen said nonchalantly. The executive director was instantly red-faced by him. Hurriedly, he took out $200 from inside his pocket and handed it over. Looking at the money inside this bowl, it's got to be close to $2,000. Not only did they make up for all the losses they had incurred by unlocking the door, but they also made a lot more money. Old Qin, Hotbutt and Zhao Jinmai watched from behind, their hearts happy and admiring Su Chen. "It feels so good to be in a group with brother Su Chen," Zhao Jinmai exclaimed. "Yeah, it feels really good to be taken flying." Old Qin followed suit. After saying that, he felt a little ashamed of himself. After all, it seemed a bit humiliating for a big old man like himself to be carried away by Su Chen just like the two girls, but neither Hataru nor Cho Jinmei showed anything about it, and he was relieved. Mainly, neither of the two female guests had his mind on him. At the moment, all that filled his heart and eyes was Su Chen. The money was almost collected, and when Su Chen looked up this time, he saw Hua Hua and Yang Mi and the others standing at the door. Chapter 65, It's Just Too Expensive. Chapter 65, It's Just Too Expensive. Look at the incredibly shocked expressions on their faces. Su Chen smiled and walked over nonchalantly, sending the bowl in front of them. "What's up guys? We're all so familiar with each other. It wouldn't be right if we didn't mean a little bit." Hearing this, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian subconsciously went to their pockets, only to realize that all of their personal belongings had already been taken away by the program, and the money that the program is giving is in flour. Several pairs of eyes then looked in Hannah's direction. Hannah was in a very mixed mood at the moment. One was because Su Chen and the others did come out before him, which made him very unacceptable. Secondly, it was because Su Chen actually knew how to play the suona, and he was good at it. And the third and most important point, you beat us, you play the oboe and you influence us, and now you're asking us for money? Isn't this bullying to the core? You. Hua Hua was about to speak when she was interrupted by Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian. "Flower. I think this money should be given," Yang Mi said. "That's right. Su Chen plays the suona so well, it's only right to pay." Lu Tianxian also chimed in. "No, we're losing and we have to pay him?" Blossom asked rhetorically. "That's two different things," Yang Mi said. "That's right. Besides willing to gamble to lose it, we lost because our skills are not as good as ours, and Su Chen and the others have nothing to do with it," Lu Tianxian said. "Got. Two of the players on their own side have clearly gone down. There was only one kunai left, and at the moment, he was still not saying a word, watching the fire from the other side of the river. Hannah felt like she had failed miserably as a captain. "It's fine to give money. Then tell me how the hell did you guys get out so fast?" This was the topic that Flower was most concerned about at the moment. It's very simple. I invited a locksmith over. Su Chen didn't hide this in the slightest, and was straightforward. However, the four people across the room's jaws dropped when they heard his answer. What did Su Chen say just now? Did they hear it correctly? He said he hired a locksmith to come over? Take the locksmith to play escape room. Thanks for thinking of it. Even if they were to think their heads off, they would never be able to come up with this kind of idea. What the hell is a human being capable of doing? This is not in line with the rules. Watching you stumbled and squeezed out these few words in surprise. That rule is hanging on the wall inside. Look which one says you can't bring a locksmith. Su Chen didn't care. Yeah, other bosses and directors have recognized our achievements. Old Qin and the others also came over at this moment and helped Su Chen speak. Hey, you say this hiring a locksmith? Everything is good, just too expensive. It cost me $900 at once. No, there's no way but to come to the street to sell my art. Su Chen shook his head and said in a very Versailles manner. Hua Hua's entire body at this moment was a feeling like being struck by lightning. It took a long time to react, as if he was running in a 100-meter race with Su Chen. Originally he thought he would win soon, but Su Chen drove straight away, and it's still in line with the rules. He felt that his 3 views over the past 20 years had been greatly flushed. It's all starting to get skeptical. While the two people, Lu Tianxian and Yang Mi, were surprised, but they cast adoring gazes at duo Su Chen. Sure enough, it was Su Chen, always able to think of ways to make himself invincible. It would have been nice to be in a group with him, to see a scene like that. The two of them had also long since stopped caring about winning or losing in their group. Ha ha ha, Hannah's expression is exactly what I thought it would be, even a bit more exaggerated than I imagined. TSK. This Su-chan is too much. It's like killing people to kill them. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Why does it feel like Young Mi and Lu Tianxian are not only not sad, but also somewhat happy? These two people, that's the standard body in Chow Ying-heart and Hana. The mind has long flown to Su-chan on the body. Well, Hana is so pathetic. Not only did she lose the match, she even lost the person. All I care about right now is whether Hana gives this money or not. Looking at the stunned and dumbfounded watching you, Su-chan did not intend to let him off just like that, but continued to push the bowl in his hand forward. The questions have all been answered. And this money, you give or you don't give. Flower came back to her senses and pulled out $100 from her own bosom and put it directly into Su-chan's bowl. Although he had a lot of unconvincing in his heart, he still understood the principle of willingness to gamble to lose. Gotta go. Thank you. Su-chan, who got the money, thanked loudly. He did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of this. Based on the craft to make money. Not too shabby. Young man, are you still going to play the oboe? That's right. We're waiting. Just as Su-chan was talking to Hua Qingyu and the others, all of those onlookers surprisingly did not leave. All of them were eagerly waiting for another song from Su-chan. However, Su-chan looked at the general director, only to see him point to the watch on his wrist, signaling that he was running out of time and was about to move on to the next project. Su-chan understood and turned around to charge the men. I'm sorry, all of you grandparents, big brother and sisters, because you are too powerful today. I have enough money for this journey home already. It's getting late, so all of you should go home and cook for your grandchildren and rest. We'll see you next time we're meant to be. Hearing Su-chan say that he would not be performing, these people were undoubtedly very disappointed. But there's no way. You can't force people to act if they don't, can you? In fact, they all know in their hearts that Su-chan's what is called to put together the travel expenses to go home is mostly fake. But it didn't matter, as long as the oboe sounded good enough. So, lad, where are you blowing next? I'll come as far as I can to see it. Goo, this uncle is really giving me props. But I'm a person who takes things as they come. I'm not sure where I'll blow next. Su-chan could only reply apologetically. Su-chan Suona is really a waste of time. I haven't heard enough of it either. If only I could play a few more songs. Brothers who understand. I'm full of dancer tears right now. Same. I just hummed all over the house and my parents ended up looking at me in a different way. Ha. The only one who can blow a song about a dancer's tears to this effect is Su-chan. It feels like this song will be hot for the next while. The video of Su-chan blowing the dancer's tears had gone viral on the internet at the moment. Whether it's a hot search on the bib, or a hot list on the teaser or chopstick hands, it was all taken up by this song. Tears of a Dancing Girl. Such a tune looks very magical and brainwashing when paired with the dance moves of Lao Qin, Hot Butt and Zhao Jinmai. Chapter 66, Haunted House BK. Chapter 66, Haunted House BK. Seeing on the hot search, Zhao Jinmai's name, her agent was instantly a bit surprised. It was with some trepidation that she had sent Zhao Jinmai to this program in the first place, because Mai is so young. But because of Su-chan, this program is currently getting too much attention and is too hot, and she couldn't give up such a big stray. Now, seeing Zhou Jinmai on the hot seat, it instantly feels like the show is going to the right place, so she hurriedly clicked on the hot search phrase. One wrong step for life, going down to the sea for companion dancing for a living. Instantly, Old Chin's magical voice, accompanied by a wonderful Suona sound came out, and on the screen, only Zhao Jinmai was seen dancing very spiritedly, completely letting herself go. The agent couldn't help but stare in disbelief a bit. No way. Our Mai took the route of an innocent little girl, and ended up going to this program for less than a day. And you let her dance on the dancer's tears? At this moment, the agent felt that this hot search on it was not so fragrant. It felt like Zhao Jinmai's image was all turned upside down by this song. At the entrance to the chamber, the crowd of masses dispersed with intent, and the show moved on to the next stage. The two groups got together and began to decide what they wanted to play next. In Su-chan's group, Old Chin and the others had already left the decision all to him, and naturally, Su-chan was going to play the haunted house. After all, that was his mission. Completing the program's mission while also doing the system mission in the meantime was like killing two birds with one stone. Brother Su-chan, do we really have to go to a haunted house? I'm scared, Zhao Jinmai said with a worried face at this moment. Don't worry Mai. This haunted house is full of NPCs pretending to be ghosts. Don't be afraid, Su-chan said with a wave of his hand. Then, Brother Su-chan, will you be able to protect me when the time comes? Although Zhao Jinmai was timid, he was much more at ease when he thought that if he could have Su-chan's protection. Besides, if she was a girl, daintily begging for protection, Su-chan definitely wouldn't refuse, right? However, she still didn't know Su-chan well enough. Don't worry Mai. Your sister Hotba is bold. Let her protect you. Hotba, Protect my Maya after arriving at the haunted house in a while. Su Chen rushed at Reba and said. Zhao Jinmai was straight up humanly stupid. What's this? Su Chen just pushed her out like that? Was he using this way to show that he didn't like himself? At the moment, tears were welling up inside Zhao Jinmai's eyes. And Su Chen's thoughts are also very simple. Just kidding. I still have to pretend to be a ghost to scare the NPCs when I enter the haunted house in a while. How can I have time to protect you? Su Chen. I seem to be a little scared too. Old Qin said a bit sheepishly at this moment. What are you afraid of as a big old man? Su Chen cast Old Qin a look of disgust. So let's get you bungee jumping. Would you dare? Old Qin shook his head vigorously. No. I'm afraid of heights. That's not true. Haunted houses are much safer compared to bungee jumping. After all, the ghosts in there are fake, but bungee jumping is real. Su Chen continued to brainwash. When he said that, a few people immediately felt that it made sense, so they were firm on the idea of going to the haunted house. Lulling, keep lulling. This is great. The whole group has been crippled by Su Chen's lulling. Ha ha ha, Su Chen the big straight man. People Mai is pampering you and as a result, let Hotba protect her? So you're just letting the two female guests fend for themselves. That's good. Su Chen, my heart aches for Mai. It feels like Mai was crying just now. Can you not cry? You are usually treated as a goddess, but you ended up being nakedly disliked in front of Su Chen. Old Qin is really being held to death by Su Chen. Wow, the haunted house is coming. It feels so exciting. Looking forward to it. I wonder what Susie will get up to at the haunted house again. Oh, it's still a little too exciting to think about. Ha ha ha. With Su Chen's character feeling surely can't play down normally. Just don't know what's wrong this time. Hannah and her group had some disagreements when it came to choices. After the last loss, Flower no longer wanted to compete with Su Chen. For once he wanted to just chill out and go bungee jumping. However, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian disagree. They both wanted to go to the haunted house too. It wasn't because they were so fond of haunted houses, but mainly because they wanted to play a program with Su Chen. Even if it's not the same group, it's okay to be inside the same haunted house. Their group was more democratic and used a voting system. At the moment, the decision came down to the kunai. Seeing the gazes of the other three, the kunai was a bit embarrassed. Actually, if I had to choose, I wouldn't want to play either one. But Flora, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of heights. As soon as this statement was made, Hannah knew the outcome. By this time he had a feeling of being a broken man. Okay, all for a haunted house, right? Then let's go to a haunted house. At the moment, all Hannah wanted was for the day to end earlier and for him, the leader of the group, to step down sooner. That way, the torment for him could end completely. Both groups chose haunted houses and the director began to announce the rules. Since the choices are all in the same program, the method of competition is much simpler. When you enter the haunted house, each of you will have a decibel meter with you. When your screams exceed 100 decibels, the alarm will be triggered. After it's over, the one with the fewest number of alarms triggered is considered the winner. Hearing the director's rules, Zhao Jinmai instantly became a bit desperate. Oh crap, I'm chicken. I just can't help screaming when I see something scary. Is our group going to lose? The thought of dragging the entire team down because of him made Zhao Jinmai's heart hard to bear. Don't worry Mai. I'm bold. I'll protect you when the time comes. Hataru said very big sisterly. Reba, I am also afraid. At this time, Old Qin looked at Reba with an expectant face. Oh, Hotba, however, only responded with an oh and turned away, leaving Old Qin standing awkwardly alone. Oh, ha 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 ha, that's one word that kills. Old Qin, why did you go and humiliate yourself? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Hotba really doesn't give Old Qin any face at all. It feels like this word will be a classic forever. Learn it, and next time I turn someone down, say oh, is the haunted house PK coming up? So excited. Walking out of the escape room, I saw two Chinese buses waiting at the entrance. There's a bus ride to be had. Is this going to be far away? The crowd wondered. Chapter 67 $0 purchase. Chapter 67 $0 purchase. The crowd thought that the location of the haunted house should be similar to this escape room, all very close by, perhaps within walking distance. However, the chief director was smiling slightly at this moment, and that smile looked like it made several guests feel a chill on their backs. Why do I feel that this director Yan's smile just now was a bit unkind? Old Qin said in Su Chen's ear. Yo ho, even you can see it, then it seems to be that director Yan is really up to no good. Su Chen patted Old Qin's shoulder and said. Old Qin smiled brightly. That is not right. You are changing the way to call me stupid. It is not. Su Chen had a serious face. Old Qin, you've grown up. Can hear the sound of my words? Can. Keep up the good work. After that, He went straight to his car. While old Chin was under the car, mulling over Su Chen's words, he revealed a hint of a smile. Yeah, am I growing up that fast? Looking at the naive smile on old Chin's face, the audience in the live broadcast room was laughing. Ha ha ha, why is old Chin so naive? To think that Su Chen was really complimenting him. Old Chin is too funny. The interaction between old Chin and Su Chen is simply better than his comedy. I feel that old Chin is very suitable to be friends with Su Chen. One smart without a plan. One stupid without a plan. Just compliment each other. Old Chin, with our IQ, we'd better not listen to anything outside the words in the future. It's not good for you. The crowd got into the car with doubts in their minds. Then only the car was seen heading in the direction of the suburbs. No way. This director Yen wouldn't be trying to send us to some graveyard in the middle of nowhere to play haunted house. Looking at the direction the car was traveling, Cohen's heart had a bad feeling. What? Is this a way for us to play with real ghosts? Blossom said casually. At this moment, he was already in love with nothing. Nothing mattered, isn't it? Whether it's a real ghost or a fake one. Just greet it. I think I heard that a haunted house with an immersive experience opened in the suburbs a while back. It's in a very desolate mountain. It's especially scary. Director Yen wouldn't be asking us to go to this place, Lu Tianxian said at this moment. Once she said that, the crowd basically had an answer in their minds. It seemed that this was the destination of their trip. No way. I've heard of this place. It's scary. Ah. My friend went to this haunted house and peed herself on the spot. No exaggeration. So exciting it. This Yen director can That next is not to look good. Guess who the least daring of these guests will be? And who will get peed on first? Ha ha ha. TSK. This program can be. There are scary haunted house he is really go Just I dare not go to play by myself. See them play certainly very exciting. An hour later, the car stopped at the foot of a hill. The stars were already drowsy in the car and only woke up one after another after parking. Surveying the outside through the car window, he was dumbfounded. What a wilderness this is. This place looks horrible too. The grass on this hill is as tall as my waist. No way. Director Yen, why does it feel like you've tricked us into coming here to GA waste? A few of the stars jabbered on. After the crowd got off the bus, Director Yen said at them with a mysterious smile. Gentlemen, the haunted house you're going to this time is on this mountain. But the terrain is so rough that a car can't drive up there. So you'll have to go up there yourself. But don't worry. This mountain, it's not very high. 1 hour is enough to climb up. A few of the guests were looking at the bad smile on Director Yan's face at the moment and wanted to go up and punch him. An hour? Isn't that a lot to ask? Is this for a program or just out for a stretch? It can't be helped though. It was their choice to play the haunted house in the first place. Then it's a matter of climbing up on your own 2 legs at this point. Well, guys, don't delay. It will be dark later. Playing haunted house will be even more scary. Director Yen looked as if he was kindly reminded. The crowd wailed for a few moments before they began to resign themselves to climbing to the top. At this moment, Su Chen had a very frank look on his face. I don't know if it's because of the system, but nowadays my own stamina is very good. With this mountain, you can climb several times a day without taking a breath. Looking at his fitness, old Chin gasped with envy. How come Su Chen's stamina is so good too? It's like he's got clockwork in his legs. The same. Is the same man. The difference is too big. It's your own stamina that's too bad. Isn't it old Chin? Although we feel a bit tired too. We're not panting as much as you are. Yang Mi spat. Sister honey, I'm so hungry. If I had known we were going to climb the mountain, I would have brought some food with me, Reba said with a pouting face. For a snacker like her, there's no motivation without good food. As they were talking, a few of them looked up and saw that Su Chen, who was far ahead, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Su Chen? How come it's gone? Yang Mi was surprised. I don't know. It was just in front. Hataru and the girls also looked around suspiciously. As a result, he saw Su Chen walk out from amongst the small mound of dirt next to him, then just stand still and wait for them to come. When they got closer, Hotbo was surprised to find that Su Chen was actually eating. Brother Su Chen, what are you eating? It looks so fragrant. Seeing the food, Hatarub's eyes instantly lit up. Cake, eat? Su Chen raised the 2 remaining cupcakes in his hand and asked. May I eat? Hotba's mouth watered. What's wrong with that? There are 2 more. You guys split them. Su Chen handed it over. Thank you brother Su Chen. Hotba joyfully took it and shared it with Yang Mi and the other girls. Su Chen, where did you get this cake? And I didn't see you load it just now? Old Chin, who had rushed up, asked suspiciously. Where did that come from? Well, $0 purchased it. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before answering. $0 purchase? Several people were puzzled in their minds. Didn't they just stay in the car the whole time? How did Su-chan have time for $0 purchases? It's hard to believe that Southern got off by himself when he was sleeping in the middle. This $0 purchase, they have heard a lot before, is the business in order to carry out activities to make some gimmicks, like follow something and get a little something or something like that. The crowd thought that this cake, Su-chan, was the way to get it. Is there any more? I'm hungry too, Old Chin asked as he licked his lips as he looked at the sweetly eating Hodorubas and the others. Now it's a no-go. Walk ahead and see. Chapter 68, The Purifying Master. Chapter 68, The Purifier. After saying this, Su-chan walked towards the front by himself. Old Chin had some doubts in their minds. Why are you still dropping this stuff as you go along? If it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. What does it mean to walk and you might have it? However, Old Chin didn't think too much about it. He thought that maybe Su-chan was trying to tease him again. Forget about it. Let's just follow it up. Hotba and the girls had finished their cake by now and had regained some of their strength. This cake is delicious. Hotba couldn't get enough of it. Yeah, this cake looks like a very ordinary cake, but it tastes incomparably sweet at this moment. Lu Tianxian commented. This is the kind of thing that they would definitely not normally even look at, but at this moment, it feels like it's simply a delicacy on earth. After walking a little further ahead, he only saw Su-chan in front of him, stopping once again in front of a small mound of dirt. Turning back to them, he asked, "Eat sugar oranges?" The crowd unconsciously looked toward the small mound of dirt next to him. Just in front of that mound of dirt, there were a lot of plastic flowers and 3 plates in front of it. Inside the plate were, in order, granulated oranges, cake, and a large piece of pancetta. Is this, like, an offering for someone's grave? This little mound, it's a grave? In an instant, Hotba and Yang Mi they reacted to something. Southern, you, where the hell did you get that cake you just gave us? I said before mausoleum purchase Su-chan said, pointing to the offerings in front of that mound of graves, with a look of entitlement. Reba, Yang Mi, Lu Tianxian and Zhao Jin my all froze. Old Chin also finally understood Su-chan's words before this moment. The front walk may be there. Hopefully, this mausoleum purchase of yours is not that $0 purchase they were thinking of. What you eat depends on what the offerings are in front of people's graves. Hotba, a few of them, felt a chill rise from their backs. Sorry. We didn't mean to eat you guys. Sorry, we were wrong. Don't come after us later. When we get out, we'll buy lots and lots of cake and bring it to you, okay? Don't blame us. Several female guests, at this moment, turned around in unison, rushing in the direction of the mound of graves that had just been violently worshipped. It was close to getting down on my knees and kowtowing to them twice. The male guests, at this moment, were very glad that they had just not eaten what Su-chan had given them. Otherwise, if they were already scared, they would not be scared to death if they went to the haunted house later. Ha, laugh me to death. God mausoleum purchase. Su-chan, really, if you don't know, is this edible? The owner of the cemetery won't go after Hotba and the others tonight. Good lord, graveyard buffet chanting this is. I'm willing to call Su-chan the pure altar messenger. Ha, goddamn purifier. That title is so mean. It's okay, the soul of the food has already been served. It's only the shell that's being eaten. Ha. Just now, Hotba and the girls were raving about how good this cake is, probably because the ghosts ate it first. This is also too seasonal. A moment to go to play haunted house. Su-chan first get on the mausoleum purchase. This is already through the market over there. This is great. Everyone was already scared. Now they've eaten from someone else's ghost. Watch out for 2 more people playing the secret room later. Upstairs. That's too scary for me. Learned. From now on I climb mountains also go to the mausoleum purchase. This mausoleum purchase is good. A variety of everything. You can also taste people's things a little more delicious. Ha. Just as Hataru and the girls were frantically apologizing, while Old Chin and the others were celebrating in their hearts. Su-chan, on the other hand, regardless, went directly to that grave and picked up that sugar orange and apple. Ka-ching after taking a bite of the apple, Su-chan rushed towards the grave. Thanks man, we're going to play the secret room later. If you're not doing anything, come over and check it out too. Thank you for the granulated oranges and apples. So we'll take our leave then. After saying that, he walked over and handed the granulated tangerines in his hand to Old Chin and the others. Here, eat. Old Chin and the others took 2 steps back and shook their heads vigorously. No, can't. Su-chan, it's not good for you to eat this. Hua hesitated. What's so bad about it? Su-chan was full of unconcern. This is people's offerings. You give away are not afraid that people will be angry and look for you to come. When Hua said this, she felt her back chill. The thought of going to a haunted house in a while made him want to die. If the audience wants to see him make a fool of himself, the director should just say so. Don't torture him in this way. What's wrong with that? When you go to someone's house, they have to bring you some fruit to entertain you. It's something that would be wasted if you didn't eat it and leave it here. Besides, to uphold the only materialistic values. What the hell? Feudal superstition. Suchen said as he took a big bite of the apple inside his mouth. That's sweet. Several people looked at each other in place, feeling that Suchen was truly a warrior. There just didn't seem to be anything he was afraid of. The Hotba girls, on the other hand, were as pale as vegetables at this point. Director, this haunted house. Can we stop playing? Several people cried and begged. Director Yen smiled slightly. No, because of Suchen's purchase of this mausoleum, their program has already been on the hot search of the bib once again. At this moment in the live broadcast room, there were quite a few new viewers pouring in. The program numbers are at a new high. At this time, how could Director Yen give up such a good topic in heat and agree that they would not go? So the crowd could only resign themselves to continuing up the mountain. When I walk on the road, I always feel the cold wind gusting around me in the gloom. The little mounds of earth on either side of the road, which they had not thought anything of before, had all been mounds since they had learned that they were all graves. It always felt like something was going to float out of it next. The more I look at it, the more scared I get. It's safe to say that the haunted house game for this one hadn't even waited for the place to be. What an immersive experience. Ha ha ha, that was brilliant. I'm even more excited about this haunted house tour now. It feels like this haunted house game, because of Suchen, started the moment we went up the mountain. This haunted house built in this place is really perfect, all the way up to pass through so many graveyards. The courage of the small did not wait until the place to be scared to death. Right, just the outside of the haunted house is already so scary. I wonder what the inside of this haunted house will be like. Maybe they were playing around and realized that two real ghosts came out in the middle. Upstairs, you managed to scare me with that. Ha ha, maybe the real ghosts are hidden among the NPCs. Chapter 69 Pirated Raiders. Chapter 69 Pirated Raiders. Other than Suchen, the other guests walked the second half of the journey with fear. However, when they saw, from a distance, the haunted building on top of that hill, the fear in their hearts became even stronger. I saw that it was a very old-looking building, and much of the skin of the walls was peeling off. Some of the windows were also broken and rattled as the wind blew through them. Adds a bit more to the creepy vibe. When they got a little closer, they noticed a red cross hanging from the front door of the building. This seems like the haunted house should be the theme of the hospital. Sister Hotba, this place looks so spooky. It feels like it's eerie just looking at it, Zhao Jinmai said with a crying voice. Hotba was a little flustered at this point, though it was said that she was the bold one out of several. But it doesn't help that the place is doing such a great job of the horror vibe. It's not like coming to a haunted house. It's like a field trip. However, this was when she suddenly thought of Suchen's earlier instructions to her to take care of Mai. The thought of this gave her a surge of courage. That was something Suchen had explained to her, so she couldn't let Suchen down. So, she held Zhao Jinmai's hand and comforted her. Don't worry Mai. It's all made up by them on purpose. There's no such thing as a real ghost. Remember, when you go in later, you must act like you're not scared at all. The more you act scared, the more those NPCs pretending to be ghosts like to scare you. Hearing Hataru's words, Zhao Jinmai was a little uncertain. Really? They won't scare me if I pretend I'm not scared? Hotba nodded with great certainty. Well, it's like this. I checked out the tips for playing haunted house when I got here. Looking at how sure Hataru was, Zhao Jinmai was also slightly more at ease. Sister Hataru, you're so great, and you even instructed to check the strategy. So I'll be right behind you when we go in later. Zhao Jinmai had a trace of admiration for Hataru at the moment. It felt like the same girl. She was just too good, too bold. Ha ha ha, Hotba the rookie is still teaching Mai. You checked that guide is a pirated version. Hotba, you've been tricked. All these NPCs can be bad. The less you're scared the more they like to scare you. That's right. I have a say in this one. I went to a haunted house before and pretended I wasn't scared. And I was chased by an NPC straight for 2 miles. Ha ha ha. I told you people to be so bad and purposely post some fake tips on the internet. Now that's good. Hotba really believes it, doesn't she? Hotba the silly child. Those NPCs don't know how many players they've received. How can they accomplish anything without scaring them? I can't believe Mai still thinks Hataru is awesome. Won't these two get together and be scared to death inside a haunted house? One rookie following another rookie. Now that's something to watch. It feels like Hotba and Mai are going to be the focus of the NPCs. One thing is for sure. This haunted house is still very realistic. Just from the outside the horror atmosphere is sufficient. Just as the crowd was having a lively discussion over Hataru and Cho Jin-mei, some sharp-eyed viewers saw that Suchen secretly took something out of his arms. looked at it and then hastily tucked it back in. What was that thing Suchin just took out and shook a bit? Did anyone see it clearly? I see it's yellow and honestly it looks a bit like yellow paper money. I look like it too, just didn't dare to say. How could Suchen have this kind of thing? Can this kind of thing be carried around as well? Suchen doesn't mind the taboo either. The point is, where did he get this thing? It couldn't have just been purchased at the cemetery. Mausoleum, too. I'll go. Is it hard to believe that this thing has some kind of saying? Wearing it on your body can ward off evil spirits? What do you mean? Fighting fire with fire? I don't know. Let's wait for them to enter the haunted house later to see if Suchen uses it. If it's really useful, I'll have to bring it with me when I go to the haunted house in the future. Although it was said that everyone was curious, they couldn't guess for a moment what exactly Suchen was using this thing for. So much more excited for the haunted house experience to come. And other than the audience, no one else had noticed the small action of Suchen's. At that moment, a girl in a nurse's uniform came out from inside. Hello there, welcome to Stabilization Hospital. Several of you please follow me in. When she finished, she turned and headed inside. This little nurse spoke with an expressionless face and a very stiff tone. Good lord, this haunted house experience starts at this point, doesn't it? A stabilizing hospital? Kind of interesting. After hearing the little nurse's introduction, Su Chen muttered to himself, Brother Su Chen, is there something wrong with the name Valium Hospital? Zhao Jinmai questioned after hearing it. A stabilization hospital is a mental hospital. I'm sorry, Su Chen explained. A mental hospital? Several people were shocked for a moment, but then I thought about it and realized that this mental hospital is the best place for ghost stories. Brother Su Chen, you are awesome. You know so much. Zhao Jinmai looked at Su Chen with some admiration and said, in the face of her sincere praise, Su Chen didn't know whether he should be happy or not. It's common sense, okay? Yeah, Su Chen, how do you know so much about Valium Hospital? Old Qin, at this moment, deliberately joked about Su Chen. Originally, he thought Su Chen would explain at this time. The audience naturally thought so. However, Su Chen was in no hurry and said with a faint smile, because I've lived there. After saying this, he turned to look at Old Qin, the smile on his face gradually becoming eerie. Slowly approaching Old Qin's side, he said, back in the day, I went out of this hospital. Ah, help! Old Qin was frightened by Su Chen and jumped 2 steps back and yelled. The little face was now white with fear. Seeing Old Qin's reaction, Su Chen was very satisfied with the effect of this little prank. Returning to his normal demeanor, he laughed out loud. Old Qin, with your guts, how dare you jab at me in a place like this? Master won't scare you to death. Old Qin would have slammed his chest to stabilize his heartbeat. Su Chen, don't be like this. People scare people to death? Do you know that? Originally I didn't want to scare you. You had to come and provoke me. So what can I do? Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, expressing his innocence. Old Qin is also very regretful at this moment. He really has nothing to do to provoke Su Chen. Why? He was already scared. And when he was so frightened by Su Chen, his legs went weak. The whole thing wilted like a frosted eggplant. Chapter 70, A Vegetable and a Fun-Loving Man. Chapter 70, A Vegetable and a Fun-Loving Person. Ha ha ha, Old Qin is the legend. Vegetable and fun-loving, right? Tell me what you messed with Su Chen for. Which time you took advantage? Su Chen deserves to be Su Chen. He really doesn't go out of his way. I just thought he would explain like a normal person. I was so naive. You don't say. As far as Su Chen's way of thinking about things and his thoughts are concerned, it's not quite the same as a normal person. And this place is really quite suitable for him. Tatsu's answers really take me by surprise every time. And the acting is really great. I really feel like he's out of here now. Upstairs. You don't say. Combined with that paper money that Chen just took out, it feels even weirder. Just before the crowd could react, the haunted house game had begun. As they all walked inside the eerie building, the door behind him snapped shut for life. Only the figure of that little nurse leading the way ahead disappeared in a flash in the darkness. With that, all the lights inside the room instantly went out. A few people were caught off guard. All of them were startled. The girls instantly hugged each other and shivered. Is this the start? Zhao Jinmai said nervously. Shouldn't we be introduced to the rules and stuff first? Why did it start so suddenly? Yang Ni's voice trembled as she spat out. Old Qin, do you want to get off of me first? As the crowd panicked, Su Chen's calm voice rang out. Meanwhile, the show's cameras are on night vision mode. That's when the audience saw the scene. A few girls hugged and shivered together, and the two of them, Hannah and Cohen, were now leaning against the corner, looking around warily, though nothing could be seen in the darkness. Old Qin, on the other hand, hung onto Su Chen's body with his entire body, shrinking into a ball. Looks more nervous than a couple of the female guests. Ha 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 ha, Old Qin is really laughing at me. Old Qin, Can't you be a bit of an ass? Why is Su Chen so calm? Is he really not afraid? Just kidding, didn't Su Chen say? People just go out from here. It's not just like going home. What's there to be afraid of? Upstairs, you're in deep. It suits you as an NPC. Old Chin, look at that unproductive look of yours. Be careful of being mocked by your senior brothers and sisters when you return. Gui de Gang, inform Qin Shaoxian that he doesn't need to come back. I don't have such a disgraceful disciple. Old Qin was a little embarrassed to get off of him when Su Chen said this, but the hand was already still gripping his arm, not daring to let go. Is this the start? Without even giving us time to prepare? This is called an immersive experience. Understand? Su Chen said calmly. Brother Su Chen, I'm so scared. Oh who? Zhao Jinmai saw how calm Su Chen was and instantly became dependent on him in her heart. Hopefully, he'd show an ounce of compassion and take it upon himself to protect himself for a bit. However, Su Chen did not feel her words. What are you afraid of? This is just the beginning. The scary part is yet to come. Instantly, Zhao Jinmai cried even louder. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from inside the dark corridor ahead. Ta-da, ta-da, da. The sound was like a knock on the heart of the crowd. With the sound of those footsteps approaching, several people were cowering in fear in the corners. Even their breathing slowed down. Just expect those NPCs to not see themselves in the darkness and not come over and scare them. Although the inside of the room was dark, after getting used to it, you could still see a little better. At that moment, they only saw a person dressed in white with a cloak of hair in the middle of the corridor across from them, was approaching them with stiff feet, one step at a time. Ah, help mommy, don't come over here, don't you come over, I can hit people, and it hurts when I do, so get away. The idea of several people trying to hide was instantly thrown out the window when they saw the specific ghost. After all, people are known to soothe themselves by yelling and screaming when they are extremely stressed. However, where would that NPC give up just because of their shouting? Still approaching their side step by step. A few people were hoarse and shouted at the top of their lungs. The viewers of the live broadcast, on the other hand, were watching with great interest. Ha ha ha, it's so much fun. So this is what it feels like to watch someone play a haunted house. Honestly, sitting at home and watching is so much more fun than playing live. Ha ha ha, don't yell you guys. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throats out. Old Chin's voice, all shouted into a duck's voice. Really can not say comedy. What is Su Chen doing? The audience noticed that just as the crowd was being scared out of their wits by the first ghost that appeared, the crowd was being frightened out of their wits by the first ghost that appeared. Su Chen, however, looked very calm. He watched as the NPC stepped out and then quietly slipped into the hallway when he wasn't looking. The yelling of a few others gave the best cover. The NPC hadn't noticed him, or perhaps it had never occurred to him, either, that someone would be so bold. Instead of being scared after seeing him, he ran behind himself. The audience was very puzzled by Su Chen's unusual behavior at this moment, and at the same time, they were also very excited, because according to their past experience, Su Chen was going to mess things up. There's going to be an accident, if nothing else. Sure enough, in the darkness, Su Chen groped his way to the back room. Inside this room, there were several mannequin NPCs, all wearing hospital gowns and long wigs. Casually, he pulled the wig from the body of an NPC sitting in a chair, and stripped his hospital gown off to put it on himself. Then, Su Chen picked up that NPC and hid it in the corner. He himself sat right on top of the seat he had just taken. The audience all looked dumbfounded. What is Su Chen doing? I see. Su Chen is trying to pretend to be a mannequin himself so that the NPCs won't scare him. Holy, brilliant, and that's a great move. But there's a bug. Can only escape this level? What about the back? Can't be here all the time to pretend to be a mannequin. I don't know. Su Chen's thoughts always keep people guessing. The answer will be revealed in a while. Su Chen, this is too unkind. Leaving all his teammates behind and hiding himself? Oh, upstairs really can bar. People, this is just a game. You so serious? Why? Su Chen, who was sitting inside the room, dressed as a mannequin, was currently listening to the hoarse shouts of his teammates outside. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Chapter 71, One Less Person. Chapter 71, One Less Person. The entrance to the haunted house. A few of the others were all scrunched up in a ball by now, shielding their faces with their arms. Indicates that as long as they don't look, the ghost doesn't exist. Straight to a cover-up. After about a minute, the crowd realized that the footsteps seemed to have stopped. Not daring to look up, he continued to listen with his ear to the side. Sure enough, there wasn't a sound around. Is the ghost gone? Yang Mi asked tentatively. No, I don't know. Hotba tensed. It was only then that she realized that her little bit of courage was not enough here. She didn't even dare to open her eyes at the moment. Old Chin, Why don't you open your eyes and take a look? Hua Hua suggested. Why me? I'm not looking, I'm scared. Old Chin decisively refused. Old Chin, we are the only males here. There are many more of these situations behind us. Let's take turns. Hua Hua seduced. Right. And the further back you go the scarier it gets. Now that you've rushed ahead, we'll take the back. Koan followed suit and chimed in. By the two of them saying this, Old Chin felt that there were quite a few truths. The sooner you suffer this kind of sin, the sooner you'll save yourself. So he took a deep breath. Well, then, this time, let me be the first to lead by example. After saying that, he slowly opened the hands covering his face a crack and carefully looked towards the front, only to see that up ahead, there was no longer any shadow of the ghost. Old Chin was relieved and emboldened. Straight away, he took his hand away and said happily, "It's okay, you guys." However, he had not finished his words. A puff-faced face then appeared instantly in front of him, almost on his face. All the while, there was a weird, cackling laugh. Old Chin felt like his soul had gone out of his body in this instant. It took a few seconds before he yelled out. While shouting, an instinct erupted in his body. Waving his hands, he headed towards the ghost. "I'll fight you," Old Chin hissed. However, that NPC was also an experienced one and had long predicted Old Chin's movements. A deft dodge dodged his attack. Then it drifted toward the dark corridor ahead. "What's going on?" Blossom asked. "Old Chin, is that ghost gone or not?" Koan was also anxious. Old Chin was leaning against the wall at this moment, panting heavily, with a feeling of palpitating. There was no time to worry about their problems. "Aha! It's horrible. I'm going out. I'm not playing anymore." The more he thought about it, the more fearful Old Chin roared. Just now, he dared to fight with that ghost because he was scared out of his wits. Now that he had calmed down a bit, the fear in his heart overflowed like an open water pipe. "The more I think about it, the more scared I get." Hataru quietly opened her eyes now and scanned the area, realizing that there was no longer any sign of the ghost. Relief. My. Honey, T. Ensign. It's okay, you can open your eyes now. The crowd dared to open their eyes at Hotba's words. He saw Old Chin's face as colorful as vegetables, paralyzed in the corner. "Old Chin, are you alright?" Hua Hua was concerned. Old Chin waved his hand weakly. "It was so scary. You didn't see it. The ghost rubbed off on me." And a weird laugh. And the impact of that one was to die for. Listening to Old Chin's narration and looking at his weakened appearance after being scared at the moment, Hua Hua's heart was incomparably grateful. Just opened my eyes to confirm it wasn't him. Where's brother Su Chen? At this moment, Reba realized that they were missing someone, none other than Su Chen. The crowd also hurriedly looked towards all directions, none of them finding Su Chen's figure. "Yeah, where did Su Chen go?" "No, it couldn't have been taken by a ghost," Blossom guessed. "Impossible. I just watched that ghost walk away and didn't see Su Chen's shadow," Old Chin said with certainty. "Where did that Su Chen person go? A big living person can still run away and get lost inside this haunted house?" Koan said in disbelief. "Too scary, right? Is there something wrong with this haunted house?" Hua Hua was also nervous at this moment. Zhao Jinmai was crying in fear by now. "Ooh, brother Su Chen, he won't be in trouble." The others were silent, their hearts even more unsettled. "This haunted house has just begun and we've lost one person. How can we go on?" "Don't worry about it. Your brother Su Chen is already in disguise. Old Chin is really miserable. Before he was pitted by Su Chen, and now he's being pitted by Hua Hua and Koan. Ha. When Hua Hua and Koan said those words, I knew that Old Chin was going to be miserable. And sure enough, it's even more miserable than I thought. This NPC is also bad enough. After Old Chin and the others begged for, the argument was ambushed, just ready to scare him. Give the NPC a good review. Professional enough. Isn't that the thrill of playing a haunted house? Ha. 2 more times of such excitement and it has to be Old Chin who was sent away directly. Still worried about Su Chen. He's much more chicken thief than all of you. He's already found the safest place. Ha. I'm really curious at this moment whether this NPC can discover Su Chen's existence or not. At the same time, the ghost that had just scared Old Chin and the others completed his first stage and was heading back. He spat as he walked. These players are such rookies today. Just like this and they're scared to death. I've got big jobs here that haven't lit up yet. Feel all played out. TSK. At this moment, he had already walked to the door of the room Su Chen was in. So all these words were heard by the audience in the live broadcast. Ha. It's so funny. So that's how NPCs spit on their customers in private. Thank you Su Chen for letting me see what NPCs usually look like. It feels like it's not that scary when you look at it like this. Was it all supposed to be played by people? It's really all about scaring yourself. Ha. If this dude's words were heard by old Chin, I don't know how he would feel. It's not even if old Chin is scared, but he also has to be spit on. So it's really hard. Holy, this NPC is actually a guy. I thought it was a female ghost. Ha ha, maybe the male ones are safe. Female NPCs are easy to beat up. While the audience was discussing, the NPC had already walked into the room where Su Chen was, but sat on the empty chair next to Su Chen. Hey, tired. Take a break before you go to the next spot, the NPC said to himself. When the audience saw this scene, they all instantly became nervous for Su Chen. I'm going. This NPC is actually sitting next to Su Chen. Ha ha, it feels like things are getting interesting. What's going to happen next? Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Oh, this damn karma. Su Chen won't be found out by the NPCs. Ha ha, that would be interesting to find out. I wonder what kind of scene it would be. Just as the audience was worried about Su Chen, a scene that left them dumbfounded and incredulous appeared, only to see Su Chen, who was draped in hair and wearing a hospital gown, slowly turn his head, looking over towards the NPC. He then pinched his throat and said in a hollow, ghostly, hushed voice, tired. Ha, do you want me to give you a massage? LOL. At the first moment Su Chen made a sound, the NPC ejected from the top of the chair with an arrow step. Ghost, don't be afraid brother. I'll give you a massage. Because of the quest rewards given by the system before, Su Chen's vocal line could mimic all kinds of sounds at will. So at this moment, his voice sounded as cold and hollow as if it came from hell. At first glance, it sounded exactly like inside a horror movie, the voice of a ghost. And for that NPC, every single thing inside this room was more than familiar to him. And he was also pretty sure that there was no one else alive at this stage besides him. An NPC. The next paragraph is just walking the plot. So, in his opinion, this is really haunted. Ghosts, help, there really are ghosts. Don't you come any closer, go away. The NPC rolled and ran outside. Su Chen, on the other hand, let out that terrifying and eerie laughter all the way to the back in hot pursuit. Outside, old Chin and the others were still wondering where Su Chen was going. A heartbreaking scream was heard from inside. The screams were simply more shrill and miserable than they had just been. What the hell? Is this a new episode? Hataru wondered. I guess so. Here to scare us again. Yang Mi affirmed too. The audience of the live broadcast who witnessed all of this. At this moment our Su Chen was stunned. What's the situation? Su Chen is scaring ghosts in a haunted house? Ha 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 ha. What a great counterstrike. Worthy of being Su Chen. The main fight is one that keeps you guessing. Ha 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 ha. This is really a turn of the wind and water. Old Chin, Su Chen has avenged you. This NPC also didn't expect that. He pretends to scare people every day by pretending to be a ghost. And today he met the real thing. This adds up to a good turn in the heavens. And the heavens have spared no one. I really want to see what's going on inside this head of Su Chen's every day. To be able to do something like scaring ghosts in a haunted house. It feels like our pattern is still too small. When Su Chen dressed up just now, I thought he was using this method to hide. Isn't this what Su Chen is used to doing? Instead of being passive and beaten, it's better to take the initiative. Ha ha ha, this is brilliant. Outside the monitor, the chief director of the haunted house, and the program's director, Yen, were both in front of the monitor at the moment, observing the situation inside. Seeing that NPC being chased by Su Chen's ass, the haunted house director was also dumbfounded. What's going on here? He's had this haunted house open for a couple months, and he's been in the business for years before that. Never had a situation like this before. He turned his head to Director Yen, who smiled bitterly. No way. Let's find a player. Just like to go off the beaten path. Let me put it to you this way. The last one we played was an escape room, and he cleared it in less than 20 minutes. Do you know how he did it? The haunted house director shook his head. He brought a locksmith there. After saying this, Director Yen looked at the haunted house director's expression. As he expected, the haunted house director's expression went from shock to disbelief to puzzlement. Exactly the way his heart was in the first place. Sure enough, all these things Su Chen has done are bombastic wherever they are placed. The haunted house director digested this for a while. But Director Yen, what if he's scaring our staff? It's not easy for me to train an NPC here. Director Yen spread his hands. That can't be helped. But I do think so. This being a haunted house NPC, the quality of your heart is the most important thing. Just so Su Chen can practice their guts. Otherwise, with this level of business, how can we do this job of ghosts well in the future? From the escape room to the haunted house, Director Yen had gone from being puzzled at the beginning to completely accepting Su Chen's logic of doing things. After all, these moves by Su Chen could bring huge benefits to the program. And what's not to like about that? Listening to Director Yan's sophistry, the haunted house director didn't know how to retort for a moment. but there was no way around it. The show was live at the moment. He couldn't just call it all off. That would be a big loss for their haunted house. So he could only hope that his own NPCs, the heart can be stronger now. In the middle of a haunted house, the NPC that was pretending to be a ghost ran out from inside the room. It went straight in the direction of Old Sheen and the others. After all, there were a lot of people there, and it was by far the safest place he could think of. Old Sheen and the others are analyzing what plot is next here at this moment. Then they saw the ghost that had just scared them go and come back and run at them once more. What's the situation? How come again? Old Sheen despaired. This ghost is a bit unprofessional. The hood is coming off. Hotbo was bold now. Mainly at the moment, the image of the ghost was so comical that it diluted a lot of the scary atmosphere. At the moment, the NPC's hood had run askew and was hanging over his shoulders, and the white robe on his body, which was half open at the moment, was draped over his shoulders. There was no longer any semblance of the intimidating look that he had just given them when he was scaring them. Yoo-hoo! Yeah, what kind of plot is this? Yama is coming to arrest the little ghost? Old Sheen spat. By this time, the NPC had run to them, crying out, "Big brother and big sister, hurry up and run. There really are ghosts here." "Yeah, aren't you one of them?" Old Sheen said disdainfully. He hadn't forgotten how the ghost had just scared him. Old Sheen is still holding a grudge at this moment. "No, I'm faking it. This time there's a real ghost." The NPC saw that he couldn't make sense with them and rushed straight to the door, frantically rapping on the door. "It's haunted. It's haunted. Hurry up and let us out." However, the door to this haunted house was most sturdy, so how could he open it easily? Old Sheen and the others were holding their shoulders at this moment, looking at the NPC as it crumbled and screamed. "I say brother, your acting is good at this moment. Much better than when you just scared us," Old Sheen sincerely complimented. "Well, it did play out realistically. It's comparable to a professional actor." Yang Mi nodded and commented along. Chapter 73, Killing the Heart. Chapter 73, Killing the Heart. "Ha ha ha, Sister Honey even commented on it. Do you think people's acting skills are better than yours? How broken this dude has to be inside. That's not an act. That is real fear. Ha ha ha, is not a good acting. People, this is real. Experienced school acting. Su Chen is so detrimental. Look at how scared he is for others. People can really scare people to death. This little brother won't be scared out of his wits. Ha ha, I'm not afraid of being scared out of my wits. Isn't this just a mental hospital? So let's treat it right there. Upstairs is so talented. It's all connected." Just then, Su Chen walked over leisurely with a square step. At the moment he had removed the hood, but was still wearing the hospital gown. "Someone's coming again." Hearing the footsteps, Mai hid behind Hataru in fear. "It's me," Su Chen spoke out. The crowd let out a long breath. "Su Chen, where did you run off to just now? Worrying us to death?" Old Sheen asked. "It's fine. Go inside and sneak around," Su Chen said, full of concern. Several people were both shocked and admired in their hearts at the moment, and they were all scared out of their wits when that ghost came out just now. And Su Chen was so calm that he dared to go wandering around by himself? "How did you get such a suit to wear?" Old Sheen asked as he looked at the hospital gown on Su Chen. "Wear it for fun," Su Chen casually said. "Brother Su Chen, are there other ghosts inside? Isn't it scary?" Zhao Jinmai asked nervously. "No more. He's the only NPC in this place. We'll have to open the next gate to enter the next place," Su Chen replied. No more?" Old Sheen stuttered and asked. He turned his head to look at the NPC that was still at the gate desperately tapping on the door trying to get out, and a wave of cold air went straight from the soles of his feet to his head. There are no other NPCs, so what is this guy doing? It's hard to believe that he's actually seeing something. This whole series of his behavior, it's not even staged? Not only Old Sheen, but the others also realized this problem. They all swept away the mood of just snickering at that NPC and hugged each other nervously. There really are ghosts. Flower tensed. "Bro, you just saw that ghost. What did he look like? Where is he now?" Old Sheen inquired. That NPC couldn't get out of the door even after tapping on it for half a day, and was desperate at this point. Disheveled, he took a seat on the ground. I shuddered at the memory of the ghost I had just seen. Particularly scary. Long hair, hospital gown, and talking like from hell. Hearing his description, Zhao Jinmai was on the verge of breaking down. Right at this moment, inside Su Chen's throat, an eerie laugh escaped. The NPC shuddered and exclaimed, That's the sound. He's coming." Right at this moment, Su Chen took the long-haired headgear out from behind him and put it on his head. Approaching the NPC, he said in that horrible voice, "Did you just say, was that me? LOL. Ah, ghost," the NPC yelled. The others were also startled by Su Chen's actions and voice. Su Chen, he's possessed, isn't he? In the next second, Su Chen took off his headgear and laughed. Ha ha ha, you NPCs are too timid, pretending to be ghosts all day long to scare others. You've been scared by me today. The NPC looked at Su Chen in front of him, recalling the scene just now, and reacted somewhat. You, that guy just now. That was you? That's right. I combined to test your mental quality. The result is unbearable. Saying that, Su Chen took the hood in his hand and threw it over the NPC's body. Old Qin and the few of them froze, struggling to connect the dots of what had just happened. Rushing at Su Chen, he confirmed. This dude was just so scared that he said he saw a ghost. So it was you that he saw? Su Chen nodded. That is to say, you pretended to be a ghost in the haunted house and scared the NPCs into peeing? Old Qin asked again. Su Chen nodded again, and spat in passing. It's not my fault. It's mostly because he's so unforgiving. I go Su Chen. You are also too bullish. Old Qin almost said dirty words in a fit of excitement, but he was able to collect himself in time. He didn't know what words to use to describe his heart at the moment. In short, he was very shocked and excited. You don't know how scared I was just by this dude. You kind of avenged me, dressing up as a ghost to scare ghosts. Thanks for thinking of it, Old Qin exclaimed. Brother Su Chen, you're so great. By you, I feel like this haunted house isn't even scary anymore. Reba looked at Su Chen. Both her eyes were starry. Putting it this way, it does seem like it's not so scary anymore. The fact that this ghost can be scared by Brother Su Chen means that it's not too scary. Zhao Jinmai followed suit. The NPC sat on the ground, somewhat skeptical. What the hell is going on here? Can't you guys think about my feelings when you're talking about this? I'm at least the first ghost to appear in this haunted house. Don't I want to lose face? Just like that, you guys dislike it and look down on it? He feels like his career, as never before, has been challenged. Ha ha ha, NPC is starting to get skeptical. Little brother NPC also didn't expect that he would have such a day. It's bad luck for him to meet Su Chen. Old Qin has finally gotten his revenge. And it's still Su Chen. I have a hunch that those NPCs pretending to be ghosts in the back are going to suffer. I'm afraid. Ha ha ha, that's right. According to Su Chen's character, he definitely can't stop there. Not only will it not close, but the play will escalate. Look forward to it. Sure enough, no matter if it's a secret room or a haunted house, it can be played differently in Su Chen's hands. People come to haunted houses to look for excitement. Su Chen goes to haunted houses that's to excite others. The NPC looked at the headgear in his hand and hadn't returned to his senses, and Su Chen killed and punched him. Dude, guts need to improve. If you don't have any more business, we're leaving. The NPC is cursing in his mind. What other business can I have? Wearing two hoods to scare you guys again? As it is now, who can be afraid of me anymore? I'm not making a fool of myself. So, Su Chen took the other guests and continued toward the next room. The director of the secret room sighed helplessly as he watched this from inside the monitoring room. At the same time, worried about the NPCs behind him. If we let Su Chen continue like this, I'm afraid this haunted house will be yellowed. And it's still live. Won't everyone have to come to the haunted house to scare the ghosts from now on? Because of Su Chen, several people relaxed. Start looking for clues to solve the puzzle and get ready to lead to the next level. Chapter 74, Cowards, right? Chapter 74, Coward. At the moment, they also put behind them the fact that the two teams were going to have a competition. Let's walk out of here in unison first. Mainly, Su Chen had become their backbone at this moment. At this moment, even if you ask Hannah and the others to split up and do it independently, they won't want to do it. It felt like as long as they followed Su Chen, they were the king of hell in this entire haunted house. No matter what kind of brat you are, in front of Su Chen, you still have to show your original form. Soon, they entered the second level. As soon as I opened the door to the room, I saw that it looked like an employee dormitory with two bunk beds placed side by side. And to get out of this room, you still need to solve the puzzle to get out. The inside of the room was very dim, and two figures were vaguely seen inside the corner. Sister Reba, there's a ghost over there. Zhao Jinmai nervously hid behind it. Su Chen, on the other hand, walked directly to the side of the figure in the corner, and ripped the long hair off of it. Fake, don't be afraid. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen, it's really safe to play haunted house after you. Old Qin adored. Su Chen, you're bulldozing your way through the game. Too raw. Hua Hua couldn't help but praise as well. If it wasn't for Su Chen, it was estimated that these two dummies would have emboldened them for a while. Surely no one would dare take the initiative to go over and check it out. At this time, Su Chen gestured a shushing gesture at them and waved at them again. The crowd rushed around. According to their haunted house setup, inside this room, There must be a real-life NPC. Those two people just now. They were there to confuse us and make us let our guard down. Wait for us to completely relax when they show up to scare us. That will have the best effect. Su-chen whispered in their ears and analyzed. Everyone couldn't help but nod furiously as they listened. Fair enough, Blossom said. Brother Su-chen, you're so awesome. You even analyzed their setup. Reba had a face of adoration. So what are we going to do now? Zhao Jinmai asked. Give them a head start. Su-chen laughed badly. Then he beckoned for everyone to come closer and speak in a lower voice. Now even the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't hear what he was saying. What's going on? My earpiece is broken? When I get rich, I'm going to get a cell phone with sound. What's the deal? Treating us like outsiders, isn't it? Not listening to us? Is there anything that I, a super VIP, can't hear? What on earth are they plotting? I'm so anxious when I can't hear them. Not long after, Su-chen and the others raised their heads, only to see Old Chin and the others giving Su-chen a thumbs up, their faces filled with admiration for him, as well as there's an expectation of doing something bad. Alright, it seems that there are no more ghosts in this room, so we can solve the problem in peace, Old Chin said loudly on purpose. Yeah, let me see what this question is about. Young Nini agreed. Brother, sister, you two seem to be acting a bit too much, Zhao Jinmai warned in a low voice from the side. The two men were embarrassed for a moment and went back to their act. And just as they were secretly solving the problem, Su-chen had already quietly climbed onto the upper bunk of one of the beds. He looked toward the other bed, only to see a high bulge under the covers. Someone must be hiding in it. So, with a wicked grin on his face, he waited quietly. The viewers also had a good view of the bed at the moment through the viewpoint of the camera on Su-chen's body. What's going on? Is there a real-life NPC under this quilt? I don't know if there is one. Anyway, Su-chen definitely thinks so. Isn't this waiting for a rabbit? What if I guessed wrong? Is it possible that there's a doll under this quilt? Ha, I don't know. Maybe the ghost came out from somewhere else. Then wouldn't Su-chen's plan fail? Just as the audience was questioning Su-chen's judgment, just the quilt, moving, a pair of ghastly white hands reached out from inside the covers, and then a face with bloodstains of unparalleled horror. That long face looked over in the direction of Old Chin and the others below, a wry smile appearing on his face. Through his expression, Su-chen was able to imagine his inner activities. There's a fish on the hook again, and I'm going to scare these people half to death when I show up so suddenly? Just as that NPC was about to get up and make a sound, he only saw Su-chen violently approach him. Ah! Shouted. How did that NPC ever think that there was someone behind him? Scared half to death by Su-chen's sudden bang, the whole person bounced up from the bed. The head hit the top of the ceiling at once, yet not caring about the pain, he rolled and crawled off the top bunk. Something. What the hell? He broke down and yelled. Road. Old Chin and the rest of them are laughing like crazy at this moment. Ha. Su-chen, your judgment is too accurate. This NPC is really hiding in this place. Ha. Laughed my ass off. It was so funny when the dude just got scared like that. Ha. A few of them were taunting the NPCs, completely forgetting that they were scared by the ghosts in the first place. It's no better than what he looks like. However, nowadays, they were considered to be completely anti-client. And under Su-chen's leadership, they had completely taken the initiative of the haunted house. The frightened NPC had a lifeless look on his face, looking at Old Chin and the others who were laughing in front of him. He wanted to explode with foul language. You people, you are simply showing great disrespect for my work. At this moment, Su-chen, however, did not intend to let him off just like that. He was on the top bunk and winked at Old Chin. Old Chin understood and wrapped an arm around the NPC's shoulders. Dude, inquire about something. The NPC pushed his hand away in extreme disgust. Show some respect. I'm a ghost. Get. You're pretty dedicated, so let me guess. You're a coward. After saying that, the crowd laughed again, and the NPC was infuriated, and his face turned green. You're a ghost, and you're being scared like this. Tell me you're ashamed. When we get to the next level in a little while, we'll describe to the other NPCs how scared you were and see how they laugh at you. Old Chin began to attack. The man's mental defenses were instantly shattered by the mockery. Big brother. I was wrong. Don't tell anyone. The NPC begged. It's okay not to say it, but I'll definitely know everything you guys want to know. The NPC hurriedly showed his loyalty. Old Chin looked up at Su-chen with a very smug expression. He felt like he was finally able to contribute, and his cooperation with Su-chen was simply seamless. Chapter 75, Bipolar Reversal. Chapter 75, Bipolar Reversal. For encouragement, Su-chen then nodded affirmatively at Old Chin. Thumbs up. Old Chin was instantly elated, his face blossoming with smiles. Tack. Old Chin is used to being fooled by Su-chen and has become a doctor after a long time. Ha. Old Chin's arrogant little expression. It feels like Su Chen's affirmation of him has made his heart blossom. It feels like Old Chin has been completely taken in by Su Chen. He's properly masochistic. First Su Chen crippled Old Chin, and now the two of them together have crippled the NPC. Isn't Su Chen just a big flake? The NPC little brother has been successfully incorporated. This we all have our own people. What are we afraid of? Ha ha ha. Facing the NPC little brother's face of loyalty at the moment, Old Chin waved his hand. Su Chen, what are you thinking? Ask. At this moment, Old Chin properly looked like Su Chen's little brother. Are there any other NPCs coming over at this stage? Su Chen asked nonchalantly. Yes, the NPC guy nodded. I'm the first wave, and after you've let out a scream from me, they'll come over after 3 or 2 minutes to keep scaring you. I wasn't scared by you just now. They must have thought it was you guys who called. I guess they're about to come this minute. So it is. This haunted house set is really deep. First they let this little brother scare them. Then when they thought the scary part of this phase was over, when you let your guard down, then immediately let the second wave come and scare you again. This must have scared even the boldest of people. But today things are different. Su Chen and the others completely grasped the initiative and directly gave them a bipolar reversal. The director of the chamber is at this moment watching his own NPCs fall on their sword and become traitors. It felt very humiliating to have all their internal secrets leaked out. When Director Yen wasn't looking, he quietly picked up the walkie-talkie, trying to alert the NPCs in my own house. As a result, Director Yen was not that easy to fool, and directly pressed down on his hand that was holding the walkie-talkie. Director, it's not in order to ventilate. The chamber director hemmed and hawed. No. I'm not trying to remind the NPC to be professional when scaring people later. He. Director Yen saw through it but didn't say anything, and followed with a hefty laugh. The director of the secret room could only put down the intercom resentfully and listen to God's will. At this moment, the NPCs outside the room Su Chen and the others were in knew nothing about what was happening here. He estimated the time. Almost 2 minutes had passed since the screams had just emanated from inside the room. That's enough time for the players inside to let their guard down. It's time for him to take the field. So, he pulled his long hood, peeled it in front of him, covering his face completely. Then, in a weird position, he rushed towards the inside of the room. In the middle of the room, the NPC little brother who had been taken in, was currently hiding inside a corner, waiting for his companion to take the bait. Although he said he felt a little guilty in his heart, but on second thought, he had just been scared himself, so he couldn't suffer this sin all by himself. It's not too much to ask for a companion to share the load, and so there was peace of mind. That outside NPC violently pushed the door open and rushed in, a cold hissing sound coming from inside his throat. As a result, after coming in, through the gap of the hair, only to see the Old Chin several people, at the moment all sitting on the bed. It's very pleasant to look leisurely. Oh, this is still resting on here. You really don't know the danger of haunted houses. I'll scare you to death. Thinking of this, the NPC bowed and rushed towards Old Chin and the others. From time to time, a ho-ho-ho sound came out of his mouth. However, as he drew closer, his mind grew more and more puzzled. How it wasn't quite what he thought it would be. How these people didn't seem scared at all. Just as he was fuming, he only felt a tugging force coming from the top of his head. At the same time a horrible voice rang overhead. Cluck cluck cluck. That's a nice head you've got there. Give it to me and forget it. As the words fell, he only felt his entire hair being lifted. A cold sensation started from the soles of his feet and spread all over his body. The NPC yelled, turned and fled through the door. However, he ran too fast, and Su Chen's hand strength didn't loosen. Straight away the headgear was ripped off. The NPC that had lost its hood looked very funny at the moment. This, coupled with his terrified fleeing footsteps, made it even more of a crying shame. While running, he also shouted under his breath, OMG, it's so scary. There really are ghosts. People say that this haunted house will have real ghosts come in after staying for a long time. I still don't believe it, and today it really let me bump into it. Help me mom. I'm quitting this Thai job. I won't do it for any amount of money. The sound of his wailing was so loud that Su Chen and the others could hear it clearly from inside the room. Old Chin and the others covered their stomachs and couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, this little brother is so funny. It feels like he was scared worse than the first little brother. Honestly, I don't think the haunted house is scary at all at this moment, and I feel a little funny. Zhao Jinmai was laughing the hardest at this moment, and as soon as they looked up, they looked at Su Chen still holding the headgear in his hands, and once again laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you're too much. Just scare people. What are you doing removing their headgear? Old Chin laughed. Su Chen played with the headgear in his hand and said with an innocent face, I didn't want to. It's his fault for running so fast. I ripped it off with such a tug. The NPC-chan who was taken and witnessed the misery his companion had just been in. The heart is much more balanced. I'm not sure if I'm scared enough to say it myself, but it's still a lot better than the one I just had. At least his own hood wasn't ripped off. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it. I'm laughing my ass off at this one. It's making my stomach hurt. How is Su-chen so alive? Ha ha ha. He even ripped off someone's hood. I just want to ask if that little brother's head hurts. Ha ha ha. Little brother couldn't care less about the pain. He's just very scared at the moment. It feels like if Su-chen keeps this up, people are going to have this haunted house stirred up by him, right? Ha ha ha. This one is so classic. It's a capper. I'm willing to call that scene just now the funniest clip ever. And it may not be believable to say that it happened in the middle of a haunted house. Learned. Next time I go to a haunted house this so play. Ha ha. I'm someone who's too scared to play haunted houses. And I'm kind of giddy about it right now. Chapter 76, You're So Nice, Big Brother. Chapter 76, You're So Nice, Big Brother. With his own power, Su-chen has brought about a distorted haunted house trend. The haunted house owner is crying his eyes out. After confirming with the NPC guy, Su-chen and the others knew that there wouldn't be any other NPCs appearing at this stage. So get off the top bunk and get ready to head to the next location. At the same time, that NPC guy also attached a guide for them to pass the level. Skip the problem-solving step and go straight to the next level. The director of the chamber slapped the table and cursed when he saw this scene. Traitor! Shameful! On the side, Director Yen, on the other hand, was watching the fun. I think it's pretty good. They call it knowing what's good for you. The director of the chamber couldn't help but roll his eyes. At the same time, however, he held a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, these first few levels are appetizers, there's more scary stuff to come. He couldn't believe that Su-chen and the others could push their way across the room and not be intimidated once. Nowadays, his goal had also become very simple. Even if he only scared Su-chen and the others once, that would be considered a victory. He, too, hadn't expected to have such a humbling moment in the years of his career as a haunted house director. When Su-chen and the others were ready to leave, he was also very sweet and the NPC instructed, "Comfort that co-worker of yours later. Don't get really freaked out by us." The NPC held Su-chen's hand as soon as he could, his face filled with emotion. "I know, big brother. You guys are so nice. Haunted house director. This nifty call is good. You so are being pua. Ha ha ha. God damn, you guys are nice. This NPC is a bean, right? Why is it even more bean than old Sheen?" Sure enough, there's no escaping Su-chen's pua. Isn't this the legendary? Being sold and helping to count the money. Welcome to the big romance variety show, How Su-chen Ruled the Haunted House. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Why does it feel weird? People's little brother is right. Su-chen is quite conscientious and knows not to scare people. Smoothly leads to the next level. Where they were at the moment was a very narrow corridor. Looking at this surroundings, old Sheen said with great relief, "The terrain of this place is very simple. There's no place to hide anyone at all, so there shouldn't be anyone scaring us." However, Su-chen shook his head very cautiously. "None. So what do you think?" Su-chen beckoned everyone to come closer before pointing to the door in front of him and said, "See that door up ahead?" Several people nodded. The upper part of that door is skeletonized, and according to the usual practice, a ghost will definitely suddenly appear from that place in a while to scare us. Su-chen analyzed. After hearing this, several people were all in a state of realization. So that's how it is. Brother Su-chen, you're awesome. Reba couldn't help but praise. Yeah, brother Su-chen, you're really awesome. It's too safe to play secret rooms with you. Zhao Jinmai had a face of adoration. Long ago, she had forgotten what a straight man Su-chen had been before when he had refused her pleas for protection. Zhao Jinmai comforted herself, although she said that Su-chen had rejected her. But now, wasn't all that Su-chen had done a disguised form of protection? It also allowed her to experience a different kind of play and charm in a haunted house. So what do we do now? Old Sheen asked. Once again, Su-chen made everyone come closer together. A small voice muttered in his ear. The audience couldn't hear it again this time, but this time, they weren't in as much of a hurry. After all, the answer will be revealed in a few moments. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be fantastic. So everyone settled down and waited slowly. A moment later, Su-chen set up his tactics and confirmed to, "All clear?" "Understood." Several people replied in whispers. "Okay, take cover." With Su-chen's command, several people quickly hid towards the alcoves in the walls on both sides. If one were to look down the hallway from the direction of that door cutout, one would never see them. Su-chen himself, on the other hand, quietly approached the door, crouching down and hiding himself. Ha ha ha, old Sheen and the rest of them are so obedient. Su-chen is hidden, and his movements are quite sharp. This is all about militarized management? Su-chen can do it. Not I blow ah. On the call this management ability, change Su Chen, no one can do it. That's right, do you think these stars would be that obedient? I'm afraid their own agent's words aren't as good as Su Chen's. Ha ha, that's probably personality. The position in which several men were hiding was so excellent that they could not be seen outside the door. But they just need a slight probe. One will be able to see the scene at the door. At this moment, everyone can't help but quietly look towards your door. They all wondered what form the ghost would take in a moment. And this time, what kind of fright would be given by Su Chen? As for whether this ghost would appear or not, they had never doubted Su Chen's judgment. Sure enough, not long after Su Chen had hidden himself, only a footstep was heard from behind that door. Very faint. It could be imagined that the other party walked very carefully, fearing that they would be discovered by Su Chen. And put in the context of today's situation, it's hilarious. It wasn't long before the footsteps stopped at the door. Only a small head, slowly emerging from the edge of the door, peered down the hallway. Old Qin saw clearly at this moment. This is a female NPC. Unlike the ones before her, she didn't wear a head covering and had naturally long hair. And the point is, one of her faces was made ghastly white, with two dark circles under her eyes and a blood red mouth. There was also a trail of blood and tears below the corner of his eyes. The whole sample was beyond horrifying. The level of intimidation went up several orders of magnitude from the hooded guys before. If anything, if they were to have a face-to-face kill with this female NPC without preparation, probably going to be scared half to death. Thinking of this, Old Qin's heart became even more grateful for Su Chen's existence. It wasn't just him, the others had the same thought in their minds. Yang Mi, Jiba, Lu Tianxian and Zhao Jinmai were not to be mentioned. The few of them were already incomparably adoring of Su Chen. After the whole haunted house thing, it just deepened a little bit more. As for Hua Hua and Koen, they were somewhat displeased with Su Chen before and had some opinions. The main part of the reason was also jealousy. After all, Su Chen was too eye-catching. Participating in a program at the same time. Su Chen is so good. It looks like they are all a bit gloomy. It's a little uncomfortable to put on anyone. But now, after all this at the haunted house, they also, from the bottom of their hearts, admired Su Chen. Chapter 77, just very regretful. Chapter 77, just very regretful. Watch as the NPC pops his head up and checks out the hallway towards it. After not seeing anyone, a puzzled look filled his face. Just then, Old Qin gestured at Su Chen. Su Chen instantly comprehended this, fiercely arose and shouted at the NPC. The NPC's attention was all on finding someone at the moment, and there was no defense at all that a person would come out from behind this door. Instantly frightened, he yelped and sat on his butt. What are you doing? Why are you scaring me? After that female NPC saw Su Chen clearly, she instantly said in a resigned manner. Upon hearing the accent, Su Chen smiled. Yo, or a young lady from the bay. So Su Chen also said in her accent. I didn't do anything. I scared you. The little sister wooed and cried. You're so bad. You're scaring the family. It can't be helped. If I don't scare you, you're going to scare us. Su Chen didn't have the slightest intention of pitying her. That young lady's mood had calmed down a little at this moment, and after listening to Su Chen's words, she thought carefully, then nodded. You have a point, but I didn't mean to scare you. It's my job. Now, well, it doesn't even scare you guys when you make people's jobs a little bit more fulfilling. Old Qin and the others also came together at this moment. Looking at the young lady NPC that was sitting on the ground with tears still on her face, she instantly felt pity. Yo-ho, Miss Sister looks so pretty. How come she came to be an NPC? Old Qin had a look of pity. Brother Qin, are you looking down on NPCs? What's wrong with being an NPC? Zhao Jinmai asked rhetorically. Old Qin hemmed and hawed. Of course I'm not looking down on NPCs. I'm not thinking it's a shame that such a pretty young lady has to end up wearing such horrible makeup. As soon as Old Qin saw a beautiful woman, he instantly recovered his nature and his eyes were glowing. What's the matter, Old Qin? You're so heartbroken for Miss Sister. Why don't you cooperate with Miss Sister to put on a play, and be scared by her a bit, so as to give her some sense of accomplishment? Su Chen joked. Then, is not necessary. Old Qin hurriedly waved his hand, and in front of the beauty, he still chose to protect his little heart. Ha ha ha, don't be a wimp. Old Qin, behave as Su Chen said. Old Qin, can you be a little bit out of your league? Is Yangmi not big enough or Hot Barb not hot enough? You even have the heart to look at other girls. Old Qin, have you forgotten that you are participating in a romance program? Can you still be paired up like this? Ha ha, otherwise Old Qin wouldn't have succeeded in his match. These female guests obviously like Su Chen. It's also true that with Su Chen around, this program basically has nothing to do with a few other male guests. So, Old Qin is still listening to smart, knowing that he's out of luck and starting to expand his scope. Ha ha ha, Su Chen. You talk so loco. You don't say. Su Chen, this accent learned or quite like oh. Ha ha ha. This NPC is also cute enough to be thinking of no accomplishments at this hour. Missy being an NPC is completely based on conviction. Come on, I'm looking at you. Su Chen still treats the young lady more gently. Those NPC boys were scared to death before. The NPC sat on the ground for a moment, chagrined, before reluctantly getting up. With a stomp of his foot, he said, "Alright la, since none of you are intimidated by me, you can head to the next level." After saying that, he flung his long sleeves and turned away in a huff. Su Chen and the others then continued to the next level, walked through the hallway to the door of the next room. Old Qin volunteered, "I'm coming to see the door." "I don't believe it. What else can scare me? I'd like to see what tricks are inside this room." Actually, Old Qin didn't say that because his guts had really gotten bigger. Rather, it was because after the first few rooms, he felt he had figured out some patterns. That's when you just enter the room. It's all unintimidating. The ghosts basically show up in the second half of the movie. That's why he was so brave at this time. Seeing that Old Qin was so active, Su Chen didn't fight for it and looked at Old Qin with his shoulders clasped. "Okay, then, on you." Old Qin put his hand on the doorknob and pushed the door of the room open with a jerk. With his head down, he rushed in. However, when he raised his head and saw the scene inside the room, he was instantly shocked and cried out, "Holy!" Then it scurried out. Seeing his movements, other than Su Chen, several other people hurriedly ran towards the side. Thought there was some scary NPC running around in there. However, after waiting for half a day, there was no movement at all inside. "Brother Qin, what's inside?" Hua Hua couldn't help but ask. "Ugh hi. It's old and scary. A bunch of ghosts." Old Qin was in shock. "A bunch of ghosts? Is this one playing so big?" The kunai said in fear. "So why don't they come out? What are these ghosts doing now?" Hatba asked. Old Qin waved his hand and said with a pale face, "No, I don't know. I was saying I'm afraid to go back in there for anything. Why did I just owe it so much? Why did I have to be the first one in there?" At this moment, Old Qin was just very regretful. Ha ha, typical of Old Qin. Vegetable and fun-loving. I knew something was going to happen when Old Qin was going to be the first one in. This haunted house seems to have been specially designed for people like Old Qin. And I knew you would have let your guard down by this time. So I scared you when I entered. But what exactly is inside this room? Just now Old Qin rushed out too fast. Just shook a bit, I didn't even see clearly. I just saw a bunch of white heads. Nothing exactly. It's pretty scary anyway. No wonder Old Qin got scared. Just as the crowd was shivering as they listened to Old Qin's description, Su Chen took a square step and walked in without a care in the world. "Brother Su Chen." Zhao Jinmai looked at Su Chen's movements and shouted in a small voice. She was worried about Su Chen. However, Su Chen's entire person looked completely fearless. Once inside, he looked around to see the structure within the room. It just looked like a conference room, or an event room. There was a stage in front of it, while below it were rows and rows of chairs, at least a couple dozen of them. And Old Qin was startled because these chairs had, on top, a human figure covered with a white cloth. It is indeed scary to suddenly see such a scene when you are unprepared. Who knows which one will suddenly stand up. Chapter 78 Vini 50. Chapter 78 Vini 50. Holy, this room is jump scary. So many people are sitting here. It would be horrible if they all moved later. I have a feeling that only a few of these must be real-life NPCs, and I don't know when they'll show up to scare them a little. The point is, which one of these many is a real person? You can't just touch them one by one. Now that the pressure has come to Su Chen, I'd like to see what kind of damaging moves Su Chen will make this time. Ha ha ha, upstairs, you're a black fan, right? How can this be called a detrimental move? This is clearly a high move. Okay, although it's true that this room is a bit scary at first glance. The expression on Old Qin's face just now was a bit too sinister. That's right, Old Qin, tell me you're not ashamed. Look at others. Su Chen is not afraid at all. Su Guts is too big to be the perfect boyfriend. Old Qin in the future. If you play with your girlfriend in the secret room, after encountering ghosts must be the girlfriend first quit the kind of people. Ha 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 ha, upstairs, beware of Old Qin saw sent you a green corpse letter O. After surveying the room's surroundings, Old Qin's voice came from outside. Su Chen, are you okay in there? Do you need rescuing? Hearing this, Su Chen inside the room smiled faintly, and instantly had the idea of messing with Old Qin. So he pinched his throat and made the sound of being choked and shouted at the outside. Help! Help! Old Qin, save me! After shouting this, he didn't move. Old Qin was originally polite and courteous, and was mainly thinking of joking with Su Chen. Ease some of the tension, and if nothing happens, they can go in. Who would have thought that such a question would lead to something? Su Chen, are you alright? Su Chen, say something. Brother Su Chen, Are you alright? Zhao Jinmai was anxious at this moment. Hotba and Yang Mi and the others were also anxious. What happened to Su Chen? Why isn't he moving? There can't really be any danger. Right. We'd better hurry in and take a look. With that, a couple of girls were about to go in. Old Qin was at the door, nervously pulling them together as soon as he could. Take it easy, guys. I think we need to think long and hard about this. Brother Su Chen hasn't even moved. So how can there be time to think long and hard? Hotba said anxiously. It's a haunted house. It's just a game. How dangerous can it be? Old Qin said. Actually, he was really right. It was just that these girls were concerned. Just then, only footsteps could be heard coming from inside. A few people instantly tensed up. In the next second, a figure clad in white cloth was seen floating out. That's right, it floated. Old Qin, why don't you come to my rescue? Why? I'm cold. It was Su Chen's voice. But listen to this and it's not like Su Chen's voice than what I heard before. Su Chen's voice to scare the NPCs. And hollow, and cold. Several people were instantly scared and backed away. Brother Su Chen, is it really you? You chant to scare us. Zhao Jinmai was about to cry. Su Chen, stop it. Old Qin's legs were weak at this moment, and he was almost about to kneel down. Just then, Su Chen stopped in front of Old Qin and extended a hand towards him. Looking at the hand, Old Qin shivered and said, Su Chen, what do you mean by that? You can't be trying to take me away. Old Qin, I'm now being kidnapped by the Ghostbusters. They want to take me back to hell. All I need now is $50 to buy my way back to Earth with the Ghostbusters. If you're a friend, V me 50 and help me fight my way home. Su Chen used that bizarre voice to say this passage, and after he finished, all the people present froze. Seriously, as far as Su Chen's acting skills were concerned, they almost believed it in the first half. Thought Su Chen had really rushed something in there. After all, ever since entering the haunted house, he had been rampaging around, scaring over a bunch of NPCs. At this rate, it wouldn't be impossible for him to recruit the real ghosts. That's why people are so scared. But when they heard Vini 50, it instantly made everything clear. Old Qin pulled the white cloth off of Su Chen's head. When Su Chen's face was revealed, it was only to see that he was already laughing. Old Qin was furious. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Ha ha ha. Old Qin, tell me how I went overboard. Su Chen said while laughing. Haven't you gone far enough in scaring us on purpose? Who let you out there pretending? Still need help. I need help. Why don't you help? Hurry up and V me 50 ah. Su Chen said with a teasing smile. Old Qin knew that he was in the wrong and could only say resentfully. Well, then, you can't scare everyone like that. And, speaking here, Old Qin looked toward all around again and said mysteriously. And there are some things you just can't make up, especially in a place like this. Looking at Old Qin's godly chatter, Su Chen said without a care in the world. Alright, don't scare yourself. Didn't I pretend to be a ghost to scare the NPCs in the previous levels? What can happen? Oops, this is still not the same, Old Qin sophistically said. And Su Chen didn't have the heart to break it up with him, directly waving his hand. Let's go. There's nothing to be afraid of in there. It's just a couple of mannequins, covered with a white cloth. Hearing him say this, everyone was sort of relieved, and they followed Su Chen into the room. Old Qin dawdled at the very back, muttering somewhat unwillingly under his breath. What do you mean there's nothing to be afraid of? It's obviously scary. Okay. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is trying to laugh me to death, right? V is my 50, okay? I can see that our brother Tatsu doesn't usually surf the internet much. Su Chen, I advise you to go online less. What have you learned? Ha ha ha. That's so cute, my Tatsu. Old Qin, you're doing this to yourself. Say what you're messing with him for. Laughing my ass off. Is this really not a comedy show? What on earth is Su Chen thinking inside this head? Can you buy off a Ghostbuster for $50? The price level down here isn't too high. Ha 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 ha. Old Qin is also amusing, trying to be smart every time. But in the end, he was countered by Su Chen every time. Old Qin on our this IQ, afterward, or else do not use it. It's better for you to be down to earth. After everyone walked into the room, they all felt very shocked when they saw the scene here. At the same time a chill ran down his back. Chapter 79, Plain Reasons. Chapter 79, Plain Reasons. After all, that one humanoid covered in white cloth was already creepy just from its appearance alone. Plus they knew in their hearts that the haunted house was set up to scare them by surprise. So, countless horrific scenarios have been thought of in the mind. For example, these humanoids stood up at the same time in a split second and rushed towards them, or make some horrible ghostly howling noise. That would be horrible. At this time, Su Chen became the hope in their hearts, their backbone. Su Chen, what about this level? Old Qin shivered and asked. Yeah, brother Su Chen, what's so fishy about this level? Do you see it? Hotba also asked with a curious face. Su Chen looked around at these humanoids draped in white cloth and said, unsurprisingly, one of these is definitely a real person. Is there only one? What if it's all of them? Blossom guessed. Faced with this idea of his, Su Chen shook his head very firmly. There is no such possibility. Why? Blossom was a bit unconvinced as to how his guess was not possible. While you, Su Chen, do have a different understanding of haunted houses, I guess. You're not the director of a haunted house. How can you be so sure? Somewhat equally puzzled as Hannah was the director of the haunted house. He was also perking up his ears at the moment, anticipating Su Chen's answer. I'd like to see what this Su Chen has to say. Is it hard to believe that he can really guess my layout thoughts? The director thought to himself. The audience in the live broadcast room was the same. And at this moment, they were all expecting that Su Chen would have some super unexpected answer. However, at this moment, Su Chen was facing the expectant eyes of several other guests. Priggishly. It's simple. Just a matter of budget. If these were all NPCs, how many salaries would they have to pay? So in order to keep costs under control, the director definitely couldn't afford to hire that many. 1 or 2 would have been enough. Guests, haunted house director, audience, Old Sheen, Hotbot and the few of them were all dumbfounded after hearing Su Chen's reply. I thought you were going to come up with some awesome theory, but you just dismissed us with a cost-saving comment? Thinking about it, though, it does seem like there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. The haunted house director was crying even more at this point. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should look at Su Chen differently, or whether he should be disdainful. After all, this reason that Su Chen said was really true. Of course, what the director says to the public, that must be packaged and processed. It's packed with esoteric design concepts, the kind that make it hard to listen to, but at the root of it all, it's also really a budgetary issue. How expensive is labor these days? How much would it cost to get such a room full of NPCs? If you don't consider this, the director really wants to make all these people NPCs. In that case, dozens of ghosts stood up in unison. How shocking the scene would be. It's just a shame that this will only be a dream for the director. However, he did not expect that such a simple and even with a hint of heartache reason was actually seen by Su Chen at a glance, and also gave it out. The director was feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. On the pop-up screen, after the initial dismay, the viewers also reacted and frantically trolled. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this for half a day and this is what I get. The highest-end layouts often require only the simplest of reasons. Su Chen does have a little something going for him, even calculating the cost of the director. Ha ha, it feels like the director's bottom has been stripped off by Su Chen. Ah, no one is speaking up for the director? God is under-budgeted. I'm kind of long in the tooth. What's wrong with what Su Chen said? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Ha ha ha, it's just that none of us thought it would be such a plain reason. Su Chen, this person can handle ah. There is the truth, he is really saying ah. Haunted house director, does no one have a voice for me? Strongly request the haunted house owner to increase the budget. What's the situation? Our brother Chen can still play a haunted house with a low budget? Why don't you invite me to be an NPC? I don't want money, just take care of the food. Upstairs, then come to my haunted house and get meat for all 3 meals. Ha ha ha, enough of you guys. This is a good relationship program. How come it's turned into a recruitment program? In the middle of the haunted house, a few other guests experienced initial surprise. It also accepted Su Chen's statement. Then brother Su Chen, where is this NPC and how can we see it? Hataru asked in a small voice. Su Chen gave them a look, then crouched down and looked towards the bottom of the chair. The others couldn't help but follow his movements and look over. It's pitch black down here. There's nothing, Old Chin asked. Look at the shoes. You bean. Su Chen couldn't help but spit. When he said that, Old Chin and the others came to a realization. Yeah, the doll's shoes are definitely different from the NPCs. Moreover, it was so dark inside this room that the average person would be scared and nervous when they saw this scene. Where was the thought of trying to find the shoes one by one? Su Chen. Ox. You're so smart. Old Chin couldn't help but praise. Brother Su Chen is just awesome. Zhao Jinmai followed suit. The tone of his voice was filled with adoration. Old Chin was envious when he heard it. Sister Jinmai, isn't Brother Chin powerful? He asked unknowingly. Zhao Jinmai is also a real person. Not the slightest bit polite with Old Chin. Nodded and said, you're too timid and a little naive to protect us. Puff. As Zhao Jinmai's words fell, it didn't matter if it was Yang Mi, Hoder, or Lu Tianxian, or Hua Hua and Koen Koen. All of them couldn't hold back their laughter. At first they laughed with some restraint to save face for Old Chin, but then I couldn't help it. So I just let go and sat on the floor and laughed my ass off. Old Chin himself, who was being ridiculed, had a face that was all over the place at the moment. I'm redundantly asking you, old Chin said helplessly. Zhao Jin my hemmed and hawed. I'm sorry, brother Chin. I didn't hold back and told the truth. Hearing this, the other guests laughed even more. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. I didn't realize Jean my sister was in this style. Old Chin you say you're not making a fool of yourself. You're really superfluous to ask. Ha ha ha, the first time I saw Sister Honey and Lu Tianxian laughing so happily. Old Chin you did it on purpose. I feel like old Chin must have checked the strategy before he came here and knew that girls like humor. So he did it on purpose, right? Ha ha, old Chin. Girls like to hear jokes? Not like jokes Do you understand the difference? Chapter 80, Pick Up My Head. Chapter 80, Pick Up My Head. Old Chin, sorry for the cheap laugh. So this session is that Su Chen is in charge of brains and handsomeness, and old Chin is in charge of hilarity. Ha ha, that's right. That's what old Chin does anyway. It's kind of a professional match. As the crowd laughed, Su Chen seemed to be the one who was already surprised by old Chin's dilemma. All the time, he was walking around those humanoids, looking for the location of that real-life NPC. It was at this moment that his eyes settled and he saw that on the feet of the humanoid leaning against the penultimate row on the left, the shoes were different from the rest. He instantly determined that this must be the real-life NPC. So, he hurriedly waved at old Chin and the others. Hotbutt and the others had been laughing happily, but as soon as they saw Su Chen waving his hand, they immediately became serious. Hastily, he leaned toward him. After approaching, Su Chen pointed in the direction of the NPC. A few people had developed no small amount of tacit understanding after the previous few levels. He immediately understood what Su Chen meant, and quietly looked towards that side. Following the direction Su Chen pointed, they also saw the different shoes and instantly nodded in understanding. So, Su Chen beckoned them away again and began to discuss tactics. Ha ha ha, it's starting again isn't it? Let's have our next victim. Heartbreaking wave of this NPC in advance. I wonder what he'll go through in a while. This NPC doesn't know at this moment that danger is approaching him. Looking forward to what new tricks Su Chen will play this time. Excited heart-trembling hands this haunted house by Su Chen play can be too interesting. The haunted house director was currently looking at the scene where Su Chen and the others were huddled together to discuss their strategy. It was also filled with curiosity and worry. He felt that how could his own setup of this haunted house be so unbearable in front of Su Chen? At this moment, how he wanted that NPC to sense something and give him a Jedi counterattack. Unfortunately, that NPC knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. Still sitting honestly in his seat, waiting for the signal to act. Not long after, Su Chen finished their discussion, only to see Su Chen walk behind that real-life NPC. Carefully, he lifted up the white cloth and sat himself in. The entire process didn't make any noise, ensuring that the NPC wouldn't find anything out. Old Chin and the others, on the other hand, started looking for clues inside the room according to the normal process. At the same time, it was deliberately loud. Su Chen is really a blind commander, and let us go over to look. That's clearly not a clue. Okay. Yeah. It's really hard to find the clues in this room. Brother Chin, you said the clues won't be underneath these bar white cloths. I think that's a possibility. Then it looks like we'll have to lift the white cloths one by one to see what's going on. Old Chin and Hotba were both singing in unison, deliberately confusing that NPC's judgment. After that, a few people, with great commotion, began to lift the white cloths one by one. At this moment, the NPC that was already going to fall asleep waiting, suddenly got energized, listening to the sound of old Chin and the others continuously lifting the white cloth. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement and triumph. These players are really naive to think that the clue is in this place, and being naive and bold enough to lift the white cloth? When they lift off to me, let's see if I don't give them a big surprise, the NPC thought with great excitement. In his imagination, this could be the highlight of his career. After all, this haunted house had been here for so long, and there hadn't been any players as bold and stupid as old Chin and the others. Listening to old Chin's voice as they gradually approached, the NPC adjusted his breathing and took up a stance. Finally, old Chin and the others approached. The NPC seized the opportunity and stood up violently, lifting the white cloth as he did so, revealing his horrible makeup. With his big mouth open and a fierce face, he rushed towards old Chin and the others. Ghosts! 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 Gee, that's scary, old Chin and Hotba shouted as they backed away. But how does this NPC feel? Well, a little off? Although they said they were afraid, but looking at that expression and tone, it didn't look like they were afraid at all. It felt like a line that was recited to fit in. Does it mean that he was exposed long ago? However, just as he inwardly doubted himself, he only saw old Chin and the rest of them, one by one, all staring in horror. His face was pale and his pupils were dilated. pointing in his direction. He shouted, "Ghosts! Ghosts! Ghosts!" For once, the reaction was right. The NPC was relieved. It seems that it's not his problem. It's that these guys have too long of a reflex arc. How long has it been? It's only now that I'm thinking about being scared. However, just as he was inwardly spitting, he suddenly felt a coolness coming from his back. Giggle giggle giggle. "Brother, can you take me with you?" An eerie sound rang out from behind him. The NPC that instant just felt the hairs on his body stand up. He thought back carefully. There was no other living person inside this room, except for him and the player. And the players are all across from him at the moment. So, who's this guy back there? Also, this voice of his is not at all human to be able to make it okay. But this NPC was a bold one, and hadn't been crushed by fear at this time. Instead, unbelievingly, he slowly turned back to make sure. And Su Chen he waited for this moment. The moment that NPC cast back, only the round head was seen, falling from underneath that white cloth. The grunt rolled right up to the NPC's feet. "Oops brother, my head accidentally fell off. Can you pick it up for me?" Su Chen continued to say in that weird voice. This time, it completely shattered that NPC's defense. He yelled and ran lifelessly in the direction of the door. While running, he also shouted under his breath, "Ghosts! There's a ghost! Help! Help!" That hoarse cry tore at the heart more than any players ever before. And Su Chen didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go just like that. And while chasing after him, he was still talking behind him. Brother, where are you going? Can you pick up my head first?" At the moment, the director of the haunted house was in the middle of the monitoring room and had completely given up the struggle. He even began to seriously think about it, feeling as if Su Chen's setup wasn't bad. It's a lot more intimidating than your own set. He even wanted to wait for Su Chen to exchange words with him after they finished. What can be done to make a haunted house a little scarier? But then he hesitated. After all, according to Su Chen, playing like this, it was easy to scare the players out of their wits. Chapter 81, Enterprise Level Understanding. Chapter 81, Enterprise Level Understanding. But the director of the secret room was still very shocked by all of Su Chen's thoughts. He thought that after Su Chen and the others finished and came out, he must ask him for advice. Mainly, all those things Su Chen did were too unexpected. The average person wouldn't even think of it. He could have altered it slightly to make it less intimidating, but as long as it's used, this haunted house of his feels like it's the only one in the industry. So what's the worry about it not catching fire? Thinking about this, the director did feel that the matter of losing face was not so important. It's still rewarding anyway. In the middle of the haunted house, Su Chen was hiding behind that white cloth, still in hot pursuit of the NPC. Old Qin and the others were laughing in the back. They never thought that coming to play haunted house would be this picture. Originally, I thought that they must be scared to death, but I didn't expect a direct extreme reversal. It became them to scare the hell out of the ghosts. So the haunted house is so much fun. I want to play it again afterward. Zhao Jinmai said with an excited face. Sister Jinmai, you have to get the essence right. It's playing haunted house with Su Chen that's so much fun. If you go by yourself, be careful of being scared and crying by ghosts. Old Qin said. Zhao Jinmai nodded. You're right. Then I'll drag brother Su Chen to play haunted house with me next time. It's so much fun. You guys, isn't this scream the true meaning of the word? Ghostly howling? Listening to that NPC's howl, Flower summarized. Holy, Su Chen really played too big this time. Let alone the NPCs. I'm scared just listening to them. It feels like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Su Chen's line about picking up my head for me when it falls off was horrible. It feels like Su Chen has joyfully mentioned a more suitable profession after comedian acting in ghost movies. Really? Which horror movie hired Su Chen? That's equivalent to hiring a writer, director plus actors. Could it be that after fixing the romance variety shows, Su Chen is now going to fix the horror movie industry? Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinmai is also too cute. You guys are thinking it's quite fun and the NPCs are thinking it's very bad. It feels like the NPCs in this haunted house are collectively in the shadows. They won't all go and quit after it's over. Ha ha ha, it's really possible. NPC, this class of players is too hard to lead. Su Chen chased that NPC out of sight before he turned back with a sense of purpose. As he walked, he spat. It's so boring. And these people are so unintimidating. The director of the haunted house heard this and felt one thing. Fine. He simply took this behavior of Su Chen's as an NPC's induction retraining. The first criterion for recruiting NPCs after that is that they must be bold, determined to avoid a repeat of being intimidated by players. At the same time, it is also necessary to promote the materialist values. There is no such thing as ghosts. Are not all people pretend? After Su Chen went back, he was naturally warmly praised by Old Qin and Hotbutt and the rest of them. At the moment, just under half an hour had passed, but they had already walked through most of the haunted house. Mainly, a lot of the links that needed to be solved, Su-Chen got them directly from the NPCs in a simple and brutal way, so it saves a lot of time. Soon, they'll be entering the final part of this haunted house. While continuing to walk towards the front, Old Chin asked suspiciously, Su-Chen, what else do you have to play on the next level? Su-Chen looked like he had already had a plan in mind. Since it's all coming to an end, I've decided to turn passivity into initiative. Ghosts don't come to scare me. I'll go to him first. Hearing this, Old Chin and the others immediately became excited. Come on, how does it play? Hold your horses for a moment while I survey the terrain. Then, Su-Chen began to recall in his mind the route they had traveled this way. The construction of the entire haunted house was basically recreated in his mind. A moment later, he said with great certainty, I observed it when we came in. This haunted house is a rectangle. That means the next location should be on the left front. In a moment I'll do this. With that, he beckoned for Old Chin and the others to come closer. The audience couldn't hear it again. Finally, after he finished, he waved his hand and the crowd dispersed. Old Chin and the others walked towards the left front with an excited look on their faces. Su-Chen, on the other hand, was heading in the opposite direction. Seeing this scene, the audience froze. What's the situation? How did Su-Chen separate from Old Chin and the others? What's going on here? Why can't I see it anymore? Su-Chen takes us by surprise every time. So just wait and see. And this time it definitely won't let us down either. It feels like Su-Chen wants to play a big game this time. That's for sure. After all, this haunted house tour will soon be over, and Su-Chen won't be able to have a big celebration. With this celebration by Su-Chen, I wonder how many more NPCs are going to suffer. Ha ha ha, early heartache for the NPCs. The NPCs aren't losing out, are they? Think of the depth of haunted house experience they're being paid to have. Ha ha ha, upstairs, you're convinced by this enterprise level top level understanding. Old Chin and the others had been practiced in the previous levels, and they were all bolder at this moment. Although Su-Chen wasn't inside the group, they didn't seem to be that scared anymore. The main thing is, now that I have a goal in mind, I feel more energized to do things. For a moment the fear was forgotten. Most of the viewers were on 2 live streams at this point because they were curious. While watching Su-Chen, he was watching Old Chin and the others, not wanting to miss any of the exciting moments. Really do not have the conditions to open too, but also constantly switch back and forth between the two sides, can be said to be incredibly busy. And yet, it was enjoyable. Only on Su-Chen's side, he groped around in the darkness for a while before finding a small room. After opening the room, he realized that it was a lounge for the NPCs, because it can't affect the players. There are no lights on in this lounge all year round. When someone is around, they usually light small candles all the time if they feel it's too dark. At the moment, the whole room was dark, and Su-Chen had just walked in when he heard footsteps ringing outside. He hustled for a corner and hid. Not long after, the door to the room pushed open and an NPC walked in. The NPC looks like it should be here to take over the shift, and it's not even on duty yet. After entering the room, he didn't bother to light the candles and sat directly on the chair. From his bag, he took out a bag of potato chips and clicked away, eating them beautifully. Just then, Su-Chen, who was smelling the aroma of the potato chips, his stomach grumbled. He's hungry. This hunger made the aroma of those chips seem even more present. Chapter 82, Taking the Initiative. Chapter 82, Taking the Initiative. After playing in the haunted house for so long, the little bit of stuff purchased from the mausoleum before had long since been fully digested. It's an empty stomach at the moment. While the aroma of that little brother's potato chips, a burst of it went inside Su-Chen's nose. For him, it was undoubtedly torture. However, where was Su-Chen the kind of person who would silently endure this kind of torture? He had, by now, tiptoed out from inside the corner. The audience couldn't help but slow down their breathing when they saw him move. It's not a big lounge, so if you make a little noise right now, immediately, the NPC guy would be able to spot it. I'll go. Why do I feel so nervous? It feels like if I make a sound I'll get Su-Chen discovered. Ha ha ha, yes, me too. I can't breathe loud enough. Friendly reminder that you can breathe in front of the screen. What is Su-Chen going to do? Going to scare the NPC guy again? Ha ha ha, the NPC guy is not expecting to be scared before he even goes to work. Before, Su-Chen was all about counterattacking. This time he's taking the initiative, isn't he? How is it that this Su-Chen's tactics come with upgrades? How can this NPC possibly play him? NPC, I'm having a good time eating potato chips. How did I get targeted? Su-Chen had already approached the NPC-chan. Little brother probably chewed his chips too loudly because of the noise, so it didn't notice Su-Chen's presence. Only at this time, Su-Chen directly put his hand inside the little brother's potato chip pocket. Taking a couple chips out with 2 fingers, he stuffed them inside his mouth. Click, click. Click. The sound of Su-chen chewing blended with Zhao's voice. Perhaps out of an intuition of danger, that little brother seemed to have sensed that something was not quite right. Stopping what he was doing, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. And Su-chen stopped as he did. That little brother listened for a while, not noticing anything else out of the ordinary, and smiled to himself. It was as if he was laughing at himself for being too sensitive. I'm a ghost impersonator. What's there to be afraid of? It seems like I've been watching too many ghost movies lately. Little brother muttered to himself. Hearing his words, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for him. OMG. This little brother is a talent. Working in a haunted house and he even dares to watch ghost movies. Anyone who dares to be an NPC in a haunted house should have more guts. Ha ha ha. How can a bold man still be scared by Su-chen in that way? Although the guts are definitely bigger than the average person. But there is a limit to that. Can't blame them for being timid. Can only blame Su-chen for being too scary. Ha ha ha. Yeah, we went to play haunted house although we know that those ghosts are played by NPCs and will feel scared. But for the NPCs, Su-chen, that's a real ghost. How can you not be scared? That makes sense. Now I sympathize with this little brother even more. Su-chen laughs at me. I have also been he so carefully walk over. Is to scare NPC it? Messed up half a day he is greedy for other people's potato chips right. Before it was a mausoleum purchase. Now what is this? Ha ha ha. Don't worry about what it is. Just fill your stomach first. Watching them eat chips is giving me a craving. You guys, do you think Su-chen will be lenient with little brother for the sake of eating other people's potato chips? Just as everyone was speculating, Su-chen had finished the chips in his mouth. I don't know why, but this stuff just tastes so much better in this situation than it does when you buy it for yourself. However, when Su-chen reached out to try to get it again, the little brother picked up the bag of chips with one hand. Hold it in your arms and eat it. Seeing this, an evil smile leaked out on Su-chen's face. Humph. I was thinking I'd finish my chips and then scare you, but it turns out you really don't know what you're talking about. Then it looks like I'll have to get started for the sake of my chips, Su-chen thought. So he crept around behind the little man's chair, and then laid his whole body on the floor. Bit by bit, he rubbed himself under the NPC's chair. That is to say, at this moment, as long as that NPC lowered his head, he would be able to see on the ground. Su-chen's head with a hood. I'm going to go. This is too scary. Substituting myself for the NPC guy for a bit, I'd probably freak out. I see. This Su-chen is fighting for the chips. Ha ha ha. That's right. Originally Su-chen was having a good time eating potato chips, but then little brother picked it up. This little brother is also too unintelligent, and he's about to pay for his unintelligence. This time Su-chen is really ruthless. Look out. The revenge of taking the chips is not shared. In that case, I feel that Hotba and Su-chan are more compatible. Both of them are food protectors. Ha ha ha. No way. This can even be knocked up? I still think Su-chen and Big Mimi are the best match. I'm voting for Zhao Jinmai. The picture on the pop-up screen gradually became skewed, and began to kowtow to the CP of Su-chen and several female guests. And just as they were enjoying the joy that knocking CP brings, that NPC little brother was soon going to experience one of the most terrifying things in his life. He was eating happily when he suddenly felt something wrong with his feet. He suspiciously looked toward the bottom and was caught off guard when he met Su-chen's eyes. And at the moment, Su-chen's face was mostly covered by the hood. In the darkness, only his one eye looked shiny. The second they locked eyes, it was as if the viewers in the live broadcast room saw that Zhao's hair instantly stood up. In the next second, the little man threw the bag of chips out of his hand. The whole thing ran out screaming and rolling. The figure looked very messy and panicked. You can see how broken he should be. And as if Su-chen felt that he hadn't played enough, he even got up and chased after him, pulling that little brother's ankle. Giggle. I got you. Oh. The voice was naturally the same eerie sounding voice as before. Zhao only felt a cold touch on his grabbed ankle. Aha! Help! Let me go! Let me go! Please! Little brother cried out. Su-chen felt like the fun was almost over, so as soon as he pulled the hood off, he got up and patted his limp little brother. Hey! Get up! It's okay! Little brother held his head, not daring to look up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Please give me a break. Looking at his timid appearance, Su-chen felt a little amused. Placing the hood in front of his face and shaking it twice, the little brother's afterglow was another shock. Yelling, he closed his eyes. Su-chen shook his head helplessly. Alright, not to scare you. I'm a player. Chapter 83, talking about money is too vulgar. Chapter 83, talking about money is too vulgar. As soon as the NPC little brother heard this, he tentatively looked through the gap between his arms in Su-chen's direction. At this moment, Su-chen had already taken off the headgear, and the level of terror plummeted. Borrowing the greenish light of the emergency indicator in the corridor, The NPC little brother saw Su-chan's face clearly. Then he stretched out another finger and poked it on top of Su-chan's hand. There's a temperature. Are you really human? That little brother confirmed. Su-chen nodded. As in fake. The little man scuffed up and sat up. You're a human being. What are you pretending to be? You're scaring me. Su-chen spat out without changing his face. I don't like what you're saying. You're a human being too. Aren't you doing the same thing every day by pretending to be a ghost and scaring people? After that little brother heard it, he also thought it made quite a bit of sense. Dumbfounded, he nodded. No. Then how did you find this place? The NPC queried. This lounge of theirs is not in the normal player movement line. The average player is nervous inside a haunted house and definitely follows the directions. Before that, no one would ever touch this place. But after this little brother asked, he figured it out for himself. This player in front of me, that is not a normal, general person. What good person could do something like ambush inside a lounge and scare an NPC? At this time, Su-chen waved at the little brother. Come brother, let's both go inside and talk. That little brother looked like he had been compelled by Su-chen, and very obediently followed Su-chen into the house. Mostly, he was too curious about the man in front of him. He was curious to know what exactly Su-chen wanted to do. After walking to the room, Su-chen very naturally headed to the chair that little brother had been sitting on before. Very naturally, he picked up the chips from the table again and ate them as he did so. This haunted house design of yours, right, is very questionable. There's also a problem with the acting skills of the NPCs, but you guys can't be blamed for that. It's mainly the director's problem. The haunted house director heard this in the monitoring room at the moment, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched twice. The NPC guy, on the other hand, was instantly excited. You've got a bit of a point there. In fact, I think so too. Haunted house director, fired. This kind of dissident must be fired. That NPC little brother immediately approached Su-chen and asked with an excited face, Big brother, I think you're an unusual person. Look at the ghosts you're pretending to be. They're all scarier than others. How did you do that? Su-chen tilted his head and poured all the remaining chips inside his mouth, then touched his stomach. Oops, didn't get enough. That little brother was very uptight. It's alright big brother. I still have a lot of food in this bag. Feel free to eat. I still have instant noodles here. You want a bucket of no? I'll make you some. Facing the little brother's enthusiasm, Su-chen waved his hand. No need for noodles. I'm still in a hurry. Then, big brother, tell me, how come you are so insightful about the matter of pretending to be a ghost to scare people? Little brother asked for advice with an open mind. Su-chen waved his big hand. I've been doing this stuff for years. It's all from experience. Big brother, I see that you are quite young, and you have so many years of experience in pretending to be a ghost? Little brother was a bit puzzled. I'm a person who just doesn't show my age. In fact, I'm going to run for. Can't see it. Su-chen spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Gave the little man a good listen. Ha ha ha. How come Su-chen is so good at talking nonsense in a serious manner? Laughing me to death. Should have said no. Su-chen, this acting is really awesome. I'm going to believe what he just said. Little brother. You can't believe a word Su-chen says. He's pua you. Sure enough, no one can withstand Su-chen's flimflam. The next victim has already appeared. Ha ha ha. God ran for. Su-chen, are you eating immortal pills to look so young? In terms of nonsense, I only submit to Su-chen. Worthy of being a social humper. You've got the NPC guy convinced so quickly. People, Su-chen didn't say anything wrong. He scared enough NPCs inside the haunted house today alone. How many years would it take to get to this point on other NPCs? Ha 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 ha. My brother Tatsu is a genius. He's like everything he does. Even pretending to be a ghost scares him more than anyone else. Su-chen was, at the moment, babbling to that NPC little brother. Teach him some of your own lessons. Don't care if it works or not. As long as it's said in a more godly way and sounds superior. It's still quite a bluff. At the very least, that NPC really believed it. It could be seen in his increasingly pious and worshipful gaze. However, Su-chen is not specifically here to give this haunted house NPC to pass on their experience and help them do the training for free. He came with a purpose. When he reached the most crucial point, Su-chen suddenly stopped, and he smiled mysteriously. Looking at that NPC-chan's anxious eyes, he said, this latter part is the essence of what I've learned in my life, and it can't be taught easily. The NPC was in a hurry. Don't master. Just teach me. I don't have any great ambitions in my life. I just want to become the best NPC in the world. I think with this theory of yours, I'll be invincible in the NPC world. I can pay the tuition. As much as you want to drive. Saying that, he got up and was about to go inside his bag to look for money when Su-chen pulled him back. Talking about money. That would be tacky. Su-chen. have never been the type of person to look at material things. This set of my heart technique can only be imparted to those who are destined for it. This wave of Southern loaded up, but the effect looked really good. The way that little brother looked at him, he worshipped him even more. And at the moment, he was close to kneeling down and kowtowing to him. Master, I beg you to teach me. Tell you what, I see that you've got great bones and you're a talent. I can impart this mind technique to you, but in return, you have to tell me all about the topographical map of this haunted house, as well as the contents of the later levels. Su-chen finally revealed his true purpose. The haunted house director had been all but fooled by him, thinking that what he had taught that NPC was really some kind of secret sauce. Had just snuck out my cell phone, fingers flipping to take notes. However, at this moment, when he heard Su-chen's request, he instantly regained his senses. It was only then that he reacted. So it turned out that Su-chen had all been fooling around before, with the purpose of condescending. Cunning. Too cunning. NPC can't really believe this. The haunted house director self-doubted. I don't think so. He's one of the smartest employees we have here. Surely he can recognize the ruse. He couldn't help but feel confident again at the thought, pouring hope into this NPC little brother. Chapter 84, Continuing to Fool Around. Chapter 84, Keep Fooling Around. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also waking up like a dream at this moment. Ha ha ha, you don't say. You really don't say. I just had a moment where I really believed it. I'm going to go. Just now Su-chen said the right thing. If not for these last few sentences of his, I would have believed it to be true. Ha ha ha, I told you. Su-chen how can be so kind, but also really give little brother to pass on the experience. Messed up half a day waiting here. Now that Su-chen's stage has been set up, it's up to this little brother to fall for it. This little brother looks pretty smart. Su-chen has lied so obviously. He shouldn't be able to not see it. It's really not accurate. Look at this little brother. He's obviously already entered Su-chen's trap. Don't worry. Su-chen never fights unprepared battles. Do you think he can show his cards if he doesn't have something in mind? Everyone was watching the expression of the NPC-chan at the moment, expecting what kind of reaction he would give. And no one is more nervous than the director of this haunted house. It was a battle of honor on behalf of their entire haunted house. Originally, they had already lost in the previous levels. If this NPC of his own had fallen for such an obvious dupe of Su-chen's today, doesn't that mean that they, as a team, are not only timid, but also not intelligent enough? At that point, where would he be able to put his face as a haunted house director? Most importantly, it was live at the moment, and so many viewers were watching. How else are they going to get a foothold in the industry with this haunted house? What other haunted houses will think of them? At the thought, the haunted house director couldn't help but clench his own fists and stare at the screen without blinking. That NPC guy, at the moment, didn't realize that everything he was doing was being broadcast live. Tens of millions of eyes are watching him right now. He was pondering in the face of Su-chen's question, and Su-chen didn't seem to be in a hurry, leaning towards the top of the chair and casually opening another bag of chips. Unhurriedly, he waited for his little brother's response. After a few moments, Xiao finally spoke. Master, is your request that simple? Hearing this, Su-chen himself froze for a moment, but he still reacted quickly and immediately nodded. Yeah, it's that simple. Didn't I say? I'll only teach this heart technique to those who have a destiny, and you are that destiny. This request of mine is nothing more than a verification of your sincerity. After saying this, he only saw that the NPC-chan looked like he was about to be moved to tears. Master, it is truly a blessing for me to meet you today. Don't worry, as long as it's what you want to know, I'll definitely know everything. Hearing this, Su-chen's heart burst with joy. He thought to himself that it was too easy to get hooked, and that he had only used a single power. Just lulled this little brother into a frenzy. Lacks some challenge. The haunted house director was desperate at this point. Come on, let the taunts come thick and fast. Tired. Destroy. I'm still high on this little brother. And in those tens of seconds of his silence, I'm surprised he's going to react. Ha ha ha, that's what I thought too. And it turns out he asked indeed, that's all? Hoping that you still think Su-chen lied to you less. Right. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Why is everything related to Su-chen so funny? This little brother is really just looking smart. In fact, open the heart to see. It must be all solid inside. When Nuwa created man, did she forget to put an eye on little brother's heart? You don't say. This little brother is quite cute in his stupidity. This little brother is so real. How can he be an NPC? Can he really act as a ghost this way? That's the way to play a good ghost. After all, when the director gives the order, this little brother has to chase the player's shoes off. Ha ha ha, upstairs, I've got the picture. At this moment, in the lounge, little brother told Su-chen everything he knew about the haunted house. If it wasn't for Su-chen stopping him, He would have told Su-chun all about these NPC's family matters. Which NPC got cheated on by his girlfriend, and which NPC's third aunt had hemorrhoids. In short, it's all about things, all at once. Within a short time, Su-chun already knew the situation behind this haunted house like the back of his hand. By the time all the information he wanted to know had been extracted, Su-chun was almost full. He wiped his mouth and got up. Thank you for telling me this. It was very helpful. Then I'll take my leave. Wait, master. The NPC little brother pulled back Su-chun, who wanted to leave. What? Is there anything you haven't explained? Su-chun asked rhetorically. Not that. Where is your secret mind? Little brother asked. Oh, this. Don't worry. Since it's meant to be, I definitely won't go back on my word when I say I'll gift it to you. It's just that I have more important things to do right now, and when the time comes, I will be able to pass on this heart technique to you. Su-chun replied in a serious manner. The little man listened in awe. Master, when will that timing arrive? When the time comes, it will naturally come. So take your time to realize it yourself. Throwing down these words, Su-chun hurriedly left. Calculating the time, by this time old Sheen and the others should have already gone to the next level. He'd have to rush over early to set it up before he could. And after Su-chun left, that NPC guy was still frowning, trying to comprehend what Su-chun had just said. When it's time, it will naturally arrive. This master is really a master. He speaks in such a mysterious way. No master. I still don't know what your name is. How am I going to find you afterward? That little brother reacted by chasing out and shouting. However, where was Su-chun's shadow outside? Ha 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 ha, truly a master. This means of fooling around is very unusual. A true rendition of Su-chun, how today's masters cripple you step by step. This piece of nonsense literature is sort of played out by Su-chun. Ha ha ha, little brother. Why did you just think to ask for the name? Su-chun never intended to tell you in the first place. That's a must. How meticulous our brother Chen is. Telling the name? What if this little brother really finds him? Hi, it's really high. I don't know if Su-chun has the secret of pretending to be a ghost, but this secret of fooling around is something he has. Just as Su-chun was snubbing that NPC little brother, old Sheen and the others had already arrived at the entrance to the next level. All you see here is a large iron gate with a few chains hanging from it. The end of the corridor was lit with a burst of ghostly green light that looked very netherworldly. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. From time to time, there were gusts of wind howling from inside, which sounded very scary. Suffice it to say that this place creates a scary atmosphere from every aspect of sight, sound and feeling. Seeing such an environment, old Sheen and the others who had just been so majestic, this moment was instantly abashed. Jo Kimmy nervously wrapped her arms around Hataru. Sister Hotba, it's so scary here. I'm so scared. Hataru was also a little unsure at this moment, but still put an arm around Zhao Jinmai's shoulders. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is just a deliberate atmosphere to scare us. Haven't we seen the real face of those ghosts before? It's all people pretending. Hotba soothed. However, this did not make the crowd feel any better. Old Sheen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This is worthy of being the final level. The terror level has skyrocketed. The most important thing is that Su-chun isn't here at this moment. Why do I feel so bottomless in my heart? It could be said that the reason they had been able to push all the way across the room before was all because of Su-chun. It gave them the illusion that the haunted house wasn't scary. Yet now, having actually seen this frightening scene, they realized, without Su-chun inside the team, they were still the same haunted house little party dishes. The haunted house director was very pleased to see this scene at this moment. He grunted in his mind. I knew this final hurdle would be able to give you some kind of shock. I'm leaving all my big moves behind. If I really let you guys push all the way across, where will I put my face? However, when he finished thinking so smugly, he immediately became a bit worried. After all, the king bomb inside this team, Su-chun, hadn't appeared yet. He had just been able to get a lot of insight out of his own NPC's mouth. I don't know what he's going to get up to later. This haunted house director can only pray that his next NPC will be a bit more competitive. Stop embarrassing yourself. Don't you guys tell me. This last level looks a bit unusual. So scary. Just the atmosphere is scary enough. If another NPC pops up at this moment, you'll be scared to death. So sympathetic to my Mai. She was already timid and had to go through this torture. Sympathize with her for a second. Don't be afraid. Everyone, Su-chun will be back in a while. He's sure to bring the king bomb again this time. That's right. Oh, Su-chun has gotten hold of all the secrets of this haunted house. Ha ha, can't wait to see what he'll do this time. Ha ha, I just came back from Su-chun's live broadcast. He seems to have gone straight to someone's hometown. Yeah, I'll hurry over and check it out. Just as old Sheen and the others were trembling in fear by the horrifying atmosphere of the final level, Su-chun went straight here by himself. Following the information provided by the NPC, he breezed right around to the back of the last level, crawled through a small window into the middle of the room. Once inside, he examined the surroundings. It was just quite an interesting setup. In front of a case table, a humanoid NPC dressed as Yen Luo was looking angrily ahead, and in front of the desk was another humanoid NPC, dressed in white with a long hair head covering. Very typical brat costume. Looks like he is being judged by Yama. Have to admit, the arrangement of this place is really still very intentional. The whole atmosphere of that horror feeling is already very thick, but for that matter, this whole haunted house construction, and even the questions of when those NPCs are going to make their debut, he has it all down pat, so trying to scare him is pretty much out of the question. After having an initial understanding of this environment, Su Chen began to move. He moved the mannequin first to the side, then stripped the clothes and hood off the mannequin. Sleeve yourself up. Throwing the mannequin into the middle of the corner again, he himself stood silently against the wall. Ha ha ha, Su Chen is dressing up again? From the costume, it's kind of bland and pretty much the same as before, but I have a feeling this one will be different. Ha ha, right. Su Chen's bullnose is never reflected in equipment, but in creativity. Isn't the sense of anticipation coming? I wonder what kind of tricks Su Chen is going to pull this time. It feels like Su Chen doesn't have any more programs here for the time being, so hurry up and go see what the situation is like over at Old Sheen and the others. It's been a long day of playing a haunted house, and they're wearing us viewers out. Old Sheen and their side. Although there was some fear in his heart for the environment below, but Su Chen had given them a task, and they had to complete it. After all, Su Chen sounded too interesting when he made plans earlier. They don't want to give their crotch pull to the Southern dragged his feet. So several people, one set of men and one set of women, snuggled close together. Carefully, he walked toward the front. Gradually, they had come to the place where the green light was shrouded. Intuition told them that this place was definitely not simple. Sure enough, just then, the windows on either side suddenly opened. Several horribly made-up NPCs poked their upper bodies out, open-fanged bodies to catch them. There were also all sorts of horrible screams coming out of his mouth. Several people were shivering and screaming in fear. The scene was a mess. Ooh-hoo, mommy, I want to go home. Old Sheen hissed. Sister Reba, I'm so scared. Can I stop playing? I want to quit. Zhao Jinmai shouted as she hugged Reba. And Hotba cried out at this moment in unbridled despair. Those NPCs also know how to stop at the right moment. After all, scaring players is just a means to an end, not an end in itself. The goal is still to get them through the gate without any problems, so they felt the effect was about right. There was a flurry of shrinking back to close the windows. The whole corridor was calm again in an instant. Old Sheen and the others, on the other hand, shivered nervously for a while longer before they dared to open their eyes. Okay, it's safe now. Let's hurry down there. Meanwhile, behind the window, two NPCs dressed in white were urgently changing their clothes, only to see the two of them take off the white shirts on their bodies. And inside were clearly two kinds of clothes, one black and one white. He also took out two high hats from behind him and put them on, and he was clearly dressed as the black and white irregulars. The two of them sputtered as they changed into their costumes. How come this player is not as good as the first session? And too unintimidating. That's right, I haven't even had my fun yet and they're already scared out of their minds. At this rate, none of our work will be accomplished. Chapter 86, Getting Off Work in a Hurry. Chapter 86, Anxious to Get Off Work. Okay, just one last step. Hurry out and bring them inside the room. We'll be off duty today. Black Impermanence said. Right. We still have to hack after it's over. White Impermanence followed suit. After saying that, the two men pulled out a long object from inside their pockets in unison. Once it was stuffed inside his mouth, it was the iconic long tongue of the black and white irregulars. The two looked at each other and nodded. Both thought the other's outfit was okay, just the way it looked, even when they looked in the mirror themselves. The two of them were instantly confident when they thought of those players' little plops outside. At this moment, Old Sheen and the others adjusted their state and gathered their courage and were preparing to continue walking towards the front, only to see the door in front of him open, and the black and white irregulars were standing in the doorway. The crowd, who were already birds of prey, were again startled by the black and white irregulars. Sister Reba, I saw the black and white irregulars. They're not here to pick me up and take me away, are they? Zhao Jinmai said nervously. I saw it too. Do you guys think they're NPCs? Or are they real? It can't be that we've been scared to death, Old Sheen said with great uncertainty. At this moment, that black and white NPC was speechless. They had seen cowardly ones, but for the first time they had seen such a cowardly player. How is this even playing with hallucinations? But they've all been professionally trained and are very measured. Knowing that old Chin and the others are timid and not so forbidding to be frightened, they have tightened up quite a bit, so as not to really scare the players out of anything. So the two didn't do much, leaving out a lot of the scary steps. Straight away, he went up and lassoed old Chin and the others with chains. Pulling them along, they headed for the last room. That is, the room that Su-chen was in at the moment. Ha 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 ha, old Chin and the others laughed me to death. Actually treating an NPC as a real black and white irregular, haha. It's true that without Su-chen around, this team is a scattered mess. It feels like the black and white are helpless. Black and white, this is the worst class of players I've ever led. Don't be in a hurry. The best is yet to come. Although it is said that old Chin and the others have pulled their crotches, Su-chen will surely save the day. Right. Let the black and white irregulars relax their guard at this moment so that Su-chen can blow up the scene later. In that case, I do think that old Chin and the others have a really good match. It's just perfect, ha ha ha. Heartbroken for a second for the little black and white invincibles. How happy they are laughing at this moment. How miserable they will be screaming in a while. Is this a classic case of first down, then up? So much anticipation. The little black and white impermanent brother didn't realize the impending danger. At this moment, they only wanted to hurry up and send off old Chin and the others, and then get off work to hack. Opening the door to the room, he pushed old Chin and all of them inside. Turning back, he locked the door behind him while the two men headed for the chairs and just stared straight at them. Old Chin and the others were a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Big brother black, big brother white. What am I? What are we doing now? Old Chin asked. The black and white don't speak. For her part, Hataru looked around at the moment and her head shot up. I know. It must be to make us look for clues or keys inside this room so we can get out. Hearing this, that black and white irregular hurriedly nodded. It was obvious that they felt relieved. It feels like they want to rush through it even more than old Chin and Hotba and the others. Brightly, he looked like he was in a hurry to get off work. At this moment, the haunted house director looked at this scene and was in complete despair. The more relaxed this black and white irregular was at the moment, the more tense he became. He could already imagine what these two people would be made to look like by Su-chen in a while. Strengthen management. Increase training. The haunted house director wrote these words heavily in his notebook. To the side, Director Yen stretched his neck over to take a look. A smug smile on his face. The heart is also beautiful. It feels like it's amazing that he's able to have Su-chen on this show. Old Chin and the others rummaged around in the middle of the room. Perhaps because of luck, it didn't take long for them to find the key to get out from underneath the book on Yen Lo's desk. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Great! We can finally get out! Hotoraba exclaimed. Just then, black and white udinod and stood up from his chair. One took the long tongue from his mouth. This time, it gave old Chin and the others another scare. However, the black and white irregulars both raised their arms and pointed in the direction of the door, said in an emotionless voice. Congratulations to the player for clearing the level. Please leave this way. This place old Chin and the others don't want to stay for a second. Although this black and white, the words were congratulations on their passage, but how it sounded felt like they were being welcomed to hell. Thank you big brother black and big brother white. Then we'll leave first, haha, bye. No, never again. After saying that, old Chin and the others slipped sideways to stick to the corner of the wall to go outside. It happened to pass right in front of Su-chen. Su-chen secretly pushed old Chin. Old Chin jumped up with a frightened cry. Old Chin, it's me. Su-chen whispered quickly in old Chin's ear. Hearing Su-chen's voice, old Chin's heart instantly settled down. Having just been frightened, he had almost forgotten about the matter of Su-chen. Don't be afraid, player. That's just our doll NPC. The black and white irregulars explained very sweetly at this moment. I was afraid that old Chin and the others would be delayed in leaving because of this matter. Old Chin and the others nodded their heads and equivocated at this moment. As he was leaving, old Chin put his hand behind his back and gave Su-chen a thumbs up. What's on my mind is, brother, revenge depends on you. The dignity of finding a team depends on you. Ha ha ha. Old Chin and Su-chen are picking up on this, aren't they? NPC-chan, that's just a mannequin NPC. You're about to pay for your words. Ha ha ha. What a doll NPC. Little dude is about to get punched in the face. Su-chen, I'll show you how sinister society is. Black and white is practically acting like I'm in a hurry to get off work. Wait for my brother Tatsu to deal you a fatal blow. Ha ha ha. What old Chin and the others have suffered from you. Su-chen will ask for it back 1,000 times over. Ha ha ha. How can I still feel a hint of the regiment's soul? As that exit door was closed, the two black and white irregulars all let out a long breath. One after another, they fell into their chairs. Great. Finally off the clock. Hurry up. Hurry up. Cell phones out. Hacking. Chapter 87, There's Someone Behind You. Chapter 87, There's Someone Behind You. The two NPC big brothers, the black and white irregulars, the moment old Chin and the others went out. Just seamlessly, they pulled out their phones and turned on Chicken in droves, ready to hack. In the darkness, both of their cell phone screens illuminated only their faces. In the midst of such a setting, and with the effect of the makeup they both wore, it looked even more terrifying. Laughing my ass off, I have a feeling that the "Don't be afraid to be our doll" line from the two of them is going to be a classic. Ha ha ha, these two big brothers have yet to realize that danger is approaching them. There's still a mind to hack. Let's see how scared you'll be in a while. How did you all spit on old Chin and the others just now? This moment Su-chan is making you all double back. Revenge, 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 brothers. This kind of drama is my favorite to watch. The front is all padding. The real climax is coming. Brothers, keep your eyes open and don't blink. Please welcome Su-chan to shine. Without failing everyone's expectations, Su-chan had quietly moved behind the two NPCs at this moment, and old Chin and the others were curious about what was going to happen next. While the two NPCs were immersed in the game, they sneakily pushed open the exit door. One by two, stacked in a pile, peering in through the doorway. Su-chan stood behind the two NPCs and first lightly slapped Black Impermanence on the face. That Black Impermanence froze and turned his head to White Impermanence. Disgruntled. What are you hitting me for? I didn't hit you. I have both my hands on my cell phone. How could I have the time to hit you? White Impermanence had an innocent look on his face. That Black Impermanence naturally didn't believe it and just took it as a playful thing between brothers. Keep your head down to work on the game. Quick, quick, there's someone on my left. After that, a burst of gunfire came from among the two men's cell phones. Dead, dead, dead. Please call me a sharpshooter. White Impermanence had a smug look on his face. Just then, Su-chan came towards his face again. White Impermanence covered his face. You're sick. What are you hitting me for? Who hit you? You think I'm as boring as you are? Black Impermanence choked back. White Impermanence looked at Black Impermanence with a suspicious face and decided not to bother with him. Looking at the performance of the two of them, Su-chan was still satisfied. For the moment, though, he's ready for a game upgrade. What's the point of just fighting? We need something more exciting. So, Su-chan pinched his 3 fingers together. Then he pinched Black Impermanence lightly in the face while mouthing along. There was a boo. It felt like being kissed is the same thing. The audience were all dumbfounded to see this maneuver. Ha 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 ha. What is Su-chan doing? He couldn't have seen that these two little brothers had some kind of subtle vibe before and wanted to help them out. Honestly, this kind of plot is something I can't even think of even if I break my head. Su-chan is still bullnosed. Ha ha ha. Stunned old iron. What kind of show is this? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Black Impermanence. Wanted to see what his reaction would be at this moment. Only to see that Black Impermanence froze for a moment, then turned his head incredulously to look at White Impermanence. What are you? What are you doing? Black Impermanence said while wiping his face hard with his hand with a disgusted look. What did I do? I'm not beating people up. White Impermanence didn't raise his head. No, if you like guys you tell me. I can introduce you, but this is wrong to sneak up on me like this. Black Impermanence said. Nuts. What, like men and women? As soon as Black Impermanence heard this, he hurriedly lowered his head to aim for the hit, momentarily forgetting about the matter of being kissed. However, Su-chan would not let them off so easily. He had, for the moment, extended his demonic claws, again, to the White Impermanence. As he did, he pinched some of the white man's face, while making a boing sound in his ear. This time, it was White Impermanence's turn to freeze. He doesn't fight anymore, and he doesn't fire his gun. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Black Impermanence. Are you disgusting? You're the one who's disgusting. Black Impermanence retorted. I'm talking to you, and just for the sake of us being brothers, I won't bother with you, otherwise I'll have to beat you up high and low. Black Impermanence remembered what just happened and said with some anger. And you hit me? Who are you to hit me? The tension between the two grew and they looked to be on the verge of a fight. At this moment, only Su-chan opened his arms and rested one on top of their shoulders on one side. What does that mean? Apologizing to me? What am I apologizing for? Don't you move me. There's someone behind you. There's someone behind you. At this time, White Impermanence shouted as he looked at the game interface. Once again, the two men's attention was drawn to the game. Ha ha ha, that's right, you do have someone behind you. Ha ha ha, Su-chan is really detrimental. This incident will probably become the shadow of the two little brothers for the rest of their lives. Two little brothers, why don't you turn around and look? There really is someone behind you. Feeling that the fun was almost over, Su-chan was ready to call it a day. So he slowly lowered his head and placed himself between the black and white. The long hair on that headgear was gently touching the black and white's cheeks at the moment. The two of them subconsciously reached out to rub their hands together, and when they touched the headgear, they instantly sensed that something was wrong. At the same time, Suchin spoke. Little brother. What are you guys playing? Take me one. Okay? Cluck 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 cluck. Southern finished his sentence in his creepy voice reserved for haunted houses and giggled again. At this moment, one could only see the eyes of the two black and white irregulars glaring at each other for an instant. It was as if you could see their hair blowing up through the screen. Ah, help! There's a ghost. Ghost, ah. Ghost big brother, you let me go. I've never done anything bad, ah. Help! The two men rolled to the ground at the moment. The Ghostbuster's hat on his head came off in the panic. The two ghostly lords who had just been majestic and had scared old Sheen and the others to death. At the moment, the incomparable wolf was rolling on the ground begging for mercy. Cluck 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 cluck. Little brother, don't be afraid, ah. Just now that game looks so fun. You two can't take me to play together, ah. Suchen said with excitement inside his tone. And these two NPCs were already going to be scared out of their wits, and their voices were starting to take on a sobbing tone. Chapter 88, Props Used. Chapter 88, Props Are Used. Big brother. No. Big sister, we were wrong, and we ask for your forgiveness if we have offended you in any way. This way, you have any unfulfilled wishes, you tell us, we can help as much as possible to help you. Okay. Black Impermanence discussed with Suchen with a sobbing voice. Yes, we can burn you, paper money. I'll burn you as much as you want. Just please spare us. White Impermanence followed suit. Paper money? Suchen made a thoughtful face. What kind of paper money? This kind? As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of yellow paper money from inside his pocket. It was he who had secretly picked it up outside in front of the cemetery. At first it was the thought that after entering the haunted house, scaring ghosts might use this prop, so he picked it up. By the way, I didn't realize that it would actually be used. Ha ha ha, I told you that I saw Su Chen sneak something into his pocket before, and it was really paper money. I thought Su Chen was scaring the ghosts at the haunted house on a whim, but it turns out he had already planned it before he came here. This prop's bullnose, ah. Su Chen, this mausoleum purchase is quite sumptuous, ah. Ha ha ha, when this prop comes out, these two little brothers are going to be scared silly on purpose. In the aspect of doing a full set of drama, I'm considered to be completely conquered by Su Chen. This prop is also too detailed. Ha ha ha, it feels like this scene in front of us will become the shadow of these two little brothers for the rest of their lives. At the same time, old Sheen and the others were shocked when they saw the scene in the doorway. Su Chen is also too awesome. Where the hell did he get this thing from? Hua Hua exclaimed. Mausoleum purchase, ah. I said how Su Chen suddenly wanted to get up to get offerings for us to eat. It seems like he's taking the paper money for real, and the offerings are just piggybacking on it. Old Sheen summarized. Brother Su Chen is so powerful. Scaring these two little brothers like this. Zhao Jin Mai lamented. At the same time, his love and admiration for Su Chen became even stronger. Su Chen, this is considered to be revenge for us. We were just scared to death by these two NPCs. Koan felt much more balanced at this moment. Why should they be the only ones to be scared? And let this NPC feel the horror as well. You don't say. Su Chen really has a lot of devious ideas. Just now when he pretended to kiss these two little brothers, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Yang Ni said with some excitement at this moment. At the moment, they were all incredibly relaxed. It was different from the coy state when he was scared in the middle of the haunted house before. They're all back on their feet at this moment. It's a pretty good feeling to be a spectator watching someone else get scared. At this moment, they seem to understand why viewers like to watch this kind of program content. It's really a lot more fun to watch someone else get scared than to be in the middle of it yourself. Ha! In the middle of the room, Su Chen raised that paper money in his hand toward the sky. I have more of this kind of paper money than I can spend. I don't want money. I just want you two to come and play with me. Giggle giggle giggle. Little brothers, come hack together. These two NPCs had completely broken down. If they had any doubts about Su Chen before, then the moment this paper money came out, the last bit of luck in both of their hearts was gone. After all, what good person carries something like paper money around with them? With their current imaginations, they could not yet imagine that someone like Su Chen would exist in this world. Ah! Help! Help! Ghost Dada! Please, don't arrest me! The two men shouted as they rolled and crawled toward the door. Su Chen pulled on both of their ankles at this time. Don't go, ah, little brothers. You two are not black and white. Why are you afraid of me, a little kid, ah? Ooh, the two of us are fake, but you're real. Black Impermanence wailed. I'm sorry, Ghost Dada. The two of us shouldn't have pretended to be Ghostbusters. We were wrong. Please let go. White Impermanence also cried out. Both of them were inwardly overwhelmed with regret at the moment. One should never have come to pretend to be black and white in the first place. Look, something happened, bringing in the real ghosts. Mainly, they, the two imposter Ghostbusters, didn't know what to do with this real ghost. It can't be true that he took it away. When they thought of the pitiful wages they earned, the two of them felt very unworthy. At the moment, the haunted house director watched the scene. It felt like my face had been dropped completely on the ground while being crushed hard a few times. At this moment, he only hated that the floor of this monitoring room was so sturdy that there wasn't even a gap. But if there had been a crack, he would have packed up and drilled in long ago. It's humiliating. It's a real shame. And it's not even behind closed doors. Come on, kind of. It's being broadcast live for thousands of viewers to see. This, naturally, includes his peers as well. He didn't dare to imagine for a moment how these peers would be laughing at him at this moment. But that's something the haunted house director overthinks. His peers, at the moment, are indeed rightly watching the live stream as well. Except they weren't in the mood to scoff. Instead, everyone is at risk. They were just glad that they were luckier. And that it wasn't their haunted house that was chosen by Suchin this time. Otherwise, they are in the same encounter with the haunted house director at this moment. At the same time, they coincidentally had an idea. That would be to print out Suchen's picture and stick it on the door. If Suchen was seen afterward, or anyone suspected of being Suchen, they were not allowed to enter. It's mostly too scary. Suchen's strength was immense. Plus the fear in the hearts of those two NPCs messed up, so both of them struggled at the same time. But they were unable to break free from Suchen's shackles. The two men were in despair. It felt as if he was destined to be taken by the brat this time. At the moment, they looked at the seated Yamadol and could not wait to come to his aid, expecting him to manifest himself and be able to save himself. At this moment, Suchen felt that he had played around with it. Don't let the man get scared out of his wits if we keep playing. Just as he was about to let go, he only saw that the exit door was pushed open with a jerk. Old Chin and a few of them fell in pieces. The loud clang gave the two little brothers another fright. After seeing that it was Old Chin and the others, they were very surprised. Why haven't you guys left yet? Just in time for you guys to get here. Oh who? Can you save us? Can you also see the ghosts behind us? White Impermanence asked with some desperation, and a hint of hope. Chapter 89, There's a colorful egg. Chapter 89, There's also a colorful egg. Old Chin and the others just watched with too much devotion and joy. An accidental fall in. So there was the scene just now. However, it was not too late for them to think about how to cover this up. Just heard these two NPC guys' questions. There was some crying and laughing for a moment. Old Chin looked somewhat sheepishly in Suchen's direction. It felt like it was their negligence that added some difficulty and flaws to Suchen's actions. So feel embarrassed. However, Suchen didn't care. After all, it was also time for it to end. Old Chin and the others came just in time, sparing themselves the trouble of explaining to these two people. Besides, Old Chin and the others are here. Great to improvise a little bit and give these two little brothers an extra meal. So, he made a wink at Old Chin. Old Chin and Suchen had been hanging out for so many days, and had developed some tacit understanding. Besides, seeing as Suchen had scared so many NPCs, he could learn a little bit of skin anyways. Thus, it was instantly understood what Suchen meant. He patted the dust on his body and stood up very calmly. Rushed the two NPCs. How come you guys are done here and there's an egg show? Man, to say that you two are really good at this acting. After saying that, Old Chin gave them a thumbs up. Those two little brothers saw so many living people coming. Their hearts were slightly more solid. After all, more people are more virile. However, when they heard Old Chin's words, they couldn't help but cry and laugh. This ain't ing staged. Man, it's like a real ghost encounter. The two of them glanced at each other and warily turned their heads in Suchen's direction again. Without waiting to see it clearly, the mere sight of the white shadow sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Dude, really? It's true, Black Impermanence said with a trembling voice. What's true? Ha? You mean this one? Old Chin pointed at Suchen. Don't tease. This big brother has followed us all the way and told us how to get through. People can be good. Old Chin said. You've been following me all the way? Tell me how to get through? The two of them were certain that there was no such NPC inside this haunted house. So, it's a ing ghost reality. The two men looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Not caring about anything else, he got up with a roll and ran out towards the outside with his life. Looking at the backs of these two little brothers who fled in haste, Old Chin and the others could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. This may be the first time that the final hurdle of a haunted house is made by something other than a scream of fear. Instead, it's a big laugh. The haunted house director's entire body was now slumped over the top of his chair, lying flat. Anyway, it's done. Laugh. Let them laugh as much as they want. I should be at the bottom of the pit. Not here. And as the two NPC boys left, Suchen also removed the hood from his head as soon as he did so, all the while holding that headgear under his nose with a disgusted look on his face and sniffing it. Frowning, he rushed to the camera in that room. I say, you stewards, will you mind your hygiene? How long has it been since I washed this headgear? It smells rancid. The haunted house director, who was already lying flat, now slipped right out under the table. It's okay if you scare us NPCs. Why are you spitting on our props? Can you leave us alive or not? Ha ha ha, Su Chen is really laughing at me. You're killing people to kill them. I wonder what the person in charge of this haunted house is feeling at this moment. Substituting myself. I might want to live on a different planet. Changing planets or not is another story for now. But the main thing is that the haunted house business certainly has no face left in it. Ha ha, that's not so bad. Right. If this haunted house director is a bit stronger and survives this hurdle, he can totally learn from Su Chen's way of thinking and make the haunted house bigger and stronger. Upstairs, I can see you're a tough guy. The more frustrated you are, the more courageous you are. Old Qin did well this time, surprisingly working so seamlessly with Su Chen. Yes, this really surprised me. With Old Qin's intelligence, he was able to read Su Chen's eyes. Ha ha ha, do you guys want to look down on Old Qin so much? Although our Old Qin is a bit stupid, he is still a normal adult's IQ, right? How can he be talked about so badly by you guys? Those two NPC boys are so pathetic. Intentionally, this is going to leave a lifelong psychological shadow. Right. Should someone chase them out and tell them the truth? I'm kind of heartbroken for both of them. Is that the end of it? Ooh, I haven't seen enough. Ha ha, upstairs, although I haven't seen enough either. But it's almost enough. I don't know how many NPC boys I'll have to victimize if I continue. Watching Southern's program always feels like time goes by extra fast. When else? Playing Haunted House. Ah, this one is finished. Can we play another one? Are you trying to get Su Chen to hokey pokey all the haunted houses in the city? Upstairs, your math is a bit loud. Ha ha, in the middle of the last room of the haunted house, Su Chen threw that headgear to the side in disgust. Patting non-existent dust on his hands, he headed outside. This haunted house just ended. It's no fun. It's not scary at all. Hearing his sputtering, Old Qin couldn't help but say, it's true that it's not too scary for you, but it's scary enough for those NPCs. But Su Chen, you're too good. How did you think of so many ways to scare people? I just watched you scare those two buddies from Black and White. It was so scary. If it was me at that time, I would have to faint from fear. Hearing Old Qin's question, Su Chen thought to himself, what else could it be? Naturally, it was the system rewards that gave him motivation. Plus, in his previous life, he loved to go to haunted houses when he had nothing else to do, and had summarized quite a few of their routines. This routine has been seen so much that it is naturally self-evident. It was just that he couldn't really talk to Old Qin about these reasons. Thus, Su Chen turned around in a very smelly manner to look at Old Qin and said in a serious manner, simply because, talent it. Old Qin had been expecting that Su Chen would be able to say some powerful heart technique. Let yourself learn to learn as well. It turned out to be a farce and came with a gift. That's too infuriating. But when you think about it, there's really nothing wrong with what he's saying. Su Chen, this person, just is a genius. As if no matter what he does, he is able to do the best easily. Sure enough, it's not something ordinary people like them can learn. Thinking of this, Old Qin was relieved. As they walked out of the long passageway that exited the haunted house, Director Yen and the others are already waiting outside. A dozen or so cameras were also in place. Chapter 90, The People's Will. Chapter 90. As soon as the door was pushed open, the sunlight outside instantly stabbed the crowd's eyes. After adjusting to the darkness inside, the sunlight outside felt very harsh, but at the same time, the crowd had a sense of being back on Earth. Although it was said that they had Su Chen leading them to push across in the middle of the haunted house, the environment inside was still scary. A few of their hearts had been hanging in the air as well, afraid that something would suddenly come out from somewhere and startle them. At this moment, feeling the sunshine outside, this heart was finally grounded, only to see that beside Director Yen, there was a man standing at this moment, one they had never seen before. The man's face looked very ugly for some reason. Moreover, his eyes were always on Su Chen's body and never left. The eyes also looked a little strange. Feeling how this curiosity was accompanied by a hint of deep sorrow. This person wouldn't be the NPC that had been scared by Su Chen inside. But looking at the dress, it doesn't really look like it. Congratulations to the several of you for successfully clearing the haunted house. Director Yen spoke up at this moment. Unlike the man beside him, Director Yen had a spring in his step at the moment. After all, the haunted house segment saw the entire show reach new ratings. More than that, it dominated the top of the Bib Hot search at the same time. Fame and fortune, so to speak. Originally, he was going to use the stars being scared as the main selling point. That's enough to keep viewers on their toes. However, it did not occur to him that Su Chen was always able to bring him unexpected joy. Surprisingly, he did an extreme reversal and ran straight to scaring the NPCs. It doubled the good looks of the whole show. making them an already hot mess of a show. Once again, it created a level of heat that was hard for its peers to surpass. Thinking of this, Director Yen looked unable to control his laughter. That mouth was grinning up to his ears, a stark contrast to the haunted house director beside him. Watching Su Chen and the others come out, Director Yen couldn't help but give a thumbs up in front of himself, without a trace. This he still restrained and restrained again, if not to take care of the haunted house director's emotions. He wanted to go straight up and hug Su Chen, praising him profusely. Let me introduce to you all. This one is the director of the haunted house, Director Fong. Director Yen said as he rushed to the big guys. When Old Qin and the others heard this, they all couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at the other guide one after another. Though that said, there was no malice in that look in their eyes, but it's a secondary victimization of Fong's guidance. Director Fong, I'm so sorry. Old Qin walked forward first and shook the director's hand. Yeah, director, look at how quickly we cleared the level and scared the NPCs. I'm so sorry. Flower also came up and said, by the way, Director Fong, how are those scared NPCs doing? Nothing is wrong, right? Hataru also came over with great concern and asked. In the face of the crowd's concern, if it were in ordinary times, Director Fong would probably feel very relieved. After all, there aren't many people who can take the attention of so many celebrities at once, are there? Just how does their concern seem so prickly now under the circumstances? It was as if he was being reminded over and over again of what had all just happened. Tell him over and over again that he's a loser yet. Although he said that there was some discomfort in his heart, Director Fong still had to maintain decency in face. After all, it's still being broadcast nationally. Countless viewers watched on camera. He was already humiliated enough. He couldn't afford to lose his temper again. So, he could only force a smile, forcing out a smile that was worse than crying. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you all for your concern. Since it's just for fun, it's good that you guys can enjoy yourselves, Director Fong said through clenched back teeth. Look, I told you, Director Fong is so generous. He definitely won't bother with us. Old Qin put down his heart. On the side, Yang Mi and the others all saw Director Fong's discomfort. It's not as if this Old Qin really didn't see it, or if he did it on purpose for the sake of the show's effect. But no matter what his intentions were, Director Fong had finally gotten over this hurdle. Old Qin and the others stood back to their positions, and it was time for the results to be revealed soon. Before entering the haunted house, several guests all wore instruments to measure the sound level. The instrument was so powerful that it recorded their voices beforehand, so that it was possible to tell who was shouting by the different vocal lines. This is also a fairer result. After all, everyone walks together in the middle of a haunted house, which can easily lead to confusion. Waiting for the staff to show the results, Blossom took the lead. Director Yen, I don't think there's any need to look at it. This time we were able to pass thanks to Su Chen. Their group deserved to win. Right, Director Yen? I also think it's Su Chen and the others who will win. No matter what the result of this decibel meter is, if we lose it's just as well. If we win, won't it be? It's ridiculous. The kunai followed suit. Agreed. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian also agreed without hesitation at this moment. The four people in Hannah's group were completely unified at this moment. That would mean the winner would definitely be Su Chen and his group. If it was before, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian had selfish reasons for wanting Su Chen to win. Now then, they were completely overwhelmed by Su Chen's performance in the haunted house. Flower and Kunai are the same. The two of them were a little disgruntled and a little displeased with Su Chen before though, but after the haunted house this time, it has been completely convincing. After all, in their imagination, the haunted house played even more. It's also just NPCs flailing around in front of them and not doing anything about it. Who would have thought that it would be so unorthodox to go and actively scare ghosts off? In the face of everyone's offer, Su Chen stepped aside and said with feigned modesty, everyone is just too enthusiastic. It's making me embarrassed. Since everyone says so, let's see. Speaking here, Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Then I think this championship should just go to our group. After all, it's what the people want. Hearing this, the people on the scene froze, somewhat unresponsive. After all, when they heard the first half of Su Chen's sentence, they thought that he was going to be polite and courteous and excuse himself a little. How did he end up with this turn of phrase and just accept it? Sure enough, this was Su Chen, the Su Chen who never followed common sense. God damn the champion directly to us. God damn the people. Su Chen is really Su Chen. It's the same familiar flavor. The main one is off the beaten path. Chapter 91 Results Revealed. Chapter 91 Results Revealed. Other than that, I'm so envious of Su Chen's confident energy. Yes. Usually if someone compliments me twice, I instantly have to be terrified and excuse myself for half a day. This spirit of Suchan's deserves to be studied and learned by each and every one of us. Hua Hua and Koan can do it. I thought they were going to fight with Suchan for a while, but they just gave up on their own accord? It's mainly because Suchan stood out too obviously. The two of them had to be convinced. That's still a good thing about Hana and Kunzumi. Director Yan's expression was one of anticipation when he heard Hana's proposal for them, and a little bit of relief at the same time. This was because he also felt that it was Suchan and his group that deserved to win this time. I was worried that if the results of the decibel meter came back and things were better on Hana's and their side, how would one go about coordinating it? As it turned out, it didn't occur to me that my own guests were so aware. How dare you come right out and offer? However, when Tak heard Suchan's words, he was instantly shocked. Although it was said that Suchan's character of a social humbug had been seen by him countless times before, but still, it's still a little uncomfortable. Director Yan reacted to this before he nodded and said, since both teams agree with the result, we, the director's team, have no problem with it. The winning side this time around is Suchan and his group. Oi, great, Hotbutt exclaimed. Thank you, Director Yan. Zhao Jinmai followed suit and said happily, no need to thank you. After all, you guys are also the people's favorites. Director Yan looked at Suchan half-jokingly and said, but to try and find anything resembling an embarrassed emotion from Suchan's body, then he was destined to be disappointed. Just as Director Yan had just finished announcing the results, the staff came over with the results of the decibel meter recordings. They also took great care to post the results on top of a large board that they pushed over. Seeing this, Director Yan didn't want the staff to work for nothing and said, even though the results are said to be finalized, let's take a look at the results of this decibel meter. Just as a little egg, people didn't have a problem with it, and they were eager to find out just how well they would do in it. At that time, due to the extreme shock, they had forgotten whether they had screamed or not in there. But even if they don't remember, it's definitely not a small number of times, based on what they know about themselves. As long as it's not the one that screams the most. The board with the results was pushed to the center and the crowd watched with anticipation. The director of the haunted house, at the moment, also had a look on his face. After all, he didn't think it had anything to do with him. It's an internal problem within the Yen Guides and their organization. He would like to see who was the most wimpy one among these few. It's okay if it's a girl, but if it's a guy, it's embarrassing. Soon the stopper affixed to the top of the board was taken off and the results were announced for all to see. Only to see that first position. Old Chin's name was clearly on the list. He was the one who screamed the most times. More than 20 times. Second place went to Zhao Jinmai with 16 calls. Everyone else in the back was about the same. Probably about 10 times. And Suchan's name, which was in the last place. This was naturally the result that the crowd had expected. But what they hadn't expected was, the number of times Suchan screamed was surprisingly 0. That is to say, not once did he scream out of fear inside the haunted house. This is just amazing. Ha ha ha, Old Chin is actually number 1. This result is something I didn't expect. Old Chin, just tell me if you're ashamed. To be honest, at first I thought it would be Mai. After all, she's rather timid, but I didn't expect it to be Old Chin. Ha 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 ha, Old Chin, if you can see our pop-ups, please don't doubt that we are just laughing at you. Ha ha ha, Old Chin, why are you such a wimp? Mai is so timid not as many times as you scream. Not only is Old Chin's IQ in arrears, this guts are also in arrears. Old Chin how to say you are also a rich second generation cannot we think of a way to give IQ and guts a rushing evaluate? It's still me, Suchan. I didn't even scream once. It's too awesome. This is literally the ceiling for haunted house players, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Not only has Suchan not screamed once, he's also scared the hell out of the NPCs. Suchan, truly a haunted house nemesis. On the scene, Old Chin looked at the board. His name hanging high in the first place. There was some embarrassment. This you guys are mistaken. I don't feel like screaming that many times. Old Chin struggled. The statistics are absolutely true and reliable. And if you don't believe us, we can play the record of your screams live, the staff said with a flourish. Once he heard this, Old Chin hurriedly waved his hand. No. I just said that casually. Why are you guys taking it seriously? Old Chin does not want to make his unprofitable screams public again. That is not the equivalent of a public execution. Suchan walked over to Old Chin's side at this moment, patted his shoulder, and said in a serious manner, Old Chin, you should feel happy about this. Old Chin didn't understand. What's there to be happy about? It's not humiliating enough. You'll have to think about this in a different way. Suchan guided. At this moment, it didn't matter if it was the director's team, the other guests, or the audience in the live broadcast. All of them had their curiosity piqued by Su Chen's words. Don't see how thinking about it differently makes it a good thing. Only Su Chen smiled faintly and revealed the answer, saying, think about it, it's at least a first place. How hard it would be for you to get a first place in normal times. This time, let's say a buddy let you have it. As the words fell, Hataru, Zhao Jinmai, and the others froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Su Chen's sarcasm was really good. I'm afraid no one wants this first place that badly. The others were doing a lot of laughing at this point. Old Qin shook his head helplessly. Okay, you're right. Whatever. It's a first place. That's a good mindset for him. Hotba covered her stomach and laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. Just then her eyes swept. Just see above that board. Underneath Su Chen's name. It also recorded the decibels of some of the people screaming. Only there are no names on them. They are replaced by no name. Up there, among the 10 or so nameless ones, the highest number of calls reached more than 30. Chapter 92 Protecting Our Su Chen. Chapter 92 Protecting Our Su Chen. Who are all these noobs? They seem to be called a lot of times. Hotba asked, pointing up. This is the scream of someone who is in the middle of the haunted house besides you guys. It should be the staff inside. The person in charge of statistics explained. When these words came out, the crowd immediately understood something. Hopefully that's what the NPCs are calling it. In this one, the least one has been called more than 20 times. That is to say, the people they called the least were more than Old Qin. Ha ha ha. Staff. Su Chen. You can't take credit for this, Old Qin said with a smile. He felt as if he had slightly regained some of that lost face he had just lost. Anyway, someone patted the bottom. As the saying goes, there's no comparison. He didn't even seem that wimpy in that comparison. And there, one person's face instantly turned ugly. The haunted house director. Naturally, he had been happily watching Old Qin and the others' jokes. How is it that this eating melon eating, but also eat their own home? Originally, he thought that with Su Chen and the others ending their trip to the haunted house, this torture for him would be over. How come there's a refill here? At the moment, the haunted house director couldn't stand as if he had nails in his feet, pacing back and forth anxiously. On the side, Director Yen saw the scene and gloated a bit. Ha ha ha, this is so great. Who would have thought that the haunted house would end with a king bomb? Begging for the haunted house director's psyche. Playing a haunted house and the ones screaming the hardest are actually NPCs. There's really no one else. Ha ha, how can Su Chen always create such a horse-catching thing? Did you guys just see the look on Director Fong's face? I feel like he's turning green. Sympathize with Director Fong. This matter is depressing enough no matter who you put it on. These guys laughed too much. Didn't they think about Director Fong's feelings? Even though I'm laughing out loud too. Ha ha, Big Mimi and Hotba. You are professional actors. Can't you restrain yourselves at this time? Can't restrain a bit. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed so hard their stomachs hurt before they realized the other director was still here. It seems a little disrespectful to laugh so freely. So they hurriedly collected themselves, and all of them looked at Director Fong somewhat sheepishly. However, after seeing the depressed look on Director Fong's face, once again, he couldn't help but laugh. Director Fong didn't care about that much at this moment, and walked straight to Su Chen's face. Old Qin and the others, who were laughing happily, were shocked when they saw Director Fong's action. I thought that Director Fong was unable to withstand such a blow and wanted to settle the score with Su Chen, before Old Qin and the others could react. Hataru, Yang Mi, Lu Tianxian and Zhao Jinmai. Then he moved very neatly and stood in front of Su Chen, opening his arms and protecting Su Chen behind him. Director Fong, what are you doing? Yang Mi said vigilantly. Yeah, Director Fong, just playing a game. It's not like you have to beat someone up, Hotba said with a small face. Director Fong, you mustn't blame brother Su Chen. If I can apologize if I caused you any inconvenience. Zhao Jinmai also said timidly. Su Chen was escorted by a few girls, and immediately felt a bit new and awkward. When was it his turn as a big old man to let a girl protect him? He was about to push a few people aside to go forward, only to see Old Qin and a few of them step forward as well. Director, whatever anger you have in your heart just come at us, Old Qin said. Yeah, Su Chen led us through the haunted house. If you want to settle the score we all have a part in it, come at us. Yes, come at us. Flower and Cohen both followed suit. This scene immediately caused all the staff present to freeze. When did these guys get so united that they play a haunted house with a group spirit? Wasn't this Hua and Cohen fighting against Su Chen? Why were they also so inclined towards him? Sure enough. Su Chen, this charm is too powerful. A haunted house directly turned enemies into friends. Ooh, this scene is so moving. This Fong guide is not so bad. Tolerance is also too bad. This is going to find Su Chen to settle the score? Why do I feel that people's Director Fong doesn't mean this? Is it that they've all misunderstood? What else can it mean if not this? What's he doing going to Su-chin properly? It must be for retaliation. Then he has the guts to be sky high. It's still live. Does he still want to keep this haunted house open? Several female guests are so brave. Faster than old Chin and the others to react. Directly win in front of Su-chin. Yeah, but old Chin and the others were good enough. Just a little slow to react. Ha ha ha, that's what I'm saying. Old Chin is crying in the toilet. Su-chin, deserve this kind of treatment. He's so good and charismatic. Power up. Facing the first few guests with a righteous look on their faces, Director Fong was a bit puzzled and at the same time felt a bit outrageous. What do you guys mean by this? Director Fong asked in disbelief. Of course we are going to protect our teammates and protect Su-chin, old Chin said with a righteous face. Director Fong felt very speechless. No, what are you guys thinking? I came to Su-chin to ask for advice from him. Please teach? Please teach what? Old Chin and the others were in disbelief. Director Fong was helpless. He was going to come over and have a quiet word with Su-chin. Wanted to avoid the cameras and ask Southern for advice in private. As a result, by old Chin and the others, it seemed like they had to put it on the table and say it. Of course it's asking him to teach him how to pretend to be a ghost to be more scary. Director Fong said bluntly. Upon hearing this, several of the guests instantly froze. So that's it? They seem to have gotten something wrong. However, what Director Fong just said was explosive enough. You a haunted house director who claims to have been in the business for several years. Very authoritative and professional. How dare he come to ask Su-chin for advice on how to pretend to be a ghost to scare people more? Although it was indeed a bit outrageous, it seemed inexplicably reasonable when placed on Su-chin's body. A few of them moved away resentfully, allowing Su-chin to make way. Director Fong walked respectfully to Su-chin at this moment and rushed to him politely. Hello Su-chin. Can you please enlighten me about your experience in pretending to be a ghost to scare people? Holy, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. This is definitely a ING comedy show. Director Fong is actually asking Su-chin for advice? This is an ending I didn't expect no matter what. Ha ha ha. With this, it looks like old Chin and the others are so naive. It's a little naive, but don't you think it's kind of cute? Chapter 93, Charging by the Minute. Chapter 93, Charging by the Minute. Ha ha, heavenly oops, but it's a bit touching for old Chin and the others to come forward at this time. Su-chin himself probably didn't expect that playing a haunted house would also play as a pretend ghost guide. What do you guys say? Will Su-chin pass on his experience with Director Fong? What's not to pass on? And what a thing to be proud of. At this moment, old Chin and the others had made a mess, although they were a bit embarrassed, but so at the same time, it felt a little proud. That is after all your own teammate, isn't it? Su-chin was awesome, and they seemed to follow with their faces glowing. Su-chin, it's worthy of you. Really give us a long face. Old Chin said with a thumbs up. Su-chin passed by with an eye roll. Don't flatter yourself. Old Chin immediately wimped out. Amidst the envious eyes of others, Su-chin slowly walked up to Director Fong. Director Fong wants to ask for advice, right? Su-chin confirmed. Director Fong nodded with a very respectful attitude. After all, he was begging. This attitude had to be clear. Yes, Mr. Su-chin. I feel that several of your thoughts on scaring our NPCs inside the haunted house were particularly good, so want to share and discuss with you. Yes, Mr. Fong, then our Su-chin is too good. Old Chin followed and bragged. Brother Su-chin, hurry up and tell Director Fong about your journey, so they can learn more. Hotba excitedly urged from the side. The fact that this was happening was so glorious. She felt, if it was on her, it could be taken out and blown for a year. However, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Su-chin hurriedly clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, Please teach me? It's okay, but I, Su-chin, never do free labor. My normal consulting price, well, it's not that expensive, just $100. At these words, Director Fong froze. Old Chin and the others also froze. Even Director Yan was a bit embarrassed at this moment. This Su-chin, how can you get a bargain and still be good? Putting it in other people's hands, being asked for advice by an experienced haunted house director would have been an honor. And then you come up and talk to people about charges? Isn't that a bit off the mark? But when you put it on Su-chin and think about it, it doesn't seem that outrageous. Worthy of being Su-chin. This plot is going in a direction I didn't expect at all. Ha ha ha, this is the difference between Su-chin and the others, isn't it? Old Chin and the others are all excited to see Director Fong asking for advice. Only Su-chin still dares to ask for money. It's true. Confident people are the most attractive. Su-chin, how exactly is this confidence practiced? Can you also open a class to teach it? I feel like it's just something that's carried inside your mother's womb. If you're born with it, you're born with it. And if you don't have it, then you don't have it. But you don't say. Su-chan is still quite conscientious. This money is not much to ask for. Director Fong was thinking the same thing at this moment. Although, he was also stunned when Su-chan just said that he wanted a consultation fee. It felt a little uncomfortable inside. But on second thought, there's nothing wrong with that. Why should they teach you for free? Besides, this $100 was actually not bad. For a big star like Su-chan, it wouldn't even count as a drop in the bucket. Let's put it this way. If $100 really fell on the ground, Su-chan probably wouldn't even bring it to pick it up. It's not worth bending over once. So he hurriedly said, "No problem, no problem. As long as you're willing to teach me, Mr. Su-chan, you can ask me for $1,000. However, Su-chan smiled faintly at this moment. Director Fong, you can't say that. You don't think that this $100 is the charge for one consultation, do you? Hearing this, Director Fong was again a bit puzzled. It's not a one-time charge. So what is it? Could it be an hour? Director Fong tried. Su-chan stretched out a finger and placed it in front of Director Fong's eyes, then slowly swayed it from side to side a few times. I charge by the minute for all my counseling. This time, Director Fong was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Charge by the minute? That means 100 a minute? An hour. That's 6,000. Why don't you go grab it? Famous lawyers don't charge as much as you do. Okay. It's not a lion's share. The scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Old Chin couldn't even stand up at this moment. Cough. Su-chan, don't joke around. Old Chin poked Su-chan, wanting to make a round up. However, Su-chan was in a serious mood. I'm not kidding. That's the price. You think the price is right to pay for counseling? Not right even. It's that simple. Director Fong took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Used for either sex when the sex is unknown or unimportant. It felt like, for the first time in most of his life, he had encountered someone as outrageous as Su-chan. But I don't know why. Maybe it's a strange human heart. The more outrageous this Su-chan charge was, instead of dissuading him, it stimulated his curiosity. He wanted to experience what was so special about Su-chan's counseling even more. After all, if there wasn't something real, how would Su-chan dare to ask for such an expensive fee? It was just that if he were to say what was in his mind at this moment, then whether it was Old Chin or Director Yen, or the viewers of the live broadcast, they would all be able to popularize a piece of knowledge to him. That is, even if Su-chan can't do anything, he still dares to charge so much money. After all, he's a social humper, and a big one who can casually cripple people. It was a pity that Director Fong was only thinking this in his mind. After a mental struggle, Director Fong nodded. No problem. I feel that with Mr. Su's strength, this money will definitely be well spent. Then let's see when you have time. I'll go over to visit you at home. Well, just contact my little honey. Su-chan pointed in Yang Mi's direction. Yang Mi, who was still watching the fun, suddenly got queued up and was a bit unresponsive. Me? Yang Mi pointed to herself. Well nah, I'm temporarily recognizing you as my secretary. Honey for short. For this matter, you'll be in charge of contacting Director Fong. Su-chan said nonchalantly. Temporary resignation? Secretary? Honey? Yang Mi was stoned by these words from Su-chan. How did he become his secretary himself, with an ambiguous title like honey? If this matter had been put on someone else, with Yang Mi's character, In is about to freak out. But put on Su-chan. Yang Mi nonetheless does not feel angry, but also feels some pride. It was a mood that left her a little confused herself. Ms. Young. Director Fong walked up to Yang Mi at this moment. Yang Mi came back to her senses, and subconsciously took out her own cell phone and opened the wizard's interface. Chapter 94, Bulk English Officiating a Wedding. Chapter 94, Bulk English Officiating a Wedding. Oh, then you add my wizards. After that, when there's time on Su-chan's side, I'll contact you. Yang Mi was a qualified secretary. Very naturally, he began to help Su-chan with his affairs. This subconscious action shocked Old Chin and the others around him. No, when did Sister Honey become Su-chan's secretary? Did I just drop any links in between? Flower said with a puzzled expression. Old Chin shook his head. Hi, that's hi. Didn't the other Su-chan just say that this is a temporary resignation? As a result, Big Nini surprisingly didn't get angry and actually agreed to it. Su-chan, this kid does have a little something. I'll have to learn from him in the future. When he said this, Old Chin couldn't hide the envy on his face. Hataru, Lu Tianxian and Zhao Jinmai were also confused at this moment. This honey sister, when did she become so obedient? Hotba, in particular, as Yang Mi's BFF, knows her character best. Normally that can be very hot. A little bit of it. No one inside the company dared to offend her. If Su-chan's words just now had been said by someone else, it's probably all going to be Honey's fault. And while they were surprised, There was a hint of envy in their hearts. That is, why did Su-chun choose Yang Mi as his secretary? Where are the girls worse? Especially Hotba. Last time, it was her and Su-chun who went out on a date alone. It was expected that after that one date, the two could get closer. Or, how about a little better than the others? However, this is not the case. Su-chun wasn't any more special to her than he was to any other girl. At this moment, he also chose Honey to be his secretary. Could it be that Su-chun really didn't like himself? Thinking about it made Hotba a little sad and a little less confident. And the audience in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene in front of them, this was shocking. Ha ha, what kind of game is Su-chun playing? Even letting Sister Honey be his secretary? How daring! Dare to think what? Dare to think is possible to realize it. You see, this Honey sister is not just agreed? Sister Honey, do you owe Su-chun a lot of money? Why are you so obedient? Ha ha, really? If Sister Honey is so Su-chun, I feel as if Su-chun saved her life. That's not even just saving Honey alone. It has to be saving their whole family. Little Honey. Ha ha ha, this name thanks to Su-chun to think of it. Yang Mi unexpectedly did not get angry at all. It's not right. Really not right. Is this the legendary? Women in love have zero IQ? Watch your language. These two aren't in love yet. At best, Honey is in unrequited love. TSK, 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 why is my goddess so humble in front of another man? The point is, I'm quite happy to see it. Ha ha ha, this might be where Su-chun's charm lies. Director Fong and Yang Mi left their contact information with each other. The recording of this stage of the haunted house is also complete. A secret room, a haunted house, both of which southern one in peculiar ways. Arguably the big winner of the day's program. The crowd then left the haunted house. As he headed outside, the system's rewards arrived in Su-chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, going to a haunted house to scare the ghosts. Quest rewards, Charlotte the detective script, divine directing skills, and divine acting skills have been issued. A new assignment has been issued, officiate a wedding in bulk English. Mission reward, divine hosting ability, divine resilience. Listening to the voice in his head, Su-chun gently exhaled. The reward for this script is finally here. When this episode was over, he'd go back to the office with this script and slap it on Gomez's desk. Show them what it means to have a good script. Brighten their eyes. But there's something about this new assignment. Officiating a wedding in loose English. What an important occasion this wedding is. With all the bride and groom's friends and family present. It's a mixed bag, so to speak. Your own bulk English. Fooling the rural grandparents may be okay. You'd be seen at a wedding like this. But that's exactly why the system releases this kind of quest, right? If it was that easy to accomplish, how could it reflect the attributes of a social humper like himself? Besides, just by virtue of his ability as a social cow, what could he do even if he was heard out? Blow the house down as usual. Thinking of this, Su-chun not only got a little excited. After all, is it exciting to have a challenge? But he immediately realized a problem. Your own bulk English is off the cuff. But where do you find a wedding? Greater than zero. As they thought about it, they had already walked out the door of that haunted house. All that could be heard was a shout from behind them. Maestro! Maestro! Don't go! Master! You haven't taught me your heart technique yet. At the sound, everyone turned around to look over, only to see an NPC guy, who was anxiously chasing out at this moment. It's just that this little brother, how do they look at the face? It's not like an NPC that they've seen inside. Although they were faceless, Su-chun was incomparably familiar with him. Wasn't this the same NPC guy who had been fooled by himself into revealing the entire secret of the last joint of the haunted house? I was about to forget about it myself, but I didn't expect this little brother to be so persistent. I can't believe I'm chasing out this moment. Su-chun was a bit headstrong for a moment. Where did he have any heart techniques to impart? It was all just a bunch of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How do we end this now? Just then, he had a flash of insight. And there it was. Don't give chase. The time has not yet come. Telling you now would be detrimental to the heavenly plan. Didn't I say that? When there is a destiny, I will teach it to you. Su-chun shouted at the little brother. Xiao stopped in his tracks with a whoosh when he heard that. Is this the right time yet, master? The NPC-chan asked with a disappointed look on his face. Su-chun nodded fervently. Naturally, it's not yet arrived. Otherwise how could I have just left and not gone looking for you? You young people, you're just too eager in what you do. This is not good. Su-chun put on the appearance of a person who had been there. Actually, he and this little brother should be about the same age. However, that little brother had already been lured into the pit by Su-chun before, and at the moment, he was convinced of him. Hurriedly, he said, I'm sorry, master. I was too hasty. Then I'll wait for the time to come later, master, and we'll meet again, right? Su Chen turned around and walked towards the bottom of the mountain, stretching out his palm and waving it twice. We'll see each other if we're meant to. Old Chin and the others witnessed the whole process. Chapter 95 Feet on Wind and Fire Wheels. Chapter 95 Feet on Wind and Fire Wheels. How is it that this conversation between Su Chen and this young man sounds godly? They understood every word of this, but put together, they didn't understand any of it. While they were fuming, they looked up and only saw Su Chen walking extremely fast as if he had wind and fire wheels under his feet, already far behind them by a long shot. Su Chen, why are you walking so fast? Wait for us. Old Chin and the others shouted and chased after them. Ha ha ha, can he go fast? What if the NPC guy reacts a little later? Su Chen a little bit fled that flavor. Fooling people fool more will always reveal cracks it. I don't think Su Chen needs to worry at all either. That little brother still looks like he believes him to death at this moment. It's mainly because of a weak heart. This little brother's attitude is so pious that even Su Chen is a bit intolerant. TSK, 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 Su Chen. Su Chen. You've really planted a not-so-small shadow in little brother's heart. It doesn't have to be a shadow. It could be hope. Just think how much little brother looks forward to the moment every day. Ha ha, upstairs. Your mindset is fine. Optimistic enough. I really didn't expect that Su Chen would have such a flustered moment. Ha 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 ha. Old Chin and the others caught up with Su Chen's footsteps behind them with a whimper. Su Chen, what are you doing walking so fast? I have to pee. Su Chen replied calmly. This blunt answer choked Old Chin. He was in no way expecting that answer. Off to the side, Yang Mi and Hotba and the girls caught up. Hearing Su Chen's words, he felt a bit amused, but at the same time, he was also a bit shy. So it was this look of wanting to laugh but not daring to, looking very torn. After Old Chin took a breath, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and then asked, "What's up with that young man just now? What are you two talking about in the clouds?" "Hey, it's not about finding information about the last level of the haunted house. So I just made up some random nonsense to fool him. Originally, I figured that by this point, he should have reacted. Who would have thought that this kid would be so persistent?" Su Chen said, and shook his head, his expression looking very helpless. However, in the face of this problem, Old Chin himself knows it well. I can't blame him for that. Mainly, right, you're just too good at this flim-flam. False can be made true, and square can be made round. It's not up to others to disbelieve it. Old Chin said, "Aha, we understand this problem. Brother Chin just always gets crippled by Brother Su Chen and enjoys it." Zhao Jinmai picked up from the side. When these words came out, the crowd burst out laughing. Old Chin is not ashamed but honored at this moment. How do I call that being snubbed? I call that willingly taking the bait. The main reason is that if you follow my brother Tetsu, you'll have meat to eat. From time to time, the laughter of the crowd was heard on the way down. It was completely different from the dreary atmosphere when we went up the mountain. Mostly, the haunted house level passed with flying colors, and people didn't have as much on their minds. By this time, there was also the presence of mind to appreciate and admire the surroundings. It's just a shame that this mountain is rather bald and all you can see around it is nothing but graveyards, and flowery paper money for the graves. The crowd couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill around them again. Wrap up tight and hurry down the hill. Back in the car, the crowd was still reminiscing about what had just happened to that NPC. Along the way, they chased after Su Chen and asked for many more details, gave them a good listen as well. Substitute their own feel if they change. Also absolutely cannot resist Su Chen's lulling. Just then, Director Yen got on the bus. "Everyone did a good job today, so you can go back to resting in a few minutes. But next, I'm going to announce tomorrow's schedule." Upon hearing this, the crowd wailed, "Director, how are you going to toss us again? Director Yen, when you blink your eyes, I know you're holding back to toss us. Can you keep us happy a little longer? Let the storm come a little harder." Listening to the guests' vocalized complaints, Director Yen smiled. "How do people look at me and look at the flood beast like don't worry this time not to toss you guys. The show has decided to reward you all by letting you make your own schedule for tomorrow. Everyone gets to propose what they're going to do tomorrow, and then we all vote on it, and the most votes wins. Of course, as today's winner, Su Chen's proposed vote is multiplied by 1.5 times. After hearing Director Yan's words, everyone was stunned. The excitement came out of nowhere. They're all a little bit out of their element. "Director Yen, are you telling the truth?" Flower confirmed. "Director Yen, this isn't some kind of new neat session, is it, to make us happy before hitting us?" Old Chin guessed. In the face of everyone's skepticism, Director Yen was helpless. "You guys think I'm Su Chen? You just like to fool people." He felt that the atmosphere of this program had all been brought down by Su Chen. "Don't worry, words are true. Lying, me is a puppy," Yen Guide assured. Only then did the crowd finally believe that what Director Yen had said was true, and they became excited. Great! Then I propose to sleep at the hotel all day tomorrow. The kunai said. I think it's better if we go back to the Daeun Society to listen to the comedy. I'll pay for all the tickets. Old Jean patted his chest and said, let's go eat something delicious. Barbecues seem to be hot lately. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Hotaru suggested. The crowd began to talk about what they wanted to do tomorrow. At this moment, Director Yen suddenly regretted it a little. He really didn't expect these stars to be so unreliable. I'm asking you to make a suggestion. Can you say something interesting that the audience would like to see? Who wants to see you guys sleeping in a hotel? Can we have some variety sensitivity? Ha ha ha. Everyone's proposals are so interesting. They fully reveal each of their personalities. Laughing my ass off, the kunai just wants to sleep. I love to watch even if the kunai is sleeping live. That's more than just loving it. That's just giving us fans a perk. Okay. What starts? I can't wait. Upstairs. You're all out of order. This is a serious live broadcast. Hotaru is so cute. I'm sure she's a snacker, just thinking about food. I think it's good to go to Daeunshi to hear the comedy. It's always hard to get tickets. Chapter 96, Attending a Wedding. 96. Participation in weddings. Ha ha ha. You guys look closely at Director Yan's face is green. He must be just very regretful at this moment. Ha ha ha. He had thought that these stars would be able to restrain themselves a bit, but he didn't expect that under Su Chen's leadership, everyone gradually let themselves go. It's too late for regrets. Director Yen will be a puppy if he backs out. However, just as the crowd was excited and discussing it in all sorts of ways, Su Chen sat on the chair, but was surprisingly quiet. He's thinking at the moment, what's the best place to look for this wedding? Do you just go out on the street, see which hotel is hosting a wedding, and blend in yourself? While fretting about this, the cell phone in his arms buzzed and vibrated twice. At first Su Chen didn't care, but as a result, the next thing that happened was that the phone started to vibrate nonstop. Feeling a little annoyed, Su Chen took out his cell phone and tried to turn off the vibration. I ended up accidentally scratching the message alert and jumping into the middle of a prestige group chat. Fixing his eyes, he saw that this was actually the same group that Su Chen had dabbled with for the reunion when the first installment of the program had just begun. He's still the leader of the group. At this moment, it already showed that there were over 100 unread messages. This group is usually quiet. Why is it so lively today? Thinking this way, Su Chen carefully read the message. Congratulations Jia Jia, happy wedding. Congratulations Jia Jia, happy wedding. Over 100 messages, all essentially in a uniform formation. This time Su Chen finally figured out. This is someone inside the group is getting married. Ah, wait, married? Isn't this a case of someone handing you a pillow when you want to sleep, and you're worried about where you're going to find a wedding? As a result, this wedding came to my door. Tapping to the top of the messages was a message from Jia who was getting married. This is surprisingly already a wedding announcement that was sent out a few days ago, and I probably didn't pay attention to it at the time and missed it. That marriage was, surprisingly, just yesterday. Su Chen's mouth couldn't even close up with laughter at this moment. This Jia Jia really knows how to cooperate with herself just in time for today's wedding. He was in the middle of a beautiful moment, only to see that inside the group. Jia Jia at him. Is class president Sama busy? He hasn't even returned my messages. Can you come to the wedding tomorrow? It would have been a great pity for my wedding if you hadn't come, so to speak. Immediately someone at the bottom snickered. Jia Jia, this class president won't be a groom either, so what are you so sorry for? Ha ha, class president Sama must come. I miss him after not seeing him for so many days. Yeah. This innings wouldn't be any fun if we didn't have a squad leader. Looking at everyone's talkative discussion, for a moment, Su Chen even felt that he was really a member of their class. That's a lot of crowd noise. Are you going? That's a must. You have a mission to accomplish. So Su Chen immediately replied. Sorry, I've been too busy these past few days. I just saw the news. First of all, congratulations to Jia Jia on her new marriage. I'll be there tomorrow to congratulate you. As soon as this message was sent out, the group immediately became even more lively. The class president Sama has finally come out. Great. I'm so excited that Bandmaster is coming. Old squad leader. Tomorrow we'll have a few drinks. You ran away last time. Come on. Last time it was clearly the class president who gave you a drink down. Do you think we're all out of our minds? Looking at the lively discussion inside the group, Su Chen smiled and put his phone away. Then he got up and rushed at Director Yen. Director Yen, about tomorrow's arrangement. I have a proposal. At these words, the guests, who had just been chattering and discussing, fell silent. In unison, they looked at Su Chen. I'm in favor of Brother Su Chen's proposal. Otarba raised her hand and said, I'm in favor of it too. Zhao Jinmai followed suit and raised his hand. I. In favor. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian also voiced their positions. Old Qin and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. No, people, Su Chen hasn't even said what his proposal is, and you're all in favor of it? Old Qin said in disbelief. Just in case his offer is to go to a big health resort. The air was quiet for a few seconds when this was said, and several of the female guests turned their heads to look out the window to ease the awkwardness. Old Qin also realized that he had said the wrong thing and cleared his throat and lowered his head. Su Chen walked over and bludgeoned Old Qin on the head. You are the big health carrot. Destroy my reputation, beware of my lawyer letter warning. The atmosphere lightened up as he joked about it. Old Qin said at this moment, half apologizing and half pleasing. In that case, I'll agree to Su Chen's proposal as well. With this, Su Chen had already gotten 5 votes, and with this little 5-fold addition, he was definitely in first place. So, listen or don't listen. Flower and Cohen stopped struggling at this moment and followed everyone's wishes. Su Chen, what exactly is your proposal? Brother Su Chen, your proposal must be very interesting. I'm looking forward to it, Reba said excitedly, right under this kind of attention from all the people. Su Chen slowly said, my proposal is to go to a wedding tomorrow. The words fell, and silence fell in the carriage. Everyone was wondering if something was wrong with their ears. Did Sudden just say that he proposed to go to a wedding tomorrow? Su Chen, unless you say this is your wedding, I want to understand why. Old Qin said, you're bringing us forward to follow the gifts at our door for charity. Blossom half joked, Brother Su Chen, you're not really getting married, are you? And who is the bride? Hotba was about to cry at this moment. In the face of the crowd's reaction, Su Chen was also helpless. Don't worry, it's not me getting married this time. Anyway, you guys just follow me, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Reba, you should be happy to be able to eat the mat again. Su Chen turned his head again and said at Reba. Hotba's tears stopped instantly when she heard it wasn't Southern's wedding. Vigorously nodding his head, he said, I'm willing. I thought it was Brother Su Chen you were getting married. Scared me to death. Old Qin laughed and joked. Hotba, don't worry. Su Chen's marriage can only be tied with you as the bride. That's all I do from you. The crowd burst out laughing, and Hataru's little face instantly turned red with shame. Su Chen gave Old Qin another shot. You're the only one with a long mouth. When Director Yen saw this, he thought to himself that a wedding is a wedding, better than sleeping in a hotel. So a big hand. Alright then, it's decided. Tomorrow's trip will be for Su Chen to take everyone to the wedding. After that, he walked over to Su Chen's side and asked, Su Chen, what kind of people's wedding? Is it okay for us to go over there? Su Chen patted his chest. Don't worry, I can handle it. Chapter 97, you go and rob the wedding. Chapter 97, you go and rob the wedding. After finalizing the matter of attending the wedding, Su Chen returned to his seat and took out his cell phone once again, opened the classmate group and sent a message. Tomorrow I'll bring a few friends over to support the event. We have to make Judge's wedding a hot one. As soon as the message was sent out, the inside of this classmate group immediately exploded. I go. This class president is too much fun. Not counting coming by himself, but also bringing his friends to support him. Jia is so lucky. If I had known that I would have gotten married later. The class president is the class president. This strike is not on the same level as others. Class president, you're biased. You weren't even there when I got married. The class president is too good to Jia. Isn't he? Envious. Jia, great, ahu, I'm so touched. Thank you, class president. Looking at this message inside the group of classmates, Su Chen thought to himself, it's not that I didn't want to go to your wedding, but I didn't know you guys yet. And watch as everyone swipes. The class president is so nice to Jia. Su Chen was also somewhat speechless. He struggled to recall the few memories he had of these people, trying to work out what that Jia looked like in his mind, but they all failed. Mostly, the day he blended into the reunion. There were so many people that he could only remember 1 or 2 of them. This Jia, it really doesn't ring a bell. Forget it, there's only one bride for this tomorrow anyway, so I'll recognize her when I get there. As he was thinking about it, he only saw Hotba, who was in the front seat of him, turn around and lie down on the back of the seat, winking at Su Chen and said, Brother Su Chen, tomorrow is in the end whose wedding for so important, must go to participate? Not only was Hatarub curious about this, Old Qin and the others were equally curious. Seeing that Hataru had asked a question, they all perked up their ears and tilted their bodies this way, and the viewers of the live stream were curious at the moment. Hotba finally asked the question that was on my mind. It was like a mouth replacement for me. I'm also wondering whose wedding Su Chen is going to, and taking the entire show's crew and guests with him. Couldn't be an ex-girlfriend, could it? Taking the show over to show her how well she's mixing it up by going first? Upstairs, this idea of yours is really too low. That's Su Chen. He still needs to prove himself in this way? That's right. If I were Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, I'd have to slap myself for arguing. If I were Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, I would have to cry in the toilet. Such a good man once had a chance to get, and now I've lost it. It's just a great pity. Then the question arises, who exactly is this wedding that makes Su Chen so valued? At this moment, in the face of Hataru's question, Su Chen nodded his head very frankly and said, yes, this wedding does matter to me. Whose wedding was that? Hataru trailed off cautiously. Before, inside the village, I took you to rub a seat. Do you still remember? Su Chen asked. Hotba nodded. Of course I remember. All the food was delicious that time. Sure enough, Hotba, the snacker, remembers everything that has to do with food. None of that mattered though, as long as she remembered. Didn't we build a classmate group back then? And it just said in there that there's one named Jia Jia who's getting married tomorrow. Hearing this from, Hataru carefully recalled it. Jia Jia? Which one is called Jia Jia? Why don't I remember any of it? Looking at Hataru frowning and trying to remember, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders very easily and said, it's okay, forget it if you can't remember. I don't remember what she looks like either. You don't remember either? Hataru looked surprised. Su Chen, are you kidding me? You said you would take us to the wedding, but it turns out that you don't know the people? Old Shin's eyes were also wide with surprise at this moment. In his concept, those who were able to bring so many people to the wedding were at the level of a hairdresser anyhow. It would have to be a particularly good relationship, a particularly close one. As a result, he had just listened to Su Chen's meaning, and he couldn't even recall what it looked like. Is this like that? However, Su Chen did have a face that took things for granted. What's the matter with that? Won't we recognize it when we go and have a look tomorrow? After all, there's only one bride. No, Su Chen. That reunion you just mentioned. Is that the one where you brought Hotba to rub the big seat before? Yang Mi also got up and turned around to ask at this moment. Su Chen nodded. Not only did you rub the seat, but you also joined someone's classmate group? Old Shin continued to be surprised. Well, to be precise, I'm still the group leader of this group. Su Chen replied calmly. Once these words came out, the people present were once again stunned. They felt that all of their 3 views from the previous 20 years had been shattered. It sounds too outrageous to be true, and yet it's really happening all around them. After all this time, no one has realized that you're not one of their classmates? Blossom asked in disbelief. This current situation seems to be no. Su Chen spread his hands. The others were all silent. They felt that the matter could no longer be interpreted with their current knowledge and experience. I'd like to go tomorrow and see what the gang is like. This is too stupid. Not realizing for so long that someone isn't his classmate and making him the group leader. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Old Sheen shook his head inside. So it's the person inside that reunion who's getting married. That's really what I didn't expect. Su Chen deserves to be a social humper. After such a long time, he hasn't even been dismantled yet. It's not connected. I really didn't think there would be a follow-up to this reunion thing. I already have a feeling that tomorrow's scene will be particularly interesting. I wonder what sparks Su Chen will collide with them again. Old Sheen and the others' eyes are going to glaze over. Tomorrow I'll let you all see with your own eyes how Su Chen socializes. Su Chen can't even remember who the bride is, and he has to bring so many people to the wedding. I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. Nervous my ass. With Su Chen around, there's no scene he can't handle. Last time Su Chen hit it big by virtue of blending into the reunion. It's just a pity that Old Sheen and the others didn't see it with their own eyes. So let them have a good look at it today. All I can say about this bride named Jia Jia is, good luck. Early the next morning, Su Chen and the others set off towards the location of the wedding. Chapter 98 Mission Accomplished. Chapter 98 Mission Accomplished. A few people even primped up a bit for the wedding. After all, it's a star, and this image quality is still outstanding. When you dress up like that, it's so glamorous, it's so bright. Once on the bus, Su Chen looked at the crowd and shook his head. This is someone else's wedding, someone else's home turf. You all dress up so nicely to steal someone else's thunder. We are not also for the sake of your face. We can't wear rags and disgrace you. Old Sheen aggravated. After saying that, he looked Su Chen up and down and skimmed his lips. You have the nerve to talk about us. You're dressed even more exaggeratedly. Okay, only to see Su Chen today, dressed especially formally. A black tuxedo with a straight, snow-white shirt underneath and a delicate bow tie around his neck. This made the already handsome Su Chen look even more suave. Just as he was conversing with Old Sheen, Yang Mi and Hotba and the girls had looked dumbfounded. Drool was almost running down my face. Who says only men are horny? If women are horny, there's nothing for men. Su Chen dusted off the non-existent dust on his suit and said, that's different. I'm on a mission. And the mission? What mission? You don't want to go and steal the bride. Old Chin's imagination was also rich enough. Su-chan rolled his eyes. I don't even know what the bride looks like. So what wedding am I robbing? Rob it for you. Old Chin was surprisingly serious in his thinking. That depends on what the bride looks like, and if she looks good, I can consider it. Facing such a shameless old Chin, Su-chan gave him a blank stare and no longer paid him any attention. Ha ha ha, old Chin laughed me to death. Old Chin, there is such a good thing? Can it? I love watching old Chin and Su-chan's interaction so much. One terrier per sentence. The terriers are overly dense. No, when the two of them talk, my mouth is sore from laughing. Are you guys deducting money from this program if you don't talk with a stunt? This wedding, it can be considered as the wedding that did special so far. Right. After all, that vegetarian was able to gather so many stars at once. The car stopped at the entrance of the hotel where the wedding was taking place, and Su-chan and the others walked down from the car in turn. As soon as they stepped out of the car, a few people instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding area. Wow, those guys are so bright, handsome and beautiful. Why does it look so familiar? You guys, look at that guy in the tuxedo. Does he look like Su-chan? Who has exploded in popularity recently? Su-chan? It can't be. What's he doing in this place? There was a lot of discussion around the room. At this moment, Su-chan stood at the forefront of several people. He straightened his clothes and waved his big hand. Go! So, in unison, several people stepped into the middle of the hotel. This stance, it really looks like it's coming to steal the marriage. Su-chan, you can get it right. Don't fail to recognize the bride in a while, so that people can see the cracks and throw the few of us out. That would be a shame. Old Chin said in a broken voice. Just rest assured. You think I'm you? Su-chan said indifferently. Well, was this sentence just now calling me stupid again? Old Chin said to himself. Pop up, Old Chin has grown up. He's even able to hear the extra words inside Su-chan's words. It's true that suffering is the fastest way for a person to grow. We still need to hang out with smart people more often. I'd better keep my distance from all of them in the future. Oyashiro. At the moment, Delinzi had just woken up and turned on his cell phone to tune into the live broadcast. In the past few days, he had simply watched the live broadcast as if he was mesmerized. As soon as you open your eyes, the live feed is open. I can't wait for this night's show to be off the stage. But of course, that's just thinking about it. If he really dared not to make an appearance, he would be beaten to death by his father and master. Delinzi, who was watching the live broadcast and was mesmerized, coldly saw his name on the pop-up screen. I was about to be happy, but then I saw that it wasn't a good thing to say. What? Call me stupid? The thought made him a little indignant. So a pop-up was sent directly. What's wrong with playing with me? I'm considered one of the best IQs within our D-Run club. His live account is his own big one. As soon as this pop-up was sent out, the audience took notice. What the hell? Is this the real Big Woods? Can't be. It must be a fake. What kind of a coincidence is that? Someone says something bad about him and he sees it. Brothers, it's the real Delinzi. I clicked in to see it. It's his account, and it comes with an official certification. Seriously, I'm going to check it out. Holy, really? It's really Doreen herself? Ha ha ha. Who posted that pop-up just now that blew my father out of the water? Double Chef Rapture. I can't believe Big Timber is watching my favorite show too. Just tell me the truth. Delinzi, did you come to steal a lesson? Worrying that old Chin is smarter than you when he goes back. Right. Ha 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 ha. Are you serious, Darren-chan? You're saying that you're considered to have a high IQ within the Duan Club? That means your Dayun society as a whole isn't too smart looking, Do your master and your father agree with you on that? Delinzi didn't think too much when he posted it, but he didn't expect that this sentence would directly make the live broadcast room explode. There was a bit of a panic. If this were to reach the ears of his father and master, he would still say that he was not doing his job. Even if you don't do your job, you are also suspected of tarnishing the reputation of the Diwan society, which is a big sin. So he hurriedly continued to edit the pop-up and sent it out. Gentlemen, you can go to not go to my father and master to complain. If you go to complain, then I'll just have to get on my knees for you guys. Please really. The humility of this tone is so low that it simply makes the hearer sad and the seer cry. However, the audience couldn't really do what he said. Ha ha ha, Oyashio is so humble. Don't worry about it, Delinzi. I've already taken a screenshot of that pop-up just now and privately given it to your master and your father. What? Must you tell your master and your father? Don't worry, the mission will be accomplished. Kneeling isn't necessary. We just love to see you get disciplined. Ha 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 ha. Looking at these netizens poking fun at him, Delinzi threw his cell phone away and laid his entire body on his back. You people, you're so bad. Su-chan and the others had walked into the lobby of the hotel. I only saw that the lobby was decorated in a very lively manner, and there were several couples who were married on this day. Ooh, today is still a good day, Su Chen exclaimed. Chapter 99, What's Wrong? Chapter 99, What's Wrong? Su Chen. These are several marriages. Which banquet hall is that jia of yours in? Old Sheen looked at the 5 or 6 display boards standing in the middle of this hotel hall. One by one. Look over, carefully examining the name on it. What do you mean my jia? Speak with rigor, Su Chen said in a serious manner. What's that jia's full name? Old Sheen asked. I don't know. Su Chen spread his hands. Up here, there are 2 brides with the word jia inside their names. Which one is it? Old Sheen pointed at the 2 plaques. Su Chen went over to take a look, and indeed it was. Another look at the top of that, the picture of the bride and groom. As a result, once this makeup is on, you can't even tell what you look like at the class reunion that day. Reba, come over and take a look. Which of these 2 brides looks familiar? Su Chen greeted Reba over. After all, they were girls, and their ability to tell the difference between before and after makeup was definitely better than theirs. Hotba was entrusted with a very serious task and stepped in front of the screen, looking over it carefully. This is kind of like that. What about this one? It seems, and kind of does. It's not Hotba. How do you look like either one? Can you give a definite answer? Old Sheen urged from the side. Hotba was getting a little antsy at this point. After all, this was a task that Su Chen had given himself. If he couldn't complete it, he should be disappointed in himself. But it was a little late that day, and the inside of the courtyard was dim. Plus, she was so focused on the dishes that she didn't notice that there was another jia, but there were only a few girls that day. So if you carefully distinguish them, you'll always be able to see the familiar ones. Easy, easy, let me see it again. I'm sure I can see it. After a moment, Hotba pointed to the one on the left. This Li Jiawei, it should be. Are you sure? Su Chen asked. Well, I should be sure. Hotba became a little vain in the middle of her sentence. Alright, what the heck? Go up and take a look first, Su Chen said, taking the lead towards the banquet hall where that Li Jiawei was. Who cares if it is or not? Let's go in first and take a look. Even if he took the wrong turn, he must be able to turn things around by virtue of his own attributes as a socialized bruiser. And the show must have worked better. You can also reap more popularity value yourself. So why not? Ha ha ha. This is simply the most outrageous few people amongst those attending the wedding. Isn't it? Is it this Li Jiawei or not? I'm so curious. They can't be going the wrong way. If they are, it's going to be hilarious. Ha ha. How come I'm kinda hoping they're going the wrong way now so there's a show to watch? Is that not very nice of me, ha? It's all Su Chen's fault for bringing this trend to the wrong side. Now I don't feel like it's fun anymore if I don't get some work done. To be honest, I just went back and flipped through the first installment of the live broadcast and compared back and forth. And guess what? I can't tell which one is the real jia. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. I kind of get it now. Girls' makeup, that's the equivalent of transfiguration as well. Welcome to this installment of the program, titled Su Chen Wedding Tales of the Real and Fake Jia. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. You're so well named. It's similar to the real or fake Monkey King. Su Chen and the others walked all the way to the entrance of the banquet hall, only to see the 4 old men greeting the guests at the door at this moment. After seeing Su Chen and the others, their eyes immediately lit up. After all, these guys just looked like they stood out amongst the crowd. At first glance, it's the best of the best. A couple of lads and lasses. You're here for the wedding? Whose friends are you guys? A couple of older people asked. Before Su Chen could say anything, Old Sheen replied very positively and proactively. Hello auntie. Hello uncle. We are Jia's friends. Specially here to congratulate her on her new marriage. After saying this, Old Sheen gave Su Chen a smug look. That expression seems to be taking credit. It's saying, look at how good I am. I can even snatch the answer. However, what Su Chen gave him back was a blank stare. If this stare could kill, Old Sheen would have already died under Su Chen's eyes a million times by now. What? Am I wrong? Old Sheen whispered. We're not sure if it's this Jia yet. What's your hurry? Don't talk too much in a while, and watch my eyes for everything, Su Chen instructed. Old Sheen nodded as an afterthought. Fine, fine. I'll shut up. The old men were even happier when they heard that they were friends of the bride. So it's Jia's friend. When did this Jia make such a powerful friend we don't even know? Come, hurry up and please come in. A few old men smiled and made their way inside. Before Su Chen could refuse, one of them, who was supposed to be the father of the bride, saw the gift box that Old Sheen was carrying in his hands. The gift box was prepared by several people. After all, you can't go to someone's wedding empty-handed, can you? But it doesn't seem appropriate to accompany a gift. so a few people talked about it and worked together to prepare a special gift. Inside, in addition to the signed photos of several people, there were also tickets to the Derwin Club prepared by Old Chin, beef jerky prepared by Hotba, and so on. It's all the best gifts that a few people can afford to take out. At the same time, it was packed in a big red gift box with the word happy written on it. This will let carry in the hands of the Old Chin. At a glance it is clear that it is a gift to the new love yener. Look at you guys, you're really polite. Just come and bring some gifts. Alright lad, you're in my hands. With that, he came forward to take the gift box. Old Chin kept Su Chen's words in mind just now, and did not dare to give the gift out easily at this moment. This could be a problem if it's sent to the wrong person. So he took a death grip on the carrying handle of the gift box with one hand, and the father of the bride pulled it several times without moving it. Just then, all that could be heard was a clamor from below as several people came up the stairs while talking and laughing. Two of them, Su Chen looked very familiar. One was the oldie from the last party, and the other was the one who said he owed Su Chen $200. It was only after they came up that they walked straight towards the opposite banquet hall. Su Chen looked over there, and the name of the bride, Lin Jia, was written large on that doorway. This nigga is the real Jia. Sure enough, it was still a mistake. Coincidentally, the elevator door on one side opened at that moment, only to see several bridesmaids flanking a bride in a wedding dress. Oops, Jia is coming over, that bride's mother said. Su Chen, what's the situation? Do I give or not give this gift? Chapter 100, it's my turn to perform. Chapter 100, my show. Old Chin took advantage of the fact that the attention of a few old men was drawn to the bride at this moment. Hurrying to turn his head to Su Chen, he asked, "Of course I won't give it. There's been a mistake. This isn't the Jia we're looking for." Su Chen whispered. "No," Old Chin exclaimed. "Keep your voice down." Su Chen gave him another blank stare. "Then what to do? I have given out half of this gift." Old Chin signaled the hand of that father of the bride, only to see that although his eyes were now looking in his daughter's direction again, the force in his hands had not loosened at all. Still got a firm grip on that gift box. "It's fine. It's time for me to perform." Su Chen calmly straightened his clothes and said, "Ha, got it wrong after all." Old Chin is so fast with his mouth, before he even realizes what's going on. Let's see how Su Chen ends up next. The good show has begun. This is not. Ha. Old Chin is really a pig teammate. You think the game is too simple and artificially increase some difficulty. Right. Ha. The stage has been set. Let's see how Su Chen ends up next. You don't say. Old Chin is really one of our own. If it wasn't for him making the game more difficult for Su Chen, how could we have so much fun to watch? As you can see, the bride over here is about to come over. It would be too humiliating to be dismantled in person. Thus, only Su Chen was seen putting his hand inside his tuxedo, made a motion to empty his pockets. "Uncle!" Su Chen rushed to the father of the bride. The father of the bride was called back by him and looked this way. "Uncle, look at this Jia getting married. There's nothing we can give." Speaking here, Su Chen deliberately paused for a moment. At this moment, the other party had realized something when they saw the action of him pulling out his pockets. That's taking a bonus. A flash of joy surged across his face, but in a desperate attempt to be polite, it was still being suppressed. You guys are so polite. Just come, the uncles and aunts are already happy. Look what you said, uncle. Since we are all here, then this etiquette must be in place. We must send our best wishes like Jia. Saying that, Su Chen pulled his gift out from inside his pocket. As soon as they saw that thing, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Just see that it was a heart made of 3 ears of wheat. Without changing his face, Su Chen handed the thing to the father of the bride. "Uncle, I made this with my own hands, wishing Jia a happy marriage, 100 years of good fortune, and an early birth." When confronted with someone handing something, a person subconsciously reaches for it, so much so that the father of the bride naturally let go of the gift box. Mechanically, he took the ears of wheat in Su Chen's hand. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" At that moment, the bride's voice rang out from behind. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Chen turned around and left. Passing by Old Chin and the others, who were still in a daze, he dropped a sentence. "Why don't you hurry up and do what? Wait for the gift." Only then did Old Chin and the others wake up as if from a dream, and followed Su Chen towards the opposite side of the banquet hall as if they were fleeing. "Su Chen, really, you're well prepared. Where did the ears of wheat come from?" Old Chin asked from the side. "Just shunned it inside the flower basket at their entrance," Su Chen replied. Old Chin froze, then gave Su Chen a thumbs up. "Hi, really hi. You knew we were in the wrong place at that point?" Old Chin was filled with curiosity about this undiscovered ability of Su Chen. "That's not true. Mainly because I'm used to saving for a rainy day, and it's always right to be a little more prepared." "It's not. It's being used. Su-chan smiled faintly, deep in his heart. Ha ha ha. When Su-chan put his hand inside his shirt, I really thought he was going to pull out a red envelope. How can that be? You still don't know Su-chan well enough. With his strength he still uses kryptonite to solve such problems? Cow. Su-chan deserves to be a social cow. This kind of thing is something that I would be embarrassed to wake up from dreaming about to such an extent that he is able to be so comfortable with it. Ha ha ha. Did Su-chan anticipate their prediction? To have prepared this in advance. It's really awesome. Wonderful. It really is wonderful. Su-chan never lets me down. This is even more wonderful than I imagined. Ha ha ha. Even this sheaf of wheat was shunned from someone's doorstep. Su-chan really has it in for you. The father of the bride must be all confused at this point. What kind of people are we running into here? Ha ha ha. How come there are so many programs to attend a wedding? It's so much fun. No. I just have to ask. Does anyone remember that this was originally a romance variety show? Ha 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 ha. No one cares at all. What love of synthesis or not? See, Su-chan's whole job is done. By the time the other side reacted, Su-chan and the others had already. Scripture entered the ballroom across the street. As soon as he entered inside this hall, Su-chan immediately saw several familiar faces. This must be right now. Brother Su-chan. I'm sorry. I was the one who recognized the wrong person and almost made a big mistake. At this moment, Hotaru said with a guilty face, it's fine. What's the big mistake? It's not that serious. Su-chan waved his hand. Besides, you can't be blamed. You can only blame it on the fact that this current makeup technology is so powerful. It's not like our human eyes can tell the difference. Right. And blaming old Chin for having a mouth that's too fast. Su-chan said, giving old Chin another blank stare. Old Chin put his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Yes. It's all my fault. I'll be careful what I say afterward. Southern, old class president. You finally come. At this moment, only a surprised voice could be heard ringing out in front of them. Su-chan looked over towards that side and realized that the face was very unfamiliar. Brother Su-chan. Who is this person again? Reba asked. I don't remember either. This face looks unfamiliar. Su-chan replied. What then? Hotaru tensed up. Not only him, but the others also somehow followed the tension at this moment. Let's not even talk about the situation where Su-chan's identity was a forgery. Even if it was a real reunion, they would feel incredibly embarrassed if they couldn't remember each other's names for a moment. Moreover, nowadays, it wasn't that Su-chan couldn't remember, but he really didn't recognize people. It was hard to believe that they had just come over and were about to have their identities demolished. These few people, subconsciously, leaned their bodies in the direction of the doorway, always ready to escape. However, right at this moment, Su-chan rose to the challenge. Surprisingly, he was very enthusiastic and walked towards the other party. Aya, old classmate. Long time no see. Could have missed me to death. Su-chan walked over and gave the other party a warm hug. Chapter 101, to be exposed. Chapter 101. Seeing this scene, old Chin and the others were dumbfounded. They hadn't had a chance to see Su-chan's wonderful performance at the reunion before. Now it's kind of made up for it. At this moment, this being there in person and seeing this scene, they only felt even more shocked and incredulous. You guys say that Su-chan really doesn't know this person? How come I kind of don't believe it? Look at the way they're making out. It's more familiar than me and Lin Z looking at each other. Old Chin watched them making out and voiced his doubts. I don't think I recognize it. I don't have any impression of this person. Besides, when brother Su-chan brought me to rub the seat that day, it was even more impressive than today. A room full of people he doesn't know. And it turns out that every single one of them ends up being the most affectionate with him. Hotba said from the sidelines. Hearing this, old Chin nodded. I'm convinced by Su-chan's level of this social cow, but it's normal that you don't recognize it. You've dropped your eyes inside the dish. How can you care about looking at people? Old Chin spat. Hotba grunted at him and stepped aside, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Ha ha ha. Old Chin, can you not be so straight? How can you be liked by girls like this? Old Chin knew this is to follow Su-chan other did not learn. Optics how to straight man how to dislike the girl is it? Only a pity that you got Su-chan's disease did not Su-chan's life ha ha ha. People Su-chan so say so as usual to Yang Mi Jiba they fascinated by the seven meat. You say so people Jiba do not want to take care of you. I'll be damned. This familiarity is a dream comeback to phase 1. Ha ha, yes. No matter how long it's been since I read the first installment again it made my three minds explode into existence. This guy does look familiar. Has he shown up at a party before? To tell you the truth, of all the people at that party, I don't remember a single one of them. Face blind Starman here. Su-chan and the other party warmly hugged each other before patting the person on the shoulder. You kids need to drink more this time. You're the one who always skipped drinks at the last party. The man on the other side froze. then smiled and said, "Squad leader, you're deliberately shaming me, aren't you? Last time I had something to do, I couldn't get away." As soon as he heard this, Su-chan instantly understood something. Hopefully this guy didn't show up at the last party. There were indeed a few people who were pulled into the group afterward before, and Su-chan didn't care too much. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived at the wedding site today, he would be allowed to bump into one? Ha ha, or you kids smart at once heard it out. "When I went to school that time I see you are not ordinary." Su-chan nearly revealed himself, but acted very calmly. After all, for him, no matter what situation happened, as long as he was calm enough, there was nothing he couldn't round up. Besides, he didn't even have to put in the effort himself. People had come up with the excuses directly for him. As for how this person recognized him, Su-chan understood once he thought about it. They took quite a few group photos together that day, which almost every student sent to their friends to share. I guess he just saw his picture from inside the circle of friends. Besides, Su-chan and his group were so bright that it wasn't uncommon for them to be seen at a glance in the crowd. At this moment, the other people also noticed Su-chan and their arrival. They were greeted in this direction. When Su-chan shot a glance, he saw several familiar faces. At the head of the group is that old Lee. "I am Su Debanchan. You're finally here." Old Lee greeted warmly and familiarly. Su-chan went over and bumped shoulders with Old Lee, and high-fived and greeted the others. The scene looked so good. It was as if Su-chan and they had really been classmates for many years and had a deep bond. On the contrary, Old Chin and the others were currently left at the door, unattended. Mainly, these fake classmates of Su-chan were too enthusiastic and surrounded him. Su-chan couldn't spare the time to care about them either. Looking at the slightly absurd-looking scene in front of him, Old Chin, breathtaking. Flower, unbelievable. Kunko, that's a long way to go. After Koen said this, Old Chin and Hua turned their heads in unison to look at him with disgust in their eyes. "Why don't you stay in formation?" Old Chin spat. "We're talking in idioms. Why are you so uneducated?" Hua was also a bit disdainful. Kumb. A couple of female guests saw this from the side and shook their heads helplessly. Childish. The students clustered around Su-chan chatting about things and talking about the world. The conversation spanned their current lives, as well as their past student days, and when they reminisced about the past, Su-chan surprisingly always managed to pick up the conversation with precision. This was a real bullseye for the audience. At this time, Su-chan finally managed to find some time to care about Old Chin and their situation. Only a few of them, like door gods, were still standing stupidly in the doorway. So, Su-chan rushed. Waving at them, he gestured for them to sit down first at the table next to his. Big class president Su. Who are these guys? Some sharp-eyed students also noticed Old Chin and the few of them. "They are all my friends. Brought over to show Jia a good time," Su-chan said lightly. "If you ask me, it's still our class president who's doing well. And his friends are also talented amongst people at first glance." These people began to compliment. It can't really be considered a compliment. After all, it's telling the truth. Old Cheng and the others had just walked over and heard such words of praise, and were instantly happy in their hearts. Subconsciously, he straightened his clothes and even raised his head higher. "You guys say ha. This Jia was like a tomboy when she was in school. I didn't realize she was getting married so soon." Someone brought up the topic. Yeah, it's like yesterday when I think about our school days. You said that our Su Dai Ban. At first, someone steered the topic to Su-chan, but paused halfway through. "You say this head of mine, how come I can't think of anything about Su Debanchan back then all of a sudden?" The man slapped his head. The others followed suit and tried to remember, this expression becoming more and more puzzled. "You know, everyone was drunk at the reunion that day. It's easier to fool around that way. And today, this wedding reception hasn't even started yet, and everyone can be in a sober condition." At the next table, Old Chin and the others are listening to their memories of the past. Once they saw the situation, they all tensed up. It's over. Is Su-chan going to reveal himself?" Old Chin whispered in the ears of Hua and Koen. They were both a little worried at the moment. "It's not going to throw us all out. That would be a shame." Chapter 102 Putting on a Full Show. Chapter 102 Putting on a Full Show. Yang Mi, Reba, Lu Tianxian and Zhao Jinmai were even more nervous at this moment. After all, the girls are thin-skinned. In case if they do get caught, how humiliating this must be. So many people are watching. How are they going to end this? No way. Su-chan isn't going to reveal himself. I told you, this matter is a bit too outrageous. Can you really treat a stranger as your classmate? And not just any classmate, but the class president. Let's just say that this lie is a lie after all. And sooner or later it's going to come undone. Substituting myself for Old Chin and the others, I broke out in a cold sweat of embarrassment. Old Chin I advise you to run away. Don't wait for a while to be knocked out. Ha ha ha, ha ha, what do you take Old Chin for? Old Chin is very righteous. Disgraced must be lost together Throwing out is not so bad, is it? This is a wedding banquet anyhow. It's still a matter of harmony and auspiciousness. Next, let's see how Su Chin is going to end it. The tension and excitement is coming. It wasn't just Old Chin and the others who were nervous. The director's team was also nervous at this moment. They had all already set up their machines here. If Su Chin and the others were really revealed, and leave right away. More importantly, that's a lot of content for today's program. Previously, in order to cooperate with Su Chin, they had placed all of their resources here. Temporarily converting something else is not an easy task. Director Yen couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Attention all departments. We may need an emergency evacuation in a few moments. Activate our option B. However, just as everyone had decided that Su Chin was bound to reveal himself this time, Su Chin himself was calm, faced with a few old classmates around the doubt at the moment. Su Chin clasped his hands on his shoulders and leaned towards the top of the chair, leisurely saying, "You heartless ones, have you all forgotten so soon? 4 eyes, let's just say that when you were in school, which test wasn't me passing you a cheat sheet, and one time the teacher caught you. I froze and didn't give you up. The teacher invited my parents, and my dad gave me a good beating when I got back. Did you forget that?" The expression of that named 4 eyes went from puzzlement to dawning realization, and finally settled on shame. Yes, I haven't forgotten. How could I forget this? I've always remembered this favor from you, squad leader, 4 eyes said. And you, Den Yo. Su Chin pointed to another tall and strong man. Once you played basketball and broke your foot. Good guy, I carried you so big individual grill to the school nurse's office. You also forget? And you old Lee, you lost your meal money for a while. I was at home all day with a double portion of rice to feed you for a week, and you guys don't even remember that? As he spoke, Su Chen's expression suddenly became sad. Hey, it seems, I'm really the only one who will remember these things. That's just it. I didn't intend to let you take this favor. Forget it. At this moment, it didn't matter if it was 4 eyes, Den Yo or Old Lee. Inside, he felt guilty enough to slap himself a couple times. Don't, squad leader. It's our fault. I've been drinking too much lately here. I've ruined my brain, so don't you dare talk to me like that. Squad leader, I really didn't forget. I just got confused and didn't think of it. It's impossible to forget the goodness of the squad leader in our lifetime. These few people have taken a stand, with an extremely pious attitude. Su Chin, on the other hand, was putting on a full show, his expression looking a little sad and forlorn. And yet you have to act like you don't care and carry all the hurt yourself. So much for making the guys feel even more guilty. To the side, those who had not been named just now joined involuntarily at this moment. The squad leader is absolutely right. And you guys are so ungrateful. I'm just going to keep it in mind. When I was in school, every time it was my day duty, the class president would stay after school to help me fetch water and mop the floor. Yes, I haven't forgotten either. The class president even picked up and gave me a book at that moment. And I brought it with me several times when I moved. So I'll give it back to you, class president. Some other time, The others, too, spoke up as you did. It's basically just little things that happen when you're in school. Su Chin, on the other hand, at this moment, was leaning back in his chair, listening to their words in a good manner. From time to time, he even nodded his head in approval. Old Chin and the others were directly dumbfounded. Just now, one of Old Chin's legs had been stretched out, ready to bolt at any moment. For a moment, it quietly retracted. No way. How could Su Chin be able to make things so clear back then? This is too scary. Hua Hua had a puzzled look on her face at this moment. I've heard brother Su Chin say it before. He said that actually everything that happened during school was pretty much the same. And everyone's memories are fuzzy again from such a long time ago. If you guide them a little bit, they will automatically associate with what you say. And in the end, the fake will all become real. Hatpa, who had already been through this once, seemed much more calm at the moment and explained to them how it worked. Several people were listening in awe. It can still be played like that. Learned, the kunai exclaimed. It's useless even if you've learned it. You can't reach Su Chen's realm. There's no way you can use this move to the fullest. Old Chin analyzed. He had just been observing Su Chin, and the more he observed this, the more he admired Su Chin in his heart. The main thing was that his expression was so natural when he said those things. If he didn't know everything inside and out, he would have believed it. If there was someone like Su Chin, who casually babbled to him about some of the things that happened when he was in school, he would definitely have to treat them as his own classmates as well. Worthy of being an actor? At this point, Old Chin did not question Su Chen's level of professionalism. So aren't we safe now? And we don't have to worry about being kicked out, right? Blossom confirmed. Not only is it not necessary, it seems like we can even receive VIP level treatment. Old Chin analyzed with experience. Yay! It's great. We get to eat at the table again. Hotba exclaimed. Nothing was more important to her than the eating mat. Director Yen was also relieved at this moment, and at the same time, he really admired Su Chen's ability to make blind white lies. I can't wait to really kowtow to him to express my heartfelt respect. Notify all departments that there's no need to activate Plan B. Everything is as usual, Director Yen said as he picked up his walkie-talkie. After putting down the walkie-talkie, he looked at Su Chen in the screen inside. This kid, indeed, is a social cow element that terrorizes society. Chapter 103, No Trace of Performance. Chapter 103, Without a Trace of Performance. Ha 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 ha. Extreme reversal. I can never guess the direction of Su Chen's plot. Su Chen is too good, isn't he? This is too good at fooling people. He even went so far as to tell the details. Any hint of questioning from these people seems to be disrespectful to Su Chen. Just now, I thought that Su Chen would be designated to roll over this time, but I didn't expect that he would easily turn over 1,000 pounds in 4. Sure enough, it's Su Chen. The extent of this social bull the imagination cannot reach the point. Holy, how did he manage to go into such detail? Convince. With this maneuver, Su Chen not only managed to tide over the crisis, but also occupied the moral high ground. I can't help it. Crooked floor. Does no one think Su Chen's acting is particularly good? He looked so natural when he just said those words, and the sadness looked so natural. Yes, 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 I felt it too. No signs of acting. I almost took it seriously. The knowledgeable director has already handed Su Chen his book at this moment. My brother's such a good talent. It can't be wasted. Have begun to look forward to up on Su Chen this acting skills. Once you want to shoot the movie, this movie star have to get soft right. Indeed, the most powerful acting skill is not being able to see the performance. The true feelings are revealed. And this is something Su Chen has already comprehended the essence of. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked enough by Su Chen's extreme operation at the moment. There were even people who had cut off this segment and posted it on top of the major platforms. A moment of discussion once again. Isn't this that social cow Su Chen from a while ago? He's working again? Holy, this is still serialized. Hurry up and go to the live stream. Ha ha ha. Isn't this the reunion that Su Chen mixed in when the first program started? He even went to someone's wedding? It's really Su Chen. It's amazing that he didn't reveal himself for so long. How on earth did he do it? Another program? Did I miss something? Then you're missing out on too much. As long as there's a live room with Su Chen in it, it's a constant surprise. A lot of spectators were drawn in for a while. The number of people in the live room, too, has reached a new high. Director Yan's face burst with joy as he watched that number of people continue to rise. This kid, he really has something. Not only did he not roll over, but he also made the show work so well. He felt that he had been right to forcefully invite Su Chen here in the first place. And it's so right to let the stars decide their own schedule for the day. Isn't that a much better effect than any show he could have planned on his own? Su Chen is a talent. No, it is a genius. Meanwhile, renowned director Zhang Yimou, at the moment, is discussing the script with the screenwriter. His little assistant knocked on the door and walked in hurriedly at this moment. What happened? Zhang Yimou asked. His assistants were very disciplined, and if it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't bother him while he was busy. Director Zhang, it's Su Chen you were talking about. He's just been on the hot search, the assistant said. Previously, Zhang Yimou had made it a point to take care of him, and he had to be the first to know all news about Su Chen. Last time, among those scripts that the agent gave Su Chen, there was Director Zhang's. He had inadvertently seen Su Chen's performance on the program and felt that he was, in terms of acting, a moldable talent. So without hesitation, I handed over the book. As a first-rate and well-known director, he has entered countless actors. Eyesight has also long been exercised with extreme sophistication. So he firmly believed that this Su Chen would definitely be a good actor if he polished it up properly. However, what he didn't expect was this. Instead, he was told by the side of Su Chen's company that Su Chen had rejected his script. It was extremely shocking as well as unbelievable to him. You know, in today's inner entertainment, never mind how popular or big the stars are, all clamoring to be in his play. But this Su Chen, previously an obscure, little fresh meat who was blacked out all over the internet, surprisingly, he rejected his invitation outright. This is black history for Director Zhang, the kind that is ridiculed by your peers when you say it. However, Director Zhang was not an ordinary person, and although he was shocked, he did not get angry. Instead, he took a keen interest in Su Chen. specially instructing his assistant to keep an eye on Su Chen's every move. If it wasn't for the fact that as a big director, you're usually too busy, he actually wanted to be on the air himself. Even so, when he usually had a little bit of free time, he would open the live broadcast and watch Su Chen's movements. Therefore, he also knew at this moment that Su Chen had gone to the wedding, and it's his fake classmate's wedding. At this moment, when director Zhang heard his assistant's words, he immediately became interested. Even the screenwriter on the side forgot about it and hurriedly took the cell phone in his assistant's hand and clicked on the video to check it out. In the video, it was Su Chen who faced the questioning of a few people. That can be described as a complete, beautiful performance. The look of longing on his face as he remembers the so-called past, the despondency in his face when he was sad and upset, and the restraint he tried so hard to hide. It's all so just right. Even if he was a big director and had read countless actors, he was still instantly conquered by Su Chen's performance, which showed no signs of acting. These people really aren't his classmates? Director Zhang was a bit uncertain at this moment. The assistant nodded. I've been watching from the live broadcast. These are all the people from the last party. Su Chen and them before. Surely they don't even know each other. Hearing this, Director Zhang took a deep breath. This is an acting genius. His acting skills, they've reached the point of being out of this world. Even I was fooled by his performance just now. The screenwriters on the other side of the room want to get involved and make their presence felt. So he came over and said, is it really that great? What kind of person can make even Director Zhang appreciate it so much? Can you let me see it too? At this moment, Director Zhang was like a man who had discovered a rare treasure and was eager to share it. Hurrying, he handed over his cell phone. Take a look. This recent hit Su Chen. I didn't expect him to be so good at acting. The screenwriter picked it up and looked at it. Su Chen. Ah, he's really hot lately, and I've seen clips from inside his variety show. Character is a true social cow, and for all the things he's done, I wouldn't dare do a single one of them. And when the writers watched the clip, they were instantly convinced. What he just said, was all an act? He couldn't believe it too. Director Zhang's assistant nodded. You believe it this time? How long has it been since there has been this kind of talent in inner entertainment? It's really rare. Director Zhang exclaimed at this moment. Chapter 104, Seeing the Good and the Bad. Chapter 104. Indeed, it can be said to be like no one before or since. The screenwriter commented. Director Zhang, with such a good talent, you definitely want to collaborate a handful of times, don't you? Hearing this from the screenwriter, Director Zhang laughed a little to himself. I'd like to, but it's just a shame that people don't see me. I don't want you to laugh, but I handed their company the book a couple days ago, and guess what? People outright refused. Upon hearing this, the screenwriter's mouth dropped open in surprise. Mostly, this whole thing is unbelievable. The famous director Zhang, who can be said to be the one and only director in the entertainment industry. I can't believe that I will be rejected one day too? This Su Chen. There's something about him. Director Zhang. If you ask me, who can refuse you if you want to shoot a movie and be an actor? Is this Su Chen deliberately using this opportunity to try to raise his price? The screenwriter analyzed. Director Zhang shook his head. I don't think so. I fought for it when they refused. You can give Su Chen the best resources for the whole crew, and this film pay is also randomly mentioned by him, but their side refused very dryly. Hearing this, the screenwriter was even more shocked in his heart. This is the Zhang director have been made so big concessions, visible to this Su Chen how much importance. Is Su Chen really that tough? Even director Zhang can refuse? That's a ceiling in the discourse movie world. What does he want? Go straight to Hollywood? However, what he didn't know was that, well, come on doc or whatever. Su Chen didn't care that much anymore. What he really wanted to do, what he was really aiming for, was much more ambitious. He is going to reshape the discourse movie world on his own. No, I'll find a chance to definitely meet with this Su Chen for a good chat. Director Zhang said and pointed at his assistant. You go contact Su Chen and their company and explain the situation. Everything is based on Su Chen's side. Let's match their time and make sure to get me an appointment. When the assistant heard that, he nodded and went out to do it. The screenwriter on the side was also in shock at this moment. Director Zhang too humble. Inner Entertainment might not be able to find a second character besides Su Chen who could make Director Zhang so humble. Let's talk about it here today. I want to watch a live broadcast for a while now. Director Zhang pointed to the cell phone in his hand and gave his expulsion order. That screenwriter wasn't an eyeless one, and hastily got up to say goodbye. Director Zhang, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone and watching with great interest. Wedding reception site. Su Chen was still kibitzing with his fake classmates. At the same time, he was mentally mulling over his task for a while. It was someone's wedding, after all, and he wouldn't go too far, and they must have prepared the hosts early on. All one has to do is to find the right opportunity to go on stage and use loose English and make a couple of remarks. That would be considered mission accomplished. As he was thinking about it, he only heard Old Lee say, "This wedding is kinda special today. I heard Jia Jia say earlier that husband of hers is a fake foreigner." Old Lee, watch what you say, at least you're Jia Jia's husband. What foreign devils are not foreign devils? Yes, 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 I've also heard about it. Saying that he has been living abroad for several years and has only recently come back. And this Jia Jia has even hired a non-master of honor for this wedding in order to match his beliefs. Not the host? Then what is it? The others wondered. Supposedly a priest was brought over from the church. And this is called an authentic Western wedding, the man explained. The crowd nodded. This priest officiated at a wedding they'd all only seen on TV before. I get to see it in person today. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. What's so different about this priest's presidency? Isn't it all just standing up there with your willingness and my willingness on the line? And netting the whole foreign thing? You're just being uninitiated, aren't you? Jia Jia said that the priest was hosting the whole thing in English. English? Then we don't understand it either. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are a lot of foreign friends coming over from the groom's side. We have to do our part as hosts, don't we? Listening to their discussion, Su Chan began to ponder in his mind. That's quite a coincidence. Having to speak in bulk English myself. They got a priest on their side to officiate. There were also so many foreign friends present. The game is a lot harder all of a sudden. However, Su Chan wasn't the least bit scared. It was only interesting when it was difficult. There's nothing he can't handle. As he was thinking about it, he saw Jia Jia walk in from outside wearing a white wedding dress. Class president, my big class president Su, I've missed you so much. Jia Jia called from a long distance away. The others saw this and snickered. Jia Jia, why are you just thinking about the class president and not us? That's right Jia Jia. You're being too obvious with your differentiation. Right. Jia wasn't the least bit intimidated by the crowd's jabs. I'm just treating it differently. Who made our big class president Su so handsome and funny? I'd miss you guys if you grew up like this too. TSK, 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 Jia Jia. You're getting married. Aren't you afraid your husband will be jealous? The others coaxed. Fear not. I'm in charge in our house, Jia Jia arrogantly said. The crowd burst into laughter. And the atmosphere was very cordial. By the way, big class leader Su, I still have something to trouble you with. Jia Jia rushed at Su Chan at this moment. What is it? You, the bride, have asked, so I must be doing my best. Su Chan laughed. Simple, there's a family and friends speaking session in a few minutes and I'd like to have you on. After all, our big class president Su is such a talented guy. He's sure to be a showstopper once he's up there. It turned out to be like this. Isn't this just hitting the muzzle of his own gun? Su Chan thought to himself. That's fine. I think Su Daiban is the most suitable. Yes, 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 yes. We wouldn't dare to grab this one. It would have to be big class leader Su on the stage. Let's see if we don't shock all those little foreigners. The others chimed in. And at this time, Su Chen, who had gotten a bargain, had to sell some more goodies. He pretended to straighten his clothes and said, well, that's, inappropriate. What's inappropriate? It looks too good to me. Big class president Su, if you don't give me a speech, I'm not getting married. Jia Jia deliberately ranted. Su Chen, at this moment, was also seeing the good in the world. Aya, that's no good. Then I can't let our Jia Jia's wedding go yellow because of this. If you really can't get married and make me responsible, wouldn't that be smashing your hands? Su Chen joked. The crowd burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha, you don't say. Su Chen and the others have a pretty good atmosphere here as classmates. Who would have thought that Su Chen is an imposter class president? Chapter 105, Free Play. Chapter 105, Free Play. The vibe? It's almost like my pro classmates are going to kiss it. You don't say. This Jia Jia is quite good looking. It's a pity. Ha ha. Upstairs. That's a dangerous idea. Su Chen is going to speak? The anticipation is rising. It feels like this is not destined to be an ordinary speech. After all, it's someone's wedding. So I have a feeling Su Chen won't do anything out of the ordinary. Don't guess what's in Su Chen's mind. You can't understand even if you guess. Who knows? Su Chen never follows common sense anyway. Just as Su Chen and Jia Jia were talking and laughing with them, they saw a tall man hurriedly walk in from outside. From his clothing, he was able to tell that this was Jia Jia's groom. Jia Jia, Jia Jia. That groom shouted anxiously as he ran over. Yo Jia Jia, this husband of yours is sticky enough. He's anxious after not seeing you for such a while. Old Lee joked. However, when Jia Jia saw this, she instantly felt that things were not that simple, and that something was definitely wrong. Sure enough, the bride gasped. Jia Jia, something's wrong. The priest what? The priest can't make it? Jia guessed. This brain circuit of hers is really not quite the same as others, either. No. Father, he had a temporary commitment and said he couldn't make it. The groom's breath easily evened out a bit before he could complete his sentence. Can't make it? This priest is so unreliable. We've got half an hour before this wedding starts. What's he going to make us do when he says he can't come at this time? Jia was angry and anxious. Jia, don't worry. I'll think of another way to see if I can find someone to cover temporarily. The groom comforted. Can I not be anxious? This is my first marriage, and possibly my only one, and it's resulted in such a big accident. You can't host it well if you get someone on the fly, and it's even harder to find when you need to use English. Jia was, at this moment, so anxious that she was about to cry. Hearing their conversation, Su Chen's mind instantly came alive. The priest couldn't come? And something so good. No. So coincidental? Next to them, Old Li and the others were also anxious for Jia at this moment. What do you call this? It's too much to ask me to watch the priest. Yes, it's still our own people who can be trusted. It's hard to find someone at a moment's notice. Listening to the sound of their discussion, Su Chen felt that he needed to prompt them. After all, you can't volunteer something like that on your own. It seems too unprompted. It has to be said by someone else. So he made a fist with one hand and put it to his mouth and coughed twice. However, these few classmates of his, first of all, did not have that kind of lingering mind. Surprisingly, I didn't comprehend the meaning. It seems they can't be counted on. So they should think of something else for themselves. After all, with Su Chen's resourcefulness, he couldn't let his urine suffocate him. Could he? Just then, he only saw Old Chin at the next table violently stand up and walk over. Hello bride and groom. Old Chin greeted. You are? Jia queried. Oh, I'm Su Chen's friend. He brought us here to support the show. Old Chin introduced himself. Oh. Hello. Once she heard that she was Su Chen's friend, Jia's attitude instantly became cordial. It's like this. I just heard that your priest couldn't come temporarily, right? Old Chin asked. Right. I have a suitable candidate that I want to recommend to you. Old Chin explained his intentions. You recommend it? Is it reliable? The groom was a bit skeptical at this point. That must be especially reliable. This person, that's Su Chen. Old Chin turned back and pointed at Su Chen behind him. At this moment, the way Su Chen looked at Old Chin was different from before. It's still got to be one of our own. Don't look at Old Chin, who usually looks like an iron bean, but he is still very powerful in critical moments. Surprisingly, he comprehended what he was saying and stepped up to the plate. Good buddy. At this moment, Jia and the rest of the students heard this and came to a realization. Right. Big class president Su. Aren't you the most suitable choice of host? Jia said excitedly. That's right. Look at our brains. Why didn't we think of that? Old Li chagrined. Big class president Su. You can just as well do us this favor, or else I'm going to mess up this wedding. Jia begged. At this moment, Su Chen had a difficult look on his face. It's not quite right. After all, I'm not a professional presenter either. Routine is still needed, and you can't come across as overly proactive. Fit. You're just the right man for the job. Jia, this friend of yours, is it okay to speak English? The groom raised his question at this moment. Can. What's not to like? Without waiting for Su Chen to reply, Old Li and the others jumped the gun and answered. Right. I remember when I was in school, the class president had the best English grades, so it's hard to beat him with this vocabulary for officiating a wedding. The others followed suit. Su Chen was laughing in his heart at this moment. It's true that if you tell this lie too much, it becomes true, without even needing their own guidance. These people automatically brainstormed that they were good at English? The outrageousness of this matter made Su Chen himself feel somewhat absurd. But it doesn't matter. It's not as believable if you say it yourself, but when it comes out of someone else's mouth, false becomes true. Yes, I remember. The class president's English was especially good back in school. Our teacher even complimented him on his particularly mellow London accent. Class president, please, just say yes. Jia put her hands together at this moment and begged. Jia class president, please, otherwise we really don't know what to do with this wedding. The groom followed suit at this moment. In the face of this couple's sincere plea, what else could Su Chen do? He naturally agreed to them. In that case, I'll reluctantly top it. The main reason is that Jia and I have been classmates for so many years. We can't see her wedding messed up, can we? Su Chen nodded and said. Great. Thank you, squad leader. Thank you. The two men thanked each other in quick succession. Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was all a minor point. Where's the speech? Hurry up and take it to the squad leader so he can familiarize himself with it first. Jia rushed at the groom. Oh, I'll go look for it. Wait. No need. Su-chen called out to him. I'm not used to following speeches. Free play. Su-chen said. Free play? The groom questioned a bit. The class president can say whatever he wants to say. Our class president is at this level. And the free play is definitely better than the script writing as well. Chapter 106 Suburban Accent. Chapter 106 Suburban Accents. Jia. At this moment, trusted Su-chen 100%. Hearing this, that groom was a bit uneasy, but that was all he could do. The two had much to prepare for and left in a hurry. After watching the two of them walk away, Su-chen walked over to Old Chin and complimented him. You can Old Chin. Learned smart quite a lot. Old Chin had a smug look on his face at this moment. That's right. After following you for such a long time, how can I get a little bit better? How's that for once I'm powerful enough to have a tacit agreement? Su-chen nodded. Very good. Keep up the good work. I'm watching you. Old Chin, who had received a compliment, burst into a joyful smile. The audience in the live broadcast room was also amused by the two of them at this moment. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Old Chin, who was usually the most naive, would now has become the most knowledgeable about Su-chen. Old Chin, I'm all about lessons summarized from being cheated over and over again. Ha 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 ha, Su-chen is going to be the host? This is too exciting. Let's not talk about what this Su-chen's hosting level will be. Just the fact that he's personally hosting this event is enough for me to envy for 10,000 years. That's right. I'm very envious of Jia at the moment, and I also want Su-chen to officiate my wedding. Brothers, isn't the point to host in English? I want to know what kind of English level Su-chen has. I don't know. I've never heard Su-chen speak English, but blind guessing should work. Otherwise he wouldn't dare take this job. Ha 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 ha. Jia is so good at auto-brainstorming and mellowing out her Cockney accent. It kills me with laughter. Ha ha ha. These people make it look like the real thing. I'm going to believe it. It is true that the ancients did not deceive me. A lie told 1,000 times becomes true. Finally, the wedding kicked off with all eyes on it. The bride and groom's family and friends, in full force, were there. At the table next to Su-chen's and theirs, there were several foreigners sitting, all of whom should be friends of the groom. At this moment, Su-chen, on the other hand, had already arrived backstage and was ready to appear on stage to host. Facing this crowd of guests below, he was very calm and unruffled inside, but he had a feeling that the scene was going to make waves in a while because of his hosting. The waiting light of the scene dimmed and the crowd quieted. Su-chen walked up to the stage with steady steps. As soon as he stood on the stage, Old Chin and the others, plus Old Lee and the rest of his classmates, burst into applause. It can be said to give face. Su-chen, on the other hand, calmly stretched out his two hands and pressed downwards. Everyone quieted down before Su-chen continued. It's a pleasure to officiate Jia's wedding today. Now, let's invite the bride and groom to make their appearance. The words fell, only to see that those foreigners sitting below were all dumbfounded, obviously not understanding. And Jia's friends and family are a little confused at this point. Did not say, today this wedding, the whole English host it, how come up as Chinese it? That's a little different than they thought it would be. Soon, though, they had an answer, because Su-chen, at this moment, translated one side again in English. Today Ippy, will to Jia and her husband. That said, there was a sudden realization on the scene. What did I say? After all this mess, it turns out to be bilingual. Both sides of the family and friends can be taken care of. I was worried before that someone would not understand in plain English. Yes, but this young man's English sounds good. I understand all of it, and his pronunciation is quite standard. A sister-in-law commented at this moment. Big sister, you didn't go to the senior citizen university for nothing. You can understand all this? Next to her for a while, she said in surprise. That's true. I've been studying here for over a month now, and my level has skyrocketed. Look at the hearing. It's amazing. Doesn't this chap just say that it's a very happy day to have Jia and her groom? However, although they understood, the table of foreigners, however, was a bit confused, though it wasn't like there was anything terribly wrong with what Su-chen had just said in these two sentences in English. Probably means all right too, but somehow it sounds a bit strange then. It just feels, not a complete sentence, like it was put together in bulk. If Su-chen could see their inner thoughts at this moment, then he would definitely tell them, you guys are feeling right, this is bulk English for me. This means that the task given by the system, he did it right. Doubtful as it was, though, the wedding process continued on. They don't have the means to count carefully either. The doors to the ballroom opened. Jia and her groom, at this moment and walked in from outside. No. What did Su-chen say in English just now? Why do I sound a bit confused? Ha, me too. I thought I misheard at first. Su-chen, this English. Is bulk wholesale it? How does this sound so awkward? Ha 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 ha. Is this the legendary authentic London accent? I've never been abroad, so don't you guys lie to me. This could be London country accent. I get it. It's just the accent of that suburban neighborhood. Ha ha ha. Yes, it can be interpreted that way too. Suchen's 2 sentences in English really laughed me to death. Not to mention, just Suchen dared to stand on the stage in front of so many people. This courage I admire. That's right. Who is our Suchen? Inner entertainment famous social catalog. So far I haven't seen him have what he dares not do. No. I want to know if Suchen's English level is really like this, or if he's deliberately being funny. Ha ha ha. Who knows? Or maybe it's just starting and trying to mobilize the atmosphere. I'm so looking forward to Suchen's English hosting next. I'd like to see it next or in bulk or wholesale. Jia and her groom were unaware of what had just happened here. Total One walked in and felt like it was a pretty good vibe. Jia was very happy in her heart and thought to herself, sure enough, it was not wrong at all to ask Suchen to host. Just by standing on the stage, the model looks right. Much more powerful than the priest's aura. That's a face for yourself. When Jia and her own husband walked in, Old Qin and the others were still confused. At this moment, they still hadn't come out of the shock that Suchen's 2 English sentences had just caused. Brother Qin, the English that Brother Suchen spoke just now, where was his accent? Reba asked with an innocent face. Although she said that she also found it a bit strange. She definitely wouldn't question Suchen's English level. After all, in her heart, Brother Suchen was the most powerful and did everything right. Chapter 107, Slogans. Chapter 107 Slogans. It sounds a bit like the accent of my family's place, Old Qin said in mellow northeastern dialect. Is that a standard London accent? Blossom questioned. Maybe it's the northeast side of London? Old Qin guessed. Northeast London divides the north. Kun summarized. Well, that makes sense. Old Qin nodded while giving Koan a thumbs up. The audience all laughed like crazy at this moment when they heard their discussion. Ha ha ha. I'm now very skeptical about the mental state of these guys. Are these guys serious? I doubt they've all been pooed by Suchen. Ha ha ha. In short, it is a sentence. Suchen how to say is right chanting. London northeast sub north are out? Is it true that they didn't hear this bulk English from Suchen? Ha ha ha. Usually used to being fooled by Suchen. Even if there's something wrong, it's definitely not Suchen's problem. I say, Suchen was just joking just now, right? He won't say that when the wedding officially starts in a while. Ha ha ha. With Suchen's character, that's hard to say. Jia walked up to the stage with her groom on her arm beautifully. After standing beside Suchen, he whispered, Big Class President Su, you're so stylish even when you stand on this stage. So handsome. As she spoke, she was starry-eyed and flamboyant. Mainly, Suchen was wearing this tuxedo today, which was really handsome, already outwardly superior. He was so primped that it was a downward spiral for everyone in the room. What girl can see that and not be confused? At that moment, the groom on the sidelines cleared his throat and reminded Jia, he's the groom, he's the star of the day. At this moment, he kind of regretted letting Suchen be the host, taking all the limelight away from himself. Suchen smiled faintly at Jia. Then let's begin? It starts when you say it does. Jia cooperated. So, Suchen stood in the middle of the two of them, picked up the microphone, and said in a serious manner, Ladies and gentlemen, ahem, Class President Su. English. As soon as Suchen had just opened his mouth, the class president on the side hastily reminded him to speak in English. Oh, sorry, I'm used to speaking in this native language. Suchen adjusted his state and started over. Lattice and, folks, Suchen's own English was very good, but in order to complete the system mission, he had to use bulk English at the moment to do so. So when he said gentlemen, he thought about it and deliberately changed his vocabulary. The family and friends below, hearing his opening statement, first stared. Some didn't respond. However, when they reacted, they covered their mouths and laughed. And every now and then they were mingling. Where did you find this host? It's pretty funny. The main thing is that he's so handsome, and he's also so funny. Some of the young girls had already committed nymphomania at this moment. Let Jia ask in a while if this host has a girlfriend. Can you get me a contact information? This young man is here to cause trouble. Isn't he supposed to be hosting in all English? Why are folks coming out? Young people nowadays are popular for not going out of the ordinary. I look at the young man as intentionally to liven up the atmosphere in this way. Right, that's right. I think this is quite good. Marriage, the most important thing is to be happy. Everyone is happy. Not quite good. The discussions below were all over the place, and some of them reached Suchen's ears as well. He was a bit surprised that these friends and family of Jia were quite accepting. He had thought that by saying that, he would cause them to be upset. Even if that did happen, he had nothing to fear and had the means to deal with it as usual. Nowadays, though, it would be best if they could accept it, sparing themselves a lot of trouble. Jia Jia and her groom, at this moment, were also stunned. How could they not expect that this Su Chen's hosting would be in this style? Where's the good old London accent? It's not even close, is it? Jia Jia, what's wrong with you, class president? You're purposely here to cause trouble, aren't you? The groom was a little upset at this moment. However, Jia didn't care at this moment. What's wrong? I think it's pretty good. Our class president is so funny and humorous. Besides, look down there. Isn't everyone pretty happy? Jia Jia said as she pointed down. The groom looked over toward the bottom, only to see Jia's side of the family and friends, all mingling. There were even a few who kept sneaking glances at Su Chen with their eyes, then covered their mouths and laughed sheepishly. And what about his foreign friends, who at the moment looked bewildered? At the moment was asking around, trying to find any answers, while others explained it. They had a look of realization on their faces and gave thumbs up at the stage. Obviously, they were not interested in Su Chen's this. The acceptance of the kind of hosting is still quite high. It's mostly just fun, too. After all, this is a wedding, whether in Chinese or English, and they've certainly been to quite a few of them. But this bulk English wedding is certainly a first for all of them. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. With Su Chen's character, it's absolutely impossible to preside over a wedding in a regular manner. Lattice and folks? What a combo that is. Ha ha ha, I couldn't understand it, but I was greatly impressed. You don't say. Su Chen created this bulk English himself. It still sounds like it has flavor. Upstairs, are you serious? I suspect you've been pooed by Su Chen too. Is it really okay to be like this at someone's wedding? I can see how Jia Jia seems to be enjoying herself instead of being angry. I do see that this Jia Jia is Su Chen's little fangirl. He does everything right. This groom looks a little upset, but I can see that he doesn't have much say in this house when Jia Jia says so. I'm already looking forward to what surprises Su Chen can bring next. On the scene, Su Chen saw that this effect was not bad, so he rode the wave of victory and continued the process. I very happy. Today is two people go to their two, E together. This time, Su Chen used all English, but the audience below laughed even more. Ha ha ha, you don't say. This expression in English feels pretty good to me. It doesn't seem rigorous enough when you say he's using English, and you've wronged him when you say he's not using English. I'm a little confused now. It's a very new kind of English. Son, did you understand everything this uncle said? At this moment, a parent randomly checks his child. The boy nodded confidently. I understand everything. This uncle's speaking is so good. Much better than our speaking teacher. Chapter 108, Bewitched. Chapter 108. I kind of got those two sentences. The officiant said he was happy to be here for the wedding of these two. Right. At that moment, an older mom excitedly rushed to her daughter. Her daughter was laughing her ass off at this point. Hurry up and nod. That's right. That's right. Mom, you can. It's only been a month at senior college and you can understand so many words? The older woman tossed her head in triumph. But it has to be said that this young man speaks well. I couldn't understand what those foreigners were gabbling just now. This presenter said it and I got it all. So it seems that it's not that I don't learn English well, it's that those foreigners are having problems speaking it. Big Mom was at this moment, because of Su Chen. Find confidence and be happy. Her daughter couldn't stop nodding her head. Yes, 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 you're right about everything. You're happy. Old Sheen and the others were, at the moment, somewhat baffled. To say that before they could have interpreted it as Southern speaking English with a suburban London accent. At this moment, then, they can no longer deceive themselves. Brother Chin, why do I hear this English of Su Chen's, like it's in bulk? Hua Hua said with some uncertainty at this moment. What does bulk mean? Hatba asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's just a word put together without complete sentences or grammar. The kunai explained at this moment. Oh, so that's how it is. Then Brother Su Chen is also too powerful to be able to create an English expression by himself, Reba said excitedly. A few of the others looked at her when this was said, yet it was clear from the expression on her face that she wasn't joking. Rather, I really think so. Yangmi sighed and shook her head helplessly. Hatba, with that brain of yours, you'll easily suffer in the future. Hatba doesn't understand. What's wrong, honey? Did I say something wrong? In the face of Hataru's sincere inquiry, Yangmi surprisingly didn't know how to explain for a moment. As Jiba's best friend, she'll have to worry more and help Jiba out in the future. But looking at the situation, Hatarub's mind was all on Su Chen's body, so she definitely couldn't see anyone else either. It's just that Su Chen is not something she can grasp. Thinking about this, Yangmi instantly felt worried about Hataru's future. But yeah, Hatba couldn't grasp it though. She could try it herself. Yang Mi was startled by her sudden thought and hurriedly shook her head, returning her attention to the top of the stage. At this moment, Su Chen looked down at the table of a few foreigners. Only a few of them didn't seek the help of the people around them this time. And that expression made sense at first glance. That's what they heard. It's just that there seems to be some confusion in hearing and understanding. There was no figuring out what kind of path Su Chen was on. Reading their expressions is, Su Chen sneered a few times in his heart and thought to himself, so I can still make you understand? That was just an appetizer. If you understand a word of what I'm about to say, I'll lose. Thus, Su Chen cleared his throat and spoke again. This time, according to the normal process, it should be the introduction of the bride and groom's meeting and getting to know each other to fall in love. That grammar can be complicated. However, Su Chen just loved challenges. He decided to go for something a little more difficult in this section. This man in Thyre. And asterisk carat, hashtag $% carat asterisk percent carat and asterisk so and percent, and asterisk. As Su Chen's speed of speech continued to increase, the expressions of the family and friends below gradually became puzzled. That's, like, a lot to talk about. How come the more we get to the back, the less we understand? This difficulty, how did it escalate instantly? Old Qin and the others were also confused at this moment. What's going on here? How did Su Chen change his path? Brother Qin, you and Su Chen are close. Can you understand? Hua Hua asked. Old Qin shook his head. What does this have to do with having a good relationship? If we two have a good relationship, we can't communicate with brainwaves. I think that Su Chen is completely talking nonsense in this paragraph. Old Qin voiced his guess. No way. To the side, Hataru objected vigorously. Brother Su Chen wouldn't be making things up. Didn't you all just say that his English was in bulk? Brother Su Chen is giving you proof of his level. See, when he gets serious, you all don't get it. The expression on Hotpa's face looked very smug as she said this. It seemed as if Su Chen, who was on the same stage, was honored with it. Hearing this, Old Qin and the others were also confused. Could it be, really, that they were wrong? Su Chen is really speaking a very advanced English at this moment, so they don't understand? But then, Old Qin felt ridiculous for this idea of his. Su Chen is obviously talking nonsense, okay? The King of Heaven is here, and he's talking nonsense. This Hotspur, it's just so deep, it's bewitching all over. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers were all confused at this moment. No, what's going on here? Just a moment ago it was bulk English. Now it's straight up bad, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Su Chen. He seems to be speaking a very new language. I see. Su Chen is telling everyone that it all has to be understood by intention. The time to test everyone has arrived. Only a smart person can match Su Chen's brainwaves to understand what he's actually saying. Upstairs, you're playing the Emperor's new sayings with me, aren't you? Ha ha ha. The Emperor's new saying. You're weirdly talented upstairs too. I'm really stunned. When I thought that the previous bulk English was already Su Chen's ceiling, he has directly poked through the ceiling and went to the atmosphere. Sure enough, Su Chen is never one to disappoint. To dare to officiate like this at such a formal wedding. I'm kind of convinced. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is relying on the fact that he is handsome and others don't dare to beat him. Right. These viewers, I see, seem to be quite receptive, and one and all are quite happy. Hotpa Jedi is bewitched. She feels good about whatever Su Chen does, and can come up with her own rational explanations. I'm in the same state of madness as Hotpa. I just feel like Southern is speaking a more advanced language. I declare, the English language, on this day, has been redefined by Su Chen. The stage of the ballroom. The groom was completely confused. To say that the English that Su Chen spoke before, I guess, although it was said to be in bulk, it was at least proper English. Piecing it together, you can still get the general idea. But this second half, how it just lets go. He couldn't understand a word that was said. This has long been out of the English language. This speaks an alien language, right? The groom, for the moment, looked at Jia in despair. Chapter 109, it's a shame about the name. Chapter 109, it's a shame about the name. However, when the groom looks at Jia, he realizes that the expression on Jia's face was nothing like what she had imagined. Surprisingly, she laughed quite a bit. It's a wedding for both of them. Once in a lifetime there may be a wedding that has been meticulously prepared for ages before. Now, letting her Su de Banshan make her like this, she even laughed so happily. The groom feels at this moment that the marriage is really impossible. Jia had never been so patient with him, and now she was being so accommodating to her as class president. For a moment, this groom had something in mind, and for the moment, Jia felt her husband's emotions. She gathered a smile and rushed at him. Don't be so serious. Don't you think the part our class president just said was kinda funny? Fun? You've got to be kidding me. He's just making that up. The groom said. Gee, our class president always has such a humorous attitude. I do think that's good. After all, whether it's a Chinese wedding or an English wedding, it's all over the place, but there's only one wedding as fun as the one the class presided over. How romantic and different it is. After being brainwashed by Jia, the groom surprisingly felt as if what she said made some sense. You're really doing this because of that? It's not because your class president is handsome, so you think he's right about everything? The groom confirmed. Jia knew he must be jealous because of this and held up 4 fingers and swore. I swear though that our class president is handsome, funny and charming, but I don't think it's because of that I feel he's hosting particularly well. Looking at Jia's sincere expression, how did this groom feel that the vows sounded so wrong? At this moment, the program's cameraman was also on the stage, following and filming Suchen at all times, and this part of Jia's conversation just now was completely recorded by the camera. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience had just been shocked by Suchen's alien language. For the moment, he was again amused by Jia's words. Ha ha ha, is Jia swearing? This is clearly a confession. Jia, you do know how to swear. Straight to my ears, stupid. Ha 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 ha. Why do I feel a little bit sorry for this groom, who obviously can't have a name for his own wedding? Ha ha ha. It looks even more sad when you say it like that. This groom must be regretting at this moment that he shouldn't have agreed to let Suchen officiate in the first place. Groom, come on, I'll let you have this place, or you two can tie the knot. This Jia can have a vision. Her comments about Suchen are all completely correct. Jia is so funny, haha, but she's right. This wedding is indeed unique. Honestly, if this had been someone else doing this at my wedding, I would have had a meltdown. But if it's Suchen officiating, then I'm fine with whatever. Upstairs, you're being too double standard. But I like it, ha ha ha. Suchen, he deserves it. You don't say. Now that I've carefully pondered over the set of words Suchen just used, I feel it's quite interesting. You people are really enough. Those words you asked Suchen to repeat. You see if he can finish repeating them. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, look beyond the obvious and be friends. Meanwhile, Director Zhang was, at this moment, holding his cell phone and watching Suchen's performance. For him, this opportunity to take a break from his busy schedule and be able to settle down to watch Suchen broadcast live was too rare. However, this time, Suchen's performance still did not disappoint him. Not to mention anything else, just this calm and atmospheric vigor of Suchen on stage was not something that an ordinary person could have. In front of so many people, he was able to speak this loose English so freely. It's almost as if he's a talented player in acting. What's the most important thing for an actor? It's all about freeing up your nature and letting go. There are a lot of actors who get stuck right at the most important step and can't always let go. This leads to hamstrung acting, let alone any acting at all. But in Suchen's case, Director Zhang saw a good actor with no baggage at all. This is the actor he's been chasing so hard to get. Thinking of this, Director Zhang became even more resolute about his determination to hire Suchen to act in the movie. So he called his assistant in and instructed, contact Suchen's agent and ask for Suchen's current location. I have to go over to see Suchen right now at once. On the scene, Suchen's alien language continued, interspersed with a few lines of loose English. It can be said that he created a unique language by his own efforts. And what about the audience below, who were half understanding? It just felt like a kind of fun vibe. Solely, he didn't bother to dwell on what exactly Suchen had said. Truth be told, they've all been to more than a few weddings, have long felt bored with this consistent process. After all, how many people would really care about the romantic history of this bride and groom? For them, hurrying up and opening the table was the most important thing. However, this time, Suchen had given them a completely different experience. This wedding was so much fun to officiate. 2. How can 1,000 wedding processes look like this? Everyone had gradually adapted to Suchen's rhythm by now, from the initial shock and amusement, and there was a great deal of anticipation for what Suchen was going to do next. And at this moment, Suchen also proceeded to the following stage. The bride and groom say their vows and exchange rings. So, Suchen made the bride and groom stand on either side of him. He looked to the groom first and was just about to speak when he realized something. He doesn't know the groom's name yet, so he turned his head and asked Jia in a low voice. Your husband, what's his name? Last name is Wang. Just call him by his English name, Tony. Jia replied. Tony? Your husband is in the beauty salon business? Suchen said subconsciously. Jia sniffed and puffed. That's not really true. TSK, that's a bit of a shame. Suchen commented. Unfortunately what? Jia asked curiously. It's a shame the name Chance. To be called Tony and not work in the beauty salon industry is just disrespectful to the name. Suchen commented. Hearing this, Jia laughed even more, and was close to just sitting on the floor on the stage and laughing. The groom, on the other hand, was At the moment, flabbergasted. The sound of Su Chen and Jia Jia talking just now was so small that he didn't hear a single word. Chapter 110, New Play. Chapter 110, A New Way of Playing. He only saw his wife smiling extraordinarily happily after whispering a few words to Su Chen. The stage of 3 people. At the moment, he was like an outsider. He felt that there was no groom in the world who had been more stifled by him. Thus, the audience under the stage, looking at this scene on the stage, felt very bizarre. The bride stood by Su Chen's side, exchanging 2 sentences from time to time, laughing uncontrollably. The groom, on the other hand, was looking a little hard, and appeared to be standing alone. For a moment, it was all a bit confusing as to whose wedding it was to whom. Luckily, Su Chen noticed the groom's embarrassment in time. As a host, he still wants to be professional when he should be, so he cleared his throat and made a fist in front of Jia. Collect! Jia barely stifled a laugh. Next, to make the next let me ask. It was only when Su Chen, who was halfway through speaking, reacted to the need to use English, so he hurriedly adjusted it. Of course, it's still his bulk. $10 a pound English. King Tony, do you agree the girl be your wife? Would you like this lady to be your wife? Tony Wang froze for a moment when he heard Su Chen's mouth call out his own name. Almost didn't react to the shout. Shouldn't it be called King Tony? What the hell is King Tony? All of a sudden, from the international stage, straight to the countryside. That's too big a gap. However, Tony Wang looked across the room at Jia Jia's expectant eyes, knowing that this time, it was not the right time to be bothered with Su Chen about this issue. So, all that could be done was to take a deep breath and nod in reply. Yes, I do. Su Chen owed him a slight bow before turning his head to look at Jia Jia. Jia Jia, do you agree the man be your husband? At the end of his sentence, Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said the word husband in a very raw foreigner's accent. When these words came out, the people below burst into laughter. The atmosphere could be described as very warm. Unexpected results were achieved, and Jia was very cooperative and said loudly, I do. Good. Su Chen gave him a thumbs up. Okay, you can. Unable to find the right words to describe it for a moment, Su Chen directly gestured with his hands. At this moment, the bridesmaids next to her were also very knowledgeable and promptly brought up the wedding rings. After seeing that, Su Chen violently rushed at her then thumbs up. Okay. You, very good. Good. The bridesmaids blushed at the compliment. Covering her face, she sheepishly walked off the stage. It could be seen that within a short period of time, she had already been conquered by Su Chen. Under the stage, Old Qin and the others saw the scene and shook their heads helplessly. Gotta. The bridesmaids have fallen too. Is Su Chen's charm that great? That's probably because I didn't go on stage. If I did, this bridesmaid would have to be conquered by me. Old Qin, at this moment, said in a very smelly manner. Come on brother Qin. I have a feeling that this bridesmaid might simply like Su Chen's English. Hotba said with a serious face at this moment. Hearing this, Old Qin said with great disdain. What's the matter? This girl's family does retail and she likes it in bulk. Yang Mi and the girls helplessly glanced at Old Qin, and they all stopped talking. On stage, both Tony Wang and Jia Jia exchanged rings. Meanwhile, the wedding march played. Once again, the scene was brought to a climax. The audience below, too, resounded with applause. Su Chen was on the side, waving his hands around. Okay, music, flower. Now you can kiss your bride. At this moment, Tony Wang had gotten somewhat used to Su Chen's loose English. While hearing and understanding, the heart is surprisingly less resistant. Mostly, the kissing part he could love so much. And what else, at this moment, was more important than that. This is the main part of the wedding, even if it is all done. Su Chen rushed downwards with a big wave of his hand. And now I declare the table open. The words simply sounded better than anything that had come before. Family and friends burst into applause. There were a few other uproarious hollers. A couple of the groom's foreign friends, at first, didn't quite get what was going on, but it was an infectious joy to see the atmosphere so warm, followed by heavy applause. Su Chen's success is complete. Retreating, he walked off the stage, and at the same time, in the middle of his mind, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, bulk English officiating a wedding. Rewarded, divine hosting ability. God grade resilience. Hearing this voice, Su Chen was satisfied. At this moment, his multiple abilities deepened, so it could be said that just about any one of them could make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. At the same time, a huge wave of information poured into his mind. That's all the expertise associated with being a presenter. Let's put it this way. Even those science students studying hosting and accumulating a lifetime of knowledge are not as comprehensive as he is with this knowledge. Also, it automatically has an immense amount of experience. It's not something you can get by hard work alone. It takes real time to build up an experience. And Su Chen, nowadays, was directly indoctrinated by the system in its entirety. It's a nice feeling. Really, if I were to host a variety show, then he and the others wouldn't all have to be laid off. Su Chen thought happily in his heart, but he's just thinking about it, and so far has no intention of switching to hosting. As for this ability, there's always a time when it's useful. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt as if something wasn't quite right. There seems to be a little something missing more than usual. With a tap on the head, he rang up. It's a new mission. This time, unlike in the past, every time a reward was released, this new quest was automatically released. It's been so long since this one. How come there's still no movement on this mission? System, what's going on? Where's the new mission? Su Chen asked. Ding. Detected that the host's first stage quests have all been completed. Now releasing the next stage quests. Please gain 10 million popularity points through various social humongous behaviors within 10 days. After the mission is completed, the system mall will be opened and there will be a mysterious prize. I see. This system has changed its game, but this mysterious gift, it sounded quite tempting. Su Chen was a little impatient to find out what it was. I just have to wait until my own mission is complete to find out. A system mall would be nice too, so you don't have to be passive and accept rewards. You can always trade your popularity value for anything you need. I just don't know if the mall is rich in content and what all. 10 million popularity values in 10 days' time didn't seem to be a difficult task for Su Chen. Chapter 111, The Great Grudge Seed. Chapter 111, The Great Grudge Seed. Besides, nowadays, one practiced through those previous tasks. This social humper has become more and more skilled. In other words, it means that nowadays one's own skin is, well, getting thicker. It's not easy to gain popularity through social bullnose behavior. Moreover, without the constraints of the mission, one is still able to play freely and the space has become much larger. As soon as he thought of this, Su Chen instantly felt that the future was promising. So, beautifully, he went back to his seat. He had just walked out from backstage, and those few cheap classmates, plus old Chin and the others, just clapped and gave him a thumbs up. Big class President Su, you can do it. This English speaking has a different flavor, Old Lee exclaimed. Yeah, Su de Banzai. I was never expecting that you would dare to let yourself go so much on stage. Convinced, another classmate said. That's right, when our class president Su went to school, he dared to do anything. I idolized him at that time. It's just a shame, after all these years, I haven't even learned a tenth of this socially awesome syndrome of his. TSK, TSK, TSK. The man who spoke shook his head with immense regret. Old Lee slapped him straight across the face and spat. Come on you, how dare you compare yourself to our big class president Su? No dare, no dare. It's me who has overstepped my bounds. The man hurriedly waved his hands and made a look of trepidation. The crowd burst out laughing. At this time, the girls, Hataru and Yangmi, who were on the side, heard these words and had puzzled and confused expressions on their faces. Honey, it's amazing how they talk about their school days as if they were real, right down to the details. Hataru asked. Yangmi also shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I now wonder if Su Chen has some kind of magic that can tamper with other people's memories. Magic is not so much. It's actually very simple. Is it psychology? Old Chin, at this moment, looked like he knew what he was doing. Hataru and Yangmi hurriedly looked at him in unison. How? Looking at the two people seeking to learn, Old Chin's vanity was greatly satisfied. It was like a peacock opening its screen at the moment, showing off its little learning with vigor. Here's the thing. Think back to school. Didn't you all have a socially awesome classmate in your class? Meanwhile there are a couple of sociopathic, non-speaking students? After carefully mulling over Old Chin's words, both Hataru and Yangmi nodded. Kinda. Then think again. Do you remember what these classmates' names are and what they look like? Old Chin continued to ask. The two of them pondered some more, and as a result, the more they thought about it, the tighter this frown became. Yeah, like I can't remember, Hataru said. I just remember that there is such a person. As for what his name is and what he looks like, I really don't have any impression at all. Yangmi felt as if she had lost her memory. Old Chin clapped his hands. Right, so that's what Su Chen utilized. As long as he acts real enough, these cheap classmates of his will really take it seriously, thus pressing all of that social cow in their memories onto Su Chen's body. It's not all about the details. Old Chin clapped his hands and revealed the final mystery. Young Mimi and Hataru both had a look of realization on their faces. So that's how it is. So I understand. Brother Chin, you can, to know so much. Listening to the compliments of the two female guests, Old Chin suddenly became a bit fluttery. It turns out that being recognized feels surprisingly good. He had finally slightly experienced a hint of how Su Chen was treated. It was unavoidable to feel another pang of envy in his heart. This Su Chen's life was a little too good. Just then, he suddenly felt a coolness behind him, and the eyes of Hotba and Yangmi became a bit strange. A man's seventh sense made old Qin detect a hint of danger. Just as he was about to turn back, a strong force imprisoned his neck. Who is it? Gently, gently. It hurts. Old Qin yelled. Taking that little bit of learning I told you. You're here to swindle, aren't you? At this moment, Su Chen's voice sounded behind Old Qin. Old Qin was instantly abashed. Hey, I'm not just putting on a little act, and you caught me in the act. Old Qin laughed playfully. Brother Su Chen, so all of this is what you told Brother Qin? Reba was surprised. Let him speak for himself. Su Chen's hand strangling Old Qin's neck increased in strength. Old Qin immediately clasped his hands and begged for forgiveness. Yes. It's all because Su Chen told me. Otherwise how could I know so much? I was wrong, Tatsu. I won't take your words and go out and act like a big tail next time. Seeing that Old Qin had a good attitude, Su Chen then loosened his hand. Old Qin rubbed his neck where he was strangled, and his heart was a little melancholy. This had just taken a moment to enjoy Su Chen's coolness, and then he was discovered. Ha. Old Qin is just a big grudge, isn't he? Old Qin, tell me what you're messing with him for. Ha. So that's how it is. I was fooled by Old Qin just like Hotba and Honey, and I was thinking how this Old Qin suddenly became smart. Old Qin is taking Su Chen's intelligence and waving it around outside. Indeed he should be punished. Ha. Old Qin, you'd better give up. Even if you open your screen in front of Hataru and Honey, the two of them won't give it a second glance. Ha. Old Qin, solid old iron. Indeed, with Su Chen around, Old Qin that doesn't stand a chance. TSK, heartache Old Qin a minute. Forget it, a second. What's the matter upstairs? Old Qin doesn't deserve your heart for one more second. Does he? Old Qin, so love goes away, right? At this moment, the two people, Jia and Tony Wang, had already started going table by table to toast. Walking up to the groom's foreign friends, the Nachos, they have pulled Tony Wang to inquire about them. Who was that host just now? That was so much fun. King Tony, that friend of yours is so much fun. Be sure to introduce us to him sometime. I declare this to be the most fun wedding I've ever been to, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Of course, they speak English. Hearing their comments, Tony Wang looked closely at the expressions on their faces, wanted to make sure they were being polite and not telling lies, but the expressions on their faces were so sincere that they didn't look like they were faking at all. Tony Wang was instantly relieved. He had been worried that these friends of his would be dissatisfied and would find the wedding ridiculous. Chapter 112, Jealous. Chapter 112, Jealousy. As it turned out, it didn't occur to me that they were even enjoying it. The rewards have been unexpected. When he thought about it, this wedding that Su Chen presided over did seem to be a bit of fun. Jia was right. This wedding of the two of them could be considered unique in the world. That was enough to satisfy them. Thinking of this, Tony Wang whispered in Jia's ear. Jia, this class president of yours won't be officiating someone else's wedding afterward. What's the point of asking? Jia was a little seductive. I'm not thinking that we have to make this wedding unique. If he still gives someone else to officiate in this way, then there will be no uniqueness, Tony Wang said. Jia laughed when she heard it. Why? Didn't you just resent it? Oops, was that just now? I feel that this wedding is really not bad now, Tony Wang said with some embarrassment. Don't worry, our great class president Su is so busy. If it wasn't for my face, he wouldn't do such a thing. Jia said confidently. That's good. It's still my wife's honor who is great, able to find such unique hosts. Tony Wang pondered for a while before coming up with an appropriate word to describe it. For them, Su Chen was indeed unique enough. At last the meal was served, and Hotba and the others ate with great pleasure. As for Su Chen's table, people also came over from time to toast and greet him. It was obvious that after a hosting session, Su Chen had already conquered everyone present. What's more, there were several big moms that brought their daughters over to ask for Su Chen's contact information. Hard to introduce his daughter to Su Chen, but Su Chen naturally diffused it in a clever way. At that moment, another older woman, with her own daughter, came over. At the next table, Hotba was eating happily, and when she saw this, she put down the chicken leg in her hand. She said with some concern, Sister Honey, all these Amazons seem to be eyeing brother Su Chen. I feel so unsafe here. Yang Ni looked calm at this moment though on the surface, but in fact, his eyes had also been glancing towards Su Chen's side again. Hearing Hotba's words, she agreed in her heart, but on the surface she said, What's so unsafe about it? If he can't resist such a little temptation, there's even more temptation out there. No sister honey. Look at brother Suchen, he took out his cell phone. He added people's wikis. Hot but instantly became nervous. Yang Mi also saw it at this moment. Not only her, but Lu Tianxian, who had always been emotionally introverted. At this moment, he was also looking at Su Chen's side without blinking, looking a bit nervous and concerned. This Su Chen, to be so unstable, this adds to someone's prestige, Yang Mi said while gritting her teeth. The hands were unconsciously hard while doing so. By the time she reacted, she only saw that the spoon in her hand had been bent. It was only then that she realized that she could be so strong. Meanwhile, the three of them seemed to have forgotten that it was still live at the moment. So the three of them, with all this jealousy, had all gone out live. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all happily eating melons at this moment. TSK, 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 it's a rare sight to see three great beauties being jealous at the same time. Now it's just all undisguised? These three people have all made their cards clear. They just like Su Chen, right? What's this? Didn't all three of them choose Su Chen in the first phase? Isn't it obvious enough? What's there to hide? They weren't truly fond of each other when they were chosen in the first period. They just felt that there was meat to eat by following Su Chen. But it's different now. All three of them are obviously moving with their hearts. This kid Su Chen is really lucky. Three big stars love him and get drunk for him. The main thing is that Su Chen is good enough. Not to mention these 3 stars. Even if there were 10 more, I guess they wouldn't be able to escape his charm. 10 more? Ha ha ha. What a scene that would be. They say 3 women make a play. So many women that would have to sing how big a play. Over there, Su Chen had just put his cell phone down after adding the wizards with the little girl. Just all of a sudden, he felt that there were several fiery gazes on his back. He subconsciously turned around and saw 3 pairs of fiery eyes. However, there was a hint of something indefinable in this bubbling fire. Reba, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian. All of them were not eating their meals at this moment. He looked at him with this look of anger and sadness. Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. What's wrong with these 3 ninnies? All of them? So he got up and walked right up to them. As a social hummer, it was natural that when you encountered this kind of situation, it was impossible to keep it in your mind and figure it out on your own. It is imperative to ask for a direct answer. The 3 people didn't expect that Su Chen would come straight over, and were a little flustered for a moment. Hurry up and pretend to look down and eat. However, Su Chen had already walked over. What's the matter, 3 of you? I've come over, so don't pretend to eat, Su Chen said bluntly. All 3 men sighed inwardly at this moment. I knew that I couldn't pretend in the face of Su Chen, and if others might have been unaware of it, they wouldn't have poked it directly. But Su Chen, the social cow character, must have said whatever he had to say without any taboo. When the time comes, they'll be the only ones embarrassed. 3 of you, why do I feel that you just had such horrible eyes? As if you wanted to burn a hole out of my body. What mistake have I made here? Can you let me die with a clear understanding? Su Chen asked. The 3 of them looked at each other with somewhat awkward expressions. How can they say this? Directly say that they are jealous? Wouldn't that be laughed to death by Su Chen? But it's unlikely to admit it. After all, the cameras are out live. It's just that a few of them were just so intense that they forgot to cover up a bit and showed a bit too much. You 3, you can't be jealous because a little girl just came to me. Su Chen saw that they didn't speak, and directly spoke for them. Right. It's just what happens when you're jealous. We're recording a love variety program. Do you know what love variety means? We Suwa 3 female guests cannot get into your eyes, is it? And have to be outside. Outside. Yang Mi is straight up showing her cards at this point. No more pretending. Anyway, it's already been seen. And the sophistry will only look more embarrassing. Might as well just admit it. Besides, this is supposed to be a love variety show for them. So it's normal for them to be jealous of each other, right? Chapter 113, The Pure Land of Paradise. Chapter 113, The Pure Land of Paradise. At this moment, Yang Mi's small face was red and puffed up. The look was very endearing. And the viewers saw it at this moment. And they were also calling out for Yang Mi and the girls. Sister Honey is right. This is a romance variety program. How about Su Chen should also respect the female guests? That's just it. Adding another girl's wiener in front of someone is indeed a bit much. What Su Chen did this time was indeed wrong. And although I'm a fan of his, I definitely won't speak against my conscience. Everyone doesn't have to be so strict. Su Chen is originally this kind of character. As to be so uptight. That's right. Obviously the other party took the initiative. Su Chen, even if he added it, was out of politeness. Out of politeness? There were several little girls who came over to ask for contact information before. Didn't Su Chen reject them all? Or because this girl is pretty? Su Chen, man up and apologize and this matter will be over. People Su Chen by what to apologize even if it is a love synthesis. is not also in the process of mutual understanding of it, and did not determine the relationship. Suchen how can not know other girls? Upstairs is right. I see this as naked moral abduction. Not only the audience, old Chin, who had been eating his melon on the side, also pulled Su Chen's sleeve at this moment. With the attitude of someone who has been there and understands everything, he persuaded, Su Chen, girls are fine, just coax them. However, Su Chen was unmoved. He only smiled and unlocked his phone to find the page. Then it was shown around in front of a few of the Yangmi girls and put in front of the camera again for the audience to see. On that screen, there was a chat log page. Depending on the time, it's the same little girl that was just added. And there was only one chat message. It was the other party transferring $2,000 like Su Chen? What the hell? A money deal? Why did you come up and transfer money? I didn't realize this girl was still a little rich. How come it's only 2,000? Is our Su Chen only worth this much? That's right. How about $2,000 to pay off the beggars? I'm the first to be unconvinced. You people's minds are too dirty. What do you take Su Chen for? You guys were the ones who just said that it was wrong for Su Chen to add people. And now you guys are the ones who are making this kind of vulgar jokes. Aren't you? Do not say not laugh not lively it. But why this girl came up to Su Chen transfer 2,000 Yang Mi and the girls asked the same thing Su Chen asked. Why did she transfer money to you? Brother Su Chen. She wouldn't be trying to adopt you with $2,000. Hadarub was surprised when she thought of this. $2,000? That easy? Then she can put $1 million after it. Su Chen also felt a pang of speechlessness at Hataru's brain opening. What goes on inside your little head all day? That girl is Jia Jia's cousin, specializing in wedding matters. She just came over to pay me for the host. At this moment, the crowd came to a realization. So it is. No wonder that several Su Chen who wanted prestige before didn't add it, but only added this girl's. So it's official business. Yang Mi, Hoder and Lu Tianxian's expressions instantly made a 180-degree turn. The previous gloom was instantly swept away and replaced by a bright smile. This change, not to mention obvious, even old Chin, the simpleton, could see it. TSK, Su Chen, this charm of yours is too great. It makes me envious. These three big beauties, that are all crazy for you, banging on the big wall for you. Instantly, a paper towel from Yang Mi flew over and smashed into old Chin's body. Old Chin, if you keep talking nonsense, it won't be tissue paper that flies past. Yang Mi warned through gritted teeth. At the same time, he raised the dishes in his hand as a threat to old Chin. Old Chin hurriedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, I was wrong. I won't say anything. This is really the same person with a different life, treating Su Chen as if he was as warm as the spring breeze and smiling so happily. When it comes to me it's the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. You guys are treating each other too obviously. Old Chin said no more, but as a result, this tirade was not missing a single word. Yang Mi killed over with another glare, and only then did old Chin shut up resentfully. It was only at this moment that Yang Mi raised her head and looked at Su Chen with some embarrassment. I'm sorry Su Chen. It's us who misunderstood you. Facing Su Chen's apology, Su Chen waved his hand. Apologizing with just your mouth? You're not being sincere here either. Yang Mi was stunned. Worthy of being Su Chen, he never followed the rules. At this point, shouldn't you be saying something like it's okay? Showing a sign of your generosity as a man. How nice to pick on the reasoning. But Yang Mi was relieved immediately. After all, Su Chen is this style, who let themselves be offended by him first. Then you say, how do you want to apologize? Yang Mi said helplessly, Brother Su Chen, this matter is indeed our fault. Just tell us what you want us to do. Reba followed at this moment. Hearing this, Su Chen looked up and down at Yang Mi and Hotba and the girls. That look instantly gave Yang Mi and the girls a bad feeling. Do anything? Su Chen asked. You're not going to do anything excessive. Yang Mi's alarm bells went off, and her hands subconsciously shielded her chest. And Hotba looked, for the moment, not only unafraid, but as if she had a hint of anticipation. Su Chen shook his head. Boss Yang, you're thinking too nasty of me. I can't really do anything to you. At this moment, Yang Mi felt that she had indeed gone a bit overboard. It's a small mind for a small mind. How can you think so badly of Su Chen? Besides, this was a public place and there were countless cameras videotaping them. What could Su Chen have done that was excessive? Her guilt intensified at the thought. I'm sorry, I was the one who thought too much. Well, tell us what we have to do to make up for the damage we've done to you by misunderstanding you. However, after Su Chen spoke his words, Yang Mi realized that this guilt of his had come too early. Only Su Chen revealed a dangerous smile and said, then you guys can dance a poleaxe. Young Mi, Hot Bar, Lu Tianxian, The three men were simultaneously speechless and froze in place. As for Old Chin and the others, they were directly staring in surprise at this moment. In Old Chin's mouth, the half-bitten chicken leg was now falling to the ground. He was in complete disbelief that this Su Chen had played such a big game. How dare you make Yang Mi and the girls dance and apologize in public? Chapter 114 Really Jumping. Chapter 114 Really Jumping. Sure enough, the world of the social humper was something they could never reach or learn from. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned at this moment. I'll go. Su Chen is a warrior. He's even playing such a big game. Ha ha ha, it's really Su Chen. This is too explosive. Hurry up and jump, I love it. Su Chen, this person can handle there is a dance he is really dare to let the actress dance I've seen countless versions of the pure land of ultimate bliss, but it feels like the next one will be the most memorable in my life. Su Chen, you're my brother. You're my own brother. Upstairs, you're too conservative. Su Chen, you're my own father. Ha ha ha, these 2 floors above. You too, this directly recognized on the relatives, is not it? You, this generation is not a little complicated. I'm going to go. Straight up stun my whole family. Ha ha ha, I would love to see this kind of scene so much. Yang Mi and the others can dance or not? Sister Honey, you said this, you have to do what you say. So many people are watching. If you guys don't jump, it's too much to say. It seems we were all wrong about Su Chen before. I knew Su Chen was a man of principle. How could he make such a mistake? Upstairs, don't say anything after the horse's mouth. What were you doing just now? People attend the wedding is to accompany the share. Su Chen this to attend a wedding, but also netted 2,000. Indeed. This also reflects the importance of talent. This is the ancestor chasing after feeding the food. The wedding site was bustling around. As for Yang Mi and their table, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. All of them froze in place without moving. How could Yang Mi not expect Su Chen to play such a big game? It is surprising to make such an excessive request. Besides, let her dance. She's not coordinated with those limbs. Of the 3 people present, it was Hotba who was an okay dancer. Both she and Lu Tianxian belong to the category of being uncoordinated in their limbs. Being able to make a living in the entertainment industry is mostly due to the 2 of them with their unbelievable face value. Well, to jump or not to jump? Your boss Yang just said, sincerely apologize and do whatever you want. A dance is never too much, Su Chen said leisurely at this moment. Yang Mi's teeth were crunching at this moment. She should have thought of it long ago. Su Chen, that was such a good talker. When he caught the opportunity, he was surely going to make a good fool of himself. He only blamed himself for being careless just now and letting Su Chen decide on a way to apologize without much thought. Now, she is riding a tiger. Besides, her words were heard by all the people in the live broadcast room. If you play a trick on yourself, you're sure to be scolded, right? Thinking of this, Yang Mi's heart burst with despair, but there was nothing she could do about it. Honey, I think it's okay too. The stage is already made here. Besides, I've practiced the dance of the pure land of ultimate bliss before. I can dance it and can lead you and Sister Tianxian in front. At that moment, Hotba spoke up. Of the 3, she was probably the only one who wasn't resistant to the whole dancing thing. Lu Tianxian was also nervous at this moment. After all, the whole dancing thing was beyond her capabilities. Just jump. What's the big deal? Yang Mi's tone was firm at this moment, with a look of going out on a limb. Her competitive heart was aroused by Su Chen. It's just a dance, but it can still be difficult for her. Boss Yang. Very good. Worthy of being Boss Yang. I admire this boldness, Su Chen said with a thumbs up. He knows how to give a slap and then give a sweet date this time. Please then. He pointed in the direction of the stage. The 3 of them, Yang Mi, Lu Tianxian and Hataru, were at the moment like they were going to war, very heavily towards the stage. Su Chen, however, did not have the slightest intention to soften his heart, and clapped his hands behind him, saying, guys, look up, it's not the right atmosphere for this dance to be downcast. If her eyes could kill, Yang Mi would have already cut Su Chen into 1,000 pieces by now, but she was just thinking about it, and if her eyes really had the power, she probably wouldn't be able to part with it by then. Ha ha ha, Sister Honey and the girls actually agreed? Su Chen can do it. Honey is really a man. There's dancing, she's really dancing. Ha ha ha, upstairs, are you sure that was a compliment to Honey? Honey probably isn't very happy if she sees this compliment from you. Ha ha ha, you're on Honey's blacklist. Move your little benches and get your melons ready. It's New Year's Eve, brothers. It's not much more festive than New Year's. I'm so looking forward to it. This paragraph, hurry up and record the screen. Must be permanently treasured only. Let's all thank Su Chen. If it weren't for him, how could we have the chance to see this scene? Thanks to Su. Tatsu. Thank you, Su Chen. +1. Plus. At the same time, In Su Chen's mind, the sound of that popularity value accumulating kept ringing out. The mere matter of getting Boss Yang and the girls to dance at Joyful Pure Land hasn't even begun yet. He's already racked up hundreds of thousands of popularity points with this one. This path really does work. At this moment, Su Chen was very grateful to Boss Yang and the girls in his heart. If they weren't jealous at this time, they wouldn't have been able to find such a good opportunity for themselves. With that thought in mind, he followed suit and walked over to the side of the stage. What are you doing over here? Yang Mi asked. Su Chen straightened his clothes. Came to chime in for you guys. Of course. Do you guys want to just go up and jump? Then the people down there won't think you three are sick. At this time, speaking in anger, Su Chen was also unforgiving. Boss Yang was speechless as he was choked. Sister honey, brother Su Chen is so sweet, Reba exclaimed at this moment. Once again, Yang Mi was speechless. He's sweet? If it wasn't for him, would they have to come here to dance? Su Chen walked onto the stage, and after the people below who were eating happily saw him, they all became surprised and excited. What's with this little host dudes on stage again? Wow, there's a back program? So looking forward to it. What are you going to perform for us? Handsome? Jia Jia and her husband were halfway through their toast at the moment, and after hearing the sound, they also turned their heads to check. Jia Jia, why are you, the class president, up there again, with another program? Tony Wang asked. Jia shook her head in bewilderment. I don't know. I didn't say anything before. Sister Jia Jia, then this program, is it going to be paid for separately? Cousin Jia Jia, who had just added Su Chen's prestige, asked at this moment. She doesn't realize yet that this show wouldn't exist if it weren't for her. Chapter 115, Courageous. Chapter 115, Courageous. Jia Jia looked at Su Chen on the stage and was somewhat moved in her heart. I thought to myself that this big class president of theirs just has style. Surprisingly, the program was specially prepared. Below, Old Li and his table began to cheer as well. So Big Ben is going to put on a show? Suda Ban Chang is mighty. What is the class president going to perform? Jia Jia is really good to serve. There is the class president to host, not to mention that there is even a program to perform. Quickly, take out your cell phone and record it. It's a precious record. In the face of the crowd's vocalized uproar, Su Chen raised his hands and pressed down again. Signal everyone to be quiet. The room instantly fell silent, looking expectantly at him on the stage. Gentlemen, in honor of Jia Jia's new marriage, my friends, have brought a dance performance. Let's welcome three beautiful women. Brought to you by the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. As the words fell, the room was quiet for a few seconds. They didn't expect the show to be so explosive. This wedding is too good a deal to attend. After a few moments of silence, the crowd burst into applause. Yang Mi, on the other hand, took the stage with Hotba and Lu Tianxian, very helpless. Su Chen very gentlemanly reached out and invited the three of them to the stage. Then he went down himself and left the stage to them. I'll be damned. The class president can do it. Bringing friends with such a program, Old Li said. Three big beauties dancing to the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. We're in for a treat today. This is one of my favorite dances. The class president really understands me. On the stage, Hot Bar stood at the front to lead the dance, while Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian stood at the back with nervous faces. They had been on countless stages much bigger than this one, but today was the most nerve-wracking. Looking at the pairs of watching eyes on the stage, they had the feeling that they didn't know where their hands and feet should be placed. At that moment, the music started and Hotba, who was standing at the front, moved. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian had watched it many times even though they said they hadn't skipped it before. Still familiar with the action and not too frazzled. So the two of them followed suit and moved along with Hataru's movements. The atmosphere was instantly ignited and everyone was excited to watch them dance. Even Old Chin and Koen were looking dumbfounded at this moment. It's still Su Chen. To be able to make Yang Mi dance, Old Chin exclaimed. Sister Honey and Lu Tianxian are really courageous, daring to dance on stage like this. For Koen, dancing is his area of expertise. So naturally, watching it is not quite the same feeling as others. At this moment, he looked at Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian slightly clumsy, but exceptionally hard-working movements. One can only admire their courage. A few foreign friends of Tony, the Groom King, were also watching with great interest and excitement at this moment. Pulling King Tony couldn't stop exclaiming, Tony, what a fun wedding you have here. Not to mention hosting with style, but such a fun dance. Is this, in fact, your legendary square dance? Faced with his friends' questions, and their expectant eyes, Tony Wang burst into a bit of tears. It was obvious that his friends truly enjoyed the wedding. Just how the hell is this square dance supposed to be interpreted? Yes or no? Tony Wang thought for a moment and said with a clear heart. Sort of, only slightly more advanced than square dancing. Whatever, it's kind of a way to promote culture. It's amazing. No wonder square dancing is so popular in your area. I want to go and follow it, the foreign friend said excitedly. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were swiping so fast that they had already invaded the entire screen. Ha 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 ha. Sister Honey and Lu Tianxian are having so much fun dancing, laughing my ass off. They both seem to have borrowed limbs, each in their own way. The two of them dance there too, and each of the 4 arms and 4 legs dance their own. You don't say. It's quite a dance. Ha ha ha. Jumping out of your skin, ha. Of the 3 of them, it feels like Hotba is the only one doing the polar path, and the remaining 2 are creating their own dances. Hotba dances so well, worthy of my goddess. Indeed, Hotba is so beautiful. Sister Honey and Lu Tianxian are not good dancers, but it's still good to watch and have fun. No matter what, we have to thank Su Chen. If it wasn't for him, how could we have seen such a famous scene? Say it a million times again. Su Chen Bullnose. Guys, I've recorded the whole thing, and I have a feeling this video is going to be a source of joy for me for decades to come. Ha ha, please send me a copy upstairs. Good man. It's so funny, ha ha ha. It's really joyful to watch. TSK, 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 just honey. It's a shame that sis can't dance with that body. I declare this to be the most distinctive Pure Land of ultimate bliss that I have ever seen. Meanwhile, Director Zhang was also on the bus to the wedding site with Su Chen's agent, Sister Qin. Also here was a famous screenwriter in the industry, Mr. Fong. Director Zhang couldn't sit still anymore since he had just seen Su Chen's acting talent. He rushed straight to Su Chen's agency and found Sister Qin, discussing with her the matter of cooperation with Su Chen. Although, Sister Qin was very happy to work with Director Zhang, but helplessly, today she couldn't be Su Chen's master. If Su Chen didn't nod, there was nothing she could do. So the two of them discussed it and rushed straight to the wedding site to discuss it with Su Chen. To show his sincerity, Director Zhang also brought along his own royal screenwriter and currently recognized as the best screenwriter in the industry, Mr. Fong. Director Zhang's determination was obvious. He must take Su Chen. Whatever he asked for, reasonable or not, he would do everything he could to make it happen. Su Chen thinks the script is bad? Then bring your own screenwriter along and just let Su Chen make the requests. Where it's bad, we change it on the spot. It can be said that after so many years of being a director, Director Zhang has never been so humble even when he was just starting out. Never have I been so eager to work with an actor. Of course, that was also because he had never encountered such an excellent actor seedling as Su Chen. And on the way to the wedding site, the car was still playing Su Chen's live broadcast. Just now, when he heard that Su Chen was going to make Yang Mi and the others dance the Pure Land of ultimate bliss, Director Zhang was stunned. This Su Chen, indeed, was completely different from other stars. All the other stars, they are careful with their words. Who dares to play so big? They would still be scolded to death by the fans of Yang Mi and the girls. Sister Qin, on the other hand, wanted to die. You Su Chen play big, but the consequences are for the agent to bear. Chapter 116, Feeling Good About Dancing. Chapter 116, Feeling Good About Dancing. Sister Qin had a premonition that she was afraid that her phone call was going to be busted by the agents of Yang Mi, Hotba, and Lu Tianxian. Saving for a rainy day, Qin directly took out her phone and chose to turn it off. Let her escape for a while and face these blistering storms later. She felt that ever since Su Chen had joined the program and turned on the attributes of a social humper, one's main job description becomes apologizing. Apologies to the agents and owners of all the stars. Because Su Chen never takes a lot into account. It's all about the heart. And surprisingly those people had no problem with that. Of course, even if there was an opinion, it was useless because Su Chen never adopted it. However, just because they don't have an opinion doesn't mean their agent doesn't. So, when they came to her door, all Sister Qin could do was apologize. Now that she was really tired, let her be an ostrich and escape for a while. Besides, the most important thing today was to take Director Zhang to talk to Su Chen about cooperation. As long as the cooperation is negotiated, then Su Chen's curiosity can be upgraded several levels in a row. Although, Su Chen is also very hot these days. Call it a top stream in terms of flow. But top streaming without the work is all vanity. Only a good work of art can be realistically sit at the top of the stream. At that point, what agent would dare to give her a hard time? Thinking about this, Sister Qin immediately felt that the future was promising. But at the same time, she was a little despondent. The basis for all of this is only if Su Chen agrees to star in Director Zhang's movie This time, no matter what, she had to convince Su Chen. Meanwhile, in the middle of the wedding ballroom, Su Chen was watching Yang Mi and the girls dance with great interest. Suddenly, a voice rang in his head. Ding! Detected that the host's social humbug behavior has shocked industry heavyweights, gaining popularity value. 10,000 popularity points. Hearing this voice, Su Chen was instantly surprised. You know, Usually this popularity value is added one by one, and this time, it even added 10,000 popularity value directly. So there is such a shortcut to take. Just who could this shocked industry heavyweight be? Su Chen didn't have an answer for a moment, but there was a new direction in his mind. That is, you can try to go to the big names in the industry to shock them afterward. In this way, this 10 million popularity value of his own, it is estimated that it will not even take 10 days, will be able to be enough to count it. At this moment, Yang Mi's and their dances were also nearing the end. At first, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian danced with a twist, but as they danced, the two of them gradually let go, and surprisingly, they felt that the whole thing was kind of fun. At the same time, an inexplicable confidence rose in his heart. That felt he was dancing quite well. The song ended and the three did a closing pose. Rushing the stage, he bowed and thanked the audience. In turn, the people on stage applauded. Yang Mi and the girls walked off the stage, and as they did so, Yang Mi added, "I really didn't realize that I had a talent for dancing. I think I just danced pretty well." That's right. I also have this feeling. Before I thought that my limbs were uncoordinated, but as a result of this jump, it feels pretty good. Lu Tianxian followed suit at this moment. Hotba had been standing at the front of the line and hadn't seen how well the Yang Mi girls really danced. After hearing this moment, he really believed both of them and nodded. "Sister Honey, Sister Tian Xin, I told you it wasn't hard to dance. Since you two are interested, we can dance together later." The three of them were having a lively discussion, while the audience was all laughing at this moment. Ha 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 ha, are the two of them, Big Mimi and Lu Tianxian, serious? Who gave them this kind of confidence? This is the kind of confidence that only a big star can have, right? If I were at this moment, I would just want to find a crack in the ground. Has anyone shown them both what dancing really looks like just now? So they can wake up. Ha ha ha, you guys are too bad. Isn't confidence a good thing? Why wake them up? I really didn't expect the two of them to be so critical of themselves. Sister Honey, Sister Tian Xin, please let the dance go. It feels like I won't dare to look directly at the pure land of ultimate bliss from now on. And just as the three of them walked to the table with excited faces, Su Chen smiled and looked at them as if he had something to say. After Yang Mi saw him, she immediately raised her small face and said with incomparable arrogance, "How's that? We did this dance, so this apology is kind of okay." Su Chen nodded. "Of course, I'm such a generous person. How could I care about this little thing?" Yang Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes. But to think that through this, gave myself back the confidence to dance and developed a love for it. She wasn't so angry about it. However, right at this moment, they only saw Su Chen handing his cell phone to them. "What for?" Yang Mi wondered. "I've recorded all the videos of your dancing so that you can enjoy them yourselves." Hearing this, Yang Mi didn't doubt it and excitedly took the phone. "Great, it's kinda nice of you to have a heart. I was just about to see how the dance went for myself," Yang Mi said happily. "Brother Su Chen, you're so sweet." Honey said they were feeling good about their dancing, and I was kind of sorry I didn't get to see it, but it turns out you recorded it all, Hotba said sweetly at this moment. Small matter, you guys take your time," Su Chen said with a wave of his hand. So, Yang Mi and the girls clicked on the video and watched it. The video had just started, and the smiles on Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian's faces gradually froze. But instead, it was awkward, and Hotba went from being excited at first to being a little overwhelmed. She wanted to comfort some Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, but realized that she seemed a bit clueless. Half the time, all that could be said was dryly, "It's not uncommon to have trouble jumping and letting go at first. I thought you guys said the jump back there was just fine. Let's move on to the back and check it out." Yes. There were indeed some problems at the beginning, but it definitely got better later. Yang Mi hurriedly nodded her head, agreeing with Hataru's words. So, with patience, he continued to look behind him. I have to say, looking at that screen in the middle of the screen, the way my own limbs were uncoordinated, each with their own thoughts, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian felt like they had never been so humiliated in their lives. And, in public, not only that, but it was broadcast live. Millions of viewers all saw it. They were, I'm sure, laughing extra fast and happy. It's a disgrace to my grandmother's house. Chapter 117, Good, Bad and Likeable. Chapter 117, Good, Bad and Likeable. However, Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian were still undeterred and continued to look down with a stiff upper lip. The two of them had honeyed confidence in their hearts at the moment, thinking that they would definitely dance better in the back. As the video slowly played back, both of their faces became more and more ugly, because they realized that as they let go more and more, this dance that they had thought to be so skillful, had been easy to hold. It's so unpleasant. It's no exaggeration to say that the two of them move around the stage like two gorillas returning to their roots. It was really hard for these live audience members to hold back from laughing out loud while they danced. They're so nice. Alright, no more looking. Yang Mi was furious and threw the phone back at Su Chen. I feel like I have lost all my face because of this dance. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. The expressions on Sister Honey's and Lu Tianxian's faces are simply more interesting than the two of them just dancing. Su Chen is so awesome. He even recorded the video. How does he know what we want to see? It's too thoughtful. It's still Su Chen. There's even after-sales service. Su Chen's product will be fine. Sister Honey and Lu Tianxian actually really thought they were good dancers. I'm kind of convinced by this confidence. Ha ha ha. Is Su Chen just trying to make them feel the sinister nature of the human heart? Su Chen is so bad, oh I love it. Lu Tianxian was also blushing scarlet at this moment and bowed her head. Her character was more introverted. Even if she was embarrassed, she wouldn't express it directly like Yang Mi. She felt that this incident was simply the most out-of-the-ordinary thing she had ever done within the past 20 years. Meanwhile, her current manager, Lu Xiaoyan, is even more devastated. Her always obedient and disciplined baby girl was capable of doing something so humiliating. It was simply beyond her imagination and acceptance. She felt that ever since Lu Tianxian had met Su Chen, her entire person had gone further and further down the path of losing control. After thinking about it, she couldn't help herself and picked up the phone to dial Sister Qin. Ever since the last time, she went to Sister Qin to argue and was convinced by her with several offers from famous directors. Her attitude towards the relationship between Lu Tianxian and Su Chen was much more lenient. Anything else? She basically turned a blind eye. Not only that, but she was also discovering more and more that Su Chen as a person was indeed very attractive. No wonder my own daughter loves it. If the two of them could actually amount to something, that seemed fine. So she was a lot more forgiving about the usual things. But this whole dancing thing today is just way out of one's league. His own good daughter is a boarder. Dancing on stage like that. It's not going to be a laughing stock. The phone dialed and a mechanical voice came through. The other party was off the hook. This Xiao Qin. She must have known that I would find her to settle the score. And she even turned off her cell phone. However, Lu Xiaoyan wasn't the least bit panicked because she still had Sister Qin's private number. She's kind of been in the entertainment industry for many years, and she's long since become a human being. The last time, he had purposely asked for Sister Qin's personal phone number just to avoid this situation. At this moment, Sister Qin was sitting inside the car, watching Su Chen's live broadcast and laughing uncontrollably. It had to be said that Su Chen's wave was a bit lackluster for Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian though. But the effect of the show does pull full circle. The number of people in the live room skyrocketed and the audience was laughing very hard. Even she couldn't help it and burst out laughing. However, just as she was laughing, her personal phone rang. She picked it up unguardedly, and when she saw on the caller ID, Lu Xiaoyan's name, that smile disappeared instantly. What 1,000 times I forgot that I had left her a personal phone number. I thought I could steal half a day's peace and quiet when the work phone was off, but now it was on and it was impossible. Helpless, Sister Qin could only resign herself to picking up the phone. Xiao Qin, you've just watched the live broadcast. Lu Xiaoyan came up with a questioning tone, and at this moment, Sister Qin looked back at Director Zhang and Teacher Fong, who were sitting at the back. The heart is not in the least bit flustered. Sister Qin, live broadcast? I didn't watch it. Isn't this a busy moment? I'm working with Director Zhang and Mr. Fong, going over to be looking for Su Chen. Sister Qin deliberately said. Director Zhang? Mr. Fong? Could it be Director Zhang Imo? Lu Xiaoyan was instantly energized when she heard this voice. Isn't that right? Director Zhang found me in a hurry today and said he must work with Su Chen. I have no choice but to bring them along to Su Chen to talk about the next movie collaboration. Right, Sister Lu? What did you just want to say to me? What happened to Su Chen live? Sister Qin deliberately asked. Lu Xiaoyan was silent for a while across the room. This news that Sister Qin had just spoken was too weighty. Zhang Director even took the initiative to go to Su Chen to talk about cooperation. Even the biggest actors in the circle at the moment, there is no such treatment. Su Chen is really going to be a big hit. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyan forgot for a moment what the purpose of her initial call was. It was only after hearing Sister Qin's inquiry that she reacted. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to tell you to pay attention to your body, don't get too tired. Lu Xiaoyan's attitude directly made a 180-degree turn. Concerned about Sister Qin. Hearing her words, Sister Qin smiled faintly. I thought to myself, it's a 1,000-year-old fox, and you're still here playing chatty with me. On the surface, however, she was very polite. Thanks to Sister Lu's concern, I'm really touched. Right, in a moment we're going to Su Chen's place, and the process will be live-streamed in its entirety. so Sister Lu can continue to pay attention to the live broadcast. Lu Xiaoyan agreed in a loud voice before hanging up the phone. Sister Qin only felt refreshed at this moment. It's just good to have your own artists who are competitive. I don't know how much less angry they are. However, as soon as she looked up, she saw Director Zhang and Teacher Fong in the back through the rearview mirror. Only then did she remember that in a confined space like a car, the conversation she had just had with Lu Xiaoyan had been heard by Director Zhang and the others. He had utilized both of their names to suppress Lu Xiaoyan. The embarrassed Sister Qin smiled faintly at Director Zhang and the others. That Zhang director. You also know, our Suchen this character bar a little jumpy. Inevitably have to offend people. I was just in a hurry, so I slightly borrowed the two of you. You shouldn't mind. Chapter 118, Director Zhang is here. Chapter 118, Director Zhang is here. On Director Zhang's face was a never-before-seen amiability and approachability. Don't mind. It's understandable. As long as this cooperation with Su Chen can be accomplished, you can use my name as you please. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Teacher Fong who was on the side. Mr. Fong should be the same. Right, that Mr. Fong was also very surprised in his heart at this moment. After knowing Director Zhang for so many years, I've never seen him so good at talking. It was obvious that he was really very optimistic about this Su Chen. It's just that Mr. Fong has watched less live broadcasts, and he doesn't even know much about this part of Su Chen's broadcast, so it wasn't clear what kind of charm or magic the Su Chen had that could make Director Zhang do this. Nonetheless, in the face of Director Zhang's question, Mr. Fong could only reply with a faint smile. That's natural. If Director Zhang says he doesn't mind, then he doesn't mind. At the wedding site, Su Chen knew nothing about the upcoming Director Zhang and the others at the moment. He finished this hosting as well, and made Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian dance. His own popularity value has even accumulated to almost 2 million. Suffice it to say, he had a lot to gain from this wedding. It's a good time to work up an appetite and eat. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, because of what happened just now when they were embarrassed by the dance, neither of them had much of an appetite at this moment. Hakba, on the other hand, was attentive and comforting. Old Qin and Koan, on the other hand, were eating melons while eating. It felt like the whole time there was nothing for the two of them to do, going to give them enough to keep them busy, until the rest of the droolers had finished eating and were gradually dispersing. Su Chen and the others were also preparing to leave. Old Li and the others came over and hooked shoulders with Su Chen, very reluctant to leave. Big class president. In the future, if you have nothing to do, organize more parties, but don't forget about us old classmates. Alright, I'll organize it. You kid pay for it. Su Chen joked. Ha ha, no problem. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. I mainly want to see our big squad leader when I don't see him for a few days. Old Li also laughed. Old Li and the others said goodbye to Su Chen at the door and left. However, as soon as the elevator doors opened, only 2 men and a woman walked out from inside. The aura looks all-powerful and not like the average person. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that Old Li said with some hindsight, why do I get the feeling that the guy who just went out there looks kind of familiar? Old Li, that person's demeanor is not an ordinary person at a glance. Don't think about getting close to them, The classmates on the side joked. No, it really looks familiar. You guys feel that person? Does he look like Director Zhang? Director Zhang? Director Zhang Emo? I go. No way. I can actually meet Director Zhang in this place? It's such a shame that I didn't stop to take a picture just now. Old Li was right. The ones who just came out from inside the elevator and rubbed shoulders with them were Director Zhang and Sister Qin. At this moment, Su Chen and the others were about to leave when they saw Sister Qin leading Director Zhang and the others rushing straight over this way. Old Qin recognized it first and was surprised. I'll go. What kind of idea do we have here? Look at that guy in front of you, is that Director Zhang? Upon hearing that, Koan and Yang Mi, Hataru and the rest of them all looked over towards that side. And at that look, they were all incomparably surprised. It's really Director Zhang. It's too coincidental, isn't it? This hotel isn't 5-star either. Why would Director Zhang come? Shall we go over and say hello and mingle? Koan said. He also has a heart that wants to act. It's just a shame there aren't any resources for him today. If he could take this opportunity to climb into any kind of relationship with Director Zhang, it would be considered an unexpected gain. Of course, it was naturally unlikely to make Director Zhang look the other way so simply, but to get acquainted, there might be some suitable role in the future that can make Director Zhang think of himself. If it was Director Zhang's play, even if it was a small supporting role in it, it would be worth it. Hearing Koan's words, Old Qin very much agreed. He was basically thinking pretty much the same thing at the moment. Wouldn't it seem too forward to go over there like that? Isn't that not good? Old Qin hesitated, and as if he couldn't care less, Koan went straight in the direction of Director Zhang to meet him. Yang Mi, on the other hand, felt something was wrong at the moment, because she could see that the woman walking next to Director Zhang was Sister Qin. Right. Su Chen's agent. What does it mean that she's here with Director Zhang at this moment? It means that this Director Zhang is specifically rushing towards Su Chen. Thinking of this, Yang Mi turned her head to look at Su Chen. Just to see him at this moment, he still had that look of indifference. There was neither surprise nor anticipation for Director Zhang's arrival. I'm going to go. I actually met Director Zhang by chance? Look at that woman beside Director Zhang. Why does she look so familiar to me? Isn't that Su Chen's agent? Really? This is Sister Qin? Fidelity. I'm a 10-year-old fan of Su Chen, and I've seen Sister Qin offline several times, so I definitely won't recognize her wrong. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Are you really serious? How many years has it been since Su Chen debuted? And you're a 10-year-old fan? Ha ha ha. Is it an exaggeration? I meant to say that I've been a fan of Su Chen since the time he debuted, even though I said he was still a social terrorist at that time. I go. Yeah, if you don't remind me, I'm going to forget about this. Su Chen used to be a sociopath. It's a completely different feeling from now. Truly, today's Su Chen. Where is there any semblance of his former self left? It's simply a different person. At this moment, Koan had already rushed to meet Director Zhang and the others. From a long distance away, he bowed at Director Zhang and said, "Hello Director Zhang. I'm Koan. I especially like the movies you make." Director Zhang's footsteps didn't even stop as he nodded and said, "Hi, thanks for liking it." Then, it walked right past the kunai. By the time Koan got up, Director Zhang had already taken several steps out. Koan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worthy of being a big director. This aura is different. How is it that when one reaches him, one involuntarily trembles? But although it was said that Director Zhang did not say much to him, Koan felt that he was already content. After all, a director of this caliber must be very busy and high-strung. Where's the time to say anything more to someone you've never met? However, just as Koan was thinking this, he turned his head and saw that Director Zhang had already stood in front of Su Chen. At this moment, it didn't matter if it was Old Qin, or Yang Mi or Hotpa, they all held their breath, not daring to breathe as they looked at Director Zhang. It felt like his aura was so powerful that it scared them. Lao Qin had some admiration for Koan at this moment, even daring to take the initiative to go over to greet and introduce himself. He was, at this point, afraid to even speak. Chapter 119 is outrageous. Chapter 119 is outrageous. However, how did this Director Zhang stop when he walked in front of Su Chen, and the eyes were still staring at Su Chen the whole time? He wouldn't have offended Director Zhang somewhere. Old Qin looked at Director Zhang and then Su Chen, and couldn't help but worry for him in his heart. This Director Zhang in the entertainment industry that is casually stomping foot to shake three big people. If Su Chen really offended him, I'm afraid that he would have a hard time afterward. He too offended no one but Director Zhang. However, just then, Director Zhang spoke. "Hello Su Chen, I'm Zhang Yimou." The tone is very easy, and the attitude is surprisingly respectful. Old Qin was instantly somewhat stunned. Is Mr. Zhang that nice? Come to settle scores with such a humble attitude? Sure enough, people don't flail about when they have a certain status, but isn't there that saying that a smiley face is scarier? The better this Director Zhang's attitude is, the more unsettled Old Qin's heart is. "Hello, Director Zhang." At this moment, Su Chen nodded very calmly and greeted Director Zhang. Old Qin was even more shocked. Worthy of being Su Chen, his heart is too good. He is a man of great deeds. However, in the next second, Old Qin was completely dumbfounded, because he realized that he had been wrong. Dead wrong, from start to finish. Su Chen, I know it's very presumptuous to come directly over to you this time, but it can't be helped. I think you're an acting genius after watching you live. So, I've come over to talk to you about cooperation. So see if you can do me the honor of letting us sit down and have a good talk. The humble tone of Director Zhang's voice and friendly attitude was almost like a fan meeting his idol. Upon hearing this, all those present were dumbfounded. Old Qin's mind was a bit spinning at the moment. What the hell? Director Zhang isn't here to settle the score with Su Chen? Did he just say that he came all the way here just to talk to Su Chen face to face? Moreover, he even pleaded with Su Chen to enjoy his time and sit down for a good talk? This is Director Zhang. They usually cry for his scenes before it's too late. And Su Chen, nowadays, could make Director Zhang come of his own accord and with such a humble attitude? At this moment, Old Qin felt like his three views were going to be shattered. And the one who was even more shocked than him was going to be Koan. After all, he had just been gloating. Feeling courageous, I seized the opportunity to say hello to Director Zhang, whether he would be impressed or not. It was always a good start. But just as he was feeling excited and satisfied about it, he realized that Director Zhang is not a chance encounter, but is specifically here for Su Chen. This news was simply like a thunderbolt that exploded in Koen's mind. And what made it even harder for him to accept was Director Zhang's attitude towards Su Chen. In their hearts, that unattainable Director Zhang was so humble in his attitude towards Su Chen. And Su Chen looked, surprisingly, unconcerned about it. Thinking back to how he had just taken the initiative to bow and greet, Director Zhang was lovingly indifferent. And one is still feeling grateful for it. The kunai then felt that this was a great joke, a great humiliation. Reba, Yang Mi, and Lu Tianxian, who were standing beside Su Chen at the moment, all froze as well. The few of them looked at Su Chen for a while, and then at Director Zhang for a while. Only Su Chen's face was still in that calm and collected manner. There also seemed to be a lack of interest in such a sincere invitation from Director Zhang. For a moment, they couldn't figure out if Su Chen was pretending to be calm, or if he really didn't care about Director Zhang's invitation. Of course, the latter possibility. They couldn't believe it anyway. After all, that's Director Zhang. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was also boiling at this moment. I'll go. Director Zhang actually took the initiative to come to Su Chen and invite him to act in his movie? This news is too powerful. It's worthy of being Su Chen. To be able to be so favored by Director Zhang. TSK, this scene is just too saddening, isn't it? Just now Koen was so humble to Director Zhang. And now Director Zhang is so humble to Su Chen. In that case, it feels like Su Chen is at the top of the food chain. Su Chen bullnose. He's probably the only one in the entertainment industry who gets this kind of treatment. The key is that you guys look at Su Chen's expression. So calm. It's like there's no interest at all. Take a wild guess. Did Director Zhang want to work with Su Chen before and was rejected by Su Chen? So he took the initiative to come to the door this time. I go. It's becoming reasonable when you say that upstairs. It does seem to be the case. Yes. Don't you see Su Chen's agent is here? Director Zhang is preparing to invite Su Chen 3 times. Look at the expressions of Old Chin and Sister Honey. Ha, they feel even more shocked than we do. Normal. After all, Director Zhang is also like a godlike existence to them. Old Chin. Look at others Su Chen. A good brother who hangs out together all day long. How is this gap in being a human being so big? Ha. Not to mention Old Chin. It feels like Old Chin's eyes are glazing over. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of the capital, Lu Xiaoyan was also guarding the middle of the live broadcast. After he saw Director Zhang's figure from among the cameras, she knew that Sister Qin wasn't lying. This Zhang guide is really here. And when she saw the way Director Zhang spoke to Su Chen, her jaw dropped. It turned out that what that little Qin said was not bragging or exaggerating. This Director Zhang, surprisingly, was really so optimistic about Su Chen. She was a little glad at the moment that she hadn't said too much when she had just called Sister Qin. More game to be glad that Lu Tianxian was allowed to go to the show and meet Su Chen. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan's previous opinions and prejudices towards Su Chen had all disappeared. Nowadays, she only hopes that her daughter will be able to fight for her honor and get out from among the other actresses as soon as possible. Take down Su Chen. At the entrance of the banquet hall, in the face of such a humble yet sincere attitude from Director Zhang, Su Chen was first silent for a while, not saying anything. However, during these few seconds of his silence, Agent Qin was incredibly nervous. Director Zhang, it's better if we don't stand here and talk. I borrowed a conference room from the hotel. Let's go over there and talk. Sister Qin said. Director Zhang nodded and rushed at Su Chen respectfully. Then Su Chen, let's go over and talk? Su Chen nodded. No problem Director Zhang. After you. Regardless of whether this cooperation could or could not come to fruition, the minimum politeness Su Chen still had. Chapter 120, The Humble Director Zhang. Chapter 120, The Humble Director Zhang. Seeing that Su Chen didn't reject it right off the bat, both Director Zhang and Sister Qin breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. So towards the conference room, Sister Qin deliberately fell behind and pulled Su Chen, whispered in his ear. This time, Director Zhang has come all the way here to invite you. Give me some face. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to his conditions well, and if they're similar, say yes. After all, there's no better director in this circle. If you don't work with him, who else can you work with? Hearing Sister Qin's words, Su Chen smiled faintly. Do I have to work with anyone? I can make my own movie. After saying that, before Sister Qin could react, he had already approached the conference room with large strides. Sister Qin stood in place, mulling over what Su Chen had just said, and shook her head. Always talking big day in and day out. Do you think anyone can be a director and anyone can write the script? When she finished, she sighed and hurriedly followed. He was afraid that if he wasn't present, Su Chen would do something out of the ordinary again. She had already made up her mind that she must find a way to persuade Su Chen to agree this time. After all, it would be a great benefit to his future career. Old Qin and Yang Mi, they, naturally, would not let go of such a good opportunity at this moment, and followed into the conference room. On the one hand, they were feeling curious about the next communication between Su Chen and Director Zhang. On the other hand, they also wanted to take this opportunity to leave some good impressions with Director Zhang. Didn't Director Zhang just say that he's all in on the live feed? Then I suppose I'll see some of them while watching Southern as well. Maybe, inside the new movie, there will be some role for you. As soon as they thought of this, the men all began to have flashbacks of past performances. Afraid that I've done something wrong. Nearing the door to the conference room, Hataru whispered in Yang Mi's ear. Sister honey, I see Brother Su Chen's attitude. It seems like he's not very interested in Director Zhang's invitation. He's not going to refuse, is he? Young Nini echoed this sentiment. Let's hope he won't refuse. That's Director Zhang A. If he really refuses, that's too capricious. In the middle of the conference room, the people were already seated in order. Director Zhang sat across from Su Chen. One could only see that his face, whenever he looked at Su Chen, always had a kind smile on it. It was a smile that was more than all the smiles anyone had ever seen on TV before. Su Chen, last time, you rejected my script. I went back and reflected deeply. That version did have some problems. It's that we weren't rigorous enough. So this time, I've specially brought our screenwriter, Mr. Fong. Wanted to talk to you on the spot, and whatever questions you have about the script, you can just bring them up. Anything we can do, we will definitely try to fulfill. Director Zhang was the first to speak. The words were again like a thunderbolt, leaving the few people present all dumbfounded. What did Director Zhang just say? The amount of information contained in those few words was just too much. Last time Su Chen had rejected his script, and this time he had brought a screenwriter with him specifically. Let Su Chen make demands and they all try to fulfill them? At this moment, the few of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with incredulity. It felt like I was dreaming. But if it's a dream, why isn't this good thing happening to them all? At the same time, they really couldn't figure out why Su Chen would refuse. That's Director Zhang, the top director in the country. He was able to refuse even Director Zhang. So which director did he want to work with? Or does he simply not want to go in the direction of an actor? I don't think so. Isn't becoming a good actor the pursuit of everyone in the show business? After all, non-stop good works, to be able to keep the heat, to be able to in the entertainment industry for a long time to stand invincible awe. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all dumbfounded at this moment. Brothers, did I just hear it right? I'm not hallucinating. Are all the words Director Zhang just said true? Upstairs, you didn't hear it wrong. And it's not an illusion. Su Chen can really bullnose. Now I think, letting Director Zhang favor is not considered a bullseye. Letting Director Zhang personally come to invite is not considered a bullseye. Su Chen rejecting this matter of Director Zhang is considered a bullseye. People are breaking their heads trying to work with Director Zhang, while Su Chen turns away the scripts that are delivered to his door. What is this called? This is called strength and pattern. The point is, the rejected Director Zhang not only didn't get angry, but even didn't give up and came directly to Su Chen. Upstairs, be strict. It's bringing the screenwriter to Su Chen. It feels like Su Chen isn't an actor hired by Director Zhang, like Director Zhang's boss. I'm tired of saying the word bullnose. Su Chen is really able to refresh my 3 every time. Watch. So that's Mr. Fong next to Director Zhang. That's the best screenwriter in the industry. He wrote so many of my favorite dramas. To think that they even brought Mr. Fong here to let Su Chen make random comments. This is simply the highest specification in the industry. Right. Just ask which other actor would have this kind of treatment. No more. That's just unheard of. None of the movie stars or movie queens get this kind of treatment. Su Chen won't refuse Director Zhang again this time. Director Zhang has gone this far. It would indeed be a bit unreasonable for Su Chen to refuse. Yes, Su Chen's acting skills are obvious to all of us. After all, there was not the slightest trace of acting when he lied to his classmates. Maybe Director Zhang also saw this. With such good acting skills, he's definitely going to develop in the direction of an actor in the future. So there's no better option than to work with Director Zhang. The first work is with Director Zhang. Su Chen's starting point is a little too high. Upstairs, I should say it's called the first production. So let's have Director Zhang bring the screenwriter to invite him personally. Lu Xiaoyan was also excited at the moment. It turned out that Xiao Qin really hadn't lied to her before, and Director Zhang had indeed looked for Su Chen a long time ago. Moreover, it was really rejected by Su Chen. It was unbelievable for her. After all, she had approached Director Zhang's side many times before. She will always play the part of the rejected one. And when it came to Su Chen, it was completely reversed. At this moment, she had almost taken Su Chen as her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the better she looked. Of course, this was just her own wishful thinking, but Su Chen didn't agree. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen. Chapter 121, Another Refusal. Chapter 121, Another Rejection? Everyone's was looking forward to Su Chen's answer. However, in their opinion, Su Chen was definitely going to agree this time. Are you kidding? That's Director Zhang. Besides, people's gestures were already so low, and their sincerity was obvious enough. Bring the writers all straight over. The conditions are left to Su Chen to mention. If Su Chen didn't agree in this situation, it would be too unconventional. Unless he doesn't want to be an actor and doesn't want to film. But if that's the case, people have to wonder if he's got some brain problems. Sister Qin made an effort to wink at Su Chen at this moment, signaling that he must agree. However, Su Chen was oblivious to her, and looking at Su Chen's expression, he seemed to be thinking about something. In the midst of the long silence, Qin sat down first. She was ruthless and prepared to speak for Su Chen. Whatever, just say yes first. That Director Zhang. Su Chen I'm sorry Director Zhang. I can't accept your conditions. Just as Sister Qin had just opened her mouth, Su Chen himself also spoke. And, right out of the gate, it's a king's ransom. He, surprisingly, really rejected Director Zhang. With these words, Sister Qin's half-said words got stuck in her throat. Her entire body froze in place, somewhat in disbelief of her ears. Did Su Chen speak just now? Did he speak? Did he reject Director Zhang once again? Sister Qin felt that she had begun to doubt her life. Old Qin, Yang Mi, Hotbutt and the rest of them were also in a daze at this moment. They really couldn't figure out why Su Chen had refused. As far as these conditions given by Director Zhang were concerned, if they were placed on any of them, it would be to the extent that they could wake up laughing in their dreams, right? However, Su Chen was very easy, and gave a refusal? There was only one thought in their minds at the moment, and that was that Su Chen was crazy. It must be crazy to turn down such a top resource in the entertainment industry so easily. Beyond that, they couldn't think of any other reason. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also shocked and stared wide-eyed by Su Chen's light sentence. What condition? Just now, did Su Chen say that he couldn't accept this condition? I'll go. Su Chen is really out of the ordinary, to be able to refuse such an offer. That's Director Zhang. Su Chen, this is a little bit too crazy. Director Zhang so sincere to show that he is optimistic about him. To put it bluntly, he is not a little bit ungrateful. Upstairs, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Although Su Chen's refusal of this matter is indeed explosive enough, I'm sure he must have his own considerations. What's there to consider? Fans don't wash for him. I think he's just too floaty and wild these days. He really thinks he can do anything. A word from the past. Su Chen is still too young and not composed enough. He's going to regret it sooner or later. Does Su Chen feel like he's been on fire lately through this program? So even Director Zhang can't look at him anymore. Young people are still too naive. Sooner or later they'll have to pay the price for their bravado. I do feel that Su Chen is pretty cool like this. And what's wrong with Director Zhang? If he can't see it himself, he just rejects it. In the conference room, after Su Chen's words fell, there was another breathtaking silence. And Su Chen himself, who was in the center of the vortex, acted as if he was a nobody. After saying those words of rejection, he looked at Director Zhang very frankly. Sister Qin was sweating down her forehead at this point. She carefully looked at Director Zhang, only to see that he was silent. It's over. It's over. Director Zhang must be angry. In front of so many people, being rejected so mercilessly by Su Chen, that face wouldn't pass. This is good. Completely offended Director Zhang. After this, Su Chen's path in the entertainment industry would be a difficult one. This kid, even if he really wants to refuse, can't he choose a euphemism? It really doesn't give Director Zhang any face at all. You kid, aren't you personally cutting off your own good fortune? Sister Qin's inner activities were very complicated at this moment, while her brain was racing, trying to think of what kind of rhetoric I could use to slightly salvage the situation today. Yet after searching his soul, he helplessly realized that whatever he said was slightly feeble. Yang Mi was also looking at Su Chen's direction with a worried face at this moment. She also determined inwardly that Su Chen, this time, must have offended Director Zhang. Of course, it wasn't that she was worried about whether Su Chen would involve herself or not, but she was worried about Su Chen's future. It was also at this time that Yang Mi was surprised to realize that her feelings for Su Chen had become so deep, and besides these people present, there was another person who disliked Su Chen's answer and felt surprised and puzzled. That would be Lu Tianxian's mother and manager, Lu Xiaoyan. After she heard Su Chen's reply, her entire body directly jumped up from the chair. She was not expecting that answer in any way. This What's wrong with this Su-chan? This can even be rejected. In the end, you're too young. You can't even grasp the opportunity when you have it. Lu Xiaoyan was a bit exasperated. No, we mustn't let Tian Xian in too much contact with him, she said with dark determination. In the middle of the conference room, just when Qin's sister couldn't find anything to say to ease the current atmosphere, Director Zhang spoke first. Su-chan, are you dissatisfied with our conditions? What else? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. What are you not satisfied with? You say it, we can discuss it. What the crowd did not expect was this. Director Zhang spoke again. And surprisingly, his tone didn't have the slightest bit of blame or anger either. As full of humility as before, even with a hint of supplication. The impact of this matter was simply no less than the one Su-chan had just rejected Director Zhang. They felt that today was a real knife pulling that and opening their eyes. Cough cough. Director Zhang, he wouldn't have been taken over by Su-chan. At this moment, Flower pretended to clear her throat, came to old Qin's ear, and whispered. He just couldn't help himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Director Zhang had been taken over by Su-chan, or had been compelled, then it would not explain his behavior at this moment at all. After personally coming to Su-chan, he was ruthlessly rejected by him, and instead of getting angry, he patiently continued to communicate with him to let him make conditions. They had also been in the entertainment industry for so many years. They had never heard of Director Zhang having such a good temper. My mama. Director Zhang this is simply humble to the dust. Right. Director Zhang is a man who cherishes talent. To be so devoted to Su-chan. Su-chan, be careful. Agree to it quickly. You're letting down Director Zhang's good intentions. Chapter 122. Hua was shocked too. Chapter 122. Hua was also shocked. I'm so anxious for Su-chan. I can't wait to possess him and help him agree at this moment. Su-chan. This time never, ever, 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 ever. Why do I feel that with Su-chan's character, he'll still refuse this time? With all due respect, if that's the case, then Su-chan is a bit ungrateful. And don't say it so harshly. Why do I feel that Su-chan's refusal must be his own intention? What's the plan? What other resources can be compared to Director Zhang? And he came with a screenwriter. And the conditions were left for Su-chan to mention. Director Zhang is really good-tempered. I can see that he is also a man who loves talent. Indeed, having been rejected so much by Su-chan, he was still able to communicate patiently, worthy of being a great director. Meanwhile, the famous movie star, Hua, has just finished shooting a commercial. After walking out of the studio, he saw his agent, sitting on the sidelines, holding his cell phone and looking out of it. Hua walks over and pats him. Look at your cell phone less. Your eyes are killing you. After the agent saw Hua, he immediately pulled him back. Big news. Big news. What's the big news again? You're in showbiz and you don't know it. These paparazzi are true and false all day long. What you like to follow the melon too? Hua spat casually. No, this time it's for real. This is being broadcast live. Look, isn't this Director Zhang? The agent handed Hua's cell phone to him. Hua looked down. So, it's really Director Zhang. He has worked with Director Zhang on several movies and has won a movie star. And Director Zhang is also a very good friend in private. At this moment, when he saw that it was Director Zhang in the live broadcast, he was immediately interested. What is Director Zhang doing? Didn't he used to be the least favorite for live broadcasting? Why is he still running for live broadcasting? Hua Zai was a bit puzzled. He's specifically there to hire a young artist called Su-chan. He's been particularly hot lately, and Director Zhang is very optimistic about him. The agent popularized. Director Zhang personally went to invite them? That means he does think highly of it. Hua Zai felt very surprised even after hearing that. He was good friends with Director Zhang and naturally had a better understanding of his character. Being able to make Director Zhang do this was enough to show how much he valued this young man. What kind of theater has this young man done before? His acting must be especially good. Hua said. Here's what's so surprising about this whole thing. This young man, who hasn't done any theater before, hasn't done any theater? Then he must have something going for him. Hua Zai was also a bit confused at this moment. What is so special about someone who hasn't filmed a movie that he can make Director Zhang pay so much attention to it? That's not the most explosive thing. The most explosive thing is that he rejected Director Zhang. And more than once. After hearing this, Hua was completely silent. He no longer knew what expression or words to use to express the level of shock he felt inside at this moment. You know, he was already famous when he worked with Director Zhang back then. Yet he was still excited when Zhang Yi threw him an olive branch. It was accepted with joy, while still cherishing the opportunity. However, this young man, nowadays, was so valued by director Zhang, and yet, refused? Are all young people so crazy nowadays? However, Hua wasn't a person who would easily jump to conclusions. He felt that this young man called Su Chen was definitely very uncomplicated. Good thing, the work is all over at this point. Hua then took his cell phone and continued to watch the livestream with curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of charm this young man called Su Chen had. In the middle of the conference room, after Director Zhang's speech, Sister Qin, while celebrating, was worried. Happy because Director Zhang didn't get angry about it, but worried because she was worried that Su Chen would still refuse. So, she sneaked under the table, stretched out her leg and kicked Su Chen. It was to give him some hints to consider Director Zhang's offer and not to reject it in a hurry. What are you kicking me for? Su Chen, at this moment, looked at Sister Qin and said. It really didn't occur to her that Su Chen was so unforgiving that he directly nailed her movements. At this moment, Director Zhang and the others, hearing this, all turned their heads to look at Sister Qin. Sister Qin was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Oh, that is fine. I stretched my legs and accidentally touched it. Sister Qin casually made an excuse. Little Qin, I know what you mean, but you don't have to rush. I'd love to hear what Su Chen really thinks. Su Chen, if it's true that this time, you still intend to reject me, then can you tell me a specific reason? Even if it's death, you have to let me die. At this moment, Director Zhang said with an incomparably sincere attitude. Suffice it to say that he has given his utmost sincerity. At the same time, it puts down its face. For him nowadays, as long as he was able to fight for Su Chen, it didn't matter what kind of face he had, because he saw many possibilities in Su Chen's body. That feeling was strong when I watched the livestream earlier, and now after seeing Su Chen himself, this feeling deepened quite a bit. This strengthened his mind, wanting to work with Su Chen. Right, Director Zhang is right. Su Chen, what ideas do you have? Hurry up and talk to Director Zhang. Sister Qin hurriedly agreed at this moment. On the opposite side, Su Chen's face remained calm. He cleared his throat before speaking. First of all, I'm grateful to you, Director Zhang, for recognizing me. As for the reason for this refusal, it's really quite simple. Speaking of this, the people on the scene all perked up and looked at Su Chen with incomparable anticipation. They all wanted to know exactly what Su Chen's reason for rejecting Director Zhang was. And Director Zhang himself, surprisingly, was inexplicably nervous. Usually, he's the one who gives the actors requests and nitpicks. Now when it came to Su Chen, the situation came to a bipolar reversal. Instead, he's become the one to be picked and judged. Needless to say, he was still a little nervous. It was a feeling that hadn't been there in a long time. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience's sense of anticipation was also mobilized to the highest point. Speak up. I'm so curious as to why exactly Su Chen rejected Director Zhang. Su Chen, you'd better give me an acceptable reason. Otherwise I really can't understand what you're doing. Are you finally going to say it? I want to see why Su Chen rejected Director Zhang. The two of them can't have some kind of family feud. The plot can't be this bloody. Chapter 123, The script sucks. Chapter 123, The script sucks. Right in the midst of all this attention, Su Chen continued. The reason is simple. It's just because you guys suck at writing scripts. When these words came out, everyone in the room froze again. Half the time no one made a sound or movement. The entire conference room just stood still as if a freeze frame build had been pressed. They were all shocked by Su Chen's words. The script sucks? Director Chang's script sucks? So, in Su Chen's eyes, are there any good scripts left in the world? It is important to know that Director Zhang was able to leap to become the top director in China. Director Zhang, who was sought after by countless actors and actresses who take being able to star in his plays as a status symbol. By virtue of that, what a fine script. Yet, now Su Chen is saying that he turned down Director Zhang because his script was too bad? Moreover, Mr. Feng, Director Zhang's royal screenwriter, was still sitting right next to him at this moment. Su Chen, this is simply a provocation in the open. What's the situation? Su Chen said Director Zhang's script sucks? Is this really what he had in mind? Or is it just a random excuse? If it's really a random search, then this reason is also too lousy, appearing to be Su Chen's particular ignorance. Oh, Su Chen, has he never seen Director Zhang's play? How dare he say that Director Zhang's script is lousy? Su Chen's taste is not very good. You think Director Zhang's script is bad, so what script do you think is good? The kind of Shao Si? Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Upstairs, that's a bit of a lackluster comment. Ignorance is fine, but treating ignorance as funny is no fun. I can still grudgingly accept it if you find some other whatever reason. But you said Director Zhang's script sucks. I'll be the first to disagree. That's right, Director Zhang's script can be said to be very polished. And the storytelling is strong. If this can be said to be bad, then do other directors want to live? TSK, 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 Su Chen is faking it big time. He was trying to set up a maverick persona but ended up exposing his ignorance. That's just it. I think it's a good thing that Su Chen doesn't want to star in director Zhang's movie. After all, he hasn't even seen any of director Zhang's plays, and his aesthetic level is not up to par. You guys don't have to say it so harshly. Su Chen must have his reasons for saying so. What reason can there be? No reason is enough for me to forgive him for saying that director Zhang's script sucks. Can this director Zhang endure? Wouldn't he just lift the table? Mr. Fong can't stand it either. In front of the screen, Hua was coincidentally drinking water when he heard Su Chen say this. As a result, I couldn't hold back and choked, spraying a mouthful of water all over the cell phone screen. The agent rushed over with paper to wipe it off, all the while concerned. Hua, are you alright? How old are you? How can you still choke on water? No, I'm just so shocked. Did you just hear what this Su Chen said? He said director Zhang's script sucks. Director Zhang's script is the one that won me a movie star twice, so how can it be called bad? Young people nowadays are so gullible, Hua said while shaking his head. As a friend of director Zhang, seeing him being critiqued in this way, Hua's heart was a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was the one who had practically experienced how good director Zhang's script was. For director Zhang's ability, he was even more recognized and admired. How could one allow to be belittled by Su Chen like this? In the middle of the conference room, the air became tense after an initial moment of eerie silence. Yang Mi, Hot Butt and Old Sheen, a few of them, looked at each other. Every single one of them had incredulity and a hint of worry on their faces. Although before, Su Chen's character was just more of a social bull, daring to say anything, but it's still too bombastic to spit out director Zhang's crappy script in front of him now. They felt that this was the rhythm of getting Su Chen blocked. This time, Su Chen did play a little too big. I wonder how this farce will actually end. And the person who was the most nervous at this moment would be Sister Qin. Although, Su Chen had spat out that these scripts sucked before, but that was after all, in private, with only the two of them hearing it. At that time, Sister Qin only felt that Su Chen was young and impetuous, and did not take it seriously. But now, you're in the presence of the rightful owner. Sister Qin feels worried about her own and Su Chen's future career path. Just then, I saw that Mr. Fong stand up with a slap on the table, pointing angrily at Su Chen. He said, You youngster, don't know any better than to say my script sucks. Then tell me what scripts are considered good in your mind. It wasn't surprising that Mr. Fong was angry. Wasn't it obvious that Su Chen had just said this and was slapping him in the face? Moreover, it was still being broadcast in real time, with millions, if not tens of millions of viewers watching, and to say that in a game that currently looks up as a farce in the midst of a farce. And the only person who's happy about it is the show's chief director, Director Fong. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had directly broken through the 10 million mark, and was rapidly approaching towards 20 million. It broke the highest record since the show started. And other social media platforms are heating up fast with discussions on the matter. Hashtag Southern turned down Director Zhang's offer. Hashtag surprise. Su Chen spitting on Director Zhang's lousy script? Hashtag. Words such as these have made their way to the top of the hot search and are quickly taking the number 1 and number 2 spots. It also sparked more interest in the matter. What's the situation? Spouting off about Director Zhang's bad script? Who is this Su Chen? So crazy. Isn't this Su Chen the one who's been hot these days? Rumored to be a social humper. This is too humongous. How dare you spit on Director Zhang? Where is this humongous? Isn't this just proper ignorance? He dares to say that Director Zhang's script is not good. So whose script is considered good? Latest news. Mr. Fong has gotten angry. Everyone rushed to the live broadcast room to watch. Mr. Fong, Director Zhang's royal screenwriter? That's a hothead. TSK, this Su Chen can't mess with anyone but Mr. Fong and Director Zhang. I'm afraid he's going to have bad luck. I've watched the live broadcast a few times. This Su Chen's personality is still quite pleasing. I just don't know how he got into trouble with Director Zhang and Mr. Fong this time. Still too young. He floated away after a few days of red. As public opinion festers on major platforms, more and more people flocked to the livestream just to check out the action. At the same time, they were pessimistic about what would happen to Su Chen next. They all thought that no matter how hot he was before, now he had offended Director Zhang. That's just a proper beat to get banned. Chapter 124 Black and Red is also red. Chapter 124 Black and Red is also red. In the middle of the conference room, in the midst of Mr. Fong's clapping, he looked at Su Chen angrily. However, Su Chen still had the same unperturbed and calm demeanor. It didn't seem to be affected by the status of this party's teacher in front of him, nor did it have any mood swings due to his anger. Mr. Fong, take it easy for now. What about this script of yours? If you say it's bad, it's not the worst. In the midst of all the bad scripts out there, you've got one or two other redeeming qualities here, Su-chen said leisurely at this moment. You, spouting nonsense. There's no one else in sight. Teacher Fong was shaking with anger. Pointing at Su-chen, he held his tongue for half a day and said two idioms. Su-chen, cut the crap. Sister Chin hurriedly got up to stop it. However, Director Zhang looked much more calm. He waved his hand, telling Sister Chin not to interfere. Then he rushed at Mr. Fong. Ah, old Fong, take it easy for a moment. After pacifying Mr. Fong, Director Zhang turned his head and rushed at Su-chen again. Su-chen, since you said that all our scripts are bad scripts, then I'd quite like to hear what kind of scripts, in your opinion, are considered good scripts? How does he know what a good script is? Su-chen is just too young. Director Zhang, you mustn't talk to him, Sister Chin couldn't help but say. However, Su-chen opened his mouth at this moment. Is it really easy to say good scripts? At the end of the day, it's just about telling a good story. It's just a shame that so many of today's, no, I should say all of today's scripts can't do that. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fong sneered twice. Oh, that's easy for you to say. What's the difference between you and those movie critics? Who doesn't know how to nitpick? You're capable of it. Write a good script and I'll see it. The atmosphere became more tense between these two people's back and forth. Yang Mi and Old Chin and the others were even more afraid to utter a single breath at this moment. Every time Su-chen spoke, it was like a heavy blow from the sledgehammer on their hearts. If this went on, Su-chen himself might not be much of a problem, but a few of them were going to be scared out of their wits. Just coming in and seeing such a powerful scene, it feels like something big is going to happen in inner entertainment today. You don't say. I'm quite optimistic about Su-chen. Whether he's right or not, daring to question authority is a good thing. Upstairs, don't watch the fun. Su-chen still doesn't know how much he'll pay because of this questioning of authority. Su-chen says it lightly. Telling a good story sounds easy, but it's too difficult to maneuver. Mr. Fong is right. It's easier said than done. Ha ha ha. Mr. Fong even asked Su-chen to write a good script out? What a joke. Who doesn't know the cultural level of these stars? I guess they don't even recognize all the words. It's still Mr. Fong. Now that the pressure is given to Su-chen's side, I'd like to see how he's going to respond. In the conference room, after Mr. Fong finished that sentence, he looked straight at Su-chen. It seemed that he wanted to use this method to make Su-chen's heart weak and concede. After all, in his opinion, Su-chen, a young star who had just caught fire not long ago, getting him to come up with a good script would be a no-brainer. Today, he must be made to realize his ignorance and recklessness. Young people have to suffer a little to grow up. However, Su-chen's next words once again threw him for a loop. Only Su-chen leisurely said, in that case, I did write a script. I happen to have it with me today, so why don't we ask Mr. Fong and Director Zhang to savor it and give us some pointers? At these words, those present froze again. What the hell? Did Su-chen just say that he really wrote a script? He writes scripts? No wonder his attitude was so arrogant just now. So he came prepared. But as the initial shock gradually subsided, Mr. Fong understood once he thought about it. He turned his head to look at Director Zhang and said, no wonder, this young man so arrogantly despises our script, hoping this wrote its own script. Young man, I understand this bullying mood of yours. After all, I was quite wild when I was young, but this script of yours? At this point, Mr. Fong did not continue, but shook his head, showed his disdain for Southern's script with his actions. By this time, Su-chen had already taken the script out, from inside his clothes. It was said to be taken out, but in fact, it was just taken out from the system space. After all, after he had exchanged that Charlotte's Trouble script, it had been placed in the system space untouched. Now it's finally time to come in handy. After taking that script out, Su-chen directly placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Director Zhang and Teacher Fong. Please judge the two of you, Su-chen said graciously. Director Zhang and Mr. Fong still carried a hint of curiosity about this script of Su-chen's. After all, to be able to make Su-chen so confident, there was no telling just how far this script would be written. Of course, although curious, it didn't mean that the two of them were optimistic about Su-chen's script. Rather, it was watched with a mind to educate the younger generation. The two got together and flipped through Southern's script. Seeing the name on there, Charlotte frowned slightly when she was troubled. I thought to myself, this name is a proper borrowing. To put it bluntly, it's a plagiarism. How can you think your script is good with that? And Director Shang's mind at the moment was still cherishing his talent. He thought that after reading the script, he would say anything to persuade Su Chen, turn him around, give up this idea of self-creation and follow him properly in the movie. After all, he's still very talented when it comes to acting. However, as they looked on, they gradually sensed a hint of something wrong. Hopefully they broke the wrong sentence. People are not Charlotte. Trouble. Rather, it's Charlotte. Special trouble. You don't say. The breaks. They seem to have some meaning. The further back they looked, the more the expressions on these two men's faces became more and more out of place. From being casual in the beginning, he slowly became cautious. Even Mr. Fong unconsciously sat up straight and his eyes grew wide. Although Sister Chin was sitting right next to her, she was too embarrassed to come over and look hard at this moment. The heart was very anxious, wanting to know what shocking content Su Chen had actually written. But either way, she had a feeling that the script was definitely not any better. It's definitely going to be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. But she had minimized her demands at the moment. As long as Su Chen wasn't blocked, taunting was fine. After all, is black and red still red? Chapter 125, this script is too good. Chapter 125, this script is too good. While Sister Chin was fretting, Yang Ni and Old Chin and the others were also curious. A few of them were a bit on the edge of their seats and very much wanted to get over there and get a glimpse. Unfortunately, the other party was Director Zhang, and they all dared not make a move. If it were anyone else, they would probably be following their nature at this point. But they were not Su Chen, and they were still very jealous of Director Zhang inwardly. In the live broadcast room, the viewers watched the expressions of Director Zhang and Mr. Fong and speculated. Why does it feel like these two people's expressions are getting more and more grave? Just how treacherous is the script Su Chen wrote? Looking at the expression, it doesn't feel good. Su Chen is going to get sprayed. Why do I think? Director Zhang and Mr. Fong's expression. It's a surprise. Su Chen's script won't be written quite so well. Upstairs, what kind of eyes are you looking at? The two of them clearly have the look of being shocked because the script is so bad. Okay. I knew from just now when Su Chen said Director Zhang's script sucked that what he wrote couldn't possibly be good. After all, taste is placed here. I'm so curious about what this script of Su Chen's is actually about. Can you show it to us as well? Ha ha, I was worried about looking hot afterward. Hua was also in front of the screen at this moment, and his mind was overwhelmed with curiosity. He couldn't wait to drive over to Director Zhang right now and take a look at this script written by Su Chen with him. While watching, he also discussed it with his agent. In fact, Su Chen, this young man, looks still good. The person looks handsome, temperament is also good. The only point is that there is some youthful frivolity, or need to train for a few more years off. If you cannot take the wrong path, the future will become a great man, Hua Zai commented. The agent was also a little surprised at what he heard. Wah, you rarely give your juniors such high praise, but this Su Chen is really worth it. It's just that this flamboyant personality is dragging him down. It's no wonder the agent was surprised. Although Hua is known as a good-tempered and easygoing person in the circle, but the people who could make him appreciate them so much, that was really few and far between. So the agent felt even more sorry for him. On the scene, the more Director Zhang and Mr. Fong looked back, the more alarmed they became. This script, written by Su Chen, is very innovative, and the story is complete, with a hint of humor amidst the lightheartedness. It makes you want to stop watching and seeing the funny parts. Director Zhang and Mr. Fong couldn't help but laugh, and it's hard not to follow the bleakness when you see some of the warmth. On the side, Sister Chin, as well as Yang Ni and Old Chin, they watched this constantly changing demeanor of Director Zhang and Teacher Fong. The mind became even more curious. What does this laughing mean? It's so badly written that you're all pissed off and laughing? Why do you look so sad at this moment? Is it time to cry? As the two of them shifted their attitudes, several people were constantly brainstorming among their brains. Guess what exactly they are really in the mood for at the moment. Time becomes very long in such a situation. Obviously that script looks thin. There are not even a few pages. How come it takes so long to read it? However, compared to the anxiety of several of them, Su Chen himself appeared very calm. It was as if he hadn't written the script that was being judged at the moment. Of course, he was able to be so calm thanks to his confidence in this script. Just kidding, that was a box office record-setting hit in a previous life. It's been tried and tested by countless viewers. And that was in the previous world. The one where the culture and entertainment industry was countless times more developed than in today's world. Su Chen could basically get an image of how this script would set off shockwaves in the entire entertainment industry. Until the script turned to the last page, Director Zhang and Mr. Fong had finally finished reading it, and the two men both fell into silence, as if pondering something. Looking at the state of the two of them, Sister Chin really couldn't help herself and cautiously came over and asked, "That, Director Zhang, Mr. Fong. How is this script written by our Su Chen? Director Zhang didn't say anything, just shook his head in silence. Shaking your head? That must not be good. Although this result had already been anticipated by Sister Qin, it was inevitable that she would be a little disappointed. She hurriedly adjusted, and put up a fight, and said, that, Director Zhang, our Su Chen doesn't know anything under his grade. Since this script is not well written, you should criticize it, and as for what happened before, please, yes. Without waiting for Sister Qin to finish, Director Zhang slammed the table and yelled out. It scared Sister Qin to death. It's over. It's over. Look at how pissed off Director Zhang is. I've never seen Director Zhang so grumpy before. How trashy this script must be. Sister Qin's heart was filled with despair. Yang Ni and Lao Qin, they, too, were frightened enough by this slap on the table by Director Zhang, and at the moment the atmosphere. Don't even dare to breathe. Director Zhang, don't be angry, Sister Qin carefully said. However, Director Zhang stood up at this moment, his eyes looking straight at Su Chen, at the same time walking in his direction. Seeing this action, Sister Qin's alarm bells went off. This is going to do it. No way. How badly written is this script? Those who were able to give Zhang guide gas were going to do it directly. Director Zhang, you mustn't be impulsive. Su Chen, he doesn't know any better. Go back and I'll talk to him properly. It's a harmonious society now. Don't make a move. Sister Qin was on the sidelines, following suit and persuading. Director Zhang had already walked over to Su Chen at this moment, and reached out his hand straight at him. Just when the crowd had been, Director Zhang really wanted to beat Su Chen, only to see him take Su Chen's hand. His tears of excitement looked like they were about to come out. Good. Great. Why so good? Su Chen, this script you wrote is simply too good for words. Great talent. You have great talent. As Director Zhang uttered these words, those present, again, froze. What's the situation? What did Director Zhang just say? Su Chen's script is well written? How good can it be? As for making even Director Zhang so excited. Wait, Director Zhang, he can't be saying the opposite. Seemingly complimenting Su Chen's script, but in fact really mocking it? No, 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 this tone, this expression, it doesn't seem like irony. So, sudden script, is it really well written? Just as the crowd was feeling puzzled by this, Mr. Fong, who had been fuming, also got up. Similar to Director Zhang's performance, he also looked straight at Su Chen before taking a step to his side. Then, rushed at Su Chen and bowed deeply, only to see him speak excitedly. Mr. Su, your script writing, it's really great. Chapter 126, Random Writing. Chapter 126, Random Writing. After reading your script, I realized what it means to have a really good script. At the same time, I feel deeply ashamed of myself. After reading your script, I realized that what I've been writing all these years is all crap. I finally understand now why you said my script sucked in the first place. You are right. And that's still an understatement. My script is more than bad. Compared to yours, it's simply unwatchable. MS. Fong was, at the moment, very emotional. A bunch of words in a row, said the people present, even more dumbfounded. Director Zhang and Mr. Fong both said so. So that meant that Su Chen, the script, was indeed well written, and not just the usual kind of good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made both Director Zhang and Mr. Fong so excited. Thinking about this, they became even more curious about this script of Su Chen's. Couldn't care less. Rushed to the front of that script, picked it up and started reading. Sister Qin couldn't hold back her curiosity at this moment and came over. Yang Mi, Hakba, Lu Tianxian, Lao Qin, Kuan and Hua Hua, plus a Qin sister. 7 men, 7 heads, all huddled together, staring out at the script. At the moment, however, they no longer felt crowded, because just by flipping the script, they were already fascinated by what was inside, by what they saw. At this moment, they understood why Director Zhang and Teacher Fong reacted the way they did. The script, it's so well written, it's so fascinating, they can't stop watching it at all. What the hell? Su Chen's script, the writing is actually really good? No. This outcome is something I didn't expect at all. Mr. Fong has been writing scripts for so many years now. Just how good is the content that can make him excited like this? No way. Su Chen, a young fresh meat at such a young age, can even write scripts? I really can't believe it. What's so unbelievable? Aren't the facts right in front of us? Can Director Zhang and Teacher Fong's reactions still be fake? This result really shocks me. I thought Su Chen's script must be a piece of crap. Mr. Fong's evaluation is so high. He even said that his previous works were all trash. So how good Su Chen's script must be? I can't wait in my heart to see what's actually written inside Suchen's script. We VIPs can't watch it either. So anxious. Director Yen, I advise you that you'd better send us the contents of the script in a hurry. I'm not discussing with you. I'm begging you. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, use the meanest tone and say the most wimpy things. Who all mocked Suchen just now, saying that the script he wrote must be unreadable. Come out and apologize. Ha ha ha. It feels like those people who just said Suchen are chanting to be slapped in the face right now. Their faces are going to be swollen. That's right, haha. I feel like I can hear the commotion. Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised to see this scene happening on the scene at this moment and stood up directly from her chair. What's the situation? Suchen's script. It's even written okay? No, not okay. It's supposed to be good. The extra good kind. Otherwise, with director Zhang and Mr. Fong's years in the entertainment industry, they hadn't seen anything. Is definitely not going to have the same reaction as it does today. This kid, he's so talented? Why didn't I see it before? Lu Xiaoyan muttered. At the same time, she was somewhat glad in her heart that she hadn't made things too difficult for Sister Qin before and hadn't offended her. Otherwise it's a big loss. And Hua is in front of the screen at this moment, also with a surprised look on his face. He had known director Zhang and teacher Fong for many years and had never seen the two of them look so out of sorts. Just how shocking was the content that could surprise both of them like this? Can you help me find out where director Zhang and the others are at this moment? Hua asked as he rushed to his agent. I know this place. I've been there before and I can tell where it is at a glance. What do you want? The agent asked. Now rush over immediately. I'm going to see what kind of script that was so highly regarded by director Zhang and Mr. Fong is like. I'm also going to get acquainted with Su Chen. I feel like he's an interesting person. The agent was first shocked, not expecting Hua to be so impulsive this time. However, like Hua, he was curious about the content of Su Chen's script, and so, there was no intention of stopping Hua. The two set off instantly, rushing towards the hotel where Su Chen and the others were, and in the middle of the hotel's conference room, facing the excitement and praise of director Zhang and Mr. Fong, Su Chen himself still maintained a very calm demeanor. There was no frustration lost before because of everyone's skepticism. At the moment, then, he did not feel, for praise and recognition, proud and self-satisfied. This, again, shocked director Zhang and Mr. Fong. They hadn't expected that Su Chen would have such a heart at such a young age. It's amazing how you can steady yourself in the face of such great praise without getting restless. Sure enough, this wonderful person just has some qualities that regular people don't have. No wonder Su Chen can write so well. At this moment, director Zhang felt that his previous choice was not wrong at all. He was right to come over to Su Chen with such a big battle flag and such initiative. Su Chen, he's worth it. And Mr. Fong understood at this moment why director Zhang had such a high regard for Su Chen. He's worth it. That's a talent that no one's ever seen before, and probably won't be seen again. At this moment, Su Chen calmly looked at director Zhang and teacher Fong and slowly opened his mouth. Thanks to director Zhang and Mr. Fong for recognizing my script. This script is just something I wrote casually when I was bored. There are still a lot of inadequacies in it. Thank you two teachers for your fallacious praise. When these words came out, director Zhang and teacher Fong froze once again. Listen to this. This is human. This is proper Versailles. What you casually wrote is already at a height that a big shot like Mr. Fong, who has accumulated a lifetime of experience, can't even reach. So what would it look like if you wrote it properly? I don't want anyone else to live. Then, Mr. Su, are there any other works that you can show us? Teacher Fong said excitedly. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen's better work. For him, it would be a long and eye-opening experience. It can be said that one can die at the same time. However, Su Chen smiled before saying, there is, but I don't have it with me. And now, it's not the right time to take it out. What I'm thinking about at the moment is still getting Charlotte's troubles out of the way first. Chapter 127, Bringing Money into the Organization. Chapter 127, Bringing Money into the Organization. When director Zhang and teacher Fong heard Su Chen's words, they both nodded their heads in succession. That's right, Mr. Su is right. Such a good book. We must hurry to shoot it as early as possible to meet the audience. Just then, only a roar of laughter could be heard from behind them. It was Yang Mi, Lao Qin and Qin who saw the hilarity of the script at this moment, laughing uncontrollably. At the moment, a couple of people are completely in the middle of the script, reached a state of total forgetfulness, having ignored where he was. Don't shake it. I can't even see it. Come on, let's see what's going on back there. At the moment, that script was held in old Qin's hands. Because he laughed too much, old Qin's body shook violently. It caused others to become disgruntled when they couldn't read the words on it. After laughing, the guys went back to watching intently. What the hell is this script about? Is it really that good? I'm so curious. Can you show me too? I can't wait to get right inside the screen now and get a glimpse. Geez, why do they get to see the script? Won't we viewers have to wait until it's filmed to see it? For reasons of confidentiality. It should be. Holy, that's a long wait then. Can't wait. Totally can't wait. No way. How good of a script can Soo-chan write? Why am I so unconvinced? These people are all acting right. Oh, upstairs, can you use your brain to think about it? Even if Big Mimi and Old Chin and the others can cooperate with Soo-chan's acting, then Director Zhang and Teacher Fong can also cooperate with Soo-chan's acting? That's right. If Soo-chan is really so capable of making both Director Zhang and Teacher Fong cooperate, then that also shows that he does have the ability. Definitely not. I can guarantee it. Because Big Mimi and Old Chin and the others aren't that good of actors. You believe me? Ha ha ha. Upstairs, you're a black fan of Big Mimi and Old Chin, aren't you? Big Mimi, Old Chin, lawyer's letter warning. In the middle of the conference room, while Young Mi and the others were still reading the script, Director Zhang and Mr. Fong pulled Soo-chan and began to talk about his creative ideas. Soo-chan, on the other hand, used some seemingly profound words that actually had no specifics to put the two of them off. Creative ideas? Where does he have any creative ideas? It's all just given directly by the system. However, when his script has been approved by the crowd, whatever he said at this moment sounded uncannily right. Thus, there was the image of Director Zhang and Teacher Fong, listening to Soo-chan's words and nodding their heads uncontrollably. I was able to tell from the expressions on both of their faces that they basically didn't get it, but it didn't stop them from admiring Soo-chan even more. After Soo-chan finished a paragraph that he himself didn't even know what to say, he looked at them very indifferently. Director Zhang and Teacher Fong looked at each other and exclaimed in admiration, "Teacher Soo-chan is truly extraordinary. This insight is too profound." Yes, just after listening to Soo-chan's words I realized that 90% of it is what I didn't understand before. No wonder I couldn't create such a good work. As Mr. Fong spoke, he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and brushed notes on it. I have to write down all those points that Mr. Soo-chan just said and go back to digest them slowly. That's experience and knowledge that's hard to buy for $1,000 out there. Hearing this, and looking at the two of them as if they were pilgrims, Soo-chan couldn't help but laugh a little inside. You still don't understand 90% of it? What do you know about the other 10%? Punctuation? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that those words just now were 100% unintelligible to Soo-chan himself. But people like Mr. Fong basically started repeating their previous routines because they were already accomplished. Eat the old money. There was nothing new in the script that was created. It's also hard for these viewers to watch the same old stuff all day long. Nowadays, one's own words are nothing substantial, though, yet it can also, in a way, stimulate their desire to innovate. In that case, it is also a good thing, and it is also a piece of merit for Soo-chan, right? By this time, Yang Mi and the others had finished reading Soo-chan's entire script. The expression on each face was dumbfounded, not yet completely out of the plot. A few of the girls' eyes were, for the moment, red. Oh, Charlotte and his wife's relationship is so enviable. Yang Mi said. Yeah, that was a great ending to round out the two of them. Hataru huffed back. Lu Tianxian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. This is such a great script. I so wish I could play a part in it. As soon as she said this, several people had a sense of being awakened from their dreams. Consciousness. Yeah, such a great script with the creator right in front of you. It's sudden. Couldn't they, close to the water, have secured a role with Soo-chan? For them, even a small supporting role inside such a good script. That's excellent. 2. Before they could even open their mouths, Sister Chin took the lead. This script, it has to be shot. Shoot it now. Soo-chan, don't worry. I'll take care of all the investment matters. I'm sure that with such a good script, the company side will also treat it as a key project immediately after seeing it. You don't have to worry about resources or anything in the slightest. In this regard, Soo-chan naturally had no opinion, and Director Zhang, at this moment, also hastened to state his position. Soo-chan, can I come and be the director of this movie? Don't worry, I don't want any money. I can even bring money into the group and contribute a portion of the investment. Director Zhang's tone at this moment was unprecedentedly humble. The few people in the room couldn't help but smack their lips a little when they heard it. Normally, Director Zhang is too rich to be invited. People are not bad in the first place, and at the same time they have the wind in their sails. Never bow down to capital. Now, but in front of Soo-chan, with such a humble attitude, he said that he could bring capital into the group, just for Soo-chan to give him a chance? The contrast is just so explosive. Though, they said that after reading the script, they also felt that such a good script was worthy of Director Zhang. But still, you can't help but be surprised. I'll go. Director Zhang is too humble in front of Su Chen. Not to mention anything else, let's just say this treatment. You can't find the second person inside the entertainment industry besides Su Chen. Su Chen can do it. Even Director Zhang took it easy. Ha ha. First time I've heard of a director bringing money into the group. Chapter 128, Refusal Again. Chapter 128, Renunciation. With them messing around like this, I'm even more curious about Su Chen's script. How good it is to make people like this. It's done. With such a good script for this movie. Plus Director Zhang, a well-known director. Won't it take off? TSK, TSK. I have a feeling that this play will become a heirloom classic. This configuration. There's really no one else. I'm so looking forward to the collaboration between Director Zhang and Su Chen. However, just as the crowd was expecting it, a surprising scene happened once again. In the face of Director Zhang's humble, want to bring funds into the group to direct the request, Su Chen surprisingly, refused. I'm sorry, Director Zhang, for your directing ability. I still recognize it. It's just that for this play, I want to direct it myself. At these words, the people in the room froze once more. Just now, Su Chen did once again, reject Director Zhang? At first, when Director Zhang invited him to star in his own play, Su Chen refused, and it was rejected twice. Now, Director Zhang wants to bring money into the group to direct Su Chen's script. As a result, he rejected it again without mercy? It felt like Su Chen had now set a record, the person who had rejected Director Zhang the most times, and it's a record that may never be broken. Except, of course, for Su Chen himself. Sister Qin was becoming calm and collected at this moment. If it had been before, she would have been shocked and anxious at this moment. But after reading Su Chen's script, she was pretty sure that Su Chen was a capable one. Although, it was a bit of a scent that Director Zhang was just going to bring money into the group. But today, she respected Su Chen's decision 100%. Wah was in his business car at this moment, hurrying towards Su Chen and their place. In the car, he was also holding his phone and watching the live stream without missing a second. He was also shaken when he saw that Su Chen had turned down Director Zhang's request to direct again. Su Chen is going to be his own director? Wah was a little less than impressed with his decision. Having said that, he may have written a great script, but directing isn't for everyone. While it may seem simple, there are a lot of complex professional requirements involved. It would be a shame if he didn't have that ability with such a good script. Wah commented. However, after the previous incident with the script, he would no longer easily jump to conclusions about Su Chen. No matter what, it was better to rush over and talk to Su Chen face to face first. Lu Xiaoyan, at this moment, was already shaken to the core. Starting just now, Su Chen's script was recognized by both Director Zhang and Mr. Fong. She was just in a constant state of shock and couldn't get over it. And now, Su Chen has turned down Director Zhang to direct it himself? She felt that Su Chen was becoming more and more unintelligible as a person. She has been inside the entertainment industry for so many years, thinking she's read a lot of people. She can tell what's going on with them at a glance. However, now that she looked at Su Chen, so young, he was deep. It made her all those years of kung fu useless. Originally just now, when Lu Tianxian said she wanted to star in the movie, she was still very happy in her heart, thinking to myself that my daughter is finally getting the hang of it, and knows to take the initiative to get a chance. But today, she has no faith in her daughter again. Su Chen, but even Director Zhang would not hesitate to refuse. Wouldn't it be even more unforgiving to reject Lu Tianxian then? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but regret that she shouldn't have gone to trouble Sister Qin in the first place. If I had seen that Su Chen had such a great ability, I would have made good relations with him long ago. I'll go. How come Director Zhang has repeatedly hit the wall in front of Su Chen? Ha ha ha, Director Zhang might have been stupid, never been disliked by a young actor so much. Director Zhang, am I getting old and useless? Su Chen is trying to push forward the waves of the Yangtze River and slap the previous waves on the beach. With all due respect, Su Chen is also a bit too crazy. Do you really think that directing is something anyone can do? That's right. Just because he writes good scripts doesn't mean he's a good director. That's right. Directing is a profession that wants to accumulate experience. And with so many years of experience, Director Zhang is definitely better than him. TSK, still too young. A bit of achievement and then drifted. Thinking he can do anything. You people line up. At the beginning of Su Chen that out of the script. Also you are here to sing bad. The result is not the face. I think so. Don't these people think their faces aren't slapped loud enough? Su Chen fan. But to be honest, I don't see Su Chen directing himself either. That's right. Emotionally I support Su Chen. But rationally, I also feel that letting Director Zhang direct is the right choice. In the conference room, the atmosphere became silent once again after Su Chen rejected Director Zhang. The others were all out of breath at the moment. In their hearts, they are speculating that this time, Director Zhang must be angry. He didn't get angry when Su Chen rejected him for the first time, and even took the initiative to come to his door. And after taking the initiative to come to the door and being told by Su Chen that the script was too bad, he still wasn't angry. But at this moment, when he so humbly wanted to bring his capital into the group and use his most professional directing skills to enter the group, he was once again ruthlessly rejected by Su Chen. It would really be unlike Director Zhang's temper if he didn't get angry again, right? Couldn't get involved in the play anyway, so it's still understandable to vent your pent-up frustration and anger, right? What if Director Zhang makes a move later? At this moment, Old Qin was behind Yang Mi and the others and said in an extremely low voice, in his opinion, with Director Zhang's temper, he definitely couldn't hold his fire. Depends on whether the seizure is big or small. If we really do it, then we must go up and pull the fight off. We can't just watch Su Chen get beaten up, Yang Mi said firmly. Although this might offend Director Zhang, there was no way around it. She had to support Su Chen. One must be firm. On Su Chen's side, Hotba nodded. Well, I'm going to protect brother Su Chen as well. Then is there a possibility that Su Chen strikes back and hits Director Zhang? What do we do then? Hua Hua asked at this moment. When these words came out, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, because they all felt that Su Chen shouldn't be so impulsive. Impossible. Brother Su Chen is not this kind of person, Reba replied dryly. Of course, if Su Chen is really impulsive, we must stop him in time and never let him make a mistake, Yang Mi added. However, the scene they had imagined did not happen, because Director Zhang didn't get angry as expected and also said something that made them fall out of their seats. Chapter 129, Director Zhang as Assistant Director. Chapter 129, Director Zhang as Assistant Director? Faced with yet another rejection from Su Chen, just when everyone was because Director Zhang was finally going to lose his temper. Instead, Director Zhang spoke up. Su Chen, I cannot be the General Director. Can you let me enter your crew and be your Assistant Director? I promise that I will absolutely obey your arrangement, and at the same time, I can also bring money into the group. Director Zhang looked very sincere when he said this. Attitude, so to speak, and a touch of humility. When these words came out, the crowd present was, once again, shocked. They feel that they have been shocked in the short hours of today, simply more than they have in the last 20 years combined. And the impression of Director Zhang was also collapsed and rebuilt in his mind over and over again. Once upon a time, Director Zhang, for them, was high and unattainable. However, nowadays, Director Zhang was in front of Su Chen, but time and time again, they put themselves down, and time again, they lower their bottom line. The matter of taking the initiative to request to direct, and also to bring funds into the group, in the eyes of others, is already the bottom line of Director Zhang. It was already as far as he could concede. However, it did not occur to him that Director Zhang would say something like, he wanted to give Su Chen an assistant director. More than that, he used a supplicating tone and attitude, as if this position of an assistant director was also sought after. You know, this is Director Zhang. It is Director Zhang who has directed international blockbusters, won numerous awards, and brought out countless movie stars and actresses from his hands. Throughout the entertainment industry today, how much capital has been spent trying to hire Director Zhang to direct a movie? However, Director Zhang is now so famous and rich that he doesn't care about money, only personal preference. So, it's also notoriously difficult and fussy. However, it is such a picky Director Zhang, today, but took the initiative to willingly work as an assistant director, just for the sake of being able to join Su Chen's crew. How can this not be shocking? However, Yang Mi and Old Qin thought back to Su Chen's script, and they felt that this matter was so reasonable again. After all, Su Chen's script was just too good. It's dozens, if not hundreds, of times better than all the plays on the market today. For that matter, Sutton said it wasn't one of his best scripts. So what would his better script have to look like? They felt their imaginations were so deprived at the moment that they were completely unable to visualize what could be a better story than this Charlotte's Troubles. And since Director Zhang does things only from his heart, his behavior today can be explained. He was completely overwhelmed by Su Chen's script. So, as long as you can join the production of this play, what chief director or assistant director, what fame, what seniority, didn't matter so much to him anymore. My gosh, what did Director Zhang just say? There's nothing wrong with my ears. This news, it's also too explosive. I go. I feel like I'm witnessing history. Director Zhang is going to give Su Chen an assistant director. If I hadn't heard this matter myself, I would have thought that this rumor was too outrageously fabricated. This is a bit out of order, isn't it? How many movies has Director Zhang directed? How much experience has he had? Su Chen is just a newcomer. Yeah, even if Su Chen is not bad at writing this script, but the directing ability is not necessarily what's going on. Su Chen won't really agree to it. Then he's too unaware of the importance. That's right, although I haven't seen the script, but judging from the performance of director Zhang and the others, Su Chen must have written this script well. But being a director is not a simple thing. That's right, if Su Chen doesn't have the strength, then wouldn't it be a shame to have such a good script? I guess Su Chen wouldn't agree to let director Zhang really come and sit as an assistant director for himself. Is director Zhang saying this as a disguised attempt to fight for it? That's right. If Su Chen really agrees, then by the time filming starts, he'll realize that he can't support the shoot. And then director Zhang will logically become the chief director. No matter what, director Zhang putting his stance so low is enough to shock me. While the audience was surprised, Hua was in the car at the moment and was also shaken up. At this moment, he felt even more curious about Su Chen. From the beginning, with all of director Zhang's perverse attitudes, he had felt that this Su Chen was somewhat unusual. And now, director Zhang has taken the initiative to lower his stature to a young freshman. A newcomer who has never directed anything before goes on to be an assistant director. So how good is this script? Really? Hua's eyes curiosity had already been aroused. And at the moment, he couldn't wait to be able to fly to Su Chen's place. Take a glimpse of the script. Master, drive faster, Hua said as he rushed at the driver's master. The agent on the side could see that Hua was really in a hurry this time. In the past, he was the one who paid the most attention to heavy safety. Every time I go out, I tell the master to drive slowly. Safety first. This was the first time he had, of his own accord, told the master to drive faster. Lu Xiaoyan, at this moment, had already lost the ability to think. From the very beginning of this incident, her attitude and thoughts have been bouncing sideways over and over again. It was only now that she realized that her little bit of Tao was no longer enough to judge Su Chen. He was, already, not at all someone who could make judgments with his usual experience and vision. On the scene, as director Zhang lowered his stature and said that he would give Su Chen the words to be an assistant director, the scene instantly fell silent again. Everyone was watching Su Chen's reaction, wondering if he would grant director Zhang's request or not. Though, that said, they all agreed that the matter would be very risky if they agreed to it. Director Zhang also has a legion of fans, and if his fans learned that director Zhang went to work as an assistant director for a newcomer, that's bound to get rowdy, isn't it? And the internet won't know what kind of bickering it's going to be at that point. Not only that, but the marketing numbers and entertainment media will definitely make a big deal out of this by then. Southern is definitely being pushed into the limelight. By then, some of the so-called old-timers in the entertainment industry would take this opportunity to criticize Su Chen again. Said he was young and didn't know how to respect his seniors. Too much hubris. At that time, Su Chen was definitely going to be pushed to the top of the storm. If, at that time, the effect of this play is not good, then Su Chen is even more to bear the unimaginable pressure of public opinion. Therefore, whether to agree or not to agree at this moment, they felt that it was very difficult for Su Chen. However, what they didn't know was that Su Chen had the divine directing skills given by the system to boost his skills, so he wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 130, agreed. Chapter 130, agreed? At this moment, Su Chen looked at this pious attitude of Director Zhang in front of him and was very calm. You, Director Zhang, want to be my assistant director? It's not impossible. Anyway, I'll be directing and writing the movie myself when the time comes, and I'm sure I'll have to do the starring role as well. There's no time to stare at those details like other directors do. Just what you need, an established director to sit second fiddle to yourself. Then the director in front of him, Zhang, is a more than suitable candidate. He was experienced. Although it was said that those previous works, the current Su Chen did not look too good, but it can only mean that it's the script itself, and director Zhang's personal skills are still strong. As the first movie he directed, it was a blessing to have director Zhang on board. What's more, director Zhang also said I'll bring capital into the group. They are not a little cute. Naturally, I wouldn't miss such a good thing. Thus, right under this situation of all eyes, only Su Chen nodded his head very blandly. Then for the first time, he took the initiative to extend his hand at director Zhang. No problem. Welcome to my crew. As soon as these words came out, only a few inhaling sounds could be heard in this originally quiet room. It was Yang Mi and Old Qin who were shocked by Su Chen's reaction and answer at this moment. There was a backward gasp, and Sister Qin's mouth was wide open at this moment, frozen in place. She hadn't expected that Su Chen would agree. He had rejected Director Zhang 4 or 5 times before, and for Sister Qin, she was already used to his rejection. However, just as this Director Zhang put forward the most unexpected and least expected request that she had expected Su Chen to agree to, Su Chen surprisingly agreed. Sister Chin's mind immediately went through countless public opinions that would happen afterward. It also instantly occurred to him that if Suchin didn't do well in this movie, or if he made any low-level mistakes while directing, then it's sure to be a flood of abuse out there. As soon as she thought of this, Sister Chin felt that this little heart of hers could no longer withstand this up-and-down torture. One moment he was feeling anxious because Suchin had rejected director Zhang. One moment was the huge excitement after seeing his script. And now that Suchin had promised to let director Zhang make himself an assistant director, Sister Chin was incredibly worried. For Suchin's worries about the fate of this play, and of course for the trouble he will have to face in the future. However, Suchin had already promised, so what else could she say? Did he rush up and let Suchin reject director Zhang one more time? Wouldn't that be a death sentence? At this moment, Sister Chin prayed in her heart that the opening of this movie after Suchin would go smoothly. Don't ever have any major conflicts with director Zhang in terms of creative concepts. However, out of her understanding of Suchin, Sister Chin was also clear that this was almost impossible. She had a feeling that she was in for a rough ride for the rest of her life. The next focus of the work may have to be on how to help Suchin control public opinion. In the live broadcast room, the audience also did not expect Suchin to agree so painfully, and the attitude looked as if it was still a matter of course. Suchin actually agreed? I'll go. I really admire Suchin's calmness. Director Zhang wanted to give him the role of assistant director, and he was able to agree to it so lightly. Worthy of being a social cow Suchin, this performance in the face of director Zhang is simply a fighter among social cows. Suchin's guts are a little too big. Right. How dare he really ask director Zhang to be his deputy? This is not going to be scolded to death. Sure enough, he's still too young, too crazy. He doesn't look at what segment director Zhang is in. Can he really suppress director Zhang? TSK. I'm afraid Suchin is going to be sprayed badly. These showbiz disciplinary checks alone can't spare him. Ha ha, upstairs, are you talking about ripping onions? Ha ha ha, no at all. Definitely. These people like to pick fights on the internet all day long when they have nothing to do. This time Suchin directly sent the topic to them. If they don't catch it they are all sorry for Suchin, aren't they? Young people, they always have to pay for their choices before they can grow. TSK. This could have been quite a good movie. Don't ruin it. Why don't we just release the script and stop filming too? Ha ha ha. In the middle of the conference room, after Suchin agreed, director Zhang didn't think so much like the others. The only mood he had was happy. Happy that he can finally join Suchin's crew and finally take part in the production of this script. Although it was said that with his current status, being a deputy to Suchin would definitely be laughed at when he said it. Even these people, in the way of his status, would not say anything to his face, but behind his back, it must have been unavoidable to preach about him. But for all of this, director Zhang no longer cared at all. He's already this old and accomplished. What's missing today is a good script. Until then, he had always felt that Mr. Fong's scripts were great. However, after seeing Suchin's script, a certain part of his body seemed to have suddenly awakened. This was the moment he realized what really makes a good script. It's the scripts that are worth giving his full heart and passion to serve well. So how could he miss such a great opportunity? Of course, he still had some selfishness of his own in being able to lower himself so low. He was not very optimistic about Suchin's directing ability. After all, he's come all this way and knows how many detours it takes to become a competent director. How many potholes to step in. Suchin has never directed any works before. Even if he is a genius, his directing ability is definitely not much better. In that case, wouldn't such a good script be spoiled? So he's going to join the crew no matter what. Granted, he's talking about being an assistant director. But that's nothing more than a name out there. By then, once he was in the middle of the set, Suchin didn't know anything. Faced with all that drudgery, he must have gone numb on his own. Isn't it still dependent on him? Thinking of this, director Zhang's heart was instantly happy. He gripped Suchin's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Yes, great, Suchin. I hope we have a good first time working together." At this time, that side of Mr. Fong also could not sit still. Hurriedly came up and said, "Director Zhang. Mr. Su, can you let me join among the crew as well? What if they let me go in and do some odd jobs? I'd do it." Chapter 131, A Model for Our Generation. Chapter 131, A Model for Our Generation. After director Zhang, Mr. Fong surprisingly also fell. However, after the excitement of director Zhang earlier, the crowd was almost surprised by this scene. Facing the other teacher's request, Suchin was considered to be very enlightened. Surprisingly, I agreed without much hesitation. But what he said next also made the crowd's three views shatter. It's not impossible to get you to join the crew, but as you say, it's really all about the odd jobs. At these words, the crowd froze again. When people say that this Mr. Fong is going to do some miscellaneous work. It's just a figure of speech. The real purpose was to join the crew. Only just now, Director Seng's posture was already so low, so he, Mr. Fong, could only lower his posture even more. In any case, with Mr. Fong's credentials in the industry, even if he can't be a screenwriter, so how about an advisory presence within the crew? People are polite when they say they're going to do odd jobs. You, Su Chen, a junior, can't say that in any case. Of course, this was just what other people thought, while the reason why Su Chen said that was because, for this bit of screenwriting talent that Mr. Fong had, he really couldn't see it. Besides, his script was sound enough and Senior had the skills of a godly director, so whether this Mr. Fong came or not, it didn't help him much, so he couldn't possibly invite a useless grandpa over and offer him up inside the theater. To be able to promise Mr. Fong all belonged to giving him face, so it's natural to say this ugly thing up front. If this Mr. Fong doesn't like it, then pull in while you can, lest there be any other trouble when the crew starts shooting. On the opposite side, when Mr. Fong heard Su Chen say this, he was obviously stunned as well. Being an old-timer, his mind is still a bit unconverted, thinking to himself, Su Chen, this young man, how could he speak so nonchalantly? How dare you actually say you'll let yourself go to the mop-up? He is at least a moral and artistic old artist. How can he really go to the inside of the crew to give a little fresh meat to do odd jobs? However, the words have already been said. Is it possible to say that you will not go at this moment? For a moment, the scene was frozen. Su Chen looked at Mr. Fong in a good way, waiting for his answer. Teacher Fong's face, on the other hand, kept changing, which could be described as colorful. The face was white, red and green for a while. Seeing this, Yang Mi and Old Chin couldn't help but snicker a bit. Although they said they knew it wasn't good, they couldn't help it. They couldn't help it. Old Chin spat in a whisper in a few people's ears. This teacher Fong is losing out on not understanding Su Chen. He thought that if he was polite with Su Chen could be polite with him too. Yang Mi smiled and nodded. Yeah, Su Chen's character isn't the kind of person who would cooperate with his act and maintain superficial peace. He's dealing with the principal, but if you're polite with me, then I'm not going to be polite with you. Several people couldn't help but laugh again at this statement. The viewers of the live broadcast, seeing the reactions of a few of them, followed with a heartfelt smile. Ha ha ha, Old Chin, aren't they laughing a bit too freely? Aren't they afraid that Mr. Fong will see it and hold a grudge against them? They don't want to laugh either. They mainly can't help it. Ha ha ha, indeed. Who could bear this? Mr. Fong's expression is just too wonderful. Teacher Fong probably didn't even think to death that Su Chen would answer in this way. He must not have seen Su Chen's previous live streams and doesn't understand what kind of person he really is. And he even dares to say such things to Su Chen. Ha ha ha, I like Su Chen's character too much. No matter who you are, all of them are not accustomed to problems. Indeed, sometimes these old artists are too fond of leaning on the old. They need someone like Su Chen to cure them properly. Painful. Not bad for Su Chen. Simply a model for our generation. Ha ha ha, I'm curious how this is going to end. How this Mr. Fong is going to answer. Mr. Fong is in a dilemma at the moment. It's not right to say yes. It's not right to say no. He's forced himself into a corner. Oh, what a lesson this thing has taught them. That you can't expect all young people to will manners. Ha ha ha, there are times when it's not a matter of speaking politely or not. It's mainly a matter of being embarrassed to let the atmosphere fall into awkwardness. Referred to as social terrorism. So Social Cow Su Chen doesn't have this kind of trouble at all. At the scene, Mr. Fong was silent for dozens of seconds. Just as he was sweating with anxiety, he hadn't figured out how he was going to solve the problem at hand. There was a knock on the door of their conference room. The crowd was a little puzzled as to who could be here at this time. It can't be that a fan found this place, Yang Mi said nervously. She was someone who had been chased by private fans and knew how horrible it felt. Is it possible that the waiter come over to deliver what east, west? Old Chin said. I'll go open the door and take a look. Sister Chin volunteered. In the room, the others were either stars or directors and writers. At this time, she was the only one who was best suited to rush ahead. But Mr. Fong was relieved at this moment. Whoever this person was who came to the door at the moment, it was a relief to him. Saved him from immediate embarrassment. With that interruption, that question of his could go unanswered. As for whether or not to join Su Chen's crew, it's better to think long and hard about it. After all, he didn't want to be a handful of years old and actually go to the inside of a theater set to do odd jobs. Sister Chin walked to the door at this moment and carefully opened the conference room door a crack. Looked toward the outside. At the moment, the cameraman, who was inside the room, followed her footsteps to the door. It's just that at this moment, That gap was blocked by Sister Chin, so she couldn't see the doorway. And Sister Chin couldn't help but freeze when she saw the person outside through that doorway. She wondered a little if she was seeing things, because the person standing in the doorway was clearly Hwa, top stream superstar, the evergreen tree of the entertainment industry, everyone's recognized movie star. How could he, at this moment, be in this place? In fact, when Sister Chin was young, she was also a star chaser. Her idol at that time was Hwa, and that was her opportunity to join the entertainment industry. It was a pity that since entering the entertainment industry, there was surprisingly not much chance to see Hwa in person. And now, to be seen in this place, in this weird way. Hwa-chan. Sister Chin's voice was trembling, full of disbelief and surprise. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the viewers heard Sister Chin's words and became anxious. What's going on? I can't see anything here. Chapter 132 Hwa is here. Chapter 132 Hwa is here. Sister Chin, we are saying, can you stand to the side? Let us see who is at the door. What did Sister Chin just shout? Hwa Chai? It can't be the Hwa that I'm thinking of. No way. How could Hwa come to a place like this? If the real Hwa is here, it's going to be hilarious. That's a lot of heavyweight guests for this broadcast today. What? Hwa is here? If that's true, then Director Yen would still be happy. These heavyweight guests, that's how much money can't be invited. But one by one, two by two, all came by themselves. Rather, who is it that I can't see? I'm really anxious. Sister Chin looked at Hwa at the door and forgot everything in her excitement. Hwa, on the other hand, smiled at her very politely. Hello, may I ask if Director Zhang is here? Hwa asked. Sister Chin nodded mechanically. Zhang, Director Zhang. Right, in. Here it is. After saying that, she finally moved her body to open the doorway a little wider, inviting Hwa and his agent to come in. It was at this time that the audience in the live broadcast room finally got a good look at this visitor. Surprisingly true, it's Hwa. For a moment, the already lively live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I go. What the hell? It's really Hwa. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? I never thought that I would be in this live broadcast and see Hwa. Hwa is here to find Director Zhang. Right. And Director Zhang is here to find Su Chen. In the final analysis, this is still Su Chen's credit. That's right. If it wasn't for Su Chen, we wouldn't have seen so many famous scenes. Let's thank Su Chen together. Thank you, Su Chen. Thank you, Su Chen. Ha ha. If you ask me, the one who should really thank Su Chen is Director Yen. Right? If it wasn't for Su Chen, how could this program of his have been so good? Indeed, Director Yen really has smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. To be able to invite Su Chen to come to this program, he's very much made a fortune. Hwa, it's really Hwa. How would Hwa know that Director Zhang is here? Is it possible that Director Zhang asked him to come? While the audience was shouting in surprise. Within the room, Yang Ni and Old Chin, they all froze at this moment. Even they had not expected it at all. What about the person coming from outside? It was Hwa. Holy, Hwa is here. This is a big scene, Old Chin exclaimed. Yeah, Hwa and I had a chance to meet at an awards ceremony before, but Hwa didn't show up for something at the moment, so we missed it, but I didn't expect to see it here today. Yang Ni was also a bit surprised. Director Zhang was stunned to see Hwa coming over at this moment. Naturally, he assumed that Hwa had come over to see him. After all, none of these people present knew Hwa anymore except him. Hwa, what brings you here? No, how did you know I was here? Is there something wrong with coming over to me in such a hurry? Director Zhang asked with an anxious stringy face. He knew that Hwa had always been a very measured man. If there wasn't something particularly urgent, one wouldn't rush to the door like this. In the face of Director Zhang's anxiety, Hwa's face remained a polite smile. At the same time, his eyes glanced towards Su Chen's side from time to time. This look is not without some alarm. Hwa thought that he had seen a lot of people over the years, and he had seen a lot of new generation idols in the circle. Most of them look handsome on the screen, but after seeing them in real life they feel a big difference. The main difference is in temperament. But Su Chen was different. He looked, in person, even better and with an even more powerful aura than he did on the screen. And, surprisingly, it gave Hwa a feeling of being shocked. This has never been done before. Even back then when he first met Director Zhang, he had never felt this way. As a result, Hwa was even more interested in Su Chen as a person. Hwa, Director Zhang saw Hwa standing in front of him but was distracted. Nor did he answer his own words, so he called out to him tentatively. Hwa reacted then. Oh, Director Zhang, to be honest, I'm not, in fact, here to see you. Hwa said bluntly. Not here for me? Then who are you here to see? Director Zhang was a bit confused for a moment. Only after he finished speaking did he realize something and look towards Su Chen's side. Sure enough, Hwa nodded and said, Director Zhang, I actually happened to see it live. Inside the live broadcast, I saw you and Mr. Fong both praising Mr. Su Chen's script, so I can't hold back the curiosity in my heart here. So I came here myself without saying hello. I'm here to find Su Chen. When Hua said this, the scene fell into silence for I don't know how many times today. In the middle, Sister Qin only felt that this world was too marvelous. Originally, it was just Director Zhang who wanted to find Su Chen for a scene. As a result, Su Chen said he had written a script that instantly conquered Director Zhang and Mr. Fong. The two of them, one of them is going to be an assistant director for Su Chen, and one of them is going to go in and work as an odd job man on the set, though they haven't agreed to do so yet. Now, Hua said again that he was interested in Su Chen's script and sought out the place himself. She felt that in an instant. Su Chen's script had become the meat and potatoes. It became something that everyone was competing for. Surprisingly, even Hua, this kind of movie star that even Director Zhang needs to go and hire properly. Surprisingly, they've all come forward already. She simply felt that it was all like a dream. Hua, this is Su Chen. Director Zhang introduced Hua to him at this moment. Su, Mr. Su, this for is. I know. Hua. Su Chen had a rare, very friendly attitude, offered to shake Hua's hand. After all, in his previous life, he still had a good impression of this evergreen tree of show business. At the very least, he's never had any bad scandals and is a decent person. Enough to gain Su Chen's respect. In the face of this attitude from Su Chen, Hua actually developed a feeling of being flattered. You know, his daily routine is to be courted by the crowd. Everywhere you go you're not front and center, with fans. But facing Su Chen, he actually had a trace of timidity in his heart. He was afraid that Su Chen would treat him like he did to Director Zhang and Teacher Fong, and give him a blow at some unknown time, make him lose face. Therefore, when faced with such a friendly attitude from Su Chen, Hua actually froze for a moment. After reacting, he hurriedly said, Hello, Ms. Su, may I have the honor of being able to look at your script? Chapter 133, Subterfuge. Chapter 133, Subterfuge. At those words, the people present then realized, hoping that this Hua Zai, not to find Zhang director, but even to find Su Chen. Su Chen's script charm was also too big, and was able to make Hua take the initiative to come to his door. That's a pretty explosive event in the whole of the inner circle. Now, Su Chen, a newcomer. In normal times, it would be difficult to meet up with Hua. In the past, at various award ceremonies, various parties, the only place where Hua Chai was present, which person isn't racking their brains to try and get on Hua's good side and get acquainted? However, Hua's low-key personality is coupled with a lack of socialization. Naturally, these little freshmen don't stand much of a chance. But now, Hua had even taken the initiative to seek out this place in order to see Su Chen's script. That's got to be enough for all these fresh meat. Eye candy for a year. But it couldn't be helped. Who made Su Chen talented himself? If only they had that kind of talent and could write a script like Su Chen's. Maybe the Wawas can be attracted to come forward to them as well. Faced with Hua Zai's request, Su Chen naturally had nothing to refuse. It's just a script. Read it. Just read it. His scripts stand up to scrutiny anyway. Custody is something that everyone who has seen it will be pleased with. Hua had gotten Su Chen's permission to rhyme, and at the moment, he couldn't wait. Nodding at Director Zhang and Mr. Fong, he hurriedly walked over to pick up the script and read it carefully. I'll be damned. Hua is actually coming for Su Chen's script. Hua is actually watching the live broadcast too. This is something I didn't expect at all. I guess it wasn't Hua who watched it. It was the surrounding staff who watched it. Because the content was so unbelievable that it attracted Hua's attention. That's right. This matter is also really too unbelievable. Director Zhang, that kind of character, even bowed down in front of Su Chen, and had to be Su Chen's deputy. Who can believe it when it's set out? Su Chen Bullnose, worthy of being my favorite. It just has strength. Upstairs, you sure know how to stick it in your face. Hua is in such a hurry to come over and read the script. He can't have any ideas. He doesn't want to be in it. Does he? Can't be. Hua's paycheck is very high. It's been in the hundreds of millions in the first few years. Ordinary people can't afford to hire him. Please do not invite the first, do not say. After all, if the script is good, want to pull the investment is a very simple thing. The point is that if Hua Chai really come, acting what role could he still play a supporting role? That's right. Hua, this curiosity, in which but some big male lead how can give Su Chen, a newcomer, to do supporting roles? Hua might just be curious about the script. On the set, just as Hua was reading the script, Director Zhang pulled Su Chen and wanted to discuss more details about the movie. As for Yang Mi, Hoder and Lu Tianxian, a few of them were pressing their inner desires. It came to Su Chen's side. Su Chen, look, we are so familiar inside a program. This new movie of yours, can you arrange a role for me? Yang Mi half squatted by Su Chen's side with a smiling expression, smiling sweeter than a flower. This kind of smile is usually hard to find on Boss Yang's face. It's safe to say that she has put herself at the bottom of the barrel to be able to land a role. Brother Su Chen, I also want to play a role. What do you think about me playing Choya? Reba was also smiling at this moment. One hand also grabbed Su Chen's sleeve. Don't be in a hurry. Hotba, I feel like I'm more suited for Rakia. Sister honey, I think the role of Choya is still a better fit for me. Why don't you consider thinking about Ma Dongmei? Hotba said. I think I can also play Ma Dongmei. Lu Tianxian interjected at the right time. Man, these actresses can really compete for roles. Why does it feel like these former best friends are about to fight? And this Lu Tianxian, a good Tianxian, even said she can play Ma Dongmei? That Ma Dongmei's character in the script is a spirited one. It's almost like she's just a completely different style. Okay, this Lu Tianxian was usually the most concerned about her image, but now she was trying to be able to star in Su Chen's script. You're even willing to disregard your image and play Ma Dongmei? To be honest, this was also the first time in Lu Tianxian's life that she wanted to fight for a role so strongly. But I didn't expect that it would be a character like Ma Dongmei who is such a big contrast to myself. But there is no way. Acting to look at this Choya's competition is too fierce. She is afraid of competition cannot be as long as you can act in the script of Su Chen's, what does it matter what the role is? Even if she had been asked to reverse a guy, she would have said yes right away. Lu Xiaoyan was still satisfied in her heart at the moment as she looked at her daughter's performance. Although, she hadn't seen the script yet and didn't know what kind of character this Ma Dongmei was, but at least, her daughter knows. Dao took the initiative. If this had happened earlier, wouldn't a lot of good roles have been missed? In the middle of the conference room, facing the enthusiasm and initiative of these few people, Su Chen remained calm. Sorry guys, this casting thing hasn't started yet. On this issue, we will definitely be fair and open, and as long as the suitability of your good characters is high, we will naturally choose you. But what about now? Stop surrounding me haha. With that said, he turned his head to look aside at Hotba. Hataru watched him look over and winked at him a few times in an extremely flirtatious manner. To put it bluntly, if Su Chen's willpower was poor, he would have been seduced by her at this moment. However, the first step in being a competent director is to resist temptation. Otherwise, wouldn't this movie casting become his own harem choosing concubines? Thus, only to see Su Chen, without mercy, pulling his own clothesline from within Hataru's hands. This lady please behave herself. We cast on merit. I'm not going to subterfuge. At that half-joking remark, Hataru made a big red face. Old Qin and the others snickered. Several actresses were sent away by Su Chen, and director Zhang was about to continue discussing the script. Old Qin, Hua Hua and Koen they came together again. Su Chen, look at the relationship between us brothers. It's not right for you not to arrange a role for me in this movie. Old Qin said. But I'm not like them, being Akia and Madonna again. I'm better at getting the right answers, so just put me in a supporting role with lines. After saying that, Old Qin squatted down very mysteriously and came to Su Chen's ear. Chapter 134, Was Request. Chapter 134, Was Request. It was when Old Qin was preparing to whisper a few words to Su Chen. Su Chen pushed him away and touched his ears with some disgust. You're quite a big man. If you have something to say, just say it openly. What's the point of biting your ear? You are trying to let me submarine you A few other actresses I did not submarine. The turn cannot take your turn While being disliked by Su Chen, Old Qin didn't mind at all. It could only be said by pulling back some distance. I see that role of Yuan Hua. Just listen to suit me. After hearing this big talk from him, Su Chen looked at him and didn't hold back from rolling his eyes. You call that a random minor character? He Yuan Hua is the second male. Inside the live studio, viewers were laughing out loud at this outburst from several stars. Ha 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 ha, Old Qin is going to laugh me to death. I'll be damned. First time I've seen a couple of actresses so forthcoming for a role. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, are you specially trained? Yang Mi, Jiba and Lu Tianxian, these three big beauties sent to your door, you can push them outside? Okay, just for Su Chen's strength in sticking to his principles. I have a feeling that he'll be able to make this movie well. When will the movie be released? I'll be sure to pack the house to support it. Upstairs, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? People haven't even decided on the actors yet and haven't even started the movie yet. And you're thinking about the release? Although I haven't seen the script, as soon as I heard the names of this Choya and Ma Dongmei, why do I feel so close to them? Ha ha, Old Qin really should be scolded. He just said to give him a small role on the line. I thought he said it was true, but it turned out to be the second male. Ha 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 ha, Old Qin, Do you have some misunderstanding about the second male? Ha ha ha, this is old Chin's fault. I don't blame Su Chen for spraying him. It feels like Su Chen will be the center of attention in the entertainment industry for the next while. I don't know how many people are eyeing his movie and want to play a role in it. Inside the conference room, just as old Chin and the others surrounded Su Chen, wanting to roll, Hua looked at that script, laughing one moment, sad the next. A few tears even surfaced in the corners of my eyes when I saw the touching parts. Mr. Su, about this script shooting, I still want to. It was hard to get rid of Yang Mi and the others, old Chin and the others, all of them. This guide pulled Su Chen and wanted to continue the discussion. However, before he finished his words, Hua's side had already put down the script. Great, great. The script was written in such a way that it was just great. Hua didn't mince his words of praise, yet at this moment in time, couldn't think of any more words. One can only keep repeating good. He got up and walked to Su Chen's side, rushing to him and saying very respectfully, Mr. Su Chen, your writing of this script is the best script I've ever seen in my life. When teacher Feng, who was on the side, heard this, his expression was a bit embarrassed and his heart was a bit unfavorable. After all, he had been the screenwriter for several of the previous movies that director Zhang and Hua had worked on together. However, Hua said right now in front of him that Su Chen's script was the best he had ever seen in his life. Wouldn't that be a disguised way of saying his script doesn't work? Of course, he himself admitted that the level of his own script, compared to this one of Su Chen, much worse indeed, but he still felt a bit faceless after being said so publicly by Hua's eye. Su Chen, faced with Hua's compliments, showed a composure and calmness that did not belong to his age at all. Thank you Mr. Hua for liking it, he said with a faint nod. In the face of Su Chen's unobtrusive, yet composed attitude, Hua's eye was also startled for a moment. For Su Chen's impression, it suddenly changed a few more points. When he had watched the live broadcast before, he had thought that Su Chen would be the kind of person who was bullying and very arrogant. After all, to have such talent at such a young age, he did have the capital to be wild. However, it did not occur to him that after actually meeting Su Chen, he realized that he had imagined him a little too superficially before. This person, Su Chen, was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Thinking of this, Hua couldn't help but admire Su Chen a little more in his heart. His next words, however, caused the crowd to grow their mouths in surprise once again. Mr. Southern, I really like your script too much, although it may be a little difficult for you to say what I'm going to ask for next, but I'll say it anyway. Otherwise I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I miss this script. In the face of Hua's patting, Su Chen nodded, signaling him to continue. Although it was said that in his heart, he had already guessed 9 times out of 10 what Hua's eye was going to say next. Sure enough, only Hua said immediately, I was thinking of, starring in this movie. Of course, you shouldn't be embarrassed. I won't have to ask for any big roles. I can have no lines, even if it's just starring as a roadie in it. Su Chen though was thinking of what Hua's eye was going to say, which was that he wanted to star in his own movie. But it did not occur to me that he had humbled himself to this point. Old Chin is still paranoid about starring as Yuan Hua. As a result, Hua said that he could just play a passerby, even without lines? How much does he really like this script of his own? Although Su Chen knew that his script was really good, no matter where he put it, it was considered very capable. But now that it had sparked such a reaction among them, it was also something Su Chen hadn't expected before. Let's just say that this Hua in front of us, he's no less hot in this world than he was in his previous life, even a little hotter than there. It's also mainly because the level of culture and entertainment in this world is less than impressive. That's why stars like Hua are a little more popular. Director Zhang and Mr. Feng were also shocked when they heard Hua's words. After all, they all worked with Hua. Knowing how picky Hua is about what he does professionally, this kind of nitpicking is more like a way of honoring your profession and respecting your audience. But anytime there's even a hint of a flaw in the script, he's going to take it more seriously. Yet he now had such a high opinion of Su Chen's script. The fact that he's still willing to lower himself like that speaks volumes about how much he likes the script. Moreover, it took a lot of effort for them to ask Hua to star in the movie before, and Hua agreed to do so. As a result, nowadays, he's volunteering for a role with no lines. It's really incredible. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was also shocked at this moment. No way. Our honorable Hua has such a humble moment. Chapter 135, Hua joins in. Chapter 135, Hua joins in. When Hua makes a move, it looks like old Chin was just a joke. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? People Hua are so humble to act even without lines. How dare old Chin still presume to play the male second? Ha ha ha, old Chin probably thinks he's more familiar with Su Chen and wants to take a back door. I'm even more curious about Su Chen's script now. What kind of script is it that can make everyone scramble for it in such a scenic way? no matter what. I still believe in director Zhang and Hwa's aesthetics and taste. Su Chen's script must be exceptionally good to make them so. Does the crew still need any more group actors? I don't want any money. Just supply the food. Look at me. I don't even need a food supply. I'm self-funded. Is everyone rolling up here? At this moment, Su Chen faced this humble request from Hwa and nodded in an unprecedented manner. No problem. I'll contact you when there's a suitable role in there. The reason why he agreed so readily this time was partly due to Hwa's acting skills. On the one hand, I also admire Hwa for who he is. As for the question of whether there is any desire to rely on Hwa's fame so that his movie can have a higher level of buzz, this was something Su Chen really didn't care too much about. After all, he's not exactly a minor celebrity these days. Plus there was so much confidence in the script that he believed in even the slightest bit of publicity. This movie will also have a high box office with its own superb quality and with word of mouth spreading. Hua Zai was happy to see Su Chen agree. He had been in the entertainment industry for so long that he felt numb to a lot of it. It's been a long time since I felt so excited about getting a piece of the action. Thank you, Ms. Su, for being willing to give me this opportunity. No matter what kind of role it is when the time comes, I'll be sure to perform well. Hwa's attitude at the moment was as pious and humble as a newcomer who had just entered the entertainment industry. On the side, Sister Chin was overjoyed. Hwa was her idol when she was young. Someone she once wanted to be close to but didn't have the chance to be. Now, but because of Su Chen, he was going to cooperate with them. Sister Chin felt that it was really her great fortune to be able to bring in artists like Su Chen. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, that's all for today. We're still in the middle of recording this program. We still need to proceed down the line. Su Chen gave an eviction order. Director Zhang still had some feelings of reluctance. He had wanted to have another good chat with Su Chen, but this one thing and another interrupted him, and he did not find the right opportunity. However, Su Chen's expulsion order had already been given, and he couldn't be so insensitive as to continue pestering him. One could only wait until later to find a suitable opportunity to discuss it with Su Chen. Teacher Fong, on the other hand, had a preoccupied look on his face at this moment. He was still thinking about what he had told Su Chen earlier about joining the crew. At that time, because Su Chen had really said that he would let him go in to do odd jobs, there was something in his heart that he couldn't accept. But now, he sees that Hwa is so humble, opened his mouth to ask Su Chen for a role with no lines. Well, wouldn't you be missing out on a lot if you didn't join the crew? When the time comes, what if they don't even bring themselves to play? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and walked over to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, I've thought about that thing you said before. I'm willing to go to the crew to do odd jobs, and I feel like Mr. Su is willing to give me this opportunity. Su Chen smiled when he heard this. This party teacher heart small plan cannot hide from him. Su Chen all door clearer, but it doesn't matter. He's willing to come to the crew to do odd jobs, so that's fine. If he could really be of any good use to the filming aspect, Su Chen would naturally not treat him poorly. But if you want to be in the middle of the crew, and you put up any kind of a fight, Su Chen is not a soft persimmon, not so good to pinch, so he nodded and said, if Mr. Fong is willing to come, I'm naturally welcome. It can be said that there are miles and miles of it, and that's pretty much spot on. Director Zhang, Hwa and Mr. Fong, they are all gone. Sister Chin also said hurriedly, Su Chen, I'm going back to the company to report to the boss. Then it's time to start pulling in investment and putting together a crew. Anyway, you don't have to worry about these trivial matters at all. Just leave it all to me. For Sister Chin's workability, Su Chen had always believed in it. He nodded. Alright, then I'll trouble Sister Chin. Why are you still so polite with me? After saying that, Sister Chin drifted away. I could tell how happy I was from the back. Lu Xiaoyan was at home at the moment, and her entire body had been dumbfounded. To be honest, at first, Sister Chin said to her that Director Zhang was going to look for Su Chen. She was still half convinced. It turned out to be far more explosive than one would have previously thought. Through the live stream, Su Chen was recognized and courted by both Director Zhang and Hwa at the same time. That's unprecedented in the entertainment industry. In all likelihood, there will be no one after that either. This also meant that there was a high chance that Su Chen would be the next star to burst into flames. And it's definitely going to be a blowout that's beyond her imagination. It seems that before, I really underestimated Su Chen, Lu Xiaoyan muttered. At first, Lu Xiaoyan was of the opinion that Su Chen was not worthy of this precious daughter of hers, but now she realized that the one who was unworthy was Lu Tianxian. In the middle of the conference room, everyone else had left. Only a few of their guests on the show remained. It was only after Director Zhang and the others left that old Qin and Yang and the others exclaimed in a loud voice, Su Chen, you're too good. This script is also too well written. Yeah, Su Chen, I didn't even know you had this kind of talent before. That's a really good script. Didn't you say there were others? When are you going to bring them out for us to see? Right. We're all so familiar with each other. We deserve a first look at this script anyways. Facing everyone's pursuit, Su-chen waved his hand. Little things, just random writing. Not too good. Extremely Versailles-like. The others were accustomed to Su-chen's character that was not self-effacing. All smiled. At this time, Hua spat at old Qin. Brother Qin, aren't you ashamed at all? Old Qin was confused. Shame? Why am I ashamed? Look at other people. Wah, such a big name. They only asked Su-chen for a small role with no lines. As soon as you come up, you want Yuan Hua. Don't you feel that there is some shame in your heart? Hua said. He had read the script, so he naturally knew how heavy the role of Yuan Hua was. Chapter 136, Hilarious. Chapter 136, Hilarity. As a result, when old Qin heard this, he didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with him. Instead, I'm still feeling a little proud of myself. Yeah, I didn't even realize that until you told me. Even Hua only dared to ask Su-chen for a role with no lines, but I dared to ask Yuan Hua. Does this mean that I'm more powerful than Hua? Crowd. Hearing old Qin's words, the others were all speechless. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. That's not you being more powerful than Hua. That's you being more cheeky than Hua. Yang Mi nailed the truth with great precision. The smile on old Qin's face instantly froze. Ha. Old Qin, are you trying to laugh me to death? So this old Qin isn't just funny on stage. He's also so funny in private. Ha. Isn't your Derwent Club humorous and funny per capita? More like Derwent Club. Ha. I originally thought that old Qin would feel ashamed of this, but I didn't realize that it was just the opposite. That old Qin was feeling quite proud instead? Ha. It feels like old Qin has learned about Su-chen's thick skin even after spending a lot of time with him. Upstairs, I don't like to hear you talk like that. How can you say that our Qin is cheeky? That's clearly social awesome disorder. Upstairs, you do know how to kiss ass. In the middle of the conference room, several stars also took turns to make a mockery of old Qin's behavior. Yet old Qin himself didn't really care. Say what you will. In his mind anyway, he is just better than Hua at this point. Although he is inferior to Hua everywhere else, he is the only one who has the cheek to do so. Just then, Director Yen walked over with a smile. He was in a very good mood at the moment, to say the least. Because of the arrival of Director Zhang and Hua, it brought extreme heat to this program. Straight away, it broke the record for the highest number of people online at the same time since the show started. You know, that's not a record that's easy to break. Because of all of Su-chen's humongous performances in the middle of the show, this show was supposed to be a ride, leaving all previous shows far behind. Just when he thought that those numbers were already the ceiling for variety shows, Su-chen had brought him another not-so-small surprise. Make this a show that reaches new heights. At the same time, the discussion about the show on major social media platforms has been unprecedentedly hot. Of course, everyone was mainly feeling very curious about this script of Su-chen's. Wanted to know what kind of script this was that was so favored by Director Zhang and Hua. Director Yen and the others just followed and borrowed the light. But it was enough. Enough to make Director Yen famous and profitable. So here he was, smiling like a flower. After seeing Su-chen, he even laughed out a face full of creases, squeezing out those eyes, which were not too big to begin with. Su-chen, you're too good. In a while you must let me also see. What exactly are you writing in this script? Director Yen rushed at Su-chen and said, but what I came over here to do was to announce your schedule for tomorrow. The show is on its second installment, and the audience is very fond and curious about you. So what? I want to schedule a live stream tomorrow to interact with the audience. You guys? No comments, right? Of course they have no problem with it. It's better to live broadcast and interact with the audience than to be stumped by the director to go out and do this and that, right? After taking care of this matter, Director Yen couldn't wait to read Su-chen's script, while the others left the hotel in droves and went back to where they were resting. Wow, is it going to be live tomorrow? Great, this program can handle it, knowing exactly what we want to see. Can we hear those amazing remarks from Su-chen again? I can say I benefited a lot from that dog licking secret from the last live broadcast. Indeed. After learning Brother Chen's dog-licking secrets, I can now lick 4 goddesses at the same time, and they're all being served by me so comfortably that they can't stop. Upstairs, you look like a poor student. Only 4? I 10 what I said. Then you are a model for my generation. So please pass on your experience. I don't know what interesting things Su-chen can come up with this time when he goes live. Looking forward to it too much. I don't think the program team should bother getting any content after that. Just let Su-chen sit in front of the screen and broadcast live 24 times. Ha. 24-hour live streaming. Are you trying to tire out our brother Chen? Looking forward to tomorrow's broadcast. After Su Chen and the others left the hotel, they headed to the place where they were staying this time. It's a small courtyard that the program team purposely found. It's right next to downtown. Is a place of tranquility in the middle of the action. To reach the small courtyard, you need to cross a quiet path. The car couldn't get in, so they had to get out and walk across. And next to this trail is a square. When they got off the bus, they heard bursts of laughter coming from the middle of that square. Hataru's eyes lit up with curiosity at once. There seems to be a lot of activity going on over there, and I don't know what's going on. It's none of our business what we do, so we'd better hurry back, Yang Ni said. However, Hotba was a little ticked off. It's still early, and it's boring to go back. Can't we just be normal people today and go join in the fun? Hotoraba pitifully pulled on Yang Ni's coat and begged. It does look a bit interesting. It can't be the big moms dancing in the square. Flower guessed. You saw that square dancer and was able to get so many people around him. Definitely something more interesting. Old Sheen also looked eager to try. Everyone, at this moment, seems to be not too willing to go straight back, and they all want to go and join in the fun. But after we go, if we are recognized, it will be troublesome. Yang Ni was a little hesitant. Don't worry, there aren't that many people who know us. Go over there. It was still Su Chen who was straightforward and made a direct decision, taking the lead and walking towards that side. Seeing this, Hotba cheered and followed. Old Sheen and the others were naturally not far behind. Yang Ni was still a bit hesitant, but seeing that everyone had gone, she could only shake her head and follow along. A few of them padded over to the crowd, only to see that the place was already surrounded by 3 layers of people. Couldn't squeeze in at all. Meanwhile, there were occasional bursts of laughter from inside. Chapter 137, Doing It in the Street. Chapter 137, Doing This in the Street? It was so hard to be able to have a chance to get together for once. Hotba and the others. At the moment, he was squeezed outside and was in a great hurry. This won't even go in. What the hell is going on in there? Hotba was so anxious that she was about to cry. This is the time to reflect the importance of height. If I were 2 meters longer, I definitely wouldn't have this kind of trouble. Old Sheen spat. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the viewers were feeling very puzzled by the behavior of these big stars. There was a lot of spitting. Okay, how come the stars like to get together so much too? Ha ha, yeah, I originally thought they were all the kind that liked to stay away from the crowd and away from the hustle and bustle, but I didn't realize that in private they were like this. Surprise! Popular celebrities are actually gathering on the streets to do this kind of thing? Ha ha ha, upstairs, you do know how to headline party, report to marketing number tomorrow. Looking at a few of them being so gossipy, it feels so intimate. So there's no difference between the stars and us. They're all the same in private. Ha ha, yes, that makes them feel more grounded. But does anyone help them or not, so they can see what the hell is going on in there? Ha ha ha, I'm also anxious for them and at the same time curious about what's going on in there. It's useless to be anxious. It's impossible to let them big stars, and other people like to squeeze inside. Ah, that's too unqualified. Poor me. Hotba tried so hard to get together for once. Is it going to end in failure? If only I were there. I would have to carry and squeeze in a look with my goddess Hotba. Upstairs, what kind of dream are you having? Even if you have to carry it, it's not your turn. It's better for me to do it. Who pisses yellow to nourish and wake up the 2 upstairs? At the scene, several people tried several times, but still could not break through the heavy human wall and see inside. And from time to time, the giggles that came from time to time made them even more anxious. This feeling of wanting it but not being able to touch it really scratched a few people's ears. Just when everyone had despaired and was ready to turn around and leave, Su Chen struck. He waved his hand at just one person and said, "It's not easy to solve this little problem. Look at me." The other few people were still confused, not knowing what Su Chen was going to use. Just as they were puzzled, they only heard Su Chen yell at the crowd, "Nobody move." It was very loud and the tone sounded very stern and serious. The originally lively crowd instantly quieted down after this cry from Su Chen. Everyone turned around and looked towards Su Chen. However, in the face of so many pairs of sizing up eyes, Su Chen didn't have the slightest intention of panicking. Instead, he remained as calm as ever. "Come on, all make way. Make a passage for me." Su Chen rushed towards the crowd and continued to shout. The onlookers were a little confused, combined with Su Chen's tone of voice, and then seeing this behavior of his that was not the least bit fearful. Everyone assumed that he was either here on official business or something important. So, all very obediently, they made way for him. Su Chen took 2 steps toward the front with a big swing. Turning his head, he saw that Hataru and the others were still standing in the same place. None of their faces were covered with a puzzled, shocked expression, and they were all frozen. "Go, what are you still standing there stupidly for?" Su Chen said as he waved his hand at them. The few of them weren't like Su Chen, who possessed such a social bullseye skill. At this moment, being watched by the hundreds of people who had gathered around, he immediately felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, as if he was on the back of his head. I can't wait to turn around and run. Compared to them and Su Chen, the attributes of this social humper were far inferior. It was completely impossible to be as calm as Su Chen. However, Su Chen had already greeted them. If you don't go at this time and turn around and leave, won't you fail Su Chen's good intentions again? Thinking of this, these few people could only follow Su Chen with a stiff upper lip under the eyes of everyone. In the live broadcast room, the viewers also did not expect that Su Chen would act in such a way, and they were all stunned. This thing is going in a direction that I didn't expect at all. Shocked. Su Chen's socially awesome syndrome. At the very least, it must be late stage. I declare that in the aspect of socializing awesome, I only submit to Su Chen. Wholly, vicariously I imagine myself being gawked at by so many pairs of eyes. I'd probably die on the spot. The only one who can beat Su Chen's social bullnose record is Su Chen himself. Truly, every time I think Southern's socially awesome behavior has reached its ceiling, he always brings me a new shock. Ha ha ha. Su Chen so shouted himself cool. Feel hot bar and old Sheen they died on the spot society. Hotspur, I just regret it so much. I should have known better than to clamor for anything. Hotspur, who understands? Family members, getting together to get together. Becoming a hoot themselves. Ha ha ha. Hotba, just tell me what you're messing with Su Chen for. These guys certainly weren't as nervous on stage being watched by tens of thousands of people as they are today. At this moment, the spectators in that square were also confused. Looking at these handsome men and women in front of them, they all felt very puzzled. What are they doing here? Looking at the temperament, it's hard to believe it's a cast member, but this dress is not the same style as the one being performed inside. It was just that the young man who had just spoken had a very strong tone and sounded bottomless. Must be some kind of status to dare that. They weren't aware of Su Chen's social humbug attributes, so naturally, they couldn't imagine them. Some people can just do such amazing things. Su Chen was still strutting along in front of him, and took a look when he came to the center. I just saw a few beautiful women dressed in ethnic costumes, singing and dancing. That performance was very professional and really not in the same league as square dancing. No wonder it attracted so many people to see it. Only for the moment, a few of the girls were dancing a bit distracted as well, because the attention was all on Su Chen and the others. The mind was still wondering if it couldn't be that they were a place that didn't allow performances, so someone came and kicked them out. I guess. One's mind was tense. Hotba and the others followed at this moment, and Su Chen pointed to the crowd dancing in the middle there and said, "Here, this time you see, it's just a dance." With everyone watching, Hotba and the others had absolutely no intention of watching any dancing at this point. Just want to run away from this place of wrongdoing with fire. Chapter 138 Shocking Inner Entertainment. Chapter 138 Shocking Inner Entertainment. Brother Su Chen, I don't want to see it anymore. Let's just go. Hotba whispered in Su Chen's ear, begging in a small voice. Don't want to see it? That's okay. There's really nothing to see here either. After saying this, he looked at the few girls who were dancing in the middle there and shouted at them. Not bad. Not bad. The whole thing is quite lively. Then you guys take your time. We'll go first. Just as he turned around, a big brother next to him couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Dude, what do you do?" Faced with their big brother's inquiry, Hotba and Old Sheen and the others instantly tensed up. If they said they just came over to get a good laugh, this big brother wouldn't hit anyone. Even if you don't hit anyone, you can't withstand the public outrage of so many people. A mouthful of spit from one person would be enough to drown them. Just as they were tense, not knowing how to react, Su Chen spoke again. "It's okay, buddy. I just saw you guys were pretty busy over here and thought I'd go in and see what's going on. It's okay now. You guys take your time, huh?" No one had expected Su Chen to speak so bluntly. Everyone thought that he would have to find a decent excuse. At the very least, let them be able to safely retreat from this place first. You just said it straight away. Aren't you afraid that one of these people will get angry and block the place for them all? Thinking of this, Old Sheen and the others unconsciously quickened their pace. Falling away, he quickly retreated towards the outside. Only Su Chen, still with his hands behind his back, unhurriedly took square steps behind him. Ha 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 ha, it's really Su Chen, never lets me down. Every step Su Chen took was something I didn't expect. Ha ha, if it's all guessed by you, is it still Su Chen? Su Chen has too much guts. Isn't he afraid that these people will get angry and surround them? I admire Su Chen's courage, a man of honor. Ha ha ha, did you see the look on Hotba's and Old Sheen's faces? It felt like they were going to be scared to death. Yeah, they must be thinking at this moment that they're going to get screwed over by Su Chen, and it's not going to be a beating. Ha 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 ha, Surrounding is risky. You need to be careful when watching. Ha 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 ha. No. To be more rigorous, it should be that it's risky to surround yourself with Su Chen. Ha ha ha. Luckily, the image that worried them, Old Chin and Hotba, didn't happen. It was mainly because Su Chen had said it too bluntly, but instead, it made these people not react. By the time they had slowed down from their shock, Su Chen and the others had already left from this encirclement, going out a long way. No, what did that dude just mean? That he just came to watch the fun? Holy, that scared the out of me. With that tone of voice, I thought he was some kind of executive. That's right, this dude is too much of a social butterfly. He surprised me. Don't you guys think that this person just now looks like he looks a bit familiar? It does look a bit familiar. I remember. Isn't this the social humper that's been so hot on the internet lately, Su Chen? I'll be damned. It looks like it's him. No wonder he can do such a thing. He's a social humper. That's understandable. How come I didn't recognize him just now? Or else I'd have had to get an autograph from him anyway. The crowd said, turning back to look for Su Chen and their shadows. Where else can I find it? They'd turned into the middle of the trail long ago. After walking to a safe place, Old Chin still felt a little stunned and kept patting his chest to calm down. Su Chen, you're being too impulsive. In case there's a bad-tempered big brother inside these people, none of us will be able to leave so easily. Old Chin spat. What are you afraid of? Harmonious society. Can he still beat you up? Su Chen recoiled with a look of indifference. Besides, these people weren't able to react that quickly. We didn't get out of here in one piece properly. Su Chen spread his hands. This maneuver just now can be considered a great success. The shock value of this went up by hundreds of thousands of dollars at once. If there was something like this in the future, Su Chen decided to do as he had done. The mission of this system had changed, and one had to adjust one's strategy with it. Normally, if you notice any social cow events that can be played out, you have to be on it if you have the conditions, and you have to create the conditions if you don't. In this way, one shock value could accumulate quickly and complete the system tasks. He opened the system panel in passing to check the accumulation of this shock value today. Today was only the first day of the quest's release, and the shock value had already accumulated to over 1,300,000. At this rate, completing the mission is a breeze. Not to mention, it's going to be live tomorrow. This live broadcast can be a much more convenient time to play yourself. That shock value is still, doesn't that have to rub off on you? When he thought of this, Su Chen's mood was bursting with joy, whistling as he walked toward the front. Old Chin shook his head helplessly when he saw how relaxed Su Chen was. We're still too far from Su Chen at this realm. Take your time to practice. Meanwhile, Director Zhang and Hua appreciated Su Chen's script. Everyone, and also the news that they have lowered themselves to join Su Chen's crew is spreading fast on the internet. Not only the netizens all joined in have melon, even this big half of the entertainment industry shook with it. International actress Zhang Zi just finished an interview. When he came to the restroom and opened his cell phone, he saw that the first place in the scarf hot search was Director Zhang. What new movie is Director Zhang making these days? Zhang Zi said to herself. Sister Zi, if Director Zhang makes a movie, I guess he'll still ask you to make a cameo. It's already become Director Zhang's custom, the little assistant on the sidelines said. Similar to Hua, Zhang Zi was also a hit after being discovered by Director Zhang, also known as a scheming girl, and after she became popular, in order to repay Director Zhang's kindness in the beginning. So whenever Director Zhang has a new work, he will definitely ask Zhang Zi to make a cameo. This is a treatment that other directors would never dream of. Yeah, but Director Zhang hasn't contacted me this time, so I guess it's not finalized yet. It's a good thing I'm not too busy these days, so I should be able to set aside time for Director Zhang as well. Zhang Zi said as she clicked on that hot search. The result was a look that left him stunned. What's the situation? Director Zhang took the initiative to go for a newcomer fresh meat, and to be an assistant director for that freshman? Is he in some kind of trouble lately? Why did he lower himself so much? Zhang Zi was confused and very confused. One can only click on the video and watch it in detail. Chapter 139, The Stars Are Shocked. Chapter 139, The Stars Are Shocked. As a result, she was stunned, hoping that this Director Zhang is not just lowering himself. This can simply be described as humble, right? Even for her, who has become an international Zhang. Director Zhang has never treated her with such a humble attitude. This Su Chen, just what kind of magic power does he have? However, when the entire video was watched, Zhang Zi's mind changed. She was no longer bothered about Director Zhang's attitude. She, at the moment, only wanted to see Su Chen's script. Can you help me get in touch with Su Chen, or his agency as well? I want to see Su Chen's script immediately. Zhang Zi rushed at her little assistant. The little assistant was stunned at first. She had never seen Zhang Zi in such a hurry before. Oh, okay, Okay, I'll get in touch. In the middle of a theater group in Hengdian, 3 people, Zhang Ruoyun, Chen Daoming and Wu Gang, just finished filming a scene. A popular power star, plus 2 veteran actors who carry a lot of weight in the industry. It's enough to see how powerful the role was for this play. And 2 veteran actors can't be hired just because they want to. What that must be is a good script, a good director who can guarantee the quality of the movie. People are the only ones willing to star. After all, for them, money is not so important anymore. It's important to be able to live up to your acting skills and reputation. At this moment, the 3 of them gathered together and jointly looked towards the cell phone in Zhang Ruoyun's hand. It was only a matter of time before they were able to see the expressions on their faces. One moment his eyes widened in surprise, the next he frowned in disbelief. That's right. What they were watching at this moment was the live recording of director Zhang and Hua when they went to find Su Chen. After watching all of the videos, Chen Daoming couldn't help but suck in a breath. He really couldn't figure out just how good this script written by Su Chen could be. To be able to make Hua and director Zhang, both of whom would act in such a way and push so hard, to say that this matter was placed on others, he would have thought that it was Su Chen who was deliberately speculating. They were invited to play along with their act, but these 2 are no one else. It's Hua and director Zhang. The 2 of them would never do that. Then there is only one possibility that this script by Su Chen is really well written. But a youngster, to put it bluntly, is just a fresh meat. How well can he write a script? Wu Gang, who was on the side, spoke up at this moment. I've heard of this Su Chen before, saying something about having a social something or other disorder? Mr. Wu, that's called social awesome disorder. It means that a person has great social skills. Zhang Ruoyun, who was at the side, explained. Oh, yes, I really can't even see what you young people are playing with these days. The first time I saw it, I thought the kid really had a disease. Do you think this script he wrote can really be that good? Wu Gang said with some disbelief. Zhang Ruoyun was also both curious and puzzled in her heart at the moment. Judging from the reaction of director Zhang and Hua, it should be good, or else director Zhang wouldn't be willing to give him an assistant director. I do think that we can take a look at his script when we get a chance, and if it's really good, then we'll try to help out in whatever way we can. After all, we find an industry or want good content to be able to develop better. Chen Daoming said. As an older actor in the industry, he is still very responsible. Since Mr. Chen has said so, then I'll have my agent go and help make some contacts. My agent knows Su Chen's agent, so I can more or less say something. Zhang Ruoyun hurriedly said. When Chen Daoming and Wu Gang heard this, they both looked at Zhang Ruoyun with teasing eyes. You kid, you've had this idea for a long time, haven't you? As soon as Mr. Chen opens his mouth, it's this good to go to people under his banner, isn't it? Mr. Wu Gang saw through everything. Zhang Ruoyun immediately smiled with some embarrassment. Nothing can be hidden from the fiery eyes of the 2 teachers. The main thing is that I'm not curry enough? What if people don't lend us a look? It's good to be under the banner of your 2 teachers. Daru Society. Big Timber has an important show tonight. At the moment came backstage early to get ready. As soon as he walked in, he wasn't first concerned about how his evening's performance would go, and don't bother to smooth out the draft properly. Instead, he dove headfirst into the pile of his own senior brothers and sisters and began to blow. Have you guys heard? My buddy Su Chen recently wrote a book that is said to be thieving good. Even director Zhang and Hua are particularly fond of it. Hearing this, the senior brothers and sisters laughed and said, Delinzi, when did this Su Chen become your brother? Why don't I know? Oops, isn't this on a program with old Chin? Who has become a brother? Then what is my relationship with old Chin? Alright. His brother, that rounded up, is not my brother, Oroinko said nonchalantly. Then, according to you, this Su Chen is your half-brother, who has never met you, who doesn't even necessarily know who you are, a blood brother. It's worthy of Derwent. This damaging words come out of his mouth. Gee whiz, don't sweat the details. The point is that people are writing this book. That's really good. Delinzi tried hard to divert everyone's attention away from himself. You saw it? That's not true. But director Zhang has praised it so much that he's going to make him an assistant director. There's also Hua, who volunteered to play a supporting role within the play. How good does the script have to be for them to be willing to do this? Delinzi exclaimed. That's true. We were just discussing it. This Su Chen, does have a bit of talent. Then can you get this brother of yours to show us that script? In the face of such a request, Oraimo hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. That one? Tell me more. Why do I hear someone calling me? I'll go over and check. After that, he skipped off on his feet. As a result, just after running out a few steps, he ran head-on into Guoda Gang in Yuzhou. Master, Dad, what are you two up to? Delinzi asked. Don't worry about it, prepare well for your performance. Guo De Gang did not have the good sense to say, to be honest, before he himself looked at the sun, how he looked at him. But now, after having seen Su Chen again, how to see this big forest, which is not as good as it. Although it was said that he knew that this Su Chen was a genius that came along once in 1,000 years, not everyone can be as talented as he is. Chapter 140 An Opportunity to Take Advantage. Chapter 140 Opportunities to be exploited. But the heart is still more or less sorry. So look at your own son, and just look at him any way you want and think he's not going to make it. So this attitude, naturally, was harsh. De Linzi properly and inexplicably received a lecture, and his heart was a bit stifled. Master Yusign passed him and whispered, "Your father and I are going to Southern's agency." To Su Chen's agency? De Linzi was instantly surprised in a million ways. Go there for what? Your dad wants to dabble inside the script here in Su Chen. Go see if there's anything to take advantage of. Yo master, you're really good at talking. With these few words, the image of my dad's speculative businessman full of copper instantly became three-dimensional. De Linzi spat. Asterisk 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 you dare to make jokes about master, don't you? I don't blame your father for talking about you. Hurry up and get ready for the show tonight. If anything goes wrong with this show, your father will flay you alive. Yu Zhan reprimanded. Then both of you know that this gig is important, and you still don't say you'll stay and hold down the fort for me, but you still have to go out. De Linzi was dissatisfied. Only Yu signed and rolled his eyes. Then if you're compared to Su Chen, this level of importance is still a bit short. With that, he shrugged his sleeves and walked away. De Linzi eyed the backs of the two of them with a strange itch in his heart. If he hadn't had a particularly important gig tonight, he would have said anything to tag along. Maybe there will be a chance to catch a glimpse of the Southern script. Pity, pity. After Sister Qin returned to the company, she rushed into the middle of her boss's office with great gusto. Boss, you see, little Qin you're finally back. Before Sister Qin could finish, she only saw that boss, Gao Ming, welcoming up with a smile on his face. Qin has also been with this company for several years. Before Su Chen, he had also brought a lot of artists, but it was the first time, on the boss's face, that he saw such a bright smile. Even in the past, when facing clients, his professional fake smile was not as bright as the one coming at this moment. But Sister Qin also understood that he must have already seen the live broadcast. Knowing what just happened is what makes you so happy. After all, this is not the kind of thing where you train dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of artists, able to cultivate Su Chen's existence. That was unattainable. It can be said to be like no other before it and, most likely, like no other after it. Boss, you just saw it all? Sister Qin asked. See, that's director Zhang Anhua. Su Chen is really awesome. To be able to make director Zhang Anhua so favorable with a single script. Little Qin, you really have a vision. If it wasn't for you in the beginning, I would have wanted to give up Su Chen. It was obvious that Gao Ming was very excited at the moment. Sister Qin was also very flattered by his compliments. It's mainly because Su Chen himself is competitive. I didn't expect that he even had this talent. On her lips, Sister Qin was still very modest. As soon as the script was mentioned, that Gao Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, the script. Hurry up and get it out so I can see it. In order for the work to start smoothly afterward, Sister Qin also took Su Chen's script straight back. At this moment, urged by Gao Ming, he took it out from the middle of his backpack. After that Gao Ming received the script, he bored his way through it regardless, almost had forgotten about Sister Qin's existence. Gomez, who was watching the script, was laughing and crying for a while, just like everyone else, completely emotionally invested and vicariously absorbed. Half an hour later, Gao Ming, who had finished reading the script, secretly wiped his tears. As soon as he looked up, he saw Sister Qin standing across the room. Looking at him, he was a little embarrassed and hurriedly wiped his eyes and asked, Xiao Qin, why are you still here? I thought you had left long ago. Sister Qin said with a slight smile, pointing to the script. I can't go, Mr. Gao. I have to watch the script. Gao Ming was instantly a bit speechless. Can I still run away with this script of yours? I'm your boss. You're not even going to defend yourself against me. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. Finding a script is so important that I have to make sure it's in my sights at all times. If something goes wrong with this script, there's no way for Su Chen and I to account for it. Don't you think so? Sister Qin said without letting up in the slightest. That Gao Ming had no choice, and with a bitter smile, he nodded and handed the script back to Sister Qin. Okay, now you and Su Chen. That's all my ancestors. That's the rules, all according to yours. This script, Su Chen, is really well written. There's family, friendship, and life. I've been watching it with a lot of emotion. Ah, how do you think Su Chen could write such a profound script at such a young age? I'm telling you, think of me. As soon as she heard that this Gao Ming was going to start remotely thinking about that year again, Sister Qin didn't hesitate in the slightest, turned straight around and tiptoed out. That Gao Ming was still being impassioned, but as a result, when he turned his head, there was no one inside the room. Where are the people? Really, no respect at all. I haven't even finished yet. Why did the person run away without a trace? Gao Ming yelled. But nowadays, there was nothing he could do about Sister Qin, who let people hold such a heavyweight artist as Su Chen in their hands. According to today's trend to go on, Su Chen may have to become the second Hua Chai. Not, he'll be 1,000 times more powerful than Hua. After Sister Qin came out of Gao Ming's office, she was in a very good mood, and even this mood became very good. Just after taking 2 steps, he saw a little girl from the company's administration department, running over with a panicked face. Sister Qin, I finally found you. That little girl was like seeing a savior when she saw her. What happened? Qin asked. Someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Qin thought about it and felt it was normal. Once the matter of Su Chen's script was spread, someone was bound to come to the door. Maybe it's an investor. Maybe it's an actor. For the next while, some of her was busy. Who's looking for me? Qin asked. Only the little girl said with a hard look on her face. You? It's better to see for yourself. Looking at her, Sister Qin had a puzzled look on her face. What's the deal? What's the meaning of this expression when someone is looking for it? Is it hard to come and pick a fight? Thinking of this, Sister Qin walked straight towards the direction of the conference room. As soon as she walked to the front of the conference room, Sister Qin saw people stopping at the door from time to time and looking towards the inside, and get together and whisper. Chapter 141, they're all here. Chapter 141, they're all here. Seeing this scene, Sister Qin was a bit puzzled. Just who is this person who came here that can make all of their company so excited? After all, they were an entertainment company, and on a regular basis, these employees hadn't seen much of the world. Even if you see a celebrity on the street, it's the extent of seeing them. Rather, what kind of people are coming that can make them like this? With such doubts, Sister Qin walked over. As soon as those people saw Sister Qin, they hurriedly pointed towards the inside and whispered, Sister Qin, are all these people here to see you? Sister Qin, it's a big deal. When Su Chen becomes a big hit in the future, he must pull our Shaoi. Even the way these people treated Sister Qin was much more cordial than usual. Sister Qin couldn't wait any longer and directly pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. Once she got a good look at the people inside this door, she instantly understood why everyone was acting the way they were. Nice guy. Just see this tiny little conference room sitting inside. Zhang Zi, Chen Daoming, Wu Gang, Zhang Ruoyun, and Guo Dazhang in Yusign. Even if Sister Qin had seen a lot, now that she saw such a scene, she could not help but freeze. What kind of configuration is this? It can be said that in the middle of this conference room, there are veteran actors, international superstars, and new generation powerful actors in today's entertainment industry, as well as the head and mainstay of the Derwent society. If these few people stomped their feet, the entertainment industry would shake with them. Now, they are all gathered in this small conference room. At this moment, Sister Qin finally understood why that little girl, just now, was so flustered. It also made sense why those people outside were poking their heads in the doorway, looking like they had never seen the world before. Even she herself was feeling a bit overwhelmed at the moment. When those people saw him come in, kind smiles immediately appeared on their faces. This is a treatment that would never have been possible in the past. Of course, it's not that these people are bad at getting along and playing big shots on a regular basis. The main reason was that she was a tiny agent who couldn't speak to people, and they naturally wouldn't take the initiative to show any kind of kindly attitude towards her. But today, it's completely different. You're Su Chen's agent, Shao Qin, aren't you? Zhang Zi was the first to speak. Hello little Qin, nice to see you. Guo Digang also took the initiative to greet him at this moment. Others chimed in. Hello teachers, I don't know what you're here for, Sister Qin asked in a routine manner even though she already knew where they were coming from. After all, what else could so many people be here for? It can only be for Southern's script. Oh yes, we saw Su Chen's script online and were very curious. I happened to pass by your company, so I came straight up to take a look. It's really presumptuous. Zhang Ruoyun got up and said, all that talk about passing through is just talk. The real reason is that he and 2 veteran actors, Chen Daoming and Wu Gang, want to contact Su Chen's company. Turns out they're so hot these days that the phones don't even work. The more a few of them read the online comments, the more this tickled their hearts. So, made a bold move and came directly to Su Chen's company. They didn't expect to see Zhang Zi already waiting here as soon as they arrived. Not long after, Wu Dazhuang and Yu Zhan also came. All of them were just as impatient as Zhang Ruoyun and the others, and they all wanted to come here to take a look at the script. After Zhang Ruoyun finished speaking, the other two groups of people also nodded their heads and stated their intentions. In the face of such a situation, Sister Qin was a bit teary-eyed. Although, it's a good thing that this Su Chen script is on fire, but nowadays, she felt like she couldn't really cope with this situation. I'll start by thanking you all for your favorites. On behalf of Su Chen, this script, since people want to see it, but please be sure to keep it a secret. After all, this project hasn't even started filming yet. Sister Qin said, that's for sure. Don't worry about that. We promise not to say a word about it. Several people have committed themselves. It was only then that Sister Qin brought out the script. Before she could place it on top of the table, Zhang Ruoyun, who was the closest, reached over with his big long arm, swished the script away. Chen Daoming and Wu Gang, the two veteran actors, are not reserved nowadays, and they don't care about any face. Hurriedly, he came over to Zhang Ruoyun's side and looked at it. And Zhang Zi and Guo Gang, they were not happy. You can't keep this script to yourselves. They all got up and came together behind Zhang Ruoyun, looking at it together. At this moment, such a bizarre scene appeared in this conference room. International actress, the notoriously high-strung Zhang Zi, plus Guo Dazhuang and Yu Xiang. Surprisingly, they stood together and stretched their heads to read the script carefully. At this moment, outside the conference room, more and more people were gathering. When they saw this scene, they all couldn't help but TSK. It's amazing to be able to see such a scene in our company in my lifetime. How explosive this would have to be if it went online. Come on, take a picture. Someone took out their cell phone and captured the scene and put it online with text. The photo quickly went viral on the internet. Netizens have been excitedly discussing it. Wow, what the hell? How did these guys get together? Can't you see the picture with the text? It's going to see Su Chen's script. Su Chen is too awesome, isn't he? This is stirring up half of the entertainment circle with his own strength. Be bold. Obviously the entire entertainment industry. Chen Daoming is even here. This is a titanic figure in the entertainment industry. Yeah. Before, Mr. Chen Daoming was very low-key. Never put up any fuss. I didn't expect that this time he was also attracted by Su Chen's script. Wow. Will International Zhang and Chen Daoming also act in Su Chen's script? That would be great to see. Upstairs, whether they act or not depends on whether Su Chen agrees or disagrees. Ha. That's right. After all, Su Chen is the one who even dared to reject director Zhang, and Hua can only play a small role with no lines inside his script. Guo Dazhuang and Yu Xin are there too? Are they going into the movie industry too? Don't forget, this is a comedy written by Su Chen, so it's kind of related to them. Yes. Guo Gang is here to steal a lesson, isn't he? Ha. In the middle of Su Chen's live broadcast, at this moment, several of them had already returned to the small courtyard. It's inside the yard at the moment to cool off. At this time, Old Qin suddenly thought of something and proposed. Su Chen, it's fine to stay anyway. Why don't you mix us a drink? Chapter 142, Taking the Initiative to Seek Scolding. Chapter 142, Taking the Initiative to Seek Scolding. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. What kind of wine? Little Billy Cub juice? Old Qin froze. Why did he feel like he was scolded again? He had originally offered to let Su Chen mix a drink. For one thing, because the last time Su Chen mixed a drink it was really quite good. Secondly, Old Qin was also bored and wanted to challenge Su Chen. In the past, it was Su Chen who made jokes and teased him. This time, he jumped at the chance to feel like he could do it again, trying to take Su Chen down a peg. His original plan was this. He asked Su Chen to mix a drink, and Su Chen would definitely ask what kind of drink it was. When the time came, he blurted out, "Little B-boy." In this way, it's not a done deal. As a result, he did not expect that Su Chen would not follow the script he had in mind at all. Surprisingly, surprised me by saying the name outright. Failure? What a failure! Old Qin's face at the moment was very colorful with a burst of red and white. Su Chen, on the other hand, turned his head to look at it with an expression that everything was under control. On the side, Hataru and Flower and the others naturally reacted. The main thing was that this mind of Old Qin's was too easy to see through. Several of them were happy to eat their melon. At this moment, seeing that Old Qin had been teased by Su Chen again, they all laughed. Brother Qin, you really are a human vegetable addict, Hua said with a smile. Brother Qin, aren't you rushing up to get scolded? Yang Ni also shook her head helplessly, and having been seen through Old Qin, he was still a dead duck and argued. What are you guys talking about? I just simply want to mix the wine with Suchen, can't I? Suchen, you too. A good wine. Had to come up with such a name. It sounds weird every time you say it. Like you're cursing. Well, this old Chin is still a thief. Spitting on it. Wasn't this something he brought up himself, wanting to use the name to piss off Suchen? As a result, after being preempted by Suchen, he started moral abduction again, isn't it? It was a pity that Suchen didn't fall for his kind of trick. A direct preemptive strike to old Chin was to catch him off guard. What's wrong with my name? Isn't it fine? Didn't you just want to use this name to take advantage of the opportunity to scold me? Suchen directly punctured old Chin's mind. But you need to practice this kung fu again, leaving the chakra to me. Can you not suffer? At the same time, he didn't forget to take a dig at old Chin. Ha ha ha, Flower is absolutely right. Old Chin is just a human vegetable addict still. Old Chin always sends opportunities to Suchen. Very that says it's not true love. Old Chin, just admit it. You just want Suchen to scold you so that you feel comfortable, right? Old Chin is too funny. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I kind of want to try the little bee pup juice too. Last time I tried it, it did taste pretty good. Just a little sore in the butt. Ha? Drinking this wine and getting a pain in the ass? What kind of principle is that? Because my dad asked me what the name of the drink was and I said little bee pup juice. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. You do deserve a beating then. In the middle of the small courtyard, Suchen was preparing to have to replicate it for them. This wine that he brought to life all at once. The ingredients were all ready and were just about to start tuning, only to see Director Yen hurriedly running in from outside. Southern, big event, big deal, Director Yen shouted as he ran. As soon as he ran up to the front, he saw that in front of Suchen, there were flowery drinks and alcohol. You guys are bartending. So interested? Director Yen was surprised. Right, Director Yen. I was just about to make them a drink. Would you like one too? Suchen asked. Director Yen didn't react for a moment, and once he heard that there was free booze, he nodded without hesitation. Well, what kind of drink are you making? The moment he said this, all the gazes on the scene were focused on him. All of their faces had an expression of looking at Director Yen with a smile on their faces. Looking at him with a smile on their faces, a bad feeling came over Director Yen's heart. In an instant, his mind was electrified, ringing with some memories from the distant past, with alarm bells ringing in his heart. He just wanted to open his mouth to stop Suchen from opening his mouth, but it turned out to be too late. How could Suchen let go of such a good opportunity? The name of this wine is off the charts. Little Bee Pup Juice. The name instantly stirred the memory of Director Yen. How could he forget? At the end of the first installment, he was also so giddy that he rushed into the middle of Suchen's small courtyard with them. Then, he was stormed by Suchen's Little Bee Juice. It hadn't occurred to me that having come to the second installment, he was, in fact, reenacting the scene. And, by yourself. It's no one's fault if they're looking for a scolding. After Suchen's words were uttered, it wasn't just Yangmi, Hot Bar, and Lu Tianxian, or Lao Qin, Hua Hua and Koen. All of them couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. At first it was just a small laugh, slightly still to be restrained considering he was the director. But as they laughed and laughed, they couldn't hold it together and their laughter grew louder and louder. Inside the entire courtyard, the bursts of laughter from a few of them were echoing at the moment. That Director Yen, on the other hand, was red-faced and embarrassed in place. To say who was the happiest one in the group, that must be old Chin, because just moments ago, he was the one being ridiculed by the crowd. As a result, he didn't expect that a Yen director would appear out of nowhere and instantly divert everyone's attention. Old Chin felt that Director Yen was like an angel sent down from heaven to save him. Ha 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 ha, how is this show funny, people per capita? Director Yen laughed me to death. The two of them, he and old Chin, are simply the crouching dragon and the phoenix. I can see that. Together, one and two of them like to come and take the initiative to be scolded by Suchen. Don't they? Director Yen seems to have a grudge against this little bee boy juice, catching up with precision every time. I'm convinced. Director Yen, you can't blame Suchen for this. But you started it. Ha ha ha. Director Yen's expression is too funny. I'm afraid this program is going to kill me with laughter. My abs are laughing out loud. I'm laughing so hard at this bite. I'm losing out compared to upstairs. The laughter went on for several minutes in the middle of the small courtyard before stopping a little. Yang Mi and all of them were all laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt, and now they were all bending over and covering their stomachs. Alright, all of you have laughed enough, Director Yen said helplessly. I feel like I'm really the humblest director ever. Bar none. What kind of director gets mocked by you guys all day long? Director Yen, it's not our fault. It's mainly because you're so funny. Ha ha ha, old Chin said and laughed again. Chapter 143, Too Careless. Chapter 143, Too Careless. Director Yen was also very helpless. As a director, it seems that there is no one to blame but himself. But what face or not, it didn't matter so much to him nowadays. You know, because of Su Chen, their income from this program has doubled several times. It's safe to say that after this show, Director Yen knew that he was financially free and could retire. Thinking about his wonderful retirement, Director Yen could forgive the world. After all, who's going to mess with money? Okay, enough laughing. Enough laughing, I'm about to get down to business, Director Yen said as he waved his hand. Old Chin and the others had finally calmed down a little. Director Yen, you're not thinking of any ideas to toss us around this time, are you? Yang Mi said alertly. Yes, Director Yen, you don't want to publish personal vendettas. Old Chin realized afterward and felt that he was in some danger. After all, it did seem like a bit too much laughter just now. Ha ha, Old Chin is nervous. Old Chin, at this moment you know you're scared. You just laughed so happily. I thought you didn't want to live. Ha ha ha, Old Chin is always such an afterthought. If this Director Yen doesn't do something to Old Chin, I can't see past it. I don't know about Director Yen's temper, but I can't stand this. Ha ha ha, you people are also too bad. Old Chin is not being cleaned up, your heart unbearable. Ah, you're all Old Chin black fans, aren't you? Old Chin can be so miserable. Is there really no one in this world who cares about Old Chin? Ha ha ha, you guys quickly go to the bib to see the first place in the hot search. Su Chen has exploded again. What's the matter? It feels like Su Chen has bought a house on the hotspot and is living on it. But no, Su Chen's frequency of being on Hot 1. That's something other artists can't even buy with money. Quickly, I'll hurry and see what's going on. What the viewers were discussing about the time of the hot search, and what Director Yen rushed over to tell Su Chen and the others, was one thing. Su Chen, you're on the #1 hot search again, you know? Director Yen looked at Su Chen at this moment and said. Hearing this, Su Chen looked very calm, not even blinking his eyes more than once. Oh, so what? Indeed, for him, being on the hot seat is too common a thing. It would be unusual to say that one day. You don't see his name on a hot search. The others were seeing things at this point. Director Yen, you're not. Did you just get internet on this cell phone? Isn't it too normal for Su Chen to be on the hot search? What is this time because of? Is it because of the script or is it because of the social cow behavior in the square just now? Old Chin hung back and asked. Neither. It's because a photo. Director Yen deliberately sold the story, saying the beginning and then stopping. Instead, he looked at them with a mysterious face, waiting for them to get anxious, waiting for them to ask questions. Photos? What photos? Su Chen, you won't be taking that kind of photo and circulating it. You're also too careless, Old Chin asked. This Old Chin had thought he was going to say, you're way off. The result came a sentence that you are also too careless. This brain circuit is really different from others. On the side, Yang Mi and Hotba, they were also looking at Su Chen with surprised and nervous faces. Thoughts were completely carried away by Old Chin, thinking to himself, this Su Chen couldn't really have this kind of hobby. Is it hard to believe that he's going to have a racy photo shoot too? They had, at this moment, slightly experienced a hint of what it meant for an idol to collapse a room, and Su Chen didn't rush to explain in the face of such speculation. Instead, he joked lazily as he fiddled with the drinks and beverages in his hands. Oh, what hacker was so good that he hacked my computer? Which one was the one that got popped? Is it the leopard print one? Or the triangle one? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out, especially Old Chin, who had just been joking with Su Chen more than anything else, because he felt sure that Su Chen wouldn't have such a thing, right? As a result, but did not expect, this is a direct admission. Yang Mi, Hoder and Lu Tianxian. On the other hand, all of them opened their eyes wide one by one, their faces full of unbelief. Of course, it's more of a disappointment. They couldn't believe that Su Chen could really be this kind of person no matter what. Director Yen also froze. His first thought was, oh crap, it's all going out live. He was trying to hold a happy news. How come he made a whole big news all of a sudden? No, at this level, it would be called a scandal. Southern wouldn't just collapse the room. Will those advertisers cancel their placements? Will they demand compensation? His retirement plans? His big house? Isn't it all going to be gone? Within a few tens of seconds, Director Yen had finished thinking about his bang. Just as everyone was all staggered, Su Chen let out a giggle. What are you guys so serious about? What's wrong with that? Old Chin cleared his throat and walked over to Su Chen and said, brother, again as a man I understand you, but this has gotten out. The impact is really not good. What's wrong with that? It's my hobby. It's a way for me to decompress. and I think it's okay to talk about it in a big way. I'm telling you, I usually prefer to jerk off to leopard print, but triangles are good too. Su Chen's remarks were nothing short of treasonous for others to say. It's amazing that you can say it so openly, in front of the camera. Old Chin was so frightened at this moment that he didn't dare to speak. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was also stunned. What's the situation? I thought it was a joke at first. How come it looks more and more real now? No. Su Chen, he won. Be true. Can't it be that I just fell in love with Su Chen and he's about to cave in? To be honest, I can quite understand Su Chen. After all, being in their line of work is so stressful that one inevitably likes to seek some excitement. There's really no problem, is there? If both parties are consensual, then there's nothing wrong with adults only seeing, except that it wouldn't be very nice if it did get out. So the question is, where are the photos? Yeah, I've searched all over the internet and I can't find a picture. TSK, this is clearly a oolong? Yen director said not this thing, but the result was old China first out. This kind of thing Su Chen himself didn't say, surely no one knows. How come he didn't fight himself? Because Southern feels like it's not a big deal, I guess. Chapter 144, Drunk Without Drinking. Chapter 144, Drunk Without Drinking. Oh, it's not that you're red now. You floated. Inside the courtyard, all of the people were in their own way, not saying a word. The faces were each ugly as well. Su Chen was the only one who still maintained his previous calmness, methodically mixing the drinks. It was only when he finally got this little glass of Beyonce juice mixed up that he finally took the time to look at the others. After seeing their expressions, Su Chen laughed. What kind of faces are you all making? Why is it like going to the grave? Here, try this one of mine. A little Billy juice. The others, however, weren't in the mood to taste the wine anymore. Watching everyone not move, Su Chen sighed helplessly. That's just it. I really didn't expect you guys to react so well to this hobby of mine. In that case, I'll begrudgingly show you. Show. Old Chin was even more surprised. Is this okay? By all rights it shouldn't be allowed. I'm afraid they'll be upset. But it doesn't matter. I just won't tell them. Su Chen said. That. Su Chen. This is not good. Old Chin said while gesturing over at the camera. Wanted to remind Su Chen that it was still live at this moment. He didn't understand into Su Chen this is what happened. How to get drunk before he even drank it. Such a shocking statement. Popping out one sentence at a time. You can't even stop it. However, Su Chen opened his cell phone as if he hadn't seen his prompting, and began to rummage through it on his own. Director Yan's alarm bells went off at this moment, and he hurriedly gestured for Old Chin to go up and stop it. Old Chin reacted a little slower, and Su Chen had already found the photo by now, shown directly in front of the camera. The viewers were all happy to eat their melon at this moment, rushing towards the screen. At first glance, he froze. What leopard print? What triangle? Hoping. Is two cats. Ha. What's going on? Is this the leopard print and triangle that Su Chen was talking about? I told you. How could Su Chen be so crazy? After all the fuss it was Old Chin and the others who misunderstood. Ha. Old Chin and Yen guide they this thought is dirty again not. People Su Chen is very simple okay. Should I say no? These two kittens are still really cute. Is this the cat Su Chen has? How bad can a boy who likes cats be? Ooh, I'm so cute. However, at this moment, Director Yen and Old Chin were the ones who had yet to see the cell phone screen. All that was known was that Su Chen had already broadcast this live so that the audience could all see it. In today's day and age, even a passing glance of this image would be sought out by netizens with a magnifying glass for a screenshot. What's more, he's been on display in front of the camera for so long that surely it's all gone viral on the internet by now. Su Chen, this reputation, is it really do not want? Along with this program of theirs, I'm afraid it's going to be gone as well. Director Yan's heart was filled with despair at this moment. He felt that he was really succeeding as well as failing as well as Su Chen. Alright, see it all. Su Chen said at this moment, rushing towards the camera. Come on, Old Chin, they've all seen it. It's your turn. Are you going to watch it or not? But this is the only chance. Oh. Su Chen rushed at Old Chin and tempted him as well. Don't look. I'm a decent man. If I say I won't look, I definitely won't look. Old Chin's tone was firm and said with conviction, but his actions can fully reveal his true thoughts. He said on his lips that he would not look, but his eyes were unconsciously glancing towards Su Chen's hands. Su Chen smiled faintly, holding his heart in place. Straight away, he handed that cell phone screen to Old Chin. Take it away. If I say I won't look, I won't. Old Chin kept refusing with his mouth, but this eyeball didn't blink for a moment. His eyes instantly widened when he saw what was on that screen. Kittens ah! Old Chin exclaimed. At this moment, Yang Mi and Hotba were on the sidelines. Their faces were very ugly. It also felt very awkward. They had heard about it though, and a lot of boys would get together and discuss such things, but the girls are still there. Can't they be a little more restrained? It's embarrassing for them, okay. Moreover, they were in a dilemma as to whether to leave or stay, especially after hearing old Sheen say little meow me. Yang Mi didn't hold back her spit. Ugh, shame on you. And a kitten, Yang Mi said indignantly, little meowth as she understood it. Perhaps some ambiguous code name or term of endearment. Director Yen was also speechless at this moment. Originally Su Chen crazy one is enough. This how even the old Sheen followed the crazy up. Director Yen, come over and take a look too. It's beautiful. Old Sheen even greeted Director Yen. You're all in bad taste. I'd like to see what is so powerful. With the attitude of joining in if you can't beat it, Director Yen walked straight over and looked towards Su Chen on that cell phone screen. At this look, he also exclaimed, and what a kitty! At this moment, Yang Mi and the girls were thoroughly puzzled. How is it that these two, one by one, have fallen? What kind of kitty is that? It's so magical. Big Mimi, Hakba, Tian Xian. Don't just stand there. Come over to see the kitty. Su Chen actually greeted the few of them at this moment. Me? Us? We can watch it too? Yang Mi pointed at herself and asked with an incredulous face. Yeah, they've all watched it anyway, so it's not as bad as a few of you, Su Chen said blandly. At this moment, an impulse rose in Yang Mi's heart. She really wanted to see what this little cat Su Chen was. Is it hard to beat your own title of Big Mimi? So she clenched her teeth. Just look, what's the big deal? After saying that, he rushed over to old Sheen and grabbed the cell phone in his hand. Her heart instantly melted when she saw on that cell phone screen, a real little meow. Oh my god, it's a real kitty. This is so cute. Yang Mi's voice revealed an unprecedented tenderness. Hataru and Lu Tianxian also came over at this moment. As soon as I saw the kitty, I instantly forgot everything and was completely immersed in the fluffy cuteness. Old Sheen couldn't help but spit at this moment. Su Chen, you said it was a kitten earlier. The whole thing was a misunderstanding. It scared me to death. I didn't say it was something else from start to finish. It's your own dirty mind that's thinking the wrong way. So blame me? Su Chen spat out. That's not just me thinking the wrong way. Director Yen thinks the same way. Old Sheen wanted to pull up a cushion. As a result, Director Yen shook his head. I didn't think so. Chapter 145 Reading the Script. Chapter 145 Reading the Script. Director Yen made full use of his forgetfulness skills. Skimming himself off the top is clear and obvious. It also took a stand, saying, in my heart, Su Chen has always been a decent man. How could I possibly think of him in such a nasty direction? Hearing this, old Sheen was speechless, and he couldn't help but stretch out a finger. Not caring about the director or not, he tremblingly pointed at him and said, Director Yen, you, this is too shameless. Director Yen was not annoyed and spread his hands. I'm telling the truth. Okay, so I'm the only bad guy. You're all noble. Old Sheen threw out his arm and went to sulk by himself. The audience in the live broadcast room were all amused by Old Sheen at this moment. Old Sheen, the program's only designated grudge seed. Old Sheen, you're noble. You're marvelous. Why didn't I see it before? This person, Director Yen, is quite a dog. Ha ha ha. Director Yen is selling Old Sheen short. Old Sheen, eating 100 beans is not too fishy. That's what he said. It's really strange. It is said that eating a mote will make you wiser. How many motes has Old Sheen eaten? How come this IQ doesn't grow? Ha ha ha. That might be asking a bit too much for Old Sheen's IQ. You guys are too much. Don't taunt our Old Sheen like that. Silly and naive. How cute. In the middle of the small courtyard, Yang Mi and the girls were also amused by Old Sheen and Director Yen. After laughing, they remembered to ask Director Yen, Director Yen, what kind of pictures are you talking about? Oh, right. Let you guys interrupt. I forgot all about the main event. Director Yen slapped his head and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Finding that photo on the hot search, he handed it to Su Chen and the others. Look at this, you guys. It's a picture that just circulated. Su Chen, you're directly stirring up the entire entertainment circle with your own strength. Holy, isn't this Zhang Zi? Old Sheen exclaimed as he looked at the person in the photo. And Mr. Hua and Mr. You from the Dayun Society. Yang Mi followed suit and marveled. Over here, is that Chen Daoming and Wu Gang? And Zhang Ruoyun? Hataru would make her eyes whiten a bit more. Several people were looking at the photo at this moment, feeling incredulous. These are a couple of people that usually feel like they're not even close to each other, and now it's all coming together. And what they were holding in their hands was exactly what they had just read this afternoon. Su Chen's script. Several people had cast adoring gazes at Su Chen. At this moment, it was as if it felt as if Su Chen looked much taller again. Director Yen nodded aside. That's right, the one who sent out this photo is someone from your company. Su Chen. Supposedly, several of them reached out to the company for your script. At this very moment, it should be in your company, tasting your script. I'll go. Su Chen. You're, like, too awesome. Zhang Zi was the goddess of my youth. She was even conquered by your script? Old Qin looked at Su Chen with a face of envy. And Mr. Gua and Mr. You from the Dayun Society, how come the two of them are there too? Yang Ni was surprised. This I don't know. It can only mean that the influence of Su Chen's script is too great, and all parties in this entertainment industry have been alarmed. Director Yen spread his hands and said, Brother Su Chen, you're really something, aren't you? Hataru looked at Su Chen, both eyes bubbling with caution, a face so full of adoration and love that it had almost overflowed. On the side, Old Qin and the others were even more envious when they saw this scene. When will they, too, be looked at so adoringly by girls? Director Yen continued at this moment. You guys are the ones who don't realize that when this picture came out, it was a fire on the internet. Now this scarf has been retweeted millions of times, and it's been hanging on the #1 hot search. Several people were again in awe. It's still just a script, and the movie hasn't even started filming yet, and it's already able to have such a hot streak. What a fire it's going to be when the movie is made. By then, it will probably set a record in the history of movies, which will be hard to surpass. A few of them couldn't help but get excited at the thought of that image. Although it was said that there might not be a chance for them to be able to participate in this movie of Su Chen, but just the matter of knowing Su Chen alone was enough for them to go out and blow, right? Su Chen Company. In the conference room, Zhang Zi, a few of them, had finished reading Su Chen's script by now. Putting the script down slowly, the expressions on their faces were dumbfounded, partly because it's still too immersed in this wonderful story to get out of it, partly because, well, it's just too shocking. They are also all industry insiders and have seen countless scripts, good and bad, yet this is the first time I've seen such a wonderful script. It was a soul-stirring shock that kept them coming back for a long time. Great, great. It was Yu Xin who was the first to break the silence and shouted good. On the side, Guo Dezhuan looked as if he was waking up from a dream, and nodded his head along with him. It is indeed wonderful. From a comedy standpoint, the script is just perfectly done. Not that I'm self-aggrandizing, but of all the plays out there, comedy is the hardest to do. After all, it's easy to make people cry, but it's so hard to make them laugh. Yu Xin nodded his head in response from the sidelines. That's right, it's not something that can be evened out by acquired effort at all. You have to be gifted. That means that if you were born with a talent for comedy, you have it, and if you weren't born with it, you'll never be able to write great comedy in your life. A couple of other people don't know much about this aspect of comedy, but in terms of the structure of the script, and the sheer storytelling, instead, they were able to see how great the play was. Not just a comedy, this play is so complete from start to finish, especially the kind of soulfulness it brings. Chen Daoming usually doesn't say much, but one word is worth 1,000. For a veteran actor like him to be able to gush so much about a script, that means it's really enjoyable. Zhang Zi also looked mesmerized at this moment. Excellent. The artistry of this script is just too much. I've wanted to be in a movie like this since I started in the business. It's just a shame that after all these years, I've never found it. But seeing this script, I knew that I had found it. This is the play I've dreamed of being in. In the face of the several seniors' lavish praise, Zhang Ruoyu was on the sidelines, only able to nod her head uncontrollably. Can't find the right words to praise. Chapter 146, All Want to Join. Chapter 146, All Want to Join. In the face of this room full of people, heaped praise on Su Chen's script, Sister Qin, at this point, was already a bit surprised. After all, after experiencing the baptism of director Zhang and Hua, what else could she not accept? What's more, Su Chen's script, which she had read, was indeed good, and it really does deserve all the praise it gets. Ahem, gentlemen, this script has also been read. I have a lot of things to do over there, so why don't you? Sister Qin was very courteous and gave her expulsion order. After all, these people were seniors in the industry, and she was obliged to respect them. Xiao Qin, don't rush off just yet. See if you can talk to Su Chen. I want a role in this play. Zhang Zi hurried up to stop Sister Qin. The tone in which it was spoken was as low and humble as it had ever been. After all, International Zhang's reputation is not a cover. How many plays have dreamed of hiring her to act, and even offered her a sky-high price? But she was also capricious, no matter how much she was paid or how famous this director was. But all those who can't read the script, all rejected. And today, she's just like Hua, just like director Zhang, to be able to star in Su Chen's play, so lowered her stature. However, in the face of her request, Sister Qin showed difficulty. I can't blame her for that. Mainly, it's not like she had a say in the matter. He also understood Su Chen's temperament. That was someone even director Zhang and Hua were able to turn down without batting an eye. For Zhang Zi, if Su Chen felt that there was no suitable role for her among the script, that too would have been rejected outright without the slightest consideration. Therefore, she simply didn't dare to decide anything or commit to anything for Su Chen. Looking at Sister Qin's difficult look, Zhang Zi hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I can do it without a paycheck. Even, I can bring money into the group." Good lord, this is already minimizing the gesture. Although, Sister Qin followed Su Chen, this mindset had been practiced some. However, in the face of such a scene, she still could not be as calm as Su Chen. Just when Sister Qin was at a loss for words, Guo Degang spoke up. "This, Xiao Qin is it? It's like this. You see, if we, De Yun Society, can participate in this play as well. We don't pick anything. If you need actors, we'll provide them. All for free. Short of funds, we'll provide them. How about that? Xiao Qin na. Although it's a bit inappropriate for me to come forward to ask for a role when I'm so old, but it can't be helped. I like this script too much. As long as you guys need me here, I'll play any role." Chen Daoming followed. "And me too." Wu Gang followed. "That, count me in as well." Zhang Ruoyun was in the back, silently raising her hand. In front of so many old-timers, it really wasn't his turn to speak, but his heart for wanting to be a part of this drama is no less than anyone else's. It was such a great opportunity that he had to take it and grab it to express himself. Otherwise, it's just out of this village. In the face of these few people's strong thoughts, Sister Qin was completely numb at this moment. Simply don't know how to react anymore. After half a day's thought, she took a deep breath and calmed down a bit before she said, "Gentlemen, there's really no way for me to make a decision on this matter. How about this? I'll give Su Chen a call and discuss it with him?" Several people nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem, just ask." The guys just hated that they knew about it too late, didn't catch up with director Zhang and Hua and their group, not being able to see Su Chen in person, not being able to communicate and interact with him face to face. Under the watchful eyes of these few people, Sister Qin took out her cell phone under great pressure and called Su Chen. At this moment, old Qin and Yang Mi and the others were still sighing over the storm Su Chen had created in the entertainment industry. At this time, Sister Qin's call came in. Su Chen picked up the phone while the others gathered to discuss. Even Director Yen didn't leave and joined in their discussion. "What did you say? Zhang Zi wants to join? Guo Degang wants to invest? And Chen Daoming, Wu Gang, and Zhang Ruoyun?" The few people who were discussing instantly quieted down after hearing Su Chen's words, looking straight in Su Chen's direction. So this Sister Qin is calling about this. These people in the photo just now, surprisingly, were not just here to enjoy Su Chen's script. Surprisingly, they all want to get involved. A few of them hurriedly came over to Su Chen's side, signaling him to externalize. And in the middle of the live broadcast, the audience got excited. What's the situation? These guys are making a move? That's for sure. Director Zhang and Hua are so. Positively, it's only natural that they wouldn't miss such a good script. I'll go. Can we outcast it? I really want to hear what they'll say. This movie of Su Chen's is so awesome. The script has just been released and it's already got the big names in the entertainment industry sniffing around. Guo Degang wants to invest? Zhang Zi and Chen Daoming have asked to join one after another? If that's true, I'm afraid Su Chen's movie is the one with the most big names. Anyway, this movie has one from the lineup. Calm yourselves a bit. It's still a toss-up whether Su Chen can agree or not. I'm going. Right. I forgot about Su Chen's character. So if he rejected them all, wouldn't he become the director with the most rejections of big names in the circle? Anyway, no matter what, Su Chen's movie has set a record is all. It's really Su Chen. Either he doesn't make a move or he makes a big move. The entertainment industry is abuzz because of one of Su Chen's scripts. Who else will join after that? Let's wait and see. Su Chen watched old Qin and Yang Mi and their movements and rushed to Sister Qin on the other end. "Sister Qin, talk to them. Everyone on my side wants to hear it. Can I externalize it?" When these words came out, old Qin and Yang Mi they froze again. That's a little too blunt for you to just come right out and say it? But once he thought about it, Su Chen was this kind of character, saying what he had to say. What are you afraid of? Besides, it is true that the consent of the opposite party has to be sought for such a thing as an externship. There's nothing wrong with what Southern did. Once Sister Qin spoke to that side, they naturally had no problem with it. After all, it's all known that Southern is live on the show, whether it's outgoing or not. The story must have gone viral. Besides, it's just a matter of asking for a role. No shame in that. After all, a script this good is hard to come by. After receiving permission, Su Chen turned on the external playback function of his cell phone. Chapter 147, Rejecting Zhang Zi. Chapter 147, Rejecting Zhang Zi. As soon as the external playback function was turned on, before Sister Qin could speak, Zhang Zi's eager voice came over. Hello Su Chen. I'm Zhang Zi. I read your script and liked it very much, so I'd like to secure a role in your play. I'm not picky about the size of the role, as long as I get to play it. Although, Yang Mi and Lao Qin, they had heard before that Zhang Zi and the others like Su Chen's script, wanted to join too, but at this moment, hearing her words with my own ears, hearing her very eager attitude, mentally, I'm still shocked. This is Zhang Zi, how high-strung she usually is. Now it was towards Su Chen, with such a humble attitude. Besides, she said that big and small roles don't count. Usually, even internationally, she has to be starring in something. Nowadays, there is Hua for men and Zhang Zi for women. If the two of them all joined Su Chen's movie, then Su Chen's drama was definitely going to set a record. The biggest supporting cast curiosity ever recorded. Holy, this is the first time I've seen my goddess with such a humble attitude. International Zhang is usually so high and mighty. I didn't think there would be such a side to him. A movie star and an international movie queen all fell under Su Chen's script? How good is this script? I'm even more curious. Su Chen will or won't at the same time Zhang Zi's joining up. To be honest, Zhang Zi's acting skills are still good. Indeed, if this drama has Zhang Zi's participation, all this compulsion will be raised a lot, right? I think Su Chen should say yes. After all, people don't pick their roles. Playing a supporting role in it, that's more than enough. Hua So Chen has agreed to do it. Zhang Zi, I think it's about the same. Wow. I'm still a little excited at the thought of Zhang Zi being cast. Whether it was Yang Mi, Old Qin and the others, or the viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them were looking forward to Su Chen's answer at this moment. At the same time, they had a prior prediction in their hearts about Su Chen's answer. After all, if Zhang Zi really joined the drama, it would be a good thing in every way. Su Chen had no reason to refuse. This is something that other directors can't even dream of. And Zhang Zi, on the other side of the phone, slowed her breathing nervously. It had been years since she had felt this nervous, except for the audition when she first started out. She could even hear her heart beating. Not only her, Sister Qin was also a bit nervous at this moment. She was mostly thinking about how she was going to end up in a while. She knew that according to Su Chen's character, Su Chen was definitely going to reject some of these people inside the room today. These are some of the biggest names in the biz. No matter who Su Chen rejected, I'm afraid that scene wouldn't be too pretty. Su Chen fell back on the phone and didn't have to care about anything. It's just a pain in the ass that she needs to appease all these people one by one. At this moment, Genie felt that the job of an agent was really not a good one. The artist is not fire obscure anxious to fire. The artist fire it. Have to face such a difficult scene. But of course, nowadays, only Su Chen had the ability to create this kind of scene. But anyone else could not have done it. Thinking this way, this Sister Qin felt much better in her heart. Just as the millions of people were expecting. Su Chen's reply to the sermon. Su Chen spoke slowly on the other end of the phone. Hello Ms. Zhang. I'm sorry for your request to join the crew. Forgive me for not being able to agree. When Su Chen said this, in the middle of the small courtyard, Yang Mi, Old Qin, as well as Director Yen and the rest of them, all grew their mouths in surprise, especially the Director Yen, who was making little bee juice with Su Chen at the time. As a result, when he heard Su Chen's words, he was momentarily shocked and directly choked himself. The moment was suffocated with a red face and a coughing fit. Of course, part of it was being surprised by Su Chen's answer. Is Su Chen crazy? That's Zhang Zi. Old Qin whispered in Yang Mi's ear and exclaimed. Yang Mi shook her head. That's probably what it's called. The art of being bold. When I think about it like this, being rejected by Su Chen doesn't seem so hard for me. Hearing this, Old Qin turned his head to look at Yang Mi and said jokingly. So you're here to get your mind right? Yang Mi's little head shot up. Yeah, Su Chen rejected me, and now he's rejecting Zhang Zi. Rounding up. I'm about the same as Zhang Zi. Old Qin couldn't help but want to clap his hands at the moment. Kanamini, how did I not realize before? You this. Mind so good. If my sister's mind is not good, how did she reign in the entertainment industry for so many years? Yang Mi also followed Old Qin's words and started bragging about herself. The audience who saw this scene also felt funny and speechless at this moment. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Is Big Mimi being influenced by Su Chen? As the saying goes, if you're near Zhu, you're near ink. And the ancients are true to their word. I found out. This program is now per capita tatsuized. All brought into social cattle by Su Chen. Indeed, everyone has been deeply influenced by Su Chen. The people have been suffering Su Chen for a long time. Ha ha, how can you say it's bitter? If it's bitter this kind of suffering I'm willing to eat, let me have it all. Faced with Su Chen's refusal, Zhang Zi first froze for a moment. It was an outcome she never expected. Although she had heard something about Su Chen's character, she thought, before Hua Southern accepted it all, then she's not too far off, is she? However, he did not expect that he would be rejected by Su Chen so mercilessly. She didn't look too good for a moment. After all, with her fame and status in the circle today, face is still necessary. And since her debut, she's been on a smooth ride. Hardly ever had I been given a rejection, and today, it could almost be said that it was the first time. But that emotion she immediately gave into. For the moment, she just wanted to know why. Su Chen, can I know why? I told you, I don't pick my roles, and I can bring money into the group. I don't usually need to be given any special treatment on the set. Once again, Zhang Zi lowered herself to the ground. However, in the face of these words from her, Su Chen was unmoved. I'm sorry Ms. Zhang, all I can say is that I personally like you and appreciate your acting skills, but I really don't have a suitable role for you within this script, he said very directly. This is the real reason why he rejected Zhang Zi. To be honest, of course he was aware of how much benefit there would be in having Zhang Zi on board, but there's no way around it. He has to take responsibility for this first play of his. Chapter 148 Responsible for the play. Chapter 148 Responsible for the play. Ms. Zhang, you're a good actress and should understand one thing. If anything, I'm letting you in today regardless because I covet your fame. Then an ill-fitting character would only detract from the play. That would also be irresponsible for you and irresponsible for the play. So I'm sorry I have to turn you down. I hope you understand. Su Chen rushed to the phone, and the attentive Zhang Zi explained. Hearing this, Zhang Zi, who was still a bit uncomfortable in her heart, instantly relieved herself. Yeah, Southern woke her up. Why didn't she know that there was nothing in the middle of the script that suited her role? Just because after reading the script, I was deeply attracted to the story. An obsession arose in the mind to get involved and ignore all of this. Su Chen, you really are extraordinary. You're right, there really isn't a role for me in this play. I was just being presumptuous. But those words you just said were so good, worthy of someone who can write such a good script. Zhang Zi's words, just from the tone of her voice, she was able to hear that they came from her heart, instead of being deliberately complimentary. At this moment, her admiration for Su Chen deepened in her heart. But I'm going to make a statement. If you have a script afterward with the right role for me, I'm on call. Meanwhile, anything you guys need my help with during the filming of this script, you can always ask. I will definitely not be stingy with my help. Zhang Zi continued. Such a direction of development was unexpected by all. When they had just heard that Su Chen had rejected Zhang Zi, they had all thought that Zhang Zi must be angry. At the very least, there would be some grudge against Su Chen in his heart. After all, no face in front of so many people. Letting someone of her status get down in public would make anyone unhappy, right? However, it did not occur to him that Su Chen's words had directly conquered Zhang Zi. Instead of being angry, they want to offer all the help they can? The backstage play, and on call? This kind of treatment, when looking at the entire entertainment industry, it was unthinkable. Then I'll thank Sister Z first. Su Chen rushed to the phone and said. He changed the rather formal title he had just used to Sister Z at this moment. It sounds a lot more intimate. Zhang Zi was even happier after hearing that. This Sister Z. She felt more comfortable than any title she had heard in the past. Ms. Zhang, have you finished on your side? It's our turn. Hua Dezhuang brought you sign. This moment cannot wait to come to the phone. At the back, Chen Daoming and the others had wanted to come forward as well. As a result, he was one step behind Guo Degang and the others if he didn't pay attention. On weekdays, Chen Daoming, who has always been a person who does not like to compete or get together. For once in my life, I've been sitting on my ass a little bit. Without giving it much thought, he got up and walked to the phone. Hello Su Chen, I'm Chen Daoming. Mr. Chen, what's going on with you? We were obviously here first, Guo Degang said with some unhappiness. Chen Daoming waved his hand. You haven't opened your mouth yet. Whoever opens their mouth first is on the hook. Hey, never heard of it. Guo Degang naturally wasn't able to take the heat. This time with his sleeves rolled up, he also shouted directly at the phone. Hello Su Chen, I'm Guo Dezhuang from the Dayun Society. I'm not like them, they're here for a role. I don't want one, I simply offer to help. But whenever you need people, I will provide people. And when you need money, I will provide money. Chen Daoming was not to be outdone. I'm not here to ask for a role either. I'm here to help the crew in any way I can. Of course, if you think there's a role for me, then I'd be more than happy to do it. Behind them, Wu Gang and Zhang Ruoyun didn't know what came over and hurriedly seized the opportunity to follow. I, Wu Gang, am the same. Me, Me, I'm Zhang Ruoyun, and so am I. Inside the small courtyard, all that could be heard was the buzz on the other end of that phone. One of the individuals who spoke here is a pivotal figure in the entertainment industry. Now, in order to fight for a chance to speak with Su-chen first, what face and what reserve? Surprisingly, all don't want. This is just amazing to see. I've had my eyes open today. Old Qin stared blankly at the phone in front of Su-chen. It was obvious that there was quite a bit of shock. Sister honey, this Mr. Guo Daqiang, isn't he a comedian? How come he's also involved in movies? Hotba asked from the side, puzzled. Who knows? But everyone loves a good script. Besides, Su-chen has comedy in this script. With Derwent, it's kind of a counterpart. Yang Mi guessed. Hotba's on the sidelines, nodding plausibly. Teacher Chen Daoming A, that's Teacher Chen Daoming A. At this moment, Hua Hua's expression was dumbfounded, and she seemed to have received quite a shock. Mr. Chen Daoming has always been a titanic presence in the acting world in my heart, and with an indifferent character that doesn't like to compete. This time, he even made such an exception for Su-chen. Hua Hua can say that she grew up watching Chen Daoming's plays. It's not surprising that this moment feels so shocking. At this moment, Director Yan's feeling of having just been choked had managed to subside a bit. As soon as he heard the opposite side, Guo Dagang and Chen Daoming, two people, argued like children. Again, I was a little taken aback by the shock. Holy cow, it really didn't occur to me that teacher Chen Daoming had such a side. It feels like you can always see many unexpected things in Su-chen's live broadcast. Why do these people all look like they've been poisoned? Mesmerized by Su-chen's script. I'll go. At this rate, Mr. Guo Dagang and Mr. Chen Daoming won't get into a fight. That would be hilarious. That's not so bad, is it? The two teachers aren't 20-something-year-old ruffians anymore. Not so impulsive. Su-chen has really stirred up the entire showbiz scene all by himself. Su-chen, I'm not in the Jianghu, but the Jianghu is full of my legends. Facing the other end of the phone, Guo Dagang and Chen Daoming argued. Su-chen himself was all calm and collected. He didn't say anything at first, just listened quietly as the two of them scrambled to speak. It was only when the words across the table had been expressed that he spoke slowly. First of all, I would like to thank a few teachers for supporting me. Mr. Guo, did you say investment? I can consider it, but I don't care about the investment. You'd better discuss the details directly with my agent. Guo Dagang was overjoyed to hear this. Chapter 149, Comparing Drama with Hua. Chapter 149, Comparing with Hua? He had thought that he would have to go through a lot more effort to convince Su-chen. Even then, he wouldn't necessarily say yes. After all, when he had just rejected Zhang Zi, he had not hesitated at all. However, he did not expect that Su-chen would agree so painfully. And to think, it's also because of the investment he's offering, rather than asking for a role. Su-chen was the one who agreed so readily, right? After all, who would easily turn down money delivered to their door? Good, good. Then I'll go ahead and discuss it with Xiaoqin. I hope we can work well together, Guo Dagang said as he rushed to the phone. At the same time, old Qin, on this side of the phone, had a feeling of being honored. That Guo Dagang is his master, and the Deyun Society is half of his family. Su-chen accepted the investment from Duwensha, so rounding up, he is also equivalent to half of the shareholders of this theater, right? Half seems to be saying too much. 1/10, or really, 1/100th will do. No matter what, he was finally connected to Su-chen, the play, in some way. Even if Su-chen didn't end up letting him play any roles in it, then he was still fulfilling his dream in another way. It's kind of a full circle. Thinking of this, old Qin couldn't help but straighten his body a bit more, and looked more confident. With Guo Dagang's problem solved, it was Chen Daoming's turn. At this moment, Chen Daoming was like a small child waiting for the announcement of exam results, nervous and full of anticipation. Behind him, Wu Gang and Zhang Ruoyan were in the same mood, and their breathing became rapid. On the other end of the phone, Su-chen slowly spoke. Mr. Chen, as for what you said, you want a role. I just thought it over. There's a role in there that kind of fits. Hearing Su-chen say this, Chen Daoming immediately became happy. At this moment, he finally understood that Su-chen's guidelines for doing things. It's not about fame, curiosity, or any strings attached. It all depends on whether the actor is a good fit for the character itself. This, in fact, is a basic quality and principle for directors. But today, there are a lot of directors who, for practical reasons, ignore this. Even big directors have to bow to reality and capital in this regard. However, Su-chen could manage to stick to his heart, which was really rare. Just by virtue of that alone, he's not going to feel bad about directing this play. What's more, there's such a great script underpinning it. Of course, part of the reason why Su Chen was able to have such a bottom line. Wasn't it also because of such a good script? However, Chen Daoming's excitement didn't last long before he heard Su Chen continue. However, this role, I've already promised it to Hua before. If you want to fight for the role, you can come and audition with Hua for a PK. When the time comes, the top performer will get the role. Su Chen's words once again shocked everyone. On the scene, Yang Mi and Old Qin were completely speechless at this moment. One could only stare blankly at Su Chen. Whenever they feel like their heart has been worked out enough to be tough, there won't be a more shocking time. Su Chen was always able to break this fantasy and tell them that something even more ruthless was yet to come. Su Chen's rejection of Zhang Ziyi and director Zhang, compared to the face of this matter today, it was nothing. He just, actually said that he'd let Chen Daoming and Hua, for a small role, audition for a PK? If this had happened to someone else, then they would have said something like, "You're crazy," yet it happened to Su Chen, and while shocked, it felt so reasonable. It's just poor director Yen, who had just stopped coughing, thinking to take a drink of water to suppress the shock. He ended up hearing this shocking general words from Su Chen. Once again, he choked and coughed all over his face. And among the live broadcast, the audience was shocked by Su Chen's words. That pop-up was all feared for a few seconds. Only then did it come out like a volcanic eruption. I'm going. Did I just hear it right? Is Su Chen saying that he wants Chen Daoming and Hua to compete for a role? If both of them agreed, wouldn't that be the biggest audition group in the entertainment industry? Which one of these two is a heavyweight in the entertainment industry? Right, Su Chen, a new director who has never had a work before, even let them both go to the audition? More than that, the audition role is still a small one. This kind of thing makes people's jaws drop when it gets out, right? Worthy of being Su Chen. Such words make me feel treasonous just thinking about them. And he's able to say them so calmly. If you don't say that people Su Chen has that social awesome disorder, the main thing is that this script of his is also really able to fight. Or else it won't make still so many people so crazy. Do you guys think Chen Daoming can say yes? If he agrees, it'll be something to see. I think it's bad enough. After all, people's old actors still want to save face. A movie star and a titan. These two must be wonderful if they really try out for a PK. It would be great if they really make it. In the middle of the conference room of Su Chen Company, after Su Chen's words fell, an eerie silence fell. Zhang Zi, who had just been rejected, had some mixed feelings at this moment. She also didn't know if she was better or worse off as a result of this direct rejection compared to Chen Daoming. Guo de Gang at this moment this is an attitude of staying out of it and watching the fun. After all, his matter had been resolved, and his mood was naturally incredibly relaxed at this moment. And, the more big names that are added to this play, the more this heat is fired up. For him the more favorable. After all, nowadays, he is also going to be already half an investor? As for Chen Daoming himself, he froze for a moment at this moment, and looked to be gazing at his brows in contemplation. It seemed to be considering this proposal from Su Chen. On Su Chen's side, after making this request, he also stopped talking. Chen Daoming was given ample time to think and make choices. That's how he was able to remain calm and collected under the weight of this silence. Old Qin said that if it were him at this time, he would not be able to endure this situation, trying to find something to say to ease the awkwardness. Su Chen, however, was able to sit steadily, and even took a leisurely sip of tea. This calmness and state of mind alone is enough for Old Qin to admire. He felt that in his lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. It was only after a long silence that Chen Daoming's side slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 150, The Park of the Century. Chapter 150, The Park of the Century. Okay, I agree to try the scene with Hua PK. When these words came out, it was again like a thunderbolt that exploded above everyone's head. Chen Daoming actually agreed? That's agreeable? It's true that you can't get rid of your love for theater. It's amazing how you can put yourself down so much for a small supporting role as long as it's for a good script. And this, side by side, shows that Southern script is really good to a certain extent. It's what makes these veteran actors and directors, one or two of them, so submissive and humble. Zhang Zi also sucked in a breath of cool air at this moment. She also didn't expect that Chen Daoming would actually agree. She put herself in her shoes for a moment and wondered if she would have said yes if the matter had been put to her. Maybe because of face, because of fear of losing, she might not say yes. So at this point, she had even more admiration for Chen Daoming. Not bad for a veteran actor who can stoop so low for a good script. But on second thought, she began to envy Chen Daoming again. After all, she had been rejected outright by Su Chen without even having the qualifications to audition for PK. And at this moment, Sister Qin was a bit terrified. After all, it was Hua and Mr. Chen Daoming. Let the two of them PK. This fan must not curse them to death. Just in case something is not well thought out when the time comes. This Su Chen, can be truly bold, to dare to make such a request. And what was even more outrageous was that this kind of request, since Chen Daoming had agreed to it. No, Chen Daoming. So will Hua agree. Previously, Su Chen had promised people to let them act, but now he got a PK halfway through. If people get angry, it's not something they can afford to offend. Thinking of this, Sister Qin gave full play to her role as an agent and hurriedly rushed to the front of the phone, saying, "I'm sorry Mr. Chen. I need to have a word with Su Chen. Su Chen, this PK thing, don't you want to discuss it with Hua's side first? After all, you promised someone before." Opposite, this was something Su Chen had also thought of long ago. He would naturally not miss a single one of these due courtesies and respect, so he nodded and said, "Sure, then contact Hua on your end." Previously, in order to facilitate contact, Hua's agent and Qin left each other's contact information. Just as Sister Qin found out the phone number and tried to dial it, the call from there unexpectedly came through. Because at this moment, Hua is also watching the live broadcast, he naturally knew all about what had just happened. Looking at the caller displayed on this screen, Sister Qin's hand actually trembled a little. It's over. It's over. If people call at this time, they must be here to settle the score with me, Sister Qin thought in despair. So, trembling, she picked the phone up. It had been thought that it was Hua's agent across the street, coming to settle a score with her. However, he did not expect that when the opposite party opened his mouth, it was Hua's voice. This made Sister Qin even more terrified. Hua, hello? I'm so sorry. What? Oh, well, good. Wait a minute, Sister Qin said, turning on the phone's external playback function, and Hua's voice came out. I just watched the broadcast and called to express my attitude for Mr. Chen Daoming. I personally have great respect and appreciate his acting skills. So, I have no problem at all with auditioning for a PK with him and am very much looking forward to being able to cut my teeth on acting. I want to thank Su Chen for giving me this opportunity. Although it is said that I very much want to star in this Su Chen movie, but the result of the PK with Mr. Chen Daoming, I'm willing to bet on it. Hua's words made the crowd feel unexpected and reasonable. Worthy of a movie star? This pattern, this awareness, surely they are not comparable. Mr. Chen Daoming also showed his attitude at this moment. Like Hua, I'm very much looking forward to this PK with him. Thus the matter was settled. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was also moved by the spirit of the two of them. Hua and Chen Daoming, worthy of being a movie star and a veteran actor. This is a style that deserves our admiration. A lot of young actors nowadays should really learn from their spirit. Just the attitude of the two of them just now is enough to show the actors respect and love for the play, so that they can interpret good works. Su Chen is simply taking the entire entertainment industry inside role with his own strength, which is benefiting our audience. This PK can simply go down in the history books of the entertainment industry. Only Su Chen has so much energy to be able to make this kind of scene, right? This PK must be live streamed, so that we, the viewers, can open our eyes as well. Seconded. It must be live. This is something I'll regret for the rest of my life if we're not allowed to see. Thank you Su Chen for allowing us to see this PK of the century. So exciting. When does the PK start? I can't wait. The time of the PK, after consultation between the two sides, was set 3 days later. Director Yen, on the other hand, was fully utilizing his business sense at this time. He knew that this PK that was surely in the limelight. It is also surely capable of bringing in great wanderlust and business opportunities. At this moment, he finally stopped coughing and regained his composure a little. Walking over to Su Chen, he said, Su Chen, the viewers are strongly requesting that this PK be broadcast live. We can provide the venue, and all the technical support, for free on our side. What do you think? How could Su Chen not guess the little plan in Director Yan's heart? He naturally knew how much attention and traffic such a PK would draw. What is traffic? Traffic is money. Then naturally, it can't be cheap for Director Yan to be alone. Yes, no problem, Su Chen replied. Director Yan was about to be happy when Su Chen continued. However, the proceeds from this broadcast are split 280. I'm 8. You're 2. Hearing this, the smile on that Director Yan's face was only halfway up before it froze on his face. Me too? Su Chen, isn't it a bit unfair to divide it like this? Let's discuss it again, Director Yan said with a smile. Su Chen shook his head. If you don't agree, I can find someone else to work with, and then even if it's a 1-9 split, I'm afraid they'll be dying to do it. No. 2-8 is 2-8. I agree. Director Yan gritted his teeth. He couldn't give away such a good opportunity. Even if it's a 2-8 split, that's a lot of money. Chapter 151, then I'll go. Chapter 151, so I'm leaving? Seeing that Director Yan agreed, Su Chen looked like an old man and patted his shoulder, saying, "Alright then, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm still assured of your abilities." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Director Yen in place, a little dazed. How did he feel that he and Su Chen, this identity, switched over? It was the stance Su Chen had just taken talking to himself that made him look like a director. He's become the one who listens to the lecture. However, Su Chen had already walked away after he finished speaking, so it wasn't good for him to go over and dwell on this matter at this moment, right? Forget about it. Anyway, when the time comes to broadcast Waz and Chen Daoming's audition PK, it's sure to cause a huge stir. At that time, even if it's only a 20% cut, it's going to be a lot of money. For money's sake, he'll put up with it. The time was set. The place was set. Both parties then hung up on each other. In the conference room, it was only until the phone hung up that Wu Gang and Zhang Ruoyun came back to their senses a little. The two of them had just been so blown away that they'd completely forgotten about trying to help themselves to the role. But when you think about it at this moment, what right do they have to fight for it? Zhang Zi was rejected, and both Chen Daoming and Hua are going to PK for a role. Even if the two of them had gone up and said something, it would have been a merciless rejection. It's better to save face. Sister Qin was also deeply relieved at this moment. She felt that she was really lucky to have met such good-tempered and qualified veteran actors like Hua and Chen Daoming. Otherwise today, she would have to be peeled off a layer of skin. At this time, Zhang Zi walked over and rushed at Chen Daoming. "Mr. Chen, you are worthy of being a veteran actor. Such seriousness and respect for the play really touches me." After saying that, she turned around and rushed at Sister Qin. "Xiao Qin, can I go and observe the audition in 3 days?" When Wu Gang and Zhang Ruoyun heard this, they also reacted and hurriedly said, Yeah, we want to go on the sidelines too. Is that okay?" For their request, Sister Qin naturally wouldn't refuse. Just now, Su Chen reacted extremely quickly, and wanted 80% of the proceeds from this live broadcast. Then the more stars that show up, the hotter this audition will be. Well, the more they get out of it. What's not to like? Yes, of course. A few of you are professional actors, and we'd love to be able to come here and hold a show. Is there no problem with Mr. Chen? Sister Qin asked. Chen Daoming nodded very calmly. Of course there's no problem. Peers are more than welcome to share and mentor. In the middle of the small courtyard, old Qin and Yang Mi, they were all still immersed in the shock of this incident, unable to extricate themselves. Director Yan is beautifully calculating how much money he will make from this live broadcast, and when he looked up, he saw Su Chen staring at him. "What's wrong?" Director Yan queried. "You have something else?" Su Chen asked in return. "It's okay? Then we here are still ready to have a little drink and have fun." Su Chen indirectly gave his expulsion order. Director Yan froze. Only then did he react to Su Chen's meaning. "So, that I go? Why don't you pack another cup of little b-boy juice?" Su Chen asked rhetorically. No, I do have a few more things on my end too. Is not someone shouted me come on, this day by day, where to leave me can not Director Yen said to himself as he ran out. Where in fact is anyone calling him that? It's just his own way of forcing himself to save his honor. After all, dang, a director was thrown out by a guest. This is too faceless. Su Chen is also. This is still live. So many people in the field directors group are watching. Can't you save face? If this matter were put on others, the director would have had a seizure on the spot. It was a pity that the person who said this was Su Chen, someone he didn't dare to offend and couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, this Yen guide could only eat a mouthful of dumb losses, breaking his teeth and swallowing inside his stomach. Ha, Su Chen, can't you give Director Yen some face? Director Yen is truly the most humble director I've ever seen. Bar none. It's true that strength is the bottom line. Just ask who else dares to talk to the director like that besides Su Chen. Dare to really talk is not the point. The point is to finish. The director cannot give small shoes. This is the ability. Unless Director Yen is crazy, he would dare to put small shoes on Su Chen. Su Chen is the biggest source of traffic for this program nowadays. Director Yen laughed me to death, so I'll go? Ha. What in the world can I hear about the little Billy Juice stunt and not get a little laugh out of it? Ha. Leave everything rigidly. After opening it, Su Chen and the others got together and had a small party. During the seat, old Qin was at Su Chen's side and frequently sighed. Su Chen, you're really awesome. That's why in Chen Daoming, you were able to make the two of them fight over you. How many directors can't even dream of this? You need to be more rigorous in your speech. It's for my drama to compete, not for me to compete. Su Chen reminded. Right. My mouth scooped when I was excited. He. Old Qin hurriedly corrected. But Su Chen, you reacted really fast. Just now when Director Yin said it, you instantly had to come 80%. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to react, and I'm sure I'd let Director Yen take advantage of it. At the moment, Director Yen was behind the monitor, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but sneeze. At the same time the mind spat, how come you 1 and 2? Badmouthing me don't even carry people anymore, right? You really think I'm a director? All of them were brought down by Su Chen. Hearing old Qin's words, Su Chen said with an indifferent smile, that's natural, but it's not all the money I want for myself. Mr. Chen Daoming and Hua came to audition for the movie, so we can't let them come for nothing. Though, surely, they're not too far off, but I can't afford to be worse off. Otherwise this favor is owed, but it will be hard to pay back in the future. So it is. Old Qin and the others didn't think that there was such a deep meaning in it. At the same time, there was admiration for Su Chen for this quick reaction speed and thoughtfulness. Within such a short period of time, they hadn't even reacted yet. It was surprising that Su Chen had already thought about it so much. It seems that he really is more than what he appears to be, just a mere social cow. In fact, extremely thoughtful and delicate. At this moment, old Qin couldn't help but sigh. All human, all in their 20s, all with 2 eyes and 1 mouth. How is it that the gap between this self and Su Chen is so big? Chapter 152 Live Broadcast begins. Chapter 152 Live Broadcasting begins. It was a question that was not just on his mind. At this moment, Guo De Gang was sitting in his car after leaving Su Chen's company. It was also spitting in the face with Yu Sign. Look, this Qin Shaoxian is participating in the same program as Su Chen, and her age is still a year older than Su Chen. How is it that you don't have a tenth of what people can do? How much less I'd have to worry about that? Yu signed next to him with a grin. Shaoxian, this child is also considered good. After all, Su Chen such, so many years we have only seen this one is not it. Moreover, I see that Shaoxian and this Su Chen have a good relationship, so if we get along well in the future, isn't this Su Chen equivalent to half of your disciple? Hearing this, Guo De Gang shook his head. This boy Su Chen isn't that simple. He has 800 heart eyes. Combined with Shaoxian, Su Chen has 1,000 all to himself. You signed and laughed out loud. What you're saying is that Shaoxian lacks 200 hearts. Humph, pretty much, Guo De Gang said with a cold snort. But when all was said and done, he still had a great fondness for old Qin as his disciple. Although the heart of the heart is not so much, but the victory is that the child's heart is honest and treats people with sincerity. For the majors, they are also willing to put in the hard work to learn. This was enough for Guo De Gang to be a rare and good disciple. I just hope that Shaoxian, will learn to be smarter when she's with Su Chen. Yu Sign sighed. I think it's bad enough. Guo Daqiang spat out with a smile. That night, Su Chen and the others had a great time in the small courtyard. Early the next morning, it was time for the program's scheduled item, answering questions live. Wake up, wake up. I've moved my little bench. When does the live broadcast start? The morning is finally here. I haven't slept well all morning waiting for the broadcast to start. Finally, do you guys know how I've survived all night? I've waited day and night, and I've waited night and day, and I've kept my eyes open until dawn. Why isn't anyone out yet? Is everyone still up? That said, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, which does seem a little early for them, haha. What's wrong with 7 o'clock? Don't you know the audience is waiting for you? Don't you know it's hard for me not to see you for a minute? Do I have to get down on my knees and beg you? Upstairs, use the meanest tone and say the most wimpy things, hahaha. It was 7 o'clock in the morning and several of the guests were still up. Hundreds of thousands of viewers had already flooded into this live broadcast room. By the time the first guest got up, that number had come to 1 million. The show has given each guest an exclusive live room. The crowd made their way to their broadcast booths and sat down. The live feed has begun. Coming, brothers, Su Chen's live broadcast is assembled. So excited, so excited. What secret will my brother Chen bring us this time? The little book is ready to record Su Chen's live broadcast. That's always been high energy throughout. Can't miss a minute of it. Is the video recording crew there? This has to be recorded and watched more than once. Just watching it once is definitely not enough. As soon as Su Chen's live broadcast room opened, millions of viewers instantly flooded in. The main live room, which was previously hot and bustling and all hyped up to start broadcasting, instantly became cold and quiet. And it's basically the same thing with a few other guests on the air. It's cold and quiet. No one comes. Old Qin had originally prepared well for the live broadcast today. He purposely got up half an hour early in the morning and had his makeup artist give him a simple makeup, and grabbed a hair, changed into a stiff suit. The whole thing looks like young successful entrepreneurs. However, 5 minutes had passed since the live stream opened, and it was cold and empty. Only a single-digit audience. Something's not right. Why is there no one in this live room? Is there some kind of malfunction? Old Qin was puzzled. Right at this moment, several hundred people instantly flooded inside the live broadcast room. Old Sheen was instantly relieved, thinking to myself, something must have just gone wrong. The brigade is only just coming in at this moment. Hello everyone, welcome to my live broadcast. Today's topic is just a casual conversation with you all, and you can come and interact with me if you have any questions. As a result, just as his words fell, he saw a few floating over on the pop-up screen. What's going on? This isn't Su Chen's live room. It's the wrong place. Go go go. Sorry Old Sheen. Brush a rocket to chat as an apology. I'm going to Su Chen's live room. Hello Old Sheen. Goodbye Old Sheen. Looking at the live broadcast, the special effects of the rocket gift, Old Sheen was a little bitter to laugh. How did this gift acceptance make him feel so bad? So you're all coming in by the hundreds because you're going the wrong way? Is it true that no one is interested in my booth? Old Sheen was a little disbelieving. Tell you what, I'll take you guys on a tour of the other guests' broadcasts and see what they're up to. Old Sheen looked at his own live broadcast room. The few single digits several people. Also do not speak not interactive. I can only think of some other ways to liven up the atmosphere of the broadcasting room. For him, even though there weren't many people in this live room, he had gotten paid for broadcasting live today. It's also part of the job. Then you have to take it seriously and be properly accountable. The atmosphere has to be lively anyhow. At the same time, Su Chen was in the middle of his live broadcast. In stark contrast to the situation on Old Sheen's side, his place was on fire. The number of people online at the same time on the live broadcast was already approaching 10 million at the moment. Backstage at the show, looking at the numbers, the staff was a little worried. Director Yen, there are too many people in Su Chen's live stream. There's a chance the server won't be able to hold up if this goes on. How are the numbers in the other live rooms? Director Yen asked. Well, the highest is more than 1,000 people. The staffer replied. 1,000 people? You've got this unit right, don't you? There's no 10,000 behind it? Director Yen said incredulously. Yen director, what do you think? This live highest is Su Chen live room. This moment just broke 10 million. The other people's live rooms, they're all cold and empty. There's not much to watch, the staff member said. In that case, let's start by placing all the resources from the other live rooms into Su Chen's live room. Make sure to keep Su Chen's live broadcast up and running, Director Yen ordered. If something went wrong with Su Chen's live broadcast, these wailing viewers would not be able to find the program directly. Tear up the Yen guide cannot. At the same time, however, Director Yen became a bit worried. A few of the other stars are, after all, their own invited guests. The number of people in this live room is so low, it doesn't look good in sense or reason. Chapter 153, Live Questions. Chapter 153, Directed Questions. Even if they themselves don't say anything, the fans have to disagree, right? But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. All of them must have far more fans than that. These guys, at this time, do not come to the live broadcast to support their idols. What are they doing? With such doubts, Director Yen hurriedly checked into their live room one by one, only to see that the situation was almost always the same among their live broadcasts, though with hundreds of people, and better yet, thousands, but invariably, it was cold and quiet. Basically no one is talking or interacting. With endless doubts in his mind, Director Yen opened Su Chen's live broadcast. Good lord, this time I went in, I almost didn't get knocked over by the hot atmosphere, only to see that Su Chen's live room was completely different from the other few, forming a stark contrast. Other live rooms are cold and quiet. His is hot and over the top. Tens of millions of people converged in the virtual rooms of this network like it was a rave party. Gift effects one after another. It just doesn't stop. The screen of the brush's stern director was stuck. The pop-ups were even faster like rockets, and it was impossible to see what people were posting. Director Yen squinted his eyes and frowned for half a day before he could probably read a few lines clearly. The live broadcast has finally begun. All the private money I've saved for a month has been contributed to Brother Chen. Although Brother Chen is not poor, the platitudes of our Chen family army must not be lost. I feel so guilty for leaving our big Mimi here, but Su Chen's live broadcast is really too attractive. I can't help it. Director Yan's eyes were quick to fixate on the man's ID, only to see that in front of him there was clearly a fan club of Yang Mi hanging out. Not only that, but most of this live streaming room was hung with Su Chen's fanbase though. However, there were still a third of them, hanging onto the fan clubs of Yang Mi's, Hotbas, Lu Tianxian's, Lao Qin's, and Hua Hua Kuan Kuan. In other words, the fans of these few of them all climbed the wall to come to Su Chen's live room. No wonder the live rooms of the other guests are so cold. It's because the people have been attracted here by Su Chen. Director Yen was worried before. What if the fans of the other guests had opinions? Now well, one or two of them themselves didn't care about their idol's stats, so what did he have to worry about? Even if he were to settle the score, It wouldn't be on his head after all, would it? But what made him curious at the moment was what kind of charm Su Chen's live broadcast had, to be able to make these people so mad. After all, at this moment, Su Chen hadn't even opened his mouth to speak yet. With such curiosity, Director Yen quieted his mind and continued to watch. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the people pouring into the live broadcast room, as well as on the screen. The flickering gift special effects appears extremely calm. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea before saying leisurely, "What do you want to hear on this broadcast?" When he spoke, the pop-ups went even more crazy. Secret dog licker. Dog licking secret +1. Brother Tatsu, that dog licking secret of yours from last time is just too good. I'm so refreshed now that I'm licking the goddess. Brother Chen, is there a second part of the dog licking secret? Quickly teach us all your life's work. Brother Chen can say anything you want. Just a few words from you will be enough for us. Brother Tatsu, even if you don't say anything, just looking at me like this would satisfy me. The viewers of the live broadcast responded enthusiastically. Basically, they want dog-licking secrets. Director Yen was also interested at this moment. The last time Su Chen was live in the company, he didn't see it because he was working overtime to cut the movie. Missed the bibbing spree after that too. At this moment, he looked at the screen full of dog-licking secrets and his heart was filled with question marks. How to lick a dog and lick the secret sauce. Moreover, was it reasonable to ask Su Chen to teach someone the secret of dog licking? How Su Chen looked at it. It didn't look like he would be a licking dog. It's more like someone else to lick him. Could it be that it's because you've been licked so much that you've learned from experience? This is too outrageous. At this moment, Director Yen very much wanted to hear what this so-called dog-licking intensity of Su Chen was. However, Su Chen shook his head and said, "What's the point of licking a secret dog? I've pretty much taught you all that last time. Besides, a life addicted to being a lickspittle is a life not worth living. So you guys should just experience it and never get addicted to it." Yan's hopes are dashed. And today he won't be able to hear what Su Chen will be licking the dog secrets. But Director Yen had already made up his mind to search the internet after the live broadcast in a while. Let's see what's going on that can make these people so mad. Even your own idol. Don't come. I'll come over to see Su Chen come. In the middle of Su Chen's live broadcast, the audience was first a little disappointed when they heard that Su Chen was no longer going to talk about the secret of dog licking. But then came the excitement and anticipation. So there must be some new tricks this time. What new playstyle has Brother Su Chen thought of? Wow! Isn't the sense of anticipation coming? Will this one blow up even more than the last one? Looking at the pop-ups that everyone swiped up, Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You guys have any questions? Hit the screen. With all the clever wisdom I can muster, I'll answer. Solve your life problems. Of course, it doesn't have to be such a big question. Some small questions are fine if I can answer them," Su Chen said. Hearing this, Director Yen frowned. Thinking to myself, there is nothing special about this Su Chen's live broadcast. It's not just answering questions. It's mediocre. Isn't that basically what everyone's live stream looks like? How is it that these people are so insanely pushed and obsessed? It was as if he had been compelled by Su Chen. However, the audience, who were clear about Su Chen's live broadcast style, did not think so at this moment. As soon as they heard that Su Chen was going to answer the question, they all became excited. After all, Su Chen's answer must be something different, shocking, and speechless. So, they all, at this moment, have taken to the public screen and swiped it. The speed of the pop-ups was too fast, but Su Chen's vision was extremely poisonous. That's when he pinpointed a question and read it at the same time. Here's a friend asking, "Are there any must-eat restaurants in South Lake?" Well, is that a question I'd like to answer? Hearing this, Director Yen became even more puzzled as to how this had become a food recommendation program. Chapter 154, A Talent for Comedy. Chapter 154, Comedic Talent. If you want to talk about good restaurants in South Lake, you should ask him. He must be able to count his blessings. After working here for so many years, it's safe to say he's eaten at every restaurant big and small. What could Su Chen know? He's only been in South Lake for a couple days, and it's all inside the show. Eating meals provided by the show. How dare he even try to answer that? This is no joke. To put it bluntly, it's not fooling people's netizens. But while Director Yen spat in his heart, he was also filled with anticipation. He wanted to see just how Su Chen would answer. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was even more expectant at this moment. Ha ha, Su Chen is a foodie, right? So many questions. You just see eating, right? Su Chen isn't from South Lake, is he? How would he know what's good to eat in South Lake? Is this a challenge that Tatsu wants? He's not going to say KFC and McDonald's, is he? Haha. You don't say. With Chen's character, it's really possible. That lucky audience member just now is so enviable. Chen was the first to answer your question. What buffs can I add to make Tatsu see my problems? In the face of such expectations, Suchen still maintained his calmness and rhythm. After taking a sip of water, he spoke slowly. Are there any must-eat restaurants in South Lake? My answer is yes. After all, have to eat too. After he finished answering, the broadcast room was instantly quiet for a few seconds. Everyone froze and didn't react. Yet within seconds, the screen was filled with bursts of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off. This joke, I really reacted for a while before I reacted to it. Ha 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 ha. I'm rolling on the floor laughing right now. Who gets it? No. Suchen has played this harmonic stunt to a new level. I actually thought, at first, that Suchen was prepared to answer the question properly. But I didn't expect such a big reversal. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, you're a new fan, aren't you? You still don't know Suchen well enough. How could Suchen answer questions in a regular manner? Asterisk 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 also need to eat. Ha ha ha. How on earth did Suchen think of that? The truth opens Suchen's little head to see what his brain circuits are really like. Laughing so hard your stomach hurts and laughing out loud at the goose who understands. I thought that Suchen's answer would definitely be out of the ordinary. But how could I have never imagined that it would be this answer? Laughter broke out among the live broadcast, and director Yen was not spared. He was still spitting on Suchen in his heart, but after reacting to the meaning of his reply, just couldn't suppress a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. What must-eat restaurant? Eat restaurant. Suchen can be so funny. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, he finally understood why Suchen's live broadcast was so appealing. Because it's so much fun. He felt like he hadn't heard such a funny joke in years. At the same time, Old Sheen was carrying his live cell phone and was stringing from live room to live room. He first came to Yang Mi's live room. Once he saw that her place was similar to his own, also cold and quiet, he instantly felt a lot of comfort in his heart. Hoping you don't have anyone here either? I thought I was the only one so miserable. Old Sheen said. Yeah, I guess people are running to Suchen's live room. Truth be told, if I didn't have to go live, I would have wanted to turn off and go to Suchen's live broadcast to see what was going on. I wonder what new tricks Suchen can play this time, Yang Mi said, looking towards the direction of Suchen's live broadcast from time to time, her eyes filled with longing. So what's the point? Let's just walk, Old Sheen said with a wave of his hand. Will it work? Yang Mi asked. What's not to like? Haven't I even come to your live room to hang out? Old Sheen said indifferently. Hearing this, Yang Mi thought darkly in her heart. That's because there aren't a lot of people in either of our live streams, so stringing them along doesn't hurt anything. But Suchen was different. His live room was so hot. If the two of them went over, whether it would affect Suchen or not is not to be said. The fans would definitely feel that they were rubbing it in, right? Just as Yang Mi was hesitating, only a burst of laughter could be heard from amongst that next-door director's room. The noise was so loud that it almost didn't lift the lid off the room. To both of them, they were also startled. What's going on? What are they laughing at? Yang Mi wondered. Go over and take a look. Old Sheen took the lead and walked out. With Old Sheen's leadership, Yang Mi also couldn't hold back her inner curiosity, regardless of it, followed and walked out. I came to the director's room next door, only to see that the director's team, now face, the screens in front of them were all playing Suchen's live broadcast. One is laughing uncontrollably and is leaning back and forth. What are you all laughing at? Old Sheen asked. That director's crew turned around when they heard that. What brings you two here? Isn't it because I saw you guys having a good laugh and wanted to come and join in the fun? There's no one in our live room anyway, Old Sheen replied. When the director's team thought about it, they did. People are in Suchen's live room. These other 6 people are live in the same shape as the rest of the world. Live or not, it doesn't seem to matter. Moreover, they had just finished listening to Suchen's jokes, and their desire to share at this moment had already reached its peak. A young director, who got up at this moment, pulled Old Sheen and said, Someone just asked Suchen on the air if there are any must-eat restaurants in South Lake. Hearing this, Old Sheen and Yang Mi looked at each other, thinking to myself, isn't this just a common enough question? As for making people laugh like that, the two of them instantly, in their minds, came up with a million answers, but none of them felt so funny. Then how did Suchen answer? Old Sheen couldn't help but ask. Suchen said, there, after all, also need to eat. Ha 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 ha. The young director had stifled the urge to laugh halfway through his sentence, barely able to hold himself back from finishing the paragraph. He crouched down again and hugged himself as he laughed maniacally. As for Old Sheen and Yang Mi, they were also stunned at first, and then after they reacted. Same with everyone else. Couldn't control it at all. Laughed so hard tears came out of my eyes. Suchen is also too talented. How on earth did he come up with this answer? Yang Mi said as she wiped the tears of laughter from the corner of her eyes. This paragraph can be Can I borrow it later and put it in my comedy? Old Chin said with a wishful thinking. He felt that Su Chen really had a talent for comedy. Chapter 155, Social Cow vs. Social Terrorism. Chapter 155, Social Cow vs. Social Terrorism. In the middle of the live room, the audience laughed for almost 2 or 3 minutes without stopping. Su Chen himself, on the other hand, had a face of frankness and calmness, as if the joke he had just told was not him. At this time, he added, "But let's be clear with you guys. I really don't know what this restaurant is. After all, I'm not usually eating with them." Looking at Su Chen's serious explanation, the audience, who had just slightly stopped laughing a bit, couldn't help but stifle another laugh. "Ha ha ha, Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Can you stop teasing me? I can't do it. I'm getting a smile on my face. Watching Su Chen's live broadcast is not conducive to maintenance. I'm cracking this mask with laughter. Laughing makes my stomach hurt. Ah, Su Chen, you wanna not be so serious about nonsense." Actually, what Su Chen said was okay, but it was mainly the seriousness that made it sound like the real thing. It was too funny. "Su Chen, compared to Old Chin, you're the one who came from the Dayan society, aren't you?" Old Chin and Yang Mi were the same at this moment, being amused once again by the paragraph Su Chen added later. The two men laughed and then realized what the other meant. So, very tacitly, he walked towards Su Chen's live broadcast room. What with the rules of the show and the live broadcast, they don't care. At this time, they just wanted to go to the scene and watch Su Chen's live content up close. So, these two sneaked out while the other directors, who were still engrossed in Su Chen's jokes, came outside Su Chen's live broadcast. Just see these two people, a popular young flower and a Duwuncha stagehand. As a result, it was just squatting at the door of Su Chen's live broadcast room, as if it had come to peep. The two of them had discussed that if they went in directly, it would be easy to disturb Su Chen's live broadcasting rhythm. Mostly, it can also be mistaken for trying to rub it in, but in all conscience, the two of them really just wanted to hear Su Chen's live content in the first place. So, come to think of it, this is the best solution to listen to it outside. Both are able to have the feeling of being there and participating. Again, it could be done without disturbing Su Chen and rubbing off on him. In the middle of the live broadcast, the audience laughed for almost 3 more minutes before they finally calmed down a bit. Keep going. People have any questions? Hurry up and ask questions. The opportunity will never come again. Brother Chen's words are better than 10 years of study. Ha ha ha, my indolent brain. The more I try to ask questions, the less I can think of them. Who has a question? Ask it quickly. I have a problem. Tatsu looks at me. My problem is important. It's about a life matter. At this moment, Su Chen happened to look at the screen and saw the man's strong request. Life matters, this friend. You can talk about it. Oh, Su Chen said. The rest of the audience was instantly envious. This person is so lucky. Tatsu is really gentle. He's real. For crying out loud, Tatsu is too good to be true. This friend, you better really be up to something. Not here to make fun of me. I really have something, but I can't say it in a sentence or two. Can you link up, Tatsu? The man spoke again, surprisingly asking to be linked. Seeing his request, Su Chen thought for a moment. Linking up? Fine. Just connect the dots. Su Chen clicked on the application to agree to the link up. All that could be heard on the other end was a somewhat youthful boy's voice. In the live broadcast room, everyone did not expect that Su Chen would agree to be mic'd. And it's amazing that it's connected just as quickly as it is. I'll be damned. Tatsu actually did link up with him. Tatsu is truly the most affable star I've ever seen. Ooh, how is Tatsu good? I'm really crying. If I had known that Brother Chen was so approachable, I would have just applied for a continuous microphone as well. Come on, if you connect to the mic and can't say a 3, 4, 5, 6, you'll see that Tatsu is done if he sprays you or not. Ha ha ha, that's right. Do you really think that our Brother Chen is good-tempered? The social cow attribute sprays you to doubt your life in minutes. Lian Mai on the other end. Hello Tatsu. Tatsu. I didn't think it was really connected. I'm so excited. It's really alive, Tatsu. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. So far it's alive. Brother, what is your life problem? Say it out to make everyone happy. Not. Say it out to let everyone have an idea. It's like this, Tatsu. I especially envy your social cow personality. But I'm a social terrorist. I can't talk when I see people. I stutter, get nervous, and my palms get sweaty. So, I wanted to ask if there are any jobs where you don't have to be in contact with people or socialize. Preferably one of those positions where the leaders don't usually come to me. My coworkers don't bother me. And my clients don't bother me. It was as if the man had summoned up a great deal of courage and said all these words in one breath. The voice sounded shaky. I can see that it's really a social terrorist, and it's a nervous moment. However, the viewers in the middle of the live broadcast heard his words and spat them out. This buddy's requirements are too much. The leadership does not find. Colleagues do not trouble. But also customers do not find. Where is this kind of God's work? Let me know if this job is available. I'll be the first to go. I can quite understand this, buddy. In fact, I also have this kind of desire. Only unfortunately, the ideal is very rich, reality is very bone skinny. Brother, this social terrorism of yours is already at an advanced stage, right? I think you should come to Brother Chen's place and let him treat you properly. Yes, if Brother Chen's social cow attribute is passed on to him at 1%, he'll be good enough. This brother is really a bit difficult for Brother Chen. Where is this Brother Chen going to find him? The difficulty factor of this question is a bit high. I'm looking forward to getting up wanting to see how Chen will respond. Tatsu may have met the biggest challenge of his live broadcasting career, and now it's up to him to break it like this. I just don't believe that Brother Chen will be able to answer such an outrageous request perfectly. Not only did the audience not believe it, even the two people outside the live broadcast room, Old Chin and Yang Mi. It was also a moment of frowning and hard thinking. What kind of job where you don't have to deal with anyone? A yardman? Janome guessed. Coders also have to communicate with co-workers and communicate with leaders well. Old Chin said. Actually, well, within this requirement of his, the one about not having contact with clients is actually the best thing to do. After all, there are a lot of jobs where you don't have to deal with people, but no matter what the job is, you have to have co-workers and leaders, right? Chapter 156, hell of a joke. Chapter 156, hell of a joke. As Old Chin spoke, he somewhat sympathized with Su Chen. It doesn't feel like he's as easy to watch this live as he looks. What kind of questions are these? If Su Chen was able to solve all of this problem, he would be truly admired. Then Su Chen would become omnipotent in his mind. In the middle of the backstage monitoring room, all the directors, including Director Yen. This moment was also in the middle of Su Chen's live broadcast, watching with great interest. They had almost forgotten that they were working at this point. Instead, he was completely immersed in Su Chen's live broadcast. At this moment, they also put themselves in Su Chen's shoes to think about this issue. What exactly are the jobs that will fulfill this social terror? Today, Su Chen, the social cow, wouldn't be defeated by this social terror. Su Chen's live broadcast, it won't flop on this. Just as everyone was worrying about Su Chen and sweating over him, Su Chen himself was calm. After he heard the young man's question, he thought a little and said, "That's quite a job you're talking about." "There's there? What is it?" "Brother Tatsu, I've really been trying to think of something for a long time. If you can help me with this, then you're my great benefactor." The guy across the street got excited. "That job is crematorium incinerator." When these words came out, the live broadcast room was instantly quiet. Yang Mi and Old Chin froze. The director's team all froze as well. They didn't, in any case, expect it to be this answer. Crematorium? Incinerators? Sounds a little scary to me. The lad across the street was also stunned. Incinerator? Incinerator? You're kidding. Tatsu. Su Chen had a serious face. "I'm not kidding. Think about it. This job, the leader isn't there during the day. At the end of the night, when it's just you, you're the leader, right?" Across the room, the lad hesitated before answering. "It seems like that's what's going on." Su Chen continued. "What about co-workers is basically none. You're usually the one who does this job. Even if I did, I guess I wouldn't really dare to talk to you. The point is, none of the clients like to talk." When he said this, Su Chen stopped. There was so much information in what had just been said that they would have to be given some time to digest it. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the viewers had already recovered from the shock they felt at the very beginning. An incinerator? That's an answer I really didn't even think of. But you don't say. When you think about it, that's exactly what happened. I'll go. I'm convinced. Su Chen's reaction is too fast. Incinerator? Thanks to Su Chen for thinking of it. This really doesn't need to deal with customers. Upstairs, you're being indelicate. It's not that you don't need to deal with them. It's just that the clients don't talk. Right. Didn't Su Chen also say that the client doesn't like to talk? But this dislike is a bit interesting. It's okay if you don't like to talk. What if you meet someone who likes to talk? That's the psychic. I'm really convinced. How Su Chen is able to turn decay into magic every time. It's true. Su Chen is always able to take us by surprise and think of ideas that we wouldn't have thought of in any way. Give me 100 years and I wouldn't have thought of a job as an incinerator. After the boy across the street heard Su Chen's words, he thought seriously for a moment. Then excitedly, "Tatsu, that's really what you said. I'm a man who is socially terrified, but bold. It's much easier to deal with the dead than with people. It's just that I have one more question." There was some hesitation in the tone there. You ask. Suchin said cheerfully. What if this client speaks up? In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was abuzz again. Holy, this dude is talented too. Ha ha ha, he asked the question in my mind. Yeah, what if the client likes to talk? It's kinda scary, buddy, although it is broad daylight. But can you not will this ghost story Brother Chicken Small, Yang Me, at this moment, couldn't help but cringe, feeling chills down my spine. It was surprisingly eerie in broad daylight. She imagined an empty crematorium with only bodies and incinerators. At this time, the corpse suddenly spoke. Holy, that scene was horrible too. However, Su Chen remained as calm as ever. If a client says, the word is out, so turn up the heat. Opposite. Live. Lao Chin. Yan Mi. The director's office. It was a full minute before someone finally spoke up on the air. Turn up the heat? Ha 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 ha. Big fire to collect the juice. What kind of netherworld joke is this? It feels like I've lost 10 years of merit with this smile. Turning on a big fire can be okay. Thanks to Su Chen for thinking of it. If it wasn't inconvenient to be at work right now, I would really want to kowtow to Su Chen. Let's let Su Chen say it. I feel as if the job of an incinerator is not bad. I want to do it. To be honest, I'm a little ticked off too. What's the matter? Is this job going to start rolling up too? Crematorium, eh? How did I become so sought after all of a sudden? Ha ha ha, I just looked it up. And the job of an incinerator pays pretty well. Talk about making my heart sing. Dude across the street is moving a little faster too. If you're late, the only job in the world for you is going to be taken. Across the room, the lad was surprised and amused at this moment. Thank you, Tatsu. The advice you gave me was wonderful. I feel now that incinerator is the perfect job for me. I'm going to put in my resume, and if I make it, I'll come back and tell you the good news. After saying that, the guy hung up his connecting mic and retreated. However, although others retired, the legend of him and Su Chen stayed and circulated. Of course, it was mainly Su Chen, who had only acted as an indispensable backdrop figure in the whole affair. On the bib, on the teaser, on some hand. These two questions that Su Chen answered in the live broadcast have been edited into videos, distributed. Upon posting, it instantly sparked a crowd of spectators and retweets. It didn't take long for it to make popular headlines. After countless people gathered around to watch, they were all amused by Su Chen. Ha ha ha, has to eat too. This joke is enough to make me laugh for a year. What the hell kind of joke is this incinerator one? But it's so funny. Ha ha ha. Chapter 157, Bulk English back online. Chapter 157, Bulk English back online. I go. Isn't this the social hummer that was particularly hot a while ago? It's even live streamed. It feels like I'm missing out on so much. What? Su Chen's live broadcast is playing a new trick? Then I have to hurry and go check it out. Ha ha, the job of an incinerator. Said so by Su Chen. Seems like it's really good. Why didn't I think of it before? I read the information and it seems to say that this job can earn thousands of dollars a day. If I had known, I would have gone for it long ago. Su Chen, this thought can feel open the door to a new world. I also want to go to the live broadcast room to ask questions. Because of the video's circulation on social media platforms, more and more people are flocking into the live stream. Su Chen's live broadcast room became even hotter. The pop-ups were flying. And at that moment, Su Chen noticed one and read it out. Brother Su Chen, I'm a high school student, and I want to ask you a few English questions, can I? After reading this pop-up, there was a burst of laughter in the middle of the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, this friend, you're really brave to ask Su Chen for English advice. What can you say about Su Chen's English? All I can say is that he's in a class of his own. Ha ha ha, is Tatsu's bulk English coming back? If this high schooler hasn't seen the previous live streams, then you've come to the right person. And if you've seen the previous live streams, then you're definitely here to cause trouble. How was Tatsu able to pinpoint this one among so many pop-ups? I can see that Tatsu is still very confident in his English skills and wants to challenge them. How can you call that a challenge? With Tatsu's level, in his own field, that feels like a master level. Who's in his field? There's probably no one else but him. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Don't tell me if you don't know what you're talking about. Chen doesn't want to lose face. Since Su Chen had read this person's pop-up, it meant that he wanted to accept this challenge. This student, you initiate the streak. I'd like to see what English question can be so difficult for a child. Su Chen said confidently. A link request was quickly sent over there. Tatsu, that's great. I'm having a headache with this English homework. You must help me. The opposite party said eagerly. Su Chen confidently patted his chest. Don't worry. All of you came from student days. I understand your suffering in my heart. With me here, is this English homework still a problem? Let's do it. Outside the live broadcast room, hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Mi didn't hold back her giggles. Su Chen is so confident that he dares to help other high school students with their homework? I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death by the teacher if I hand in this homework. Old Chin was also shaking with laughter at this moment. Isn't that right? The boy is still too innocent. But it doesn't matter. Society is not right. It is Su Chen who will teach him to be a man. Old Chin said with some gloating. Director Yen, at this moment, was also looking forward to it in a million ways. After all, the previous image of Su Chen at the wedding, hosting in bulk, was still fresh in his mind. He was thinking that this broadcast was bound to flop. As a result, he did not expect Su Chen to directly create an extremely hot scene with his own strength. It made the live stream hot, and for a while it broke new heights. Now, it's amazing that this bulk English has returned. Then this time, it's going to be even hotter. Thinking about this, Director Yan's heart was happy. In the middle of the live feed, the little kid across the room still asked a question. Brother Su Chen. First question. Poodle. How do you translate that in English? Hearing this question, the audience in the live broadcast room followed the speculation. Poodle? I only know the last word dog, not the ones before it. It's too hard for these kids nowadays. What kind of crap topics are these? That's right. Well, a dog is not on the line, but also have to be refined to the variety. This is not nothing idle. But then again, what is this poodle's English? Anyway, ha, I don't know. All I care about right now is how Su Chen will answer. Me too. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with Su Chen's answer. It's up to him how he plays it. Ha. Yang Mi frowned at this moment, also pondering in her mind how exactly this poodle was going to be translated, but to no avail. Mainly because this is so cold. Old Chin, on the other hand, just gave up because his English was not very good in the first place. Just when everyone was puzzled, Su Chen, who was under the expectations of all, opened his mouth. A poodle? That's not easy. VIP dog. At these words, the opposite side of the room visibly froze. An exclamation then erupted. Kawa Tatsu. Why didn't I think of that? It turns out that the problem is so simple when you think about it differently. Learned. The pop-ups on the live feeds went crazy with viewers as well. Ha. VIP dog. Just one word, absolutely. I thought that Su Chen wouldn't take the usual path, but I didn't think that he would fly straight up into the sky. Laughing my ass off. It's worthy of Su Chen's bulk English. It's really bulk enough. Ha. I've learned too. It feels like if I were to go back to campus and follow Su Chen's way of thinking, I'd get a perfect score in English. You said when I went to school, how come I never met a teacher like Su Chen? That way I'm probably a Chinbei player. Strongly urge Su Chen to enter the education sector. He will become a wizard in the education sector. Or it could be an oddball. Yang Mi and Old Chin were outside the live broadcast room, shaking with laughter. Yang Mi, how on earth did Su Chen come up with this VIP dog? It's so foul, ha. Old Chin clapped his hands in excitement. Another segment to add to my comedy afterward. In the middle of the live broadcast, the first question was answered. That opposite student was so satisfied that he rode the wave and asked a second question. Tatsu. The second question. It's Teletubbies. Teletubbies? This time the question escalated, and Su Chen thought about it briefly. And the viewers of the live broadcast followed all kinds of speculations. It's time for a no-prize competition. Guess what new trick Su Chen will come up with this time? Teletubbies? That's too hard, isn't it? Can I be a question from school? Why do I feel like this little kid made it up on his own? I guess to amuse the boredom. Ha. This kid came here to steal bulk English, didn't he? Probably mainly to see Su Chen's translation. After all, Su Chen always translates with a different feeling. It's so interesting. Ha. Chapter 158, Divine Translation. Chapter 158, Divine Translation. Teletubbies, that's not a word either. Is there an official English translation? If people are asking, then there must be something. We just don't know about it. Ha. It's up to Su Chen. Brother Chen mustn't let us down. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let everyone down. He thought about it just a little and came up with the answer. There. Antenna baby. Isn't that Wi-Fi baby? Wi-Fi baby? Ha. Yes. Brother Chen. You're right. The young man on the opposite side said with excitement and surprise. Then Brother Tatsu. What should be the translation of Chinese baby into Chinese? The lad took advantage of the situation and continued to ask. Su Chen looked like his thoughts had been opened up at this moment, and he reacted very quickly. This one's easy too. Isn't it, pandas? 2 questions in a row directly dumbfounded the audience. Ha. Wi-Fi baby is a Teletubby, and Chinese baby is a giant panda? Ha. Laugh me to death. Push it up 500 years, and then push it back 500 years. I'm afraid no one can match Su Chen's level of loose English. Su Chen said there is no problem. Giant panda is our national treasure. That is not Chinese baby it. Indeed, Su Chen. This level of English, although it is said to be in bulk, but every sentence he translates, the meaning is there. You say it's awesome. It's so awesome. This has to be a divine translation that can only be done with an 18th grade level of English. Just when everyone was feeling new and surprised over Su Chen's bulk English, the little child across the street, again, asked the last important question. Then Tatsu, my English is really bad. If I meet a foreigner on the street and he asks me for directions, what should I do? As soon as this was said, the viewers of the live broadcast gave their advice. I'm not good at English either. A hello, a sorry goes a long way. That's a bit of a tough question indeed. I've had it. It's just too bad to have just the mouth to say it. What else can you do? Son, you can only work hard and improve your English. That's right. It's determined not to lose face at a time like this. Come on kid. I'm sure you can do it. Most of the advice given in the middle of the live stream is for the child to improve his or her level. Or it's actually going at a problem-solving level. However, Su Chen's thought process, naturally, wouldn't be the same as them all anymore. That's a good one too. If you ignore him, won't it be over? When these words came out, the scene was silent for a few seconds. Everyone was shocked silly by Su Chen's answer. How could they not have thought that there would even be an option for this? Yeah, I have to answer when people ask questions. I'll just ignore him and be done with it. I'm going. Su Chen's idea? Bullnose. It's Su Chen's answer that is completely from the perspective of his ego. That's right. Compared to Su Chen, our ideas are all too pleasing to the eye. I can't understand it, just ignore him. Ha ha ha. This is the time to see that there should be a clear division of labor. Let those who speak good English show the foreigners the way. This reply is too domineering, worthy of being Su Chen. It's just bull. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs of the capital, Zhang Zi was sitting in the middle of the living room at this moment. On the TV in front of them, it was Su Chen's live broadcast that was put on. Ever since the last time she had spoken to Su Chen on the phone, Zhang Zi had developed a strong interest in him as a person. So keep an eye on him everywhere. After learning that Su Chen was going to broadcast live today, she also kept inside the live broadcast room early in the morning. The two questions Su Chen had answered in the previous section, none of them had amused Zhang Zi. She felt that she hadn't laughed this hard in a long time. And just now, Su Chen's handful of loose English had even more accurately poked Zhang Zi's punchline. It made her laugh. She has a good command of English herself. After all, having made a number of international films, these are the most basic skills. However, after hearing this bulk English from Su Chen, it was like opening the door to a new world. English, once incredibly boring to her, now feels lively and lovely. Just as she was laughing, Wimpy Pants returned. As soon as he entered the door and heard this hearty laugh from his wife, Wimpy Pants was aghast. What's going on here? Never heard her laugh so much before. Z, what are you looking at? Smiling like that? You're back. Hurry over and watch the live broadcast. Zhang Zi greeted. Live streaming? Wimpy Pants was surprised again. I thought to myself, I thought my wife never watched this kind of broadcast. This is too much of an anomaly today. What's live? Having so much fun watching it? Wimpy Pants said, walking over. After seeing on the screen Su Chen's face, he was instantly a little jealous, not for any other reason, but mainly because Su Chen was so handsome, and at a glance, he was the kind of person his wife would like. Murphy? Alarm bells rang in his mind. This is the Su Chen I was talking about before. His live broadcast can be so funny. It's killing me with laughter. Zhang Zi did not notice her husband's abnormality. It was with great pleasure that he was introduced to him. Su Chen? That's the one. Su Chen, who refused your request to be in the movie. This time, Wang Leather Pants was even more surprised. These days he was rehearsing for his concert and had no time to follow the news on the internet. However, he did hear about Su Chen's rejection of his wife. Of course, it's from Zi Zhang herself. He was amazed then at what kind of person could reject his wife. And the point is, Zhang Zi, who was rejected, didn't look very angry. Now, at last, I've seen the real thing. But he looked at the man, and he didn't seem to be special. Isn't it just a little bit more handsome? It's no different from these fresh meat of the moment. With that in mind, he decided to continue to look at the broadcast as well. Rather, he wanted to see what was so special about this Su Chen. Surprisingly, he turned down his wife, and director Zhang one after the other, and was still able to get Wan Chen Daoming to do so willingly, going for a fight over a supporting role. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the kid on the opposite side of the room, at this moment, finally stopped. Only then did he rush at Su Chen. Brother Tatsu, thank you so much. I learned so much today, especially the answer to your last question. That's like curing me of my internal mental exhaustion. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently. It's all small potatoes. Nothing is wrong, I'll hang up on my end. We have the next victimization. Not. We have the next questioner. Chapter 159 Tea Appreciation Expert. Chapter 159 Tea Appreciation Expert. Ha ha ha, Tatsu is talking out of his bald mouth. Is the next victim okay? Accidentally revealing the true thoughts of your heart. Ha, ha ha ha. Next victim, hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait. Even me. I have a problem. Top you up. Brother Tatsu, even this questionable brother. Ha ha ha. Suchen also saw this person's pop-up. Since this brother is so eager, I'll connect to him first to see what's wrong. Suchen said, accepting the streak. The audience was incredibly expectant at this moment, wondering what kind of sparks this person would rub off on Suchen. Brother Tatsu, I was wanting you to do something for me, can I? On the opposite side, it was clearly a sweet girl's voice. I'm going, and it's a girl. I told you, Chen has so many female fans. How come there's not a single one for half a day? Sisters are too shy. Sorry, probably. Guys, calm down. Don't look like you've never seen a woman before, huh? I'll go first. Upstairs. I suspect you don't have a good heart. Learn from Brother Tatsu. Sisters and brothers are treated the same. No change of color on the face. That's called a bull's nose. Did you all learn Chen's dog licking secrets for nothing? Why haven't you grown at all? In the face of such a sweet voice, Suchen still maintained his previous calmness and didn't look any different. After all, he was the one who was liked by several big star beauties like Yangmi, Jiba and Lu Tianxian, so little temptation did not produce the slightest effect on him. Hello, this lady, what's your problem? Just say it, Suchen said. Brother Tatsu, this question of mine may be more excessive than even before. I don't know if it's the right thing to say. Then don't talk about it, Suchen said bluntly. The opposite party didn't expect that answer from him and visibly froze. You're all mic'd up with me, so that means you want to talk. Then what's the point of being reserved? Just say it and be done with it. Let's see how excessive it can be. But for the record, I sell my art but not my body. Suchen made an exaggerated gesture, shielding his chest. This back and forth. The audience in the live broadcast room were all completely conquered. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen is really good. I doubt he's a tea connoisseur. Watching Suchen's live broadcast is really enjoyable. I usually hate it when people ask me like this. Don't open your mouth if you don't think it's appropriate to speak. Worthy of my brother Tatsu, showing no mercy to the sister. I have to say, just now the sister so asked indeed a bit of green tea, but Brother Chen immediately rounded back the words. Is also considered to give face. This emotional intelligence cow. Yeah. Tatsu's hand expressed attitude and knocked green tea out of the park. It was awesome. In terms of the emotional intelligence piece, I'm only convinced by Suchen. Learned another hand from Tatsu. Watching Tatsu's live broadcast is such a knowledge boost. In the middle of the live broadcast room, that female fan choked on Suchen's words at first though, but because of Suchen's later words, this heart felt better again. The moment calmed down a bit and went on. It's like this, Tatsu. I've always had the idea of going inside an Apple cell phone store and shouting, "Hey Siri," only I'm not a social cow and have been afraid to do so. So I thought, Tatsu, would you help me fulfill this wish? Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room froze. This girl really didn't lie. This problem of hers is indeed much more difficult than the previous ones. This isn't much bigger. This is just exponential growth. This is straight out of the realm of answering questions, and straight into letting Tatsu go outdoors. Now I understand why she just didn't know when to speak or not. Even though this sounds a bit difficult for Tatsu, I'm inexplicably looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, that's right. In fact, I've had this idea before. I just didn't dare to put it into action. If Brother Chen can help me fulfill my dream, that would be great. I don't think so. It's still live. So won't we have to go out? What are you afraid of going out? What is there that my Brother Chen doesn't dare to do? Support Chen's conversion to outdoor broadcasting. How big is the heart? How big is the stage? Only you can't think of it. There's nothing I can't do for my brother Tatsu. Tatsu, I believe in you. Meanwhile, Yangmi was at this moment in her mind, enacting such a scene. In the middle of the crowded Apple flagship store, everyone is looking down and carefully selecting goods. And if it was her, a fierce "Hey Siri," then the whole store's equipment will be awakened by her. And people inside the store would look at him. Maybe, the staff will also come over and ask questions. Just thinking about this image made Yangmi feel her scalp tingle and tremble. It was downright embarrassing. The toes are still open, and they will soon gouge out a 3-room house. No, they have gouged out a big villa. She couldn't imagine how this was going to end. I guess it's at the level of waking up at night with dreams. Such a request. Suchen, would he agree? At this moment, everyone was waiting for Suchen's reply. Director Yen used his keen senses to smell a hint of business opportunity at this moment. rushed to ask the rest of the director's team, "Get ready, we may switch to live outdoor at any time." The director's team questioned it when they heard it. "Director Yen, do you think Su Chen would agree to such an outrageous request?" Director Yen looked at the screen, the pondering Su Chen, and slowly said, "I'm not sure, but with my years of experience, plus what I've learned about Su Chen during this time, I have a feeling that there's nothing he wouldn't dare do, and the more outrageous this thing is, the more excited he gets." Hearing Director Yan's words, the director's team couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The more outrageous you get, the more excited you get? This is too sick. However, it was also true that they couldn't look at Su Chen with normal people's eyes. After all, he's a terrorizing element to society. And what is there that he wouldn't dare to do? Meanwhile, the director's crew got excited. Just ask, who doesn't have so much as a hint of wanting to be mischievous in their heart? The scene was exciting just to think about it in your mind. It's just that they don't have enough social cows to face the embarrassing scenes that will be triggered later. Now that someone can go for it, they must be incredibly eager to see it. "Don't worry, director. We can leave any time," the director's team said solemnly. Chapter 160, Social Cow Challenge. Chapter 160, The Social Cow Challenge. It had to be said that Director Yen did understand Su Chen. After hearing the words of this female fan, Su Chen looked very calm on the surface. It's actually already exciting inside. Such a great idea. Why hadn't he thought of it before? This can simply be listed as one of the must-do challenges for social cows. Okay. In that case, his shock value, that wouldn't rub off on him. Now his shock value, after accumulating from the previous few questions, had come to over 4 million. If you do this challenge, you can probably go up an extra million or two. And it opened up new ideas for him. He could have challenged more. What with all the social cow behavior that others have been wanting to do but haven't, that must have worked out great. Thinking of this, he pressed down his inner excitement and remained outwardly calm. Gushed the female fan. "That offer you just made is indeed a bit difficult for me, but since I said I'd let you guys make requests, today's the day to spoil the fans. Besides, I'm afraid that if I don't do this thing, there's no one else who would dare to do it. This challenge, I accept." At these words, the female fan across the street's voice trembled with excitement. "Really, Tatsu? Great. I thought you wouldn't say yes." In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience also instantly boiled over. I'll go. Brother Chen is also too good. Too much of a fan favorite." Surprisingly, he really agreed. So excited. Are we going to witness famous scenes again? Brothers, this live broadcast today, seeing is earning. Brother Tatsu bullnosed. Brother Tatsu is mighty. I take back what I said about this girl being green tea. I love her now. Ha ha. Upstairs, watch the scale. Ha ha ha. At this point, Hannah was still firmly in the middle of her live broadcast, chatting with the few fans that were there. It's not much of a crowd, but the ones that do stay, well, they're their own true fans. It has to be treasured to be appreciated. It's the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to connect with everyone's feelings. And just then, a pop-up screen in the broadcast room stirred up 1,000 waves. "Hurry up and go to Su Chen's live room. He's going outdoors to be a social cow." "What's going on?" "You'll see when you go. It's very bombastic all in all." The people on the air were so provoked that they all had grass growing in their hearts. "What's going on? Seems like a good idea to go check it out. But we can't leave Hannah still here alone." Yeah, I just hate that I don't have 2 devices at the moment. So someone go out and scout around and come back and report back." Looking at the words on the pop-up screen, Hannah was a bit unable to sit still at this moment. He knew that the reason why his live room was so dismal was because people were attracted to Su Chen's, not to mention the viewers. Even he was very eager to find out what Su Chen had been up to in the live broadcast again. And now that he saw the pop-up saying that Su Chen was going to go outdoors to be a social cow, his curiosity reached its peak. After a mental struggle, Hannah said, "Since everyone is so curious, why don't I take you all over to see what Su Chen is really up to?" The live broadcast was thrilled at these words. Great. Flower is really spoiling the fans. "Thanks, Blossom. Wow, that's the best solution ever. Not bad for my favorite flower. Quickly, go see what Su Chen is going to do. If you're late, you won't make it." Blossom was just as anxious at this point, grabbing her cell phone and walking out. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Hataru, Lu Tianxian and Koen, who were also walking out from their rooms. Needless to ask, the situation in their live room must be the same as Flower. "Are you there to see Su Chen too?" A few people looked at each other and said in unison, and when they finished, they couldn't control their laughter. So, together, they walked companionably in the direction of Su Chen's live room. As a result, when I walked there and took a look, I only saw 2 people, Yang Ni and Old Chin, squatting at the door. poking his head in to see what's going on inside. "Sister Honey, Chin," Hataru exclaimed as she saw the two of them. Yang Mi and Old Chin were startled and turned around to see that it was them. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. "You guys came over too?" Yang Mi laughed. "Sister Honey, Old Chin, why are you two squatting here? If you don't know, you'd think that you two are illegitimate rice," Hua Hua said. "There weren't many people in our two live rooms, so we came over to rub Su Chen's live broadcast," Old Chin explained. It turned out to be like this, and after Flower and the others heard it, they instantly regretted it a bit. Had they known that they could come over and rub it in, they wouldn't have had to slog it out in that live room where there wasn't much of a crowd. "We heard that Su Chen is going outdoors to do some kind of social cow thing. What is it?" Lu Tianxian asked. Sentence final interrogative particle. "Yes," Yang Mi and Old Chin told them what happened. A few people were suddenly shocked and wide-eyed as well. "My goodness, this is too crazy," Lu Tianxian marveled. "Yeah, this kind of thing makes me feel embarrassed just thinking about it." And Brother Su Chen even agreed? Reba was also surprised. "It's true. What Su Chen can do is not at all something we can do just by trying. I'm kind of convinced," Hua Hua said. "Then, can we follow Su Chen?" At this moment, Koan asked the most crucial question. Just then, Director Yen came over with the director's team, preparing for the next outdoor broadcast of Su Chen. Hearing their words, Director Yen was in a good mood and waved his hand. "Yes, all of you go along." When the few people saw Director Yen, they were first startled, thinking that they had come over to criticize them for running around. After all, they wouldn't dare to talk to the director as casually as Su Chen did. However, after hearing Director Yan's words, they got excited. "Great! Long live Director Yan! It should be Hail Su Chen. If it wasn't for Su Chen, it wouldn't have been so good," Yang Mi said very seriously at this moment. After all the teams were ready, Su Chen's live broadcast switched to outdoor mode, followed by a cameraman and a dedicated person with a tablet. Pop-ups from the viewers were placed on it so that Su Chen could always see and interact with the viewers. Countless fans, calling out to their friends and family, greeted their friends and family, and came together to witness this exciting moment. The number of people in Su Chen's live broadcast room had once again broken through a new high. It can be seen that this live broadcasting extravaganza he created will be hard for anyone to break through in the future. Except for himself. Of course. I'm going. I'm really going. I'm so excited. Which flagship store is Su Chen going to? I want to be there to witness it. Chapter 161, Successful Payment. Chapter 161, Successful Payment. I wonder which flagship store is going to be the next victim. Tatsu. I have a problem. My life is full of failures. How do I break this thing? At this point, someone on the pop-up said. At this moment, Su Chen and the others happened to get into the car. And seeing this man's question, Su Chen smiled slightly. Failure? It's not scary. Isn't there such a saying? Failure is the mother of success. Hearing Su Chen's reply, the other party continued to ask. So Tatsu means for me to try more and more and it will always work out, right? Su Chen shook his head. No, I mean, you can give your QR code and you V me 50. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all froze. Old Chin and Yang Mi, a few of them, also froze. The person who asked the question was even more confused at this point. What does that mean, Tatsu? It's still a paid question? The man snapped. Haha brother, maybe this question of yours is too difficult. Brother Tatsu had to charge for it. For this appearance fee of my brother Tatsu, 50 can be too good a deal. For $50 you can't buy it. You can't be fooled. What can $50 buy? It can't buy a house or land, but it can buy a possibility of success. And isn't that good enough? Brother Chen's appearance fees for this are in the tens of millions of dollars. This $50 is equivalent to no money at all. Not only no money, that's all equivalent to Tatsu giving money to this dude. I get it. According to the market price of Tatsu's appearance fee, this dude only needs to pay 50. That belongs to a net profit of tens of millions of dollars. That's not a success. You all know how to count. On the pop-ups, the discussion was lively at the moment. As for Yang Mi and Old Chin, they glanced at each other at this moment. There was both disbelief and concern about this behavior of Su Chen. That's a touchy thing to ask a fan for money. It would still be troublesome if someone with an axe to grind made it into an article and deliberately went to hack him. And it's not a good thing to clarify. After all, you did ask for money. Su Chen, he should be just talking for fun. It's impossible that he really wants this money, right? Old Chin whispered at this moment. Let's hope he won't play so crazy. Don't really attract any trouble because of $50. Yang Mi worried. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the discussion on the pop-up screen and smiled slightly. These people, they still think they've guessed their own ruse? Just kidding. If it was so easy for them to guess, would it still be Su Chen? That friend just now. I'm just giving you an inspiration. You don't have to actually V me for 50. You can V someone close to you for 50. Hearing this, the opposite side became even more puzzled. What do you mean, Tatsu? I really don't understand. V 50 and I'll be able to achieve success? Suchen firmly nodded his head and said in a serious manner, that's right, that way you get success. Because after V 50, you're a success payment. The opposite side froze, and so did the audience. It took a moment to react before finally responding. Ha 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 ha, pay for success, father of success? It's a harmonic terrain again. Harmonizing stems never go out of style. It's so funny, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. This story is going in a direction I really didn't expect at all, and I was just struggling to figure out exactly what it was. Brother Tatsu is like the wind. It's hard to figure out why there's a poet upstairs. That's enough jokes to keep me laughing for a year. Worthy of being Su Chen. This success pay only how to come up with it. Then I'm so successful as a person that the most I do every day is pay for success. Brother Chen is simply too gentle. This is not comforting that little brother just now. This is healing our entire live room. Yang Mi and Old Chin and the others, at this moment, also grew their mouths and eyes wide open. They had never expected things to go this way no matter what. Successful payment can be okay. So the $50 is a front. Thanks to them, they hadn't been worried about Su Chen for half a day. But when you think about it, this whole thing is hilarious. A few people couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Flower, if you have any frustrations in the future, you V me 50. I'll help you share your worries, Old Chin said as he patted Flower's shoulder. Oh brother Chin, so I have to thank you, Hua Hua said helplessly. That's not necessary. We're all brothers. It's only right that we share with each other. Old Chin looked like I'm paying more than I should. Then since it's for sharing, why do I have to V 50? V you $1. Isn't that also a successful payment? Flower felt like she was simply too smart. The business acumen is simply wonderful. However, Old Chin shook his head. That won't work. I'm 50 up. They're all sitting in Tatsu's back. At first, in order not to disturb Su Chen's live broadcast, they all tried to lower their voices to speak. However, as he said it, he forgot about it and his voice gradually grew louder. Thus, this latter passage was heard by the viewers of Su Chen's live broadcast. Ha ha ha, Flower and Old Chin are too funny. It feels like Hua Hua could switch careers and go to the Dayun Society. And it works quite well with Old Chin. 50 from V can be okay. Old Chin together you still have a starting price. Right. Ha 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 ha. Old Chin deserves to be called Dewunsha. He does have a bit of that humor bacteria. It feels as if Su Chen has created a new terrier VI 50 in the aftermath of which may become an internet buzzword. I really didn't expect so much work on the way to the flagship store. Su Chen's live broadcast really can't miss a moment. The terriers are just too dense. Meanwhile, Director Yen was in another car and was laughing his ass off when he saw the scene in the live broadcast. Of course, he was laughing partly because of this stunt of Su Chen's, and the other part is because the live stats are unbelievably hot at this point. Predictably, it will bring in a huge amount of revenue at the same time, and that will be great for the program in the long run. At the thought of this, I am afraid that Director Yen is able to wake up laughing in his dreams, and he is naturally happy at this moment. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an Apple flagship store. The crowd stepped out of the car. Through the huge glass, it was possible to see that the flagship store was packed with people. The popularity is very hot. By the way, I just remembered that this Apple just released a new product a while ago. It's just the right time to be crowded here, Old Chin said with a slap on the head. To say that normally, there are quite a few people here, but there's still no comparison to this time of the year. This could be said to be the hottest time of the year, and I didn't expect it to be caught up by Su Chen. Chapter 162, Wives and Concubines. Chapter 162, Wives and Concubines. With the current density of people in this room, the possibility of Su Chen wanting to hurry up and slip away after shouting was almost non-existent. Su Chen, you're in trouble now. Old Chin looked at Su Chen and said with some concern. Trouble? What's so troublesome? Su Chen said in disbelief. There are too many people here when the time comes, you can't even run away if you want to. Old Chin pointed in there, thinking that Su Chen hadn't seen it. Who said I was going to run? Su Chen asked rhetorically. No running? Old Chin couldn't imagine doing something so embarrassing. If you don't flee the scene of the crime at the first opportunity, do you stay here and be admired? I've done such awesome things that I don't let people get a good look at what I've done. What a pity to run away. Su Chen said at this moment, with a face that took it for granted. When Old Chin and the others heard this, they were completely convinced of Su Chen in their hearts. If anything, they only thought that Su Chen was a bit thicker-skinned than them before. Then at this moment, they realized the extent of Su Chen's social bull. It's gotten to the point where it's not at all in the same dimension as them. What they thought was embarrassing Su-chen actually looked like he was enjoying himself? They think about doing it to fulfill the think, then being able to get out of there in a hurry when it's done, so that the fewer people who know about it, the better. And Su-chen wanted everyone to know that he was the one who did such a bullheaded thing? This awareness, this height, it's completely out of their reach. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also shaken by Su-chen's attitude at this moment. I thought Tatsu agreed to do this because he was sufficient, but now how I look at it, he's enjoying himself. Ha ha ha, indeed. It feels like Tatsu is all excited at the moment, hoping that spoiling the fans is an excuse now, but in reality it's still their own desire to play. Ha ha ha, it's true that Tatsu's heights are something we can never reach. While we all feel humiliated, Tatsu is actually enjoying himself immensely. Then hurry up and get started. I can't wait. Under the astonished gazes of Old Chin and his group, Su-chen slowly walked into the entrance of the flagship store. After a moment of daze, Old Chin and the others hurriedly followed, afraid of missing Su-chen's wonderful moment. This is because most of them are carefully selecting or trying out products, so it did not notice Su-chen's arrival of them. Old Chin and a few of them just stood at the place of the doorway, and they stopped walking forward. That way, after Su-chen finished shouting in a while, they would be able to be the first to escape when they saw that the situation was not right. They were different from Su-chen, though it is said to be admired and envied for his ability to be a social cow. But put it on your own, and you still can't do it. Su-chen himself, on the other hand, paced to the center of the flagship store. He looked at the crowd around him and took a few deep breaths, sinking his chi into his dantian. Then the word was shouted. Hey Siri! Instantly, the crowd quieted down, and the Siri of the entire store's equipment was instantly awakened by Su-chen. Yes, what's up? Hundreds of devices spoke the words at the same time, creating a feeling of three-dimensional reverberation in the scene. Everyone at the scene was stunned and looked over in Su-chen's direction, especially the Apple store clerks. It happened so suddenly that they were not given time to react. At this moment, looking at the equipment that had all been awakened by Su-chen's single sentence, they were somewhat at a loss for words. However, just when everyone was still confused and didn't react too well, Su-chen shouted again, "Call your husband." Okay hubby, okay hubby. Hundreds of devices, again, said the words at the same time. The word husband is a word that endures and echoes throughout the Apple flagship store. This time, everyone finally responded. While watching Su-chen's surprise, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Chin and a few of them are at the door at this moment. Looking at this pomp and circumstance, toes have begun to move. Don't tell me, the effect is really explosive. Flower commented. Well, it's a blast to watch other people play, but if I were Su-chen, I would definitely just knock a crack out of the ground and drill into it at this moment. Old Chin exclaimed. This Su-chen, it's too much. Just at this moment, the big Mimi on the side stomped her foot and said, it looks like it's pissed off. When Old Chin and the others were puzzled, they only saw Yang-mi continue. Su-chen, this scumbag, how dare he let so many Siri call him his husband? How many wives does he want? I'm sorry, so that's what this is about. Old Chin and Hua Hua looked at each other in the same way and shook their heads helplessly. Women who fall in love are so horrible that they are even jealous of robots. Old Chin spat in a small voice, and in the middle of the broadcast, the crowd has gone completely nuts. Ha 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 ha, brother Tatsu is too good. I'm really convinced. Su-chen how so social bulla. This scene is really too explosive. I thought it was already impressive for Tatsu to shout the first line, but I didn't expect him to come up with an upgraded version. Ha ha ha, calling your husband is a godsend. It's so classic. Talk about making me want to try it live. Just ask how good it must be to be called husband by so many voices. Tatsu is the one who understands what we want to see. It's so exciting, ha ha ha. Brother Tatsu is mighty. This time, don't you have concubines? Ha ha ha. So that's how it still works. Learned. If I were Chen, I could only live on a different planet after having a good time. There are too many people here. Ha ha ha. Out of all these people, isn't there anyone who can recognize Tatsu? It wasn't as if no one could recognize Su-chen among so many people. Rather, what Su-chen had just done was just too explosive, and they were all still confused and hadn't reacted. It was only now, as Siri's voice faded away, that they slowly snapped out of their shock. The first reaction was to take a closer look at the culprit of what had just happened. You don't say. He's a good-looking guy, but he's a little crazy. Su-chen, is this Su-chen? At that moment, a surprised voice rang out from the crowd. Obviously, he recognized Su-chen. Su-chen? That's the one that's particularly hot this time. That social tough guy Su-chen? That's right. That's him. I haven't watched him live in the past few days. I can't believe I'm seeing him alive here. Wow. In person it's a lot more handsome than looking inside the live stream at. I said so. Who did such an outrageous thing? Seeing that it's Su Chen, then it's not surprising. In this world, I'm afraid that only Su Chen would dare to do something so crazy. Chapter 163, Buy 1. Get 1 free. Chapter 163, Buy 1. Get 1 free. Southern, I love you so much. Su Chen. I've finally met the living Su Chen. Can I get an autograph? Su Chen. Can we take a picture together? The scene was in chaos. The customers who recognized Su Chen all surged towards the site as if they were crazy. Seeing this, the staff of the flagship store rushed to maintain order, fearing that something would happen inside their store. Fortunately, Director Yen and his team are also professionals and have long made plans for this situation. Came with several professional bodyguards. At this moment, several burly bodyguards quickly ran over and surrounded Su Chen in the center, protecting him. In the face of such enthusiastic people, Su Chen appeared to be very calm. He waved at the group and said, "Thanks for the likes. I feel all your enthusiasm, but I have other things on my mind today. Just take my leave. See you all later." After that, the bodyguard escorted him outside, and Su Chen, who had already walked to the door, stopped again and turned back to shout at the inside, "Hey Siri, I am, again." Hundreds of devices responded at the same time. It's a scene that everyone has just seen all over again. Though it was a moment, yet it still felt shocking. "Say bye-bye to my husband." Su Chen continued, "Okay, bye hubby, okay, bye hubby." In the midst of this sound of husband bye-bye, Su Chen hid deep in his heart and walked out of the flagship store in a dashing manner. And though he's gone, his legend still remains. In the middle of the flagship store, everyone was shocked by the sound of the husband's bye-bye. They hadn't thought that Su Chen had come once, but he still dared to come a second time. And it was with so many people already recognizing him. This is also too humongous. After Siri's voice fell, there was silence in the flagship store of several hundred people. The crowd was still immersed in the shock brought about by Su Chen. A moment passed before an exclamation came from the quiet scene. Asterisk. That's ing awesome. This sound, as if waking up the crowd, just a moment ago was still quiet and dropped the sound of a needle in the hall. It boiled over instantly. Holy cow. Su Chen is too powerful. I thought before that Su Chen's social cows were all scripted and acted out. But today I see that this is completely his true colors. It's impossible to act so realistically. Just now when Su Chen shouted out these words, he didn't look embarrassed at all. He was especially calm. Yeah. It's too shocking. Wholly being able to see Su Chen with my own eyes today and witnessing this scene. My life is worth it. I also want to follow Su Chen's example and shout out those 2 words just now. But I don't dare. As this man said this, he had a deeper understanding of the extent of Su Chen's social bull. Even with Su Chen in front of them, they still didn't dare to follow suit. Didn't dare to take on that embarrassment of being in plain sight. Outside the flagship store, Old Qin and Yang Mi, a few of them, could be said to be worshipping Su Chen at this moment. The scene that had just taken place was even bigger and more awkward than they had imagined. Even as they watched from the sidelines, they were all stubbing their toes on the ground again in droves. If it hadn't been for the intense curiosity that drove them to stay, they all want to grab the door and leave this place of wrongdoing now. On the contrary, Su Chen, the person at the center of the storm, was still looking calm and collected. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment. "Bro, Su Chen, I'm completely convinced today." Old Qin rushed at him and clasped his hands, his face full of admiration. "Su Chen, you are awesome." Hua hesitated for a moment, but still used this term to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. "Brother Chen, I'm convinced. Koan, never had an idol in my first 20 years, but from today onwards, you are my idol." Koan was completely overwhelmed by Su Chen's charisma. All of them directly idolized Su Chen, and just by looking at his pious face, he knew that the words must have come from his heart and were not an exaggeration. "Brother Su Chen, you're really bullish. How did you manage to resist not running out?" Hatba said. As for Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, they were also flushed with excitement at this moment. Looking at Su Chen, his eyes were eager. In the face of these few people's marvels and praises, Su Chen said with a big wave of his hand, "That's a long way off. You're all convinced? The awesome is all still to come." Hearing this, several people looked at each other again. The best is yet to come? This isn't the best? Just when they all thought that this was the ceiling of Su Chen's social cow, he told them, "That's just the beginning. The awesome is yet to come? This one is blowing up enough. Then the one after it, how blowing up should it be?" Thinking about it, they were all feeling both anticipation and some trepidation. Kawa. Not only did Brother Chen accomplish his mission perfectly, he even bought one and got one free. Ha. This thing of having Siri call her husband is something I hadn't thought of at all before. And don't you say, It sounds kind of cool. I thought it was all over. But before I went out, Su-chen actually came back for a bit. It really shocked me. Ha ha ha. This scene is simply a classic, worthy of being savored over and over again for the rest of my life. You guys, after that, the major flagship stores, will someone imitate this behavior of Brother Chen? It's unlikely. Everyone has the heart but not the guts. After all, not everyone is as social as Brother Chen. Where did that sister go just now? Are you satisfied with this result? Ha ha ha, on and on and on. It's just so satisfying. Brother Tatsu Bullnose. Brother Tatsu is mighty. At this moment, Su-chen also looked at the live broadcast. Seeing that sister say she was satisfied, he nodded. Alright, this challenge is over. Since it's all out, let's continue. Is there anyone left to initiate the next challenge? In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was again brought more active by Su-chen's words. I'll go. Tatsu is too good. Since he can still continue. Come on people, if you have any ideas, come up with them. Hurry up and have a blast. What you guys wanted to do before but didn't dare to do. Let Brother Chen help fulfill your dreams. Ha ha, the extent of Tatsu's social cow is beyond the imagination of netizens. Damn. I can't believe I can't think of anything more socially awesome than this for a moment. Let's all hurry up and brainstorm. The opportunity will never come again. Meanwhile, Wang Leatherpants and Zhang Zi were also guarding the live broadcast room, witnessing that scene just now from beginning to end. Chapter 164, Continuing the Challenge. Chapter 164, Continuing the Challenge. At this moment, both of them were wide-eyed and dumbfounded. They have been in the entertainment industry for all these years and can be said to have seen countless people. The great ones, the odd ones, they've seen them all. I had thought that I had already seen it all, but I hadn't expected that I would be able to be shocked like this today. Z, I do think now that this Su-chen is a bit of something. No wonder you think so highly of him, Wampypants said with a gulp. Isn't that right? Southern is really the most talented person I've ever met. And also has the most peculiar personality. It's just a bit of a shame I can't let you see his script, or you'd know just how good he is. After saying this, Zhang Zi sighed again. What's even more unfortunate is that I don't have the destiny to be able to star in his movie. Looking at his wife so sad, Woofypants thought for a moment and said, don't be discouraged. It's just that there's no role for you in this movie at the moment. Maybe later. And I have an idea. What idea? Zhang Zi asked hurriedly. I want to write songs for Su-chen's movie, so that we can sort of participate in his creation. Really? Zhang Zi instantly became excited. Of course it's true, and I can do it absolutely free if he'll take it. Wimpypants said. His position in the music industry, that's still untouchable, and his musical talent is there for all to see. Therefore, he had this confidence that Su-chen should agree. Besides, he could follow Su-chen's requirements and the style of the script exactly. With his kind of curiosity and free creations, he couldn't think of any reason why Su-chen would refuse. Of course, he had heard a lot about Su-chen from his own wife. He has always been unconventional, so everything would have to wait until after contact with Su-chen to have an answer. However, for Zhang Zi, it was enough. This meant that she had one more chance to get close to Su-chen and his movie. Great hubby, it just so happens that the day after tomorrow was the audition PK between Mr. Chen Daoming and Hua, and I fought for the chance to go to the scene and observe. When the time comes, I'll bring you along so we can bring up the idea with Su-chen. Zhang Zi said excitedly. Director Zhang, at this moment, was also guarding Su-chen's live broadcast. Ever since he had read Su-chen's script, his attention to Su-chen had skyrocketed. It felt like he was already going to become Su-chen's old fanboy. I didn't expect to catch up with the stars when I was old, and after seeing Su-chen's performance at the flagship store, Director Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of shock inside. It's awesome. That's the kind of actor we need. See, that's a necessary quality of a good actor. That's to free your nature and let yourself go. Just ask, if every actor is like Su-chen, able to let himself go so much, then what drama is there that can't be acted well? Director Zhang pointed at the screen and spoke excitedly. And in front of him are several new actors. These are the people who were just pulled over by Director Zhang. It was mandatory for them to watch Su-chen live together. Let them learn how to free their nature. At first, their hearts resisted, but as they watched, they were attracted by Su-chen's live broadcasting style, which felt really good. So completely forgetting the original intention of Director Zhang for them to come and learn, they completely became the audience. Immerse yourself in Su-chen's social cow behavior. At this moment, it was only after being told so by Director Zhang that he reacted to what he was actually here for. Director Zhang, Su-chen, he is indeed very powerful, but we really can't learn it either. One of the young actors said. Yes, Director Zhang, I feel that this social cow bar is just born with it. If it's not born with it, then it's not. The other students followed suit and chimed in, seeing each of them with their heads bowed and obsequious. Director Zhang was furious. No talent, no ambition at all. It's simply not even comparable to a single strand of Su Chen's hair. Alright, get out of here, all of you. With a wave of his hand, he angrily kicked all these people out. Only after the people had gone out did his assistant look at his face and cautiously approach over. Director Zhang, I feel as though you've looked at no one after meeting Su Chen. The actors up and down the company have been scolded by you in the past few days. I feel as if you're being quite a bit more demanding than before. The little assistant was still speaking euphemistically. Zhang director, this where is a lot of harsh that is simply with Su Chen's standards. In the requirements of each and every person. However, where in this world are there so many Su Chen? At this moment, being reminded by the little assistant, Director Zhang also reacted. He was feeling that his request was slightly excessive. Mainly, the shock brought to him after meeting Su Chen was too profound. Out of love of talent, he really hoped that there would be a few more Su Chen in this world. Yet today it seems to be his delusion. It was already rare for a genius like Su Chen to have a talent and for him to meet it. Having figured this out, Director Zhang stopped dwelling on it and waved his hand, saying, alright, let them continue practicing their basic skills tomorrow. There's no need to come over for training. The young assistant was relieved to hear this. You know, he's risking being called out for saying these things. In the middle of Su Chen's live broadcast, everyone was thinking hard about what kind of social bull behavior that could make Su Chen go for it. But come to think of it, can't think of anything more bombastic than what just happened. Just then, a pop-up caught Su Chen's attention. Tatsu, can you save me? I fished for my birthday in the sea. To social death. Fishing in the sea? Birthday? This reminded Su Chen. Always. Fishing for birthdays in the sea is a nightmare of social terror. Synonymous with social death. Birthday celebrities who have birthdays are basically the most awkward beings in existence. This thing was there in a previous life, and surprisingly it was the same in this world. In that case, then, why don't you let yourself, the social cow, challenge the situation? The friend who just fished in the ocean. Send me your address backstage. I'll go to the scene to save you. Su Chen faced the camera and uttered these words with incomparable handsomeness. Really Tatsu? You're really coming to save me? The fan who just posted the pop-up excitedly said, yes, that's you. Send the address. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room all went crazy with envy. Tatsu is also too nice. This is too much of a fan favorite. Ooh, he really. I'm crying my eyes out. Chapter 165, Saving Social Terrorism. Chapter 165, Saving Social Terrorism. Can there still be this kind of service? I need Tatsu's help too. Reminiscing back then, when I fished for my birthday in the sea, I was also very social dead. If only I had Tatsu to help me at that time. Once brother Tatsu shows up, won't those staff members who fished in the sea lose their nerve? Ha ha ha. I'm so excited to finally see Su Chen save the community from terrorism. Ooh, Tatsu is simply a god. Who can know the pain of fishing in the sea being a birthday? Ha ha ha. Honestly, this kind of thing is just something that social cows enjoy and social terrorists resist. Tatsu might blend in better if he goes. That thought upstairs reminds me. Is there a possibility that Tatsu's presence there has made social terror even more fearful? It's possible. After all, Tatsu is a terrorizing element to society. Ha ha ha. Soon, the address was sent there from the back office. After Su Chen and the others got the address, they drove straight towards there. That place happened to be not far from Su Chen and the others, and there were a few minutes to get there. On the way, Old Chin asked, Su Chen, what are you going to do in the past? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. You'll see when the time comes. And Old Chin had exhausted his greatest imagination in this life and could not visualize it. What Su Chen wants to do next? The whole fishing in the sea for your birthday thing, I guess, is really quite embarrassing to say the least, but after all, they were also enthusiastic, so it was impossible to reject them too roughly. Old Chin really couldn't think of any method that Su Chen was going to use to help his fans out, so the heart grew even more expectant. The car quickly drove to the designated spot. The group got right out of the car and headed upstairs towards the seafood. When I came to the door, I only saw that the fan was already waiting at the door ahead of time. Seeing Su Chen and the others coming over, they excitedly greeted them. Brother Tatsu, you're really here. I'm so excited. How is the situation inside? Su Chen asked directly. They just celebrated my birthday halfway through the celebration and I just couldn't take it anymore and snuck out. But according to my friends, they're still waiting off to the side for me to go back and continue. The fan said with a difficult face. Good guy. This birthday is still mandatory to pass. Hiding out cannot? Old Chin was also surprised. There are times when that's too much enthusiasm, and it's a nuisance. However, Su Chen looked excited when he heard this. That's great. I was worried we were late and they were done. In that case, we'll just have to let old Chin have an early birthday. Hearing this, old Chin felt a moment of happiness in his heart. Dodging a bullet. He wasn't as socially terrified, but as soon as he imagined himself surrounded by so many people singing, it also felt weirdly awkward with all the people next to me watching. Let's go inside. Director Yen, just arrange for a cameraman to covertly videotape with small equipment. Old Chin, you guys go in behind me, pretend to be regular customers, and find a table next to you. Otherwise, if so many people go in together, it will be too noticeable and not conducive to my play. Su-chen arranged them one by one. Everyone naturally did as they were told. So, Su-chen first followed that fan inside the store. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of my brother Tatsu, arranging for you in a clear way. With this coordination ability of my brother Tatsu, I feel like Director Yen can be laid off. Ha ha ha, Director Yen, the first time I recorded a program so easy. The guests are arranged for me the whole time. I just listen and do as I'm told. Ha ha ha. Old Chin and the others are too happy to be able to watch the program and at the same time dabble in a segment of Hot Pot. I just have one question. Who's buying this hot pot? Ha ha ha. The crowd entered the middle of the hot pot restaurant, and Su-chen came to their seats with that fan. Just a short distance away, the clerk of the hot pot restaurant, holding a happy birthday light sign and glow sticks, are crossing their fingers. It was an obvious surprise to see that birthday fan back with a face. The fan tensed up at the sight of them. Tatsu, look, they're coming over. Calm down. They aren't jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. Can they still eat you? Su-chen said incomparably calmly. The other friends of that fan knew in advance that Su-chen was coming. After seeing Su-chen himself at this moment, they were all incomparably thrilled and excited. But they had been explained before that they couldn't act too abnormally. Therefore, at this moment, he could only hold down his inner excitement and treat Su-chen as an ordinary friend. Su-chen, on the other hand, nodded at them as well, as a greeting. Their asses have just sat down and they're not even stable yet. Those few employees of the store then rubbed their heads and gathered around. Customer, you're finally back. We just got halfway through our birthday celebration, but that's okay. To show our sincerity, we can start all over again. When they finished, they didn't wait for the guests to say anything, so they immediately sang with fervor. At the same time, the huge commotion attracted other customers who were eating around them. There were searching glances cast this way. Others have taken out their cell phones and started recording. His face was filled with the excitement of watching. Sure enough, when this kind of thing doesn't happen to you, and you're not the protagonist of the event, you don't feel embarrassed in the slightest. It will only feel funny. At this point, one of the store clerks, unannounced, placed a birthday hat on the head of the fan who was celebrating his birthday. It's as if they're afraid people won't be able to tell who's really having a birthday. That fan is extremely nervous at the moment. Mind you, this is the second time he's gone through this. Although, this time, Su-chen was invited to be the savior. But at this moment, feeling everyone's eyes focused on him, he was still feeling incredibly embarrassed. It felt like my toes. They were already digging into the center of the earth. The whole thing was sitting on the edge of its seat. The viewers in the live broadcast room, at this moment, were also infected by the atmosphere of the scene, and were discussing it passionately. Ha 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 ha, my embarrassment on behalf of others is back. So am I. Put yourself in my shoes. This is embarrassing. Help me, help me. I really can't pick at these toes anymore. Ha ha ha. Who invented this way of celebrating birthdays? Was it set up to punish the birthday girl? Honestly, this situation would have been very enjoyable if it had been a social cow. That's right. I feel that if the protagonist had been replaced by Su-chen, he would have enjoyed it. It's just a pity that there are still too few social cows like him. There are still more social terrorists. Chapter 166, Fighting Poison with Poison. Chapter 166, Fighting Poison with Poison. Brother Tatsu, if you don't make a move, I feel like that brother is going to die in place. Dude, I want to live on a different planet. Those store clerks sang hilariously, while the birthday fan was all nervous and red-faced. A look of distress was thrown at Su-chen, and the others at the table, though said not to be the protagonists of the whole thing, felt the same twinge of embarrassment. After all, how could it feel too good to be watched by so many pairs of eyes? Su-chen was the only one who looked incomparably calm, and instead of feeling embarrassed, he looked like he was enjoying himself somewhat. Just as those shopkeepers were singing along, Su-chen stood up violently, giving those shopkeepers a fright. Before they could react, they only saw Su-chen clapping his hands rhythmically. Get excited. You guys need to get excited. What I just felt was not nearly interesting enough to be exhilarating. Today is my friend's 25th birthday. You guys have to put in some effort. In the face of Su-chen's sudden stroke, those few sales clerks were instantly confused. The few people at the fans table were all confused as well. Didn't he say that Su Chen was here to save them? Why was he still encouraging these shopkeepers? What kind of gang is he in here? First, sir, are you dissatisfied with our performance? One of the clerks said tentatively. He's performed this kind of show like today hundreds of times. A veteran of the store's birthday shows, so to speak. It's an indispensable member. And it's because of his exaggerated performances and social bull personality that he's still a minor celebrity on the internet. He was confident that no one with a birthday could walk out of this store without being embarrassed. It is guaranteed to impress the other person. Before again, everyone would just feel like he was too active. This is the first time that anyone would say that he, in fact, didn't perform hard enough? Too subtle? Yes, it's a bit of a bummer. Tell you what, you guys start over for a bit. I'll look at the problem and give you guidance, Su Chen said with a wave of his hand. The other party hesitated for a moment. Yet the principle of their store was that they should try to fulfill all the requests of their customers. Guest satisfaction is guaranteed. Besides, this request of Su Chen's was not excessive at all, and he had no reason to refuse. So all that could be done was to nod. Okay, customer, let's do it all over again then. Brothers, all sell out today. The lad rushed to his companions. So the music started and they sang and danced joyfully again. Happy birthday, happy birthday. The high-pitched song echoed throughout the store. It even drew diners from afar. As for Su Chen, at this moment, he was acting like a conductor, waving his hands in midair constantly to the rhythm, all the while watching the guys and seeing whose expression wasn't full enough anymore. He walked up to him, hands clapped in front of him and said, laugh, laugh it up. Yes, yes, that's it. This brother, your expression is not festive enough. You just ran out of tune on that one. Under this command of his, the few sales clerks were obviously a bit disorganized. In the past, it was the customers who thought they were overdoing it and wanted them to tone it down a bit. The first time someone said they didn't perform enough and told them to exaggerate more, they really won't. At the moment, they only wished that this performance would end quickly. Su Chen's fans, as well as his friends, on the other hand, switched identities at this moment, from the role of just feeling embarrassed by all the attention, to the role of watching the action. As the saying goes, this embarrassment doesn't go away, it just shifts. At the moment, it was transferred from them to these store clerks, and the attention of the surrounding crowd of onlookers, at the moment, was away from the fans who were celebrating their birthdays. It shifted to these store clerks who were performing. It's so funny, this guy is too much of a social cow. Yeah, whisper it, I'm actually having a birthday today too, but I didn't even dare to make a noise about it because I was worried about too much social death. This guy's a cow, giving these store clerks a chance to not be able to do it. Ha ha. This is the first time I've seen a customer like this. It's so funny. Old Qin and Yang Mi, a few of them, also sat down at the table next to Su Chen and the others at this moment. At this moment, looking at Su Chen's commanding appearance, they all laughed and shivered. Sure enough, they were right in thinking that Su Chen hadn't come over to stop it. Instead, they came over to join them. That's what it's called. Fighting fire with fire. Ha 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 ha. Brother Tatsu is so awesome. Honestly, with what I know of Tatsu, I thought of he'll join and I didn't realize he'd become commanding officer straight away. Ha ha ha, indeed. I thought the best thing about Tatsu was just joining them and singing and dancing together. But I didn't think he'd skip right past that and start ruling them. Sure enough, this is my brother Tatsu. Just so awesome. I have a feeling that these store clerks are going to be socially terrorized by Tatsu. Store clerk, never encountered this before either. Ha ha ha. Clerk, where did this guy come from? Can anyone pull him off? Ha ha. Clerk, Mom, I want to go home. Under Su Chen's command, a happy birthday song was finally sung, and the clerks who were performing were all sweating and red-faced by now. The moment the song ended, they all had the feeling that they had finally come to life. There was only one thought at the moment, and that was to hurry up and escape from this place of wrongdoing. However, how could Su Chen let them off so easily? Before they could even open their mouths to say their closing remarks, Su Chen grabbed the opportunity to speak first. He was seen shaking his head with a critical look on his face. No, 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 no. But then, it's not your performances that are the problem. The main reason, it's still the song. Tell you what, I'll pick a song for you, teach you how to sing it, and in the future, if you ever celebrate someone's birthday again, you'll use that song, guaranteed to work exceptionally well. Hearing Su Chen's words, Those few people all despaired. I had thought the show was over and I would finally be able to get away with it. As a result, who would have thought that Su Chen would come back with such a hand? So much for directing them to sing Happy Birthday. How dare they say their song doesn't work and they need to teach a new one? This is outrageous. Su Chen, on the other hand, was mentally spitting on them at this moment. It's true that the entertainment industry in this world doesn't work. Not even the songs say bye-bye to trouble from the previous world. It's still him who's out to do it. Chapter 167, Say Goodbye to All Your Worries. Chapter 167, Saying Goodbye to All Worries. Those few sales clerks were all dumbfounded at this moment. Said he had never seen such a social cattle customers. It's not enough to direct them to sing Happy Birthday, but to teach them a new song? So do they learn, or don't they? And Su Chen's birthday fans their table. This moment one by one all lowered their heads and covered their mouths, in a sneaky smile. I can't blame them, mainly because this bipolar reversal just makes them feel so comfortable. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on the faces of these clerks, it was almost as if they had just done the same thing. No, it should be more than they ever have. As for old Qin and Yang Mi, they were also discussing in whispers at this moment. Su Chen is too awesome, isn't it? Just joining them isn't enough. This is trying to rule them, old Qin exclaimed. But what song is Su Chen going to teach them? It can't be that this is all prepared in advance. Yang Mi said with a surprised look on her face. I don't know. What else can we sing on this birthday? Several people were confused, faced with the expectant eyes around here, faced with the cluelessness of a couple of store clerks. Su Chen stood in front of them and began his teaching performance. Come on, everyone sing along with me. Say goodbye to all your worries. Say hi to all the joy. The upbeat tune coupled with these festive lyrics instantly made those in attendance feel invigorated. Unconsciously, he swung his body to the melody that Su Chen was singing. Each one looked in better spirits than a moment ago. That's a good song. Seems kind of catchy? Yes. It sounds so festive and moody. This tune is so magical. I want to sing along, the surrounding onlookers said at this moment. And those few sales clerks, who had refused inwardly, but after hearing Su Chen's song, eyes gradually brightened as well. They thought at first that Su Chen had just come over to cause trouble. What's a birthday celebration if not the happy birthday song? Even if the strange guest in front of me did sing some kind of song, it would have to be a very odd one, the kind that was impossible to listen to at all. However, after Su Chen opened his mouth, they were truly shocked. It's so special and the tune is so upbeat. It's simply much more dynamic than the happy birthday song they sang before. If they learn it, they'll sing it to their birthday customers afterward. That vibe must have been 1,000 times better before. At the thought of it, they were instantly energized, sweeping away the dull and disgusted appearance before. He was very active and proactive and Su Chen learned. This teacher, how do you sing the first line? Can you teach us again? The shopkeeper who was in charge asked. You can, but I'm only going to teach you one more time. Oh, pay attention and hear me. Say bye-bye to all your troubles. Ready, sing. Under Su Chen's command, those few sales clerks also sang along. Not to mention, a few of them have some literary skills. The singing was surprisingly decent, and not too out of tune. Su Chen taught one sentence, and they sang along with it. By the time they had sung the whole thing, they had basically learned it completely. The ability to learn is still strong. However, after this one sing-along, a few of them were still feeling a bit underwhelmed. A quick turn of the head reveals, off to the side, a snickering, birthday fan with her head down. Since the birthday girl's friend taught us such a nice tune, let's start over and perform it for the birthday girl. That fan was having a good time, and when he heard that, he was struck by lightning. What's going on? Isn't his part over? How did it circle back around? That's making yourself suffer twice in a row. He turned his gaze for help to Su Chen, wanting him to help him. However, Su Chen didn't look at him. Instead, he nodded his head very agreeably in favor of what these few shopkeepers were saying. That's right, practice makes perfect. Then let's just come and perform at once to consolidate it. Su Chen said with a big wave of his hand. Alright, a few of us will sell our efforts, and you, the customer, will test the results of your teaching. That clerk nodded excitedly and said. So, without waiting for the birthday boy to refuse, the men instantly surrounded him and sang. Say goodbye to all your worries. Say hi to all the joy. This time the show was more sold out and more hilarious than ever before. That fan is dying to get under the table right now. I thought to myself, didn't this Tatsu say he came to help himself? How did he fall back so quickly? It didn't feel like he was here to save himself from the fire, but like he was here to cheer on these store clerks. The birthday boy was embarrassed, but the scene of his, others are active at the moment. They were all caught up in the upbeat tune. There were some bold ones who sang along with them at that moment. Some of the more timid ones grunted in whispers just audible to themselves. At this time, Su Chen waved his hand at them. Come on, Don't even hold back. Come over here. Everyone, let's get high. Being greeted by Su Chen in such a manner, these few people had also been unable to hold back for a long time. The flood of power in their bodies instantly erupted, and one by one, they all gathered in front of their table, sang together. Say goodbye to all your worries. Say hi to all the joy. This huge singing voice directly spread out from inside this store, spreading to half of the floors in this mall. Some of the people passing by the entrance were drawn to the song. Standing in the doorway, he peered in from time to time. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of my brother Chen. This scene is simply grand with him drumming it up like this. Why do I get the feeling that it's New Year's Eve? You don't say. This song is really good. It's so brainwashing. Ha ha ha. Yes, I'm singing along at this point. What's the point of singing along? I'm dancing now. I can't stop. I've never heard this song before. Is it hard to believe that it's a Tatsu original? It's possible. With lyrics this upbeat, it's probably only someone with Tatsu's personality could create them. Tatsu is so talented too. He can even write songs. Love love love. You should be asking what is it that my Tatsu won't do? No. Isn't Tatsu here to help the fan out? Why do I feel like this fan's embarrassment is aggravated now? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, indeed. The dude hates to get under the table at this point. Dude is probably thinking, the pleasure is all yours, not mine. Chapter 168, if you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 168, join if you can't beat them. Ha ha ha, I thought I was inviting a savior, but I didn't expect to invite a big winner for the other side. Don't be so hasty, everyone. Brother Chen is a reliable person. He must have a backhand. Let's just wait and see. Upstairs, you have a lot of words, so I'll take your word for it. On the scene, these shoppers plus these onlookers were singing with increasing joy. It simply doesn't stop. The more upbeat the atmosphere, the harder they sang. The harder they sang, the more upbeat this atmosphere became. And the viewers of the broadcast were right. The pleasure was all someone else's. Nothing to do with the main character in this one. The fan who had a birthday. At this moment, all I want to do is hurry up and end this farce. At this moment, he only hated that he didn't know any recluse techniques and couldn't disappear from here instantly. However, Su Chen was not an unreliable person. Naturally, he could see the embarrassment of his fans. What he wanted to do, though, was to cure him of this awkward feeling at its source. So, he was seen going up to the fan, pulling him up by the hand and rushing at him loudly. I'll tell you the secret, and that's to join if you can't beat them. Look how high everyone is. Get high together. The fan was pulled up, still awkwardly handcuffed. However, after hearing Su Chen's words, he subconsciously swung his arms along, following the rhythm of that music. He actually felt as if it was not bad. So, he tried again, dancing a few times to this music. This one was all over the place. He felt himself becoming bolder, and the awkwardness, it seemed, slowly disappeared with him. Come on, sing together. Su Chen rushed at him again at this moment. So, with the encouragement of his idol, that fan got the guts to sing the first line, and say goodbye to all your troubles. As soon as the first line was sung, he immediately felt different up. No wonder these people look so crazy it, together with this matter. So fun So, he completely let go of his baggage and sang and danced with everyone and got high. At the same time, Yang Mi and Old Qin, who were at the next table, were also driven by the cheerful scope. Just out of respect, they all just sat in their seats and swung their bodies slightly. Didn't get up to join in. It's hilarious. I feel like it's been a long time since I've had this much fun, Hotba said as she leaned into Yang Mi's ear. Yang Mi said with a nod of her head as she swayed. Yeah, after being made so by Su Chen, I feel as if there's nothing wrong with this way of spending your birthday. I kind of want to be celebrated like this. Old Qin sniffed and turned his head violently to look at her. Really? If you say yes, we can throw you a party to that specification when you have your birthday. Yang Mi knew that Old Qin had no good intentions as soon as she saw him, and she was thinking of how to trick herself at that time. So she said, with a glance of her head, there's no need for you to prepare it. If you want to find me, you have to find Su Chen too. Honey, I kind of can't help it. I want to go over there and get high with them. At this moment, Hataru said stupidly. In fact, Yang Mi had this idea. There's just some idle baggage she can't let go of. While they were hesitating, Su Chen acted as if he had heard their words, burrowed through the crowd. Why are you guys still sitting around? Come over and get high with us. After saying that, he pulled Old Qin out without saying a word. Old Qin was influenced by Su Chen, and this cheek was much thicker than before. Soul joined right in and danced together. And Yang Mi and Hotba, who had been encouraged by Su Chen, also went out on a limb, got up and walked over to the crowd and danced together. Gradually, it went from half a restaurant to one. It doesn't seem to be a fondue restaurant anymore. but a late-night bounce house. No, it's almost a little more lively than a bouncy stage. I don't know how many times the song that Suchin taught has been sung, and that birthday fan should have received the most birthday wishes he's had since he was a kid. Almost everyone in the store came over and said happy birthday to him. He was naturally still a bit shy at first, not quite comfortable being the center of attention among the crowd for the time being. However, after more people came, he grew accustomed to it. Instead of feeling embarrassed, I'm enjoying it. So that's what it feels like to be in the limelight. Such an enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for more than an hour before the crowd finally stopped exhausted. Everyone also went to their places and went back to their seats and continued eating. Just now, this carnival, physical strength are almost exhausted. This moment is just the right time to replenish the replenishment. The shopkeepers, on the other hand, looked at Su Chen with grateful faces. This gentleman, thank you for teaching us such an awesome song. Can we sing this song when we celebrate other people's birthdays afterward? Facing his question, Su Chen replied very generously. Of course you can. The song is original to me, but the copyright is completely open to me. Everyone can just use it. The few sales clerks were immediately excited at these words. To be honest, they had fallen deeply in love with this song, and if Su Chen didn't let them sing it in the future, they would really be a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, if Su Chen wanted them to buy the copyrights, they really couldn't afford it for a small hot pot restaurant. But he hadn't thought that Su Chen would say that he would let them sing whatever they wanted. Thank you so much, sir. You're a real sweetheart. Sir, from now on you are our master. Master, please accept my disciple's bow. One of the shopkeepers said that he was about to kneel down and perform the ritual of paying homage to Su Chen. Su Chen hastily pulled him back. Don't. Brother, you're being serious. Worship is really not so much. It took a good deal of persuasion to finally get this one up. The clerks left with 1,000 thanks. At this time, the fan who had a birthday very excitedly walked to Su Chen's front. He just danced extra hard in the second half. Maybe because he felt like it was his home turf. His face was still red at this point, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Tatsu, thank you so much. I've had such a happy and memorable birthday. That fan said excitedly. What's the matter? You don't blame me? I've made the death of your society even more complete. Su Chen deliberately said jokingly. The fan smiled nervously. Of course I don't hate it. I realize now that you had good intentions. You're getting to the root of it. Curing me. Hearing this, old Qin was confused on the sidelines. Is this brother stupid? Why can't I understand what he's saying? Chapter 169, Succession. Chapter 169, Succession. The intelligent Yang Mi had understood what that brother meant at this moment. She gave old Qin a disgusted look and said, why are you so stupid? What this dude means is that Su Chen fights poison with poison. Cured him of his social fears at the root of the problem, so that he doesn't have to be afraid of situations like the one he's in today. Old Qin came to a realization after hearing this. So that's what it means. You really didn't think of that layer. Which layer can you think of? Qin, Hataru spat out promptly. Go. Now even you little ninny dare to snark on me, right? Old Qin waved his hand at Hataru. For her part, Hataru smiled mischievously at him. Not at all afraid anymore. Ha. Old Qin really has the lowest status within the team. Poor old Qin. Always the one who gets spit on. This shows that our old Qin has a good character. Never bothering, haha. I just like old Qin's kind of character. I want to be friends with old Qin so much. Ha. Upstairs, I think you're trying to tease old Qin. Is it that obvious to you? Ha. Just ask who wouldn't want a friend like old Qin. At this moment, that fan was still pulling Su Chen's hand and expressing passionately. Brother Tatsu, I really understand your good intentions. I know that there's no use hiding in this situation. And if you can hide this time, there might be a next time. I can't ask for your help every time. Brother Tatsu, it's better now. I'm not afraid. I feel like I'm getting stronger. On the opposite side, Su Chen looked at this brother's serious expression and forced himself to hold back his laughter. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about it that much. He'd actually wanted to join one of these birthday games and get high for a long time. As it turned out, this brother offered him that opportunity. He was having a good time, too, and pulled the dude right up. Of course, he was also thinking that if he couldn't beat them, then he would join them. But it didn't occur to me that the healing was so good. Straight up cured the dude of his sociopathy. It seems some people aren't really sociopaths. They're just lacking in trying to open themselves up. In the face of this brother in front of him being so sincere in his acknowledgement, Su Chen naturally accepted it with pleasure. He patted the brother on the shoulder and said with a solemn face, "No need to thank a brother. It's good that you understand. I wish you the best of luck in your journey to the social cattle after that. Thank you for your blessing, Brother Chen. Don't worry, Brother Chen. From now on, you'll be my master." I'll definitely inherit your mantle, that brother said with a serious face. Why does this sound so awkward to me? Su Chen chattered to himself. Inheriting his mantle. Why does it sound like he's going to die soon? And, how is it that 1 by 1, 2 by 2, they all want to recognize him as their master? At this rate, wouldn't he be a peach of a man? But looking at this red-faced, still excited fan in front of him, Su Chen still had a smile on his face. Forget it. It's his birthday. He's the boss. One will not bother with him about the improper wording. Ha ha, Brother Chen has taken in several disciples in such a short while. Right. Why do I see Tatsu's expression? It doesn't look like he's too happy? This brother is the one who can talk and inherit the mantle. Ha ha ha, talking about how it looks like you're going to give our Tatsu away. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? That's something I can't allow. We need the existence of social cows in this world. Yes, 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 yes. It feels like so many things I want to do that I don't dare to do. Brother Tatsu has helped me realize. Looking at it this way, Brother Tatsu was simply Dory-mana. That fan took Su Chen's hand again and appreciated it. That's when I finally went back to eating properly. Su Chen, on the other hand, returned to old Chin's and their table. It was only a long time since the food they had ordered at this table had come up, but none of them moved their chopsticks. Even this snacker, Hatba, surprisingly did not go on a food spree in the face of a table of food. Mainly, the atmosphere was just so lively that their attention was drawn away. Not at all on top of these dishes. It was only when Su Chen returned that he greeted everyone and ate. They had been at it most of the day, and they were all indeed hungry, and ate feverishly. As he was eating, the clerks, who had just been there, came over with several plates of meat. Customer, to show our appreciation to you, these are from a few of us. At the same time, I've also applied for a benefit with the store manager, so our table can be free. The shopkeeper who was in charge said. For the moment, Hatba's eyes lit up when she saw the meat in their hands. The show was over, and once again her cravings regained control. It's not a good time to eat. Su Chen, on the other hand, without any excuses, the goodwill of these clerks was accepted graciously. I won't pretend to be polite with you. I'll take this, but then, this meal should still be accounted for. After all, I don't have to spend any money, Su Chen said with a wave of his hand. Director Yen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this on the monitor at this moment. You Su Chen, you really don't let me save money at all, do you? For him, though, this live broadcast alone has made a fortune. What's one fondue meal? Ha ha ha, Brother Tatsu, the first person to pit a director in the variety industry. Brother Chen is not trying to save Director Yen any money at all. Director Yen has made so much money. What's wrong with letting him bleed a little? Ha ha ha, Director Yen is crying in the toilet. Under Su Chen's own power, Director Yen became the humblest director, and of course the richest. Ha ha ha, another challenge completed. What's next for Tatsu? What other ideas do you all have? Hurry up and put them forward. There won't be a store after this village. I'm really out of ideas. Maybe I'm not enough of a social cow to come up with anything explosive at all. I'm often out of step with the world because I'm not sick enough. Su Chen ate while looking at the pop-ups from the netizens. He smiled helplessly when he saw that everyone was racking their brains to figure out what they were going to make themselves do. Sure enough, there is a wall between social cows and ordinary people. Ask them to come up with ideas to do it themselves and they can't come up with any. You've been given a chance, and you're no good at it. At this moment, Su Chen had also eaten almost as much. He wiped his mouth and rushed to the air. Since no one can think of anything, let me have free reign. What I do, what you see is what you get. Chapter 170, Reducing the Name Scene. Chapter 170, Reducing the Name Scene. The live feed instantly perked up when they heard this. Yeah, Tatsu is free to play. The proposition essay Tatsu did such an excellent job. The free play would be heavenly. I'll be damned. This is something I'm looking forward to. I'd like to see what kind of explosive things Tatsu can do. Well, it's long overdue for Tatsu to be given free reign. Ha ha ha. I see that Brother Chen has been holding this idea in his heart for a long time, and has finally found the opportunity. People are worried about what over-the-top challenges the netizens will give. But not Tatsu. Tatsu will just resent us for not being perverted enough. What is Tatsu going to do? Can you reveal it in advance? As the live audience wondered, so did Hatba. She first dipped a large chopstick of beef in the sesame sauce and stuffed a bite inside her mouth. Then slurring his words, he approached Su Chen and asked, Brother Su Chen, what do you want to go do later? Haven't thought about it yet. I'll just go out on the street in a while and play randomly. Su Chen replied. So can we tag along too? Hataru asked, blinking her big eyes. Suit yourselves, just stay away from me and don't interfere with my play. Oh, but there are times when I might need you guys to make a friendly appearance and cooperate with me. Suchan said. Hearing this, Hataru's big eyes lit up. I can. Brother Suchan, I can cooperate with you. Although, Hatba herself is not a social cow, she has long been envious of Suchan's character, since it was something he didn't dare to do on his own. It would be good to go and experience it under Suchan's leadership. However, in her excitement, she didn't notice. A bad smile appeared on Suchan's face. She wouldn't know at this moment what price she would pay for what she had just said. Hoder herself hadn't noticed Suchan's expression, but the netizens in the live broadcast room had truly seen it. Vomit ho! This smile of Tatsu's. It looks very uncomplicated. When Tatsu smiles, it feels like Hataru is going to be punked. That's right. Ha ha, pray for Hatba. Hatba, you even dare to take the initiative to say in Suchen cooperation. Suchen's character is you have never seen. Old Sheen is not enough to be a foregone conclusion? Ha ha ha, Hatba might just want a challenge. No, it's mainly because Hataru felt that Suchen wouldn't screw her over. But Suchen's expression said it all. One can only wish Hatba good luck. After finishing their meal and letting Director Yen settle the bill, the group walked out of the hot pot restaurant. At the entrance, Suchen separated from them and walked ahead alone with the miniature device for live broadcasting, while Old Sheen and the others were at the back, following step by step, all speculating in their hearts. What the hell is Suchen going to do here? Walking down the street, Suchen looked ahead and saw several vendors setting up stalls along the street. Another seller of specialties, fruits, and handicrafts. He had an idea in his mind. Punching the live feed, he said, everyone has seen Andy Lau, right? A classic movie Conquest as a past life. This world is also there. The clip of Lu Huaqiang buying a melon was equally impressive to the crowd. Several years have passed and the segment is still a topic of conversation. I know Huaqiang well. Huaqiang buying melons? I can't tell you how many times I've seen this clip. Brother Chang is the #1 ruthless man in my heart. And Brother Chen, that's tied. Not me. Brother Tatsu will always be #1 in my heart. And now Brother Chang can only come in second. Upstairs, you're the one who knows how to kiss ass. You must be in a good position. What do you mean, Tatsu? Why the sudden mention of Kung? Looking at the pop-ups, everyone's enthusiastic feedback. Suchen's heart knew what to expect. He nodded and continued to punch the air. In that case, how about I recreate for you today the classic clip of Huaqiang buying a melon? After saying that, he turned the camera around a bit and shone it at the vendor there in front of him. See that melon vendor? Suchen pointed ahead and said. The audience in the live broadcast room, at this moment, saw that not far in front of Suchen, there was a watermelon vendor. It's sitting in front of his melon stand right now, smoking a cigarette. The man was also a bit fierce looking, with a face of horizontal meat and sharp eyes. It should be said not to say. And Huaqiang melon seller, that stall owner, that has a few similarities. At the very least, this ruthlessness is definitely not lost. I'll go. No way, Tatsu. Play that big? Brother Chen. This isn't a joke. This stall owner looks like he's not to be messed with. Brother Tatsu, are you serious? This peddler has a knife in his hand. Tatsu is taking the lives to play with. Or not. Although I say that I'm looking forward to seeing Tatsu restore this famous scene, I'm still a bit worried about Tatsu's safety. I think you're all overthinking it, right? It's a law and order society now. How dare that guy do anything? Don't worry, everyone. Brother Chen definitely has something in mind. It won't be dangerous. That's right. It's broad daylight. What are you afraid of? Looking forward to returning the original name scene. Looking at everyone's concern for himself, Suchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, everyone. I know in my heart that I won't put myself in any danger. As long as people want to see it, then I'll show it to them. After saying that, he walked straight towards the melon vendor. At this moment, Old Sheen and the others watched Suchen's movements from the back with a bewildered look on their faces. What is Suchen saying to the netizens here? Old Sheen asked. I don't know. The chatter is hot. I guess they have discussed some kind of challenge program. I don't know what it is. Go. Hurry up and follow them to see. Several people said, hurrying after them. Meanwhile, the Constant store. Sun Honglei had just finished filming a scene at this moment and was about to go to his nanny car to rest. Just then, his little assistant hurriedly ran over and handed him his cell phone, saying excitedly, Brother Honglei, look, someone is trying to imitate your famous scene of buying melons. When Sun Honglei heard that, he was a little hesitant. Imitating yourself buying a melon? Although this scene has been widely publicized over the years, few people have dared to imitate it. Are the young people so crazy nowadays? They really dare to imitate? Is it some kind of life-threatening netizen again? Sun Honglei asked. The little assistant shook her head vigorously. No, It's a star who's been particularly hot lately, popular as a social humper. Call Southern. That's one of his social cow challenge programs. Hearing this, Sun Honlei took the phone with a suspicious face. Chapter 171, is this melon ripe? Chapter 171, is this melon ripe? Sun Honlei wanted to see who was so bold. How dare you follow his example of buying melons? Honestly, that bridge is just for a TV show. If you put it in your daily life, he wouldn't even dare to do that. After all, that melon vendor's knife was fast. Just after seeing Su Chen's company on the screen, Sun Honlei let out a yawn. This young man is quite handsome. He had recently spent all day on the set filming, and didn't know anything about Su Chen's fire on the internet. This is the first time I've seen him. This Su Chen is not handsome. The small assistant at the site added at this moment. You are not to know that he is especially talented. He got out of the ring in a big way before by socializing with the Hummers, and ended up writing his own screenplay, which is said to be exceptionally good. Hearing this, Sun Honlei snorted with some disdain. How good can it be? Is the script that easy to write? I'm afraid it's just another marketing number blowing it out of proportion. For theater, Sun Honlei is still very serious. He can't see people trashing scripts, much less having all the resources on top of a bad script, disrupting this market. The small assistant at the side hastily waved her hand and explained. Brother Honlei, this time is different. Su Chen's script was certified by even director Zhang. Which director Zhang? Sun Honlei asked. Which other director Zhang? Naturally, is director Zhang emo. What? Director Zhang certified it? Sun Honlei was incredulous. Director Zhang's character and taste? Sun Honlei is still immensely convinced. When he says yes, he must not be intentionally blowing it off either. Yeah, and director Zhang, in order to be able to direct this scene, not only did he bring his own capital into the group, he also willingly gave Su Chen a second-in-command. Not only that, Zhang Zi, Hua Zai, and Mr. Chen Daoming have all volunteered to star in this drama. Hearing this, Sun Honlei was completely confused. Zhang Zi, Hua Chai, Chen Daoming. If you take out any one of these three people, they are all big names. Several of them are involved? Then this drama has won in terms of lineup. Sun Honlei exclaimed. No, none of these guys have joined yet, because Su Chen directly rejected Zhang Zi, while Hua Zai and Mr. Chen Daoming are going to audition for one of the supporting roles, for a PK. The little assistant continued. Now, Sun Honlei was completely stunned. He felt that the world had changed too much after he had been closed for a few days on the set for filming. Bigger than he'd recognize. Chen Daoming and Hua trying out for a supporting role PK, and a young freshman, non-professional screenwriter wrote the script. Each one of these is outrageous when taken apart, and when combined, it's a huge departure. At this point, the young assistant added, the day after tomorrow is the audition PK between Hua and Mr. Chen Daoming, and it will be broadcast live then. After the initial shock, Sun Honlei calmed down to think. The people I just mentioned are all powerful and famous celebrities. They've been so crazy in droves, and that's certainly not without reason. It meant that this Su Chen must be something. At the moment he was, more than anything, curious as to just how good Southern's script is. Is there a play for me the day after tomorrow? Sun Honlei asked. Lei, you're the main character. A whole day's play the day after tomorrow. Sun Honlei thought about it and said, take a half day off from the director for me. I have to see this live broadcast the day after tomorrow before I can do that. Hearing this, the little assistant was also not expecting that Sun Honlei would be willing to take a vacation for this matter. You have to know that he is a workaholic. Usually filming that are minor injuries is the least favorite leave. However, the little assistant was able to understand. After all, this matter of Su Chen was too explosive. It was normal for Sun Honlei to want to see the live broadcast. Okay brother Lei, I'll go arrange it. At this moment, Sun Honlei then returned his attention to the cell phone screen. Only at this moment, Su Chen had already walked to the front of that melon selling stall. Su Chen walked up to the melon stall, and the stall owner, who looked just as fierce as he was, warmly rose to greet him. Little brother, buying melons? Su Chen looked at the watermelon with a critical eye and asked the first sentence. Do you keep this melon ripe? The stall owner hadn't noticed anything yet and remained enthusiastic. It must be ripe. It's sweet, and you don't have to pay if it's not. I'll just ask you if this melon is kept ripe or not. Su Chen continued to ask in an unkind tone. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room all tensed up with it. I can't even breathe. Sun Honlei, on the other hand, smiled knowingly and turned his head to charge the little assistant. You don't say. He said those two lines like that. Acting is a bit of a thing. Ah. At this moment, the vendor had sensed a hint of something wrong. The face got a little ugly. However, as a businessman, he knew the principle that harmony breeds wealth. so he still smiled and said, "This little brother. You can rest assured that I can open the melon for you on the spot. The melon is not ripe by this carload of watermelons are sent to you." He felt that he had been sincere in saying so, but on the opposite side, Su-chen didn't seem too satisfied. Su-chen's looks at this moment still had a smile on his face, and the state of Lu Huaxiang at the time could be said to have reached 100% similarity. "I'm asking you if this melon stays ripe." As the words fell, the face of the vendor across the street suddenly turned gloomy. In the middle of the live broadcast, the audience was on edge. I'll go. Su-chen is too brave. He actually dares to ask. Scared me to death. This stall owner's face sank and that look in his eyes was really scary. Ooh, Tatsu, hurry up and run. It's too dangerous. It feels like Tatsu was practically giving us a live broadcast with his life. It was so scary. I got nervous through the screen. How on earth did Tatsu hold back from running away? Brother Tatsu, from this moment on, I respect you as a man. Does the program group have any security measures? Make sure to keep our brother Chen safe. Not far away. Old Chin and the others were pretending to pick in front of another stall. In reality, the attention was on Su-chen's side. At this moment, they had already reacted to the fact that Su-chen was recreating the classic scene of Hua Chang buying a melon. Feeling the increasingly grave atmosphere next to him, Old Chin couldn't help but sigh. Su-chen is also too brave. This melon vendor looks fierce and he dares to challenge him. And Janmi and Hotba, they were nervous. Su-chen, he won't be in any danger. Right. That stall owner's eyes look so scary. Old Chin, why don't you go over and help Su-chen? Yang Ni proposed. Hearing this, Old Chin was speechless. I'm scared too. My life is a life too. Chapter 172, Who told you to set up a stall here? Chapter 172, Who told you to set up a stall here? However, after saying this, Old Chin was still a bit weak. Looking back in Su-chen's direction, thinking to himself, he and Su-chen were considered brothers in any case. It seemed a bit of a stretch for him not to step in and help his brother at this time. But despite what his mind thought, his body was honest. My feet felt like lead, and I couldn't take a step. Just then, the stallholder spoke. At this moment, the smile on the stall owner's face had been completely hidden. It made his already somewhat menacing face look even more terrifying. If a timid person was opposite him, I'm afraid that without him opening his mouth, he would have already been scared to the point of weak legs by the aura he did emanate around him. But who was Su-chen? Since he dared to initiate this challenge, it meant that he had enough guts and enough methods to deal with such a situation. Dude, what do you mean? Deliberately coming to cause trouble, aren't you? The stall owner said in a bad tone. What am I looking for? I'm just asking you if this melon is guaranteed to be ripe or not. Su-chen still had that leathery smile, still repeating his question. As he watched, the vendor was completely enraged by Su-chen. It felt that if anger could be visualized, the top of the stall owner's head must be burning with flames at the moment. At this moment, even Director Yen was starting to get nervous. He rushed at the bodyguards in a hurry. Hurry up to the front and keep an eye on Su-chen's side. In case that stall owner makes any moves, you guys must be the first to protect Su-chen. A few bodyguards sniffed and pretended to be passers-by as they walked towards Su-chen's direction, all the while mentally sputtering. This Su-chen to mess with who is not good. Have to go to mess with a melon seller. Don't you know that people have knives? They're scared to look at them, but duty calls. They still had to keep a string taut to protect Su-chen's safety. No way. Su-chen still dares to continue provoking. It feels like that stallholder has just made another ultimatum. It's time to pull out the knife next. Don't say that this stall owner can't stand it. Even if it were me with this temper, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Did Su-chen play this hand a little too much? How should this end? Brother Chen, I advise you to run. Saving your life is most important. The pop-ups were worried for Su-che. Sun Honglei looked at this scene and also shook his head. This young man nowadays, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven. How dare you continue to provoke even in this situation? It looks like you've never suffered a loss. At this rate, sooner or later you're going to get a big lesson. At this moment, he was even more puzzled in his heart. As far as Su-chen was such a reckless person, what a great script to be able to write. This director Zhang and Hua, Chen Daoming and Zhang Zi, they couldn't have all been brainwashed or compelled by him. It's what makes the behavior so disconcerting. In front of the melon stall, after Su-chen asked another question about whether this melon was guaranteed to be ripe, the stall owner was completely furious. Uing. As he spoke, he reached down and felt around. Seeing this scene, everyone tensed up. Crap. The stall owner seems to be touching his knife. Old Chin said nervously. Hotba nervously grabbed Yang Mi's arm and said with a sobbing voice, Sister honey, what should we do? Brother Su-chen won't be in danger. Yang Mi was also nervous at this moment and stuttered her words. No, can't be. This light of day. He really dare to move the knife not? Director Yen was also nervous and stood up directly, rushing at those bodyguards through the intercom. Quickly, hurry to Su Chen's back and prepare to pull him away. The few bodyguards were nervous by now, but they were trained professionals after all. They quickly approached towards Su Chen while arranging their tactics. I'll go over there in a moment and pull Su Chen away first. The rest of you, go up and hold that vendor down. Remember, make sure you kick his knife away at the first opportunity. At this moment, the stall owner's hand was already touching the hilt of the knife and was about to pull it outside. The several bodyguards were also about to approach Su Chen and were about to pull him away. As for Yang Mi and Old Qin, they were too nervous to blink their eyes and looked at Su Chen's direction without moving. The heart was worried for him and prayed silently for him. The viewers in front of the screen, on the other hand, were holding their breath. At this moment, they even forgot to post pop-ups, just staring blankly at the screen. Time seemed to slow down a lot in this moment. Right at this moment of close calls and tension for 10,000 people, Su Chen spoke once again. This time, his face swept away the previous smirk and became serious, and the tone of voice. It's gotten tougher. Who let you set up a stall here? Su Chen snapped. When these words came out, the stall owner selling melons first froze, and his hand subconsciously loosened the hilt of his knife. Seeing this, the bodyguard's movement stopped, and Director Yan's voice came from among the headphones. Wait, the operation is suspended. Stay put. Everyone, at this point, hadn't quite reacted to what was happening. It just stared blankly in Su Chen's and their direction. What do you mean? The stall owner asked somewhat sheepishly. He does have a stall here, which is frankly a violation. If he looked deeper, he had little to go on. Who let you set up a stall here? Su Chen repeated again, his tone becoming more serious. This time, not only this melon seller, but even the stall owner next to him got nervous. Some have already started to silently pack up their things and prepare to run away. Their actions also affected the mindset of the melon vendor. It's not. I didn't know they didn't allow posing here. I see people are here, so I'm here. Then is it okay if I leave now? He carefully looked at Su Chen and asked. At this moment, everyone was confused when they saw Su Chen's actions. What kind of game is Su Chen playing? Old Qin said in disbelief. Brother Su Chen is winning with his wits, isn't he? He's caught this stall owner's handle, so he wants to threaten him with that? Hataru boldly guessed. However, both Old Qin and Yang Mi gave her looks of idiocy, and Hataru knew that she had guessed wrong. In front of the screen, Sun Honglei was also confused at this moment. This story was going in a direction that he hadn't expected at all. That's not right. My famous scene of buying melons doesn't have that part either? Where is this going? What's going on here? Tatsu? I can't read it. Is Tatsu posing as a manager? Shocking this stall owner? I'll go. Brother Chen is really smart. This way the stall owner is weak-minded and naturally doesn't dare to pursue him. The crisis is lifted. Chapter 173, Is it so dangerous to fall in love? Chapter 173, Is it so dangerous to fall in love? No. Why do I get the feeling things aren't that simple? Pretending to be this kind of staff is a no-no, right? Tatsu is on the air. Be careful. Tatsu seems to be playing a bit too big this hand. What is the directing team doing at this time? Why don't they hurry out and stop Su Chen? Director Yen was also confused by Su Chen's sudden reversal at this moment. Hearing Su Chen's question, experience told him that this Su Chen kid must have something else in mind. But the way this episode is going, it doesn't seem like it's going to air. Just as he was torn between interrupting the broadcast in a hurry or having someone intervene, Su Chen spoke once more. He looked at the big melon seller brother who was anxiously packing up his things, as well as the other vendors next to him who were ready to run away. Ha. Brother, don't be nervous, I'm just casually asking. If this place lets you set up stalls, I think I'll make some small goods to sell. The movement of the elder brother of the melon seller stopped. The movements of the people around them stopped in their tracks. They all cast puzzled gazes at Su Chen, and that gaze quickly transformed into anger. Big brother melon seller at this time. The hand silently reached down again. Look at this. Again to touch the knife. And it was at this moment of great tension, before anyone else could react, Su Chen got his feet wet and ran. The crowd only felt a black shadow flash before their eyes, and Su Chen's figure was no longer in front of the melon stall. By the time the crowd reacted, Su Chen had already run out a few dozen meters. He turned back and shouted at Old Qin and the others who were still in a daze. Hurry up and run. What are you waiting for? Old Qin and the others woke up as if in a dream and turned their heads, only to see the other vendors, led by that melon stall owner, had chased after them in unison. And in the hands of that leading melon stall owner, there was still a watermelon knife held up in plain sight. It shimmered with a chilling light in the reflection of the gaze. Old Qin and the others couldn't care less at this moment, turning his head and scattering. Director Yen was also confused at this moment. What kind of show are they filming here? How does it feel like they've gone from a love variety to a chase adventure type of show? Director, what are we going to do? What do we do? Hurry up and shoot after them. Those bodyguards, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with me to protect the safety of the guest of honor. Director Yen shouted with a big wave of his hand. That said, the scene does seem a bit outrageous. But Director Yen also knew that this was unavailable material. Just this image is definitely not seen inside any other variety show. Even if the script had been written, it wouldn't have been as real and immersive as this scene. And so, it was only on this street that such a strange picture appeared. Su Chen was alone in the front, running as fast as he could. Behind them, there was Old Chin and a few of them, running in circles. And in the back, there was a man with a watermelon knife in his hand and a fierce face, leading a group of people who were struggling to give chase. And behind them, there was a group of people carrying extremely, laboriously chasing after them. The crowds coming and going around the area, seeing the spectacle, stopped to watch. What's going on? Is it a movie? Seems like it, and aren't there a lot of camera-carrying people back there? But is it possible to get a shot from such a distance? I don't know. Maybe it's some new type of technology. But you don't say. These guys are pretty good actors. Yeah, it looks so real. And it's a big scene. I wonder what kind of movie it is. I'll definitely go see it when it's released. Just then, it happened that Director Yen and the others passed in front of these people. They couldn't help their curiosity as they shouted at Director Yen. Hey, what kind of movie are you guys shooting? We are the Love Synthesis. Director Yen had already run past, his voice hissing as it carried back down the wind from the front. The guys were even more confused when they heard it. What did he say? Love Synthesis? Our relationship so treacherous now? Seeing this scene at this moment, Sun Honglei couldn't help but hold his cell phone and laugh. Too amusing, too amusing. Why is this Su Chen so talented? Ha ha ha, who let you set up a stall here? It's really a good thing he thought of it. On the side, the little assistant was also a bit surprised to see Sun Honglei's appearance. He has an extremely high laugh track, and it's not often that you can watch a variety show that makes him laugh so hard. And this time, it was evident that it was completely and utterly conquered by Su Chen. This Su Chen is interesting. The young man is out of the ordinary. Very thoughtful. Now I feel like his script might actually be well written. I'd really like to pay it a visit if I get the chance. Persuade. By this point, Sun Honlei's tone was filled with regret. It's just a shame that he's filming and only has half a day's vacation, so he can't be there to see this audition PK live. If you could have been there, you could have seen Southern's script in an instant. The little assistant on the sidelines eyed a glance. It's not like there's no way around it. Lei, we've taken the day off anyway, so we'll just take a day off. Why don't you just fly over there and watch? As soon as the little assistant said this, a certain place in Sun Honlei's heart was rattled. The thought never lingered. After a moment, he nodded. Good. Then it's a deal. This kind of opportunity doesn't come along very often. It would be a shame to miss this one. You go and book the tickets now, and contact Su Chen and their side by the way. Make sure it's all taken care of. In the middle of the live broadcast, Su Chen was still running wildly for his life. The audience is laughing their asses off at this point. Ha ha ha, this story is going in a direction that I didn't expect at all. Su Chen is he's too talented. Did he think of escaping like this a long time ago? Su Chen, you kid. You just want to offend this big brother through and through and then run right. Su Chen is so brave. Just saying those words in front of so many people alone makes me break out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Su Chen, how dare you You are really not afraid of big brother hand inside the watermelon knife Ha ha ha. Director Yen and his directing team are running with their shoes falling off. They can't even catch up. This is a spectacular scene I wish I was there. Rather like being at a blockbuster movie. It was so much fun. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this more exciting than a blockbuster? How long is this going to run? I can see that Big Brother Melon Master is really angry, chasing after him for so long without stopping. My brother Tatsu won't be in danger. What if he gets caught up? However, the audience's fears proved to be unwarranted, because all that was seen was Su Chen making a turn at the intersection ahead and stopping on his own. Chapter 174, The Safest Place. Chapter 174, The Safest Place. Everyone was very worried when they saw Su Chen suddenly stop. The stall owners behind that are not too far away. This moment is going to catch up Old Chin and Yang Mi. They ran over first at this moment. Seeing Su Chen standing in front, he braked violently. Each of them was exhausted at this point, crouched in place, gasping for air. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? How? Why don't you run Old Chin asked. Yeah, Su Chen, if you don't run, those people are going to catch up. Brother Su Chen, we'd better hurry and run. That melon seller Big Brother's knife can be scary. They are so long. Hotbutt compared the length of the knife with his hand. It's scary to think about. but though their mouths said to run fast, indeed none of them moved a muscle. Because there's no energy. It's all gone. On the contrary, Su Chen, who was running the fastest, didn't seem to be very tired at this moment. Not in the least as bad as they were wheezing. There was only an unhurried smile and a shake of the head. No need to run. We're safe. Safe? Old Chin and the others looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen, on the other hand, moved his body and pointed at the building behind him. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, only to see that behind Su Chen was the police station. Indeed, there is no safer place to be today. A few people were just now completely relaxed, and they sat down on the ground, paralyzed. Su Chen, how did you know there was a police station here? Old Chin asked curiously. He had just followed behind and saw very clearly that Su Chen was very determined to run this way. That would mean that he didn't come across this police station by chance, but that he had planned his route well beforehand. I've observed it on the way here. When you do something, you have to be completely prepared in advance. Hearing this, Old Chin and the others all cast admiring glances at Su Chen. It felt like Su Chen was really awesome. It's amazing that these plans were made early on. They were the only ones who were foolishly kept in the dark, being led by Su Chen all the way. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also relieved at this moment, and at the same time, they felt shocked by Su Chen's meticulousness. I'll be damned. So Su Chen had an early plan. That's really awesome. It's really Su Chen, doing such a seamless job, causing me to worry for half a day just now. I told you so. Brother Su Chen wouldn't be such a reckless person to put himself in danger. Ha ha ha, great. There's no safer place than a police station. No need to worry now. I'm curious at this moment what that melon-selling big brother's face will be when he comes after him. Ha ha ha. As the audience had hoped, the melon seller's big brother soon caught up with him. They turned to look and saw Su Chen standing straight across the road at this moment. He was still surrounded by several others in bits and pieces, standing and lying down. Didn't these guys just picket my booth for half a day? Great. So you're all in on it together. Too much. Really think we are easy to bully, aren't we? Today I'll let you see how powerful we are. Several stall owners grouped together. Good boy. You've teased me, haven't you? Let's see if the sword in my hand agrees. As that melon stall owner said that, he aggressively walked towards Su Chen's direction. Right at this moment, a few people in police uniforms walked out from the middle of the police station behind Su Chen. What for? Put the knife down. Don't even look at what this place is. It was only now that those few vendors looked behind Su Chen. Just noticed what a place this is. The arrogance shriveled up. The elder brother of the melon owner hastily hid the watermelon knife he was holding. Good boy. To come to a place like this. Let's go, big brother. A good man is not a good man. A few people then turned their heads, put their feet up, and left in a cloud of dust. The men in police uniforms walked over to Su Chen. What's going on? What's going on? Being questioned by them, Old Chin and the others all hurriedly rose from the ground. One looked very nervous. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and fell back on his words as he rushed at the policeman. I'm sorry, comrade policeman. We're in the middle of a movie. As he spoke, he pointed the way he came, just in time to see Director Yen and their directing team, carrying the machine and chasing after them. The policeman saw the machine and had no doubts about Su Chen's words. Okay, you can't just shoot here. Change the place, the cop said. Su Chen hurriedly nodded his head. All right, all right, all right. This way. The police laughed and so did the vendors. The crisis was instantly lifted and they were all safe. Old Chin and the rest of them were already admiring Su Chen at this moment, and it wasn't enough to say that they were admiring him with their 5 bodies. Su Chen, you're too good. I was so nervous just now when the police uncle came over that I couldn't speak. As a result, you're still so calm. Old Chin gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Yes, brother Su Chen. Such a big crisis was even touched by you like this. You're great. Reba was filled with adoration. Director Yen and the others also came over at this moment. What's the deal? Those vendors just left? We just saw them go back when we came in, and were so startled that we thought they'd turned around and attacked us coming in. Director Yen palpitated and patted his chest. It was a lot of work for a while, but it scared the hell out of him. Without the need for Su Chen to speak, Old Chin pointed behind him. Director Yen, you don't even look at where this is. How dare those guys make a scene? Director Yen took such a look and instantly understood. At the same time, he was even more impressed with Su Chen. You kid. What a handful. At this moment, Sun Honlei had been completely conquered by Su Chen. Sure enough, with Su Chen's charm, conquering a Sun Honlei only required a few minutes of live content. At this moment, Sun Honlei had changed from the dislike and scrutiny of watching the live broadcast at the beginning to complete devotion and admiration. Awesome. That's awesome. You say, when we recorded the chicken strips, if Su Chen was there and in a group with me, wouldn't we be invincible? Sun Honglei exclaimed. At the same time, an idea arose in his mind. When the next installment of Chicken Stripes is recorded, say anything to invite Su Chen over, even if it's a flying guest. Not only that, but when the time came, he must also let Su Chen group with himself. Otherwise, it would be a gift to someone else. Then before that, he had to make good relations with Su Chen. Thinking about it, he had one more task for his trip the day after tomorrow. Chapter 175, Buying a Dress. Chapter 175, Buying a Dress. Sun Honglei had originally planned, the day after tomorrow just go over to the scene to see the audition PK of Chen Daoming and Hua Zai. After all, this is the kind of scene that you might only catch once in a lifetime. But after watching Su Chen's various performances in the live broadcast, he became interested in Su Chen himself, thinking that he must become friends with Su Chen. Though it was true that he definitely didn't have the chance to participate in this movie that Su Chen was currently filming. After all, Chen Daoming and Hua Chai, who were so much more than his curiosity, had to fight for a supporting role. He could say even less, but he could have laid a good foundation early on and gotten on good terms with Su Chen to prepare for later on. If Su Chen is really that talented, he must have more than one movie under his belt. Maybe I can mix up a lead role or something for myself. While Sun Honglei was beautifully planning all this, he didn't know Su Chen never chose people based on relationships. Otherwise, Old Qin and Yang Mi, they wouldn't have gotten half a role. On Su Chen's side, the crisis was lifted. The crowd also did some marathon training. It's a good moment to rest. Su Chen, it's almost time. We've been working so hard in and out of this house for half a day today. Isn't it time to go back? Old Qin proposed. The viewers of the live broadcast heard this and disagreed. What's the situation, Old Qin? How can you say such icy words with a body temperature of 37 degrees? Old Qin, you're being unkind. We haven't had a good time yet. How can you rush Su Chen off the air? Old Qin is bad silver. Brother Chen, don't go off the air. I'm having a good time. Give us another job. Yeah, we don't know when the next live broadcast will be, so give us more. The viewers in the live stream were calling for the whole job to continue, and Su Chen saw it. At that moment, Hotba snapped. Brother Su Chen, didn't you say you'd take me along with you for the whole job today? You haven't honored your promise yet. Hearing this, Su Chen had an idea in his heart. Originally, he had just been thinking about what other jobs he was going to have to straighten out. I didn't think that the hot bar would even come to my door by itself. Looking at Hotaru's innocent eyes, a wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Hotba didn't realize at the moment what she would be facing in a few moments. Well, I'm always a man of my word. Since you're so proactive, then I'll fulfill a wish for you, Su Chen said with a bad smile. Yay! Great! Hotaru was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all happy as well. Well, it's me, Hotba. Who knows to benefit us? Fairy Hoder is really beautiful and kind-hearted. It's great to have a live broadcast to watch again. Old Qin, look at the others. Ha ha, this round is a complete loss for Old Qin. Old Qin, you're losing hearts. Wow, a joint whole job between Su Chen and Hotba? That must be pretty explosive. The little benches have been moved. So let's get started. No, is it just me? Why do I feel that Su Chen's expression looks a bit off? Upstairs, I have the same feeling. It always feels like Hot Bar is going to be punked by Su Chen. On the road, Su Chen walked in front with Hotaru, and the rest of the group followed behind. At this moment, Yang Mi had some regrets in her heart. Why hadn't she just been more forthcoming like Hotba? In this way, could she not also walk beside Su Chen at this moment? Isn't it also a chance to do a whole job with Su Chen? However, at this moment, one could only look at Su Chen and Hotaru's back with bated breath, walking alone in the back. Of course, from the looks of it she wasn't alone, because she still has Old Qin and the others by her side. It was a pity that even 100 people around him couldn't compare to one Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, where are we going? Reba asked excitedly and doubtfully. To the mall. Su Chen replied. To the mall? Why? Going to a whole job inside a mall? Hotba questioned. No, go to the mall, said Su Chen, up and down the hot bar. It gave Hotba a momentary blush. Go to the mall and buy you a dress. Su Chen continued. Buy a dress? Could this be a reward from? Hotaru said in surprise. She really didn't think that cooperating with Su Chen's whole job, there was even a gift to receive. This 1TB Su Chen's false publicity, taking this opportunity just to want to give himself a gift. Thinking about it, Hotba began to rattle herself. Yeah, right, that must be it. Otherwise, what kind of job do you need to buy a dress first? Brother Su Chen must be using this way to express his feelings. The thought of it gave Hotba a rush of excitement. The little heart thumped. At this moment, It just so happened that he had already approached the entrance of the mall, and Su Chen walked in without hesitation. Behind them, Old Chin and Yang Mi were also confused when they saw Su Chen and the others go in. What the hell? What's with the trip to the mall? I don't know. Follow it up and find out. In the middle of the mall, Su Chen walked over from store to store. Hotba followed behind, feeling the dresses worn by the models in each window doorway. All very nice looking. Very much a favorite myself. But Su Chen seemed to be oblivious to these dresses and walked straight ahead. Hataru thought that perhaps Southern had some specific goal in mind. Maybe with his aesthetic. These dresses look good though, but it couldn't catch his eye. At that moment, it was just as the show's camera came in front of Hataru's face. Hotba looked at the camera and said quietly, "Brother Su Chen must be trying to help me choose the best looking dress in the world at this moment. Now I'm feeling so excited. So excited, oh, let's wait and see." When she finished, she smiled sweetly at the camera. Holy crap, that smile of Hotba's is so sugary and sweet. Ooh, Hotba is so beautiful. Hotba is so sweet. I'm going to pass out. It's so strange. Why did Southern bring Hotba to buy a dress? It can't be what I think it is. Upstairs, listening to you is like listening to you. Tell me what you think. Buying a skirt for a girl is a very ambiguous thing. Su Chen wouldn't be confessing his love to Hotba. Pass it on. Su Chen is going to confess his love to Hotba. Are they finally remembering that this is a romance variety show? I wonder what Su Chen's taste is like. It feels like Hotba is so happy right now. She can't even hide her smile. Chapter 176, A New Persona. Chapter 176, A New Persona. Hotba, what do you mean by reserved? All I know is that brother Su Chen is going to buy me a dress. The time to witness Tatsu's taste is coming. I wonder if Tatsu has the standard straight man vision. Su Chen led Hotoraba all the way to the front, and watched as he walked past the area for the teenage girl age group. Enter the area where the style of clothing is more mature. Just as Hotspur tried to make an exit to warn, Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Battle in front of a store window. Hotba followed Su Chen's gaze, only to see that the model in front of him was wearing a green dress. The style looks a little old-fashioned, like the kind of dress that mature young women wear. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Su Chen he can't be fancying this dress. Don't ah. However, reality hit Hotba in the head, because just as she hesitated, Su Chen had already walked inside the store with big strides. After walking in, he even poked his head out and waved at Hotba. What are you doing? Hurry up and get in here. Hotba could only walk in reluctantly. Behind them, Old Chin and Yang Mi and the others followed. Looking at the style of this store, Old Chin smacked his lips. Su Chen's taste makes me somewhat bad to evaluate. Yang Mi, suddenly I don't feel so envious of Hot Barb. After a few of them walked in, they only saw Su Chen's hands, holding the green dress that was on the model at the entrance. Hand it to Hotba and tell her to try it yet. Hotba, on the other hand, had a look of death on her face, holding that dress like it was a bag of dynamite. She just went into the fitting room. Ha ha ha, the best dress in the world. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, you're mocking Hotba so loud I heard you in another city. Hotba, I'm sorry, but this whole thing is just hilarious. Actually, Hotba is right. Maybe in Southern's mind, this is the best looking dress. I really didn't expect Su Chen's taste to be like this. Ha ha ha, it's actually not bad. Mature young woman style? Ask any man who doesn't have this fantasy. It feels like Hot Barb can age 10 years at once in this dress. It wasn't long before Hotba came out of the fitting room. Only the green dress perfectly outlined her curves. Hotba's body that is truly nothing to sneeze at. But even a great beauty like Hotspur still can't diminish the young woman's style on this dress. After Old Chin and a few of them saw it, they couldn't help but lower their heads one after another in sneer. Reba is such a great beauty, but she was dressed up like this by Su Chen. What a waste. Old Chin spat. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, cast a sympathetic look at Hataru. They imagined the dress if it had been on them. They're probably too embarrassed to go out and meet people. Not to mention, they're live at this point. This video will be on the internet forever. There's going to be one more dark secret about Reba. Hotba herself was feeling a little squirmy, and for the first time she felt so unsure of herself. Brother Su Chen, do I have to wear this dress? Su Chen nodded, looked up and down. Nice nice. It's the feeling I was going for. Just this one. Su Chen clapped his hands. Ha! Hataru tried to fight a little more, but before she could speak, Su Chen had then beckoned for the waiter to come over. Then he pointed to Director Yen, who was at the door, and said, I'll take the dress. Just get him to pay for it. Behind the monitor, 3 black lines ran over Director Yan's head. Why does he have to pay again? He didn't say that the show's funding included selling dresses to female guests. However, he also knew that Su Chen definitely had his intentions for buying the skirt. He was also curious about what was going to happen next. It's not just a dress. just buy it. So it was just a matter of dutifully going to the checkout. Ha ha ha, no way. Su-chan actually bought this dress for Hotba? You don't say. This dress it really. Sorry, I really can't boast. Have the next one. Ha ha ha. The next person is also in a difficult situation. What does it say about this dress it? Well, it's a skirt. Well, that's quite a green color. Heartbreaking Hotba. Ha ha ha. I had a feeling before that a hot baba beauty would look good wrapped in a sack, but now it seems that the dress is not as good as a sack. Actually, the dress isn't ugly. It just looks a little more mature on you. Well, there's a little mom feeling going on. Bought the dress and walked out of that store. Hotaru always felt like the ones around her were looking at her with measuring eyes. It's all over the place. Brother Su-chan, what are we going to do next? Reba asked. Let me tell you about the characterization first. Su-chan said. Characterization? Hotaru but got a little excited. It turns out that Su-chan's brother's plan is so grand. There is even a character set. Yeah. Your identity is? My little mom. Su-chan spoke out of turn. Those present all froze. They somewhat doubted their ears. Either their ears were crazy, or Su-chan was crazy. But with the situation at hand, it was clear that the problem was not above their ears. Sudden let Hotba play his little mama? What kind of fetish is this? Hotaru was completely frozen at this moment as well. This story was going in a direction that she hadn't expected at all. Where's the promised girlfriends? The promised sweet love storyline. How did the picture suddenly change to a mother-son duo? At that moment, she looked at the dress she was wearing again and made the connection instantly. Hoping that Su-chan wanted to buy her a dress in the first place, it was aimed at letting her play the role of a little mom. To her detriment, she thought that Su-chan was about to express his feelings for himself. Was happy for a while then. Results. Nowadays. Is it too late to be sorry? She wanted to say? And Yangmi was starting to be thankful inside at this moment. It's a good thing I just wasn't as courageous as Hotba and didn't take the initiative to take this on. Otherwise at this moment, the person who was going to be Su-chan's little mom would be her. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience also froze at first, and after reacting, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. This is too bombastic. It's worthy of Su-chan. This setting alone is already enough to bring out the feelings. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. Little mom? Ha ha ha. Su-chan thanks you for thinking of it. I love this show. Give me 100 episodes. Did someone just say this dress was little mom style? Chapter 177, Playing the Game. Chapter 177, Playing Games. Ha ha ha. Indeed there is. I saw it. That brother is a prophet. Pulled the prophet out of the knife. Su-chan's level of perversion is really something I never expected. Hoppa playing Su-chan's stepmother. Ha 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 ha. Old Chin, Hua Hua and the others were all dumbfounded at this moment as well. Su-chan is really too powerful. In my place, how could I not dare to play like this? Old Chin couldn't help but sigh. You don't say. It feels quite exciting. I want to try it. Flower looked in Hotaru's direction and didn't hold back from saying what was on her mind. It caused Old Chin and Koan to look towards him in unison. Noticing that she had been a bit bold in saying this, Hannah hastily coughed to cover her embarrassment and explained. I mean, I also want to be like Su-chan, like the social Kaomins. Ha! However, Old Chin and Koan's faces showed a look of know-it-all. To be honest, although when they had just heard this idea of Su-chan's, they were also feeling a bit perverted. But when you think about it, it still feels like this whole thing is pretty exciting. It was a pity that several of them had the heart but not the guts. One could only watch Su-chan play with bated breath. Hotba, after her initial struggles, is now coming to terms with the role. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to request to cooperate with Su-chan for the whole job. The words have been said and the dresses have been bought. It can't be reversed at this time. What if brother Su-chan got angry and didn't take her to play with him afterward? Brother Su-chan, so what are we going to do now? Hotaru asked. Su-chan looked at them all. Just skulking around here. Then, that store up front is nice. Let's go over there and check it out. With that, Su-chan took the lead and walked towards that side. Hotba looked in the back, only to see that it was a storefront selling toys. No way. Su-chan got into the scene so quickly? Although his own identity is a little mom. But at Su-chan's age, it's not like he's still buying toys to play with. But there was no way around it. He was going, and he had no choice but to follow. So Hotba followed in her footsteps. As for Old Chin and the others, naturally, they wouldn't let go of the good opportunity to watch the show from the front row and hurriedly followed. When I approached that store, the clerk greeted me very warmly. Are you too choosing toys for your children? That store clerk sized up Su-chan and Hotba. Though that said, Hotba looks a lot more mature in this outfit. It was a bit out of place with Su-chan's casual outfit today, but judging by the age, The first reaction of the clerk, too, was that this was a couple? Well, it was chosen for the child. Reba was at a loss as to how to answer when Suchin spoke first. May I ask if it's a boy or a girl? How old? The clerk continued to ask. Only Suchin, at this moment, saw a four-wheel drive vehicle at a glance. I want this, he said, pointing at the four-wheel drive vehicle and gushing at Hotba. Hotba came over a little awkwardly and looked at the four-wheel drive with a difficult look on her face. Isn't this, a little too childish? However, she regretted it just as soon as the words fell from her lips, because only Suchin was seen shouting loudly. Mom, that's all I want. You buy it for me. His voice was so loud that the 10 or so customers inside the store could all hear it. Curious, he glanced in their direction. However, when they saw Hoder and Suchin's faces, none of them revealed a look of surprise. They were still looking around for Suchin and Reba, trying to find the real mom. However, there was no one around Hoder and Suchin. Old Sheen and the others were all hiding far away at this moment in order to avoid suspicion. They were afraid that Suchin would bring them along when he displayed his social cow divine technique. These few customers, at this moment, all intentionally or unintentionally approached towards Suchin and their side. It's all about peeking into the aftermath of this and the truth about Southern's relationship with Hotba. At this moment, the one who was most shocked was going to be the clerk. After Suchin shouted out the word mom, her entire body was in a state of daze. The shock brought to her by this incident was so great that it simply shattered her three views. It was only a moment later that she finally responded a bit. After clearing her throat and finding her voice, she tried. That too. You guys, are you playing some kind of role-playing game? What kind of playing game is that? This is my stepmother, Suchin said very naturally. When she finished, she shouted back at Hataru. Mom, buy it for me, or I'll tell my dad about you and Uncle Jean. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked once again. In the middle of the entire store, there were a total of a dozen or so customers plus the clerk. For the moment, surprisingly, none of them made a sound. All of them were looking straight at Suchin and Hotba, and the expressions on their faces were all the same. Eyes wide, mouth open, dumbfounded, wooden. Some even secretly took out their cell phones, ready to record the explosive moment. Hotba obviously hadn't guessed that Suchin still had this hand either. The whole thing of playing Suchin's stepmother was already blowing up enough. How come there's still an Uncle Jean? That's without having played against her beforehand. 2. It's pure improv. But that's not the most important thing. Above all, Hataru felt the stares that were converging across the room at the moment. There is measuring and there is judgment. Watching Hotba felt uncomfortable. I just want to run away from this place. Good. Buy whatever you want. Hotba waved her hand and pulled out a card. Suchin received the card with satisfaction. Thanks little mom. You're the best. Hotba, for the moment, couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She felt that after this roleplay was over, she could just change planets to live on. The clerk was so surprised that his eyes were a few shades whiter than usual. At this moment, looking at the card Suchin handed over, he wanted to squeeze out a professional smile, but found that he couldn't even do his own. At the moment, his facial expression stiffened. The corners of his mouth were twitching. This, and that. I'll take them all. Wrap them all up for me. Suchin boldly chose a few. Yes, sir. Just a moment. That clerk's voice was trembling. Old Sheen and the others were on the sidelines at the moment, seeing the entire scene. The moment was no less shocking than the clerk, and the customers in this store. Although it was said that they had known the persona of both sides in advance, but how could they not expect it? Suchin unexpectedly played such a big game. Chapter 178, 3 views shattered. Chapter 178, 3 views shattered. Nyowa Suchin. This even if the script is written for me to act according to. I can't even act out this effect. Old Sheen sighed. Yeah, let me read my lines. I probably wouldn't even be able to say those words. Blossom followed in surprise. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, looked at each other and cast a sympathetic look at Hataru. The two of them were even more grateful at this point. Sure enough, the whole job with Suchin wasn't that great. I'm going to die in a minute. Hotba's probably stubbing out a castle with her toes at this point. In the live broadcast room, the audience had all gone crazy at this moment. Ha. Awesome me Tatsu. Honestly, Tatsu really never lets us down. And this show's effects are quite a bit more bombastic than I expected. Brother Tatsu is so awesome. What a shock to that store clerk. Store clerk, never been so speechless. Ha. The shopkeeper's 3 views have been safely shattered by Tatsu. Hotba is all confused. She looks so pathetic. But why do I want to laugh so much? Ha. You people are so bad. Doesn't anyone really care about us hot babies? Ha. Even though I said I'm a fan of Hot Bar, the effect of this program that Suchin got is really great. I can't stop watching it. Hotba, sorry for my brief minute of wall climbing. Ha. Hotba, just sacrifice a little for the pleasure of your fans. Ha ha ha. You guys are all fake fans, aren't you? Hotba cried when she saw it. Inside the store, that clerk was still sneaking eyeballs at the two of them from time to time as she packed Su-chen's bags. If she hadn't been at work at this hour, she would have wanted to turn on her cell phone. It's time to share this trippy event with your friends and family. Hello sir, everything you want has been packed. That clerk handed over the 4WD that Su-chen had selected. Good, thanks. After saying that, Su-chen turned his head and said sweetly at Hotaru, thanks mom too. At this moment, Hotba just wanted to hurry up and get out of this place of wrongdoing. Why are you still here? She had thought that after this purchase, the matter would be over. The torture of her was over. As a result, he hadn't expected that Su-chen would still have a backhand. Feeling the stares being thrown at her from all around, Hotba couldn't stay any longer. Turning and stomping, he headed outside. However, Su-chen had no intention of letting her off the hook. Instead, he chased after them, shouting at the same time, Mom! Wait for me mom! Are you mad at me for spending your money? As they leave the store, the originally quiet store was instantly abuzz. Although it was said that Su-chen and the others had left, Old Sheen and the others were still gone. Meanwhile, following them on a covert shoot was the cameraman who didn't leave. At this moment, everything that happened in the store was all shown in the live broadcast. Inside the store, no matter whether it was the store employees or the customers, all of them were gathered in groups at this moment. Whispers and excited discussions. Oh my god, this is actually Little Mom. This is so bombastic. I'll be damned. I really didn't expect to be able to see such a thing with my own eyes. What do you mean by blowing up? This is blowing up. It's true that you can do whatever you want with money. Hello? Mom, I'm telling you I just saw something particularly outrageous. Old Sheen and the others are simply having a double experience at this moment. Not only were you able to see Southern and Hotba roleplay, it's amazing to see, at this moment, the feedback given by the live audience. At this moment each one of them had the satisfied expression of having eaten a melon. Stifle your laughter and leave the store. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to keep up with Su-chen and the others, he was afraid that he would miss the wonderful performance the two of them would give afterward. They really wanted to stay inside the store and hear the feedback from these people. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize there was even an after-sales service. I love watching these people gossip so much. Why don't you listen a little longer? Ahaha. What did the guy and his mom say? I'm so curious. Other than that, it's better to follow our brother Tatsu. I can't miss a single word from Tatsu. Haha, that's right. I'll have to sleep at night if I miss a line. I have to see it live. Hot and fresh out of the oven. I wonder what else brother Tatsu has planned next. My poor Hotba. Going through the ravages again? It feels like Hotba doesn't look 10 years older in a dress after all this devastation. That would be a real 10 years older. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Hotaru was following behind Su-chen at a distance of about 10 paces. Don't even dare to come close. Because of her, he was worried that the moment he got close, Su-chen would say something shocking again. This mall is full of people. Much more than that store. If Su-chen called out to her mom at this time, surely hundreds of people around would look over. However, Hotba still didn't know Southern well enough. She was so far away. Wouldn't it give Su-chen a chance to shout out to her? Sure enough, just then, Su-chen turned back and shouted, Mom, hurry up. I'm thirsty. I want water. Su-chen's cry was too big and immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. People thought nothing of it at first. Isn't it normal to call out to mom? It was only because Su-chen was so big that they subconsciously looked towards him. This look, however, revealed that something was wrong. There are no women that old around this young man. Then following his gaze forward, he saw Hotaru standing 3 or 5 meters away from Su-chen with an embarrassed look on his face. At this moment, everyone sensed a hint of something wrong. The mom that this young man shouted out of his mouth couldn't be the beautiful girl in front of him who looked about his age. These two, what kind of relationship is it? Just as they were wondering, Su-chen gave them the exact answer. Little mom, hurry up and buy me water. I'm thirsty. Su-chen shouted at Hotba again. At this moment, everyone instantly realized that the girl in front of them was actually this young man's little mother. This kind of scene can only be seen inside a novel or a TV show. Now I'm surprised to see a live version. In an instant, several people stopped walking and just stood still, stopping to watch, and Old Sheen and the others followed at this moment. Seeing this, several people walked past them in unison, without looking away, stated that these two people are unknown to us and have nothing to do with us. Hotba, on the other hand, was, for the moment, red in the face. She regretted that she should have walked beside Su-chen just now. That way he won't yell so loud. Chapter 179, Blowing Up the Park. Chapter 179, Blowing Up the Park. She wanted to turn around and leave at this moment, pretending that she didn't know Su Chen. However, with her understanding of Su Chen, she knew that if she did so, Su Chen would definitely shout at her even louder. Maybe something even more explosive would be said, and then wouldn't she be even more humiliated? Thinking of this, Hataru's heart crossed, and she rubbed herself and rushed over to Suzy. One pulled him towards the outside. The people around them, at this moment, each and every one of them opened their eyes wide with a stunned expression. They did not think that this little beauty, who did not look too old, was really the mom of this little handsome man? The world is so crazy they can't even keep up with the pace a little bit. The mall, which was still bustling and noisy, was instantly quiet at this moment. All the customers stood double on the sides at this moment, giving Hotba and Suchin a salute. Everywhere they went, there was silence. Old Sheen and the others were walking in front at this moment, and also hurriedly moved to the side, mixing into the crowd to stand. They were afraid that if they behaved differently from everyone else, they would be seen to be with Su Chen. And Su Chen, who was being pulled forward by Hataru, continued to shout under his breath at this moment. "Mom, what are you doing? I'm thirsty, buy me water." Hotba couldn't stand it anymore and covered Su Chen's mouth. Bye. I'll buy you anything you want to drink. Can I buy you all that water bar out front?" Dragged by Hataru, she made her way out of the mall and into a remote, unoccupied corner. Hotba looked around to make sure it was safe, and only then did she let go of the hand covering Su Chen's mouth. "Mom, what did you bring me here for?" Su Chen opened his mouth again, and was again muffled by Hataru. "Su Chen, stop shouting. Your mom shouting makes my heart tremble." Hotba pleaded helplessly. Su Chen winked at her in agreement, and Hataru let go of her hand with a sigh of relief. At this moment, Old Sheen, Yang Mi and the others followed all the way over. After seeing Su Chen and Hataru, these guys couldn't hold it any longer and laughed out loud. Ha, Su Chen, you're too talented. Calling out Hotba's mom in front of so many people. You are really able to call out. Old Sheen laughed and couldn't straighten up. Su Chen, I'm not convinced by anyone right now. I'm convinced by you. This is really explosive of you today. Hua also couldn't help but give Su Chen a thumbs up. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian were looking at Hataru with some sympathy at this moment. "Reba, are you okay? Hotba, are you okay?" Hotba was a little teary-eyed at the moment. When she took the initiative to request to cooperate with Su Chen at that time, she really didn't expect that it would be this kind of situation. She had the feeling at the moment that she had gotten on a pirate ship and couldn't get off. "Honey, why don't I take this dress and you try it on?" Hataru asked tentatively, trying to drop this hot potato. Yang Mi hastily waved her hand. No. It's still you and Su Chen who have a better match. Tacit agreement? Where's the understanding? Even Honey is learning to talk nonsense with her eyes open at this point. Lu Tianxian was on the sidelines at the moment, afraid that this fire would burn to himself. Before Hotba could say anything, she volunteered herself. "Hotba, I still feel like this dress suits you the best. You look great in it. Hotbar, you don't have to say anything against your will." Seeing that it was hopeless to turn to her two sisters for help, Hataru returned her gaze to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen is sitting on the side, crossing his legs, resting beautifully. "Brother Su Chen, if I say I won't cooperate with you at this moment, will you be disappointed in me?" Hotba's biggest worry was still upsetting Southern. Su Chen pondered slightly, then nodded very nonchalantly. "Will, extra special disappointment." Hataru's little face fell. Though, that said, this new identity made her a little uncomfortable, but left and right have already had the beginning. This moment is also halfway through. Is not a basket of water is empty. Thinking about going, she gritted her teeth. "Alright brother Su Chen, you tell me, what else to do next?" Old Sheen and the few of them were all dumbfounded at this moment. They really didn't expect it. After those two blow-up scenes just now, it's amazing that Hotba had the courage to continue. If it were up to them, let alone keep going back to the show, it's questionable even if the show will have the guts to keep taping. "Hotba, I thought you were just a little girl before, but today, I'm convinced." Old Sheen gave a thumbs up at Reba. There was heartfelt admiration in his eyes. "Hotba, you're really small body big energy the kunai also exclaimed from the sidelines. Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian also sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time. The hearts have been somewhat ashamed of themselves. It feels like every single one of them is not as courageous as Hotba. I honor Hotba as a warrior. I just thought Hataru was a dainty little sister, but now it seems she's the real fighter. It feels like from this time on, Hotba is going to take a step ahead and conquer Su Chen's heart. Not bad for my favorite hot bar. It's awesome. I can't believe I didn't know whether to be happy or not for a moment. Although I'm a little heartbroken for little Miss Hotba, I have to say that the scene just now was really shocking. Indeed. I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet. And it's a good thing Hotba's sister didn't give up on it. But it was all blowing up enough just now. What's next? I just can't imagine. Su-chen's imagination is beyond our reach. In short, just trust him. Ha ha. So looking forward to the next scene. Beg for the psychological shadow area of those onlookers just now. After today, there's a legend circulating amongst this entire city about Little Mom. Ha ha ha. Deciding to continue, Su-chen and Hotba took a break and were ready to continue on their way. Brother Su-chen, where are we going next? Reba asked with some apprehension in her heart. The mall has already been there. It's no fun. There's a nice park up ahead. Let's go over there and take a stroll. At this moment, the park is full of old men and women exercising and walking their children. Su-chen is changing his goal. After shocking the young people, he's going to shock the old men and women? Aren't you afraid of scaring people's grandparents into making a mistake? Old Chin reminded. No fear. Grandpas and grandmothers love melons the most. So I guarantee that they will be refreshed and free of all diseases after watching this. Su-chen said confidently. Chapter 180, Another Sales Pitch. Chapter 180, Another Sales Pitch. Oh, come on. If you say so, you're doing this thing with great merit. Old Chin spat casually. Old Chin, I've known you for such a long time. And you finally said something nice. Su-chen nodded nonchalantly. Sort of agreed with Old Chin. Looking at Su-chen's smug back, Old Chin sighed breathlessly. I flatter you? Su-chen and Hotba made their way to the middle of the small park. Some of the grandparents were playing chess, some were playing cards, and some were dancing. They all cast a glance at Su-chen and Hotaru's arrival. After all, it's not often that you see such a young, beautiful, handsome man or woman here. Su-chen was thinking about what kind of interesting program he should give to the grandparents. Someone has come forward. A man dressed in the work clothes of a training course. After seeing Su-chen and Hotba, it was as if they had a lock on their target, and they came straight at the two of them. Mr. and Mrs. Enroll your child in a tutoring class. Hearing this voice, a wicked smile surged on Su-chen's face. The audience in the live broadcast room was also excited at this moment. Ha ha ha, counseling class again? Jude remembers how Soz and Hotba scared the salesman back in the day. Is this scene about to repeat itself? Ha ha ha, just tell me what you're doing staying around with nothing to mess with those two. I'm already sympathizing with the salesman. I wonder what kind of blitz he's going to get later. Last time the two were playing a halfway decent couple. This time they're playing mother and son. The personalities have changed a lot. Ha ha ha, but for Hotba, it's really the same. It's all stepmom. Ha ha ha, it's not really the same. Last time I played the stepmother of Su-chen's children. This time I'm playing Su-chen's stepmother. This stepmother persona of Jiba has gone so deep that the know-it-all director has already come over to hand over the book. Hotspur, I didn't realize I was already playing a stepmother at a young age. In the realm of stepmoms, Hot Barb will ride unrivaled. Su-chen's live broadcast is really amazing. This kind of segment can even echo on Bull. As she watched the salesman walk toward them, Hotaru tensed up. Whispering in Su-chen's ear, he asked, Su-chen, what am I going to say later? Su-chen gave her a bemused smile. Don't worry, you don't care, just watch me play. With Su-chen's words, Hotaru felt much more at ease. As for Old Chin and the others at this moment, they found a shady place and watched Su-chen and the others from a short distance away. Both of you two are truly a match made in heaven. When she finished, she sized up Hotaru again. Although Hotba's face looks young, this dress on her makes her look a little more mature. This salesman thinks he has a great eye. Hotba looks like she already has kids. Otherwise it wouldn't have been such a mature outfit. You have children, don't you, little beauty? The salesman asked. Hearing her question, Hotaru looked at Su-chen. I thought to myself, she should sort of have it. After all, nowadays she was playing the role of Su-chen's stepmother. Then Su-chen is not her child. As an actor, you have to have a sense of conviction. One has to be immersed in the characters to do that. So she hesitated and nodded slightly. The salesman was smug as soon as he saw her move. Gee, I see that you two are just in love. What's so embarrassing about having kids? Isn't that normal? How old is the baby? She continued to ask. Hotba looked at Su-chen again, this time shyly blushing even more. It's quite big. Then it's really hard to tell that you're this young looking. Old Chin and the others heard this from the sidelines and held their laughter until their stomachs hurt. Isn't it quite big, picking up such a big son for nothing? Old Chin spat. She definitely didn't think about how big this very big in Hotba's mouth really is. Yang Mi was also holding her little face red at this moment. The staffer got even more excited when she heard Hotba say the baby was quite old. At this moment had already taken Su-chen and the two of them as their somewhat targeted customers. Thinking to myself that I must take them both down today. That's a lot of karma. We have a program at the training center that is geared towards kids 3 to 15 that your kids will love. You two get to know each other better." In the face of the enthusiastic sales pitch, Suchen just smiled and didn't say anything. Hotba turned her head to look at Suchen and signaled him with her eyes. "I thought, didn't you just say, I don't have to do it? You'll take care of it. Why don't you say something at this moment?" However, Suchen seemed to be feeling that it was not yet time for him to strike. With a wink, he signaled Hataru to circle the staffer again. So, Hotba could only say stiffly, "That, big sister, this curriculum of yours, it may not be suitable for our children." The older sister smiled slightly. "What's not suitable? You tell us exactly how old your child is. We have suitable programs for all ages. Is there one as big as me?" Suchen spoke up at this moment. That big sister was stunned at first, then she smiled and said, "You're a joker." "Sir, I'm not kidding," Suchen said, turning to look at Hataru. "Mom, I don't want to take classes." When Suchen said this, Old Sheen and the others had already sensed something in advance. It was known that Suchen was about to zoom in, so one after another, they locked their eyes on that big sister, focusing on every subtle change in her expression. It was just this big sister. After hearing these words from Suchen, the smile on his face gradually froze, then his eyes gradually rounded and his mouth gradually opened. The whole thing was like slow motion, very classic and funny. At this moment, Old Sheen couldn't hold back any longer. He crouched down and buried his head inside his arm, shaking with laughter. And that big sister, after the initial dismay, slightly back in time. "You two are so affectionate. This is a joke with me." However, Suchen deserves to be the best actor. At the moment, there was not the slightest trace of acting on his face, and his entire person looked very sincere. "I'm not looking at the joke. This is my little mom. What she just said, that pretty big kid, that's me, right mom?" After saying that, Suchen also turned his head, looking at Hataru, asking her to corroborate his statement. And what could Hotba do but nod haphazardly? Chapter 181, He Kissed Thermopylae. Chapter 181, He Kissed Reba. Old Sheen and the others clearly saw that after seeing Hotba nod her head, the salesgirl's eyes widened a little more. The mouth, too, followed suit and opened so wide that those who didn't know thought she was going to eat a child. The entire crowd's expressions were frozen in the moment, and the air seemed to freeze. As for Suchen, he just quietly looked at the sales promotion big sister. Giving her enough time to react can be very sweet. Hotba, on the other hand, was looking a little embarrassed at the moment. She felt that Suchen wasn't playing around a bit too much, scaring the other big sister. "I don't know what I'd do if I got scared. Ha ha ha, look at how scared you are for big sister." "Big sister, never been so speechless in my life. Big sister, what should I do when I meet this kind of customer? There is no such item in the training. Ha ha ha, big sister's expression is practically acting me." I had the same expression when I heard that Southern was going to let Hotba play her little mom, begging for the big sister's psyche. Big sister said, "Do you guys have to? I'm not just selling a course. If you don't buy it, just don't buy it. Why are you scaring me so much?" The older woman froze for a few minutes before gulping, slightly regained some sanity. Big sister is worthy of being a salesperson, and she has seen it all in the end. At this point in time, it was surprising that he wasn't scared out of his wits. Instead, continued to market her product. "That, two of you are worthy of being mother and son. This relationship is really getting along too well. So, ma'am, would you consider purchasing a course for your child? We actually have them for adults too." Hearing this, it was Hataru's turn to be shocked. She really didn't think that this big sister had such a strong mental capacity. The sense of conviction in wanting to sell the class is also so strong. It's amazing that at this point in time, you have the heart to keep pushing. Now it was Hotba's turn to be embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Suchen with a pleading look, wanting Suchen to help her please this situation in front of her. And that big sister had a look of confidence on her face at this moment. She crossed her arms in front of her and thought to herself, in her past experience, the two of them would have signed up by this time. After all, people want to save face. The words have been said, plus this beautiful woman in front of me is still this man's stepmother. How could she not pay for it? However, just as she was getting carried away, it didn't occur to her. The man in front of me is not a normal person. He is a social cow, the element that terrorizes society. He was never the only one who embarrassed others. Where is the time for someone else to embarrass him? Thus, only Suchen pulled the corner of his mouth at her and smiled. In the next second, for some reason, an uneasy feeling inexplicably arose in her heart. It seems like something incredible is about to happen. Sure enough, he only saw Suchen take Hataru's shoulders after laughing, before Hotba could react. On her cheek, she gave her a peck. However, just like that, One hand was wrapped around Hotaru in an extremely intimate gesture. Provocatively, he looked across the room at his big sister. The older sister, across the street, had just used the greatest digestive power of her life to digest the fact that these two people were mother and son in front of her. However, just at this time, Suchun unexpectedly in public kissed Hotba a little. This world is crazy. Are rats all bridesmaids for cats? This time, big sister's professionalism couldn't keep her calm any longer. She was seen throwing the leaflet in her hand into the air and holding her head in her hands. Holy pervert! As she shouted, she stumbled away. It wasn't long before it was gone. After the elder sister ran away, Suchun smiled while letting go of his hand that was wrapped around Hotaru. You're a little young to be playing with me. At this time, however, he realized that Hotaru's little face was scarlet. The whole person stood straight in place, as if he had lost his soul. Hotba, what's wrong with you? Suchun asked. Hotaru didn't say anything, just the corners of her mouth turned up slightly in a sweet smile. At the same time, she also slightly raised her hand to caress the place she had just been kissed by Suchun. Sorry Hotba, just now. Plot needs. Without permission, I moved my mouth. Suchun explained. However, Hotba acted as if she couldn't hear him and just giggled as she rubbed her cheeks. Old Chin and a few of them, seeing the situation from afar, all froze as well. They hadn't expected Suchun to play such a big game no matter what. Surprisingly, there's more to it than that. No, how come there's a kissing scene here? Suchun. He added the scene himself temporarily. Old Chin said, half enviously and half spitefully. Nyoa my brother Tatsu. I feel that big sister's psychological shadow. Want to spend a lifetime to cure. Flower was somewhat with this big sister at the moment. And while their male guests were busy spitting, Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian were, at this moment, a little less than savory. How could they not have thought that there was such a good thing as a whole job with Suchun? Originally, when they had seen Hotaru being so embarrassed by Suchun earlier, they were somewhat glad to be here. But seeing that scene just now, they instantly regretted it. Even if he was called mom by Suchun in public. So what? So what if I get pointed out by passers-by? Suchun actually kissed Hotba. They should have just agreed to swap with the girls when Hotaru said she would. Sure enough, what goes around comes around. Hotba was worth all the effort today. Blown up. It's blowing up. Whenever you think Suchun's level of social bull is already at the ceiling, he always makes an even more outrageous breakthrough. I'll be damned. Tatsu actually kissed Hotba? He kissed Hotba. Does this mean that Suchun is interested in Hotaru? Otherwise how could he kiss her? Calm down guys. Maybe it's just a plot point. But isn't this kind of kissing the other person without her permission not good? Upstairs, you can tell if it's good or not by looking at Hotba's face. Hotba is so close to spitting pink bubbles right out of her mouth. Yeah. Something like the other person liking you is called flirting, and the other person not liking you is called harassment. Look at the envy for Old Chin and the others. Their mouths are watering. Why do I get the feeling that Mistress Honey and Heavenly Fairy look envious too? Suchun, you've already kissed Hotaru. You have to be responsible for Hotaru. It's New Year's Eve. CP fans are simply ecstatic. Just now that big sister also thought that she had taken humanity in her stride. But she didn't expect that she would be taught a solid lesson by Suchun. Chapter 182 You're really nice. Chapter 182 You're a nice guy. I can't blame anyone else but big sister herself for being too greedy. Wouldn't it have been fine if I had just left? That can't be. How can it go? If she left then and there wouldn't be all these things behind, then what are we still looking at? Yes. Thank you big sister. Big sister. You are still weirdly good. Just as Suchun was making out with the ballet. The Moncler Jackets outlet online people who were walking around and playing chess all saw it as well. Only they were far enough away to hear their conversation. Naturally, he didn't know the identities that Hotaru and Suchun were playing at the moment. Just think of it as the two of them as a young couple, playing around. However, Suchun had no intention of letting them off the hook. Since we are here in the park, how can we not give the grandparents some excitement? Besides, with the sales pitch for the big sister just laid out, the stage is all set. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use it? So, Suchun took advantage of the fact that the grandparents were looking their way. Suchun yelled at Hotaru. Mom, shouldn't we go home? Hotaru was still basking in the happiness of having just been kissed by Suchun. At this moment, when he was shouted so loudly by Suchun, he immediately had a jolt of clarity. And when she looked around, she saw only the grandparents. Originally, they were all still laughing and watching the fun. But at this moment the smiles on their faces froze. It was then replaced with dismay. She even felt that from the faces of these grandparents. She was able to see that the three views they had held for most of their lives had shattered to pieces at this moment. The kind you can't spell anymore. It was then that Hotba reacted to the fact that she was the lead in a big play. At the moment, all these people are watching her. Hotba's face had originally turned pink because of one of Su Chen's kisses. In this moment, it completely turned into a big red color. She hurriedly pulled Su Chen and whispered, "Brother Su Chen, stop it. Let's hurry up and go." Su Chen felt, at this moment, that he had played about as much as he could. Those who wanted to be shocked were all shocked, and judging by the looks on their faces, it worked pretty well, to their own satisfaction. He had a feeling that if he kept playing like this, Hotba might not be able to take it anymore. Still have to take care of the little ninny's tolerance. So he nodded, then gave a bad smile, said, leaning close to Hataru's ear, "Good, go home when you say so." He said this in an extremely ambiguous tone. While being in close proximity to Hataru's ear, Hataru felt Suchen's hot breath, puffing on top of her ears. Instantly his heart raced and his whole body became petulant. However, such an image looked to the others as if Su Chen was in Hataru's ear again. A light kiss, and with Hotba's instantly pouty expression, it all made even more sense. Just now, those grandpas and grandmothers were already filled with reverie about Su Chen and Hotba's relationship, and now, seeing the two of them move so intimately, the heart instantly decided, these two people, he is not normal. So the Moncler outlet store chess player stopped playing chess, and the card player stopped playing cards at this moment. Even the baby walker has forgotten the baby at this point. All of them focused their gazes on Su Chen and Hataru in unison. These Moncler jacket sale people, though, looked shocked, but each one seemed to be in much better spirits than before. Seeing this scene, old Qin couldn't help but sigh. This kid, Su Chen, is simply human. He really wasn't wrong. This melon-eating thing can really prolong life and eliminate all diseases. It feels like half the city should know about this scene in not much time after these grandparents see it. Flower speculated. What's the need for half a day? Look at them now, one by one just pull out their cell phones and start gossiping. Old Qin pointed to a few of the older men over there. I guess it was posted inside the group of loving family. Kunjin deduced. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Chen has directly stirred up the wind and clouds in our half of the city with his own strength. Bull, old Qin said with some envy. At this moment, Su Chen allowed Hataru to pull herself towards the outside of the park, and from time to time, he looked back to see the reaction of those grandparents at this moment. It was almost as if he was enjoying the fruits of his victory. Looking at each of their measuring eyes, some of them even followed a few steps out just to get a few more glances. Su Chen was instantly very accomplished. He then turned his head to the follow cameraman who was not far away and said to this camera, "How's everyone? Are you guys happy with this whole job today?" In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was already excited. They've never felt like watching a show that could be so enjoyable. Satisfied, simply satisfied. Su, Tatsu, you are my god. Su Chen, you're too good too. That scene just now was simply too classic. My god, how can I be so virtuous as to be able to see such explosive images? Ooh, brother Su Chen, you're too bullish. You make me look like a loser. Su Chen, what do you say about you and Hotba? Kissed us. Hotba shall not be responsible. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen a fan so active in finding a date for their idol. Mainly because this object is Su Chen. Ha ha ha, can this not be positive? You guys saw the looks on those grandparents' faces just now. It was so funny, ha ha ha. I was worried that the grandparents would be shocked by this scene, but it turns out that they are more active in eating melon than we young people. Ha ha ha, these grandparents, it feels almost the same as the village inside the village that Su Chen and the others went to at the beginning. That village intelligence station. Ha ha ha. I can already imagine what they'll tell their relatives and friends about this when they get back. Hotba pulled Su Chen all the way out of the small park, until she could no longer see the figures of those grandparents, and only then did she finally stop. Brother Su Chen, we can do it today. Do we still need to continue? Hotaraba asked in a resigned manner. Su Chen looked at her and couldn't help but pinch her little face. That's enough. We won't continue to torture you today. We should get off the air too. Hotba was relieved to hear it was finally over, and after being pinched by Su Chen's cheeks, she was embarrassed again. At the same time, remembering that kiss from Su Chen earlier. Brother Su Chen, you just, Su Chen, you're really something. Just as Hotba had just gathered the courage to speak, old Qin and the others caught up. Chapter 183, Solo Island Tour. Chapter 183, Solo Island Tour. Hotba is usually very good-tempered, but at this moment, he still couldn't help but glare at old Qin. It was only with great difficulty that she had summoned up the courage to ask the question with Su Chen. It was to get a definite answer from Su Chen. As it turned out, this was all broken by the sudden appearance of old Qin and the others. Next time, she didn't know if she'd have the courage she had at the moment. However, a different mindset than Hotba's. Su-chen was secretly relieved at this moment. With his smarts, how could he not know what Hotba was just about to ask? He had just been fretting about how he was going to explain it to this little ninny. After all, was it all an act just now? Isn't that normal for actors to do kissing scenes? But if he said that, the little ninny Hotba was going to be sad. He didn't want to upset a beautiful woman. Fortunately, Old Sheen's timely appearance at this moment broke this awkward situation. Some thought here. Su-chen couldn't help but pat Old Sheen's shoulder and said, "You kid, you've finally done something good." Faced with this sudden compliment from Su-chen, Old Sheen was dumbfounded. He didn't feel like he'd done anything, did he? Ha, ooh-hoo. I mean that compliment from the bottom of my heart. Old Sheen himself reacted for a while, thinking that Su-chen was talking about himself praising him. But Su-chen didn't explain. He could understand it, however he wanted to understand it himself. Hotba just wanted to ask Su-chen about it, but it was ruined by Old Sheen. Haha, yes. I just looked at Hataru like that and I knew she must have wanted to ask Su-chen about kissing her. It's exactly the same as when I'm nervous. Old Sheen, this is where you don't know what you're doing. Not coming sooner or later, but at this time of the day. Ha ha ha, did you guys see the way Hotba looked at Old Sheen? Like she wanted to eat him. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Hataru look so fierce. But why do I feel like Su-chen is breathing a sigh of relief? He's not a scum, is he? What do you think, Chan brother? Of course he is a scum, ah. Ha 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 ha. Su-chen, is this how all you fans promote me out there? On the scene, Old Sheen and Hua Hua they surrounded Su-chen and gave him a good compliment. Su-chen had simply become a hero in their hearts at the moment. After all, he was doing what these people had always wanted to do but were afraid to do. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, looked at Hataru with somewhat mixed feelings. Although, just now, this matter of Su-chan's making out with Barb made them almost crazy with jealousy. But after all, Hotba is their best sister. Yang Ni looked at Hoder and hesitated, still stepping forward to ask, "Hotba, are you okay?" She was worried that what Su-chen had just done was too fierce, and Hotba's heart would become unable to bear it. What she doesn't know, however, is this: that one kiss from Su-chen had cured all of these awkward emotions from Hataru. At this moment, she only wanted to figure out what Su-chen really meant to her. It was just that there were too many people at the moment for her to ask directly. We'll just have to find another opportunity. The group went straight back to the small courtyard where they were resting. It's their last day for this installment. The director wants them to come back and record an ending. The crowd gathered in the middle of the small courtyard, only to see Director Yen walk in with a smile on his face. Seeing Director Yen smile, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" Old Sheen muttered. On the side, Hannah and Koen nodded their heads vigorously. I feel the same way. But this kind of bad. It seems like the only ones who will get hurt will be us, Hannah said, seeing through everything. Several people looked in Su-chen's direction at this moment, only to see that by his side, Yang Mi, Hotba, and Lu Tianxian, all surrounded him at this moment. It looks really eye-opening, but a few of them knew it in their hearts. This treatment of Su-chen, that was all exchanged for his own strength. What else could they do but blame their own strength? Gentlemen, today is the last day of the program taping. Now that our program has been recorded for 2 installments, does everyone have any testimonials to make? Director Yen said smilingly. What feelings can there be? Don't dare to think, don't dare to think. Old Sheen waved his hand and said exaggeratedly. The feeling is that we came to the show like we were soy sauce, and we've been eating melon the whole time. Flower summarized. That's right, that's right. My feeling is that I become even more inferior to myself. As if in front of Su-chen, we seemed so much inferior. Koen said at this moment. To be honest, once upon a time he was a very confident person. It felt like I was one of the best in the crowd. Anyhow, until he met Su-chen. Since the first taping of the show, he has been feeling, in depth, what it means to be frustrated. Of course, it wasn't just him. Old Sheen and Flower both felt the same way. As for Yang Mi and the few female guests, none of them spoke at this moment, because there is no way to say what is on their minds. Their sentiment was that one Su-chen was too little, not enough to share at all. It would be better to implement one Ian per family, which isn't going to happen. Besides, a few of them were always girls, and they still had to be a little more reserved in front of the camera. How can they say something so blunt? Then it seems that the male guests all have more ideas, and none of the female guests have any ideas. Director Yen summarized at this moment. That's it then. The female guests are probably too embarrassed to talk much, so I'll give them a chance to choose. Next, it's time for the most important part of our program this episode. Director Yen said, a hint of a bad smile welling up on his face. Seeing his smile, Old Sheen wailed. Come on Director Yen, you find a link as simply to us as 3 naked humiliation. Yes Director Yen, it's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Flower followed suit. Director Yen smiled. How do you guys know what I'm going to say? Don't be nervous. Hearing him say this, Old Chin and the few of them were instantly delighted. Could it be that Director Yen has a clear conscience? Instead of being ready to humiliate them, they've come up with fresh ways to play? With that in mind, a few of them were slightly more interested. That's good, director. In the end, how to play? You tell me. Old Chin said. Here's the deal. We still have the female guest choosing her heartthrob this time. Then, the male guest of honor will counterpick. After both parties have made their choices successfully, they can get a 2-day and 1-night solo island trip at the beginning of the next program. Director Yen announced with a big wave of his hand. Hearing this, Old Chin and a few of them were dumbfounded. This is the new way of playing, you said? Chapter 184, A Choice Without Suspense. Chapter 184, A Choice Without Suspense. Not the director. Isn't that a lie? Where's the new way of talking? It's no different from before. Old Chin protested. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. Director Yen said soothingly. The difference is in the way this one was chosen. Didn't we vote privately before? This time we changed it. Let the female guests choose who will stand directly behind whom. More intuitive. More exciting. As Director Yen finished speaking, Old Chin and the few of them all froze. The eyes that looked at Director Yen at this moment seemed to be on fire. Listen to you guys. Is this speaking human words? Old Chin said angrily. At this moment, he was so enraged that he didn't care about the director or not. He directly disliked him. Director Yen, is this the change you were talking about? Flower asked incredulously even at this moment. Director Yen, on the other hand, nodded his head very matter-of-factly. That's right, isn't that a change? But, you're not doing us any good with this change. Not only does it not, but it's even more cruel. Blossom retorted. That's right, previously, when we voted privately, we could still retain some face, but you are not a public execution. Koen was also very dissatisfied. Exciting indeed. Exciting all our fragile nerves. Old Chin let out a wail, facing the dissatisfaction of several of them. Director Yen bristled and spat nonchalantly. Come on. We all know this result in our hearts without saying anything. You think that voting privately on this result will make any difference? Don't fool yourselves. It could be said that Director Yan's words directly poked at Old Chin and the few of them. It instantly rendered their passes speechless. Yeah, what the other Director Yen said is not wrong at all. Whether it was on the stage or in private, they were not competitive in front of Su Chen. It's turning out to be the same thing left and right. All right, come on. Let the storm come a little harder. Old Chin began to break down. And at the same time, Yang Mi, Hoder and Lu Tianxian at this moment, all tensed up. Each of them had their own little calculations in mind. After all, the lure of the rewards of this thing is just too great. You can have a 2-day and 1-night solo island trip with Su Chen. Wouldn't that be, like, a lot of things that could happen? The thought of it was like grass growing in several of their hearts. Wishing you were chosen and worrying about others being chosen. They couldn't imagine themselves watching Su Chen go to the island with someone else. Imagine the two of them shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, looking at the ocean and the sea breeze together. It's probably going to be crazy. However, several of them had no idea in their hearts whether Su Chen would choose himself or not. After all, through 2 episodes of the show together, they did not feel that Su Chen favored anyone more. She seems to have the same attitude towards everyone. A bowl of water at the end of a bowl of water. That is, he just kissed her when he played mother and son with Hotspur. That's even a very out of the ordinary move. But that's just acting. I don't think that counts as real. Of course, this was what Yang Mi and Lu Tianxian thought. Naturally, Hotba doesn't think so. What she thought was, Brother Su Chen has already kissed me, so he will definitely choose me this time, right? The thought of being able to spend 2 days and 1 night alone with Su Chen excited her. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to ask Su Chen properly. In all likelihood, their relationship would be able to be finalized. At the thought, Hataru's little heart fluttered faster. As for Old Chin and the rest of them, the 3 female guests did not even think about it. I wonder how Old Chin and the others will feel when they realize this cruel fact, but they should be used to it. I go. Director Yen can do it. It's exciting enough to play this time. Ha ha, is there any suspense in this result? Several female guests must have chosen Su Chen. There's no suspense in this one. The suspense lies in who Su Chen will choose. Right. That's what I'm curious about. This will show who Su Chen favors a bit more. I think it should be Hataru. After all, Hataru is the only one among these few who has had close contact with Su Chen. That's right. Su Chen has already kissed the hot ballet. This shall not be responsible? Upstairs, what era is this? And there is still such a feudalistic notion that you have to give your body in return for a kiss? That's right. And besides, that wasn't an act with Hotba. It doesn't count. I do feel that Lu Tianxian has a chance, even though she doesn't interact much with Su Chen, but often that's the way to be taken by surprise. I think it's definitely Honey. I'm rooting for Honey. Go Honey. I love to watch whoever Su Chen chooses. The thought of them spending 2 days and 1 night alone makes me feel so excited. Do you think they won't really have something happen and just cook the raw rice? It's, ha ha ha, after all, we're recording a program, so it's better to exercise some restraint, right? No need for restraint. I love it too, but the problem is that it can't be broadcast. Well, then I'm sure everyone must have their choice in mind by now. Now then, please ask the 4 male guests to stand in front and close their eyes. Director Yen commanded at this moment. Su Chen walked forward with a big smile, while Old Chin and the others walked over reluctantly, and muttered under his breath, "Ugh, just had to humiliate us for once. Come on harder. I'm thick-skinned. I don't care. Say you don't care, but act like you do. Okay? Please ask several male guests to close their eyes." Director Yen continued to command. Several female guests. You may come forward and choose your heart's desire. Not surprisingly, there was no hesitation from the 3 female guests. Not even the hesitation segment, which was intentionally made for the sake of the program's effect in the past programs, was present. All of them walked directly behind Su Chen. This result, too, was all expected. So, Director Yen went straight to the next part quickly. Okay, the female guests have made their choices. So would the male guests please open their eyes and check back to see who they have a crush on? Several people opened their eyes and looked back unsuspectingly. Old Chin, Hua Hua and Koen were empty behind them. The 3 female guests, in unison, stood behind Su Chen. I knew this was the result. Director Yen, you're satisfied now? Old Chin said helplessly. Director Yen smiled and didn't say anything. Now, it's time for the male guest to counterpick. Su Chen, please choose the female guest from the 3 female guests who will go to the island alone with you in the next installment. Chapter 185, A False Shot. Chapter 185, A False Shot. When it came time for the counter-election, all 3 female guests were uncharacteristically nervous. Yang Mi's face tightened, though she was already trying to control it as much as she could, trying to look natural, but those tightly closed lips betrayed her true state at the moment. For her part, Hataru was now wringing her hands together tightly and biting her own lip, almost to the point of breaking it. For her, the process was even more torturous. After all, in her opinion, among the several female guests, she was the one who had the closest relationship with Su Chen. If Su Chen didn't pick her at this time, she really had a feeling that she couldn't live with herself. As for Lu Tianxian, she closed her eyes nervously. Unlike Yang Mi and Reba, Lu Tianxian is more introverted, not very good at expressing her feelings, but in fact, her feelings towards Su Chen in her heart were even more profound. At this moment, besides these 3 female guests, there was another person who was very nervous at the same time. That would be Lu Tianxian's mother and manager, Lu Xiaoyan. After such a long time of observation, Lu Xiaoyan had already been completely conquered by Su Chen. At this moment, in her heart, her son-in-law could not be anyone else but Su Chen. However, under her usual harsh teaching, Lu Tianxian's character was too introverted, so it's not very much of an active fight. Lu Xiaoyan could only look at the screen at this moment, dry and anxious. Be sure to pick us Tianxian ah. Be sure to pick us Tianxian ah. Lu Xiaoyan kept chanting under her breath. She had completely forgotten how angry she had been when she saw Su Chen making out with Barb earlier. In her opinion, Su Chen was such a perfect son-in-law that this was all tolerable. She reassured herself that it was all an act anyway. How could she not know that when she was in the industry? Lu Xiaoyan prayed at this moment while staring at the screen, nervously waiting for Su Chen's choice. And the audience in the live broadcast room. At this moment knocking the CP is also different. They're all waving the flag for their CP at this point. Choose Sister Honey. Pick Sister Mimi. You have to choose our big Mimi. On what grounds? That would definitely have to be picking our Hotba. After all, when this program started, it was Hotba and Su Chen who interacted the most. Can't I, Lu Tianxian, have a name? Yang Mi, Hotba and Su Chen have communicated enough. It's better to communicate more with Tianxian. I also support Lu Tianxian. Support Sister Honey. I feel that a big woman like Sister Honey is the most suitable for Su Chen. Hotba is so cute. What man could not like it? If I were Su Chen I would choose Hotba. What's going on? Why am I so nervous? Me too. I've never been this nervous during an exam. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Su Chen looked at the 3 female stars in front of him, while others were nervous. He wasn't in the least bit. Looking at them at the moment was beautiful in her heart. That's a pretty good feeling for a chosen princess. It's just that this show is so over the top. How come they let him pick only one? Why don't we all go together? What a party! Of course, what he said together was limited to these 3 female guests. As for old Chin and the others, it's better to stay here honestly. But there was no way around it. The rules had been set and one had to abide by them. The point is, with all 3 women going, the buzz is hilarious. He seems to be a bit overwhelmed on his own. If, at this moment, old Chin and the others knew what Su-chan was thinking, they didn't know what mood they would be in. Good lord, people don't even have a choice. You're good. I can't believe you're spouting off about the fact that the show only lets you bring 1 female celebrity? It's so drought-ridden and flood-ridden. It's so unfair. At this time, Su-chan stroked his chin, looked at the few of them, and opened his mouth. Well, I think Hotba is good. Hearing this, Hataru immediately became excited. However, before her smile could bloom on her face, Su-chan continued, but I've been paired with Hotba enough that viewers are probably visually fatigued. So let's switch it up. Hataru's little face fell. What kind of theory is that? Gave her hope and then let her down so quickly. It's such a hard feeling, isn't it? At the moment, Hotba's little face drooped with a look of being on the verge of tears. Yang Ni and Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, were happy. They hadn't expected that Hataru, who they had thought to be the most promising, would be the first to be eliminated by Su-chan. It can't be helped, even though they're usually sisters, but when faced with this kind of competition, we all have our own little minds of our own. Hotba has been ruled out by Su-chan, so don't the 2 of them have a better chance? Yang Mi turned her head to look at Lu Tianxian and unconsciously straightened herself up with a confident look. As for Lu Tianxian, don't look at her. She usually doesn't like to talk much and is rather introverted, and he didn't flinch at all in the face of it. Gathering up the courage to boldly and stare up at each other, not knowing if it was his own self-confidence that had played a role. Su-chan looked at her and opened his mouth. Lu Tianxian, well, also very good, very gentle character. So, hearing this, Lu Tianxian's little heart thumped extremely fast, thinking that this goddess of fortune was about to favor herself. While Lu Xiaoyan was in front of the screen, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. She thought that her prayers had finally worked. Lu Tianxian would soon be able to go on a date with Su-chan alone on the island. Results. So, I'll go with Yang Mi, Su-chan finally decided. When these words came out, all the people in the scene froze for a few seconds. What did Su-chan just say? Lu Tianxian is good, so he chose Yang Mi? After he gave Lu Tianxian a hard time, he then changed his words and chose Yang Mi? This is too catchy. It's worthy of being Su-chan. The effects of this show really blew up. Also, for free, these female guests did a roller coaster ride. It was a full 10 seconds before Yang Mi came back from her shock. And with it, ecstasy. Su-chan chose himself. She can go on a 2-day, 1-night island trip with Su-chan? What does this mean? It meant that she could have 2 days and 1 night alone with Su-chan. Wouldn't that mean? Thinking about it, Yang Mi's little face couldn't help but redden. Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, was in a state of great disappointment at this moment, and was a bit unable to react for a moment. Just now, she had thought that Su-chan was going to choose herself. How come the picture changed and Su-chan chose Yang Mi? Lu Tianxian was a bit tearful at this moment. Lu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What did Su-chan mean by this? Didn't he just say he was going to choose Lu Tianxian? How did it turn out to be a choice of young honey? After the initial dismay, Lu Xiaoyan sort of understood. Chapter 186 End of recording. Chapter 186 End of recording. Lu Xiaoyan reacted to the fact that Su-chan had just made a false move and was deliberately joking. It seems she was too happy too soon. Although, in this matter, she was considered to have been put on the spot by Su-chan, but she had no way to blame Su-chan in the slightest. She could only blame her daughter for being too honest. Neither knew to fight for themselves. On the scene, old Chin and a few of them also did not expect such a result. They were shaken up a bit earlier during the hot bar. It turned out that I surprisingly hadn't learned my lesson the second time around and fell in the same place twice. This kid Su-chan. How dare he even joke about such things? Old Chin said, half spitting and half envious. TSK, 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 this is just like a secondary victimization of us. It's too rampant. Flowers shook her head. The audience in the live broadcast room, too, did not expect Su-chan to suddenly come with such a hand. Meanwhile, apart from Yang Mi and Su-chan's CP fans who were ecstatic at the moment, the fans of the other two were all incredibly disappointed. What's the situation? I, Lu Tianxian, am so good. Why don't I choose cab? Su-chan, you big pig's hooves. How can this kind of thing rain on the parade? Of course it is to choose a person after the steadfastness to go on Su-chan, you scumbag. Hotba baby cuddle. Not sad. Ooh-hoo. It hurts so much to see Lu Tianxian's injured expression. Su-chan, you're so good at giving us fake moves, aren't you? Great. Choosing Sister Honey, eh? I told you that Sister Honey and Su-chan are just the best match together. Well, looking forward to Sister Honey and Su-chan's 2-day trip to the island. Ha ha ha, worthy of the Su-chan I know. I knew he wouldn't be so regimented in his choices. The choice has come to fruition. And the moment is a case of one family rejoicing and two families grieving. Yang Mi's side was naturally happy, while Hoder and Lu Tianxian's side was in a sad state. The program has been going on for a while now and it's time for it to end. Director Yen said at this moment. Okay, then long let our biggest winner this time, Su-chen, come and say the closing words for everyone. The camera focused on Su-chen, only to see him say, well viewers, that concludes our live broadcast for today. Please look forward to the next installment of our island tour. Meanwhile, don't forget, the day after tomorrow is our audition PK broadcast. So lock in the broadcast then. We won't see you again. Bye. The rest of the guests came to the camera to say goodbye. And naturally, the viewers were all over the place in the live broadcast. Ooh, how can it be over again so soon? The next installment doesn't start for many days. How am I going to make it through this? It's a good thing there's a live audition the day after tomorrow, or it would really be a day in the life. Woohoo! Tearfully saying goodbye. See you on the next installment. Su-chen, can't you usually have nothing to live broadcast? Have pity on us fans who can't see your mood. Ha ha ha, is it really good for you guys to make it look like Su-chen is the only guest on this program? Ha ha, that's right. Are you guys polite? It's fine. Old Sheen and the others can't see it anyway, and even if they do, I'm sure they won't mind. Old Sheen, I suspect you're Puami. With the camera off, several people instantly returned to their usual relaxed state, except for Su-chen. Of course, because, even when he was recording the show, he was completely relaxed. It's no different than usual. As for Old Sheen and the few of them, they were still more or less nervous. Old Sheen walked up to Su-chen at this moment and greeted him. What do you say we all go get a drink? Before Su-chen could reply, he only saw Hot Aruba blushing scarlet at this moment and walking over with her head lowered, a feeling of wanting to say something. Seeing this, Old Sheen instantly understood. Even if he had no eyes, he knew that he couldn't be a light bulb here at this time. At the same time, he somewhat sympathized with Su-chen. Then what's the use of inviting the wind? Don't we still have to deal with these troubles ourselves? Just look at them and there's no need to have so much trouble at all. Of course, this was more of Old Sheen's self-congratulation. Good luck, brother, we'll go first. After saying that, Old Sheen and the few of them hurriedly fled the scene, fearful that Hotba's resentment would reach them. Yang Mi knew at this moment that she had gotten a bargain, so naturally she wouldn't say anything to irritate Hotaru and Lu Tianxian, and so quietly left as well. As for Lu Tianxian, she actually wanted to be like Hotba and go over to ask Su-chen why he hadn't. There's choosing yourself. But she couldn't say anything, and could only watch as Hotaru walked up to Su-chen, then hesitated, and silently left. In the face of Hotaru's hesitation at the moment, Su-chen appeared to be very frank. Brother Su-chen, why, did you not choose me just now? Reba gathered her courage and asked. Looking at Hotaru's aggrieved look, Su-chen didn't hold back from pinching her cheeks. Didn't I tell you? I've had plenty of cooperation with you. After all, is it a program? Or do we need to give the audience something fresh? Su-chen explained. And at this moment, Hotaru no longer had much of a mind to listen to what Su-chen was saying. The thoughts that filled her mind were all carried away by this matter of Su-chen just pinching her cheeks. The intimate gesture, which was unintentionally only seen, made Hotaru's heart flutter. She was about to open her mouth to ask Su-chen about the words that were interrupted by Old Sheen and the others earlier. Su-chen then continued. Alright, it's getting late. Your agent is already waiting for you at the door. Hurry back. Hotaru looked back at the door and saw her agent standing there waiting for her. So, Hotba yipped. Then brother Su-chen, in the future, if you have such an opportunity again, will you still choose me? Su-chen nodded. Will do. Having received a definite answer, Hotba was overjoyed. Alright then brother Su-chen, I'll leave first. We'll see you the day after tomorrow. Looking at Hotaru's obviously much more cheerful back, Su-chen shook his head. I thought to myself, this Neisan, she's too simple. It's too easy to be fooled. But luckily she met herself. Because of that, she'd be left to lie to herself alone. Ahem. No. The next day, Su-chen arrived at his agency. As a result, when the elevator door opened, he saw the company's boss with a group of executives have stood in a line across the room. What are you guys, going out? Su-chen asked. Chapter 187, The Hype Couple. Chapter 187, Hype Couple. After seeing Su-chen, a group of executives, including the boss, smiles all over their faces, broker Sister Chin walked out from the crowd at this moment and rushed at Su-chen. Su-chen, The bosses are here to greet you. Greeting? This Su Chen was paying attention to see, only to see the back of these few bosses. There was a large banner hanging, only it had just been blocked by them, and Su Chen didn't look at it closely. The banner reads, "Warmly welcome Su Chen back to the company." Next to them were two beautiful women holding a large bouquet of flowers. Unsurprisingly, this should have been given to him as well. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was somewhat speechless. This is too much. He had merely gone to record a program and had only not returned to the office for a few days. If you didn't know, you'd think he hadn't been back in years, but when he thought about it, it was understandable. After all, he's playing a bit of a game this time. A movie that directly stirred up half of the big names and titans of the entertainment industry. It's only natural that the owner's side of the company should take it a bit more seriously. At that moment, their big boss walked up. Very affectionately, he shook Su Chen's hand. "Su Chen, welcome back. You're a great credit to our company. You don't realize that with your single-mindedness, our company's stock has gone up. There are several other notable stars who have come forward to approach and want to join us." So it is. Su Chen knew that these businessmen were unprofitable. If it wasn't for the fact that he had brought great benefits to the company, how could they, one or two of them, be so attentive? But since they were willing to do so, Su Chen was happy to accept it. The compliments and praise from these people were then accepted quite naturally. After returning to her room, Sister Qin followed behind. With a mysterious face, he rushed at Su Chen. "Su Chen, be honest with sis. Are you really moved towards Big Mimi? Touched, just because I chose to go to the island with her. That's a move on her. Ha, then I even kissed Hataru. Why don't you say that I'm attracted to Hataru as well?" Su Chen asked rhetorically. When Sister Qin thought about it, it did make sense. "Then there isn't a single one of these three female guests that you like?" Sister Qin asked in disbelief, because she felt it was so out of the ordinary. These three female guests are the best of the stars anyhow. Whether it's the face, body or character, that's a goddess in the hearts of thousands of men. Most importantly, all three of them had also shown their favor towards Su Chen one after another. But how come Su Chen didn't seem to have any further intentions towards them? It's hard not to. The more Qin thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and she was already starting to play out a little movie in her head. Su Chen instantly reacted to what Sister Qin was thinking and immediately interrupted her. "Don't slander me. I'm normal in my orientation." Seeing Su Chen make such a serious statement, Sister Qin was then sort of relieved. "So none of these three actresses have your heart in the right place?" "On the contrary, I'm all heartened," Su Chen replied rightfully. "But then, I'm called a man of all flowers. Falling in love at this time will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Hearing this, Sister Qin was also a bit surprised. Her understanding of Su Chen had reached a new level at this moment. What a surprise that he was so sober, being able to think through the pros and cons of this so well. At this point, Sister Qin could be much less worried than other brokers. "But there's something I want to discuss with you," Sister Qin said. "I was just contacted by Yangmi's agent after you chose Yangmi. The internet is buzzing about you two CPs. So, she is trying to take the opportunity to hype up the two of you CP, or to get some couple brand cooperation. This is the kind of thing that if it were any other ordinary small-time artist, the agent would be able to set it. But now that Su Chen was on fire like this, he naturally possessed more power of speech. So Sister Qin had to respect Su Chen's own opinion. And after hearing Sister Qin's words, Su Chen laughed. "Hype CP? Su Chen, haven't gotten to the point where I have to use this kind of hype. No, definitely not. And I'm pretty sure this whole thing wasn't young Nini's idea. If she knew about it, she definitely wouldn't agree to it either," Su Chen said with great certainty. This result was also expected by Sister Qin. She also understood Su Chen's character, and since she had said no, there was little room for maneuver. So without further ado, he continued to discuss the details of the movie shoot with Su Chen, and on Yang Mi's side, and Su, the same thing that Tatsu was thinking. She had also just found out about it from her agent. Instant fire. Originally, she was still immersed in the sweetness that she was going to go to the island alone with Su Chen in the next program. After hearing the agent's words, she was so infuriated that she spun in place and was close to smashing something. "What the hell were you thinking? To go to Su Chen's agent and make this kind of request? Su Chen, what will he think of me if he knows?" Yang Mi said angrily. The agent was across from her, and for the moment looked like a child who had done something wrong. "I thought I'd take this opportunity to rub some heat in it. Mainly because Su Chen is so hot right now. I just didn't hold back for a moment." "Rubbing in the heat? You can say such words like you." Yang Mi was all laughed out of anger. "Is it heat I want now? What I want is..." Yang Mi was so excited that she almost said the word Su Chen out loud, but the words were on her lips, and reserve made her swallow. Though the agent had been with her for many years and had talked to each other about everything, But it's still hard to say such things. My image in Su Chen's heart was all ruined by you. Get out. Don't want to see you. Yang Mi ran out. The agent also knew that at this moment, he couldn't mess with Yang Mi, so he hastily retreated. Yang Mi, on the other hand, was anxious at the moment. No, we must find a chance to explain this to Su Chen, otherwise won't this island trip of the two of us be ruined? Yang Mi made up her mind. While Yang Mi's side was anxious because of the CP firing, Lu Tianxian's side is not doing well either. On the one hand, because of the matter of Su Chen not choosing herself, Lu Tianxian herself was already upset. Instead, she came home only to realize that the pressure was even greater. As soon as she went back, Lu Tianxian realized that there was something wrong with her mother. How come this time? The smile is so kind. The smile always gave her a feeling of unease in her heart. Baby's back. Hurry up and come in. Mommy's got a present for you. Chapter 188, the live audition begins. Chapter 188, the live audition begins. Lu Xiaoyan warmly greeted her daughter as she entered the house. A gift? Lu Tianxian was confused. How is it nice that it's not a new year or a holiday or your own birthday? And you've got yourself a present. She was pulled all the way to her room by Lu Xiaoyan. Only a few books, still unopened, lay on her dressing table. This is a gift to yourself? What's with the book? What's the word? Lu Tianxian was puzzled and walked over, picking up the book to have a look. This look made her even more puzzled. Just see all these books that teach people how to fall in love, how to become a master of love, how to tame a man's heart, how to make a man desire you. Mom, what are you doing? You can't be picking up some love master drama for me, Lu Tianxian said suspiciously. Of course not. Mom has the best of intentions and wants you to study and learn, thus winning Su Chen's heart. Lu Xiaoyan said with a serious face. Hearing this, Lu Tianxian instantly cried and laughed a little. I thought you wouldn't let me have too much contact with Su Chen, she asked. That was in the old days, but these are different times. I do see that Su Chen is a rare talent, the perfect candidate for my son-in-law. This kind of man is not uncommon. You have to capitalize on the opportunity, Lu Xiaoyan said solemnly. At this moment, Lu Tianxian didn't know what mood he should be in. Before she liked Su Chen, Lu Xiaoyan didn't agree. However now, although Lu Xiaoyan had agreed, Lu Tianxian felt as if Su Chen had no feelings for her. But do you really want to go up against this book and learn it yourself? The point is, these books aren't very decent at first glance. Thinking of this, Lu Tianxian directly picked up these books and walked towards the outside. Lu Xiaoyan hurriedly caught up behind her. What are you doing there? Lu Tianxian didn't say anything, directly walked out of the room and walked to the side of the neighborhood trash can. Throw all those books in with a brain. Why did you throw it for me? Do you know how much it took me to find these books? Lu Xiaoyan shouted in surprise. Yes, Mom. You did have to go to a lot of trouble to get all those books back that were so immodest at first glance. But you're trying in the wrong direction. I will never learn such crooked ways. And Su Chen, he's no cutie pie. He'll definitely be able to tell if it's genuine or a ruse. Whether he likes me or not, that's between the two of us. But I'm definitely not going to get along with him the way I'm taught in these books. In that case, what would I become in that case? After saying that, Lu Tianxian walked back to her room without looking back. These words gave Lu Xiaoyan a blank stare. Is this the same obedient daughter who did everything she was told? How it seems a little unrecognizable. But what she had just said seemed to make some sense. It seems that he himself was in a hurry and lost his head to come up with this kind of stupid trick. Looking at the books inside that trash can, Lu Xiaoyan sighed and turned around to go inside as well. However, after she closed the door to her room, only a few dark shadows came out from among the bushes on the side, picked up all the books inside the trash can and sneaked into the bushes again. Lu Xiaoyan had forgotten that near their home, there were dog boys lurking on a regular basis. What's more, Lu Tianxian had just returned from the program. And this program, because of Su Chen, fire can't be on fire. The other guests on their show are, naturally, the ones the paparazzi focus on. For 2 days, Su Chen had been at the company to get things done for the shooting of the new movie. Making a movie is far from easy, though it's true that his script is well established. But there is still a lot to prepare for up front. Time passed quickly, and the day of the tryout PK, as expected, came. It's no exaggeration to say that this broadcast is getting national attention. After all, Chen Daoming and Hua Zai, two such big names, were actually competing for a small supporting role. When this story gets out, it's a pretty explosive level. It doesn't even need to be publicized. It's just naturally highly visible. What's more, the person at the center of this matter was still Su Chen, who had recently been on fire as if he was on fire. Not only that, but major businesses have also seized this business opportunity and are coming in for advertising sponsorship. It could be said that in the past few days, Director Yan's phone calls for their investment were going to be busted. But Director Yan was in a very good mood. Because it's all about money. So, this audition scene was broadcast live. And it directly became the program with the highest amount of investment. Keep in mind that this can be just a pilot. Not one of those shows with several installments in a row. So it's enough to say how much the broadcast blew up. And Director Yan, at this moment, had already counted the money until his hands cramped. However, the biggest winner of this live broadcast was still Su Chen. After all, he had asked Director Yan for 70% of the share in the first place, taking the lion's share. The location of the audition was chosen to be in the middle of the recording hall of South Lake Television. In the morning, the fans who had come had surrounded the entire South Lake building. And in the live broadcast, although it had not yet started, it was already buzzing. Great! Finally getting this day. We'll be able to see our brother Chen in a while. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. Let me have a front row first. Tatsuko, when can you come out? I can't wait. It's an exciting day. We're about to see two movie stars face off. I wonder who will win this time. Honestly, if we're talking about acting alone, I'm more optimistic about Chen Daoming. After all, he's a veteran actor. I'm with Hua, to be honest. In fact, the acting skills of these two can be said to be on par with each other. So we can only see which one fits the role of Su Chen better. I want to be there so bad. It's already buzzing. Yes, the scene was indeed lively. Most of the people who came here were Su Chen's fans. Some, however, are fans of Hua or Chen Daoming, came to cheer them both on. But the fans on hand were quality. Although there were a lot of people, all of them obeyed the order, stood on their own position and waited quietly. From time to time, they will share what they have learned as fans and what they love about their idols. Just then, a business car drove up to the door and stopped. Coming. Someone's coming. Who could it be in the car? Could it be my brother Su Chen? It's not time yet. Su Chen shouldn't have come so early. Chapter 189, Stars Gather Together. Chapter 189, Stars Gathering. Isn't it an artist who participates in another program? Where is there any other program today? In order to cooperate with this live broadcast, the TV station has stopped all other program recordings. Yeah. With so much attention on this audition, who has the heart to watch another show? I wonder who's doing that in the car. So curious. The car door slowly opened as the crowd watched. Sun Honglei stepped out of the car. After seeing him, the crowd was astonished. Sun Honglei? Surprisingly, it's Sun Honglei? Why is he here? I didn't hear he had any recording assignments today. I've heard that recently brother Honglei has been filming at the theater. He's so dedicated that he usually doesn't go out of the group. What's he doing here? It can't be here. To watch the tryout PK. It's possible, eh? Nowadays it's probably the only thing that would attract Honglei brother to take a leave from the drama. This is quite a big audition today. How long has it been since I've seen such a lively scene? After Sun Honglei got down from the car, he only saw a person walk out from the entrance of the TV station. And it was none other than Director Yan. He came out specifically to greet Sun Honglei. Although it was said that Su Chen treated all these big names rather casually. Of course, casual wasn't impolite. It was just that he wouldn't be as extraordinarily polite to the big names as others. But for Director Yan, these will be his resources later. It's natural to maintain it. So, the attitude is very humble and warm. The audience had been speculating about what Sun Honglei was really here for. Upon seeing the Yan director, there was an instant answer. Turns out he really came to see the audition PK. Just as everyone was marveling at what kind of storm clouds this audition PK had created in the entertainment industry, another nanny van drove up. Here it comes. Someone else is coming. Who will it be this time? Will it be our brother Su Chen? So excited. All in all, it must be a big shot. You can tell by looking at the car. The status is not ordinary. This car, compared to what Sun Honglei's looks like, is quite a bit more advanced. So naturally, everyone was guessing that the identity of the person inside the car was also very unusual. Sure enough, the car door opened and Zhang Zi walked down from the car. So it's Zhang Zi. She said she was coming to this audition before. And here she is. Zhang Zi is really good temperament. She was rejected by Su Chen before, but she didn't even get annoyed and still came to the live broadcast. This also shows that Su Chen's script must be exceptionally good. That's why they're willing to lower their stance so much. However, Zhang Zi's arrival was not the most surprising. Only to see that from behind her, another person came down. He was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of sunglasses. As soon as he came out, the scene went silent, because they didn't expect to see this person's presence here. The man is no other than the godfather of the rock scene and Zhang Zi's husband, Woofy Pants. The audience froze for a few seconds before they reacted and boiled over. Holy, if it isn't Wampy Pants. Wang Leather Pants even came. Su Chen can really do it. What a surprise! To be able to see Wampy Pants appear in this place. I had thought that this whole thing was just a firestorm in show business, but I didn't realize that it's gone all the way to rock and roll. Didn't Wolfie Pants say he wouldn't participate in any variety shows? This is kind of an exception. The main thing is that he's Zhang Zi's husband, so he must have been pulled over by his own wife. This can't be considered a variety show, can it? It can only be a live broadcast like no one before or since. Wow! I wonder who else is coming. Director Yen, at this moment, was also surprised for a moment after seeing the Wampy Pants. He knew that Zhang Zi would come, but he had never expected that Wang Leather Pants would come anyway. Director Yen, I brought old Wang with me. You won't mind, will you? Zhang Zi said very politely. Where is this coming from? I can't wait to be happy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Director Yan's mouth couldn't even close up with his smile at this moment. At the same time, he had some regrets in his heart. If he had known that Wolfie Pants would be there, wouldn't he have publicized it long ago? In time, it will surely attract even more advertisers. Not long afterward, one by one, business cars pulled up to the door. Zhang Ruoyun and Wu Gang are here. There are many other showbiz personalities that people didn't know about before. Surprisingly, they all came to the scene as well. Some of these people were known to Director Yen and came through the back door. Some of them were friends of Zhang Ruoyun and Zhang Zi and their friends. To be able to see for myself, recognizing today's famous scene, I purposely came here with a good greeting in advance. All in all, the pomp and circumstance of the day, as well as the star-studded lineup, was no worse than that of the Spring Festival Gala. It seems that apart from the Spring Festival Gala and some award ceremonies can have such a great event, other times, it's not easy to see so many stars in one place. And Director Yen keenly spotted the business opportunity. Straight away, at this point in time, the crew was allowed to turn the live stream on. A good warm-up. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had gathered to several million people, and that's without the live stream being on. The audience instantly became excited as soon as the live broadcast opened. Great! The live stream is on. Wow! It's starting so early. There's still more than an hour before the official live broadcast time. It's true that coming early and squatting is useful. This is called the early bird also has worms to eat it. Not in vain I waited half an hour in the live broadcast. So many stars. It's hilarious. That's a lot of people. This scene is friendly to my eyes. I'll go. Is that Sun Honglei? He's even here? Is Sun Honglei here to settle the score with Su Chen for imitating his melon purchase? Is it about to be a showdown between the real and fake Hua Chang? I wonder who will be better. I have a proposal. Why don't we let Su Chen and Sun Honglei PK as well? How about just PK to buy a melon name scene? I think it's okay. I'm already wanting to see it. Holy, is that Wimpy Pants? I can't believe he's here too. It's him. That's him. No one else would wear all black leather but him. This lineup is too powerful. There are so many people I can't imagine. And they're all here too. Where's Su Chen? Why isn't Su Chen here yet? And a few of today's protagonists. The protagonists that must all be the finale. You've seen which important person arrived early. Chapter 190 Big Brother's Aura. Chapter 190 Big Brother's Aura. A lot of people still don't know that the live broadcast is on. So everyone hurry up and go to the various platforms to shout for people. Less than 5 minutes after the live broadcast was opened, the number of people was rising in a straight line at a terrifying speed. At this moment, it's approaching 10 million. And the crowd quickly took to the top of the major social media platforms to discuss the matter. As a result, the top few names of the hot searches were also instantly contracted by this live broadcast today. Hashtag the showdown of the century. Hua and Shen Daoming compare scenes. Hashtag two movie stars competing on the same stage. Who's going to be the better actor? Hashtag. More and more people are converging in front of the South Lake TV station. The fans gathered around them were getting more and more frantic. Seeing this, Director Yen greeted everyone and wanted to ask them to go in first. However, they have expressed their reluctance. After all, Chen Daoming and Hua haven't come yet. In terms of seniority, they were all already waiting at the door to be there. So, Director Yen couldn't force himself and could only accompany everyone to wait at the door. Not long after, Hua's and Chen Daoming's cars arrived. Perhaps it was fate that the two men's cars, as it turned out, arrived at the same time. As soon as the car door opened, the two movie star level characters, one after another, walked down from the car. Both have different temperament auras, yet one thing is the same. That's all powerful. There's something about it that makes you want to submit without even realizing it. Most of the people in the audience had never seen them in person before, only on TV. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they were all inevitably shocked by the powerful aura they carried. I kind of know today why people are movie stars. This aura is too powerful. What's going on? It's like my legs don't listen to myself anymore. They just automatically want to kneel down. A big man. No less. Su-Chen is also too powerful. Facing two bigwigs like this, how dare he, a newcomer, make them fight for their supporting roles? I suspect that at that time, Su-Chen was because he hadn't met Big Brother Chen Daoming in person. If it was a face-to-face talk at that time, it definitely wouldn't have turned out this way. Right. Then you guys say that when Su-Chen sees the two of them in a while, will he regret it? Ha ha ha, I don't know. Su-Chen, the social cow, in front of these two big brothers. I wonder if he will break. When you guys say that, I'm looking forward to it. I see you're holding Su-Chen's support sign in your hands. You guys are black fans, haha. We Su-Chen fans have always had one wish, and that's to see Su-Chen flip his car. Ha ha ha, this big brother is here. Why isn't Su-Chen here yet? He can't be late. It's not so bad to be late. There's still more than 10 minutes to go before it starts. It's only to say that the bigwigs take it more seriously and are all arriving early. It wasn't just the audience that was shocked by the aura of the two big men. Even these stars who had arrived early were shocked by their aura. There was a lot of worship. Many of them, too, were meeting Chen Daoming and Hua for the first time. Normally, it was hard enough for them to see one of them, not to mention seeing the two in the same frame. Also, the two of them are notoriously low-key in the biz. In addition to your own job, many social occasions are put off when you can. So, this scene today is beyond rare. Hello, Mr. Hua. Hello, Mr. Chan. Hello, two teachers. The young actors, for the moment, greeted each other. Director Yan also rushed forward at this moment to greet the two big men. Chen Daoming and Hua, on the other hand, come across as very down-to-earth. There was no rack on it at all. This made all those present, all of them, relax a lot. Mr. Chen, Hua, the venue inside is ready. Everyone said they'd wait outside until you got here to go in. Why don't we just move inside now and wait? Director Yan said. Hearing this, Chen Daoming looked around for a moment and then asked, "Where's Su-Chen? Hasn't come yet?" As his question was asked, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. This is a big senior. You Su-Chen again cattle. In front of others that is also a junior. People are here, but Su-Chen isn't. Doesn't that give the netizens a good source of black material? Even if we put aside this internet comment for a moment, the sense of oppression from Mr. Chen Daoming and Hua alone was enough to make the rest of them present feel suffocated. They felt that if they replaced Su-Chen with themselves, then I'm afraid that the first time I saw Chen Daoming and Hua Chai, they all had to kneel down in fear. This audition broadcast hasn't even started yet and the atmosphere is already going to be so tense? Each and every one of them. At this moment, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, observing Chen Daoming's every move. Director Yan, on the other hand, was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. He also wanted to ask a question. Where was Southern? Where is he? It's clearly his field, and he's the star of the show. How come all these people are here and he himself hasn't arrived yet? Although, at the moment, there are still a few minutes before the program officially starts, but you can't come at the right time. But these words, Director Yan could only think about them in his heart, because Su-Chen he can't control. Not to mention that nowadays it wasn't during the recording of the program. Even if it was during the recording of the program, Su-Chen had never listened to him. Thinking of this, Director Yan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his head. He had been a director for quite a few years, and over the years, there had been few moments of such tension. This was all thanks to Su-Chen. At this moment, he had no other expectations but to pray that Su-Chen would arrive quickly. In the middle of the live broadcast, the audience also discussed it. Two movie stars in the same frame. What news of the century? This scene is so precious. I guess it will go down in the history of the entertainment industry. The aura of the two bigwigs is really too powerful. Just now, Mr. Chen's sentence about where's Su-Chen? I feel like I'm going to kneel down. Where the hell is Su-Chen? This prescribed time is almost up. Why hasn't he come yet? Isn't it still a few minutes away? What's your hurry? You're really late. Can't you be a little early for such an important moment? Upstairs is a black counterpart. Right. Do you not understand our Su-Chen's character? This may be a big deal for you guys, but for Su-Chen, it may just be an ordinary audition. That's right. Although if it were me, I'd probably be too nervous to sleep all night and go to the scene early. But Tatsu isn't just anyone. Chapter 191, what a big rack. Chapter 191, what a rack. At this moment, just when the scene is 10,000% tense, Su-Chen, at this moment, was still sitting leisurely in his car, resting his eyes. Sister Chin sat on the sidelines, like ants on a hot pan, anxious to press a pair of wings on this car, fly straight to the door of the TV station. At the same time, She was keeping an eye on the live stream every now and then. When she heard Chen Daoming ask where Su Chen was, she became even more nervous. Su Chen, I told you to leave half an hour earlier. You didn't listen. Well now, they're all here. Just us. Su Chen looked at the scenery outside the window, not in the least bit anxious. And in the face of Qin's tirade, he looked at the time and said, "It's not 5 minutes until the appointed time. It's just around the corner in front of us. It's not like we're going to be late. What are you in such a hurry for?" Sister Qin was speechless for a while. You've been in showbiz for so long. Surely you know the rules. The convention is that juniors must arrive early or they'll be accused of playing hard to get. You're as hot as hell nowadays. But this traffic is a double-edged sword. How many pairs of eyes are staring at you? Now that Chen Daoming and Hua are here. Even Zhang Zi and Wine Leather Pants are here. You're the only one who hasn't arrived. You're not like rushing up to give people black information. Sister Qin was worried. Black material? If this can be called black material, it only shows that the level of these paparazzi is too inadequate. I just want to rectify this crooked trend. Su Chen still had that couldn't care less look. Sister Qin also knew that she couldn't convince Su Chen. He has always had his own ideas and insisted on them. Forget about it. It's already happened anyway, so she'll just have to work harder after it's over. Getting through to the media and the paparazzi side of things now. While talking, this car had already seen the entrance of the TV station. Sister Qin walked down from the car before Su Chen. With a polite smile on his face, he walked towards Chen Daoming and Hua and the others. Mr. Chen, Mr. Hua Zai, I'm so sorry we're late. There's just too much traffic on this road. At this moment, Director Yen was finally relieved. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't make them wait too long. The other young actors also finally got to meet Su Chen himself, who has been on fire lately. Su Chen at this moment, very calmly, walked down from the car. As soon as he came out, the stars who had seen him for the first time stared in disbelief. In the showbiz world, where handsome men and women are in abundance, they can say that they are used to seeing human beings with high face value. However, when they saw Su Chen, they were still startled for a moment. In addition to having very prominent-looking features, the focus was on Su Chen's body, that confident, cloudy temperament. At the same time, the spectators outside the arena, after seeing Su Chen, also screamed and cheered. Su Chen! Su Chen is finally here. Ooh, finally I've met my brother Chen in person. He's really handsome. Oh my god. Su Chen looks so much more handsome than on TV. Woohoo! This trip was worth it. Don't squeeze me, don't squeeze me. I want to see Tatsu. I can't. Handsome, I'm going to pass out. Wow. Tatsu was waving at us. He's really, I'm crying my eyes out. After Su Chen got out of the car, he first walked over to the side of the audience and greeted them. It even drew a lot of screams from the fans. Then, only then did they head towards Chen Daoming and their side. At this moment, the rest of the stars very naturally assumed that the first thing Su Chen would do upon his arrival would be to apologize. Apologize for him being late. Though, at the moment, it was still 2 minutes short of the previously agreed upon time. But subliminally, as long as he was the last to arrive, he was late. Even if you don't feel apologetic in your heart, it is also important to appear apologetic on the surface so that you can be considered polite and humble. However, this time, Su Chen let them down again, for there was not the slightest trace of apology to be seen on his face. It just fell into place, and greeted Chen Daoming and Hua Zai. Chen Daoming and Hua are both very down-to-earth people, so they don't really feel anything about it. But Chen Daoming's agent was a little unhappy. Last time, when Chen Daoming communicated with Su Chen on the phone, he was not with him. If he had been there at that time, he would not have let Chen Daoming, in any way, use such a low stance. Go to Southern and beg for a small supporting role. It's not like you're lowering your price. He hadn't seen Su Chen's script, but had only heard Chen Daoming talk that script up after he came back. He wondered if he had been compelled by Su Chen. How good could a script written by such a young freshman be? Is it worth it to make Chen Daoming so? If it hadn't already been live-streamed out, go for it. If it backfires and doesn't come on the air, it will be said outside that Chen Daoming is afraid of losing and can't afford to play, and that he said anything to stop this event today. Of course, that was just wishful thinking on his part. If Chen Daoming insisted on coming, he couldn't stop him. And now, Su Chen, as the protagonist of this live broadcast, had arrived late? That's even if it came with no sign of apology. Surprisingly, he went ahead and greeted the fans. Isn't this not putting Chen Daoming in his eyes? Thinking of this, he decided to give Su Chen some color. A good lesson for this showbiz scion. So, he walked to Su Chen with a displeased face and said, Mr. Su looks like he's been too hot lately. Very busy indeed. Come so late. Let Mr. Chen and Hua are at the door waiting for you alone? Frame is really big. When these words came out, Before Su Chen could say anything, Chen Daoming first cast a disgruntled look at his agent. What are you talking about? Not to mention the fact that the time hasn't come yet, and we're not much more than anyone else, so what's wrong with waiting a little while? However, the broker didn't back down at all, only looking at Su Chen with a smile on his face. It was clear that he was going to embarrass him. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly tense. The rest of the stars were even more breathless at this point. Good lord, they had thought that the atmosphere would definitely be a bit tense in this audition PK today, but it didn't occur to you that it was already so exciting even before it officially started? At the same time, they substituted themselves for Su Chen for a bit, and all of them had felt too nervous to breathe. If it was them, they were questioned like this by Chen Daoming's agent. I'm afraid they all fell to their knees and cried out on the spot. However, Su Chen looked, how still, how calm. Su Chen wouldn't have a stiff facial nerve, would he? The kind that can't be seen on the surface even if he's nervous in his heart. A star whispered in the back. Chapter 192, The Art of Speaking. Chapter 192, The Art of Speaking. I don't know. I admire his courage instead. It's all like this and still able to laugh. And among the live broadcast, in the face of such a situation, it was also divided into two factions. One faction thought that such an approach by Su Chen was very individualistic and expressed support. The other faction thought that Su Chen had done something wrong. A little out of sight in front of the seniors. I don't think there's anything wrong with Su Chen being like this. It's not like he's late. Can't he just come at card time? That's right. Who knows when senior will come? You can't blame Su Chen for that. People Chen Daoming himself didn't say anything. What's wrong with this agent? Su Chen is still too young, going wild on the strength of having a bit of talent. He doesn't even put these bigwigs in his eyes anymore. That's right. It's better for young people to keep a low profile. The two upstairs are black, aren't they? Where did you see Su Chen not putting the big man in his eyes? The smell of gunpowder is a bit heavy. It won't affect the next audition. At this moment, the eyes of the entire audience were focused on Su Chen. Everyone was in the air. Sister Qin wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness of the moment, but couldn't find the right words. And she also knew that this kind of thing could only be resolved by Su Chen himself. She would have compounded the problem if she had intervened. At this moment, she prayed in her heart that Su Chen's attitude would ease up a bit, bring this matter to a successful conclusion without further complications. Director Yen, for the moment, was taking a few steps back, away from this center storm circle. Don't want to get involved in this. He's a man who's been in the entertainment industry for so many years that he's long since learned to be greasy. At the moment it's a staple of offending no one. Chen Daoming, at this moment, was a bit embarrassed. Actually, he didn't really care if Su Chen came late or not. He had just asked Director Yen where Su Chen was, and didn't mean anything else. It was simply that he couldn't wait to meet Su Chen. It's just that everyone else misunderstood. At this moment, his own agent had made the atmosphere so sword-fighting. His heart was listening to embarrassment. Sorry, Su Chen. Chen Daoming opened his mouth to try to explain. It was interrupted by Su Chen. Teacher Chen, you don't have to apologize. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Chen's tone was polite but firm. I know. You're a virtuous old artist. Surely you won't make things difficult for the juniors because of these things. The entire time he said this, he was looking across the room, at Chen Daoming's manager. This is a very clever statement on his part, to say the least. It both took Chen Daoming out of the equation and alluded to that agent, saying that this behavior he just did was making things difficult for the juniors. At the same time, it also disgraced Chen Daoming and got him into trouble. That agent is no slouch, so how could that not be heard? He originally thought that he had just used his attitude to exert pressure, and Su Chen, in order to round out the scene, verbally apologized for this matter even if it was over. In this way, he had sort of given Su Chen a warning, so that when he faced Chen Daoming again later, he would be more polite. After all, Su Chen was also the organizer of this event. It wouldn't do him any good if things were screwed up right off the bat. However, he had not expected that Su Chen would not follow the script he had envisioned at all. Surprisingly, he was so calm and said such a thing, kicked the ball directly to him. What do you mean by that? You're just saying I'm giving you a hard time? To be difficult or not to be difficult? I can't say. The eyes of the masses are bright. Su Chen spoke calmly. This live stream was on the whole time. What time did I arrive and what time did I get off the bus? I'm sure it's all recorded. If I'm not late, how can I be disrespectful to Mr. Chen, to Hua, and to the other artists? After saying this, Su Chen also stopped looking at that economist and instead looked at Chen Daoming. Facing Chen Daoming, Su Chen's attitude was still very respectful. After all, people's character, strength and qualifications are all there. Teacher Chen, please don't mind what happened today, and I also hope that it won't affect our next audition for the movie. I have always had respect for your acting skills and character. Let's please enter. Saying that, Su Chen bowed down and made an inviting gesture. It could be said that the words that had just been spoken had given Chen Daoming enough face. It was also timely to give him a step down. Otherwise, even if this troublemaker was an agent, that was after all Chen Daoming's person, it's still not out of line with him. And Su Chen's words, coupled with this practice, had directly plucked him out of it. It also allows him to use a subdued stance and can move on to the following audition scene. In this regard, Chen Daoming's heart was filled with admiration for Su. Tatsu was grateful, but at the same time, he was more than a little surprised and favorably impressed by the young lad's character. At such a young age, it's amazing that you are able to do something so thoughtful and watertight. At the same time, it retains its individuality and upholds its principles. This kind of heart, this kind of emotional intelligence, he felt that he might not even be able to do it. This Su Chen, what kind of person is he? Thinking about this, Chen Daoming turned around and followed Su Chen inside. Eyes gave him a reproachful look as he passed the agent. That agent was speechless with dislike at the moment. He, who was usually quite eloquent, couldn't even say a word at this moment, because Su Chen said every word that made sense. There was no point that could be broken through. At this moment, he only felt like a clown, taking the initiative to pick a fight and returning in defeat. The other young actors present were also shocked by Su Chen's approach at this moment. They hadn't expected Su Chen to be so rigid. It's amazing that when you have a problem like this, you don't bother to apologize, but argue your case. This was simply impossible for them at one time. There is no such option inside the dictionary of life. However, today, Su Chen gave them a live demonstration. The point is, looking at the effect, it's pretty good. Bullnose, one of the little actors, at this moment, could not help but exclaim in a whisper. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers all boiled over. Worthy of being my brother Tatsu? Those words just now were really great. Bullnose ah, Su Chen is more than just social awesome disease ah. This mouth is also too good. Just now those words said wonderful ah. What do you mean by having a mileage? Su Chen is called having a face. Not only did he give that agent a lesson, he also gave enough face to Mr. Chen Daoming. Hi, strongly recommend Su Chen to publish a book. It's called The Art of Speaking. I will definitely buy it then and learn it properly. Chapter 193, Giving 2 Movie Stars a Lecture. Chapter 193, Giving a Lecture to 2 Movie Stars. Really, Su Chen is simply our spiritual idol. If only I had this kind of courage and art of speaking when facing leaders. The point is that Su Chen can still round things up after disliking someone. And in the end, everyone has face. That's the most brilliant thing. This agent seems to be used to flaunting his name outside in the name of Mr. Chen usually, but he didn't expect to kick the bucket here in Su Chen. Joking aside, our Su Chen, that's an element that terrorizes society. And you still want to pin him down? Then aren't you just making things worse for yourself? Ha ha, did you guys see the way Chen Daoming looked at his agent just now? I have a feeling that this agent is going to be fired when we get back. That's for sure ah. This kind of agent fired before it's too late. Keep it will only cause trouble for Chen Daoming. The crowd followed Su Chen and the others into the recording hall. Only the agent was left still stumped, somewhat at a loss for words. What was the meaning of that look in Mr. Chen's eyes just now? He'd never looked at himself like that before. The agent had a bad feeling that his job seemed to be on the line. At this moment, he was inwardly very regretful as to why he had just gone to provoke Su Chen. Is it too late to regret it? If he really couldn't, he would just put down his stature and face and go apologize to Su Chen. Lost in thought, he followed the crowd and walked in as well. And at this moment, Sister Qin's heart was complacent. She had thought that this time, Su Chen would definitely suffer a loss. She, the agent, doesn't know how much PR she has to do and how many apologies she has to make before she can control public opinion. As a result, he didn't expect that by Su Chen's 3 sentences, things were reversed. Looking at Agent Chen Daoming's dazed look, she gloated a little in a somewhat shady way. I told you to look for trouble and offend us. Su Chen, now you know the power. The entire crew was seated in the recording hall. This is a live broadcast. Not only the scene came a lot of stars. Meanwhile, the number of viewers watching the live broadcast on the internet had already exceeded 50 million. And it's still going up. At this rate, the number of people online at the same time will exceed 100 million. What kind of concept is that? The country's population is only 1 billion or so, and today there is 1/10 of the population. In the middle of the live broadcast, following this live broadcast, it can be said that the degree of national attention is second only to the Spring Festival Gala. The two of them, Chen Daoming and Hua Zai, are sitting in their seats at the moment, waiting to get into the ring. The two of them were already veteran actors, and hadn't seen any scenes over the years. It can be said that it has been so calm that it does not change its face when Tarzan collapses in front of it. At the moment, however, there was some tension in the heart. Mostly, they both take this one role way too seriously. No one wants to lose this one. At that moment, Director Yan walked onto the stage and announced, "Welcome to this live audition. I'm just as excited as everyone else at this moment, because it's almost time to see Mr. Chen Daoming and Mr. Hua, two veteran actors, on the same stage. I wonder which of the two of them will end up winning this role today. Then the next process is going to be given to our general director of this play and also the screenwriter of this play, Su Chen. Director Su, please come on stage." At this moment, Director Yan's name for Su Chen had changed to Director Su. In one fell swoop, he went from being an artist on his own variety show to a fellow director. Moreover, if Su Chen's movie turns out well after he directs it, then Su Chen's status in the directing world will instantly surpass that of Director Yan, who has been mixing for decades. Because within the director's circle, there is also the default chain of contempt that everyone has, and the director of the movie, naturally, stands at the top of the contempt chain. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Director Zhang was also in front of the screen, following the live broadcast. Originally, this was a live broadcast that he was sure to come and watch live. It's just a shame that there's a job he can't put off for a few days and he has to leave the country. Nowadays you can only watch from inside the live stream. For this reason, Director Zhang still felt immense regret in his heart, only to see Su Chen walk up to the stage this moment with great generosity. Then without further ado, let's get straight to the point. In the beginning only, I'll tell the two teachers about the theater first. Hearing this, the hearts of the young stars on the scene were shocked again. Give a lecture on theater to Chen Daoming and Hua? That's a lot of nerve. You know, you're a guy who doesn't have any movie or TV credits. Come up and have to give a lecture to two movie star level playwrights. Isn't this also a bit too arrogant? They all sneaked a look towards Chen Daoming and Hua's eye, wanting to observe the two of them's faces. However, living up to his reputation as a virtuoso old artist, he was surprisingly very calm at this moment, not the least bit offended by being offended. The roles that we're going to have you two perform today are scripted. Mr. Wang in the middle of it all. Both of you have already read the script, so you should have an impression of this character, Su Chen said from the stage. Chen Daoming and Hua's eye felt a little surprised when they heard this off stage. The two of them didn't expect it to be the role of Mr. Wang. As professional actors, they have the ability to forget scripts. And the character of Mr. Wang is kind of an important supporting character throughout. How could they both not remember? At first, they thought that what Su Chen had arranged for them was just some small roles in the big sauce. That's why he was so surprised when he heard it was Mr. Wang. The two looked at each other, then simultaneously nodded at Su Chen on the stage. Su Chen then continued. Then the clip we're going to have the two of you act in today is the scene in the play where the main characters are besieged by punks and Mr. Wang comes to their rescue. What about this paragraph? It's mainly to reflect the sense of contrast in Mr. Wang's persona. As for how the sense of contrast is to be molded, that's something you two are going to have to go and think about on your own. On Su Chen's script, the depiction of this famous scene is simple. It was Mr. Wang who bumped into them and stepped in to fight off all the punks. Scripts are many times like an instruction manual, not very detailed at first, just giving a general framework. It's up to the actors to fill in the specifics with their own understanding and experience, plus some ideas from the director. So many of the famous scenes in the middle of movies and TV shows are often not thought out from the start. Instead, they collide on the spot. And the reason why Su Chen chose this section was because he also felt that there was a lot of room to play with in here. You can clearly see how well the two of them fit the character. He's not kidding around when he organizes this audition PK. Instead, they are seriously working on casting the right roles for their plays. Chapter 194 was acting skills. Chapter 194 was acting. Of course, another part of the reason is naturally for publicity. It can be said that not only did they not spend a dime on this live broadcast, instead, it's good to make a lot of money on advertising. At the same time, it has attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of people. This publicity is much better than spending any amount of money on advertising. I'm sure you're all excited about the movie after watching this live stream. When the movie comes out, the first thing you're going to do is get tickets to see it. Predictably, by then it will have already broken the record for the highest box office today. Fire before shooting. It is estimated that only Su Chen can create such a fiery scene. The two teachers, are there any more questions? Su Chen on the stage asked. No more questions. Mr. Hua, which one of us two will start first? Chen Daoming asked in a calm voice. I'll go first, you rest first. Mr. Chen, Hua said of his own accord. It was actually a sign of politeness for him to say so. After all, the ones acting later had more time to think about preparing. At the same time, the people who acted in front of you may also give some inspiration. That's why he volunteered to play first. It can be said that both of them have impeccable character in every way. So Hwa walked up to the stage first, and Su Chen waved his hand. And a few young actors came up backstage at once. One is dressed as a punk. This is what Su Chen had prepared before. The supporting cast. After explaining 2 more sentences to Hwa about the effect he wanted, Su Chen walked off the stage, handing the stage over to Hwa. The lights in the room all dimmed first. By the time it lit up again, the stage was already in the theater. On the scene, everyone held their breath the moment the lights came on. Without moving a muscle, he looked at Hwa on the stage. It was a rare opportunity to be able to see Hwa so close to the action. What's more, the scene could almost be considered improvised. In addition to acting skills, it is more of a test of the actor's professional skills, and the ability to adapt to the scene. This is certainly a great learning opportunity for them. It's also a rare, live viewing experience. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also excited. I'm going. It's finally starting. God knows how long I've been waiting for this broadcast. There's no need to say much about Hwa's acting skills. He'll definitely show everyone a good time later. Go Hwa. Always support you. I don't know what's going on. I'm so nervous. It's like I'm the one who's going to be on stage acting. I'm especially nervous too. My heart is beating out of my chest. I'll bet $10 that Hwa will win. I bet 20 that Mr. Chen Daoming wins. TSK. To be honest, these two teachers are on par with each other. I don't know who will win between the two of them for a while. To say that it's still Su Chen who's great, with the aura of these two teachers. I guess I'll have to kneel down as soon as I see the real person. Yeah. Su Chen not only dared to let the two of them compete, he even gave them both a lecture on drama so graciously. He's worthy of being a social humbug. If only Su Chen's thick skin could share half of it with me. Upstairs, how do you talk? How can you call that cheeky? It's called social awkwardness. Outside the TV station, after Su Chen and the others went in, these fans at the scene didn't leave. They were unable to enter the interior of the arena, but they were able to wait outside with very happy hearts. At this point, have taken out their cell phones to watch the live broadcast. Quite a feeling that people are also in the scene. At this moment, within the recording hall, a couple of the hired support acts are already fighting on stage. Just as they were having a big fight, Mr. Wang, whom Hwa was playing at the moment, walked onto the stage. What are you doing? Hwa snapped. The punks froze at the sound and looked back. After seeing Hwa, he pointed at him with a disdainful face. Don't mind your own business, or I'll even beat you up. Hearing this, Hwa froze for a moment, then turned around and made a direct gesture to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene instantly froze. What's the situation? Is Hwa leaving? However, in the next second, he only saw Hwa turning around fiercely, with an extra fan in his hand. When the fan was opened, the word Kung Fu was written on its face. Bullying my students? Let me see it. I'll have to take charge. Hwa's eyes face at the moment was filled with righteousness. Although there is no background music to accompany it, it is performed with a sense of voluptuousness. The performance had a self-contained BGM feel to it. Those few punks naturally wouldn't be deterred by such a sentence. At this moment, with a bad smile on his face, he approached towards Hwa, to teach this teacher, who they thought was out of his depth, a lesson. It was at this point that Hwa stepped in, only to see him move cleanly, first grabbing the arms of the two punks in front of him and twisting them violently. These two people instantly fell to their knees on the ground, and at the same time, their mouths were screaming out in pain. And of course, the grunt was performed by them. After all, group actors were human beings, and Hwa couldn't really go and twist their arms so vigorously. It's all just matching each other's movements. After settling the two punks in front of him, Hwa's hands were loosened and he walked over towards the remaining few. I just saw that his movements were very methodical, and it looked like he had practiced. 3 clicks and the guys were done. The actors and actresses on the scene were all dumbfounded at this moment. Not to mention everything else. These kung fu moves that Hwa just showed on stage were way too professional. It looks and feels like a childhood martial arts training. But most of the people in here know a lot about Hwa's resume, knowing that he never formally learned kung fu. If it is inside a movie, there are professional martial arts instructors who are able to teach them every move. With the editing, it looks a lot like that. However, this is a live show. They had no prior rehearsal, and with such a close distance, they all saw clearly that there was no water in any of Hwa's moves. This is simply awesome. They asked themselves that they would never be able to do it to such an extent. Maybe that's the difference between them and the movie stars. I'll be damned. Mr. Hwa is really something. Those moves just now were simply brilliant. Yeah, just seeing those moves he just made, I feel like he's going to win. It's not that I don't believe in Mr. Chen Daoming's acting skills. I do feel that Mr. Chen is definitely no match for Hwa when it comes to action scenes. That's right. I feel the same way. At this moment, the small actors on stage couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Chapter 195, Pointing Out Wa. Chapter 195, Pointing Out Wa. At the moment, the small cast of actors on the set were whispering, "This master of his craft is a master of his craft. What had just made such a move?" And everyone instantly exclaimed that he was worthy of being a movie star. The acting is really something, not watered down at all. Although, that said, he didn't have many lines in this scene, but yet just by the subtle changes in facial expressions, and changes in demeanor, just act out the before and after of this Mr. Wang. The young actors were amazed at how wonderful it was. They also absorbed a lot of sustenance from the acting that Wa just did. It felt like the right day to come here cheekily. And in the midst of the live broadcast, the audience roared in amazement. I go. Was acting is too good. I really didn't expect that Wa's fight scenes could be so great. It's too all round. Sure enough, a good actor needs scripted qualities that are all over the place. These young actors learn from them. That's right. These small actors like to find a stunt double. General martial arts scenes and slightly dangerous scenes are using a stunt double, and these old actors compared to the attitude of dedication is far from it. Watching Wa acting is simply a pleasure. TSK, Wa is already so wonderful. I wonder what effect Mr. Chen Daoming will have in a while. I feel that Wa's image of Mr. Wang is so ingrained in me that it's hard to erase. I thought it was a disadvantage to appear first, but Wa has turned it into an advantage. Bull. Director Zhang, who was far away across the ocean, couldn't help but nod his head when he saw Wa's acting skills at this moment. Sure enough, it's worthy of being the actor I had my eye on in the first place. After all these years, Wa still hasn't forgotten his heart. Moreover, this acting skill, it's even improved a lot more than before. It's quite a bit of a furnace. On the scene, Wa walked to the front of the stage and took a bow at the bottom. The scene erupted into a round of applause that did not last long. After the applause subsided a bit, Wa spoke up. Thanks for the encouragement. I would like to ask Director Su how he feels about the performance I just gave in that segment. Wa asked this in a very humble and sincere manner. At this moment, he completely let go of what he had achieved before and emptied himself. Think of yourself as a newcomer in sincerely asking the director to comment. The small cast of actors on the set, however, sucked in a breath of cold air. This Su Chen, he wouldn't really dare to critique Wa, would he? These people hadn't read Su Chen's script and didn't know just how wonderful it was. But no matter how brilliantly written this script is, it's a fact that it hasn't been filmed yet today. So today's Su Chen is someone who has neither directed nor acted in a production. Is he such a third-rate player in the movie industry that he's going to comment on Wa's acting? This is too crazy. No matter what Su Chen said, I'm afraid he would be scolded, saying that he was out of his depth and disrespectful to Wa. However, they didn't dare to jump to any more conclusions at this moment, because they knew that Su Chen would never follow common sense. What they think they are afraid to do or can't do, Su Chen collectively dared to do and say. And so, at the moment, everyone's eyes were on Su Chen. Even the viewers of the live broadcast had forgotten to send pop-ups at this moment. Instead, he stared blankly at the screen, waiting for Su Chen's comment. As expected, Su Chen looked calm in the face of Hua's inquiry. He cleared his throat and said, if you look at the acting alone. Speaking here, Su Chen deliberately paused and stretched his voice. The crowd's emotions were also successfully mobilized by him. Even Wa, his fingers clenched together, tensed, from the acting alone. Perfect, Su Chen finally said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at these words, especially Wa. It had been a long time since he had felt so happy when he heard someone compliment him on his acting, especially the part of the action scene. I really didn't expect that your martial arts moves looked so professional, Mr. Wa. After all, it was unrehearsed beforehand, and there was no martial arts instructor to be able to achieve this level. I'm truly impressed. Su Chen continued to praise. These compliments of his, however, were not compliments, but real feelings, because anyone who has seen Wa's performance would agree with those words of his. In response, though, some of the small cast had their own little thoughts. Sure enough, in front of Wa, even if it's a director. So what? You still have to pick a good word to say. I thought the Su Chen was so rigid that he would comment more sharply, but I didn't expect that he would also kiss ass as soon as he opened his mouth. This will, too small. Unknown actors from the 18th line were muttering in a low voice. The two of them, brought in by Chen Daoming's agent. If you don't say it's a case of things coming together, it's true that people like them can be friends. The two of them snickered lowly when they were done. However, before their laughter could fall, Su Chen continued his review again. But, as a whole, the performance wasn't quite perfect. Wa, who had relaxed, instantly tensed up again, and the others present, too, were amazed. Just now, they all thought that Su Chen's critique of Hua's eye was over. This result, too, was expected. After all, for Hua this total big shot. Even if director Zhang was here, he would be a little more polite when commenting, not to mention a rookie director like Su Chen. The point is, he's just put on a really good show. 2. They felt they couldn't find any flaws. Therefore, most of them felt normal about Su Chen's critique, especially Zhang Zi, who had just whispered and muttered to Wang Leather Pants. It is said that this was acting skills are considered one of the best in the entire entertainment industry. She would never be able to find any flaws if left to her. As a result, not long after the words fell, Su Chen said, "Was acting in this part is not perfect? What wasn't perfect? Why didn't she see it?" In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience also instantly boiled over. I'm going. I have a feeling the main event is about to start. That's right. I told you. How could Su Chen be moderate this time? So he's waiting here. Wow. I'm so excited and nervous. I wonder what Su Chen will say. I feel that Wa's performance is also quite perfect. Su Chen can't pick a bone inside the egg. Chapter 196, not perfect. Chapter 196, not perfect. Can't be. I'm afraid Su Chen is going to get sprayed if he really doesn't say anything informative in his review this time. Yes, Wa's fan base is very strong, and all of them are true fans. When the time comes, those of us won't be of any use. Wa's fans, if what Su Chen says is wrong, just go and scold him directly. Don't implicate us fans. That's right. Idle behavior, please don't rise fans. This matter has nothing to do with us. Su Chen, this matter can only be carried by yourself. We, who are weak, will not join in the fun first. Ha. Are you guys really Su Chen's fans? They're all just some fake fans. Southern Sea crying in the toilet, you guys don't really love me. Ha. The atmosphere in the recording hall instantly became a bit gloomy. Director Yen sat behind the monitor, sweat coming down on his head. Su Chen, you really don't let me worry at all. If you say this criticism of Wa's front foot, won't I have to be rushed by fans in the back foot of this live room? What will we tell the advertisers when the time comes? You're taking 70% of this advertising money. You can't spray it for the sake of the money alone without looking at anything else. But it couldn't be helped. Although Director Yen was anxious in his heart, he was also clear. This live broadcast was not something he could control, and it was even more unlikely that Su Chen would listen to him. This is not. His agent at this moment is also on the sidelines, anxious, straight jump feet it. Sister Chin's face wasn't looking too good at the moment. She felt that being Su Chen's agent, nothing else mattered. The important thing is to have a big heart. Otherwise this heart up and down, sooner or later will have to be scared out of the heart. Let's just say at this moment, she felt even more nervous inside by Hua. He was afraid that Su Chen's mouth would say something that would blow up and he wouldn't be able to end it. Right at this tense moment when everyone was watching, Su Chen continued, I think the imperfections have nothing to do with the acting, but in the handling of this reversal. The handling of Mr. Hua just now can only be described as moderate, but missing a sense of surprise. Suffice it to say, I can hit 80. Su Chen nonchalantly stated his true opinion. In fact, for many people, 80 is already a very high score. After all, this artistic creation everyone has everyone's requirements. It is impossible to be 100% satisfied. But Su Chen is different. This is his first script. It was his first shot in this world, into the movie and television industry. And it's just started, and it's already attracting the attention of so many people. He then has to strive for even more excellence and a 100% satisfaction level. So, while it's true that Hua has just, whether it's acting or this kung fu, it's already perfect. But on top of this before and after twist contrast, Su Chen still felt that it was a bit too bland. Hearing Su Chen's comment, Chen Daoming on the side nodded without a trace. It wasn't because he and Hua were rivals at the moment, so he deliberately dropped the ball. Rather, it was because, in his heart, he had the same idea as Su Chen. He was not idle when Hua was performing just now, always thinking about what to break. Hua's acting is impeccable to say the least. It's basically hard for him to surpass that. There's not much room. Thinking about it, Chen Daoming figured out that Hua's performance was not flawless. It's in the organization of this episode that he has a lot of room to play. However, what made him even more surprised was that Su Chen had even raised this point as well. Before, Mr. Chen Daoming just thought Su Chen's script was well written. As for his directing skills, Chen Daoming hadn't seen them before, and his heart wasn't in the right place. However, just now, after listening to Su Chen's critique of Hua's eye, Chen Daoming could be sure, Su Chen is definitely an awesome director, not to mention his professionalism, right up against his own. Let's just say the strength of his to face Hua and be outspoken is a quality that a director must possess. However, this is a quality that many directors do not possess today. For them, as long as they can bring in the big names, The box office of this movie is already guaranteed. The next thing to do is how to serve the big names. Try to keep them happy and try not to offend them. As for how well the movie was made, it was no longer their concern. It can be said that it is completely sacrificing the essence. In the face of such a status quo in the industry, Chen Daoming is naturally very displeased. It's just a shame that he's small on his own. What he could do was just not to work with such a director. As for the others, he couldn't control, no way to control. So in the past few years, he has been fading more and more from the movie and television industry, shooting very few works. He felt that if he kept this up, he might have to retire early. However, it was at this time that he met Su Chen. Although, it hadn't even been an hour since the actual meeting with Su Chen, but he had a premonition that Su Chen's appearance would change the status quo of the industry, will give him the confidence to stay. Meanwhile, Hua Zai was convinced after hearing Su Chen's critique. If Su Chen hadn't said this, he might not have realized it himself. And now, Su Chen could be said to have awakened the dreamer with a single word. Thank you, Director Su, for your comments on me. I think you're right. For so long, I just thought I was an actor who just needed to polish my acting skills, but today it seems that other aspects have been overlooked. I'll be anxious about Director Su's words, and I'll study hard when I get back. Hua is on stage at the moment, very humbly saying these words. On the scene, the rest of the small cast was utterly dumbfounded. They felt that they had really seen the world today. Not only did we see Hua's acting skills, but we also saw young newcomer directors criticizing Hua. And Hua, he even accepted this criticism so humbly? This world is too crazy, doesn't it? It seems to be a bit different from what they used to know. I'll go. This Su Chen, he's here to straighten out the movie and television industry. Right, one of the small actors marveled. At this moment, Zheng Zi also froze. Su Chen's comments just now had really caught her a little off guard. The first thing I didn't expect was Su Chen's angle of critique, which was so professional. Secondly, I didn't expect Hua to be so natural about it. And at this moment, after carefully recalling Su Chen's words, she was surprised to find that what he said did make sense. It's not just Hua, but I seem to have problems with this myself. Chapter 197, Chen Daoming appears on the stage. Chapter 197, Chen Daoming appears. Zheng Zi thought back. I used to be overly concerned with improving my acting skills. Of course, in the beginning achieved very good results, and this allowed her to achieve a lot of success in the movie and television industry. But as her acting skills had reached a certain level, she realized that it was very difficult to improve again. So much so that she was confused about her future path. However, the words that Su Chen had just commented on Hua Zai had enlightened her. It turns out that he was scoring in the wrong direction earlier. Acting has reached a certain level nowadays and it's not that easy to improve it. And what should be going on now is exactly what Su Chen just said. The ability to understand and create for a scene. Thinking of this, Zheng Zi was even more impressed with Su Chen in her heart. Before, she had only thought that this young man, Su Chen, was merely somewhat intelligent in his body. The ability to write such a great script is nothing more than a passing talent. In the midst of the entertainment industry, she had seen many such talented young people. They always get that one or two amazing pieces when they are young. But if they don't treasure their talents, keep learning and keep a humble heart, that talent, then, is quickly depleted. At that time, they will just be obliterated. Originally, before this, Zheng Zi thought the same about Su Chen. At the moment, however, she didn't think so at all. Su Chen's level of maturity could be said to be completely beyond her imagination. In the middle of the live broadcast room, Hua's fans were also staring at Su Chen at this moment. Pay attention to his every word. They had all figured out that once Su Chen said something unfavorable to Hua Zai, then they will immediately speak up for Hua. Kidding aside, Hua is good-tempered, but that doesn't mean he's easy to bully. We fans are not vegetarians. Dare to bully our Hua, spray you until you doubt your life in minutes. However, their guns were loaded. However, after listening to Su Chen's comments, they were dumbfounded, because deep down, they also felt that there was nothing wrong with what Su Chen said. In fact, I have a filter for Hua. No matter how he acts I feel good. But just now Su Chen's words, how it makes me feel as if it makes sense. Yeah. As a fan of Hua's career, I also really hope that Hua will be even more awesome. So I don't think there's anything wrong with what Su Chen said. I thought that this Su Chen was trying to spew nonsense without understanding in order to gain eyeballs. But it turns out that he seems to have a bit of something now. No wonder Hua is so attached to his script. Brothers, trust Hua's vision. That's right. As long as it's beneficial to Hua Zai, that's what we firmly support. From today onwards I'm also a fan of Su Chen. You don't have to say. I feel that this Su Chen is indeed quite charming. Even if he's handsome, he's still so talented at such a young age. I love it. And all of Su Chen's fans had just disappeared. fearing that blood would be spilled on them when this was fans opened fire. Yet it was not expected that things would take such a turn for the worse. What's going on? It's okay? Not only is it fine, Suchen seems to have gained quite a few more fans. I'll go. It's worthy of being my favorite Suchen. This charm is just great. Don't we fans need to reflect on this? We're a bit too distrustful of Suchen. It can't be helped. Powder follows the right master. Aren't we all good students taught by Suchen? Ha ha ha. Was seriously thought about what Suchen had just said and walked down from the stage. Chen Daoming, on the other hand, got ready and walked backstage to wait for the show. Those in the audience, and those in front of the screen, had adjusted their mood by now. Get ready for the next performance by Chen Daoming. Soon the lights on the set dimmed once more. Amidst a cacophony of noise, the lights slowly came on. That scene just now was playing out exactly the same. In order to ensure that they could fairly compare the acting skills of the two men, these group actors were asked. The performance is exactly the same both before and after, and there can be no deviation. It has to be exactly the same, whether it's the pacing, the lines, or even the number of times they do it when they hit someone. However, after they fought for a while, Mr. Chen Daoming still didn't come on stage. These actors were also a little confused on stage. What's going on? This is the time for Mr. Wang's character to come. It's a little late if you don't come, isn't it? The actors on the set, by now, had noticed something and were whispering about it. What's the situation? Shouldn't Mr. Chen be on at this moment? Yeah, just when Hua was acting. It was all on by this time. There can't be anything wrong, right? Mr. Chen can be an old actor. There shouldn't be any problems. Just as there was a commotion, Chen Daoming came out. Only this appearance of his surprised the crowd again with a puzzled look, because he was riding a bicycle on stage. This is their TV station's prop bike. Just after Mr. Chen Daoming saw it backstage, instantly the idea came to mind to use the bike as a tool for this show of his. It was an old 2-8 bike from the past, and the sense of atmosphere of the era came out immediately when it was ridden up on the bike, and the well-trained groupies on stage froze at the sight of the car. It was an image they hadn't expected, but then, they reacted and rushed back into the show. I'll go. Where did Mr. Chen get a car from? The actors on stage discussed. The car got it right, and the sense of ambience was instantly more intense. Yes, but it's only a bike, and it doesn't have too much of an impact on the plot. On stage, riding through the area on a car, Mr. Wang, played by Chen Daoming. Finally, I saw the group of thrashing punks and bullied classmates. He subconsciously got off his bike and snapped at the punks. What are you guys doing? The leader of the punks turned his head at this moment and looked ferociously at Chen Daoming. At the same time, he waved the stick in his hand, threateningly. Don't mind your own business. Hurry up, or I'll even beat you together. Just when everyone thought that Mr. Wang, played by Chen Daoming, was going to flex his kung fu muscles, when it comes to teaching these ungrateful punks a good lesson, a scene that took them by surprise happened once again. Chapter 198 being serious and funny. Chapter 198 being serious and funny. Only Chen Daoming, who had just stepped off the bike with one foot, was seen. In the face of the threat of the punks, surprisingly, the movement is very nimble, collapsed on the bike again and rode away. At this moment, the whole room froze. Even the group actors on stage all froze. What's going on? That's not what the script says. Although, the script doesn't include any details, but the overall direction is clear. Mr. Wang is coming over to save the day, isn't he? But he just rode off? These actors, however, are also very professional, and at this time Su Chen, as the director, did not call out the card. Then they have to keep going with the plot. So, after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, they were back on stage, and off stage. The crowd, which had been quiet, was not calm at this moment. After they reacted, they didn't hold back their laughter at first, mainly because that action of Chen Daoming just now was too funny. The whole thing was incredibly coherent, saying "What are you doing?" while getting out of the car. However, before the car had stopped and his feet had even hit the ground, he re-straddled back and rode straight away. Not to mention, the comedy is pulled full circle. Ha ha ha, this scene just now is too funny. I really didn't expect that Mr. Chen Daoming, who is usually so serious, would have such a funny side. The main thing is that Mr. Chen has a serious face, and this sense of contrast is just too cute. Ha ha ha, is this called a serious funny? Something. People on the scene, at this moment, could not help but discuss out loud. The two of them, Zhang Zi and Wang Leatherpants, were also laughing at this moment. Director Zhang couldn't help but see the scene through the screen at the moment. To be honest, he had known Chen Daoming for many years as well. He really hadn't thought that he had such a side to him. It was obvious that he had put his best foot forward in order to be able to get this role for Su-chen. At the same time, there was more curiosity about the next episodes. Did Chen Daoming just leave? Will he come back? The answer is yes. Just as the actors playing the punks, with their hearts full of doubt, continued to perform, Chen Daoming is back. This time, instead of riding his bike, he walked back. He was only holding a fan in his hand, and if you didn't know better, you'd think he'd come over for a walk. The leader of the punks took one look at him and shouted, pointing at him, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to go away? You want a beating, don't you?" Chen Daoming gave him a cloudy look, then pushed his fan behind his waist, hooked his hand at the punk. "Want to do it? Come on." At this moment, looking at this scene, everyone had a feeling of boiling blood. They knew that the punks were going to be out of luck. And Chen Daoming, it's time to show off his skills. I just don't know how his stance compares to Hwa's. At this moment, one could only see Chen Daoming's legs spread apart, his body sinking down and taking a horse stance. Then both hands were slightly raised in a Wing Chun movement. Don't tell me, the action looks like that. Just such an action, coupled with Chen Daoming's sharp eyes. The supporting cast, across the street, were taken aback by him. It felt like Chen Daoming really knew how to do two things. They wouldn't get beat up very badly if they just charged up there. Still, the actor's sense of conviction is something they all still have. Despite the fear in your heart, you have to play your role at the moment. Thus, they charged straight at Chen Daoming. Only Chen Daoming's movements looked powerful even though he didn't fight. A couple of blows and they were on the ground. Although, they do have an element of acting in them. A lot of the time, Chen Daoming was using his dexterity to literally put them down. Before any of these supporting actors could even react to what was happening, there was a whirlwind and they were already lying on the ground. Within a short time, this group of people had all been put down by Chen Daoming. The stage was lying and wailing. Cut. Just then, Su-chen shouted a card from below. This part of the play, even if it is finished. After a few of the supporting cast members got up, they bowed at Chen Daoming on stage and then at Hwa. It's safe to say that the most rewarding part of the day has to be these two shows. In both Hwa and Chen Daoming, they learned different things. At the same time, he also appreciated the personal charms of both of them. And at this moment, he had more respect for both of them. And at this moment, the stage erupted in applause. Chen Daoming's performance just now was really great. There was not a single person present who was not overwhelmed by him. Of course, it's not that Hwa's performance is bad. Perhaps because Chen Daoming came out after him, he naturally had more experience than Hwa's eye. Knowing more about what Su-chen wanted, he was more prepared. It's safe to say that the two have their share of performances. As well, if the audience on the spot were to choose, they really wouldn't know, between the two, who they should go for. At this moment, Chen Daoming walked to the side of the stage and bowed deeply at the stage. "Director Su, I've finished acting, so please give me an evaluation," Chen Daoming said sincerely. Like Hwa, he was sincerely looking forward to Su-chen's critique at the moment. After all, he was the director of the play, and this performance was meant for him. That's why his comments are extraordinarily important. Secondly, it was because just now when Su-chen commented on Hwa, it made Chen Daoming feel amazing. Therefore, he wanted to see if Su-chen could say something that would amaze him when he critiqued himself. There was no chance that this random sentence would be able to inspire Chen Daoming in some big way. Su-chen took the microphone at this moment. His mood was a little excited. He really hadn't expected that Mr. Chen Daoming would be able to perfectly interpret the picture he had imagined in his mind. Just as Chen Daoming rode out on his bicycle, Su-chen's heart was pleasantly surprised. But what they didn't know was that the bike he had prepared. "Mr. Chen, there's one thing I have to confess. That bike, I actually prepared it ahead of time." When these words came out, Hwa and Chen Daoming froze. The bike, was it prepared by Su-chen? So he had his own ideas about this scene for a long time? Meanwhile, Hwa was chagrined. He'd seen the bike even as he was getting ready backstage, prominently placed. Only at the time, he didn't think much of it. Chapter 199, some people question. Chapter 199. In retrospect, for this scene, Su-chen should have had his own ideas long ago. Only he is wanting that to see himself and Chen Daoming two people can comprehend, and he has no tacit understanding. At this point, it's clear that Chen Daoming wins. At this moment, Chen Daoming on the stage was not too surprised, because he came out later than Hwa. After the last round of critiques, he's been thinking about what to do to improve his chances of winning. That's how I noticed the bike backstage. To be honest, the bike's presence in that spot as a prop seemed a bit jarring. That's why he thought of following up on these. If it had been his turn to go out first this time, he really wouldn't have noticed. The small cast of actors on stage heard this and discussed it in low voices again. So Su-chen had this idea a long time ago. I thought it was Mr. Chen himself who came up with it. At this glance, Su Chen is also a bit of a powerhouse. What a great idea for a bike. I've heard before that directors like to examine their actors in the details, and it seems to be true. I wouldn't have been able to find anything if I were you. If you don't say that, Mr. Chen Daoming's acting skills are so good. Just the point of observing life. He's doing it so well. Another trick learned. This time Su Chen shouldn't be able to pick any faults. Mr. Chen Daoming has done a perfect job no matter in his acting skills or in the setting of this plot. Anyway, from my point of view, there is no flaw to be found. I think we can call it perfect. Su Chen's at this moment continued. I'm so happy that I was able to share my heart with Mr. Chen Daoming, and you understand my anticipation for this scene. At the same time, your performance was very superb, and as with Mr. Hua just now, it deserves the word perfect. But, right when Su Chen said the first two sentences, everyone thought it was the same as what they had expected before. Even Su Chen couldn't pick any faults above this performance of Chen Daoming just now, because it's really perfect. However, after Su Chen vigorously praised Chen Daoming, followed by a but, what's with the buts? Su Chen couldn't really be trying to pick a bone inside an egg. Is this to show his director's majesty and give the actors a head start to see? With these doubts, everyone looked in unison in Su Chen's direction. Zhang Zi was also puzzled at this moment. She had just watched intently the entire time as well, yet based on her expertise and experience, it's also true that I didn't find anything imperfect in this segment of Chen Daoming. She imagined if she could have acted this way if the scene had been left to herself. The answer is no. At this moment, Zhang Zi saw the gap in herself. At one time she thought that her acting skills were good enough, but now she had kind of seen it. What do you mean? There's a world outside of people. Yet, Su Chen still felt that there was a flaw in this part of Chen Daoming's performance? No matter what, Su Chen had no experience in acting. Is it more poisonous than the eyes of old actors like them? Sharper in observation? With these doubts, Zhang Zi looked forward to Su Chen's later words with great anticipation. As for Chen Daoming himself, he was violently nervous. Honestly, even he, himself, couldn't think of any flaws in the performance he had just given. He had arguably put his best foot forward in order to be able to win this tryout, using all his life's work. Just like that, Su Chen can still pick out the faults? Mr. Chen Daoming, I can give your performance just now up to 90 points. The 10 points deducted are at the end. The entire performance you just gave was almost perfect up front, but right at the end where you were wrapping up, you rushed it. I'm not wrong. Su Chen's tone was very certain, as if he was able to peer into Chen Daoming's inner thoughts. As for Chen Daoming, at this moment, he was struck by lightning. That's right, he did slack off when it came to those last few seconds. I slacked off because I thought I had perfected all my previous performances. Wanted to hurry up and finish and hear the results from Southern. However, it was the difference of a few seconds that was enough to color his performance with a blemish. It was like a perfect landscape painting that ended with an accidental drop of ink on it. It's small, but it's very solid, making this one piece of work that can no longer be called perfect. Thinking about this, Chen Daoming sweated a bit. He nodded and said, "That's right, Director Su. I feel so ashamed. As a veteran actor, it really shouldn't have happened. You are right to criticize. Some opinions only," Su Chen said hurriedly. For veteran actors like Chen Daoming and the others, Su Chen still had a lot of respect. What's more, the performance just now did make him feel amazing. I think at this moment, there will definitely be people cursing me in their hearts, saying that I'm blowing things out of proportion, Su Chen said mockingly, and it was a statement that spoke right to the hearts of many in the audience. At this moment, there were quite a few people who were thinking in their hearts that Su Chen was a peach bone inside an egg. An audition is just an audition, as long as we can see each other's acting skills, isn't it? As for being so fussy, at this moment, among the crowd, a small young actor boldly stood up. "Hello teachers, I have an idea. I don't know if I can talk about it." On the scene, everyone's gazes were directed towards her with a look of disbelief. You know, it's a big crowd here at the moment. It can be said that if these people just stomp their feet, the entire movie and television will be shaken. They were young, small actors who were supposed to be cheeky enough to rub it in. Where is the place for them to talk? I can't believe there's someone so brave. Dare to come forward and have something to say? Only this person who stood up was a little girl, not tall and petite, a small round face with big eyes, looks very agile and cute. The face is not bad, it just looked raw, and I guess I hadn't acted in anything, or a recent graduate, I guess. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. In this situation, it still dares to come out, and Su Chen, at this moment, also followed this voice and looked over in that direction. This look brought joy to his heart. That's a familiar face to him. Although the people present might not recognize her, But Su Chen was familiar with this face. In her previous life, she was a fiery and popular young flower. This person is Zhao Liang. Chapter 200, The Acquaintance Appears. Chapter 200, The Acquaintance Appears. Sure enough, the boy's character was still so direct and honest. But in this world, Zhao Liang hasn't caught fire yet. The whole thing still looks a little green. Looking at Zhao Liang's flickering, innocent big eyes, Su Chen smiled and said, "Well, my friend, if you have any questions, you can speak up. Let's discuss and exchange ideas." However, despite Su Chen's words, the others were still carrying a heart for Zhao Liang. You know, most people don't like to be contradicted or questioned. Although Su Chen's attitude seemed quite amiable at this time. But who knows if it could be faked? What if he holds a grudge and suppresses Zhao Liang when he goes back? Nowadays, Su Chen is in the entertainment industry, and countless big names are chasing after him. With his strength nowadays, it wouldn't be easy for him to want to snow a tiny Zhao Liang. At this moment, her best friend, who had followed Zhao Liang along, hastily pulled on her coat. "Zhao Liang, are you crazy? Hurry up and sit down." However, Zhao Liang is indeed a stubborn person. If you want to say something, you have to say it. She ignored her BFF and instead picked up the microphone and spoke bluntly. "What I'm trying to say is, aren't you being a little too harsh on Mr. Chen Daoming's critique just now? This audition today is just to see how they act and feel and who is better suited for the role. It's not a professional exam. There's no need to be so blasé." As her words fell, the scene all went silent. Everyone didn't expect this little girl to be so brave. At the same time, also so tiger. Doesn't she know whose field she's in today? Even director Zhang, Chen Daoming and Hua Chai were all polite to him and had to give him the benefit of the doubt. Zheng Zi and Wang Pai Pants are both like little fangirls and little fanboys at this moment. So much for being worshipped by the bigwigs. Su Chen, how dare she question it in public? And with such strong words, wasn't this a deliberate attempt to bring Su Chen down? Everyone at the moment had only one thought in their mind, and that was that it was over and done with. This little girl was considered finished. In short, in the future, in this entertainment industry, I am afraid that there is no place for her. At this moment, the entire room was awfully quiet. There was no more sound but the sound of breathing. Everyone was afraid to breathe at this moment, feeling that something terrible was about to happen next. In the middle of the live broadcast, the audience was just as nervous. I'll be damned. This little girl is too reckless. TSK, I think this little girl is using her mind's eye in the wrong place. Is she trying to use this opportunity to rub it in and get hot? Then she's playing the wrong game. In order to fire you have to curry favor with Su Chen. She's against Su Chen. Can there be any good fruit for her? All for a minute's silence for the little girl. I do feel that this little girl is quite cute. Looking at her, she doesn't look like she's intentionally using this as a way to gain publicity. She should just be a more straightforward person. I think so too. This little girl looks quite plain. A nice little girl. It's better to change careers before it's too late. In fact, Zhao Liang really isn't doing it to gain publicity. Inside she really thought so. Mr. Chen Daoming is her idol in her career path. She had always used his acting as her benchmark to inspire her. Therefore, upon hearing Su Chen's comments about Chen Daoming, that's why she reacted so violently. Only then did he impulsively get up and come to question Su Chen. All the consequences of this had been thought out and she was okay with it. Even if she couldn't mix with the entertainment industry in the future, so what? She had to speak up for her idol. Just as everyone in the room was caught up in a tense and serious atmosphere. Su Chen, however, laughed. His laughter was very abrupt in the midst of this space. It was also very scary. It's over. It's over. This is the legendary anger and laughter. See what kind of anger has been given to Su Chen. Zhao Liang's best friend thought in her heart. Everyone else was thinking the same thing. At this time Su Chen actually laughed. That wasn't a good thing. However, Su Chen then opened his mouth, and the words he spoke caused them to be incomparably surprised. You're a bit of an interesting little girl. Very good. You're very brave. I'll bet you're not the only one among all these people here on the scene who thinks like you do. But these people are so afraid of offending others that they only dare to think it in their hearts and don't dare to say it out loud. Am I right? Su Chen said as he looked around the room, and wherever his gaze reached, these people all lowered their heads in some shame, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. You ask. Out comes a question that's on everyone's mind. So I'll just answer it. The reason I'm so hard on Mr. Chen Daoming is because actors have to respect every scene they're in and cherish every opportunity to perform on stage. Instead of relaxing and slacking off just because this isn't an official shoot. Teacher Chen. What I said. You agree. Su Chen looked at Chen Daoming and said. At this moment, Chen Daoming's heart slowly felt a sense of shame. He nodded vigorously. Director Su is right. I'm ashamed inside. I did slack off just now in the middle of the performance. It's worthy of this stage. Worthy of this scene. Chen Daoming's attitude was very sincere when he said those words. In fact, right when Su Chen had just brought it up, he had already realized this problem. Only, Su Chen signaled him to keep quiet for now. This was Su Chen's field after all, and he still had to follow Su Chen's rules. That's why Chen Daoming didn't come out first to explain when Zhao Liying questioned it. But at this moment, these words of his had made his attitude thoroughly clear. Very well, Mr. Chen deserves to be a performing artist. This attitude of yours makes me admire and respect you very much. Su Chen nodded his head at this moment and said. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhao Liying again. Now you understand. Little girl. I didn't mean to embarrass anyone with the critique I just gave. Nor did I use it to make a point about my director. It's just purely out of respect for the play. I think you probably don't come from a science class, so you don't know much about all this theoretical knowledge. Su Chen of course knew that Zhao Liying had entered the entertainment industry by chance. It's rumored that she worked as a receptionist before filming. Naturally, it won't be a science class. Zhao Liying was a bit confused at the moment. In the face of Su Chen's words, she nodded her head in ignorance. Yeah, well, I'm not a science major. Chapter 201, The Final Result. Chapter 201 Final Results. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the people at the scene thought that Su Chen was going to take advantage of this matter. Go ahead and taunt Zhao Liying. You're a small actor who's not from the academy and has no reputation. How dare you mouth off here? This is not asking for death. They knew that doing something reckless like this little girl was not a good thing. This is great. Su Chen's revenge is coming, isn't it? Everyone, in their hearts, collectively mourned for Zhao Liying. And Zhao Liying was also a bit regretful at the moment. What an impulsive thing to just do yourself. It's amazing to rise up and question it without even figuring out what's going on. This was great. Not only had he offended Su Chen, he hadn't helped his idol either. Instead, they got themselves into trouble. It's not like they're really going to quit showbiz after this. However, just as she was feeling remorseful in her heart, Su Chen unexpectedly smiled very gently and then said, That's right, if you're in a science class, these are the things your teachers will teach you in the first class of the school year. If you don't know it yet, it only means you didn't pay attention in class. But since you're not, that's understandable. And, I admire your courage to stand up and speak out in this situation. I think highly of you. Oh. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Liying's entire body froze. She suspected that Su Chen had said so much to the contrary. However, judging from Su Chen's sincere expression, it seemed like everything he said was true again. It's from the heart. After confirming Su Chen's attitude, Zhao Liying slowly reacted. The real meaning within this paragraph that Su Chen had just spoken. He's doing himself a favor. The comment I just made myself could be said to reveal some ignorance. With so many people following this live stream, everyone must have seen it. After word gets out, no director may be willing to use himself in the future. And the fact that Su Chen asked about not being from a science class made the matter seem like she wasn't so ignorant. Most importantly, Su Chen ended up encouraging her, saying that she was brave. It's obvious that she's trying to help her save face. Thinking of this, Zhao Liying looked at Su Chen anew, only to see that at this moment, he had already turned around. Focus your attention on the stage above. And Zhao Liying's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Before this, she had thought that Su Chen was the kind of person who had no one in sight because he was bursting into flames. After all, he had a casual attitude towards director Zhang, as well as Hua and Chen Daoming. However, after this incident, Zhao Liying felt that she was wrong. The real Su Chen was so affable and approachable, and so considerate of others. It's just too rare. You're so bold, just standing up like that. I can't even pull it. Oh, Zhao Liying's best friend said with palpitations. But it should be said or not. Su Chen, this person is really good. Oh, he didn't even get angry. And to speak up for you at the end. What a handsome man with a good heart and talent. What kind of woman can talk about such a man? The best friend was, at the moment, in a state of flamboyance. Yes, Su Chen such an excellent man. In the end, what kind of woman can be worthy of awe? Zhao Liying thought in her heart. Meanwhile, the people on the floor, and the viewers in front of the screen. At this moment, he was also shocked by Su Chen's performance. Su Chen, he's too nice. Instead of being angry at Zhao Liying's words, she even took the initiative to help her out? They asked themselves if they were sitting in Su Chen's position. It's certainly not possible to be so peaceful of mind when faced with something like this. Speaking of reasons, it was definitely because Su Chen's own strength was there. So there will be no fear of any questioning. Only the kind of people who can't do anything on their own and are bluffing are afraid of other people's questioning, right? At the same time, it also fully illustrated that Su Chen was a decent person. These people, towards Su Chen, were even more impressed. Not bad for my favorite Su-chen. I cry to death. Gosh, Su-chen is really gentle. That young lady is so lucky. Honestly, what this little girl did is still too reckless. People should never learn from it. That's right. That is, today the opposite side is Su-chen. Change someone else you try. Her downfall is still not necessarily what's going on. Love. Su-chen is really good, talented and nice. Did those black people see that earlier? Su-chen's social cow is just his personality. It doesn't mean he has no manners. On the scene, not only Chen Daoming or Hua Chai, or Zheng Zi and their husband and wife. At this moment, for Su-chen, there was also more admiration. To them, the previous Su-chen might just be talented. And these days, it's all about talent and character. You can call it a virtue and a talent. In today's world, there are not many people who can have both of these qualities. So it appeared that Su-chen was even more rare. This little fiasco is over. At this moment, Hua also walked onto the stage and stood side by side with Chen Daoming. It came to the most tense moment. It was time to announce the results of the tryout PK. It had been many years since either of them had been as nervous as they were at this moment. It's safe to say that the two of them have just been neck and neck in terms of performance alone. The difference is in the setup of the play. However, this is not as important as the acting. After all, Su-chen as a director could still directly teach them how to act. As long as they had this expressive power and could show the effect that Su-chen wanted, it would be fine. And what Su-chen really had to consider was still how well they matched the role of Mr. Wang. So it remains a moot point as to what the outcome will be. The scene was quiet once more, and everyone was quietly waiting for Su-chen's choice. Only Su-chen thought for a moment, and it was obvious that he was also very cautious about this matter. A moment later, he picked up the microphone. For this audition PK today, my choice is Mr. Chen Daoming. The results were announced, with Chen Daoming winning, won the role of Mr. Wang. There was also congratulatory applause. Mr. Chen Daoming truly deserves his reputation. These two, in every way, are impeccable. It's just a shame that it feels like there's only one, and when one gets picked, the other one naturally doesn't stand a chance. While everyone was celebrating for Chen Daoming, they were also feeling sorry for Hua. Meanwhile, Hua himself was a little lost in his heart, but he's kind of losing. Following that, he graciously extended his hand at Chen Daoming and congratulated him. Congratulations Mr. Chen. Well deserved. Chapter 202 Let Hua sing the interlude. Chapter 202 Let Hua sing the interludes. Chen Daoming politely shook back. I'm sorry to admit it. I'm taking advantage of the back out here too. It's still embarrassing to say it. Mr. Chen Daoming is also very humble. Where? You're too modest. You won this completely by strength. I still have a lot to learn from you. Hua Zai said sincerely. Nonetheless, there was some regret in everyone's heart. After all, can't see why inside this movie. Congratulations to Mr. Chen Daoming. Well deserved. I really like Mr. Chen Daoming, but it's a shame about Hua too. Can't both stay? Woohoo! I also feel some pity, but the rules were set by Su-chen, so there's nothing we can do if we can only choose one. Su-chen isn't a cutie either. Must have run out of suitable roles. Otherwise how could he let go of such a good actor like Hua? Pity. What a pity. I hope Hua will still work with Su-chen afterward. Ooh, what a shame. I loved Hua. TSK. Hua is really generous. Is this considered Mr. Chen Daoming prying Hua's job? Ha. It's kind of that way. After all, Su-chen promised the role to Hua Zai in the beginning. Audition PK this matter is also Hua Zai himself agreed to it. Otherwise Su-chen will not do so. So there is no prying not prying it. Director Zhang was sitting in front of the screen at the moment, and his heart was also overwhelmed with regret. It looks like we won't be able to work with Hua this time. But in all honesty, though, he was privately on better terms with Hua than Chen Daoming. But in terms of the performance just now, Chen Daoming does seem to be a bit more suited to the role than Hua. Scene. Everyone was congratulating Chen Daoming in droves at this moment. Hua had the good sense to step back and hide the front. But looking at him, he does still have a hint of loss. After all, he liked this script by Su-chen very much. Now that you can't join in, how can you not regret it inside? Right at this moment, Su-chen looked at Hua at the side, and an idea came to his mind. So he picked up the microphone and said, Hey, everyone be quiet. I have an announcement to make. Hearing Su-chen's voice, everyone instantly quieted down. Curious, he looked in his direction. I wonder what important thing Su-chen is going to announce. Mr. Hua, do you still want to join us in the production of this drama? Su-chen asked as he looked in Hua's direction. Hua would have been lost in silence. Even after hearing Su-chen say that he was going to announce things, he didn't feel too excited. Because he's determined in his mind that none of this has anything to do with him. After all, he's out of this crew. However, at this moment, after hearing Su Chen's words, a trace of ecstasy rose in his heart while he was surprised. Another chance for him to join the crew? Is it okay if there's still a role for me? Hua asked excitedly. Suitable role, that's not true. Su Chen replied. But yeah, I'll let you sing an interlude from the movie. A very important interlude, Su Chen added. When he heard that there was no role, Hua was a little disappointed at first. However, when he heard Su Chen say again that he was going to sing the interlude, Hua was happy again. I can't star in it, but it would be nice to sing a song. Yes, I have no problem with that. I can sing, without even thinking. Hua agreed. Mr. Hua, don't be in a hurry to say yes. This song of mine, I guess, isn't quite the same as the others, Su Chen added. Different? What's different? Hua wondered. It's just an interlude. It's just a song. What could be different? Not only was Hua puzzled, but the other people on the scene were also very puzzled. Hua was originally a singer, and the singing thing for him was called a professional match. It's still a breeze. Is it meant to be a rap for Hua? At that moment, Su Chen replied. This song has to be sung in Northeastern. Northeastern? Come to sing? In this world, there are no bands like Secondhand Cold Gui that sing in Northeastern languages, so the acceptance of the whole Northeastern singing thing is not quite there yet. Besides, the point is, Hua speaks Hong Kong Putonghua, so let him sing in Northeast Chinese? It's just not even close. Okay, it feels a little outrageous to even think about it, but on second thought, one can understand it then. After all, this is Su Chen. Doesn't he just love doing outrageous things? The more people think it's impossible, the more he does it with gusto. Of course, this effect out. Come on, it's great too, and everyone is happy to see it. Ha 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 ha. I knew Su Chen couldn't be honest for more than a few minutes. This is going to start the whole job, isn't it? Making Hua sing in Northeastern dialect? You are really thinking out of the box. Oh, only you can't think of it. There's nothing Su Chen can't do. Hua, I really didn't expect that I would join the crew in this way. Hua, I can't go if you're not happy about it. It's why bother? Ha 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 ha. You don't say. Su Chen is still quite creative. I'm kind of looking forward now to what it'll be like for Hua to sing in Northeastern dialect. Come on. I want to see it. It's going to be great. Su Chen. It's worthy of you. Honestly, I'm getting a little impatient now. Can you give us a couple of lines right there on the spot? Upstairs. You can't just say that. Su Chen, he can really do it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When you put it that way, I'm looking forward to it even more, but it shouldn't be too likely. It takes time to compose the lyrics. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing with discussion at this moment, and these people on the scene were in awe. How could they not expect that Su Chen would use this method to get Hua to join the production of this movie? Though that, to a certain extent, made up for the regret in their hearts. But how do you think about it? It feels a bit outrageous yet. What would it be like for Hua to sing in Northeastern? They can't imagine it. They really can't. And the most surprised person would have to be Wampy Pants. How could he not have expected that Su Chen would come up with such a trick? For him, music is a serious matter. No jokes. He had originally thought that he would produce the theme song for this movie of Su Chen's. Before he had a chance to say anything, Su Chen came with such a hand. He was also a little confused for a moment as to whether or not he should still say anything about this matter. So, looking for help, he turned to his own wife, Zhang Zi, who was on the side. I'd like her to give me some advice. Chapter 203, The People of Artun Mun District. Chapter 203, The People of Artun Mun District. Facing her own husband's eyes for help, Zhang Zi comforted. It's better to listen to it first. Su Chen is a very talented person. He must have a reason for saying that. At this moment, there was actually a hint of jealousy in Woofy Pants' heart. How is it that his own wife is so trusting of Su Chen? It's all going to be more than trusting yourself. He could imagine if he had said he wanted Hua to sing in Northeastern. Then Zhang Zi will definitely ask him if he's crazy. However, in the face of Su Chen doing such a thing, she was so convinced, although he said that there was some jealousy in his heart. Wine Leather Pants was also curious about what Su Chen was going to do next. So patiently, he continued to look down. Hua's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment. He looked at Su Chen and held his tongue for a long time. But, I don't speak a word of Northeastern. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to say it. I can teach you, Su Chen said with a big wave of his hand. And it's available now. Live teaching. I'll sing one line and you just follow it, Su Chen said. Hearing this from him, Hua was even more surprised. The song, it's already made? He had originally thought that Su Chen had raised this idea on a whim. So the song must not have come out yet. As a result, Su Chen said at this moment that he would teach him on the spot. It was hard to believe that it was Su Chen who had prepared for this. However, what Su Chen said next surprised him even more. It was just after I had the idea that some melodies and lyrics came to my mind. I can start with a few brief demonstrations so you can get a feel for it. If you think it's okay, we can just finalize this matter. And then when I get back, I'll just refine the lyrics. Hearing Su Chen's words, Hua Zai's eyes went wide. Created on the spot? Su Chen had surprisingly come up with such an outrageous idea in such a short period of time. And then, by the way, the lyrics are probably all worked out already? What a geek he really is. This talent is just overflowing, isn't it? Su Chen really was the one who was not creating surprises all the time, and was not shocking people all the time. The others were also shaken up enough at this moment. Holy, Su Chen composed the lyrics live? I wonder what this song will feel like. It's kinda refreshing. Su Chen is so talented too. Love love love. At this moment, Zhao Liang couldn't help but look towards Su Chen's back as she listened to the discussion of these people on the scene. For some reason, it was as if she was feeling that Su Chen's surroundings came with a halo of light, and her entire person was shining brightly. The audience was even more boisterous among the live broadcast. I'll go. Su Chen created it live? Today's audience has earned it. Worthy of being my idol. This is too awesome. TSK, TSK. Originally this audition PK today was already very enjoyable to watch. I didn't realize there was an egg. This I don't brush a rocket feel embarrassed Brothers gifts float up That's right. Su Chen he deserves it. I also want to express my respect for Su Chen. I have to give my brother Tatsu a rocket. Even though I said that Tatsu doesn't care about that, I have to express my heartfelt respect to do so. I wonder what this song will feel like. Will it be in a funny style? It's all sung in northeastern dialect, so it's sure to be in a funny style. While everyone was discussing, Su Chen took an arrow step and crossed onto the stage. He picked up the microphone and rushed to Hua. Mr. Hua, next, I'll sing one line and you sing one line. Which word if you don't understand? You can just ask me. Hua Zai was especially like a serious child studying at this moment, nodding at Su Chen. Okay, can I start by asking what the name of the song is? Called Our Tons. Su Chen replied. However, Hua did look confused. The people in our hips? What does that mean? Ton means a living unit that is similar to a village, smaller than a village. Su Chen patiently explained. Oh, so that's what it means. Hua breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when Su Chen had just said those words, Hua was taken aback. He thought it was some kind of scrub song. In that case, he would have said nothing about singing. But on second thought, he also thought he was overthinking it. How could Su Chen play a modest songs inside his own movie? It's all too much for a while. Burned all his CPUs to the ground. Hence the joke. So this song is meant to be about what's going on inside the village? Hua asked. Su Chen slapped his palm. That's right, Mr. Wa's comprehension is just awesome. Hua Zai smiled shyly after hearing Su Chen's praise. At the same time it feels like this northeastern language. Like it's kind of fun. Then, Mr. Su Chen, go ahead and teach. Hua Zai said impatiently. Okay, so let's start the first sentence haha. I drop home, live in this ton. Southern sang it. It goes without saying that the tune has a northeastern country vibe to it. It was as if everyone could already smell the grassy aroma of this countryside. Hua listened very carefully, then opened his mouth confidently and sang along. My old karma, on the residential Titan. However, when he pronounced it, it was still thickly Hong Kong. However, it's this style of combining both, yet leaning on neither. Unexpectedly very comedic. The audience at the scene, all of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Su Chen himself, who found it amusing, laughed along with him. Hua scratched his head a little embarrassed. Director Su, did I sing badly? I'm making everyone laugh. Su Chen forced a smile and waved his hand. No, Mr. Hua, you sing quite well. There's definitely no problem with the vocals. It's the pronunciation that's just a little funny. But instead, I think that this is working out pretty well. So why don't we just follow this? As per the one that just came? Hua was surprised. To be honest, he felt that his pronunciation was indeed quite funny when he thought back on it himself. It's just a pity that his mouthful of Hong Kong style has been cultivated over the years. And it's really not that easy to change it overnight. Don't they say to sing in Northeastern? If I just follow that, will it affect the effect? Hua asked worriedly. It's okay, the lyrics are all in Northeastern Chinese. You sing them in HKP. It's more contrasting. Chapter 204, Musical Talent. Chapter 204, Musical Talent. Hearing Su Chen say this, Hua Zai was sort of relieved. Then Director Su, please continue to teach me a few more lines. Hua Zai volunteered to request. Originally, Su Chen wanted to teach him a line about feeling it, but it did not occur to me that this sentence had even taught Hwa to be addicted to it. Alright, then I'll teach you another line. Specifically, when I've perfected this song, come to the company, I'll give it to you in detail, Suchen said. Hwa nodded sharply. At this moment, there is no need to ask. This song Hwa is definitely going to sing. He was afraid at this moment that he would not learn well and someone else would take the opportunity away from him. At the same time, he was somewhat grateful to Su Chen in his heart. He knew that Su Chen had chosen Chen Daoming because he had promised himself in the beginning, and at this moment, feeling guilty. That's why you're giving yourself this one. However, what he didn't know was that Su Chen had done this on a completely impromptu basis. Just now, Su Chen also thought of the fact that Hwa was not going to be able to make this movie, and had some regrets in his heart. Then only then did the song come to mind. I think this song was also very much out of the loop back in the day. He'd almost forgotten such an important one. And, judging by the reaction of the live audience, the song is sure to blow up once it comes out. What Su Chen thought was right. At the moment, in the middle of the live broadcast, the audience went crazy for this song. I'm going to go. This song was actually composed by Su Chen on the spot? It's also too awesome. I thought it was some kind of mouthful of a song, but it felt a little unusual on first listen. Ha ha ha, Hwa trying to change his accent is so funny. I have a feeling this song is going to be a hit. Ooh, Su Chen, he's really too good, isn't he? He knew we couldn't let go of Hwa, so he came up with such a way to make him stay. Su Chen's gentleness and upbringing is simply engraved in the bones of the person. How can you not love such a person? Oh, the point is that you can't just have the heart. You also have to have the power. Su Chen casually being able to create such a quality song online is really awesome. Isn't it? My old karma. Just residence ZE a ton. Ha 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 ha. I feel like I've learned. This is the first time that Hong Kong and Northeastern languages have been combined. It's really interesting. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I couldn't help but just sing along. This song is so up-tempo. On the scene, Su Chen taught Hwa 2 more lines, and Hwa learned them very carefully. Okay, that's 3 sentences, so go back and digest them for a while. Specifically, we'll exchange when I perfect the song. Su Chen rushed at Hwa's eye and said. Hwa was having some unfulfilled feelings though, but Su Chen had already said so he couldn't force himself. The point is, just those 3 lines of lyrics took all the strength he could muster. If Su Chen taught more, he felt like he wouldn't be able to learn. So, a nod. Fine, then I'll wait for your contact at any time. Director Su. You're welcome, Mr. Hwa. Su Chen replied. At this moment, Wang Leather Pants, who was sitting on the stage, also had a somewhat complicated expression. He truly hadn't expected that Su Chen would be so talented. Originally, when he had just heard this idea of Su Chen's, he had thought that he was fooling around. At the same time, he thought that Zhang Zi was jealous because she was helping Su Chen speak. At this moment, however, he finally understood. What his own wife had said was not in defense of Su Chen or anything. She's just stating facts. It's safe to say that through this one song just now, Wolfie Pants was able to identify Su Chen's musical talent was not below his own. He had previously only thought that Su Chen was more talented in directing screenwriting, but I didn't realize that he had dabbled in this field of music. This is so jealous. Although, in the opinion of Wang Pai Pants, the song that Su Chen just sang, We Tunli People, not really his favorite style, but this track is definitely not bad, though that said, is a bit too grounded, but the lyrics fit the tune well. This was still just Su Chen improvising on the spur of the moment. It's already so well done. Then if we let Su Chen put some good touches on it afterward, this song is going to be great. Thinking about this, Wang Pai Pants became even more interested in Su Chen. Must get to know him a little better now. Gentlemen, this is a great day. It was at this time that director Yan walked out from behind the curtain. At the moment, this trial PK is nearing its end. It was also time for him to come out and control the field. Do you all want to come up on stage and we'll take a picture together to remember the occasion? Director Yan proposed. Yeah, so, an important day. It must be recorded. Chen Daoming was the first to respond. Come. This group photo I must take back and put it on the wall and treasure it. Today is so important to me. Hwa said excitedly. Today was indeed a memorable day for him. For the first time in his acting career, he met his Waterloo. It was even the first time I tried a different way of singing. And all of this was because of Su Chen. Zhang Zi and Wang Leather Pants were also very active at the moment, walking up to the stage. While walking, Wang Leather Pants also whispered in Zhang Zi's ear. Wife, after the photo shoot later, you must introduce me to Su Chen. He's just so talented. I've got to get to know him before I do. Faced with her husband's broken thoughts, Zhang Zi said with slight impatience. Okay, got it. You've said it a couple times by now. When did you become so nagging? Zhang Zi brought some rancor with her. I'm sorry, wife, because Su Chen's talent is really shocking to me, so I'm in a hurry, Wang Pai Pants said. Zhang Zi guffawed. I told you, Su Chen is a very talented person, not only a few big names, but other small actors and actresses, who were also proactive at this moment, walked up to the stage. With such a great photo opportunity, it was only natural for them to rub it in. After all, this live broadcast today can be described as brilliant, sure to become a classic, watched over and over again by others in the future. So, if they can show their faces at this time, then they might be able to have some more opportunities in the future. Besides, they could take this group photo later and go bragging to others. Say, look, I was there for this acting PK of the century back then. Director Zhang, who was separated from the screen, watched them take a picture together at the moment and felt even more regret in his heart. What a shame he wasn't able to attend live and join in the group photo. Chapter 205, The Man at the Top of the Food Chain. Chapter 205, The Man at the Top of the Food Chain. At the same time, however, Director Zhang was somewhat grateful in his heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't gotten in the way and refused the matter of being Su Chen's assistant director in the first place. Otherwise, one would have to have nothing to do with such an awesome play. One thought, he was about to join the production of such a play. Director Zhang's mood just surged beyond measure. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the year when he had just joined the profession, which would UI. Still so energized, so passionate. On the site, everyone took a group photo and then dispersed. There were also some small actors who had been powdered by Su Chen and turned into fanboys and fangirls. They came over to Su Chen for autographs and individual pictures. For these requests, Su Chen also satisfied them one by one with a kind attitude. Wang Leather Pants and Zhang Zi were standing on the sidelines at this moment, and several times they wanted to go up and strike up a conversation. It was all interrupted by the people who came over to follow the star. There's no choice but to wait on the sidelines. At this point in time, the live stream is not closed. That was what Su Chen meant. He's going to make this broadcast complete. It's live from the start to the last second of the dispersal, and possibly even the after party. So, the viewers were watching with great satisfaction in the middle of the live broadcast. Whoa, Su Chen is so conscientious. I was worried that after this audition was over, the live broadcast would be closed. It's nice to see what's behind this too. I just want to see their daily lives. Su Chen understands us viewers. Did you guys see that? Zhang Zi and Wang Leather Pants are standing at the back, as if they're going to look for Su Chen. The two of them wouldn't be like everyone else. They were also enamored by Su Chen and wanted to go over to ask for autographs. Ha. It's not without this possibility. If that happens, then Su Chen is going to be the person with the biggest curiosity in inner entertainment fans. Right? Ha. It's already been a long time. Chen Daoming and Hua have become Su Chen's fans. Yes, there is also a director Zhang. TSK. Looking at it like this, Su Chen is the big man in the entertainment industry. A man who stands at the top of the food chain. Finally, after all of these little fans had left in contentment, Su Chen's side cleared up. Wang Leather Pants and Zhang Zi hurriedly rushed over to Su Chen. Su Chen. Hello. Zhang Zi took the initiative to greet him. As soon as he saw her, Su Chen first froze for a moment before speaking. I'm surprised you two haven't left yet. You're not here to settle a score with me, are you? Because I rejected you before. Su Chen's words were also a deliberate joke, because he saw that Zhang Zi and Wang Leather Pants were both a bit nervous. As expected, Zhang Zi couldn't help but laugh at this statement. That's a serious thing to say. Director Su, you didn't choose me for sure because I'm not good enough. Besides, even if I had any resentment in my heart before, after watching this audition PK today, I'm convinced, compared to Mr. Hua and Mr. Chen Daoming, I do have a lot to improve on. These words of Zhang Zi were also from the heart. She felt like she didn't get this one, but it gave her direction and motivation to move forward. After returning, she must improve her strength, fighting for the chance to be able to join Su Chen's next movie. You're welcome, Mr. Zhang. Your acting skills are still very good. It's just that I don't have a suitable role for you here for the time being. Su Chen also gave Zhang Zi enough face. I wonder what you two came to see me about. Oh, yes. Old one, you hurry up and say it. Zhang Zi urged. The Wumpy Pants look a little rushed. It's not often that he feels this way. Southern hello, I'm Woofy Pants. I came to you want to ask you if this movie still needs an episode. Hearing Wang Pai Pants stumbling over his words, Zhang Zi instantly became a bit anxious. Oops, he's too nervous. Let me help him out. He originally, because I told him about your great script and got the idea to want to do an episode of your movie. But just now, he listened to your live compositions and didn't realize you were so talented in music as well. So, Just don't know if I should be coming in and mentioning this to you. Hearing Zhang Zi's words, Su Chen sort of instantly understood. Hoping that this Wang leather pants teacher is to see their own talent after. Inferiority complex. It's really possible for one to make the godfather of rock and roll feel inferior nowadays. However, since this Wangpi Pants has taken the initiative to ask for it on his own, it's a waste of resources to not use it. Though it is true that I just came up with the song on a whim for was sake. But it's not like there's only one interlude within a movie. Different plots require different styles. Totally getting Wangpi Pants for the movie. Compose a rock-style song. This, along with the fame of Wolfie Pants, will make this movie even more sellable in the future. Of course, for the amount of attention this movie is getting today, Su Chen isn't too far off the mark to sell it. But who can have too much of this stuff? It has to be. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. If you're really here to help me make it, then I'm begging for it. Your talent and style in music, that is absolutely unique and irreplaceable. It's just that, right, we don't have a big production budget for this movie either. And I was worried about this. You don't have to worry about the cost, as long as you're willing to use it. I'll give it to you for free, Wang Leather Pants said excitedly. See, there's just so much to be gained from being sweet-talking, and saving a ton of money. Mr. Wang, you're such a nice person, but not for free. We still have to respect your talent. You just need to give us a discount. Su Chen replied. He is not the kind of person who will whore for nothing. People pay labor and hard work. This should give money or to give. It's just that he knows what wampum pants are worth these days, if they are at their original price. But with a large out-of-pocket expense, he felt he couldn't afford it. Nowadays, being able to get a discount is something that both parties are happy about. In response, Wolfie Pants naturally had no problem with this and agreed to it in one breath. At the same time, his heart was incomparably joyful, and his admiration for Su Chen's character increased. And Zhang Zi was even happier at this moment. While it's a little sad that I can't join the cast, my own husband is kind of involved. It's an honor to be a part of it. It's the first time I've seen Wolfie Pants look so coy. Ha, that's right. Wolfie Pants usually looks like the cool kind. But in front of Su Chen he's actually nervous like a little kid. Chapter 206, Drawing Cakes for Zhao Liying. Chapter 206, Drawing Cakes for Zhao Liying. I can only say that Su Chen's charisma is so powerful, and his talent is so powerful, that anyone in front of him would have to avoid the front for a while. Wow. That means we'll get to hear Wimpy Pants' new song in the middle of this movie. Big bonus. This movie has really caught fire before it even started filming. Just ask who else can do it besides Su Chen. Hurry up and start filming. I'll have to pack the house to see it then. So looking forward to this. Never looked forward to a movie so much. Do you still need any more groupies? I just need to supply the food. I don't have to. I'll bring my own boxed lunch. Just let me act. Is it starting to roll like that now? They both left satisfied. Su Chen was also ready to leave at this moment. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw a petite figure standing inside the corner. It's none other than Zhao Liying. She looked, for the moment, timid and very shy throughout. There wasn't the slightest bit of that tigerish energy that had just gotten up and questioned Su Chen. After seeing her, Su Chen turned back and waved his hand at the cameraman, signaling him not to follow him for now. After all, Zhao Liying looked rather shy, and if a camera was following her, she might not be able to say what she wanted to say. Before walking straight through, "You're looking for me for something?" Su Chen asked. Ha? Zhao Liying was stunned by Su Chen's question. You've been standing here looking at me since just after the group photo. You're not looking for me for something. It won't be that you're a peeping Tom. Su Chen joked. Zhao Liying became anxious when she heard this. No, I'm not. It was cute to look at her anxious little scarlet face. Su Chen thought to himself. In this world, Zhao Liying, who had not yet become popular, was still so cute. And at the moment, the simplicity and innocence of her body had not yet been erased, and she looked even more primitively beautiful. Seeing her anxious look, Su Chen smiled and said, Okay, no you're not. Just kidding with you. Say, what is it that you want from me? Zhao Liying hesitated and looked towards Su Chen's back to confirm that there was no camera behind him. His own words would not be broadcast live before he spoke. I'm here to apologize and also to say thank you. Oh, hearing this, Su Chen clasped his hands over his shoulders with a good-natured look. Yeah, well, you start then. Zhao Lishan swallowed her saliva before she spoke. First of all, I want to apologize to you for not questioning you in front of a crowd before I figured out what was going on. And then, I want to thank you for speaking up for me and helping me save face after I questioned you. Okay, that's fine. Su Chen interrupted Zhao Liying in time. How do you speak like making a report seems no matter if it's an apology or a thank you. There's no emotion at all. There's no sincerity. Suchen shook his head and said. Once she heard this, Zhao Liying, who was already nervous, was even more at a loss for words at this moment. I'm not. I'm being sincere. I'm just so nervous. Okay. I know you're sincere now. Was it just a joke? I've accepted both your apology and thanks. You can go now. Suchen said in a soft tone. Zhao Liying let out a deep breath, looking visibly nervous. She was worried that Suchen was two kinds of people on stage and off stage, and would find a way to make things difficult for herself at this moment. But I didn't realize that he was so on the table. At the moment, there were only the two of them here. Even if Suchen said something unpleasant to herself, then there was nothing she could do about it. It was her who was wrong in the first place, and she was just a small transparency in the entertainment industry, and there was no way to compare with Suchen's position today. However, Suchen was not the least bit condescending. It was like a breath of fresh air to talk to him just now. It made Zhao Liying's heart, even more so, feel a few throbbing sensations. It was a pity that she knew that Suchen was, at the moment, like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. He was surrounded by many stars, and himself was only the dimmest of them all. Maybe after today, he wouldn't cross paths much longer. At this moment, Suchen had already turned around and walked out 2 steps, while Zhao Liying was still in the same place, her head lowered as she thought about something. Just then, Suchen's footsteps stopped. He snapped out of something and turned over to walk over to Zhao Liying. Right, do you have a company now? Suchen asked. Zhao Liying froze, then shook her head. No company wants to sign me yet. That's great. Suchen snapped his fingers in excitement. What? Zhao Liying's big eyes flickered. Since you don't have a company, do you want to join mine? Suchen asked. Join your company? Is that okay? Zhao Liying's little heart thumped. If she could really join Suchen's company, wouldn't that mean that she would be able to meet Suchen often? Even if she couldn't have anything, as long as she could see Suchen often, she would be satisfied. The point is, she was an artist that not many people wanted before. Now that I can sign with the company, it's a no-brainer. Willing, I'm willing. Before Suchen could reply, Zhao Liying nodded her head vigorously. Well, but then, there's still the problem that my company isn't even set up yet. Would you be willing to wait for me? Zhao Liying. Why did she feel that Suchen had just played with herself? First, she asked herself to join her company, which made her happy for a while. As a result, they now say that their company has not yet been formed. Why does it sound like a pie in the sky? Are you serious? Zhao Liying confirmed. Of course. Truth be told, this company of mine is not yet established, but its future development is certainly immeasurable. As long as you're willing to join, then you're the company's patriarch. When we go public that day, you are able to get equity dividends. Got it. Confirmed. It's just pie in the sky. It's the exact same rhetoric as when capital draws the pie. It sounds very familiar. At this moment, Zhao Liying sort of understood why everyone said that Suchen was a social tough guy. Just the way he just drew the pie with that frown on his face. The average boss can't even compare to him, right? However, in the face of this pie that Suchen had drawn for himself, Zhao Liying ate it willingly. She nodded and said, yes, I'm in. No. It's I'm willing to wait for you. Hearing this reply, Suchen snapped his fingers. Have a vision. Don't worry. I'll watch you. In the future, you will definitely become a big star in the limelight. Suchen said decisively. And Zhao Liying only thought it was part of the pie at the time. Chapter 207 Blackie's Face. Chapter 207 Blackie's Face. Without realizing what a high-profile star he would become in the future. And the reason why Suchen had just said to Zhao Liying that she should join his company. It's also looking at what she might be able to do in the future. Although it's not the same world, it's only natural that a person's face and acting skills haven't changed. So it's a natural thing to go viral. Nowadays, there were countless classic scripts in his system space. So if he wanted to make someone famous, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes. And guarding such a gold mountain, Suchen naturally is also not willing to just be an artist and work for others. It's definitely about being your own boss and becoming capitalized on your own. And Zhao Liying is a perfect candidate to sign today. It was only natural to take her down first. As for the rest, at this point, Suchen had an absolute advantage. He had learned before that in this world, there were many people who had become famous in their previous lives. It's still silent today. Maybe it's because of opportunity. Maybe it's because of different choices. They are all scattered among various industries, some of which are already modestly successful. Some are obliterated. And what Suchen had to do was to find them one by one and join his company. Because then you make them famous with your own classic scripts. And the next thing you know, you're just sitting at home counting your money. As the saying goes, plant the tree in the front and take the shade from the back. As long as one expands this territory, Things will be very easy after that. Although Zhao Liang felt that what Su Chen said was a bit exaggerated and felt that he was painting a picture for himself. But for Su Chen's talent, she had never doubted it. Thinking to myself, whether or not I'll be a big shining star later on, as long as she could be closer to Su Chen, being able to have the opportunity to spend more time with him was good. So naturally, he agreed to Su Chen's invitation without hesitation. Thus, the two exchanged contact information with each other before Zhao Liang reluctantly left. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was waiting for Su Chen to appear. What's going on? What's Su Chen doing there? We want to see Su Chen. Big brother cameraman, please, show us Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't have gone to settle the score with that little girl just now. Just now the camera shifted. I seem to have seen that little girl. Can't be. Su Chen isn't the type to be calculating. He wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl because of such a small matter. That's not necessarily true. Some people are just two faces in front of the camera and behind it. Little black powder again, right? Su Chen's character is recognized as good in the circle. What are you souring here? Su Chen must have something to do. Everyone stay calm and don't make any wild guesses. Just as the discussion inside the live broadcast was buzzing, Su Chen's figure finally appeared. Hello everyone, I'm back. While saying that, Su Chen looked towards the pop-up screen, seeing that everyone was concerned about where he was going, while at the same time some people speculated that he had gone to embarrass Zhao Liang. Su Chen smiled helplessly. I've found that some people have really rich imaginations, and how nice that you have such a rich imagination to use it in the right places. I did just go to that little girl alright, but I certainly wasn't there to settle a score with someone. What kind of skill is it for me, a big old man, to embarrass a little girl? I'm just going to discuss something with her. Hearing Su Chen's words, his fans naturally believed him all along. Brother doesn't need to explain. Those are just black fans playing for attention. Of course we believe in brother's character. Ha ha, although our brother Chen is a social humper, he's not a scumbag and would never bully a little girl. Always believe in our Tatsu. Blackie, get out. However, right in the middle of such a harmonious pop-up, a solid comment brushed out. Oh, the master dares to say it, but you fans really dare to believe it. Who can prove that what he said is true without proof? Maybe the little girl is looking for a place to cry right now. Our brother Chen is so popular that these eye-catching black fans are coming out in endless streams. Oh, by what and you prove we own conscience is not on the line. Su Chen was also prepared to ignore the comments of such black people. After all, tangling with such a person was undoubtedly a waste of one's time and energy without any benefit. However, just then, I only saw someone inside the pop-up post. Look everyone, that little girl just posted a scarf. What? You guys can still find her bib? Ha ha, is the power of the net just mighty? What's the name of the scarf? I'll hurry and see what's posted. The scarf name is Zhao Liang. She sent a scarf to thank Su Chen, and her words are all about her admiration for our brother Chen. Ha ha, it's understandable. After all, who can't adore someone as outstanding as brother Chen? Just now, little black men, I'll see what you have to say this time. Looking at everyone's discussion on the pop-up screen, Su Chen was also very curious and took out his cell phone, opening the scarf and searching for Zhao Liang's name. Sure enough, just a minute ago she posted a scarf. The bib is accompanied by a picture of her, taken just outside this recording hall. On his round little face, there was a bright smile, looking full of vigor. The text reads, "What a happy and marvelous day. Although I almost made a mistake because of my recklessness, I was so happy to meet a soft-hearted God who not only did not blame me but also comforted and helped me. Needless to say, even if it's only an elementary school student, no, even if it's only a kindergarten reading comprehension level." It was also able to be seen that the soft-hearted person mentioned in this article was naturally Su Chen. This scarf was someone else's territory, and if Su Chen had really embarrassed Zhao Liang just now, there's no way people are going to send unsolicited content like that. Therefore, it was clear at a glance what exactly Su Chen had just done to Zhao Liang. As more and more people flooded into Zhao Liang's scarf, the comments section below her scarf, it's getting lively too. Putting it in perspective, her bib comments are basically in the single digits. After all, she only had just over 10,000 followers on her bib. What a little showbiz transparency. If it wasn't for this Su Chen relationship, it might be a long time before anyone would have noticed her. Su Chen's army has come to report. Thank you, Missy, for your love for Su Chen. It's definitely not a loss to invest in Su Chen. Southern fans come here. Chapter 208, Going to the Streets to Get a Job. Chapter 208, Work on the Streets. Ha ha, Miss Sister is really lucky today, meeting Su Chen and being able to talk to him alone. I'm really envious. Seriously, I'd be willing to take a scolding if I could get a chance to be alone with Tatsu. Don't grab it from me upstairs. I resist cursing. I'll go first. What's the matter? It's time to start rolling even when you're being scolded, isn't it? Ha ha ha, as long as it's something related to Su Chen. It's all pretty rolled up. Okay. Su Chen smiled slightly after reading Zhao Liying's scarf. I thought to myself that this girl is quite photogenic. She is really born to be an actress. When his company opens up, it will have to be built and nurtured properly. Putting his cell phone away, he looked back at the pop-ups on the live feed. At the moment, everyone is asking about the next part of the trip. By now, a few of the bigwigs were gone. In the midst of the grounds, the crew was putting the finishing touches on it. What does Brother Su Chen do next? Brother Su Chen, can you not go off the air so quickly? Let us see more of you, even if you don't do anything. Just watch. Ooh, I feel empty inside when I think that the next installment won't start for many more days. Me too. Looking at everyone's appeals, Su Chen simultaneously checked the popularity value that he had accumulated so far. It's already over 8 million. The further back this popularity value goes, the more difficult it is to accumulate. After all, these audiences have trained themselves, seen too many of my own social humbug moments, so that threshold is all raised. The popularity value received is naturally just not as high as it was before, and there are not many days left until this one is over. You still have to get a hold of them and give them a good job to get them straightened out. And it's got to be a tough one. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately had an idea. Friends, would you all like to see me go out on the street with this to get a whole job done? The audience naturally responded enthusiastically to this statement. Want? So much? Really? Is it really okay? Woohoo! Su Chen is really spoiling the fans, isn't he? I declare that Su Chen is the star who favors his fans the most, bar none. Looking at everyone's enthusiastic response, Su Chen waved his hand. Okay, then I'll take you guys out on the street and see what we can do with the whole job, and we'll play it on the spot. After saying that, he led his camera big brother towards the outside. The inside of the live broadcast room was naturally abuzz. Their favorite part was watching Su Chen randomly do the whole job, as they realized that their own imaginations were nowhere near the level of Su Chen's creativity and social humbugs. Su Chen's random whole job could always bring them endless surprises. Thus, this live room instantly switched to Su Chen's personal whole live room. And the people inside this live room? It's only a few more. Because everyone enjoyed watching Su Chen's whole job too much. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Hotba were in the middle of the broadcast, watching it all. The two of them have been watching since they just auditioned for the PK. The two of them were also in awe of Hwa's acting skills in this Chen Daoming. And when this moment saw Su Chen say that he was going to do another whole job, the two of them were inevitably excited. Oh, what should I do, honey? I have an announcement in a while. I have to leave in half an hour. By then if I can't catch up with Brother Su Chen's whole job, what can I do? Hotba said with a crying little face. Yang Mi was in an unbelievably relaxed mood at this moment. As a half-boss, she naturally had more autonomy. As early as the date of this audition PK was set, she had already asked her agent to put off her entire day's work, just to be able to watch such a live stream properly. Looking at Hotba's wrinkled little face, Yang Mi couldn't help but pinch it and said, Okay, big deal. What about coming back to watch the taping? Don't worry, if there's any high-energy moments, I'm the one who's going to tape them for you. That's not as enjoyable as seeing it live. Hotba still felt regret. What's wrong? Why do I remember someone saying earlier that they never wanted to see Su Chen live a whole life again? Yang Mi snickered. These words were said by Hataru after the last time Su Chen had asked Hataru to play the role of her little mom. Mostly, at the time, the whole little mom thing was just so socially dead that Hotba really got psycho. That's not the same. This time we are not next to Brother Su Chen, and will not be affected by anything. Just relax and go watch. Hotba smiled wryly. At this moment, Su Chen had already walked out of the recording hall. Only a big brother cameraman, with invisible live streaming equipment, followed him. It was the middle of summer and the sun was shining outside. There weren't even many people on the streets. Looking at the situation, Su Chen fretted a little. There's no one here either. Where am I going to find an ingrate? No, a victim. No, 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 and a little buddy to go to. When Su Chen was in a hurry, this mouth was scooped, and he accidentally said what he really thought inside. The audience was amused when they heard it. Ha ha, don't explain, Junior. Your words have revealed your heart. Please welcome the next ingrate to the stage. Please welcome the next victim to the stage. Now these people are too clueless. Don't they know to come out and provide material for Su Chen? Laughing my ass off. Changing it twice without getting it right is enough to see how desperate Su Chen is at this moment. Just as Su Chen was at a loss, he jerked his head up and saw two people ahead of him, walking towards this side. and the guy in the back. He was carrying a video camera. Seeing them, Suchen said towards the camera Big Brother behind him. Big Brother, see, met a fellow traveler. Then let us meet them. After saying that, Suchen went straight towards these two people to greet them. These two people also lit up after seeing Suchen. It looked as if they had come with some kind of interview assignment. I guess I also thought it was too hot and there weren't many people on the street. So this interview assignment wasn't done yet. At this moment, seeing Suchen so actively came over. The heart cannot be happy blooming. When Suchen got closer, he only saw the top of the sign they were holding in their hands. It was written with some kind of fire-setting propaganda, fire safety, or something like that. Suchen instantly understood what the purpose of their interview was. Hello sir, can I delay you for a few minutes? The beautiful host on the other side asked. Chapter 209 Street Interview. Chapter 209 Street Interviews. How could Suchen refuse such a good thing that was delivered to his door? Immediately, he nodded, painfully. Sure. Hearing his answer, the eyes of the beautiful host across the room instantly lit up. You know, at this moment, has been looking for half a day's worth of interviews under the scorching heat of the sun. It's just a shame that there weren't many people on the street in the first place because it was so hot. Occasionally, they encountered one or two people, but they were all in a hurry and didn't want to stop at all. At this point, it's always nice to meet someone with a positive attitude, and is pretty good looking too. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene at this moment, were all worried for this beautiful woman. Ha 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 ha, the pretty girl doesn't realize at this point in time what she's going to go through. I can guarantee that this will definitely be an interview that she will never forget. Although I don't know what kind of job Suchen is going to fix, I believe that with his character, he will never answer honestly. Can't be. People, this beauty looks so decent. Maybe Suchen just has a big conscience and wants to help people. Oh, upstairs. You really don't understand Suchen. Let's wait and see. So excited. Across the room, the beautiful host hurriedly asked the cameraman behind her to turn on the camera. Gushing at the camera, he smiled. After a lot of searching, we finally found a handsome young man who was willing to be interviewed. So here's a little question we will be asking him about fire safety to see how fire conscious this handsome man is. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Suchen and asked her first question. Excuse me, if you have a gas leak in your home, what number should you call at this time? Hearing her question, Suchen replied very calmly. We don't use gas in our house. We all burn the stove. Stove? That's natural gas, isn't it? The beautiful host said with some confusion. No, I've never used natural gas. Our family's condition isn't very good. We can't afford it. Suchen still answered in a serious manner. The opposite host looked Suchen up and down. How to look at Suchen, this image and temperament. He also does not look like a poor family. Although, Suchen usually didn't like to wear some name brands with big logos on them. The dress is all plain and understated. But at the very least it's dry and clean looking. I don't want to say that I'm not rich, but I have to be a well-to-do family. Yet, he says so openly that his family was not well off and did not use gas? That host couldn't help but suspect that Suchen was joking with himself. But looking at his serious face, he felt that he was sincere. At this time, it was not good for her to go out of her way to question it. In case it was true, wouldn't that hurt Suchen's pride? So, all she could do was nod and reluctantly proceed to the next question. And may I ask what mode of travel you usually use? Getting around. It's as simple as 11 or a bike. But just the other day, the only transportation in my home, my bike, was stolen by car thieves. Do you think this car stealing is hateful? Suchen said, his expression indignant, looking very angry. Then this car thief is indeed a hateful man. But let me ask, what is this 11th road you speak of? She remembers, this around also kerosene 11 the two buses Hey, 11 road, isn't it just your own two legs? Suchen said as he lifted one leg and snapped twice on it. Oh, I see then. That means traveling is basically by walking, right? The little beauty said with a sudden realization. That's right. Suchen nodded furiously. Then please ask us about our building. This time, the little beauty had just asked half of her question when she was interrupted by Suchen. I don't live in a building. I live in a bungalow. Didn't I say that my family's condition is not good? Now this building is too expensive. Suchen said this while also shaking his head helplessly. It's safe to say that he was simply superb in this performance. Even the clothes he was wearing, and his own aura, added a lot of disadvantage to this part of his performance. But all of this was filled out by Suchen's face with just the right expression and performance. At this moment, Suchen's cameraman Big Brother stood behind him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. For him who had learned the truth of everything, listening to Suchen's answer and then looking at the expression of that beautiful woman across the room, it's simply hilarious. Big Brother is a trained professional and doesn't usually laugh unless he can't help it. At the moment, that's when he can't help himself. But in order not to expose himself and cause trouble for Su Chen, Big Brother could only lower his head and fight to suppress his laughter. So the whole body began to shake and tremble, resemble the opening of. The vibration mode was activated in general, and it was shaking very badly. Handsome boy. This friend of yours seems to be shaking. Is he alright? At this moment, the little beauty across the street noticed the camera Big Brother's problem and asked with some concern. Su Chen turned around and instantly understood what was going on with the camera Big Brother. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He's just got a bit of a problem where he has to shake every so often to get comfortable. Don't mind him. You'll be fine on your own for a while." That little beauty heard and nodded as if she believed and understood. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen's serious nonsense is just too funny, isn't it? Camera Brother begged. Can you not shake? Shaking people's head dizzy la. Ha ha ha. This little beauty has a dumbfounded look on her face, with a hint of sympathy for Su Chen in her eyes. It's just too funny. The little beauty had thought it was lucky to meet a match, but I didn't expect to meet the mudslide of the interview world. Ha ha. Su Chen's acting skills are really great. I kind of know that this awesome person is awesome at everything he does. That's right. Without blowing it off, I just seen the acting skills of Hua and Mr. Chen Daoming, and now I'm looking at Su Chen again and I can't believe that he's not inferior in the slightest way. Indeed, it's not a fan filter. I'm a passerby who feels like that. So it's the acting, the lack of any traces of acting, that makes the little beauty across the street believe it? Not to mention the little beauty. Even I almost believe it. I want to donate some to Su Chen. Across the room, the beautiful host though also felt that things were moving in a direction that was out of her control, but still continued the interview. Chapter 210, The Oil and Salt Don't Go Into It. Chapter 210. After all, it's a hot day and we're halfway through the interview, so there's no reason to give up. Besides, this Su Chen looked so handsome that she couldn't help but just want to talk to him more. So you say you live in a bungalow, do you? And may I ask if you have anything stacked around your bungalow? She asked the question, actually wanting to ask if there was anything flammable on the other side around Su Chen's bungalow. Thereby, through these items, some fire prevention knowledge was popularized to Su Chen. In this way, this interview of hers came to a successful conclusion. Across the room, Su Chen nodded. Yes, there is firewood. The host's eyes instantly lit up when he heard there was firewood. Feeling that he had finally found a point of entry, he asked immediately afterward, and what, in your opinion, are the things that need to be taken care of when storing this firewood? The answer she wanted to hear was simple, just watch out for sparks, keep them separate from other flammable items, etc. However, her waiting for a normal answer here in Su Chen was like waiting for snow at the equator. Well, that's just not going to happen. And at this moment, it was not only the camera Big Brother on the side, but also the audience in the live broadcast room. They all looked forward to it, imagining how Su Chen would answer the question according to his character. But just by virtue of their current level of perversion, it is far less than 1%. No, 1/10,000th of Su Chen. So, it's definitely not imaginable. Sure enough, only to see Su Chen calmly and slowly uttering his reply at this moment. Be careful, don't get caught in the rain. It won't burn well if you get caught in the rain. Across the table host, opposite cameraman. Su Chen's exclusive camera Big Brother, shake shake shake. Audience members, ha 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 ha. I knew that Su Chen's answer would be different, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of answer. Be careful not to get caught in the rain. Ha ha ha, you can't tell. He's got a point. Brothers, how do I feel that Chen has really lived in the countryside? Really lived in a bungalow How would he how to understand In fact, this answer of Chen is very life. When I was a child, my family lived in a bungalow, the most afraid of firewood rain. A small rainy day to use plastic sheeting to cover. Ha ha ha, the little beauty across the street has been completely dumbfounded. Thinking to herself, what kind of person have I met today? Oh little beauty, you're just too lucky to have met the greatest social terrorist of all time. Ha ha ha, what did I say before? This is destined to be an interview that the little beauty will never forget. And it seems that the effect has been completely achieved. Not only did we meet it, but we exceeded it. No sir, I mean what if it catches itself? The host was still trying to steer. It couldn't have gotten there on its own. Su Chen's tone was very firm. You must not have lived in a bungalow or built a wood fire. Beautiful. That thing is not going to light well. Usually it doesn't love it even if you try to spot it. It takes some skill. Tell you what, you come to my house one day, I'll light it for you once to try it out and you'll see. Looking at the opposite side, Su Chen's very certain and confident look. The host was utterly speechless. She finally realized that the thing worse than not being able to find an interviewee was finding one that was completely out of line. The difficulty of the move is hellish. What the hell to do in this situation was never taught during their induction training either. At this time, however, she still wasn't ready to just give up and continue to work her way through. Well, in the winter time, for example, when it's dry, doesn't it catch easily? In winter that's even less. Suchin still had that oily look. There's not even enough firewood to burn this in winter. It'll all be gone before it catches. At this moment, the inside of the live broadcast room was completely crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha, beautiful host, yes or no? Suchen, or, ha ha ha, the description upstairs is just too accurate. You boys are so greasy. This interview with Suchen is described in one sentence. Every sentence has a response, but everything is unfulfilled. That's right. You say he didn't answer, and he did, but then you say he did, and it's like he didn't say anything. No. This answer from Suchen is still necessary. After all, he brought us joy. That does, and it's so happy. My cheeks hurt from laughing. Beauty, sen skill. Suchen, skill can't be selected. Southern, just don't you dare try to science me one iota. Suchen, I'll count myself as a loser if I'm copped by you today. I feel like this is a lesson that all those in PR should come over and learn. It's a perfect example of PR. Ha ha, gong. Off is just going around in circles. Answering a bunch of questions results in nothing useful information being given out. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as Suchen's hand. On the scene, the camera big brother was shaking at this point. Even Suchen, who was half a meter away, felt the vibrations in his body. Taking advantage of that host on the opposite side of the room being dumbfounded, Suchen came to the cameraman's big brother's ear and said, "Big brother, don't vibrate it. If it keeps vibrating, I'm afraid you'll run out of battery power and turn off the phone. Then I still have to drag you along." Weird thunder. However, Suchen's line about running out of power managed to poke the camera brother's funny bone again. That's good. It's not vibration mode anymore. Just let go of the volume. The camera brother let out a giggle and then it was like a floodgate opening. Unable to control it any longer, he sat down on his butt and laughed heartily. The suddenness with which he came was quite explosive. Gave that host and cameraman a scare. In the middle of their view, the camera brother is covered with a hat and mask. It had been standing behind Suchen vibrating. This whole thing was already bizarre. And at this moment, he laughed maniacally without warning. How could they both not be scared? I don't know. People, that's not no pre-signs. His vibrations are not all signs. That, handsome boy, is the end of our interview for today. I suggest you take your friend to the hospital. We'll just go ahead. After saying that, these two people fled as well as turned around and left with hurried footsteps. It was as if they were afraid that if they finished for a second, they wouldn't be able to leave. Ha 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 ha. Camera brother, you laugh. My camera has been following the shaking. Big brother camera is suffocating. The host and cameraman across the street left an indelible shadow. Chapter 211, doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 211, doesn't your conscience hurt? Look to the opposite, two people scared. Suchen, your conscience will not hurt? Suchen, conscience? What is this thing? Never heard of it. Ha ha ha. This part really killed me with laughter. Suchen really interviewed the ghost. What the hell do I have to do to be as good as Suchen? Beautiful host gets up in the middle of the night. How can he carry himself so well? It's nice to look at, but it's just too short to see enough. Ha ha ha. This can't be blamed on Suchen. It can only be blamed on the opposite side's ability to withstand it being too weak to last more than a few rounds. The opponent's strength has seriously affected Suchen's play. Looking at the two people who had fled, and then looking at the camera brother who was now sitting on the ground, shaking with laughter, Suchen tilted his head back to look at the sky and let out a long sigh. Doctor! The camera big brother was already laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up, and Suchen felt that it was time for this live broadcast to come to an end. If this continues, it feels like the camera brother is going to be injured at work, and he can't be responsible for it. So, crouching himself down, he found the camera and waved his hand in and said, "So that's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you on the show in a few days." After that, he went and turned off the camera himself. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience was still laughing wildly, and Suchen, who was caught off guard, went off the air. What the hell? That just slipped out? I'm dumbfounded. Lightspeed downcast. Suchen, you have no heart. This live broadcast is already long enough. This latter part has already considered Suchen's welfare for everyone, so it's better to be content. Indeed. It was a pleasure to watch and I look forward to the start of the next program. For the next program, is Suchen going to go to the island with Sister Honey? Exactly. It's so exciting to think about it. I wonder what kind of sparks the two of them will rub together this time. After finishing the live broadcast, Soo-chan went back to the company and continued to prepare for the various matters for the start of the movie. Although, many things were already able to be done on Sister Chin's side, but some key things still needed to be decided by Soo-chan himself. After all, this was his first movie, and he still wanted to be perfect. As for the choice of roles, the male lead naturally, needless to say, is played by Soo-chan himself. The female lead, Ma Dongmei, is played by Juju. Though that said, Juju is a bit too good looking for her role in the show. But what Soo-chan wanted was this contrasting effect. The problem with looking too good is that you can cover it up with makeup up front, and after that she stuns again, anchoring a sense of contrast. Mr. Wang's character is naturally Mr. Chen Daoming. As for some of the other roles, Soo-chan hadn't thought of any suitable candidates yet. For example, Shoya, Silly Spring and Yuan Hua to name a few. Road to Chioya. A face instantly sprang up in Soo-chan's mind. That would be Zhou Liying. It felt like her childish look still matched Akia's from her school days. I just don't know if she can handle it in the back, so I can find an opportunity to give her a try at the scene. As for Silly Spring and Yuan Hua, Soo-chan smiled slightly as he thought about it. The heart is in the right place. Time just goes by, day by day. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, the day of the live broadcast of the new episode of the Love Complex program has arrived. This time, the location where they recorded, they chose a city by the sea. This was also to facilitate Soo-chan and Yang Mi and the two of them to board the island. The island where the two of them were to spend 2 days and 1 night was not far from this seaside city. In the middle of the live broadcast room, the audience had already been waiting. The number of people online had already surpassed 1 million before the broadcast even started. This was a level of hotness that had never been seen before. Here we go. Here we go. It's finally on. Do you know how I've spent the last few days without a show? It's so hard to wait. Will we finally be able to see Soo-chan and Big Meanie Sea Island alone? So excited. It's true that this relationship is sweeter when you watch people talk about it. Why am I so excited about the two of them going to the island? Sister, I'm with you. I feel like this show is over the top in terms of sweetness and my boyfriend instantly doesn't smell good. I haven't seen Soo-chan for days. I'm getting lovesick. I heard that this time it's being recorded at the beach. Ah, it sounds so romantic. The scenery should be beautiful. At the beach, Soo-chan's car and Old Chin's car arrived at the same time. As soon as Old Chin saw Soo-chan, he excitedly rushed up and gave Soo-chan a big hug regardless. Soo-chan, on the other hand, was very disgusted and pushed Old Chin away. This gentleman, please watch the scale. I'm straight alright. After saying that, he also looked Old Chin up and down, then pointed at him with wide eyes and said, "You can't be a, can you? Well, I help you as a brother. And you even want that me." The live broadcast hadn't been opened at this moment, so Soo-chan had no qualms about speaking in anger. If the live broadcast is on and this gets out, Old Chin's reputation can't really be washed away. At that time, he would not be able to chase after himself to make himself pay for the loss of reputation. Facing Soo-chan's accusation, Old Chin was speechless. What are you babbling about? I'm just happy to see my brother. I'm straight too. Okay. Soo-chan looked at him and shook his head. Unlike, Old Chin knew that he couldn't speak to Soo-chan. As a member of the Dewan Society, he admitted that he had indeed disgraced the Dewan Society in this regard. But there's no way to blame it on him being too much of a rookie. He can only blame it on his opponent being too strong. You got a good one with that audition livestream. You don't know. The whole of our Dewan Society was asked by my master to watch it together. It was so enjoyable and exciting for us to watch. If Old Chin didn't say anything about this matter, Soo-chan really didn't know. I can't believe the whole Derwin Club is watching. This is too much. But once he thought about it, the quality of the script was here. Soo-chan found it understandable. The mouth remained humble. I'm flattered. The scripts are just randomly written. Thanks for the love. Talking about modesty, but how it didn't sound like modesty. The two talked as they rushed towards the beach. From afar, he could see the two people, Flower and Cohen, already waiting there. Seeing Soo-chan and the two of them coming over, the two of them waved very enthusiastically. This has never been the case before. It seemed that the two of them were also overwhelmed by Soo-chan's talent. The 4 male guests had all arrived, and at the same time, the live broadcast was on. Here we go. Here we go. The live stream has finally started. Wow. The scenery here is really beautiful. Chapter 212, The Winner Takes All. Chapter 212, The Winner Takes All. This ocean. It's so blue. Oh, see. You are full of water. Oh, beautiful woman. How beautiful you say you are. That you have a mouth under your nose. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Are you guys a derivative version of bull ***** literature? Such a beautiful place for a little love story. It feels like the island Soo-chan is going to with Big Mimi should be even more beautiful. How come there are only a few male guests? Where did the female guests go? While everyone was wondering, the female guest of honor appeared. Just in front of them, the three female guests, Yang Mi, Jiba, and Lu Tianxian, curling toward this way. All three of them were wearing saris on their bodies, and I can say that they looked very cool. The wind off the beach blew their skirts around, giving them a little more softness. And these three female guests have very different temperaments. Big Nini is, as her name suggests, very informative. Under such a thin dress, the body advantage is displayed very clearly. What stands out the most about Hotspur, on the other hand, is her tiny waist, and she's pretty good at showing off a little bit of herself. Purposefully wore a waistless one. It looks tingling and good. Lu Tianxian, on the other hand, was winning on top of her temperament, and at the moment, she was really living up to her nickname, Sister Divine. That's a really fairy-like feeling. Watching these few female guests walk towards the side step by step, Old Sheen and the rest of them all rounded their eyes one by one, just about drooled down. There was no way. What man could not be confused when looking at so many great beauties at once from such a close distance? Except for Su Chen. Of course, at this moment, Su Chen looked the most calm among the several men. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, his eyes, but did not move away from them for a moment. It's such a great perk. Is it still a man if you don't watch it? Yang Mi and a few of the girls seemed to be aware of how beautiful they were at the moment. When you walk, it's with your head held high in confidence. Only, when they came over, they all very consciously stood by Su Chen's side. It made Old Sheen and the others look like they were redundant. I'm going. This is too beautiful. My mouth is watering. Brothers who get it. I get it. And so do I. This program can place. There are benefits he has really sent Director Yen, you can do it. You're the one. I'll definitely catch your programs from now on. Old Sheen, put away your drool. It's coming down to your feet. Ha ha ha. The nature of these male guests is exposed. Seeing a beautiful woman is still not the same as us. Who said that? Is our Su Chen very different? Look how calm he is. Ha ha. The few of them are too taciturn, aren't they? They actually all stood beside Su Chen. It feels like a clear line has been drawn with Old Sheen and the others starting with Su Chen. Are you guys really in the same program? Old Sheen and the others are nakedly disliked. Ha 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 ha. Begging for the psychological shadow area of Old Sheen and a few of them. There's no way to ask for this because it's just too big to measure. After all the guests had taken their places and stopped, Director Yen walked out from behind the curtain. Gentlemen, welcome to a new installment in the middle of the show. In this installment, we will honor our previous promise that Su Chen and Yang Mi, who were successfully paired up, will travel to the island for 2 days and 1 night alone together. The others, on the other hand, are going to have to live the rest of their lives inside our cabin on the beach. Of course, in order to enrich your lives and keep you from being too bored, you need to earn your own living expenses during this period. Hearing Director Yan's words, Old Sheen and the few of them looked at each other. You're asking us to earn our own living expenses in such a beautiful place? It's also so inhuman. No regard at all for this broken heart of a few of them not being chosen by the female guest of honor? Director, what about Su Chen and Yang Mi's living expenses? Do they have to earn it themselves as well? Old Sheen asked. It's rumored that there are only 2 of them on that island. Where are they going to make money? Wouldn't that mean we'd have to go down to the sea to fish? Thinking of Su Chen and Yang Mi's pitiful appearance on the island, with no food or drink, and fishing for fish with a gray head, Old Sheen felt a slight comfort in his heart. Su Chen, you can't blame me for not being buddy enough. The main thing is that your treatment is really too eye-opening. A total of 3 female guests, but all of them like you. Who could stand that? There has to be some balance in the hearts of the brothers. However, just when Lao Qin was thinking proudly in his heart, Director Yan's words were like a pot of cold water thrown down from the head. Dumbfounded Old Sheen. Su Chen and Yang Mi go to the island without earning their own money. We have all the supplies ready. There's food, fruit, and wine. There's also a pool, a pedal bath, and more. The 2 guests can enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Hearing this, Old Sheen's face was unbelievable, and he simply wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Either that or there's something wrong with your brain and you're already hallucinating. Not the director. On what grounds? A few of us unlucky ones who didn't get picked are going to keep working here to make money. And Su Chen and the 2 of them can be on top of the island, easily and comfortably bathing, swimming, and drinking red wine. This is too unfair. Old Sheen couldn't help but complain. And in the face of his complaints, Director Yen smiled faintly and said, Isn't it just fair that the great ones always get everything? As the saying goes, the winner takes all. Isn't it normal that Su Chen and Yang Mi were originally winners when they chose each other? And it's normal for the winners to be rewarded. It had to be said that Director Yan's words were very realistic, but they deeply pierced the hearts of Old Sheen and a few of them. Several of their already wounded hearts were even more thoroughly wounded at this moment, and were already full of holes, hoping that all this is a punishment for them. The losers. It's cruel. It's so cruel. Don't be discouraged. You guys. This is a chance for you to perform well. It just so happens that Suchin isn't here, so why don't you guys take advantage of these few days to take care of the other female guests and get a good impression? Don't be discouraged, boys. The future is still bright. Director Yen cheered. Yet such words didn't seem to do much good for old Qin and the others, because they knew that even if Su Chen wasn't here, Hataru and Lu Tianxian's minds wouldn't be on the few of them. To harbor such fantasies is simply asking for trouble. It's just a matter of doing a good job here. Chapter 213, Sailing a Speedboat. Chapter 213, Driving a Speedboat. The rules were announced, only to be heard in the middle of the ocean beside them. There was a loud roar of engines. A speedboat, which is breaking the waves right now. The speedboat made waves, as if it were the white stripes in the waves, and it looked very imposing. A few of the boys' eyes instantly lit up. It's safe to say that almost no boy can resist the lure of speed and passion. I go. This speedboat is too much fun to watch, old Sheen said with glowing eyes. Yeah, if only we could drive one ourselves. Flower was also filled with envy. Director, does this speedboat belong to the program? Can we drive it? Koen asked directly at Director Yen. We own the speedboat, except you'll have to pay to drive it. Black-hearted director, deducting them at every turn. Old Sheen slandered in their hearts. How much is it once? Old Sheen didn't die. $100. Director Yen replied. $100? That seems okay, not too expensive. Blossom moved. Then how much money can we earn if we work here for a day? Old Sheen grew a heart and continued to learn about the market. Depends on what you do. If you go waitressing in a restaurant you'll make 50 a day. If you go down to the nets and fish on your own, it's all about luck. It's possible to get rich all at once. And of course it's also possible to be penniless. Director Yen replied. Hearing this, Old Sheen and Hua and the few of them instantly stopped laughing. Originally, inside their money system, $100 was simply not too cheap. But the thing is, they're recording the show nowadays and everything has to be done according to the rules of the show. They can only make up to 50 a day alone, and they have to eat. So where's enough to go to a speedboat? Black-hearted director. Director, you're going too far. Killing people to death this is. Several people complained. And in the face of their accusations, Director Yen smiled faintly, not panicking in the slightest. By now, the speedboat had docked just in time. Su Chen, Yang Mi, this speedboat is your transportation to the island. You can ride off in it. Director Yen said at this moment. After Old Sheen and the others heard this, they naturally became even more envious. It was really a winner-take-all situation. By what right did Su Chen have the opportunity to ride a speedboat without having to spend any money? However, the thing that made them feel even more jealous was that Su Chen pointed at the speedboat at this moment and said, Can I drive myself? Would you? Of course I will. I still have a professional certificate. Su Chen replied confidently. In fact, the certificate and the skill of driving a speedboat were both something he had just exchanged in the middle of the system. The moment he saw the speedboat, he was hooked. How could one not try such a great opportunity? So just as Old Sheen and the others were conversing with Director Yen, Su Chen, in his mind, used his popularity value to exchange the skill of opening a speedboat. This skill is not really too technical and doesn't cost much at all. It also came with a certificate, which was inside his pocket. The others were a little surprised to hear this. Okay, you Su Chen. Early preparation how do you know that there is a speedboat today Old Sheen asked. Su Chen smiled confidently. That's not easy. We have to have transportation if we're going to the island. Then most likely it's a speedboat. I'm just being prepared. Old Sheen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Nyoa Su Chen. Foresight. As for Yang Mi and a few of their female guests, at this moment, they also feel that Su Chen, this person, is very reliable. Prescient not to mention, crucially, too many skill points. As if there was nothing he wouldn't do. It added a bit of mystery to an already attractive man. Director, even if Su Chen has a license and can drive, then he still has to pay. Old Sheen said half-jokingly. Otherwise their hearts just can't be balanced. However, Director Yen seemed determined to make them jealous to the end. No need. It was supposed to send them to the island, so Su Chen can drive twice for free. Go once and come back once. Director Yen waved his hand and said. Old Sheen and a few of them burst into a wail. Can't live. What a world. At the same time, Hataru and Lu Tianxian, too, cast envious glances at Yang Mi. It was so nice that she could go to the island with Su Chen and be able to spend so much time alone there. The point is, one is also able to ride on a speedboat driven by Su Chen himself. They both felt like they were going crazy with jealousy at this point. Yang Mi's heart, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation for this next journey. She fantasized about the two of them, herself and Su Chen, on top of the silent island, eating steak, drinking wine, looking at the stars. This will definitely heat up the relationship between the two quickly. Then she is equivalent to being in. The female guest stood out amongst the rest. It's not impossible for something to happen in the heat of the moment. Of course, what Youngmi imagined would happen was just a kiss and a hug. As for deeper, are you kidding me? This is live. She's a girl who doesn't want to lose face. I go. Su Chen is really good. Even the speedboat driver's license? Oh who? Worthy of my husband. Why so powerful? Upstairs you wake up a little bit. People will soon go to the island with Youngmi. Still your husband? Ha ha. Look at the envious expressions of old Chin and the rest of them. It's really pathetic and funny. Director Yen very specifically showed them what it means to be a winner-take-all. Director Yen kills and kills. Honestly, I'm still looking forward to seeing Su Chen alone with Youngmi on the island. What do you guys think will happen between the two of them? I can't say, but I'm starting to get pink bubbles in front of my eyes at this point. TSK, 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 even if something happens, it can't be broadcast. Can I pay for the broadcast? I've got a little money. Amidst the envious eyes of the crowd, Su Chen took Youngmi and boarded the speedboat. Only Su Chen was seen in a tight swimsuit, displaying his tightly muscled body to the fullest. The sunglasses on his face, moreover, made him look quite a bit like a big brother. Looking at Hataru and Lu Tianxian, they almost drooled. Brothers, see you tomorrow night. Su Chen turned back and waved his hand at old Chin and the others in a very dejected manner, then started the speedboat. With the roar of that engine, the speedboat made waves, looking straight in the direction of the island across the sea. Youngmi, who was doing the speedboat, squealed, her voice filled with excitement and thrill. Chapter 214, The Iron Man. Chapter 214, The Iron Man. The excitement and thrill, however, didn't last too long, because soon she realized that Su Chen, the speedboat driving, was a little too wild. The skills of the speedboat were exchanged in the system, so surely as soon as they came up, they were all filled up. Now that Su Chen was operating the speedboat, it was simply very skillful, more than the average speedboat professional instructor, by a long shot. With such a good technique, speaking as Su Chen's character, how could he not show it? So, he was seen driving this speedboat, going up and down in the middle of the ocean. It was like an acrobatic show on the water. The waves that were stirred up hit them both even more at once. Su Chen was wearing a full-body waterproof suit, so naturally he was not afraid and had fun. But Youngmi was different. She was wearing a beautiful sari. Originally, what she had imagined was herself and Su Chen sitting on top of the speedboat. Su Chen drove in the front and she stood in the back, her dress gently swaying with the wind. What a beautiful and romantic scene. Instead, the truth of the matter today was that she was drenched like a drowning duck by this huge splash of water. Couldn't even open my eyes. After I don't know how many times I've been splashed head on, Youngmi wiped her face with both hands. Seizing the opening, he shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen, stop playing around. I can't take it anymore. As the words fell, there was another splash of water, and Youngmi's mouth couldn't even close in time. The whole man burst into a violent coughing fit. Ho ho ho! It's too much fun, isn't it? Su Chen shouted excitedly at this moment. It was only then that he remembered to turn around and look in the direction of Youngmi. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. As a result, he couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing Youngmi's miserable state. Ha ha, you're looking too amused with your makeup. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Youngmi looked at Su Chen's cheerful laughter. I can't wait to kick him inside the sea. However, she can't do so, because, without Su Chen, this speedboat she can't drive away by herself. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen laughs at me. You're just a straight man of steel, aren't you? Steel isn't as straight as he is. It doesn't feel like he wanted to go on an island tour with Youngmi. He's having fun on his own. Ha 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 ha. Youngmi is just a tool man for his Shanghai island. Sister Honey is so sad. Originally thought that being able to go to the island with Su Chen was a life winner. But as a result, I didn't expect that this kid he's oil and salt. If we had to find any flaws in Su Chen, it would definitely be this straight character. Honey must be running inside at this moment. Su Chen, you brat. How dare you laugh when you see Sister Honey's makeup splattered? That's a big no-no. Although it's a bit pathetic to say that Honey looks a bit pathetic. But what's the deal with seeing Su Chen having so much fun? I'm also happy along with him. Ha ha, that's right. Su Chen is just too infectious when he's playing. Properly a sunny and cheerful big boy. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of my brother Tatsu. Speaking so directly? Brother Tatsu is mighty. I've never been a wimp as a social hummer. TSK TSK. Not to mention Brother Chen looking at it. I can't take my eyes off of it. Brother Chen is kind of giving US welfare. Should have said no. Does it have to be? Or how did the name come about? Ha ha ha. Is Big Mimi regretting following Su-chan out at this moment? Yang Mi, if I had known I would have worked across the street. Why would I have suffered this? Ha ha. Looking at Yang Mi's shy appearance, Su-chan felt that if he continued to tease her, she might really have to jump into the sea. Big Mimi, think about it, huh? But don't think about jumping down. Mainly, I'd have to go down and save you if you did jump. It's hard work. When listening to the first half, Yang Mi's heart was slightly comforted. Thought Su-chan he finally had a clear conscience and wanted to talk properly. As a result, the words turned around later, and he was actually spouting off about how hard it was to save himself. Listen, that's not even human. Do you know what it means to be a gentleman or not? Su-chan, don't go too far. Yang Mi said angrily. Fine, I'll stop. I'll get the boat. Calm yourself down a bit more, haha. Su-chan hurriedly made a gesture of surrendering with both hands, then turned his head and continued to steer the boat. The familiar, nightmare-like sound of the engine was heard. It was only then that Yang Mi violently realized what was going on and hurriedly shouted, Su-chan, this time you give me slower. Ah, it was too late. Before her words had fallen, Su-chan's speedboat had already ejected and started to fly out. This time, his drive was even wilder. Yang Mi's entire body was in. The top was so upside down that it couldn't even speak. On the other side of the shore, Old Chin and his group were still standing on the beach at this moment. Rushing towards Su-chan, they saluted. It took a long time to leave. With this speedboat, they basically can't drive it, so it's good to watch someone else drive it. I'll go. Su-chan is driving this boat really wild. Old Chin marveled. You don't say. It looks so cool. If only I could try it too. Flower was also envious. Wow. It looks like it's exciting. Honey must be having a lot of fun up there. Hataru looked at the boat that was going up and down, and her eyes were also filled with longing. Yet she didn't realize what kind of human suffering Yang Mi was enduring at the moment. I don't know if she would have been able to be willing to do that if she had been in her shoes. Finally, in the midst of this speed and passion, the speedboat finally arrived at the shore of the island. The boat had just pulled up when Yang Mi threw up with a wow. Chapter 215, You Sleep on the Couch. Chapter 215, You Sleep on the Couch. Originally, Yang Mi wouldn't get seasick, but no good person could stand up to Su-chan's method of driving the boat. With this violent rocking on the boat, Yang Mi felt like her internal organs were going to be turned upside down. It's almost like it's going to be more exciting than doing a roller coaster. Being able to hold it in until this point before throwing up is pretty impressive. Looking at Yang Mi throwing up, Su-chan was very gentlemanly at this moment and took a bottle of water from the boat to Yang Mi. Yang Mi weakly results in water. Thought to herself, still counting Su-chan a little conscience, but on second thought, no, it was obvious that he was in this state because of him, and all he did was hand himself a bottle of water. You think he's conscientious? Yang Mi was surprised to realize that she seemed to have turned into a love brain. How else is this? It's all about self-rating already. Then with another glance down, he looked at the state he was in at the moment. It was supposed to be a beautifully painted makeup and carefully prepared sari before departure. Today it's a mess. The makeup on her face was smudged by the water, not to mention that her beautiful dress was all wet and wrinkled on her body. You know, before coming back, Yang Mi was looking forward to this trip to the island. In her imagination, the picture should have been perfect. She wore a beautiful dress and blew the slight sea breeze, then landed on the island with Su-chan with the scenery there is not. However, the reality is harsh. Today's picture could be said to be a million miles away from what she had imagined. But what can be done? Come what may, we can only continue with a hard head. Yang Mi only expects that all the sins she has suffered in the front are finished, and the time behind can be more romantic and aesthetically pleasing. However, she was still too naive, ignoring the fact that the one who boarded the island with her was the social terrorist, Su-chan. The two men walked down the path toward the cabin in the middle of the island. As soon as you walk in, you see that the cabin has all the amenities. A huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the ocean. As soon as she walked into this room, the gloom in Yang Mi's heart before was instantly swept away. Wow, it's really beautiful here, Yang Mi exclaimed. However, after the two of them wandered around, they realized that the house was good for everything but one thing. There's only one bed. It's a ridiculously large bed, but it doesn't quite fit, does it? What does the program mean by this? There can't be only one bedroom here. Yang Mi covered her embarrassment with surprise. I've looked inside and out. There's really only one bedroom and one room here, Su-chan affirmed. Then how are we going to sleep at night? Yang Mi's voice gradually trailed off. Then how else can we sleep? Just sleep together, Su-chan said indifferently. Yang Mi's little face instantly reddened. What are you babbling about, Su-chan? This definitely won't work. Kidding aside, this is a recording program. The two of them sleeping in the same bed. What's that become? Su-chan was only joking. Okay, since that won't work, I just looked and the couch inside the living room is pretty big. Hearing Su-chan say this, Yang Ni's heart instantly became sweet. In her opinion, Su-chan was taking the initiative to go sleep on the sofa, giving up the big bed to herself. It seems that although he is usually a straight man, but at the critical moment, is he still a gentleman? However, she still underestimated Su-chan's degree of straightness. Only he continued, "Tonight, you're staying on the couch, young me." For a full minute, Yang Ni didn't utter a word. The expression carried on his face was very complicated. Shock, disbelief, confusion and anger. Did she just hear it right? Su-chan said to let her sleep on the sofa? Letting her, a girl, sleep on the couch? Su-chan, you're too much. For a moment, Yang Ni couldn't even find the right words to comment. After holding my tongue, I only managed to get out the sentence, "You've gone too far, haven't you?" However, in the face of Yang Ni's accusation, Su-chan still had that calm look and shrugged his shoulders. "What's the matter? I said to sleep together. You don't want to, then you don't want to only sleep on the sofa. I don't mind anyway. We'll share the bed. It's so big." "Oh, Boss Young, you can't be thinking that I'm doing something to you." Su-chan had a look of sudden realization. "I mean, but we both sleep on one side of the bed. It's such a big place anyway, right? Is it hard to believe that you're the one who's thinking the wrong way?" In the face of Su-chan's teasing, Yang Mi knew that she had been fooled once again, falling into Su-chan's infinite sets. "Ha ha 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 ha, Su-chan, can you walk? See what kind of anger has been given to our Big Mimi. Su-chan, you straight man of steel." I fully understand Big Mimi's collapse at this moment. Meeting a Su-chan like this, who can? No crashing. Ha ha ha. Big Mimi must have been looking forward to this trip to the island before she got here. Surely she didn't expect this scene. Old Sheen and the others would be furious if they saw this. Su-chan, a straight man of steel, was able to get 3 female guests to like him, while they couldn't get any of them. Ha ha ha. I can only say that Su-chan is overpowered by his own strength. It can't be helped. Heart the Big Mimi for a second. Su-chan, you wouldn't really let Big Mimi sleep on the sofa, would you? That would be a bit much. Yang Mi was tempted at the moment to just go back and not record it. However, she realized in desperation that the only means of transportation here was the speedboat. She, on the other hand, will not drive. Is it hard to let Su-chan drive himself back? Let's not talk about his willingness or unwillingness. Just the thought of having to ride that boat all over again made Yang Mi feel a wave of revulsion. That bad memory made her shudder. Forget it, it's only 2 days and 1 night. Just bear with it. Just as Yang Mi was thinking about this, someone rang the doorbell at the door. It was the island's exclusive waitstaff, bringing them lunch. Su-chan went to open the door. The chef, waiter 3 or 4 people, fish in, ingredients and wine in hand. "Good noon, sir and ma'am. Here's your lunch for today." Su-chan looked at the food they were carrying in their hands. Steak, red wine, foie gras and so on. All expensive and fresh ingredients. "Mr. Su, M.S. Yang, this chef of ours is a 3-star Michelin star chef. It will be cooked live for you in a moment," the waiter at the side introduced. So it was. Looking at the specs in front of me, Su-chan was very satisfied in his heart. That's the kind of life you should be enjoying. It turns out that this winner takes all is really reflected in every aspect. At this moment, probably old Sheen and the others are still worrying about where the lunch will be in a while. Chapter 216, How well done is the steak? Chapter 216, How well done is the steak? Himself, on the other hand, could be on top of the island, with the sea breeze, enjoying a delicious meal cooked by a Michelin chef. Thinking of this, Su-chan couldn't help but look over towards that opposite shore. Although he couldn't see anything, Su-chan knew that among the busy figures there at the moment, there must be old Sheen and the others. Yang Mi went back to her room to change into a clean outfit and reapply her makeup. The whole thing looked so much more refreshed. The mood followed suit. As she sat down at the table, all those unpleasant feelings from before were instantly swept away. At this moment, looking at Su-chan's face, surprisingly, he couldn't be angry about the straight things he had done before. Although Yang Mi cursed herself in her heart for being untalented, she couldn't control it. It's a good thing I didn't just leave in a huff or I wouldn't have enjoyed such a wonderful moment. At that moment, the waiter came over and asked, "Gentlemen, may I ask how rare you want your steaks cooked?" 7% cooked, I think, Yang Mi replied. 8 minutes cooked, Su-chan said. Upon hearing his reply, the waiter froze for a moment, his expression becoming a bit strange. There was a moment of disbelief on the other side as well, but she immediately rushed at the waiter. "Let's give him 7 minutes of cooked food as well, thanks." Yang Mi did this because she wanted to give Su-chan a break. Wait until the waiter left, then quietly popularize it with Su-chan. When you eat a steak, there are only such degrees of doneness as 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. To call it an even number is to be laughed at behind your back. These, too, Yang Mi only knew bit by bit after she entered the entertainment industry again and became better off. However, in the face of Yang Mi's relief, Su Chen didn't seem to appreciate it. Instead, he rushed at the waiter, insisting, "I'll have it rare." "What's the problem?" The expression on that waiter's face looked a little difficult. "I'm sorry, sir. The steak is not rare. You can have it rare or medium rare." "What's the matter? How many years is the chef sentenced for making it an eighth of a mile?" Su Chen asked rhetorically. "Or does this pan of yours have the magical power to skip from 7% rare, straight to 8%, and become 9%? In the face of Su Chen's very justified questioning, the waiter on the opposite side froze and shook his head. "So let me ask you again. Is it technically difficult to fry it to an eighth of a degree of doneness? The chef can't do it?" Su Chen continued to ask. The waiter was completely dumbfounded at this point and only knew how to shake his head. "Then please explain to me why you can't make it rare?" The waiter's face was swept away from the expression he had just worn, and the whole thing looked a little skeptical. He continued, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, sir. This I don't know. It's just the way it's set up. Rules are dead, people are alive. Why can't the rules change? I like my steak rare. Can it be done? Or can't it be done?" Su Chen's tone was calm with a hint of firmness. "Can it?" The waiter wasn't sure. I'll go talk to the chef now." After saying that, the waiter hurried away as if he had fled. Watching him leave, Yang Mi couldn't help but ask, "Su Chen, what are you doing? That's never been the rule when people eat steak. Is it right that it's never like that? Who says steaks have to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9? Su Chen firmly said. Only after hearing this did Yang Mi instantly understand that Su Chen this turned out not to be unintelligent, but rather intentional. Only Su Chen continued. "I hate it when people get some bull ***** rules out there just to look upscale. What steak can't be rare or it's a disgrace? What's the matter? Rare steak is poisonous. On our own land, the steak is as rare as we want it to be." Looking at the way Su Chen spoke, Yang Mi first froze for a moment, and then felt as if what he said made sense. It's the right thing to do. They had, before, all seemed to have been kidnapped by this default rule. It always feels like if you don't know these rules and don't follow this up here, you're going to be laughed at. It would be ostracized. Over time, they have been regimented to the point where they don't even realize it themselves. Now, it was Su Chen's words that made her come to her senses. So that's how it is. I can only say that Su Chen is bullish. At first I also thought that Su Chen was not going to eat steak and made a joke. But I didn't expect things to reverse like this. Just kidding. Our brother Chen is a big popular star and won't eat steak? Brother Chen is called having a personality. Su Chen said it too well. I have long felt in my heart that something is not right about this matter. Or Su Chen woke up the dreamer with a word. Yes, I went to eat Western food before the heart have a burden. Afraid of what place to get it wrong. In the future I also want to learn from Su Chen. What bull ***** rules. Unite and get out of my way. Oh, I wish I had seen this earlier. I'm just the one who got a bad rap the last time I went to get a steak and said I wanted it rare. Heartache upstairs for a second. Next time you encounter this situation, directly dislike it back like Su Chen. Su Chen is worthy of being a social hummer. Nowadays he's not just his own social bull anymore. Has he even started teaching us? It's probably just a subtle influence. And to be honest, I'm much more of a social cow right now than I was before. Really, Southern will become a social cow even after reading more. Ha ha ha. This is one of the biggest takeaways I've gotten from watching the broadcast. It wasn't long before lunch was ready for the two of them. The waiter serves it up front and the chef follows. Pointing at the plate in front of Su Chen, he said, "Hello, Mr. Su, here's the rare steak you asked for. Please taste." Then he went on. "The waiter has relayed your words to me just now, and I think you're right. We shouldn't artificially add all kinds of rules to these things. I hope you two enjoy the meal." Su Chen, on the other hand, nodded his head in a very decent manner. "Thanks for lunch. Hard work." At this moment, Yang Mi's gaze towards Su Chen became even hotter and more worshipful. She felt that Su Chen was truly amazing. Not caring at all about what others think. Saying what you want to say straight away and only doing what you want to do. The point is, it turned out surprisingly alright. I'm afraid there's not another character like him to be found in this world. Just as Su Chen and Yang Mi were beautifully enjoying this 3-star Michelin lunch, Old Chin, a few of them, were laboring hard, running around for my own lunch and dinner today. Chapter 217, Watching the Stars Together. Chapter 217, Watching the Stars Together. On the coast opposite the island, Old Chin and a few of them had already accepted this fact in front of them at this moment. Since there was no way to enjoy a life like Su Chen's, he could only work on himself. Otherwise you can't go hungry. You can't fill your stomach just by looking at the view. What's more, there's still Hotbutt and Lu Tianxian to take care of. Though, in their hearts, they also understood that even if they behaved well, nor could it replace Su Chen's position in their hearts. But basic gentlemanly behavior is still required. It's not possible to have 2 female guests and make money to support them. Brother Qin, what are we doing now? Hua Hua asked at this moment. Yes, Brother Qin, go ahead. We'll all listen to you. Koan followed suit. Old Qin became the backbone of these people all of a sudden and felt a bit uncomfortable. Since both of you little old brothers believe in me, then I'll take on this responsibility of being a big brother. Old Qin said fervently. I think we should split up in 2. One of them, with 2 female guests, went fishing. The other 2 male guests, go work in a restaurant. That way, we have a double guarantee. If we can make a lot of money fishing, we're in for a good time. If it's really a bloodbath like the director said, then the money earned from the part-time job will put food on the table. When Old Qin finished, he felt that he was just too smart. It's amazing that you can come up with such a foolproof and brilliant idea. Feeling impressed with myself, and Blossom and Koan were being very facetious at the moment. There were thumbs up and admiration. Brother Qin, it's worthy of you. That's a good note, Qin. It's foolproof. In the face of the praise from his 2 little brothers, Old Qin's face, a look of complacency sprang up. So, Brother Qin, which one of us is going to fish and who is going to work? Hua Hua asked. Old Qin's eyes rolled back in his head and he cleared his throat. Well, do you 2 know how to fish? Hannah and Kunsai both shook their heads. Fishing is hard work and risky. Although, I'm not very good at it, but I'm the eldest brother after all, so I naturally have to bear this kind of thing for you guys. Then how about I take the 2 female guests to go fishing, and you 2, work in the restaurant? Hua Hua and Koan were instantly very touched in their hearts. Brother Qin, you're so nice. Brother Qin, you're so big brotherly. Old Qin dejectedly waved his hand. Small things, when the big brother should have the appearance of a big brother. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers were all going crazy with laughter when they saw the scene. Ha 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 ha, this Su Chen is not at home. Old Qin is claiming supremacy, isn't he? Hua Hua, Koan, you 2 managed to be fooled by Old Qin. I'm anxious about your intelligence. Ha ha ha, Old Qin was really brought down by Su Chen. Before he was all fooled, now he's starting to fool people too. Right, oh Flower and Koan, don't you 2 realize that you're being punked? I'm sorry, I don't see how they're being punked either. Isn't Old Qin doing them a favor? There's an honest man upstairs. Everyone bully him. Ha ha ha, can't you see that? Working part-time is definitely more tiring than fishing. And fishing also allows you to take 2 female guests with you. So there's no difference between that and a vacation. Old Qin is handing over all the dirty work to Hua Hua and Koan, and calling it good for them. And they still have to thank Old Qin. Ha ha ha, this time it's only a profit and not a loss. So that's what this is also about. I've only just reacted. Is there something wrong with this IQ of mine as well? The main thing is that the enemy is too cunning. After Flower and Koan accepted Old Qin's arrangement, they both walked in the direction of the restaurant. As they walked, the 2 of them felt as if something wasn't quite right. Kunjin, are the 2 of us being fooled? Blossom asked. The kunai looked confused. I also think there's something wrong, but Brother Qin shouldn't be fooling us. Let's get going. More work and more money. I want to eat seafood tonight. Hannah couldn't figure it out and gave up. So the 2 continued to walk in the direction of that restaurant. Old Qin, on the other hand, was beautifully taking Hotbutt and Lu Tianxian to fish for fish. On the fishing boat, Hotbutt and Lu Tianxian looked a little distracted. The 2 of them looked over in the direction of that island from time to time. Hotbutt couldn't resist. What do you guys think? Su Chen and Sister Mimi, what are they doing on the island at this moment? What else can I do? Drinking wine and singing songs, enjoying. Old Qin's tone was filled with envy. However, the picture that Hataru and Lu Tianxian had visualized in their minds was far from that simple. In their imagination, the 2 Su Chen and Yang Mi at this moment, maybe holding hands and strolling along the beach, but the 2 of them were really overthinking it too. Such a beautiful picture. Yang Mi might want to happen. However, Su Chen, the straight man of steel, just don't spit blood in her face in anger, and you're already considered very restrained. At this moment, the 2 of them, Yang Mi and Su Chen, had already finished their delicious lunch. Su Chen, what are we going to do next? Yang Mi asked with anticipation. She thought that Su Chen should arrange some romantic activities for 2 people. For example, bubble pedal rain, swimming, or just like what Hotbutt and Lu Tianxian and the girls had imagined. It's okay for 2 people to walk on the beach together. However, only Su Chen said sleepily with a big yawn. Sleepy, why don't we just take a nap? Young Mi, a nap? Didn't hear that right. What about after the nap? Yang Mi still held out a glimmer of hope. After the nap it's time for dinner Su Chen replied. What about after dinner? Yang Mi was still undeterred. After dinner, you'll sleep for the night. Su Chen still had that look of taking things for granted. Yang Mi, however, almost spat out blood. So you and I came to the island to sleep here. The point still stands. You take the king-size bed. I'll take the couch. Yang Mi only had one thought at this moment, and that was not to play with Su Chen. She's going home. But fortunately, Su Chen was not so straight to the end. Looking at Yang Mi's stunned face with a hint of anger, Su Chen smiled and said, Okay, just kidding with you. After dinner, how about we watch the stars together? But I've heard that it's beautiful to see the stars from an island. Chapter 218, Crying in Anger at Mimi. Chapter 218, Crying in Anger. Hearing Su Chen say this, Yang Mi's heart still had a trace of comfort. Otherwise this trip to the island, which she had been looking forward to for so long, would really be a bad one. Ha ha ha. Su Chen still counts on your kid having a bit of conscience. It's a good thing there's a stargazing in the back, or I'd be crying twice for honey. Southern, I'm going to carry out the straight man to the end. Southern very graphically shows us how people are actually single by merit. Actually, Su Chen is just a straight man with a straight mouth. The matter of looking at the stars is still very romantic, alright. How can I look at the stars with Su Chen and Yang Mi? Ha ha, looking forward to the night. Su Chen was really true to his word, and after lunch, he directly slipped inside the bedroom to huff and puff and sleep. And Yang Mi was so bored that she couldn't sleep. Figured I'd go to the pool and swim by myself. It was a treat for the audience as well. After all, being able to see Yang Mi in her swimsuit was not something that was usually easy to see. Soon the time came to evening. Old Qin took Hotba and Lu Tianxian and floated on the sea for an afternoon. It turned out to be granular. That's normal. After all, none of them have the skills or experience to fish. How can you fish that easily? But they were happy to take it easy this afternoon and just play at sea. It was just a bitter experience for Hua Hua and Kuan Kuan. The two of them worked as waiters in the restaurant for the whole afternoon, looking at all the fresh seafood, all the deliciousness, but you can only look at it and not eat it, all the while exhausted. At this moment, they sort of realized what it meant to suffer on Earth, and when they took the $50 they had earned after half a day's hard work, and watched old Qin walk back leisurely with the two female guests, it was as if he sensed that something wasn't quite right. Night fell, and it was finally time to look at the stars as Su Chen had said. Yang Mi purposely changed into a pretty dress and dressed herself up beautifully and fragrantly. With Su Chen, he came to the beach. The two lay down directly on the beach, and all the lights around them instantly dimmed. The starry river in the sky was instantly displayed before their eyes. Yang Mi couldn't help but let out a wow. It's just so beautiful. At the same time she felt, well, very romantic. It's the first time in my life that I've seen so many and so beautiful stars. It's just a pity that I can't see the horoscope, and I can't even find which one is mine. Yang Mi said with some regret. What sign are you? Su Chen asked. Yang Mi froze and thought, oof man, you don't even remember what sign people have. Obviously, I told you before. Still, it was a good answer. I'm a Virgo. After hearing Yang Mi, Su Chen didn't react much, but took out his cell phone and was drumming something. Looking at Su Chen's reaction, Yang Mi was again a little disappointed in her heart. What's the matter? You promised to look at the stars with others, but you ended up playing with your cell phone here. However, in the next second, she realized that she had wronged Su Chen, only to see Su Chen holding his cell phone and snapping at the sky for a while. A moment later he said excitedly, found it. With that, he handed his cell phone to Yang Mi. Only on the screen of that cell phone was a map of the constellations. Shines a light on where Virgo is and what it looks like. Su Chen followed the look on this and pointed at the sky. See, that place is the Virgo. Those stars together are the image of Virgo. Yang Mi, at this moment, no longer had the heart to look at the stars, because she had been completely moved by Su Chen. He wasn't just playing with his phone. Surprisingly he was downloading the app and then helping himself to Virgo A. It's simply too romantic. It's also too touching. Just now, he himself had even slandered him in his heart. So he was really a small-minded person. Yang Mi's heart was touched and guilty at the same time. Wow, isn't Su Chen quite romantic? When Su Chen isn't straight, he really isn't straight at all. Upstairs, you must have a perfect score in crap literature. There isn't any girl that can resist this kind of romance, right? Ooh-hoo, so envious of Honey. That's a bit of a love story. So sweet, so sweet. Look at Sister Honey's smile. A micro-expression can tell you everything if a person is happy or unhappy. No wonder Su Chen was able to tolerate so much straight behavior before Sister Mi. Su Chen is still very powerful at critical moments. Knock on wood. It feels like the stars are a lot brighter than they were just now. At this moment, Yang Mi was holding her cell phone in her hand, but her eyes were always on Su Chen. Look at the stars in the sky. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it true that we haven't found Virgo yet? Here, you come in the direction of my hand. Here's the first one, and then the one in the upper right corner that connects to the line. Su Chen was patiently explaining to Yang Mi, while Yang Mi, at this time, was caught off guard and kissed Su Chen on the face. Then red-faced, head bowed, shyly, he said, Su Chen, thank you, thank you. Being kissed by Yang Mi like this, Su Chen was first stunned. With that, he waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. There is a fee for this app, $30, just V me later. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Mi's smile instantly froze on her face. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen incredulously, her voice trembling as she asked, what did you just say? I said, this app needs $30 to download. You V me later. Su Chen replied with an innocent face. In an instant, Yang Mi's eyes filled with tears. She fought the urge to cry. You're counting money with me at this time. Su Chen, you're just short of that $30. And I just gave you a kiss. Facing Yang Mi's accusation, Su Chen touched the place he had just been kissed, thoughtfully said, tell you what, we're all so familiar with each other. A kiss is a kiss. I'll leave you alone. But let's get this $30 thing straight. You're the one who has to find out where Virgo is so I can download it. If I were myself, I would never pay $30 to download this kind of software. So it makes sense for you to pay for this, doesn't it? At this moment, Yang Mi finally couldn't hold back. She climbed straight up from the beach. Tears couldn't help but come to my eyes. Su Chen, you've gone too far. I don't want to play with you. With that, he turned and ran away. Hey, as for that, it's only $30. If you don't want to give it to me, just don't. Su Chen shouted at Yang Mi's back.